Las Vegas Thomas Mack Center. The NBA Summer League game between the Lakers and the Kings was in full swing. Chun Feng sat at the very end of the bench, his eyes fixed on the court, though his mind was elsewhere, cussing in frustration. 2 years since he transmigrated. 2 years ago, he had gone from being a struggling web novelist to becoming a basketball player at the University of Oklahoma, sharing the same name. He had thought it would unlock a protagonist's halo, but after 2 years of waiting, not even a trace of a system had appeared. After going undrafted in the draft, he had accepted his fate. He packed his bags ready to return to Foshan, Guangdong, to inherit the family hardware factory. But then the Lakers offered him a summer league spot. Fine, he thought, might as well give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, he can still go back and be the young boss. Chun, get ready to go in. The voice of assistant coach Brian Shaw yanked his thoughts back to the court. Chun Feng heard the coach's voice and quickly pulled off his warm-up shirt. It's only just past the first quarter. The starting point guard Devin Green has already been broken down. Whatever, just play first. He walked to the scorer's table, and the very instant his foot stepped onto the court. Ding. The happy NBA system has detected the host's first entry into an NBA arena. Officially activated. Novice gift pack has been issued. Please check it. Damn. 2 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 2 years? I was ready to go back and run a hardware factory, and you only show up now. He forced down his inner excitement and roared in his mind, open the novice gift pack. Novice gift pack opening. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Jordan's skill. Complete offense and defense top tier effect, all attributes 5, offensive ability 9, and defensive ability 9. After the enhancement, individual attribute cap is 95. Chun Feng's heart trembled with shock. Jordan's signature skill? Not bad. This haul is worth it. He had just wondered how strong he actually was now when a semi-transparent attribute panel automatically popped up, as if it knew what he was thinking. Host Chun Feng, age 22, height 191 centimeters, wingspan 203 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, position point guard, team Los Angeles Lakers, summer league offensive attributes, shooting 75, ball handle 82, passing 81, driving 76, fast break 70, post play 65, physical attributes, speed 83, explosiveness 81, vertical 75, strength 63, coordination 77, stamina 80, defensive attributes. Steal 74, block 55, perimeter D80, help D76, rebounding 65, box out 73, equipped skill, complete offense and defense top tier, current happy points 0, exchange function locked, requires official NBA contract, comprehensive rating 76, note values include complete offense and defense. 5, all attributes panel bottom also shows a line of gray small text NBA, player strength tier reference 95, superstar. Below 60 CBA, 76. Regular rotation. Chun Feng nearly burst out laughing. He had assumed he was barely good enough for the development league, yet this all-around offensive and defensive rating had pulled him straight into the middle of a regular rotation. This was an absolute windfall. The hardware factory. To hell with the hardware factory. He was going to play in the NBA. In the very next second. Newbie quest issued. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Quest description. Use the 1,000-year kill on any player on the court. Quest reward, joy points 1,000, failure penalty, none, 1,000-year kill. He had just gotten Jordan's skills, and the system wanted him to stab someone in the behind. Is this system completely insane? He stared at the quest panel, completely numb. On one hand, he was thrilled. The system had finally arrived, and it came with Jordan's skills. On the other hand, he was baffled. This quest didn't look legitimate at all. Chun, what are you daydreaming about? Get on the court. Brian Shaw watched Chun Feng standing dazed at the sideline and barked an order. Chun Feng pushed down the flood of system quests and sprinted onto the court. His matchup was the Kings' Ronnie Price, last year's undrafted rookie, 1 year his senior in the league. Price swept his gaze up and down over Chun Feng, his eyes carrying obvious contempt. Chinese guy, what are you doing in the NBA? Selling jerseys. Chun Feng had no time for him and dribbled past half court. His mind was racing furiously. 1,000-year kill. How does that even work? Go up and stab directly. That would definitely be called as a foul, and he might get beaten up for it. He needed to find an opportunity, like during a rebound, boxing out, or when everyone was jumping. He kept dribbling and organizing the offense while scanning the court from the corner of his eye. The all-around offensive and defensive bonus allowed him to face these summer league pushovers with complete composure. Chun Feng's confidence surged. He felt he had merged with the basketball itself. Price pressed up tight, his hands extremely active, still muttering under his breath, "Rookie, just pass the ball out. Your little frame can't handle this." Chun Feng said nothing. A crossover behind the back shook loose, half a step of space, pull-up jumper, nothing but net. Price's face stiffened. The Kings inbound the ball and pushed back. Price brought it up, and Chun Feng closed into press. Price was rattled by the defense. When he passed to his teammate, his throw was too strong, and the ball was stolen by Oker. Without a word, Oker whipped the ball to Chun Feng. Chun Feng pushed the ball up the court, dribbling while glancing toward the Kings' interior. That center, what was his name again? Whatever. Didn't recognize him anyway. Going after a stranger was better than hesitating with a teammate, right? But how do you even do it? You can't just charge up and stab directly, can you? That would be way too obvious. While he was mulling, Bynum boxed out down low and called for the ball. Chen Feng spotted it instantly and zipped a bounce pass inside. Bynum caught the ball, turned, and prepared to dunk. Slap. A palm from the defender swatted it away. The basketball flew directly toward Chen Feng's direction. An opportunity. Chen Feng's heart stirred as he surged forward for the loose ball. The King's center also rushed in, and both men leaped at the same instant. At the instant their bodies made contact in midair, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, his right-hand fingers pressed together, reaching behind that man toward. Ow. A blood-curdling scream tore through the arena noise. The King's center froze in midair, then dropped straight down, clutching his behind, and rolling on the floor, his face white as paper. The entire arena fell silent for half a second. Holy crap. What just happened? That Lakers rookie, what did he just do? He poked his butt. Am I seeing things? 1,000-year kill. Is this freaking Naruto? The players on the bench stared wide-eyed, their mouths open wide enough to fit a basketball. Coach Shaw's clipboard clattered to the ground with a clack. The referee was also stunned, his whistle hand frozen in midair. Does this even count as a foul? What kind of foul is this? A flagrant foul? Or personal assault? Chen Feng caught the fallen basketball, stood in place, looked down at the rolling King's center with an innocent expression, and spread his hands. That expression seemed to say, what are you looking at me for? He fell on his own. Ding. Newbie quest complete. Joy Points 1000 host talent detected as exceptional, unlocking long-term quest Light Rain in the Chrysanthemum region. Quest description: used the 1,000-year kill on 10 different players in official games. The greater the target's fame, and the more dramatic the scene, the richer the reward. Current progress: 0-10 quest reward for each completion. Receive corresponding Joy Points reward. Complete all 10 to unlock a mysterious grand gift package. Note: Summer League preseason and other non-official games do not count. Chen Feng stared at the 0-10 progress bar on the system panel and fell completely speechless. The system had arrived all right, but it was completely unhinged. So his main job playing basketball from now on was poking other people's behinds. Then what was the point of having Jordan's skills? To increase the success rate of poking people. Just as he was furiously ranting in his head, a tall figure walked up beside him. Chen Feng looked up. It was Bynum. This 17-year-old high school prodigy was looking at him with an incredibly complicated expression. There was shock in those eyes, confusion, and a hint of fear. Bynum opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, then finally managed. Did you do that move on purpose? Chen Feng replied with absolute sincerity, an accident. Purely an accident. Bynum, you call that an accident? Your fingers went all the way in. He silently stepped back half a pace, putting some distance between himself and Chen Feng. His eyes were filled with vigilance, as if he were watching some dangerous creature. Chen Feng paid no attention to his reaction. He looked at the Joy Points on the system panel 1000, then at the King's players, whose faces all looked like they had just eaten something terrible, and the fans in the stands going absolutely wild. Suddenly he thought, this system, it actually seems kind of interesting. Just a little costly on the rear end. Of course, other people's rear ends. Chen Feng broke into a cheeky grin. 1,000-year kill, right? 10 times right. Alright. NBA players everywhere. Your behinds are hereby reserved by Chen Feng. The court fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. What the? Brad Miller, the King's center who had been targeted, was a veteran with nearly 8 seasons under his belt. He rose from the ground, his face pale, but his gaze fierce. You're asking for it. He rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, but the referee quickly blew the whistle to intervene. Wait. Chen Feng raised his hands with an earnest expression. This was an accident. I jumped to grab the ball, and my hand ended up there somehow. Really, I'm just as surprised as you are. Miller's voice trembled with anger. Your finger was practically inches from me, and you're telling me it's an accident. Chen Feng stifled a laugh as he mentally complained to his system. Hey system, this newbie mission is way too vicious. This system specializes in joy, and helping others means hurting others. Then why doesn't my move against Miller count toward the long-term mission? The Summer League is an informal competition and won't be tallied in the statistics. Keep pushing forward, host, and aim for the regular season stage soon. Fine, consider it practice. The regular season hasn't started yet anyway, so he would accumulate some experience first before making his mark when the real games began. He pulled up the system panel and glanced at it. Still the same as ever. A joy value of 1,000 with a row of unlocked statuses displayed below. The exchange feature required a formal NBA contract to unlock, much like squeezing toothpaste from the very end of the tube. The referee frowned as he looked at him, whistle in hand, clearly weighing how to make the call. An intentional foul, but nothing substantial had actually happened. Yet that move was incredibly unsportsmanlike. With the entire arena watching, the referee hesitated for 3 seconds before calling a standard personal foul. Don't let it happen again. The referee shot Chen Feng a stern look, though his tone carried an unconscious defensiveness. He was worried himself. What if the kid held a grudge and targeted him next? The Kings retained possession. Price dribbled across half-court, eyeing Chen Feng warily. He had witnessed exactly what happened moments before. Where the hell did this insane player come from, targeting someone on their very first possession? Rookie, you're done for. Miller isn't going to let this slide. Chen Feng merely shrugged and said nothing, settling into a solid defensive stance. With his all-around offensive and defensive enhancements combined with years of writing basketball novels in his past life, his court vision and tactical awareness far surpassed these summer league players. Price drove hard twice, but couldn't shake his defender, forcing a mid-range jumper that clanged off the rim under Chen Feng's close defense. Bynum secured the rebound. Andrew. Chen Feng called for the ball. Bynum hesitated for a moment before instinctively passing it back. What Chen Feng had done earlier had genuinely shaken him. The rookie was fearless, perhaps too reckless. He even went after Miller. Wait, the real concern was whether Chen Feng might turn that same energy toward him someday. Bynum felt an unexplained chill run down his spine and subtly backed away by half a step. Unaware of the other player's unease, Chen Feng caught the ball and pushed forward quickly. Price stayed close on defense. Rookie, that move you just made. You're definitely getting fined after this game. Oh, you might even get suspended. Oh, aren't you afraid? Chen Feng suddenly slowed down, causing Price to nearly collide with him. You talk too much, Chen Feng replied with a grin showing his teeth. Want me to return the favor? Price immediately crossed his legs and hopped backward half a step. While Price was still recovering from the threat, Chen Feng executed a quick crossover and drove past him into the paint. When another Kings guard rotated to help, Chen Feng flicked his wrist and threaded a pass through the gap to Bynum, cutting toward the basket. Bynum caught the ball and finished with a powerful dunk. Nice pass. Chen Feng ran over to celebrate with a high five, but Bynum hesitated for a split second before returning the gesture, his expression caught between surprise and discomfort. Don't touch me, Bynum managed after a long pause. Chen Feng responded with a questioning look. Let me tell you something. Bynum took a step back, the 7-foot center assuming a defensive stance despite his size. I was a top 10 first-round pick. If you try anything like that with me, I'm calling my mom. With a flat expression, Chen Feng replied, Relax, I don't go after my own teammates. With your size, I would believe you were still in high school. Really? As solid as gold. Does that make us brothers now? Bynum moved closer, his earlier wariness completely gone. Who taught you that move? It was pretty impressive. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. It's an ancient technique called the 1,000-year strike. The key is speed, precision, and ruthlessness, striking from nowhere when your opponent least expects it. Bynum's eyes widened in fascination. That powerful. Can you teach me? Why would you want to learn that? When someone tries to steal my rebound, next time I'll use it on them. Bynum rubbed his hands together with excitement. Young man, you have a dangerous mindset. Chen Feng tallied 6 points, 3 assists, and 1 steal in a single quarter, along with one remarkable surprise maneuver that left everyone speechless. Back on the bench, his teammates were giving him strange looks. Some eyed him with awe, others with wariness. Devin Green sat as far away as possible, clearly worried that Chen Feng might target him next if his mood turned mischievous. Coach Xiao walked over, his expression a complicated mix of emotions. Feng, Coach, about what you just did. Coach Xiao's lips moved, but no coherent sentence came out for a long moment. He wanted to scold him, but seeing the scoreboard flip in their favor, the words wouldn't come. Still, that move was absolutely outrageous. If this had been a regular season game, the league might have handed down additional sanctions. Chen Feng adopted an obedient expression. Coach, I was wrong. Wrong about what? I shouldn't have gone so hard on him. I'll be more careful next time. Chen Feng promised solemnly. I'll try to hold back a bit and not let him yell so loud. Coach Xiao nearly choked, feeling his blood pressure skyrocket. You want it next time? Chen Feng lowered his head and played dumb. Just then a staff member on the sidelines suddenly called out to him. Feng, you're on ESPN. They've been focused on you the whole time. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. ESPN? Already on television? He looked across toward the Kings bench. Brad Miller was massaging his rear end while teammates gathered around asking what happened. He winced through sharp breaths, pointing toward Chen Feng's side with a deeply aggrieved expression. Chen Feng stroked his chin. The newbie quest was complete, and the long-term quest only counted toward regular season games. That meant Summer League was fair game for some extra practice. No point count, just experience. Gather enough until the regular season, then strike hard. His gaze swept across the Kings players like a predator scanning for prey. Price, too lean, might lack physical strength. That power forward looked solid, but was he agile enough? And that guard? Bynum followed his gaze and shivered. Brother Feng, what are you thinking now? Nothing. Chen Feng turned his attention away and offered Bynum a warm, friendly smile. Just thinking the second half should be quite entertaining. The Kings intensified their focus on Chen Feng. Price pressed aggressively, crowding him closely as he reached toward Chen Feng's face. Miller inside also pulled out for pick and roll, his eyes constantly glancing at him as if seeking angles. Chen Feng muttered a curse under his breath. They were clearly targeting him. The interior lane was shut down. Chen Feng adjusted his game. No drives, no physical confrontations. Instead, staying on the perimeter to shoot 3-pointers and distribute to open teammates. Within 3 minutes, he dished 2 more assists and sank a 3-pointer, pushing the lead to 8 points. Miller grew restless. But whenever he stepped out of the paint, Chen Feng passed to Bynum, who followed with consecutive dunks, leaving Miller powerless. Come on in then. Miller finally snapped, shouting at Chen Feng. Chen Feng flashed a sharp grin and actually drove toward the paint. Miller grew animated, guarding the basket and waiting for him, already plotting his next move. He intended to challenge Chen Feng hard from behind once he jumped. However, Chen Feng stopped at the free throw line. He stopped, rose up, and released the shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc and swished through the net. Appreciate it, man. Chen Feng waved to Miller after landing. If I just walked in, I'd lose face. You didn't hold up your end. Frustration boiled over again. The game continued. The Kings players were visibly off balance. Price committed a turnover while dribbling, and Chen Feng stripped it for a fast break layup. Miller sought a physical matchup, but Bynum, having been warned beforehand by Chen Feng about Miller's desperation, read the play perfectly and blocked Miller's fadeaway jumper. The Kings coach quickly called a timeout. Chen Feng sat on the bench gulping down sports drinks while secretly wondering when would be the best moment to pull off his signature move next. As he was thinking, Bynum came over. Brother Feng, you are too awesome. Just average, ranking 3rd in the world. How did you know Miller was going to jump shot just now? The young man looked at him like an idol. Do you have mind-reading powers? Chen Feng glanced at him, thinking to himself, not only can I read minds, I also know you will become a barber in the future. Observation. Chen Feng put on a senior player's air, speaking earnestly. Basketball is not just about using your body, you need to use your brain too. Look at his footwork, his center of gravity rose, his shoulders tensed up. If that is not a jump shot signal, then what is it? Bynum. Oh, he said it made sense. Although the words were blunt, it was somehow true. Brother Feng, can you teach me in the future? Bynum's face was full of hope. I also want to become as amazing as you. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. No problem. Follow Brother Feng, and in 3 days you will master the hook shot. In 10 days you will dominate the paint. Just as the two were chatting like brothers, Coach Xiao walked over with a stern expression. Chen, rest during the second half. Chen Feng was stunned. Huh? Why? Did I play badly? You played well. But if you keep going like that, the Kings players might call the police together. Chen Feng. In the second half, Chen Feng indeed barely played. For most of the time, Devin Green led the substitutes. The Kings took the opportunity to close the gap. In the final 5 minutes, Coach Xiao could not stand it anymore and put Chen Feng back in. Right after entering, Chen Feng passed and shot, racking up 4 points and 3 assists in 5 minutes. When the final buzzer sounded, the Lakers won 92-85, claiming their first victory of the Summer League. Chen Feng finished with 15 points, 8 assists, and 2 steals, along with one legendary move that would go down in history. In the post-game locker room, Coach Xiao looked at the stats with a complicated expression. This kid truly had talent, and truly knew how to stir things up. Chen. Coach Xiao walked over and handed him a sports drink. You played well today. Thank you, Coach. But, Coach Xiao looked at him seriously. From now on, do not use that kind of move during games. Understood. Chen Feng looked well behaved. Understood. Really understood. Really. Chen Feng promised. Next time I will pay attention to the angle and force, making sure the referees cannot catch me. Coach Xiao glared at Chen Feng, telling himself to stay calm. The kid had great talent, his methods were just a bit wild. Teach him slowly. Just keep it in mind. Coach Xiao said in a gloomy tone and turned to leave. Chen Feng opened his system panel to take a look. Current joy value 1000 joy value exchange feature unlocked, requires formal NBA contract, long-term mission, reign in the lower region 010. So I'm just a savings jar for now, huh? Chen Feng complained in his heart. The system did not respond. Fine then. Let us accumulate experience during the Summer League first. Leveling up can wait until the regular season. Just as he was packing up to leave, the locker room door pushed open. Bob rushed in and grabbed Chen Feng's arm, his expression extremely excited. Chen, good news. Fantastic news. The Lakers management just called me. They said they want to offer you a formal contract. The entire locker room fell silent at once. Everyone turned to look. Devin Green's towel dropped from his hand with a soft thud. The next morning, Chen Feng followed Bob to the Lakers headquarters. Mitch Kupchak personally received them. The Lakers general manager wore glasses and appeared refined, yet his sharp gaze missed nothing. He had only watched Chen Feng play one Summer League game before deciding to sign him. A 2-year base contract, $400,000 per year. The first year is fully guaranteed, the second is a team option. Kupchak pushed the contract toward Chen Feng, speaking briskly. No signing bonus, no incentive clauses, just a standard rookie deal. Bob flashed urgent glances at Chen Feng from the side, silently urging him to sign without hesitation. But Chen Feng did not reach for the pen. He looked up at Kupchak and asked, Mitch, may I ask, does the team sign me because of how I played in the Summer League, or because I am Chinese? Bob nearly choked on his words. Goodness, can you not be so direct? No rookie speaks to a general manager like that. Kupchak did not grow angry, nor did he offer a dismissive reply. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Chen Feng with genuine attention. Both factors apply, he said. But I will be straightforward. If your Summer League numbers had been 2 points and 2 assists per game, I would not have signed you, regardless of who your family is. The Lakers are a championship organization, not a charity. You can pass, you can orchestrate offense, you elevate the players around you. That is why we want you. He gestured toward the contract. Of course, your nationality and the market behind you are additional assets. But remember, in the NBA, ability is always the foundation. Chen Feng nodded. He appreciated the honesty. Without another word, he picked up the pen and signed his name. From that moment forward, he was an official Los Angeles Laker. A series of notifications echoed in Chun Feng's mind, and his hand holding the pen paused for just a moment. It was happening. It was finally here. Composing himself, he extended his hand and shook cup checks. Welcome to the Lakers, Chun. Thank you. I won't let you down. As they left the office, Bob seemed to be floating. He had been an agent for 20 years and had represented overseas MVPs and G League scoring champions, but never a player who truly broke into the NBA. Now at last he did. Chun, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Bob said, pressing a hand to his chest. How could you ask him that? What if he had gotten upset? Chun Feng smiled. If he got upset, we simply walk away. Easy for you to say. Bob rolled his eyes. That is the Los Angeles Lakers. Every player in this league would kill for a chance like this. Chun Feng did not respond. He knew full well that the Lakers had made a smart signing. Beyond his potential growth, his unique personality and entertainment value would undoubtedly boost the team's viewership and engagement throughout the season. After all, who does not enjoy watching a player who brings energy and joy to every game? In the remaining Summer League games, Chun Feng competed with complete freedom. He knew better than to repeat certain reckless gestures. He feared Coach Xiao would bench him for the entire season. But his mouth remained delightfully untamed. Against the Clippers, he chatted continuously with the opposing guard all game long, offering light commentary and friendly teasing that kept his opponent thoroughly distracted. The opposing guard struggled to maintain focus, committing 8 turnovers throughout the game and nearly filing a complaint afterward about Chun Feng's relentless chatter disrupting his concentration. Against the Warriors, he and Bynum played off each other perfectly. When Bynum secured rebounds in the paint, Chun Feng would call out opportunities, keeping the defense thoroughly confused. The opposing center grew so flustered that he dropped a critical rebound, which Bynum recovered for a powerful dunk. After 5 Summer League games, Chun Feng averaged 14.2 points, 8.7 assists, and 2.1 steals per game. He ranked second in assists and third in steals. The Lakers finished 3 wins and 2 losses, a modest record, but Chun Feng's name had become unavoidable in Las Vegas. It was not merely his statistics that drew attention, it was his unforgettable on-court personality. Nicknames such as Summer League Showman and Master of Court Banter spread quietly through the city. Some fans even purchased tickets specifically to watch him play, eager to see what delightful surprises he would bring each evening. Bynum had completely become his devoted teammate. He called out, "Brother Feng," at every turn, following Chun Feng's lead without hesitation. Coach Xiao rubbed his temples, wondering how such a talented young interior player had fallen under the influence of so lively a companion. He worried that spending so much time together might distract Bynum from his focus. After the Summer League concluded, there was still over a month of off-season ahead. Chun Feng chose not to return to China. He settled into a small apartment in Los Angeles and spent every day at the training facility working on his shooting, ball handling, and strength. He understood that natural gifts alone were not enough. True excellence required relentless dedication. He had also studied the training system carefully and understood how attribute upgrades functioned, calculating the precise cost for each improvement. Above 96, that cost 3,200 joy points for a single increment. His current attribute panel read as follows. Offensive attributes: shooting 75, ball handling 82, passing 81, driving 76, fast break 70, post play 65. Physical attributes: speed 83, explosiveness 81, a vertical 75, strength 63, coordination 77, stamina 80. Defensive attributes: steals 74, blocks 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, a rebounding 65, positioning 73. Overall rating 76. Current joy points 1,000. 1,000 joy points, not exactly a small amount, yet far from abundant as well. Chun Feng pondered for a moment, then decided to raise his strength from 63 to 65. The base requirement was 58 to 60, costing 2 points and 200 joy points, before increasing his shooting from 75 to 77, where the base requirement sat at 70 to 72, consuming 800 joy points. Exactly 1,000 spent in full. After allocating the points, he immediately noticed a marked improvement in his arm strength, and his steals became swifter and more precise. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. If he could accumulate tens of thousands of joy points, just imagine what he could achieve. The only shortcoming remained that the system had never clarified how skills were obtained, merely instructing him to explore on his own. Chun Feng knew perfectly well what that meant. Explore my foot. By late September, the Lakers training camp opened its doors. Chun Feng met Phil Jackson for the first time in a formal setting. The Fog, dressed in a loose training outfit and holding a tactical clipboard, strolled over with his usual unhurried stride. His gaze swept across the group, radiating an effortless authority that commanded respect without a word. "Everyone's here." The Fog began, his voice calm, yet carrying clearly across the room. "This new season we have one target: the championship. I don't care how you've played before. Once you wear the Lakers uniform, you play my system. Those who can adapt stay. Those who can't move on." A simple opening devoid of fiery rhetoric, yet somehow impossible to dismiss. Then his eyes landed on Chun Feng and lingered a moment longer than the rest. "Chun, coach." Chun Feng stood at attention. "You played well during the Summer League. The Fog gave a slight nod, his tone unreadable. But real games are different from the Summer League. I want you focusing on the fundamentals and leaving the theatrics behind. Chen Feng stood straight and nodded obediently. Yes, coach. Watching him play the model student, the Fog felt an inexplicable headache brewing. He had watched the Summer League tapes. This kid talked big and entertained constantly, anything but a quiet presence. But talent couldn't be ignored. An undrafted player who could organize an offense with precision and elevate everyone around him. That was exactly the kind of player every franchise coveted. All right, let's get to work. The Fog waved his hand. The intensity of training camp was leagues above the Summer League. His teammates were NBA-level veterans. The physicality and tactical complexity were a world away from what Summer League offered. Chen Feng struggled early, especially whenever Smush Parker was assigned to guard him. Parker's length and explosive first step made him a genuinely difficult matchup. But by the second day, Chen Feng had figured it out. You're fast and long. Fine. I won't try to outrun you. I'll play with rhythm with passes with my head. In practice games, Chen Feng's reserves repeatedly caught Parker's starters off guard. His passes materialized from nowhere, always arriving at the right moment in the right hands. Bynum was feeding off the service, finishing dunks with effortless authority. Even Kwame Brown, who carried the weight of unmet expectations, was throwing down alley-oops alongside Chen Feng. The Fog watched Chen Feng's progress closely, growing more convinced with each passing day that he had uncovered a genuine treasure. This kid was practically built for the triangle offense. High basketball IQ, exceptional court vision, unselfish with the ball, and a natural at making teammates better. Beyond his tendency to stir the pot, he was nearly flawless. And frankly, that quirk wasn't hard to overlook. After all, players with strong personalities often carried the most untapped potential. The preseason schedule arrived swiftly. Chen Feng logged modest minutes, roughly 15 per game, but maximized every single one. He averaged 7, 5 points, 4, 2 assists and 1 steals with a remarkable 0.5 turnovers per contest. More importantly, whenever he stepped on the floor, the Lakers' offense flowed with noticeably improved rhythm. The ball moved faster and teammates found themselves with cleaner scoring opportunities. The Fog adjusted the rotation without hesitation. Chen Feng moved from third-string point guard straight to the backup role, slotting in behind Smush Parker. Meanwhile, veteran Aaron McKie was unexpectedly placed on injury reserve. Parker wasn't thrilled about the turn of events. As a 2002 undrafted free agent, he had grinded his way through years of hardship just to earn a starting roster spot. Now a fellow undrafted newcomer was threatening to take it. Understandably, he wasn't pleased. But bitterness changed nothing. In professional sports, performance was the only currency that mattered. Chen Feng's playmaking and consistency genuinely exceeded Parker's. Kobe too began taking notice of the young import. Initially, Chen Feng hadn't registered on Kobe's radar. Another Summer League undrafted project, nothing more. But after watching him through several preseason games, Kobe realized there was substance beneath the chatter. His passes showed creativity and intelligence, consistently finding Kobe in comfortable positions during pick-and-roll actions. And the kid talked endlessly, on and off the court. His commentary never stopped, and sometimes even Kobe couldn't suppress a smile. During one practice session, after Bynum completed a dunk and was basking in the moment, Chen Feng called out from nearby, "Andrew, that dunk was weak. You held your position too high and left yourself open." Bynum jumped in surprise, nearly losing his footing on the rim. When the preseason concluded, the Lakers sat at 1 win and 6 losses, a record that looked poor on paper. But nobody cared. Preseason games existed to experiment with lineups and build chemistry. Results were irrelevant. The real test awaited in the regular season. The regular season opener sent the Lakers on the road to face the Denver Nuggets. It was Chen Feng's first regular season game and the official start of his long-term mission. The night before the game, Chen Feng opened his system panel. Player Chen Feng. Age 22. Position PG. Team Los Angeles Lakers. Height 191 centimeters, weight 86 kilograms, wingspan 203 centimeters. Current team Spirit 0. Skills two-way specialist elite tier. Offensive attributes: shooting 77, ball handling 82, passing 81, driving 76, transition 70, post play 65. Physical attributes: speed 83, explosiveness 81, vertical 75, strength 65, coordination 77, stamina 80. Defensive attributes: steals 74, blocks 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, rebounding 65, positioning 73. Overall rating 77. Long-term mission reign on the horizon. 0-10 regular season active. Description: interact with NBA players using signature moves. Higher profile targets yield greater rewards with a chance to absorb their skills or items. Chen Feng's eyes lingered on the line about absorbing skills and items, and a wave of excitement swept through him. Wow, this was a whole new way to grow. What if he used it on Kobe and learned his fadeaway jumper? What if he applied it to James and picked up his signature crossover? To Nash, could he absorb Nash's court vision? And if he could target Jordan? Wade Jordan was already retired. Chen Feng swallowed hard, feeling his pulse quicken with anticipation. He rolled over, dreaming pleasantly, and drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he had interacted with every star in the league, filling his skill collection to the brim. He stood on the podium, the championship trophy resting in his hands, delivering his acceptance speech. "Thank you to everyone who supported me, my family, my teammates, and all the incredible players across the league who inspired this journey." Time quickly arrived at November 2nd, night at the Pepsi Center in Denver. The entire arena was brightly lit with full attendance. 20,000 Nuggets home fans clad in various jerseys cheered and roared in waves, an intense game atmosphere sweeping through the venue. After the rigorous training camp in Hawaii and the preseason games, Chun Feng finally ushered in his NBA career debut, the regular season opener of the 05-06 season away against the formidable Denver Nuggets. Chun Feng sat at the end of the bench next to Bynum. The two stars of the Summer League were both warming the bench in the regular season. The moment his foot touched the floor, a ding sounded in his mind. Ding. The regular season mission has been refreshed. The long-term mission, rain in the rear area, is now active. Current progress, 0-10. Temporary mission for this game, NBA's finest rear. Touch Carmelo Anthony's hip for over 3 seconds and say quite firm, "How do you train?" Next time together. Reward 1,000 joy points. Chun Feng stared at the system mission, reading it over and over. Touch Melo's hip and say quite firm. That streetwise Melo, the one known as "Don't mess with me or you'll regret it," Carmelo Anthony. After completing this mission, would he even walk out of Denver alive? And what about that 1,000 years of death move? Would he really not get beaten up? System, can I use the 1,000 years of death on a teammate? Yes, on both teammates and opponents. Hearing the system's reply, Chun Feng raised an eyebrow. Not bad, you're sensible. If it really doesn't work, he could use it on a teammate. Build good relationships and at least avoid getting beaten. Are there penalties for not doing the mission? This system is all about fun, no mandatory requirements, no penalties for incompletion. Great. Chun Feng felt completely relieved. As for the high-risk move of 1,000 years of death, he wouldn't rush to try it hastily. Melo's temporary mission for 1,000 joy points must be completed stealthily when the opportunity arises. After all, free rewards shouldn't be passed up. The Nuggets starting five took the court, all broad-shouldered and imposing. Point guard Andre Miller, shooting guard Ruben Patterson, small forward Carmelo Anthony, power forward Kenyon Martin, center Marcus Camby. Also on the bench were Nene Earl Boykins and Birdman Anderson, a formidable lineup. Compared to the Lakers, it was like a regular army against guerrillas. Jump ball, Camby tapped the ball and the Nuggets attacked first. Carmelo Anthony held the ball on the left side for an isolation against Odom, faked a drive to deceive Odom, then rose for a mid-range jumper, the ball swishing through the net. He easily scored the first points of the game with crisp, clean moves. Kobe didn't waste words either. He took the ball at the top of the arc, faced Patterson, executed a crossover, and pulled up for a jumper. Swish. The ball went in 2-2. Then Kobe launched his offensive showcase. Threes, mid-range shots, drives, post-ups. A combo that left Patterson completely disoriented. In less than 6 minutes, Patterson picked up his second foul and was sent to the bench. Kobe made 5 of 6 shots, scoring 10 points in half a quarter. But the Lakers were still down by 3. Why? The Nuggets couldn't stop Kobe, and the Lakers couldn't stop the Nuggets. Anthony Martin and Camby bombarded them in turn, and the Lakers' interior was battered like a sieve. After 2 years of development, Anthony had fully grown into a superstar capable of standing on his own. He might still be a step behind Kobe, but their teammates were on completely different levels. Especially the starting point guard Smush Parker. Turnovers, missed shots. He was a complete letdown on offense. Only on defense with his long arms did he contribute. The score seesawed, the game pace was fast, and the intensity was at its peak. In the TNT studio, Kenny Smith exclaimed excitedly, "Tonight's game is definitely the most thrilling showdown of the opening night. The two teams are extremely evenly matched. This game will likely be decided in the final minute." Kenny is right. His partner Reggie Miller nodded. The Nuggets indeed have no one who can stop Kobe, but the Lakers also have no one who can stop Anthony. Not to mention Marcus Camby, also displayed top-tier level in the league. The key to this game may depend on how the coaches adjust, and whether they can come up with something surprising. Miller joined TNT as a commentator after retiring last season. After all, he still needs to make a living even if he's not playing basketball right. In the 7th minute of the first quarter, the referee's whistle blew. The Zen master looked toward the bench and said, "Chun, get ready." Chun Feng rose to his feet, adjusted his jersey, and walked briskly onto the court for his first regular season NBA appearance. The moment he stepped onto the official hardwood, Chun Feng set aside thoughts of any system mission and focused purely on playing well, leaving other matters for later. "Rookie, don't weigh us down," Kobe said without even glancing at Chun Feng, his tone carrying a touch of impatience. The Lakers were still trailing at that moment. "Oh, look at this," Smith from TNT suddenly exclaimed. "The Lakers have made a substitution. Phil Jackson brings in Chun, an undrafted player from China. This is Chen's first appearance on the court. Let's see whether this Chinese point guard can adapt to the intensity of the NBA. I suppose this is a routine substitution," Miller remarked beside him. But regardless of what Jackson intends, the fact that Chun, this rookie, gets playing time while the score is behind. It seems Phil does have some faith in him. Chun Feng's opponent on the court was Earl Boykins, the Nuggets' backup point guard. Chen Feng dribbled across half-court as Boykins closed in tightly. Rookie. Moi. Ready to get schooled. Schooled by whom? Chen Feng executed a between-the-legs dribble move to change direction. Boykins kept up with him, but Chen Feng did not drive past. Instead, he passed the ball to Odom on the wing. Odom drove with the ball, drew the defense, and kicked it out to Vujasic in the corner for a three-pointer that went in. The first quarter passed quickly with several substitutions from both sides. As the whistle blew, the first quarter came to an end. The Lakers trailed 26-28 against the Nuggets, down by 2 points. During the intermission, Chen Feng sat back on the bench, sipping water to recover his energy. His gaze remained fixed on Anthony, searching for an opportunity to fulfill his temporary mission. He wondered how he might avoid drawing attention to himself. After a brief rest, the second quarter officially began. Coach Phil Jackson kept Chen Feng on the floor with the reserves. With Kobe and Odom off the court, Chen Feng had full control of the ball. He ran pick and rolls with Luke Walton, executed handoffs with Vujasic, and timed cuts to the basket with Kwame Brown. The bench unit traded baskets and kept the score tightly contested. Around the 7-minute mark of the second quarter, Chen Feng was substituted back to the bench by Coach Jackson. From that moment on, he received no further playing time for the remainder of the half. Seated courtside, he began offering lively commentary from the sidelines. Kobe drove past Ruben Patterson with a crossover step and hit a fadeaway jumper. The ball swished through the net. Old K, you're unstoppable. What a shot, so smooth. When Kobe missed a shot, Chen Feng was quick to speak up. This rim has an issue, Old K. I suggest we switch it before continuing. Anthony, unwilling to be outdone, drove toward the paint against Kobe's defense. But Chen Feng knew that Anthony's signature move, the fake drive followed by a pull-up jumper, was one he used frequently. Old K, he's going for the jumper, be ready to contest. Upon hearing this, Anthony paused mid-motion, then abandoned the fadeaway altogether and drove straight toward the basket with full force. He ultimately missed the layup. Old K, your defense is like that of an emperor, imposing yet patient. Chen Feng's mouth never stopped working from the bench. Every basket, every defensive stand, he had something to say. His towel flew through the air as he gestured animatedly. Kobe finally lost his patience and glanced back at him. Shut up, rookie. I've played this game my entire life. I don't need someone sitting on the bench waving a towel telling me how to play. Understood. Chen Feng shrank his neck slightly and muttered under his breath, TCH, ungrateful. Without me, this team would fall apart. Kobe pressed his jaw, chose not to respond, and turned to run back on defense. As he jogged back, Anthony passed the Lakers bench and shot Chen Feng a sharp glance, a silent warning. At halftime, the Lakers trailed the Nuggets 48-50, still down by 2 points. The second quarter had been evenly matched. During the halftime break, the entire team returned to the away locker room. Unlike other coaches who delivered angry tirades and passionate pep talks, Coach Phil Jackson maintained his characteristic calm and composed demeanor. He made no accusations about first-half mistakes and shared no intricate tactics. He had all players sit quietly in a circle, relax their bodies, and settled their tense emotions from the first half. Then he dimmed the harsh overhead lights and played gentle, soothing music. Chen Feng closed his eyes, his mind filled with thoughts of Carmelo Anthony. In the tranquil and relaxing atmosphere, the coach spoke in a calm voice, beginning to guide the team's psychological conditioning. The first half went well. We need to strengthen our defense in the second half, then pass the ball to Kobe. He will lead us to victory. There were no passionate slogans, no detailed tactics. Only one sentence: give the ball to Kobe. Chen Feng sat in the corner of the locker room, pretending to rest with his eyes closed. He had long heard that Coach Jackson loved to gather the team in the locker room during halftime for brief meditation and breathing exercises. He would even organize the entire team for Native American prayer rituals before important games. It was likely through this unique management approach of Eastern philosophy combined with psychology that he successfully guided superstars like Jordan, Pippen, Kobe, and O'Neal, each with their own strong personalities, ultimately winning a record-breaking 11 championship rings. The title coach truly suited him. As the second half began, the cheers at the Pepsi Center, Denver's home arena, rose like a tidal wave. The Nuggets launched the first offensive play of the half. Andre Miller had just crossed half court when Kobe, like a black mamba, starved for 3 days, closed in on him instantly. Before Miller could react, the ball was gone. Whoosh. Kobe completed the steal and strode rapidly toward the front court. From 1 step beyond the free throw line, he rose into the air. Boom. A tomahawk dunk scored 2 points. More than 20,000 Nuggets fans at the Pepsi Center fell silent instantly. Some held their heads in their hands, others covered their faces. Andre Miller, you can't even handle the ball properly. Are you an NBA point guard? A middle-aged man wearing an Anthony jersey roared toward the court. Miller kept his head down, pretending not to hear. The god of basketball has descended upon Denver's Pepsi Center. Chen Feng began his towel-waving performance once again. The towel whipped through the air with a whistling sound, as if he might lift himself into the sky. Old Kobe, you are Denver's god tonight. No, you are the god of the entire league. That steal was cool. That dunk was explosive. That expression absolutely cool. While shouting, he slapped Bynum's thigh. Bynum winced in pain. Brother Feng, can you slap your own leg? My legs don't have as much flesh as yours. They don't make a sound when I slap them. Bynum fell silent. The Nuggets had possession. Andre Miller, who had just been stripped by Kobe, crossed half-court this time and immediately passed to Anthony. Kobe switched to defend Anthony. This scenario had repeated countless times throughout the game. Kobe often switched to guard the opposing team's star player. Attack what you can defend best. Defend what you can attack best. This was Kobe's life creed. He always believed himself to be the best scorer and the best defender. Chun Fong draped the towel over his shoulder on the sidelines, still chattering. Here it comes. The league's finest matchup between offense and defense. Popcorn, beverages, and mineral water for sale in the front row. Bynum could no longer restrain himself. Brother Fong, can you be quiet for once? Quiet. Andrew, this is the regular season opener. You want me to be quiet? Do you deserve the Lakers logo on your chest? Anthony and Kobe engaged in physical battles for a full 6 seconds. The two men wrestled from beyond the three-point line all the way to near the free throw line, their muscles colliding with sounds as dull as drum beats. Kobe constantly pressed against Anthony, using his elbow to prevent any turn, defending without a single gap. But Anthony was Anthony after all. In the physical confrontation, he forcibly turned his body, creating half a step of separation from Kobe. His right foot planted inside the free throw line, his body leaned back to its extreme limit, his fingers flicked the ball, banking it. The ball grazed the red square on the backboard and dropped through the net. The ball went in. 2 points. Anthony bit his mouthguard and shrugged at Kobe. The message was clear: you defended well, but I still scored. Chun Fong had to admit that Anthony's offensive arsenal was truly diverse and nearly impossible to guard. On this play, Kobe's defense was in position. His hand was right in Anthony's face, yet Anthony managed to contort his body using core strength and released the shot with a bank. Lakers on offense. Smush Parker advanced the ball to the front court. Defending him was Andre Miller. This time Parker ignored his teammates' calls for the ball. He waved his hand, signaling the others to clear out, preparing to isolate Miller. Chun Fong stood up from the bench, cupping his hands around his mouth. Parker, pass. Odom is open. Parker pretended not to hear. He performed a crossover dribble, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared to drive hard. Miller's lower body was very stable, his footwork lightning fast, tightly blocking Parker's driving lane. Parker changed direction 3 times, but Miller remained rooted in place. Frustrated, Parker went straight up for a jump shot. Miller jumped and raised his hand to contest. Though he could not block it, his hand smacked directly across Parker's face. The ball bounced off the rim. Rebound. Parker shouted loudly. No Lakers secured it. The ball was grabbed by Kwame Brown, who had rotated over to help. Upon landing, he immediately threw a pass to Patterson, who had already started the fast break. Patterson sprinted with the ball, with Miller and Anthony chasing behind. On the Lakers side, only Kobe desperately ran back. But 1 defender against 3. It was like trying to pick up dumplings with chopsticks. Hopeless. Patterson dribbled to the free throw line, threw a bounce pass to the trailing Miller, who then fed it to Anthony on the right side. Anthony found himself with no one in front of him. He caught the ball, took several large steps into the paint, and slammed home a one-handed dunk. The entire arena erupted in cheers, and the Nuggets fans rose collectively in excitement. Chun, get ready to enter the game. Coach Jackson made the substitution call. Chun, prepare to enter the game. Coach Jackson issued the substitution instruction. Chun Fong stepped onto the court to replace Smush Parker. He dribbled the ball to the top of the arc, facing Miller's defense, while gesturing to his teammates. This kid could still direct his teammates while facing him. Miller moved directly, reaching his left hand toward Chun Feng's dribbling hand and spreading his right hand. If his left hand failed to steal the ball, his right hand was ready to grab Chun Feng's arm or body to prevent an easy drive. Chun Fong ignored Miller and executed a pick and roll with Mim. The gesture was for a pick and roll. Mim's screen was solid and Miller was blocked. Chun Fong accelerated and drove into the paint, but Camby was waiting under the basket for the Nuggets. Meanwhile, Anthony was also rotating over for defense, and Chun Fong was about to be trapped. A leaping figure rushed to the free throw line area. It was Kobe. Chun Fong raised his hand for a behind-the-head pass, and the ball appeared in Kobe's hands like magic. Facing an empty defense, Kobe calmly hit a jump shot. Beautiful. Chun Fong, used to shouting from the sidelines, couldn't help blurting out on the court. Kobe shot him a glance. Focus on the game. The Nuggets' possession. Andre Miller, having been thwarted, decided to teach the rookie a lesson. Miller lowered his center of gravity, dribbled with his left hand, and extended his right arm to shield Chun Fong. Chun Fong remained alert, planting his feet firmly in a defensive stance, spreading his right hand like a fan to block Miller's passing lane, while subtly extending his left hand with index and middle fingers slightly together, ready to poke the ball. Miller grinned and suddenly accelerated for a left side drive. Chun Fong slid sideways to defend, locking his right hand against Miller's body and reaching his left hand toward the ball's trajectory. Now, he thrust his left hand forward, his fingertips grazing the ball's surface. The ball veered off course and rolled toward the sideline. Chun Fong lunged for it, but Miller, with more experience, used his body to box him out, secured the ball, then pivoted and passed it to Anthony at the top of the arc. Almost another steal. Chun Fong felt a twinge of regret. Anthony caught the ball, faced Kobe, and instead of forcing a shot, lobbed it to Camby inside. Camby backed down Mim and hit a hook shot. The Lakers inbound. Chun Feng received the pass, scanned the court, instantly locked onto Kobe's run, and without hesitation delivered a cross-court long pass with both hands. But he put too much force into it, and the ball arced too high, seemingly about to sail out of bounds. Just as the entire crowd thought it was a simple turnover, Kobe, sprinting to position, leaped from the free throw line, using his extraordinary core strength to sustain an extended hang time, stretching his long arms to snatch the impossibly high lob out of the air. Kobe landed, adjusted a step, and lightly rose for a shot. Swish. The ball cleanly netted for 2 fast break points. Could you throw it any higher, rookie? Kobe cast a sidelong glance at Chun Feng while retreating. Chun Feng shot back without hesitation. I knew you could catch it. Did you catch it or not? Did the ball go in? That pass would have been out of bounds with anyone else. You know that. Kobe looked at Chun Feng seriously. But you're Kobe. I believed you would definitely catch it. Chun Feng returned the gaze. They locked eyes for a second, said nothing more, and dispersed. The Nuggets began to focus on inside play. The combo of Camby and Martin was far stronger than the Lakers' frontcourt, and Mim and Cook couldn't hold up. Chun Feng dribbled forward and called for a pick and roll at the top of the arc. Again it was Mim. Chun Feng drove right off the screen. Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby both shifted laterally to block his path. They overlooked one person. Kobe had quietly slipped into the paint from the weak side, wide open. Chun Feng's ball flew directly toward the rim. Boom. Kobe caught the ball with both hands and slammed it violently through the hoop. Chun Feng, watching the explosive dunk, laughed and shouted praise. Old Kobe. Great cut. Kobe's lips curled subtly after landing. A rookie complimenting his cut. He had played 10 years in the NBA and won 3 championship rings. Did he need a rookie's praise? Shut up and get back on defense, Kobe said. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson observed the scene. He turned to assistant coach Brian Shaw and said, their chemistry is better than I expected. Shaw nodded. Chin knows where Kobe will run, and Kobe knows Chin will pass. That kind of instinct isn't something you can develop through practice. The third quarter ended with a score of 68-66, the Lakers holding a slim 2-point lead heading into the break. The fourth quarter began, and the battle intensified. Chun Feng continued his hot streak, driving into the paint, deftly evading defenders to score a layup for 2 more points, further solidifying the team's advantage. Both teams engaged in fierce physical play with defensive intensity at its peak. Energy drained quickly, and field goal percentages for both sides began to drop. Every point was a hard-fought battle. Chun Feng was substituted off the court, the score tied at 77-77. Kobe was weary. His breathing came faster than usual, his steps heavier than normal. Yet he continued to score, continued to defend, still carrying his team forward. Odom stepped up, sinking 2 consecutive drives to the basket. Parker also drained a 3-pointer, the team's first of the game. Meanwhile, on the Nuggets side, Anthony was showing signs of fatigue, but Miller and Camby rose to the occasion. With 13 seconds remaining, the Lakers tied the Nuggets 89 apiece. Denver took their final possession, with Miller controlling the ball to drain the clock. 5 seconds left. He drove and dished to Patterson at the corner, who released a 3-point attempt that clanged off the rim. Odom secured the rebound as regulation time expired. Overtime awaits. In overtime, both teams fielded their starting 5 without hesitation. On the court, Kobe entered his cold-blooded killer mode. Exhausted, irrelevant, fatigued, utterly disregarded. At this moment, Kobe Bryant shed all weariness, his gaze icy and piercing, his play decisive and ruthless. Every shot and every defense carried a resolve to rise from the brink, like a black mamba returning from the abyss. At the start of overtime, Kobe drove hard into the paint, executing a difficult layup against a double team to break the deadlock. In the next possession, he locked down Anthony, made a precise steal, pushed the fast break, and hit a smooth pull-up jumper from mid-range. Then, facing Patterson, Kobe exploded off the dribble, leaving him behind. He charged into the paint where Camby was ready to protect the rim. No pass, just a direct confrontation. Kobe soared, gliding through the air. Camby raised his arms, but Kobe evaded him with a graceful hang-time layup. With a thunderous jam, Kobe stunned the crowd. A reverse dunk after evading the defender. In just 3 minutes, he single-handedly scored 6 points, carrying the depleted Lakers to stay close. The Nuggets fought with all their might, with Anthony gritting through tough drives and Miller hitting precise mid-range shots, repeatedly erasing the Lakers' lead. The two sides were locked in an intense battle. With 7.6 seconds left, it was 97-97. The game was tied again. The Pepsi Center fell silent. 2-0 home fans held their breath. The Lakers had the ball. Everyone knew it would go to Kobe. The Nuggets converged with double and triple teams, blocking every possible route. Give me the ball, Kobe said, positioning himself and calling for the pass without looking back. Parker quickly delivered a bounce pass into Kobe's hands. Catch, turn, step back, release. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. Anthony's closing hand nearly touched Kobe's face, just 10 centimeters short. But those 10 centimeters became an insurmountable chasm. Kobe flew sideways in the air, completely off balance, his torso twisted like a spring. Yet in this extreme posture, Kobe's remarkable body coordination and core strength came into play. His wrist remained steady, and with a gentle flick of his fingertips, the basketball, spinning sharply, traced a golden arc through the air. The red light flashed. The buzzer sounded. Swish. Nothing but net. A game winner. 99-97. The final whistle blew instantly. The entire Pepsi Center fell into dead silence. Cold, dominant, unstoppable. In overtime, Kobe scored 10 points alone, sealing the game with a final shot. In the most commanding way, he crushed the Nuggets' home victory hopes, embodying the ultimate dominance of a superstar in the clutch. Teammates rushed onto the court surrounding Kobe in wild celebration. Shouts and cheers echoed through the arena. But beyond the crowd, Chun Feng's eyes flickered. Here it comes. Watching Kobe surrounded and gasping for breath, Chun Feng felt a restless urge building inside. Seeing the Black Mamba's legs trembling and his focus on celebrating, he thought of a playful prank that could definitely catch him off guard. But the thought barely formed before he calmed down, suppressing the mischievous impulse. Forget it. This is my first official NBA game, a pure rookie. Kobe was a league superstar, a three-time champion known for his fiery temper. If he dared to pull a prank in public, he'd likely be chased around the court and see his career end prematurely. For the sake of long-term development, he held back. Little Mamba, I'll let you off today. Chun Feng jogged over to Carmelo Anthony, who was standing dejectedly on the baseline. At that moment, Melo was filled with disappointment, his expression dazed after losing a home game on a buzzer beater. Chun Feng put on an extremely sincere fan smile, walked up to Anthony, and said with heartfelt warmth, "Brother Melo, I'm your diehard fan. I've watched you play since I was a kid. Your pull-up, your post moves, your style, they're all my models. Could you do me the honor of swapping jerseys?" Suddenly comforted by a rookie fan, the disheartened Anthony paused, felt a warm touch, and nodded, starting to take off his jersey. "Now, sly move." As Anthony bent down to remove his jersey, completely unguarded, Chun Feng reached out, gently patted Melo's firm and toned rear, and even gave a couple of light squeezes. Then with a serious face he said, "Bro, nice. Feels good, quite bouncy. How do you train your glutes? Fancy a private session sometime to work out together?" Anthony's jersey-removing motion froze mid-air, his eyes wide with utter shock. One moment he thought it was a heartwarming fan, the next moment a hand was on his rear and an invitation to train glutes. In all his years of playing, he had never seen such an outrageous move. Ding. Temporary mission completed. Reward joy points 1000. First mission completion bonus skill, Iron Bones Beginner. Damage reduction 15, recovery speed increased 15. Upgrade requires 5000 joy points. Thanks, Melo. I love you. Chun Feng snatched Anthony's jersey, stuffed his own sweaty number 35 into Anthony's hands, and turned to run. Anthony stood there holding Chun Feng's jersey, unable to process for a long time. He said he loves you, and he touched your butt. Kenyon Martin beside him struggled to suppress his laughter, shoulders shaking. Anthony was left speechless. TNT's live broadcast, which had been focused on Kobe's game-winner replay, suddenly cut to a split screen. On the screen, Chun Feng was patting Anthony's rear. Kenny Smith paused for a second. "Oh, what did I just see? That Lakers rookie touching Melo's butt. Why does Anthony look so resigned? What did he say? Anyone read lips? Looks like feels good." In the locker room, Chun Feng opened the system panel. Joy points 1000. Iron Bones Beginner equipped. Chun Feng looked at the words, Iron Bones, and thought this system must know he was going to get beaten up later, giving him a damage reduction buff in advance. Seeing that his joy points were finally no longer zero, Chun Feng took a deep breath. System allocate points. Let me see what you've got. Attribute point exchange scale based on base stats, deducting all-around bonuses. The Lakers had Kobe, and no one else could manage many shots in a single game, let alone a backup player like him. It made more sense to address his weaknesses first. Strength. Poor physical toughness was a glaring flaw, and building muscle in time wasn't feasible. The fastest solution was system attribute points. Start with defense, ball control, and passing. Having a three-point shot would be an added advantage. Consumed 1000 joy points. Strength 65-70. As soon as the attribute allocation completed, Chun Feng clenched his fist. That 5-point increase gave him a fleeting illusion that he might actually stand a chance against O'Neal. The greatest weakness of Asian guards lay in their slight frames and inability to hold their ground against physical contact. They were easily overwhelmed and often injured by NBA-level intensity. Now, with 5 extra strength points and reinforced physical conditioning, he could finally hold his position amid intense defensive battles and physical matchups. Attribute allocation was almost addictive. Chun Feng realized this after just one use. A single game had boosted his strength by 5 points. If he wanted to gain that much through training alone, it would nearly cost him his life. Or simply be impossible. Kobe stepped out of the shower room, his hair still damp. He glanced at Chun Feng, slung his bag over his shoulder, and reached the doorway. Without turning around, he said, "Your passing today was decent. Next time pass it a little lower." After the door clicked shut, Chun Feng raised his middle finger toward the empty doorway. "Decent? What's so great about that?" He looked down at the number 15 Anthony jersey in his hands, then at the system panel displaying the mission titled, Rain, in the lower region. No rush. He would wait until Kobe hit 81 points. That would be a grander occasion with far greater rewards. Whether he could safely leave the arena afterward was a separate matter entirely. The news conference hall at the Pepsi Center in Denver was bathed in brilliant light, the sound of shutters rising and falling in a continuous rhythm as a dense crowd of media journalists filled the entire venue. Following a grueling four-quarter battle and an overtime showdown, the Lakers, relying on Kobe's incredible game-winning shot with just 7.6 seconds left, managed to snatch the season opener away from the Nuggets' home court. Phil Jackson spoke first, briefly reviewing the team's defensive tenacity and effort, then quickly handed the stage over to Kobe beside him. "Kobe, you scored 10 points in the final moments of overtime and hit the game winner. How much energy did you have left at that time?" Kobe leaned back in his chair, appearing nonchalant. "Energy? Not needed. I shoot 1,000 shots every day in training for moments like this. When the ball left my hand, I knew it would go in." With 37 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists for the game, how many game winners is that in your career? Kobe answered without hesitation, "I haven't counted. But tonight's one is for the Denver fans. They've been quite enthusiastic." A reporter pressed on, "What do you think of rookie Chen Feng's performance? He had 6 points and 5 assists tonight." Kobe glanced at the reporter, for once not showing a cold face. His passing is okay." The interview quickly shifted to the subdued atmosphere of the Nuggets press area. Compared to the Lakers' triumphant and charismatic mood here, everything was tinged with the oppressive gloom of defeat. After all, losing a game, especially one decided by a buzzer beater in overtime, leaves no one in high spirits. After routine tactical questions were answered, an entertainment reporter raised a hand with a smile, posing the most explosive question of the evening, instantly igniting the entire room. "Carmelo, congratulations on a remarkable opening game." However, the cameras captured a very interesting moment after the game. Lakers rookie number 35, Chun Feng, actively approached you to exchange jerseys, and you had a brief private exchange. Your expression was quite intriguing. What did he say or do to you? Anthony's expression visibly faltered for a moment. He sighed. "He came over with such sincere enthusiasm, looking up to me with admiration, saying he had watched me play since he was a kid, and that my step back, my rhythm, and my physical play were all his models to learn from. I felt quite gratified at the time, thinking that among the younger generation in the league there was finally someone who appreciated my game. So I gladly agreed to exchange jerseys." Seeing that Anthony hadn't reached the point, the reporter pressed him for more. "And then, we seemed to catch him touching you." Anthony frowned, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. "He did touch me. He even squeezed twice, and said, 'Nice, feel pretty bouncy.' Before leaving, he also said, 'I love you.'" After saying this, Anthony looked utterly defeated, spreading his hands helplessly toward the camera, and solemnly clarified, "I must make one thing clear, bro. I have a girlfriend. I like women." A burst of laughter erupted from the journalists, and flashbulbs crazily popped. This news was 10,000 times more sensational than Kobe's game winner. The next day, sports headlines relegated Kobe's game winner to second place. The front pages were all about Chen Feng. Lakers rookie touches Melo's rear on court. Melo says, "I like women." Number 35 rookie's special hobby. Anthony harassed after game. 6 points and 5 assists. No, people will only remember he touched Carmelo's, but before the meme of Kobe the elder boundless powers could spread far, brother Melo's, but his bouncy, had already taken the entire league by storm. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' charter flight back, Bynum sat next to Chen Feng, his round face puffed up like a bun, looking sullen. "Feng, do you think I'm really not good enough?" Chen Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. "What's wrong? In the first regular season game, I only played 5 minutes and didn't score a single point." Bynum hung his head. "I averaged 17 points in the summer league. Why can't I do it in the regular season?" Chen Feng looked at him and understood. The 17-year-old, just out of high school, had high aspirations and was suddenly hit with a reality check which could easily make him feel lost. He sat up straight, patted Bynum on the shoulder, and began a motivational talk. "Andrew, listen to me. Your problem right now isn't a lack of ability, it's a lack of opportunity. The coach doesn't give you playing time not because you're bad, but because he hasn't seen your sparkle yet. How did you get those 17 points in the summer league? It was because I passed you the ball right. But now I'm also a backup and we barely get to play together. When Smush Parker handles the ball, he only has 2 options: pass to Kobe or take it himself. He doesn't even see you inside. Only when I push Parker out of the way will you truly get the easy buckets." Chen Feng lowered his voice, following up motivation with a promise. "So our common enemy right now is Smush Parker. Once I take his spot and we become the starting duo, I guarantee you'll average 20 and 10, believe me." Bynum's eyes lit up. "Really? Would I lie to you?" Chen Feng said seriously. "You have height, wingspan, weight, and touch. Except for experience, how are you any worse than Kwame Brown? You are the future of the Lakers, the man destined to succeed Shaq." Bynum was fired up, clenching his fists. "Feng, I trust you." "That's settled then." Chen Feng patted his thigh. "Train hard, all opportunities come to those who are prepared." Bynum nodded vigorously, his earlier gloom completely lifted, and he was full of spirit. Chen Feng smiled and leaned back into his seat. Tomorrow, a back-to-back home game against the Suns. Steve Nash, last season's regular season MVP, wondering how many joy points the MVP's posterior region might be worth. After defeating the Nuggets, the Lakers flew back to Los Angeles overnight. As they landed in the early hours, everyone dispersed to catch up on sleep. Chen Feng had only played for a little over 10 minutes, so he still had plenty of energy. Bynum, however, kept his head down the entire time, like a scolded golden retriever. He fell asleep on the plane and was still groggy when they landed. They had a back-to-back game against the Suns the next day. Fortunately, it was a home game, so no extra travel. On November 3rd, at 2 p.m., the Lakers held a pre-game training session at Staples Center. The sounds of sneakers squeaking and basketballs bouncing filled the air in a rhythmic harmony. Chen Feng had just changed into his black training gear and entered the court when he saw the solitary figure standing at center court. Kobe Bryant, wearing the purple and gold number 8 jersey, had a large patch of sweat on his back, and his black hair was plastered to his forehead. He repeated his moves, dribbling, changing direction, pulling up, and jumping, each shot swishing through the net with precision. Hearing footsteps, Kobe didn't turn around. He scooped up the ball with one hand and flicked his wrist. With a sharp pass, the ball flew across and landed steadily in Chen Feng's arms. "Rookie, let's play one-on-one." Chen Feng replied, "All right." As soon as he entered, he was roped into a challenge. Kobe attacked first. Chen Feng felt a blur before his eyes. It was too fast. The starting speed, explosive power, and rhythm changes of a peak Kobe were far beyond what Chen Feng could keep up with at this stage. With a simple crossover step, Kobe blew past his defender and drove into the lane. He leaped, gathered power, and executed a tomahawk dunk. The ball slammed through the hoop, causing the backboard to shake and the net to ripple. Landing steadily, Kobe turned to look at a stunned Chen Feng and delivered his trash talk. "Is that all you've got? Is that your defense? One crossover, and you're beaten clean. Are you here for a stroll?" He stepped closer, his gaze mocking. "After getting wrecked by me, are you going to run home, crying to your mom?" Chen Feng stood there speechless. Indeed, the Black Mamba's sharp tongue was as legendary as his skills, both equally annoying. He thought to himself, "I didn't offend you, did I? I was just training quietly, and here I am dragged into a one-on-one and getting taunted the whole time. What did I do to deserve this?" Despite the inner complaints, the gap in skill was undeniable. When it was Chen Feng's turn to attack, he backed down against Kobe, lowering his shoulder to push inward. Normally, Kobe would easily shove him away, but today, he frowned slightly. This kid seemed stronger than before, more solid than earlier. Kobe added pressure with his wrist to stabilize his stance. Chen Feng used the contact advantage to take a quick lateral step, feigning a drive, then faked to throw off Kobe's balance before cutting to the basket for a layup. But Kobe reacted instantly, recovering his position and closing in with long arms blocking the layup angle. The ball clanked off the rim and bounced away. But Kobe reacted instantly, recovering his position and closing in with long arms blocking the layup angle. The ball clanked off the rim and bounced away. Kobe's offense was like a kaleidoscope, leaving Chen Feng dizzy. In 5 minutes, the score was 5-0, a shutout. On the 6th play, Kobe executed a turnaround fadeaway. Chen Feng didn't lose his position this time, even got a hand in Kobe's face, but the ball still went in. "You can't guard me," Kobe said. "I know," Chen Feng replied, panting. "But can you not talk so much after every basket? Just dunk quietly. Would that kill you?" On the 7th play, Chen Feng finally managed to stop. Kobe missed a jumper, and Chen Feng grabbed the rebound only to have it stripped by Kobe, who then scored again. "You fouled. The ref didn't call it." "Well, give me a ref then." On the 8th play, Kobe missed a three-pointer, but charged in for the rebound and put it back in. "You're rebounding more aggressively than Bynum," Chen Feng teased. Kobe glanced at him. "Bynum? Who's that?" Chen Feng had no comeback for that. After dominating, the rookie, Kobe was in a good mood. Wiping his sweat, he casually brought up the previous day's highlight. "I heard you're a fan of Anthony. You grew up watching him play. I recall you're a year older than him. So did you sit courtside watching him in a past life?" Chen Feng's heart stirred. "So that's it. He's bringing up old scores. He's jealous, isn't he?" Suppressing a smile, he said seriously, "You're right. In my past life, I did watch a lot of his games." Kobe's face darkened. "You're telling me his pull-up, his rhythm, his physicality are all your learning templates?" Kobe said sourly. "Can't even pick a good template. Your taste is terrible." Chen Feng chuckled and started bantering back. "Well, actually, you're my learning template too." Kobe raised an eyebrow. "What do you learn from me? Look at my misses. Don't they look just like yours? You rookies are going to get taught a lesson on the court sooner or later." As they talked, teammates gradually arrived, and the training gym grew lively. Suicides, shooting drills, and tactical practice proceeded smoothly until 5 p.m. After a half-hour break with a couple of bananas and some energy bars, the team stepped onto the court for warm-ups. The lights blazed. Staples Center buzzed with excitement, a sea of purple and gold surging. It was the second game of the new regular season, the Lakers' first home game against the Phoenix Suns. The game began. Chen Feng watched Nash warming up on the court, already rehearsing his moves in his mind. Approach, crouch, release. A full-service routine guaranteed satisfaction. Staples Center buzzed with excitement as the DJ's resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. Now making his entrance, the Lakers' starting shooting guard, standing 6 feet 6 inches tall, hailing from Rural Merson High School, draped in the number 8 jersey, Kobe Bryant. As the announcement faded, the entire arena erupted. A thunderous unified chant of MVP, rang out continuously, and every spectator leaned forward in eager anticipation of the Black Mamba's grand entrance. Yet amid all the expectation, an incongruous figure leisurely strolled out from the player tunnel. It was Chen Feng. A cartoon duck-billed cap perched playfully atop his head, a bright red scarf tied around his neck, a petite children's backpack resting on his back, and a genuine Lakers number 8 jersey stretched across his frame, wearing Kobe's number. His hands neatly clasped behind his back, he took small, unhurried steps in a demure manner, slowly drifting toward the center of the court. With deliberate courtesy, he offered a gentle nod to the spectators in the stands around him. The roaring arena fell suddenly still. Over 10,000 fans stared with wide eyes, their faces frozen in bewildered astonishment at the absurd spectacle on the court, their cheers caught somewhere between throat and breath. Some held their beer cups suspended midair. Others watched popcorn tumble from their open mouths. A few rubbed their eyes, certain they were hallucinating. And then, laughter erupted. What on earth is this? Is he here to play basketball or attend elementary school? What is that red scarf? Someone explain. That's my daughter's elementary school bag. Identical. The entire arena burst into uncontrollable laughter, and several fans raised their phones to record the unforgettable moment. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Virginia, inside a dormitory at Oak Hill High School, a tall, slender black teenager lay hunched over a desk, a notebook, and pinned before him television, casting its glow as the Lakers vs. Suns game played on. Kevin Durant, America's top-ranked high school prospect who had tuned in specifically to study Kobe's isolation scoring technique. But the moment he switched on the television, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever. A Chinese player wearing the number 8 jersey, a small satchel on his back, and a red scarf around his neck, made his way to center court with light, deliberate steps. Durant paused, a faint expression of confusion crossing his features. The pen in his hand slipped onto the notebook with a soft click. What was this? Could the NBA truly embrace such an approach? After a moment of stunned silence, a chuckle escaped him. But as he gazed at the screen, at the figure who seemed simultaneously mortified and quietly confident, his hand drifted to his chin and his eyes grew brighter. Inspiration arrived. He seized his pen, tore off the page titled Kobe Isolation Techniques, and began scribbling rapidly on a fresh sheet. At the player tunnel entrance, Kobe, prepared to stride onto the court, brought himself to a sudden halt. His expression darkened like storm clouds, his sharp gaze locking onto the figure ahead, clad in his number 8 jersey and dressed as an elementary school student. An aura of quiet intensity radiated from him. The Lakers' starting lineup, queued behind Kobe, fell into stunned silence. After a brief moment, they covered their mouths, shoulders trembling as they fought desperately to contain their laughter. And then a second later, laughter exploded. A chime resonated. The home arena entertainment task had been completed. 1,000 joy points were added. The system prompt sounded precisely on schedule. Chen Feng could no longer maintain his composed demeanor. He hurried back to the bench, snatched a towel, and draped it over his head, burying it low to avoid the teasing glances of his teammates. Kobe walked onto the court with a somber expression. Hundreds of miles away in a CCTV 5 broadcast studio in China, the atmosphere at the commentary desk grew uneasy. Sun Jinping and Zhang Weiping, moments ago ready to ignite the air with passionate commentary, found themselves speechless before the unexpected scene on screen. After several seconds, Sun found his voice. Chen Feng of the Lakers has made his home debut in a rather distinctive manner. Zhang Weiping studied the screen, his tone filled with bemusement and warmth. Oh my, what an unexpected entrance. This is our young Chinese player Chen Feng, isn't it? Such a creative outfit. He truly is a character. Sun coughed gently. Young Chen certainly possesses individuality and imagination. Let us now turn our attention to the game about to begin. Tonight's Lakers vs. Suns matchup is indeed a focal point of the Western Conference. With a few measured words, the two commentators eased the tension and steered the conversation back to the game itself. The courtside spectacle faded, and both teams took their positions. At center court, Suns center Tim Thomas used agile footwork to gain favorable positioning and tipped the ball first. It landed in the hands of Steve Nash in the backcourt. With Amare Stoudemire sidelined due to injury, Boris Diop, the French magician, took the starting center position, but the Suns' up-tempo rhythm remained undisturbed. Nash danced with the ball as Shams Park pressed him defensively. A behind-the-back dribble sent Park trailing behind. Beyond the three-point arc, Nash handled the ball twice to set his rhythm, then flicked his wrist. A no-look bounce pass threaded through traffic to Sean Marion cutting toward the basket. The hack forward surged into the paint. Chris Mim rushed to provide help defense. Marion released the shot with remarkable quickness, softly floating a tip that kissed the backboard and dropped through the net. The Suns took an early 2-point lead. What a perfectly executed pass. Zhang praised. Nash's court vision is exceptional. The Lakers' perimeter defense appears a half-step slow. Now it was the Lakers' turn on offense. Parker brought the ball across half-court. Kobe signaled for the ball high in the post, and Parker delivered it. Kobe caught the ball directly guarded by Raja Bell, one of the league's premier defensive specialists. Known for his physical, tenacious defense, Bell clung to Kobe like a shadow, his hands active with subtle contact. Kobe employed repeated shoulder fakes and jab steps testing the defense. Bell remained disciplined and unmoved, even reaching over to gently tap Kobe's side. Unable to create separation through movement alone, Kobe executed a lateral shuffle to carve out half a step of space, then rose into his signature fadeaway jumper. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air and swished cleanly through the net. The sound of the snap echoed. A two-point jump shot answered immediately. Beautiful. Kobe is still Kobe, Zhang exclaimed with renewed energy. Only he can consistently convert such difficult fadeaways. Bell defended admirably, but it made no difference. But the Suns were finding their rhythm as a team. Nash pushed the ball in transition across the front court and immediately kicked it to Boris Diop at the right elbow. The French magician quickly flipped the pass to Tim Thomas rolling toward the basket. Thomas secured favorable positioning and scored with ease. The Lakers' interior defense had always shown clear vulnerabilities. Chris Mim, though tall, moved too slowly to keep pace with Phoenix's quick transitional rotations. Lamar Odom roamed the front court capable of generating steals and distributing passes when his timing aligned. But his performance resembled an ups and downs pattern, moments of focus alternating with lapses in positioning. Within 3 minutes, the Suns had capitalized on Nash's orchestration, with Marion Diop and Thomas all probing the Lakers' interior defense. Meanwhile, the Lakers concentrated nearly all offensive responsibility onto Kobe. The other 4 players focused primarily on defensive positioning and rebounding, occasionally releasing spot-up shots when open. On the bench, Chin Fong kept his head wrapped in a towel, playing the role of an ostrich for a full 5 minutes. That memorable entrance had been thoroughly humiliating. He stealthily peeked through a corner of the towel and noticed his teammates watching him with expressions that were difficult to interpret. Bynum, ever curious, leaned over and asked, "Brother Fong, where did you get that backpack? It looks quite nice." Chin Fong responded with a single word. "Enough." After 2 more minutes of recovery, he steadied himself. Humiliation. Humiliation was merely the price to pay. If he had already lost face, he might as well maximize the joy points in return. He pulled the towel from his head and peered onto the court. "Move. Get back on defense. Parker, you need to drive. Dribbling alone won't solve anything. Great pass, teacher Na." Again. Hey, that delivery sent Kobe all the way back to the three-point line. Once Chin Fong started speaking, he could not stop. Like a lively announcer, he called out instructions from the bench, praising Nash's passing, gently critiquing Parker's ball handling, directing the Lakers' offense. He appeared busier than the head coach himself. His teammates listened in bewilderment. "Brother, we are on the Lakers. Why are you praising Nash's passes?" Odom, who had just come off the floor, nudged him. "Shin, which side are you really on?" "I am on the Lakers, of course. But teacher Na's passes truly are excellent. I'm simply stating the facts." Odom sighed inwardly. "Very well, as long as you are satisfied." After calling out instructions for a while, Chun Fong observed Parker struggling to handle the ball against pressure and considered the Lakers' sluggish offense. He realized he could no longer remain idle. He summoned the system panel. Joy points 1000. To establish himself on the court, defense and passing alone would not suffice. He needed the ability to break down defenses through driving. System allocate points. Consumed 800 joy points. Driving rating increased from 76 to 78. Remaining joy points 200. The moment the points registered, Chun Fong clenched his fist. He could immediately feel enhanced explosiveness in his legs and improved agility in his directional changes. A driving rating of 78 was respectable for an NBA reserve. At that moment, Phil Jackson called a timeout. The Zen master rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the bench before settling finally upon Chin Fong. Smush Parker was thoroughly dominated by Nash throughout the entire game, unable to keep up on defense and turnovering repeatedly on offense. He was simply destroyed. Field level Phil Jackson could no longer remain seated. He raised his hand to signal a substitution, his gaze settling on Chun Fong on the bench, and spoke in a deep voice, "Chun, get in." Chun Fong sprang to his feet, immediately shed his practice jersey, and sprinted onto the court. During the dead ball substitution, he replaced the struggling Parker, matching up against the Suns' backup point guard, Brazilian Flash, Leandro Barbosa. The domestic livestream room instantly came alive. Sun Jungping spoke with anticipation. "The Lakers have made a change, bringing in rookie Chin Fong and pulling out Parker. Let's see if this Chinese newcomer can shift the momentum." Director Zhang immediately chimed in. They should have made this swap long ago. Parker simply couldn't keep up with the Suns' tempo. This young man has excellent physical tools, speed, explosiveness. This should be entertaining. The moment he stepped onto the court, Barbosa looked to send a message to the rookie. Relying on his speed advantage, he grabbed the ball and accelerated hard, attempting to blow past Chin Fong in one move. But Chin Fong stayed glued to him. His footwork was nimble. His 80-point on-ball defense wasn't elite, but it was more than enough to contain a Suns backup. No matter how Barbosa changed pace or direction, he couldn't shake Chin Fong. Forced into a hurried shot, it clanged off the iron miss. "Whoa, that defense is impressive." Director Zhang's eyes lit up. "Steady footwork, clean hands. He doesn't bite on fakes at all. You think Barbosa is fast? This kid's quicker." The entire arena was stunned. Who would have guessed that the kid who looked like a schoolboy had such solid defensive fundamentals? Transition offense for the Lakers. Chen Feng brought the ball up the court, facing Barbosa's tight perimeter defense. He exploded forward immediately. His 81-point explosiveness surged to full capacity combined with his 78-point driving ability. A clean crossover, he slipped past Barbosa and attacked the paint. Juve in the interior immediately rotated over to help. Chen Feng didn't force the shot, instead flicking his wrist to deliver a precise bounce pass directly to Kwame Brown. Brown, usually prone to fumbling the ball, caught it securely this time and rose up for an easy layup. 2 points. Excellent. Sun Jinping praised loudly. Sharp drive, and he's creating for his teammates. The Lakers' offense comes alive the moment Chen Feng steps on court. Director Zhang nodded enthusiastically. What a smart play. His passing vision is exceptional. Look at that pass. Perfect timing right to Brown's hands, completely comfortable. On the next possession, the Suns' offense was stifled again. Barbosa tried to push the pace on a fast break opportunity, but Chen Feng stayed with him, preventing any speed advantage. Settling into the half-court set, he dumped the ball to Juve. Facing Brown's defense, Juve launched a floater that rattled off the rim and bounced away. Mims grabbed the rebound and swung the pass to Chen Feng. Taking the ball, Chen Feng pushed the pace and just crossing half-court lobs it to Kobe, cutting up the wing. Kobe caught the ball, faked a shot to draw Bell into the air. Fading his defender, Kobe drove into the paint, drawing a double team from Marion and Juve. Everyone expected him to force the shot. Instead, Kobe flipped his wrist and threw a behind-the-back pass, finding Chen Feng cutting freely to the basket. Chen Feng caught the ball and finished with an easy layup. The two were clicking seamlessly, their chemistry impeccable. With Chen Feng on the floor, the Lakers' momentum had completely shifted. He couldn't leverage his speed at all. On offense, he could both slash through defenses and create for teammates. His connection with Odom in the front court, his pick and roll with the big men, his read and react game with Kobe, all executed with polished precision. Trailing by 8 points earlier, the Lakers saw their morale surge, stringing together a series of smooth offensive and defensive possessions. 30-31. The Lakers trailed by just 1 point. Fans throughout the arena rose to their feet, applauding as waves of cheers erupted around them. No one could have anticipated that an undrafted rookie taking the court in the final minutes of the first quarter would single-handedly rescue the game from the brink of collapse. Kobe and Odom, along with other key starters, stepped off the court for a rest, and Chen Feng led the second-unit lineup onto the floor. Facing them were the Suns' bench players Boris House, James Jones, and Grant. The defensive intensity dropped a notch compared to the starting lineup. On the first possession, Chen Feng held the ball at the top of the arc. Boris, still wary from the earlier drive, left about a half step of space and refused to press too closely. Chen Feng glanced toward the three-point line and rose up for a jump shot instantly. 1 step beyond the arc, he launched a clean pull-up jumper. No one expected it. Not even Boris, who froze for a split second. The ball arced through the air, struck the front rim, bounced twice, and then dropped through the net. Swish. The Lakers took a 3,331 lead. With the lead flipped, the crowd erupted. Some fans could barely contain themselves, marveling at the audacious three-pointer and praising the rookie's fearless edge. Chen Feng jogged back on defense with a calm expression, though inside, he was thinking to himself, it was purely luck. I can't let anyone find out. The domestic live stream exploded with excitement. Sun Jinping's voice rose above the din. Good heavens. Chen Feng with an off-the-radar three-pointer. It dropped straight in. He takes the lead right away. What courage. What decisiveness. Zhang Jidan slammed his hand on the desk. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. That kind of composure is rare for any player. A rookie facing a powerhouse like the Suns shows no fear at all. Look at Boris. He was completely caught off guard by that shot. This young man has a big-time heartbeat. The second possession began. The Suns brought the ball up, and House looked to pass to Jones. Just as the pass left his hands, a figure darted through like lightning. It was Chen Feng. He stretched out a long arm and pried the ball free. Snatching the steal, he accelerated down the court on a fast break. Boris chased hard behind him. The nickname of Brazilian Lightning was well-deserved. Near the free-throw line, Chen Feng suddenly slowed and rose up for a floater feint. Boris bid on it, jumping into the air. Chen Feng glided past him and finished with a soft layup, extending the lead to 3,531. Suns head coach D'Antoni could no longer sit still. He stood up and called a timeout. On the Suns bench, D'Antoni paced angrily, directing his frustration at House and Boris. Their expressions turned somber as he questioned their effort and focus. How did you lose control of a game against a rookie? Are you moving like lightning or like a slow turtle? And you, House, put some care into your passes. On the other side of the court, the Lakers bench glowed with warmth. Teammates approached Chen Feng one after another to exchange high fives. Bynum, especially energized, nearly lifted Chen Feng's hand with his enthusiastic greeting. Feng Ji, that fake was incredible. Boris actually jumped. Bynum's eyes sparkled with admiration, looking at Chen Feng like a devoted fan. Stay calm, stay calm. Chen Feng waved his hand gently. It's just a bucket. It's not a game winner. His words sounded composed, yet the faint curve of his lips betrayed his quiet satisfaction. After the break, the mood shifted noticeably. D'Antoni, with a stern expression, ordered a dedicated defensive assignment for Chen Feng. Though he was an unknown rookie, undrafted, and unproven his brief stretch, Those deep threes, the steal and score leading the bench unit, had already awakened the Suns' coaching staff to his potential. The game plan was straightforward. Boris would stay in front of Chin Feng at all times with House ready to rotate. The moment Chin Feng touched the ball and began to drive, double coverage would close in. A role player was now being guarded with the intensity usually reserved for starters. Chin Feng's driving lanes disappeared almost entirely, and the pace of the game gradually slowed. Without Chin Feng's penetration and kickouts, the Lakers' second unit grew stagnant. The Suns, still uneasy from what they had witnessed, played with caution and avoided pushing the tempo. Points came slowly, and the margin remained tight. The game settled into a measured rhythm as the second quarter wound toward its midpoint with just over 5 minutes remaining. D'Antoni made a sweeping gesture, and the Suns' starting five returned to the floor. Nash, Dial, Marion, Rajabell, and Kurt Thomas all back in position. Seeing all five Suns starters back on the court, coach Phil Jackson responded in kind, making his own substitutions to match the shift. Chin, how did you come up with that in trance? On the bench, Luke Walton leaned over, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. You know, at the start of the game, wearing Kobe's jersey, that elementary school hat, and a red scarf. What were you thinking? Chin Feng pulled the towel off his face. It was my first home game. I wanted to leave a lasting impression on the home fans and bring a little joy to everyone. Isn't basketball supposed to be about happiness? Walton's eyes were full of admiration. So you chose to embarrass yourself to bring joy to everyone. Something like that. You're incredible. After both teams returned their starters, the fierce battle resumed. The Lakers had briefly taken the lead thanks to a scoring run early in the second quarter, but the Suns closed the gap even faster. Their running gun offense was no joke. Just as you scored, Nash had already crossed half-court. Marion was charging toward the basket, the ball faster than the players faster than the defense. In just a few possessions, the Lakers' slim lead evaporated, and they found themselves trailing by 5 points. The latter half of the second quarter was entirely the Suns' rhythm. Marion's fast break dunks, Diaw's high post playmaking, Bell's corner threes. Wave after wave, the Lakers could not stop them. Kwame Brown's Butterfingers also made a comeback. Kobe managed to break through the defense and deliver a brilliant pass, but Brown fumbled it, gifting the Suns 2 easy fast break opportunities. Kobe's face turned grim. He scolded Kwame on the spot. Even my grandma could catch that ball. Kwame Brown hung his head, not daring to utter a word. Insiders knew that this guy had already developed a psychological shadow from Jordan's scolding back in Washington. Now, with the Lakers facing a Kobe even more obsessive than Jordan, he barely dared to breathe. At halftime, the Lakers trailed 52-64. The atmosphere at Staples Center grew heavy, and the cheers from the fans were barely audible. During the intermission, Phil Jackson did not scold them much. He simply drew a few routes on the whiteboard, then looked at Chin Feng. You'll start the third quarter with the starters. Parker, you rest. Parker's expression darkened, but he did not argue. Chin Feng nodded, knowing this was his opportunity. A chance to share the court with Kobe for an extended period. Jackson continued laying out the strategy. Chin, you'll have full control of the ball in the third quarter to dictate the tempo. Don't get caught up in the Suns' fast pace. Settle into the half-court, slow things down, and dismantle their transition game. Kobe, focus on off-ball movement, cuts, spacing, positioning. Chin will find you. Kobe shot a glance at Chin Feng. You'd better actually find me. The second half began quickly. The Lakers set up in the half-court, and Chin Feng stood at the top of the arc with the ball. He waited, waiting for an opportunity. On the weak side, baseline, Kobe suddenly burst into motion. Without any warning, he lowered his center of gravity, made a sharp reverse cut against his defender, and instantly shook off Bell's press, slicing into the open space at the free throw line for a mid-range shot. The moment Kobe broke free and his foot hit the floor, Chin Feng's pass arrived, almost instantaneously, perfectly synchronized. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the ball threaded through 2 gaps in the Suns' defense and landed precisely in Kobe's hands. Kobe caught the ball, lifted, jumped, and released in one fluid motion. A mid-range pull-up jumper. Nothing but net. 2 points. The Suns quickly inbound and pushed the pace. Nash brought the ball across half-court with speed, ready to execute his trademark 7-second offense to score quickly and suppress the Lakers' rising momentum. Chin Feng raced back to set a defensive angle, blocking Nash's driving lane. Odom's help rotation was also in place, forcing the Suns into a rushed half-court shot. The long 2-pointer clanked off the rim, a missed fast break opportunity. Odom grabbed the rebound, and the Lakers quickly pushed the transition. Chin Feng faced Diaw at the top of the arc again. He executed a smooth hesitation dribble, accelerated past Diaw's lateral slide, in one swift move penetrated the heart of the free throw area and tore through the Suns' entire defense. The Suns' interior defenders were forced to collapse, drawing all attention to Chin Feng's driving path, clogging the paint. Just as everyone expected Chin Feng to either finish through contact or continue his drive to find a cutter, his vision remained remarkably calm. He caught a glimpse of Brian Cook standing completely open in the right corner. With a stylish flick of his wrist, Chin Feng threaded a cross-court pass cleanly through the crowd, landing perfectly in Cook's hands. Cook caught the ball, adjusted his stance, steadied his breath, and released the shot. Swish! The three-pointer ripped through the net. 57-64. The Lakers cut the deficit further. On the sideline, Suns head coach Mike D'Antoni's face darkened. He immediately rose from the bench and roared decisively, "Timeout." D'Antoni slammed his fist onto the clipboard. "What are you doing? I can accept not being able to stop Kobe. He's one of the league's elite scorers." His fury grew as he pointed at Chin Fong on the Lakers' side, his voice filled with exasperation. "But you can't even contain an undrafted rookie. A rookie just entering the league. A young man who didn't even make the second round. He's tearing our entire defense apart. Passing, penetrating, playmaking, cutting the lead. He's making fools of all of us. Where is our rotation? Where is our defensive intensity? Where has our focus gone? Everyone adjust the defensive strategy. Don't overcommit to blocking Chin's shot. Focus on cutting off all his passing lanes. No matter where he dribbles, the nearest defenders must immediately collapse and seal every passing angle. Don't give him any easy outlet. Make it impossible for him to comfortably deliver the ball to his teammates. Cut off his passing chain, and the Lakers' team offense will grind to a halt." The timeout ended and the game resumed. The Suns gradually regained their rhythm on both ends through Nash's orchestration, stabilizing the game. But the Lakers were riding a wave of momentum, their offense blazing. Every player was fully engaged, launching relentless attacks. They steadily chipped away at the deficit, and by the end of the third quarter, they had narrowed the gap to just 1 point. Chin Fong played the entire third quarter, expending tremendous energy. By the decisive fourth quarter, he was physically drained and could only rest on the bench. The Lakers brought in Smush Parker. Without Chin's playmaking and organization, the Lakers' offensive fluidity dropped sharply. They ultimately could not withstand the Suns' relentless run-and-gun assault, repeatedly losing battles in transition. In the end, the Lakers were unable to mount a comeback, losing 112-122. Kobe fought alone, battling for 41 minutes and 11 seconds, shooting 13 of 26 for 39.7 rebounds and 5 assists, but his all-out effort was not enough to turn the tide. Chin Fong played 20 minutes, recording 11 points and 7 assists in a stellar performance. Smush Parker logged 21 minutes, scoring 15 points with 2 assists, but committing 3 turnovers. The final buzzer sounded and Suns players celebrated on the sideline. Nash and Marion bumped chests, Bell and Dia exchanged high-fives while Barbosa leaped from the bench and bounced onto the court in celebration. Chin Fong walked up to Bynum, patted his shoulder, and spoke with genuine warmth. "Andrew, others may not recognize your talent, but I see it clearly." Bynum had been wondering where to get a new hairstyle tonight to turn his luck around. Sitting on the bench for the entire first regular season game was probably because the coach disliked that particular look. Chin Fong continued with a straight face, "You're only 18 years old, and you already deserve the title, Little Shaq. Give me another 10 years of growth and you'll evolve into a behemoth of the deep, dominating the entire NBA paint. What about O'Neal? What about Howard? In the future, you'll overshadow them all. You are the franchise center of the league's future. Tonight's loss has nothing to do with you. It's purely your teammates holding you back. When have I ever lied to you?" Chin Fong said with an expression of unwavering honesty. "Every time you demanded the ball in the post, I saw it. As long as I deliver the pass, you're capable of averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds. Believe me, you are the answer for the Lakers in the paint." Those wildly exaggerated promises stunned Bynum completely. An 18-year-old rookie had never been praised so lavishly before. Bynum set aside his thoughts of getting a new haircut and stood straight with his chest puffed out. "Bro Fong, you're right. You can say more. Are we best brothers?" Chin Fong asked, looking at Bynum. "Of course. We've been best brothers since Summer League." "Good. I need a favor later, and you'll help me, right?" "What is it?" "I'll definitely help you." "That's right." Chin Fong had already prepared for a season-long objective, targeting Nash of the Suns. A point guard like him. If only he could unlock some special skill. Ever since he used joy points twice, Chin Fong had become completely addicted. Without completing system tasks, he simply refused to advance. Chin Fong moved on to Laster Odom, sighing heavily with deep regret. "Lamar, honestly speaking, you've been wronged." Odom paused. "Wronged? More than wronged." Chin Fong shook his head, wearing an expression that suggested he understood everything. "With your versatility, basketball IQ, and two-way abilities, you could go to any team in the league and immediately become their undeniable star. You can handle the ball, run offenses, play defense, and grab boards. No other player in the entire league matches your all-around forward profile. The only reason you're stuck as a secondary option here is not because of any lack of ability. It's because Kobe stands above everyone as one of the greatest superstars in history. On any other team, you'd already be the cornerstone, the undisputed leader." Odom suddenly felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him. He had spent his entire career accepting lesser roles without complaint, yet for the first time someone had seen through his sacrifices so completely and described them with such convincing exaggeration. The frustration from the loss evaporated instantly. His gaze toward Chin Fong softened considerably. This was another key piece secured. Next came Cook. Chin Fong patted his shoulder and offered exaggerated praise. "Cook, you were absolutely the unsung hero today. Your positioning, steady shooting, and diligent defense. You're the rarest type of reliable role player in the entire league, the kind every champion team fights over. No one here bears responsibility for tonight's loss. Chris, you're the anchor of our frontcourt. Without your rim protection, the opposing team would have scored 20 more points. Your interior defense annihilates every starting big man in the league. Finally, Chen Feng spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. Boss, you're the greatest basketball player I've ever seen. Without you, how could the Lakers win 3 championships in a row? It's entirely because of you holding everything together. What about O'Neal? He means nothing without you. The Lakers would have fallen apart long ago without Kobe Bryant. You are the king of this franchise forever and always. On this team there is only one boss, and that is you, Kobe Bryant. You're also the leader of us all, the big brother. I look up to the basketball god in my heart. Kobe was thoroughly creeped out by Chen Feng's words. Did you do something wrong? Or is the team trying to trade you? No, I'm just speaking from my heart. These are my true feelings. With that, Chen Feng ran toward Nash, who was still celebrating with his teammates on the court. Steve, you played amazingly well today. Congratulations on the win. Chen Feng opened his arms with an expression full of admiration. Do you know? I grew up watching you play. Since childhood, you've been my idol and role model. Forget Kidd or Stockton, you surpassed them all. You are the god of the point guard position, the greatest point guard in history. Nash, caught off guard by this sudden barrage of praise, smiled politely. Thank you. You played pretty well yourself today. As my idol, Chen Feng interrupted, stepping forward and embracing Nash tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. You'll forgive me, right? Nash blinked in confusion. Forgive you? What forgive? Before he could finish, Chen Feng released him and suddenly dropped into a squat. His hand slipped quickly to Nash's waist, then pressed upward with interlaced fingers, index and middle fingers extended. Chen Feng delivered a textbook groin strike straight from the front. Fast, precise, ruthless, direct hit, immediate devastation. The next second, Nash's body arched violently as a piercing cry escaped his lips, his entire frame nearly lifting off the ground. His face flushed crimson instantly, both hands clutching below, eyes wide with utter disbelief as he stared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng sprinted back toward his teammates at full speed, glancing over his shoulder and shouting, Not my fault. Not my fault. I don't know anything. Nash doubled over, unable to speak from the pain. The Suns players initially hadn't realized what had happened, but upon seeing Nash's agonized expression and hunched posture, they erupted immediately. What the hell did you do? Marion was the first to charge over, his face dark with fury. Barbosa and Bell followed close behind, flames practically erupting from their eyes. Dia tossed aside his towel and strode forward urgently. Though they hadn't fully grasped what occurred, Nash's expression made it clear this was far from an ordinary embrace. Chen Feng darted back to the Lakers bench and disappeared into the crowd. Andrew, block them. He shoved Bynum forward. Though still confused about what was happening, Bynum saw Chen Feng's panicked expression and instinctively spread his arms wide to block Marion. What are you doing? Bynum called out. Move. What did your number 35 do to our boss? Marion roared. Players from both teams began shoving each other. Odom stepped forward to shield Chen Feng, while Walton and Cook circled around as well. Though the Lakers had no idea exactly what Chen Feng had done, they couldn't simply stand by while their rookie was surrounded. Let's talk this out. No violence. Odom held up both hands, attempting to de-escalate. Let him out first. Marion wouldn't back down. Peering from behind Bynum, Chen Feng added, Steve, if I told you I was possessed and couldn't control my own body, would you believe me? Nash was still recovering from the pain when he heard this, his face filled with bewilderment. Possessed? Why not say you summoned a spirit? You're lying. Barbosa pointed accusingly at Chen Feng. You did it yourself, and now you're blaming it on ghosts. Marion raised his fist, ready to charge forward. Enough. All eyes turned toward the bench where Kobe had risen to his feet. His gaze swept over Chen Feng, then Bynum, then the Suns players, before settling finally on Nash. Steve, are you alright? Kobe's voice carried no particular emotion. Nash straightened up, took a moment to recover, and watched the pain gradually fade from his face, replaced by a complicated mix of resignation and disbelief. He looked at Kobe, then at Chen Feng hiding behind Bynum, and shook his head. This rookie of yours is quite unique. Kobe naturally understood exactly what Chen Feng had done. He had witnessed the entire sequence from the crouch to the strike. Smooth, decisive, executed with the practiced ease of someone who had rehearsed it countless times. Kobe's first thought was that this kid was completely unhinged. His second thought was that it was also remarkably cunning. He's a rookie. He doesn't understand boundaries. Kobe's tone carried a hint of apology, then he turned and shot Chen Feng a sharp glance. Get over here. Chen Feng emerged from behind Bynum, head bowed, and obediently walked over to Kobe. Apologize, Kobe said. Chen Feng looked up at Nash with a sincerely contrite expression. Steve, I'm sorry. I got carried away. You're an MVP, my idol. I shouldn't have expressed my admiration in that way. Nash glared at the rookie, still feeling the lingering ache, but he also understood that dragging this out served no one. They were in Lakers territory, and Kobe had already stepped in to take responsibility. Pursuing it further would only make him appear petty. Next time, Nash carefully chose his words, a hug will suffice. No hands needed. Absolutely, absolutely. Chen Feng nodded vigorously. Nash turned and walked toward the tunnel, then paused after a few steps and glanced back at Kobe. That rookie of yours is quite remarkable and bold. I know. He's nothing but trouble. Though the Suns players remained resentful their boss had spoken, so they let it go. Before leaving, Marion shot Chin Feng a fierce glare and muttered, "Next time we meet, watch yourself." Chin Feng waved innocently. "Brother Marion, I grew up watching you play too. You're my idol." Marion nearly lost his temper and turned back, but Barbosa quickly pulled him away. Arena security, seeing the situation settle, also dispersed. Confused spectators in the stands whispered among themselves. Some had already pulled out their phones to check forms while others recorded the entire incident. Chin Feng crouching, striking, and Nash's anguished cry, sending it viral across social media. What did that guy just do to Nash? Looks like he punched him somewhere. What kind of move is that? Lakers rookie, Chin Feng from China. Chinese martial arts. Maybe dim sum, pressing pressure points. Pressing the wrong pressure point. Meanwhile in China during midday, fans watching the live stream commented enthusiastically over lunch. What did I just see? What did Chin Feng do to Nash? The 1,000-year kill. It was the 1,000-year kill. Chin Feng took Nash down. Holy crap, this guy's got serious guts. Nash was last season's MVP. So how was Nash's responsiveness? Online waiting for answers. Isn't your focus a little off? No, but why would he do something like that? Maybe it's his way of showing admiration. That's one abstract way to show respect. Never mind. I'm going to finish my second bowl of rice. In the Lakers locker room, only Kobe and Chin Feng remained. Chin Feng stood with his shoulders slumped and hands clasped in front of him, looking every bit the obedient rookie. Kobe massaged his forehead wearily. Next time you plan something like this, give me a heads up. I'd rather not be nearby when it happens. I was more worried I'd lose control and actually hurt you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the season mission. Reign in the region, 110. Remaining completions 9 times. Reward, 2,000 joy points earned. Triggered skill drop. Steve Nash's signature legendary skill Wind Rhythm. Wind Rhythm top tier ball handling and running gun skill. Skill effect ball handling and passing attributes increase by 9 simultaneously. Ball carrying speed and fast break finishing ability increase by 9. Nash's skill. The regular season MVP, a historic point guard whose passes were like magic tricks. This is far more valuable than adding a few attribute points. He carefully read the skill description. The increase was 9 and not a fixed number, but a percentage. That meant the stronger he became, the greater the bonus from this skill. While he was pleased, he casually asked the system if this skill could be upgraded. The system's mechanical voice replied slowly, Jordan's offense-defense integration is already at its peak perfection. There is no upgrade. Nash's Wind Rhythm was also a single move he perfected over his lifetime, already maxed out. Only the earlier gifted Iron Bones was a beginner skill that could be upgraded later with joy points. Alright, so 2 top-tier skills maxed out is fine enough. Let's take stock. Previously had 200, just got 2,000, total 2,200 joy points. Chin Feng's gaze fell on the attribute panel, his fingers tapping in the air, as if doing calculations. Ball handling 82, of which 5 points came from the offense-defense integration bonus. His base was only 77. Passing 81, a also with a 5-point bonus, base 76. Fast break 70, a base 65. The joy points cost for adding points was calculated based on the base attributes, not the boosted ones. For the 71-80 range, each point cost 400 joy points. Work on ball handling first. A point guard's lifeline. If his dribbling is unstable, everything else is useless. System add 3 points to ball handling. Consumed 1,200 joy points. Base ball handling 7,780. Boosted ball handling 85. Chin Feng clenched his fist. He felt nothing special. But the number on the panel had changed to 85. This value was already at an excellent level among NBA point guards. Add 2 points to passing. Consumed 800 joy points. Base passing 7,678. Boosted passing 83. Finally, with 200 left, he put all into fast break, raising it from 70 to 71. System, open the panel. Player info: name Chin Feng, 35, age 22, position PG, team Lakers, height 191 centimeters, weight 86 kilograms, wingspan 203 centimeters. Current joy points 0. Skills: offense defense integration top tier. All attributes 5, offense ability 9, defense ability 9. Wind rhythm top tier. Ball handling and passing 9, ball carrying speed and fast break ability 9. Iron Bones beginner. Injury reduction 15, recovery speed 15, upgrade, requires 5,000 joy points. Offensive attributes: shooting 77, ball handling 85, passing 83, driving 78, fast break 71, a low post 65. Physical attributes: speed 83, explosion 81, a jump 75, strength 70, a coordination 77, stamina 80. Defensive attributes: steal 74, block 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, a rebound 65, box out 73. Overall rating 81. Chin Feng stared at the number 81, his mouth corners refusing to go down, failing to manage his expression. With the attribute points boost and skill bonuses, his overall rating reached 81. This was only the second regular season game. The progress was undeniably significant. Indeed, no matter how hard you work, it's not as good as having a system cheat. Tonight, when Chun Feng sleeps, the blanket may not be able to contain his laughter. Manhattan, New York, 645, Fifth Avenue. 66th floor of the Olympic Tower NBA Commissioner's office. David Stern sat behind his desk with several core executives sitting across from him. Documents were spread on the table. The first page was a complaint letter from the Phoenix Suns. Stern picked up the document. We received a complaint from the Suns this morning. Head coach D'Antoni complained that the Lakers' Chun Feng had engaged in inappropriate behavior towards Steve Nash after the game in public. Although later examination showed that Nash had no major physical issues. But according to accompanying staff on the return chartered flight, the sleeping Nash suddenly stirred his expression somewhat uneasy, and he murmured softly, "No, that can't be." This incident was enough to show that it had caused him considerable psychological trauma. The Suns alleged that this action severely offended Nash's personal dignity, publicly damaged the decorum of players, and strongly demanded that the league impose a heavy penalty on Chun Feng. A gulp of coffee sprayed from an executive's mouth, while others covered their mouths, all stifling laughter. Stern glanced at them. In his over 20 years as NBA commissioner, he had seen fights, verbal abuse, drug use, and gun possession, but he had never seen anyone attack an opponent in this manner. Commissioner Adam Silver spoke first, his expression serious. No one in the league has ever committed such an act on the court. Chun Feng's violation of Nash has severely damaged the league's image. I recommend a 5-game suspension and a $5,000 fine to set an example. The operations director immediately shook his head. I object. Silver frowned at him. The operations director said unhurriedly, the commissioner is vigorously promoting the NBA's globalization strategy, especially the Chinese market. Yao Ming's success has boosted NBA viewership in China by nearly 300. Chun Feng is currently the only Chinese guard in the NBA, and undrafted players inspiring underdog story highly topical. He paused for a moment, then added, moreover, Chun Feng didn't cause any physical harm to Nash. From a legal perspective, it's more like a prank. Silver tried to argue, but Adam Stern interrupted him. Do you want all Chinese fans to think we are targeting their player? Silver opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Stern leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. He had never considered right or wrong, only interest mattered. What would suspending Chun Feng bring? The Suns' gratitude. Nash's face. None of these were valuable. But not suspending him would bring Chinese fans goodwill, countless discussions and traffic, and an ESPN headline. A fine of $2,500, no suspension, Stern declared. Notify the Lakers to issue a warning to Chun Feng internally, and let this be a one-time exception. The executives nodded in agreement except for Silver, whose expression remained displeased. In Los Angeles, inside Chun Feng's rented room, he lay on the bed browsing his computer. The headline read, Lakers rookie Chun Feng fined $2,500 for inappropriate conduct against Nash. The comment section below had erupted. $25,000. Is Nash's dignity only worth $25,000? Chun Feng, I only earn a few thousand per game, and the fine is $25,000. This season's earnings are all gone. Chun Feng stared at the number, 2500, feeling a sharp pang of regret. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Bob. Bob, please handle the fine for me. Deduct it from my account. Already paid. The league's efficiency is higher than you think. 25,000. How much do I even earn per game? That's why you need to take endorsements. That hemorrhoid cream brand I mentioned last time is quite sincere. Chun Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Hemorrhoid cream. Because I poke Nash, they think I fit the product image. Exactly. They believe your precise targeting of that area shows a unique understanding of anal health. Bob, can you speak normally? I am being normal. Do you want to take it? $150,000 a year, just shoot a commercial. Chun Feng was tempted. $150,000 could cover 6 fines and still leave a few thousand. How do they want me to shoot it? You sit on the toilet holding the product and say to the camera, when petals wither and the ground is strewn, my choice will see you through. Bob, are you messing with me? After all, he was the rising Chinese guard in the league, possessing 2 legendary skills with a promising future. If he shot such an absurd commercial, his hard-earned reputation would be ruined. The ad copy was written by them. Will you say it? Isn't there a normal endorsement? I'm now considered the top guard in Asia. Doesn't anyone see my potential? There is, Bob said slowly. Nike has approached us proactively, offering a 4-year, $2 million shoe contract. This treatment is 10 times what your countryman, the former top pick, Yao Ming, received. Now, after 2 consecutive standout games, your popularity is at its peak. Brands are especially optimistic about your commercial value. Chun Feng's eyes flickered, but he had his own plans. A 4-year term is too long. I won't consider it for now. Only short-term collaborations. Let's talk about shoe endorsements after I raise my value. Aren't you afraid your value might drop? If it drops, I'll accept it. But I bet it will rise. Bob sighed. Fine, you're the boss. What about the hemorrhoid cream? $150,000 easy money, and you don't want it. My image is already that of the Chinese guy who poked a butt. If I shoot a hemorrhoid cream ad, I'll never shake it off. Once I prove my worth, legitimate brands will come to me. Chun Feng hung up and tossed his phone on the bedside. At the training facility, as the Zen master arrived at the entrance, he heard intense sounds from inside. There were shouts, the squeak of shoes on the wooden floor, and the heavy impact of physical contact. He walked in. Two players were engaged in a one-on-one half-court duel. Kobe pressed tightly against Chen Feng, taunting, "Is this all you've got? Is this what a man plays like? Last night, when you poked Nash, you weren't this weak. Where's your strength? Where's your drive? You know you're as soft as a woman now. Enough." Chen Feng, full of frustration, lowered his shoulder, used his strength to nudge Kobe half a step, dribbled, and took a jump shot, which clanged off the rim. After landing, Chen Feng panted and retorted, "Kobe, I heard that when Shaq was around you were his bag carrier. You even specialized in cleaning his backside. If you ever stop playing, you won't be out of work with that skill." Kobe's expression shifted instantly. The mention of Shaq clearly struck a nerve. He lunged forward, pressing against Chen Feng, his elbow wedged into Chen Feng's ribs, just like on the first day of training camp. "You've reminded me, rookie. From now on, you'll be my personal bag carrier. Forget about cleaning my backside. You're not worthy. Go clean Phil's, who I hear he's had decades-old hemorrhoids." On the sidelines, Jackson's face darkened like a pot. He regretted ever stepping into the gym. He never expected his private ailment to be casually blurted out by Kobe in front of everyone, catching him completely off guard. "Enough. Stop. Are you trying to kill each other?" The two players halted, but their eyes still clashed. One hand on hip, the other with an elbow out. They looked more like bitter rivals than teammates. From the confrontation between Chen Feng and Kobe, Phil Jackson sensed that Chen Feng had improved. His ball control was steadier, and his strength seemed to have increased slightly. Previously, he would back down when Kobe pushed him. Now at least he could hold his ground. "Chen, have you been working on strength training?" the Zen master asked. Before Chen Feng could answer, Kobe replied for him, "He hasn't gained strength, he's gained nerve. He dares to talk back to me now." "I was just stating the facts," Chen Feng muttered. "Say that again." "I said your shooting form is really elegant." Kobe suppressed his anger, turned, and walked away. After 2 steps, he came back. "One more round." Chen Feng cursed inwardly, quietly rubbing his sore chest and the bruised marks on his waist. "No more? People will say I'm bullying an old man. I'll let you off today." He then jogged to the side to practice shooting. "Chen, I don't know why you did what you did after the game yesterday, but I sincerely advise you to be more cautious in the future." Aaron McKee approached, offering the goodwill of a veteran. Nash has always been mild and steady, not the type to lose his temper. If it had been someone with a hotter temper in the league, what you did yesterday might have led to a fight on the spot. Also, you know, in America there are all kinds of people. Some have particular tastes. After the game, they might take you to a secluded place and do the same thing to you. "McKee, I understand what you mean." Chen Feng rubbed the bruise on his waist from Kobe's elbow, wincing in pain. "But Steve Nash isn't hot-tempered, so I could walk out of the gym alive. If it were Anthony, I'd have to be more careful." McKee nodded. "As long as you know, with your on-court performance, if you keep it up, the starting spot on the Lakers is yours. You don't need these antics to get attention. I'll keep that in mind." Chen Feng patted McKee's shoulder. "If I ever get into a fight, you have to help me." McKee chuckled helplessly. "Another time. Just in case. You? I hope there won't be a next time." McKee shook his head and walked away. After training, as Chen Feng was packing up, assistant coach Brian Shaw approached. "Chen, Phil wants to see you." Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. A private talk with the Zen master usually meant something serious. He entered Jackson's office. Phil Jackson sat in his chair holding a newspaper. "Sit." Chen Feng sat down, hands on his knees like a student called to the principal's office. "Chen, you've played well in the last 2 games. Consistent stats, few turnovers, and your chemistry with Kobe is improving." The coach praised first, then shifted tone. "But some of your actions on the court." "Coach, let me finish." Jackson raised a hand to stop him. "What you did to Nash, I don't want to see it again." Chen Feng lowered his head. "Coach, it was an accident. I know you didn't mean harm, but you're a Laker now. Your actions represent the team. I don't want to see another ESPN headline, 'Lakers rookie pokes someone else.'" "Coach, I understand." Chen Feng didn't hesitate, his expression earnest, almost as if raising his right hand to swear. Jackson stared at him. Chen Feng felt nervous inside, but kept his face still. "Do you really understand?" "Yes. I promise I won't do anything like that to Nash again." Jackson nodded. "Good. You can go." The Lakers opened their 3rd regular season game of the season, hosting the Denver Nuggets at the Staples Center. Before the game tipped off, the NBA announced the inaugural weekly best players for the Western and Eastern Conferences. Eastern Conference Player of the Week T.J. Ford, guard for the Milwaukee Bucks. Western Conference honors went without controversy to the Lakers' cornerstone Kobe Bilibute. He averaged a staggering 33, 0 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2.0 steals across those 2 games. Chen Feng stood beyond the 3-point arc, caught the pass, rose up, and drained a clean shot. He shot again and scored once more. The touch was warm. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced across the court at Kobe. Kobe was working on his mid-range game, his movements as smooth as ever. Chen Feng gathered the ball and walked over. "Old Kobe, you won Weekly Player of the Week. Does that mean you're treating the boys to something? Let's celebrate you." Kobe let out a cold chuckle and glanced sideways at him. "Want me to find 10 or 8 beautiful models and throw you a swimsuit party?" Chen Feng's eyes lit up. "Now that's what I call living well, old Kobe." "When? Where?" Kobe immediately cursed him off. In the previous 2 regular season games, Chen Feng, a rookie undrafted free agent, had averaged 18 minutes per game and put up a remarkable 5 points and 6 assists. In fewer than 18 minutes of action, he delivered such numbers that his efficiency rating ranked second on the team, only behind Kobe. His passing vision, ball security, and calmness in clutch moments had already won over the Lakers faithful. On social media, calls for Chen Feng to start grew louder. On local Los Angeles forums, fans even launched a petition. Give Chen Feng more minutes. He deserves a starting spot. Parker's defense is passable, but his offense is painfully weak. Chen Feng's playmaking is leagues ahead. Phil, are you watching? Put Parker on the bench. Start Chen Feng. This rookie is on another level. The Lakers just struck gold. This wave of praise deeply rattled Smush Parker. He had assumed that with no depth at guard, he would hold the starting job through the entire season. A nobody undrafted Asian kid. He wasn't even worthy of holding Parker's shoes. And yet, after just 2 games, his position was now shaky. The coach favored Chen Feng. The fans favored Chen Feng too. The game began. The Staples Center was packed to capacity. The Nuggets rolled out their starting 5-point guard Andre Miller, shooting guard Washington Leonard, small forward Cameron Anthony, power forward Kenyon Martin, and center Marcus Campbell. The Lakers countered with their starting lineup: point guard Smush Parker, shooting guard Kobe Billabute, small forward Lamar Odom, power forward Brian Cook, and center Chris Mim. Denver started hot, racing out to a 7-2 lead. Anthony hit a turnaround jumper, Martin followed with a slam dunk, and Leonard drained a 3. The Lakers' only response came from Kobe's mid-range jumper, while Parker turned the ball over repeatedly, even launching air balls. The coach on the sidelines furrowed his brow, but held off on calling a timeout. Parker grew increasingly frisky. He caught the ball and immediately rose up for a contested 3-pointer, missing badly. Mim grabbed the offensive rebound and kicked it out to Kobe, who knocked down a mid-range jumper. 7-4. 4 minutes into the game, the coach called timeout. The score read 10-6, with the Lakers trailing by 4. Parker, what are you doing? The coach's tone was sharp, his frustration with Parker's play clearly mounting. Parker hung his head, saying nothing. Seeing no defense from him, the coach turned his attention elsewhere. Lamar, you need to body up on Anthony. Keep him from settling into his game. He likes operating in the post, so front him and make it difficult for him to receive the ball comfortably. Cook, rotate on the weak side and watch for Martin's cuts. Campbell is strong on the boards. Box out and deny him position so he can't crash the glass. The coach's gaze swept across the bench and landed on Chen Feng. Chen, you're going in for Parker? Kwame replaced Chris. Parker's expression darkened and he pulled a towel over his head. Timeout over. Chen Feng and Kwame Brown walked onto the court together. Chen Feng brought the ball up and Miller pressed him. Chen Feng drove hard off a crossover, blowing past Miller before he could recover. The wind rhythm enhancement made his acceleration even quicker than before. The Nuggets' interior players were still straggling back from midcourt. Facing a recovering Anthony, Chen Feng powered through for a layup. 2 points. 10-8. Denver answered on their next possession. Miller drove and dished to Martin, who drew the help defense before finding Leonard in the corner for a 3-pointer. 13-8. Lakers possessed. Chen Feng drove and kicked out to Brian Cook, who had stepped onto the 3-point line. The stretch 4 caught and shot. Swish. Clean through the net. 13-11. On the next play, Chen Feng stripped Miller, drove again, and swung it to Cook, who caught and buried another 3 in succession. 13-14, and the Lakers had taken the lead. Cook had knocked down 2 consecutive threes, sending the Staples Center crowd into a frenzy. On his way back on defense, Cook gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. Nice dish. Kobe was not about to be left out. Against the Nuggets' interior enforcer Campbell, Kobe used a sharp crossover, exploded into the paint, and rose up for a thunderous tomahawk jam over Campbell. The arena erupted. Campbell stumbled backward, flustered. From that point forward, Chen Feng continued to dimes for his teammates. The Nuggets' defense could not contain the Lakers' attack. In the second and third quarters, the Lakers found their rhythm. Kobe poured in 12 points in 1 quarter alone. Mim and Kwame Brown attacked the rim in alternation, while Odom contributed on both ends of the floor. When the third quarter ended, the scoreboard read 92-70, a commanding 22-point advantage. The game was well and truly in the fourth quarter garbage time. Chen Feng sat on the bench, unscrewing a bottle of Gatorade. He could finally catch his breath. Today he had played 21 minutes across 3 quarters, more than his total playing time in the previous 2 games. 10 points, 8 assists, 2 steals. His performance was steadily improving. Parker sat beside him, his expression clouded, feeling compelled to say something. Rookie, hand me my towel, Parker suddenly called out. A towel lay at his feet, one he had just tossed aside. Chen Feng glanced at him. Can you not pick it up yourself? What's the problem, rookie? Can't a veteran ask for a little respect? Chen Feng smiled. A veteran? I'm looking at someone with 1 assist, 2 points, and 3 turnovers. Parker's face flushed. You what? If something falls, you pick it up. Are your hands broken? Chen Feng spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Parker rose to his feet, pointing at Chen Feng. Say that again. I said you should practice your ball handling in the G League. If you can't make it there, I could recommend you try the CBA. Chen Feng stood as well, and the two faced each other less than half a meter apart. Walton, seated nearby, quickly reached out to steady Chen Feng. Chen, take it easy. Chris Mim also rose, positioning himself between the two. Kobe stood, his voice quiet yet commanding enough that no one dared to ignore it. Pick it up. Your own things you pick up yourself. Parker's face grew deeply flushed, reluctance evident in his expression, but he bent down and retrieved the towel. At that moment, no one expected what happened next. Someone stepped forward suddenly and playfully nudged Smush Parker from behind. The force was enough to make Parker stumble forward. Hey! Parker clutched himself as he straightened up, then turned toward Chin Feng. Fortunately, a teammate reacted quickly and held him back. Parker appeared clearly agitated. Let me go. This rookie doesn't know how to behave. Every fan in the arena saw it. On the large scoreboard, Chin Feng's actions were captured clearly by the high-definition cameras. The Staples Center erupted in laughter. What was that move? Another one of those jokes. He did that to Parker? But Parker is his teammate. Even teammates get that treatment. In the front row on the sideline, a young girl with glasses tugged at her father's sleeve and asked in a soft voice, "Daddy, what is that brother doing?" Her father quickly covered her eyes. Don't watch that. The head coach had also been observing, curious to see how Chin Feng would respond to Parker's provocation, whether he would endure it or speak up. Before he could see what unfolded, Chin Feng had already provided his answer through action, a playful gesture performed in front of all 20,000 spectators directed at his own teammate. That's enough. How much trouble do you want to cause? The coach's expression darkened. He glanced first at Parker, who was holding himself, then at Chin Feng, standing calmly nearby. A vein pulsed gently at his temple. Bryant, take Parker down for a check, the coach said, turning to assistant coach Brian Shaw. Shaw hurried over to support Parker. Parker winced as he walked, shooting glances back at Chin Feng and muttering under his breath. Shaw did not let him linger, gently guiding him toward the player tunnel. Chin Feng stood where he was, hands on his hips, wearing an innocent expression. The coach turned to face him directly. Chin, you promised me you wouldn't use that move again. It's only been a few days and you used it. On a teammate. Chin Feng blinked. I said I wouldn't use it on Nash. Smush Parker has nothing to do with Nash. Are you playing word games with me? The coach pressed his fingers to his temple. Not word games. Precise commitment. Chin Feng's voice was steady. Besides, Smush provoked me first. He told me to pick up his towel and called me a rookie. If I can't stand up to provocation, then what kind of player would that make me? I won't be someone who backs down. This move has medical basis. In traditional Chinese medicine, it's called acupressure. It helps relieve discomfort. His complexion hasn't been good lately, so I was helping him. Chin, I put you on the court to play basketball, not to give medical examinations. If anything like this happens again, you can check the water cooler instead. The arena continued to buzz with laughter as the moment settled into a lighter atmosphere. Chin Feng performed a prank on Smush Parker in public, causing quite a stir at Staples Center. The fans burst into laughter, and the bench was in chaos. The news quickly reached the league office. After deliberation, the NBA management characterized it as a harmless joke between players, a minor internal friction not worth formal action. A rookie played a prank on a veteran without any fighting or malicious foul on the court. How could the league punish him? Punishing Chin Feng for maliciously poking a teammate's backside. Even writing that into the rulebook would be embarrassing. So neither side was punished. They all went their separate ways. The Lakers held a small internal meeting. The Zen Master's meaning was clear: young man, you stay on the bench for now and cool down. Parker continued as starter. Chin Feng remained on the bench. Otherwise, he feared Parker might do something irrational. Being pranked in such a way and then having to sit on the bench for him was unbearable for anyone. To quell public opinion and silence the gossipy questions from various media reporters, the Lakers officially released an absurd announcement that was both funny and exasperating. The announcement, with a serious tone, explained recently player Smush Parker has been indulging in rich, heavy meals leading to severe constipation and great discomfort. Meanwhile, rookie Chin Feng has studied ancient Eastern acupressure techniques since childhood and is skilled in traditional body conditioning methods. His action was not a conflict, but a kind gesture to help Parker relieve his constipation by stimulating his meridians. The two have a harmonious relationship with no disputes. It was instead a story of mutual assistance. This explanation left fans and media across the internet stunned. There was a flurry of discussion, with some laughing heartily and others calling it utterly absurd. No one believed this high-sounding story. But regardless of whether the outside world believed it, the Lakers team stuck to their story. It was simply helping to regulate the body, and they didn't change a word. At the press conference, reporters struggled to hold back their laughter, their faces turning purple. You mean the move Chin Feng used on Parker on the court was acupressure? That's right. Eastern medicine is profound and extensive, the Zen master replied, without changing expression. Then why did Parker scream so miserably? When the meridians are open, there is no pain. When there is pain, they are blocked. It means the acupoint was cleared, the Zen master said, then stood up and left. As it turned out, just like the Lakers' fabricated story after the game, back in the locker room, Smush Parker, clutching his lower back, with a flustered look, hurriedly rushed into the restroom and stayed there for a full 40 minutes, completely emptying his 3-day accumulation of waste. For a while, the entire locker room was filled with an indescribable strong odor, the pungent smell spreading everywhere. Players passing by pinched their noses and walked quickly around, all showing disgust. Even the usually carefree tough guys in the team couldn't stand the smell, making the locker room a scene of overwhelming odor that lingered for a long time. According to an anonymous witness, Andrew Bynum, the smell made one want to cry even more than losing a game. The matter wasn't over yet. With ESPN's coverage, the incident quickly escalated. Fans went wild with memes, and acupressure master Chin Fong trended on social media. The most amusing part was that Shaquille O'Neal, far away in Miami, couldn't hold back. When reporters asked him about Lakers rookie Chin Feng's acupressure technique, O'Neal laughed heartily and shouted something both funny and awkward. "Hey Chinese kid, I heard you have a special trick. My backside is bouncier than Nash and Parker combined. Want to give it a try?" This interview was played on loop, and O'Neal even posted a tweet, "Chin Fong, my door is always open to you. The back door." Chin Fong was eating a boxed lunch when he saw the tweet. He almost spat out his food. "System, is O'Neal inviting me to poke him?" O'Neal is just riding the trend. But his backside's elasticity might indeed be top tier in the league. You're actually analyzing that. Chin Fong didn't reply. He was afraid that if he actually went, O'Neal might sit on him and crush him. Using the prank on Parker, he completed the season task again. Ding. The season mission, rain in the posterior region, completed, reward joy points 1000. Remaining uses 8. Extra drop Shadow of Death. Shadow of Death, when used on a target, the target will repeat the same words and actions as the host for 30 seconds. Chin Fong stared at the item description. Imitate himself for 30 seconds. This thing seemed interesting. But it didn't drop a skill, and only 1000 joy points, which was a bit underwhelming. Chin Fong decided to strengthen his offensive ability. Who doesn't have a scoring heart? Consume 800 joy points, shooting 77-79. Consume 200 joy points, fast break 71-72. After the stat boost, his attributes steadily improved. Chin Fong closed the system panel with satisfaction and calmly followed the team's rest and adjustment. After all, the upcoming schedule was a 5-game road trip. After just one day of rest, the Lakers packed their bags and set off, officially beginning the 5-game away journey. The first stop of the road trip was Atlanta, challenging the Hawks away. The Zen Master kept his word. Chin Fong was benched, playing only 12 minutes and scoring 4 points with 3 assists. The official reason was young players need time to mature. In reality, it was punishment for his consecutive pranks on teammates. But Kobe ignored that. He played 39 minutes, scoring 37 points, including 14 consecutive points in the fourth quarter, leading the team to a 103-97 victory over the Hawks. This was the Lakers' 4th game of the season, with a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Kobe had 4 consecutive 30-point games, averaging 37 points, leading the scoring chart by a wide margin. After the game, Kobe walked past Chin Fong and coldly said, "If you had half my scoring ability, I could play a few fewer minutes." Chin Fong shrank his neck. "Kobe, I'm practicing." "Practicing shooting or pranking?" "Both. I'll have a bunch of people give you a good prank." With that, Kobe left. Unfortunately, the Lakers lost the next 3 road games. In these games, Kobe's shooting was off. Against the Grizzlies, he made 9 of 26 shots. Against the Hornets, 8 of 21. Against the Timberwolves, he was double-teamed throughout the game, leading to frustration. 3 consecutive losses dropped the Lakers' record from 3 wins and 1 loss to 3 wins and 4 losses. Chin Fong, however, regained about 17 minutes of playing time per game in these 3 games. He averaged 7 points and 6 assists. But the system tasks never triggered. No tasks meant no joy points, no joy points meant no stat boosts, and no stat boosts meant no improvement. System, can you give me a task? Anyone will do. Tasks are randomly generated. Host, don't be impatient. Can I not be anxious? We've lost 3 in a row. Losing has nothing to do with tasks. Please remain patient. Chin Fong closed the panel. This damn system was even more unreasonable than Kobe. The Lakers team flew to New York, preparing to challenge the Knicks away. This was the last game of the 5-game road trip, after which they could return to Los Angeles. On the plane, Chin Fong rested his eyes by the window. Suddenly, a crisp sound in his mind. Ding. New task triggered. Chin Fong snapped his eyes open, nearly startling Bynum beside him. "What are you doing?" Bynum's eyes widened. "Nothing, I dreamed of eating a pie." Bynum glanced at him suspiciously and put his earphones back on. The entire Lakers team journeyed 1,000 miles and finally arrived in Manhattan, New York, at the sacred grounds of basketball Madison Square Garden. As the most lucrative and prestigious arena in the league, the Knicks this season epitomized the notion of having more money than sense. Their total payroll soared to the top of the league, burning a hole in the owner's pocket with luxury taxes, yet their performance was abysmal, ranking second to last in the league. A pure representation of a team with high salaries and low efficiency. But do not mistake this Knicks team for an easy target. In the 05-06 season, the Knicks defense was as flimsy as paper, easily penetrated by all. However, on offense, every player was a solo maestro, each capable of igniting the scoring. When they caught fire, no one could stop them, often erupting for a staggering 120 points in a single game, leaving every opponent battered. System, Chin Fong called out in his mind. A panel appeared. Ding. New mission triggered. Mission, name the call of the times. Mission content during the warm-up phase performed a complete second set of the national broadcast gymnastics, the Call of the Times, at the center court of Madison Square Garden. Mission reward joy points 1,000. Failure penalty none. Perform broadcast gymnastics. At an NBA arena, in front of over 20,000 New York fans. System, are you messing with me? Mission randomly generated. Host may choose to decline. Decline. Only a fool would decline. Chen Feng decided not to argue with the system. 1,000 joy points. Why not take them? Embarrassing. So be it. It wouldn't be the first time. He had already done things like poking Nash in the groin. What was a little gymnastics? At 7:30 p.m. players from both teams entered the court for warm-ups. Madison Square Garden was packed, and the New York fans' boos were deafening. They booed the visiting team, and they booed their own home team as well. After all, with such a poor record, why not boo everyone? Chen Feng tucked his training jersey into his shorts, pulled out his phone, and played the pre-recorded audio of the Call of the Times. The audio played aloud. Second set of national broadcast gymnastics, the Call of the Times. Ready, begin. Chen Feng started to perform. Chest expansion, leg kicks, torso twists, full body movements. His expression was focused, each motion textbook perfect. The New York fans in the arena watched the Lakers know. 35 jumping and moving at center court. Only one question crossed their minds: is this guy out of his mind? On the Lakers bench, Bynum let the towel slip from his hand. Walton's Gatorade bottle hung in midair, forgotten. Odom's mouth formed an O. What's he doing? Cook asked. No idea, said Walton. The routine ended perfectly. The music stopped. Chen Feng calmly put away his phone and, facing his bewildered teammates who looked as if they had seen a ghost, spoke coolly. What are you staring at? Never seen a new exclusive warm-up routine? Don't judge if you don't understand. My warm-up method is specifically designed to cure cold shooting hands. Bynum swallowed hard. Feng, did Kobe scold you, silly? Scram. Ding. Mission complete. 1,000 joy points credited. Chen Feng grinned from ear to ear, thinking to himself, bring on more missions like this. I could do this all day. He opened the system panel and checked his stats. Shooting 79, fast break 72. Upgrade. Upgrade. Consumed 800 joy points, shooting 79-81. Consumed 200 joy points, fast break 72-73. His offensive capability reached a new level. The game began. The Knicks starting 5-point guard, the Lone Wolf, Stephon Marbury, shooting guard Jalen Rose, small forward Quentin Richardson, power forward Malik Rose, center Eddie Curry. On the bench sat Nate Robinson, Penny Hardaway, David Lee, and Channing Frye. This lineup boasted the league's highest payroll, yet ranked second to last in the standings. In other words, it was a case of throwing money away. Marbury handled the ball with flashy dribbling, indeed skilled at driving past defenders. Jalen Rose was one of the Michigan Fab Five, a seasoned veteran. Richardson was accurate from beyond the arc, and Curry had a solid presence in the paint. Although Hardaway had declined, he still showed flashes of brilliance. Their playstyle was simple and aggressive. Whoever had the ball took the shot. They ignored tactics and teamwork, relying solely on individual plays. Yet this very approach made life difficult for the Lakers tonight. On the Lakers side, Smush Parker continued to start. Chen Feng came off the bench. Nate Robinson bounced around like a spring, while Channing Frye pulled up from beyond the arc for a long-range shot. At halftime, the score stood at 52-50, with the Lakers still holding a 2-point lead. Chen Feng played only 7 minutes in the first half, recording 3 points and 2 assists. It was a back-to-back game, and Chen Feng's stamina was not at its peak. The Zen master curbed his playing time. The Lakers players felt their legs growing weak. It was their 5th consecutive away game in a row, and with the back-to-back schedule weighing heavily on everyone, no one could hold up under the relentless fatigue. Kobe was breathing harder than usual. Odom struggled to leap for rebounds, and Parker was simply blown past by Mabry in a single step. On the Knicks side, Mabry began to take over. He drove to the basket, repeatedly scoring with ease, and then set up Curry for a powerful slam dunk in the paint. Frye drew out to the perimeter, caught the pass, and released quick 3-pointers, sinking 2 in a row. Chen Feng held the ball at the top of the arc. Marbury guarded him tightly, sticking close, spewing trash talk. Rookie, what was that thing you were dancing just now? Chinese square dancing. Don't worry, in a few years you'll join the great army of square dancers. You can't escape. Indeed, Marbury later joined the CBA's Beijing Shugong, though nobody knows if he ever went square dancing. Nonsense. I would never do something so childish. Marbury glared at Chen Feng, leaning in with his body, applying physical pressure. Weakness in physical confrontation had always been Chen Feng's shortcoming. His strength was only 70, so he inevitably suffered when facing heavy tank-like guards and seasoned veterans. Fortunately, Marbury was not that type of heavy guard either. Chen Feng called for Kwame Brown to set a screen. Kwame stepped up, Marbury was caught on the screen, and Chen Feng accelerated past the pick for a drive. Eddie Curry came over to help, but Chen Feng executed a crossover, slipped under Curry's arm, and scored a layup. 81-83. Marbury's expression darkened. On the next possession, he forced a one-on-one against Chen Feng, shot a step-back 3-pointer, and clanked it off the rim. Odom grabbed the rebound and passed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng pushed the ball, and Marbury rushed back on defense. Chen Feng didn't force the drive, he kicked it out to Kobe on the wing. Kobe caught the ball, faced Richardson, and hit a pull-up jumper. 83-83. The next few minutes turned into a two-man show between Chun Feng and Kobe. Chun Feng assisted Kobe on 3 consecutive mid-range jumpers, then drove and drew a foul, making both free throws. On the Knicks side, Marbury and Fry weren't willing to be outdone. Fry caught and shot threes, his hand burning hot. In the final minute, the Lakers trailed 106-107 by 1 point. Chun Feng held the ball. He glanced at the shot clock, 38 seconds remaining. Kobe was calling for the ball on the weak side, but Chun Feng didn't pass. He called for another screen from Kwame. Kwame stepped up, and Chun Feng used the pick to drive to the right. Marbury was caught on the screen, and Curry switched. Chun Feng didn't accelerate. Instead, he slowed down, leaning his body against Curry. Curry had a big frame, but was slow laterally. Chun Feng suddenly spun, slipped past Curry's left side, and drove straight to the basket. Jalen Rose came to help, but Chun Feng didn't force the shot. He dropped a bounce pass to Kwame under the rim. Kwame caught the ball securely, no butterfingers this time. He jumped and threw down a two-handed dunk. 108-107, Lakers took the lead. On the Knicks' final possession, Marbury ran down the clock, then drove hard against Chun Feng with 5 seconds left. Chun Feng didn't lose his position. Marbury forced a shot and missed. The game ended. Lakers 108-107, a narrow road victory over the Knicks. Chun Feng's final stat line: 20 points, 10 assists, 1 steal. His first career 20-10 double-double. He scored 10 points in the fourth quarter. His playing time today reached a career-high 28 minutes, having played almost the entire second half after only 7 minutes in the first half. Kobe had 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, but his efficiency today was not as high as Chun Feng's. Chun Feng shot an impressive 58 from the field, including 2 of 4 from three-point range. After the game, reporters surrounded Chun Feng. "Chun, what was that dance you did during warm-ups?" "Radio calisthenics. A traditional Chinese warm-up method." "Then why did you do it in the middle of the court?" "To pay tribute to the New York fans. They deserved a show. After all, they paid a lot for tickets, so they should see something fresh, right?" The reporter suppressed a laugh. "So how do you evaluate your performance?" "Not bad. I'd give myself 59 points. The Lakers versus New York Knicks matchup had concluded, yet the fervor surrounding the game did not dissipate with the final buzzer. Instead, it swept across America and all of China, igniting basketball discourse everywhere. One name dominated the conversation without exception: Chun Feng, the breakout rookie point guard of the Lakers. Kobe dropping 28 points. Standard procedure. Chun Feng recording his first career double-double. Impressive certainly, but nowhere near headline-shattering territory. The real breaking story: calisthenics. ESPN ran the headline: Mysterious Eastern Force. Lakers rookie performs Chinese calisthenics before game, then drops 20 points and 10 assists. The New York Post went even harder. Chun Feng danced a Chinese square dance at Madison Square Garden and danced the Knicks to defeat. On TNT, Charles Barkley couldn't stop laughing throughout the broadcast. "I watched it 3 times. 3 times. He was doing chest expansions on the court. Ha, my stomach hurts." Kenny Smith tried to analyze it seriously. "From my research, Chinese calisthenics are similar to our aerobics routines. They activate the entire muscular system and improve coordination." Barkley cut him off. "Shut up. He's absolutely nuts. But I love it." On social media, fans were running wild with memes. Chun Feng's pregame warm-up calisthenics. "My pregame warm-up, lying in bed scrolling through my phone. No wonder he's in the NBA and I'm watching the CBA. I propose adding a new event to the NBA All-Star Weekend, a calisthenics competition. Chun Feng would defend his title automatically. Can someone explain what the era is calling is about? I'm post-2000. Post-2000 kids step aside. That's the soundtrack of the 80s and 90s generation." Of course, some fans were exasperated by Chun Feng's endless antics. This guy either pokes people in the backside or dresses up as an elementary school student. Now he's doing calisthenics. Basketball is his side hustle. Performance art is his real career, isn't it? The grueling 5-game road trip finally came to an end. The entire Lakers squad stepped off the court, boarded their flight back to Los Angeles, and finally gained 2 precious days of rest to prepare for their upcoming home games. As the plane climbed smoothly into the sky, the cabin atmosphere was light and cheerful. Bynum McKee and the rest of his teammates gathered around Chun Feng, showering him with praise and congratulations. They celebrated his first career double-double and his most complete performance since joining the Lakers. Facing his teammates' blessings, Chun Feng smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing special. All credit goes to the pre-game calisthenics routine. It loosened my muscles, stretched my body, and improved my touch. I felt incredible out there. Everything just flowed naturally." Bynum leaned in, his eyes shining like light bulbs. "Brother Feng, teach me that calisthenics routine. After you did it, you scored 20 points. I want to try it too." Chun Feng was mid-bite into an apple and nearly choked. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. My shooting has always been unreliable. Maybe if I do it, I'll start making shots." This caught Chun Feng completely off guard, his face flushing with embarrassment. Doing calisthenics in public had already been mortifying enough. Now his own teammate was asking him to teach it. He had shot himself in the foot. Kobe, sitting nearby, had been listening to the entire exchange with amusement. Rarely dropping his usual severity, he turned to Chen Feng with a slight smile and spoke for the first time. Your calisthenics form is quite standard. It's quite interesting. And I've noticed something. Since you started warming up with this routine, your shooting consistency and overall court presence have genuinely improved. It clearly works. Only Chen Feng knew the truth. His improvements came entirely from system point allocations. The calisthenics were just task objectives, not a genuine warm-up method. But he certainly wasn't going to say that. Andrew, are you really serious about learning this? Yes. My shooting has always been unreliable. Maybe if I do it, I'll start making shots. McKee couldn't resist chiming in from the side. Andrew, you're a 7-foot center. You want to do calisthenics. The image is too much for me to bear. Don't tell me what to do. Brother Feng, teach me. Odom also drifted over with a grin. Chen, is your routine really that magical? Maybe the whole team should learn it. We could skip our pregame shooting and do calisthenics instead. Chen Feng's head felt like it was about to explode. It's a personal habit of mine. It may not work for everyone. But Bynum refused to give up. He leaned in close and whispered, teach me when we get back to Los Angeles. I'll buy you dinner for a whole week. Chen Feng sighed. Fine. But don't blame me if you mess it up. Back in Los Angeles, Chen Feng slept deeply and thoroughly. 5 consecutive road trips, flying from city to city. He barely recognized his own bed anymore. But his worn-out mattress at his rental apartment felt like heaven. He woke up in the afternoon and checked his phone. Every single notification was a congratulatory message. One message stood out, from his agent Bob. The moment he saw it, Bob's call came through. His voice was so excited it cracked, and Chen Feng could practically hear him jumping around the room through the receiver. Chen, oh my god, you've gone absolutely viral across 2 continents. Explosively viral. Super mega viral. Bob's voice trembled with excitement as he ranted on, desperate for Chen Feng to hear the good news. That video of you doing Chinese calisthenics in the middle of the court before the game. Viewership has already shattered 10 million across the entire internet. Every corner of the internet is flooded with your highlight clips. Fans are copying your moves every day. You're not just a rising basketball star anymore. You're the top viral sensation online. Chen Feng rubbed his ears and responded calmly. It's no big deal. It's just some exercises. Basic stuff, don't overreact. This is not basic. Bob's voice was filled with disbelief. And here's the best part. Good things are still coming. A flood of brands from China have reached out proactively. They're competing to sign endorsement deals with you. They're lining up to get contracts. They're practically begging to give you money. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, half amused. Oh, tell me these aren't another round of weird hemorrhoid creams and anti-itch miracle cures like before. Bob laughed immediately and denied it vehemently, speaking with renewed pride. This time for sure, it's completely different. We've finally left those embarrassing products behind. These are all legitimate national brands. Sports drinks, professional basketball shoes, athletic gear. Real reputable companies with solid reputations and massive recognition. This will finally wash away your past black history and restore your image. Bob, thank you for handling the brand partnerships on your end. And regarding shoe endorsements, hold off for now. Politely decline every offer. No matter how high the price or how favorable the terms, turn them all down. Bob looked completely puzzled and urgently asked Chen, think carefully about this. Shoe endorsements are the crown jewel of player endorsements. They pay incredibly well. Giving them up now would be such a waste. But Chen Feng already had a system of his own. His performance would only grow more explosive game after game, his statistics more dazzling each time, his market value climbing steadily. Signing a long-term contract now would be pure loss. I know exactly what I'm doing. My game will only improve and my value will only rise. Signing a shoe deal now would be throwing money away. Beyond shoe, sports drinks, and other appropriate athletic endorsements, we can discuss those. Keep contract length short. Prioritize 1-year deals. 2 years is acceptable if the right opportunity arises. Avoid anything exceeding 2 years. If the price and brand are solid, we close the deal. If not, we walk away. No problem at all. I completely understand your strategy. I'll get in touch with each major brand immediately and stick strictly to your terms. Short-term contracts, only 1-year priority. Chen Feng smiled and added, all right, I'll leave this entirely in your hands. Just handle it professionally. After hanging up, Chen Feng lay back down on his bed. Recently, his personal statistics had been climbing steadily. With each point allocation, every skill mastered, every game played, he was getting better. This feeling nothing else compared. After 2 days of rest, the Los Angeles Lakers hosted the Cleveland Cavaliers at the Staples Center for a highly anticipated regular season showdown. This game was a top-tier national broadcast matchup. On one side, the Los Angeles Lakers were led by the Black Mamba Kobe Bryant in his prime and unstoppable. On the other side, the Cleveland Cavaliers featured the prodigy LeBron James in his ascendant years, with explosive athleticism leading the team single-handedly toward his first playoff appearance. From the day before the game, the anticipation had electrified the entire basketball community across the nation. Fans, media, and commentators all focused on the epic matchup between James and Bryant. Yet nobody anticipated that during pre-game warm-ups, the Lakers bench would once again steal the spotlight with a playful stunt. Arriving at the arena early in the morning, Chen Feng had just changed into his jersey and was about to begin his routine warm-up when he was approached by a furtive figure. Bynum, wrapped in his practice gear, glanced around to ensure the coach and Kobe were not watching, then hurriedly sidled up to Chen Feng, lowering his voice and urging anxiously, "Feng, go. Quick, teach me the radio calisthenics in private. Don't forget you promised me. I already treated you to a big meal." Chen Feng pressed his forehead in speechless disbelief. He had assumed that his casual remark on the plane would be forgotten overnight by Bynum. After all, having an NBA center perform the Chinese school children's radio calisthenics in the training facility would be a laughingstock across the entire league. But Bynum's gaze was intense and earnest, his expression clearly conveying, "I want to improve my shooting and become stronger," with no hint of jest. "Bro, the training floor is full of teammates, coaches, and cameras. Aren't you afraid of being seen as an oddball?" Chen Feng whispered, desperately trying to dissuade him. "I'm not afraid. As long as it helps my touch, I can handle a little embarrassment," Bynum insisted, his neck stiff with determination. Odom and McGee, passing by, immediately gathered around with grins, arms crossed, ready to enjoy the spectacle as if they were about to sit down with popcorn. "Come watch. Bynum is going to learn the mysterious Chinese warm-up routine. I can already picture the big guy awkwardly stretching and kicking. It'll be the highlight of my year." The teammates' teasing made Chen Feng so embarrassed he could have curled his toes into the Staples Center basement. Yet unable to resist Bynum's persistent pleas, he reluctantly began teaching him the basic moves of the call of the times in a corner. Stretching exercises, chest expansions, leg kicks. Chen Feng's movements were precise and fluid, demonstrating his mastery. In contrast, the 13-meter center Bynum was stiff-limbed and uncoordinated, clumsily mimicking the motions. His massive frame made the movements awkward and comical, creating a scene of hilarious chaos. Even the usually stern assistant coach turned away, struggling to suppress a laugh, and dared not intervene. Chen Feng kept his head down the entire time, wishing he could bury his face in his jersey, simply hoping to avoid the cameras. The roar of the Staples Center grew more intense. All lights and cameras focused on the scorer's table at the sideline. LeBron James walked slowly and stopped, standing tall as a pine. His dark Cavaliers away jersey accentuated his chiseled musculature, exuding an imposing presence. With practiced ease, he bent down, plunged his fingers deep into the rosin bin on the table, and scooped up a generous handful of white powder. He clenched his fist tightly, fine grains slipping through his fingers, a pre-game ritual befitting the league's premier player. Tens of thousands of fans held their breath. The announcer's voice instinctively rose in awe. Here it is, LeBron James's most iconic career ritual. The moment of the King's coronation for number 23 is about to unfold. Under the gaze of the crowd, James raised his arms, lowered his stance, and powered up. Boom! A cloud of silver-white powder burst from his palm. Countless fine particles, illuminated by the overhead lights, transformed into a nebula of stars, rising and spreading, enveloping his entire massive frame. The white mist swirled, light and shadow intermingling. James suddenly threw his arms wide, fully extended. His two large hands opened wide toward the sky, his chest thrust forward, his neck tilted back as he looked upward, bathed in the drifting white powder mist. In that moment, his aura reached its peak. Like a monarch overlooking the entire court, receiving the coronation of the arena lights, his posture was flamboyant, commanding, and defiant. An unmistakable, iconic scene of the league's elite. Cheers exploded through the arena roof. The cameras zoomed in on his face, freezing his expression of supreme confidence and regal authority, broadcasting the moment nationwide. The eyes of everyone around and every camera position were fixed on this godlike tableau, with no one distracted and no blind spots. Everyone was immersed in the prodigy's commanding ritual. Just as the powder soared and the atmosphere reached its zenith, no one noticed a Lakers bench player quietly sidling up behind James from the side. The first to notice something amiss was the Cavaliers bench. Damon Jones, lounging with his legs crossed, watching his leader's grand display, suddenly caught a furtive figure in Lakers practice gear creeping toward James's back. He sat bolt upright, eyes wide, finger pointing, mouth agape. Then a flash of memory hit him. In an ESPN highlight, this very number 35 had made an identical gesture toward Nash. Holy crap! The back door. Jones leaped off his seat. LeBron, behind you. That kid's going for your butt. The Cavaliers' assistant coach also realized, his face changing color, frantically waving, "Stop him. That's Lakers number 35. He has a history." Several Cavaliers players on the sideline began rushing toward James. Larry Hughes was the first to react, sprinting over and shouting, "LeBron. It's him, the one who poked Nash." Meanwhile, the live audience also caught on. A few veteran fans in the front rows recognized Chen Feng, as his face had trended countless times over the past 2 weeks. Poking Nash, poking Parker, poking his own teammate. All him. "Oh my God, it's that number 35 again. He's going for LeBron." A female fan in a James jersey screamed, "I know him. He poked Nash." And his own teammate. An older man beside her widened his eyes with excitement. "This is too thrilling." At the commentary desk, ESPN's Mike Breen was passionately reviewing James's career highlights when he was interrupted by the director. He glanced at the monitor and paused. "Wait, we seem to be seeing something." Lakers number 35 Chin Fong is approaching LeBron James. This move, this gesture. Oh my God, he's about to strike. The entire arena's attention was finally forcibly diverted from James's powder ritual. Gasps, screams, and warnings rose in succession. Many fans shouted in unison, "LeBron, behind you. Someone is going for your rear." But LeBron was still immersed in his kingly pose. The powder was still falling, his arms were still spread, his chest thrust forward. He heard the commotion in the distance, mistaking it for cheers from the fans. A slight smile formed on his lips as he believed it was a response to his imposing presence. He was completely unaware of the person behind him. Chin Fong remained expressionless, but his hand hanging at his side had already been stealthily tensed and ready. Now, James's arms were wide open, his body relaxed, his mind fully absorbed in the moment of adulation. His back was completely exposed and defenseless. Chin Fong gave a quick, playful poke to a sensitive spot. Thud. Neat and accurate. A sudden, unexpected, and classic 1,000-year kill strike hit the blind spot perfectly. Buzz. In an instant, James, who had been looking up with full dominance like a king over the court, suddenly stiffened violently. His relaxed muscles tightened and twitched. His outstretched arms froze in midair. His tilted head jerked to a halt. His expression of imperial arrogance visibly crumbled into stiffness and bewilderment. He even jumped. "Oh!" A short stifled grunt escaped from James's throat. The arena fell silent for 0.75 seconds. Then it erupted. He poked LeBron. That rookie actually did it. In front of the whole world. Another 1,000-year kill. He's addicted. Cavaliers players had already rushed over. Larry Hughes was the first to reach for Chin Fong, but Chin Fong, having already completed his move, sidestepped agilely and evaded him. "What did you just do, eh?" Hughes roared. Marshall, Gooden, Ilgauskas, and even Damon Jones from the bench all charged over, surrounding Chin Fong in a scrum. Some pushed his shoulder, others pulled his jersey, and a few pointed fingers at him while shouting, "Rookie, are you asking for trouble? Dare to mess with our leader? You must be tired of living." Chin Fong staggered back a few steps from the shoves, but he didn't retaliate. Instead, he raised his hands and stepped back with an innocent expression, mainly because his teammates hadn't arrived yet, and he was clearly outnumbered. A wise man knows when to retreat. He would wait for his backup before engaging further. Chin Fong had acted stealthily, catching even his teammates off guard. He shouted, "I didn't do anything. Our leader sent me over. He said Los Angeles is his territory, and he won't allow anyone to be so arrogant here." "Who did that?" James, recovering, held his backside while exclaiming. Larry Hughes had grabbed Chin Fong by the collar. Gooden pressed his chest against him, and Ilgauskas extended his long arms, sandwiching Chin Fong in between. "This is the guy, LeBron. What do you want to do? You or me? This rookie pokes others every day, and let him taste his own medicine." Gooden pressed his chest against Chin Fong, his hands fumbling around. At that moment, the Lakers players finally reacted. Bynum was the first to charge over. His 7-foot frame like a moving wall slammed into Gooden, pushing him away. "Let go of my brother." Odom followed closely, pushing Hughes aside with one hand and pulling Chin Fong out of the crowd with the other. "What's going on? Want a fight?" McGee, Walton, and Cook also joined, facing off against the Cavaliers. Finally rescued from the encirclement of muscular men, Chin Fong was almost moved to tears. "Good brothers, next time I'll be gentler when I poke you. Get out." A cold, low shout instantly silenced half the noise. Kobe Bryant, in his purple and gold jersey, stood beside Chin Fong. Though not towering, he exuded an undeniable aura. His icy gaze locked onto LeBron James, whose face was pale with suppressed discomfort. This was the most intense and unexpected confrontation in the James-Bryant rivalry. James finally recovered from the sharp, lingering sensation. His face flushed red, his back still stiff and sore. The public moment and the unexpected action caused the prodigy to lose his composure. He shook off his teammates, strode forward, and confronted Kobe chest to chest. The two superstars stood face to face, peak physiques meeting. "Kobe, control your guy," James growled in a low, furious voice, his breath heavy with unprecedented anger in his eyes. In the face of James's furious close confrontation, Kobe did not retreat a step. His eyes were defiant and cold, matching James's intensity. He stared back, his words sharp and protective of his teammate. "On the basketball court, it's just pre-game warm-up play." Kobe's voice was cold and unyielding. "If you can win on the court, do it. If not, don't gang up on my rookie here. Play a..." James's chest heaved with emotion. The lingering sensation in his back fueled his frustration. "You call that play, oi? He came at me in public. On national TV. You call that play?" Ilgauskas immediately rushed to confront Kobe, reaching for his shoulder. "Are you even reasonable? Your player started the trouble." Larry Hughes, now completely out of control, tried to bypass the crowd to push Chin Fong again. "This kid must apologize. This isn't over." The Lakers immediately blocked. Bynum at 2.13 meters charged over and forcefully moved Ilgauskas aside. The fiery-tempered baby shark was fiercely protective. "Enough. You veterans ganging up on a rookie. Have you no shame? Move aside." James said, his voice low with suppressed anger. Kobe didn't move, didn't even look up. He simply said calmly, "The rookie was out of line. I apologize on his behalf. But if you want to cause him trouble, you'll have to go through me first." James clenched his fists. You know what he did to me? I know. Kobe looked up, his eyes cold as ice. But he's my man. Very well. You say Los Angeles is your territory. I'll remember this hospitality. When you come to Cleveland, expect the Cavaliers' hospitality. The referees rushed in with all their might, wedging themselves between the two superstars, frantically waving and shouting to control the situation. Back off. Everyone back off. No physical contact. The lead referee's face was dark with anger. The severity of this chaos far exceeded a typical on-court altercation. A pre-game action broadcast live, inciting a massive confrontation between two teams, even forcing James and Kobe to face off directly. Without hesitation, without mercy. He raised his hand sharply and made the most severe ejection gesture toward the scorer's table. The piercing announcement boomed across the arena, cutting through all noise. Lakers number 35, Chin Fong. Flagrant foul 2. Ejected from this game. At the TNT commentary desk, Kenny Smith was already laughing uncontrollably. Kobe said he's my man. Ha ha ha. I've never heard Kobe say that. He's never been this protective of his own son. Barkley was also amused. LeBron took a silent loss today. Got poked and couldn't even retaliate. Kobe was blocking the way. Would he dare to make a move? One move, and it would be James versus Kobe, a goldmine for the league. Kenny Smith shook his head. Stop laughing. This game is likely to get heated. James's chest heaved violently. He stared intently at Chin Fong, who was being escorted by his Lakers teammates toward the player tunnel. The fury in his eyes lingered. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Who was he? He was the chosen one, the future GOAT. Today he got a playful poke on national TV. Wouldn't that give the haters something to talk about forever? The referee's ejection decision settled. Chin Fong walked toward the player tunnel with his head lowered, escorted by his teammates. Behind him echoed the Cavaliers players' shouts and the screams of the entire crowd. Chin, well done. That's the one for LeBron. The player tunnel was empty, with only a few security personnel standing there watching him with complicated expressions. LeBron James stood still, his posture frozen, his face alternating between pale and red. The dull ache in his lower back lingered, mingling with the extreme embarrassment of being publicly ambushed. Having played in the league for 3 years, from a high school prodigy to an emerging star, he had been adored by thousands. When had he ever suffered such absurd humiliation on a nationally televised stage? To be caught off guard by an undrafted rookie in front of the whole world with a single playful jab. This kid definitely did it on purpose. The league must impose additional penalties. This is not a joke, it's malicious humiliation. Larry Hughes Gooden and others surrounded the referee, protesting loudly with fervent emotion. The head referee shrugged helplessly. The league will decide later whether to impose a suspension. Right now, everyone go prepare for the game. Back in the locker room, Chin Fong plopped down in front of his locker and turned on the TV. In the live broadcast, players from both sides were still confronting each other on the court. The referee finally managed to separate the crowd, and the game was about to begin. The camera swept over LeBron. His face remained gloomy, and he occasionally rubbed his backside, the movement subtle but noticeable. The system notification had sounded as soon as Chin Fong made his move, but he had almost been hit and had no time to check it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the seasonal quest, Rain in the Rear Area, 310. Remaining completions, 7 quest rewards issued. Obtain joy points 3600. Obtain skill, Heavenly 8 Steps Basic upgrade, requires 5000 joy points. Heavenly 8 Steps Basic increases breakthrough ability by 3, adds a 3. 5th step during layups, and increases the probability that borderline traveling calls will not be whistled by the referee. Huh. So the young king of this era had already developed the Heavenly 8 Steps, even if it's only basic. Looking at the 3600 joy points, it was the first time Chin Fong had obtained so many. He decided to allocate points immediately. He had no intention of hoarding them now. Improving himself was the priority. He wondered if a suspension or fine would follow. If he couldn't take on endorsements, he might not be able to afford the penalties. Chin Fong opened the system panel. He decided to continue enhancing his offensive attributes. Scoring felt great, and scoring consistently felt even better. He increased shooting by 4 points, consuming 1600 joy points. Shooting rose from 81 to 85. Further increases would cost 800 joy points per point. He added 2 points to passing, consuming 800 joy points. Passing went from 83 to 85. 1200 joy points remained. He added 3 points to breakthrough, raising it to 81, zeroing out the joy points. Satisfied. With Heavenly 8 Steps, his breakthrough ability was significantly strengthened. System, open my panel. Player info, name Chin Fong. Number 35. Age 22. Position PG. Team Lakers. Height 191 centimeters. Weight 86 kilograms. Wingspan 203 centimeters. Current joy points 0. Skills, offense, defense, unity. Jordan's top skill, all attributes 5, offensive ability 9. Defensive ability 9. Wins, rhythm, top control and run and gun skill, ball handling and passing ability 9, speed with the ball and fast break ability 9. Heavenly 8 Steps Basic breakthrough ability 3, adds a 3. 5th step during layups, increases probability that borderline traveling calls will not be whistled. Upgrade requires 5000 joy points. Steel bones, basic damage reduction 15, injury recovery speed 15. Upgrade requires 5,000 joy points. Offensive attributes, shooting 85, ball handling 85, passing 85, breakthrough 81, fast break 73, low post 65. Physical attributes, speed 83, burst 81, jump 75, strength 70, coordination 77, stamina 80. Defensive attributes, steal 74, block 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, a rebound 65, box out 73. Overall rating 84. With significant improvements in passing, shooting, and driving plus skill boosts, Chen Feng felt formidable. Chen Feng sat on the locker room bench watching the wall-mounted TV. The game had officially begun on the screen. The atmosphere at Staples Center had reached its peak. Kobe and LeBron, the top stars of the league, faced off in every possession like a meticulously choreographed boxing match. The Cavaliers took the first possession. LeBron held the ball at the top of the arc, guarded by Odom. Odom no longer wore the playful grin from earlier, his face was filled with intensity. With a single explosive step, LeBron drove past Odom, who stumbled backward. LeBron charged into the paint, rose over Mim's contest, and threw down a one-handed dunk. 2-0. LeBron landed and glared at the Lakers bench. But the person he wanted to glare at was not there. Nice dunk. Looks like your backside is fine now, Chen Feng muttered to the TV. Lakers possession. Kobe faced Larry Hughes. Hughes was the Cavaliers' best perimeter defender, but guarding Kobe. Not quite enough. Kobe executed 2 crossovers, a stop, a fadeaway, and the ball went in. 2-2. Chen Feng couldn't help but applaud. Beautiful. Kobe's fadeaway is way more elegant than my jump shot. I wonder when I can unlock his fadeaway skill. Missing Jordan's divine fadeaway, getting Kobe's would be fine too. In the first half of the first quarter, the two teams traded blows. LeBron relentlessly attacked the paint, drawing fouls. Kobe responded with mid-range shots and post-ups. But the other Lakers players were visibly struggling. Parker dribbled past half-court, faced nose pressure, took 8 seconds to get past, and nearly lost the ball before passing to Kobe. Mim was locked down by Ilgauskas in the paint, failing to grab rebounds or defend LeBron's driving kick. Cook went 0-4, 3 from three-point range, missing 2 open looks off the front rim. In the second quarter, Chen Feng saw Kobe resting on the bench along with LeBron. The bench units clashed. Damon Jones hit 2 consecutive three-pointers for the Cavaliers, extending the lead to 8 points. Chen Feng grew anxious, shouting at the TV coach. Put me in. Oh right, I'm ejected. Never mind. The Lakers bench played poorly. Ujasic committed a turnover, Kwame fumbled a pass, and Bynum struggled to get the ball despite posting up hard. Coach Jackson called a timeout and sent Kobe back in. Kobe immediately came up with a steal and a coast-to-coast dunk, igniting the crowd. Then he hit a three-pointer, scoring 5 straight points, cutting the deficit to 3. LeBron couldn't sit still either and returned to the court. The final 2 minutes of the second quarter became a duel between James and Bryant. LeBron drove hard, Kobe fouled, and LeBron made both free throws. Kobe posted up, LeBron defended, and Kobe hit a turnaround jumper. They traded blows, neither giving ground. At halftime, the Lakers trailed 50-54. During the halftime analysis, the ESPN commentator noted, Chen Feng's pregame actions clearly affected the Lakers' rotation. They lost an important backup point guard. But more importantly, it might have ignited LeBron's fighting spirit. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Important backup point guard. I get more playing time than Parker, buddy. In the locker room, Chen Feng sat with his legs crossed, casually scrolling through his phone. The Lakers players entered, breathing heavily. Smush Parker walked in, saw Chen Feng's relaxed demeanor, and immediately approached with a sarcastic tone. Well, you're taking it easy. Cause trouble and hide in the locker room. I don't know why the team signed you. You didn't play a minute before getting ejected. Getting ejected gave you a chance, but you didn't make it count. Look at how you played. Deep down, you know. If I played like that, I'd be ashamed to stay on the Lakers and would ask for a trade. Parker was struck speechless, his face flushing like a ripe tomato. He stammered, don't forget I haven't forgiven you for what you did to me last time. Chen Feng almost spat out a laugh. Just then a sweaty Kwame Brown trudged in, followed by Odom, Kobe, and head coach Phil Jackson. Coach Jackson looked at Chen Feng with a helpless expression. Chen, the league might impose additional penalties. This isn't your first time. I just assured the league you wouldn't do it again. It's only been a few days. Coach, I just couldn't stand him acting so arrogant in our home. I wanted to remind him this is Staples Center, the Lakers' home. Chen Feng had his reasons. Kobe walked over. Rookie, did someone do that to you before? You look soft. If someone pinned you down, you probably couldn't fight back. You're the one who's been done. Don't talk nonsense. No, not me, nothing. Chen Feng quickly denied it 3 times. Then do your fingers itch. Next time I'll help you stick them somewhere uncomfortable. Kobe said, then returned to his seat to rest with his eyes closed. In the second half, LeBron took over the game. He scored 14 points in the third quarter along with 3 assists, single-handedly stretching the lead to 10 points. Kobe responded with 12 points in the quarter, but his teammates couldn't provide support. Parker was invisible all game, finishing the third quarter with 5 points and 2 assists, and a plus-minus of -15. Mim was dominated by Ilgauskas, failing to box out for rebounds. Cook went 0-for-4 from 3, frustrating Coach Jackson enough to bench him. Chun Feng watched the TV, his expression mixed though he was secretly amused. Are these guys trying to sabotage my boss? When I'm on the court we play decently. Without me it's like this. Alright, wait for your big brother to come back and save you. He made 3 consecutive one-on-one shots and converted a driving layup plus the foul, narrowing the deficit to just 4 points. The entire arena erupted with chants of MVP. But LeBron did not give him the chance. LeBron assisted Big Z twice for mid-range jumpers, then drove himself to score and draw a foul for another 2+1. The margin returned to double digits. Other Lakers players were still sluggish, and Parker committed a pass error that was stolen by the Cavaliers for an easy fast break score. With 30 seconds remaining, the Lakers trailed by 9. Kobe drained a contested three-pointer to cut it to 6. But LeBron controlled the clock, and with 5 seconds left he drove and dished to Gooden for a dunk that put the game out of reach. The final buzzer sounded. The Cavaliers won 112-106 on the road. Kobe filled the stat sheet with 41 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. LeBron finished with 38 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists, just one shy of a triple-double. Chun Feng turned off the television and sighed. If he had been playing in this game, he might not have guaranteed a win, but at least they would not have lost so heavily. He opened his system panel and checked his stats. Shooting 85, ball handling 85, passing 85, driving 81. With the bonuses from the rhythm of wind and the all-around offensive defense enhancement, his actual ability had reached the level of a solid starter. Early the next morning, the league's disciplinary notice was issued. Lakers guard Chun Feng was penalized for engaging in inappropriate physical contact with Cavaliers forward LeBron James before the game, a serious violation of sportsmanship resulting in a 2-game suspension and a fine of $30,000. Chun Feng felt a pang of distress. $30,000. Combined with the $25,000 he had been fined for the incident with Nash, the total penalty had already reached $55,000. His annual salary was only $400,000, and he still had to pay taxes. Moreover, the salary was not paid in a lump sum. He sighed, thinking he still needed to secure some endorsements. He had only played a few games in the regular season, yet he was already suspended for 2 games and ejected from 1. He wondered if he would even survive to complete the season's tasks. System, don't mess with me. Can't you give me some normal tasks? Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed Dad. Chun Feng answered the call, but instead of his father's voice, he was greeted by his mother's rapid-fire words. Son, what exactly are you doing over there in America? The domestic news talks about you every day, one incident after another. What's going on? Have you picked up bad habits in the States? Why don't you just come back home? Mom really can't understand how my good kid turned out like this after going to America. You're not young anymore, and you don't even have a girlfriend. You haven't given the Chin family a grandchild yet. We know the atmosphere in America is more open, but this is just too much. Then her tone shifted, and she laid out a plan for him. I have a close friend whose husband is a senior executive at the Guangdong Southern Tigers. He has good connections and resources. If you come back, he can arrange a tryout for you with the team. Isn't that better than causing trouble abroad? After games you can come straight home to rest. Without anyone watching over you, you just let yourself go. Chun Feng's head was buzzing. He quickly explained, Mom, no. It was a misunderstanding during the game. I just accidentally made contact. The media exaggerated it. Accidentally. Do you think I don't watch basketball? Your fingers were straight out, 2 of them. You call that accidental? Chun Feng was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected his mother to watch so closely. Mom, I'm not coming back. Don't listen to those media reports. They love to exaggerate. You know? They blow small things out of proportion and make a big deal out of nothing. Besides, if I decide to play in the CBA, I don't need your friend's help. If I ever decide to bring my talents to the CBA, plenty of teams would beg me to join. Then when are you going to find me a daughter-in-law? When your father was your age, you were already old enough to run errands. Mom, there's no rush. No rush. I'm the one who's anxious. I know America is open, but you can't. You can't go after men. Chun Feng nearly dropped his phone. Mom, I'm not interested in men. That was just a move during the game. You misunderstood. I'm doing fine over here. You and Dad take care of yourselves, and don't worry about me. After calming his parents down, Chun Feng shamelessly changed the subject and asked for help. Mom and Dad, if it's convenient, could you send me $2,000 first? My salary for this month was all used up to pay the fine, and the next payment hasn't been processed yet. I'm broke and feeling anxious. On the other end of the line, his mother immediately asked with concern, is $2,000 enough, son? If not, Mom can send you more. His father, ever meticulous, quickly asked a precise question, 2,000. Are you talking about RMB or US dollars? Chun Feng replied frankly, US dollars, of course. What good would 2,000 RMB do? Any random expense or fine I have costs more than that. After a brief chat, Chun Feng hung up, packed his gear, and drove to the Lakers training facility. Upon entering the training facility, Chun Feng immediately sensed the complex gazes of his teammates. Bynum was the first to sidle up and whisper, Brother Feng, are you really suspended? 2 games. The announcement is out. Could it be fake? Bynum patted his shoulder. No worries, I'll grab a few extra rebounds for you. But you have to teach me that calisthenics routine you promised. Chun Feng was speechless. You're still fixated on that. After you did it, you put up 20 and 10. If I do it, can I get 15 and 10? If you do it, the Zen master might cut you on the spot. Bynum shrugged and dropped the subject. Phil Jackson stood courtside, glanced at Chen Feng, and said without extra words, since you can't play, double your training. Don't be idle. During practice, Chen Feng noticed that his shooting touch had indeed improved. He caught the ball beyond the three-point line, released it, and watched it swish through the net. 5 consecutive attempts, all made. Assistant coach Brian Shaw watched from the side, his eyes wide. Chen, since when did your shooting become so accurate? Chen Feng replied without changing expression, practice makes perfect. Moreover, his passing had become increasingly elusive. During a fast break, he faced a defender and executed a behind-the-back pass that slipped through the defender's armpit and landed perfectly in the hands of a trailing Odom. Odom was caught off guard and nearly dropped it. How do you make passes like that? Odom asked afterward. Talent plus effort with a little help from outside. Kobe Bryant watched from the sidelines, noting Chen Feng's improvement. His shooting was more stable, his passes more cunning, and his first step quicker. He walked over to Phil Jackson and said quietly, "This kid has leveled up again." The Zen master nodded in acknowledgement. After practice, Jackson didn't leave immediately. He returned to his office, and as soon as he sat down, there was a knock at the door. In came Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak. "Phil, got a moment? Let's talk." The Zen master gestured to the chair opposite him. "Have a seat." Kupchak sat down, holding a folder containing Chen Feng's scouting report and recent game statistics. He got straight to the point. "What do you think about Chen?" Jackson didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "What's on your mind?" Kupchak sighed. "The kid has talent and is improving fast, but his off-court behavior is too extreme. 3 consecutive incidents with those kinds of moves. Now the league suspends him for 2 games and fines him $30,000. If there's another occurrence, the suspension will only be longer." "Mitch, did you see his practice today?" Kupchak shook his head. "I just got back. I haven't been to the gym." His shooting has improved by at least 1 level compared to last week. His passing vision and deception are also on a completely different tier. In less than 10 regular season games to show such progress, there are very few players in the entire league who can match that. Kupchak remained silent. "Smush Parker has already reached his ceiling," Jackson continued. "He's a decent rotation backup, but he can't carry the starting point guard position for the Lakers. If the team wants to go further, the point guard spot must be upgraded. Chen is the best answer right now." Kupchak hesitated. "But his off-court troubles." "That can be controlled," Jackson interrupted. "I've already warned him. If he does it again, I'll handle it personally. Also, have you considered his commercial value?" Kupchak had certainly considered it. Chen Feng's name was now hotter than many all-stars, and the Chinese market was a huge pie. After Yao Ming, the NBA had been searching for the next Chinese icon. Chen Feng might not have Yao's dominance, but he was young enough, controversial enough, and outrageous enough. "All right," Kupchak stood up. "Just don't let him poke anyone again." "I will," said Jackson. Being suspended for 2 games had left Chen Feng quite restless. After all, he was a newcomer who had played fewer than 10 NBA games and had just received some stat upgrades, eager to showcase his abilities. But the 2-game suspension put a stop to that. Unable to play in official games, Chen Feng decided to pour all his energy into the Lakers training facility. He constantly sought out one-on-one matches with Kobe, determined to avenge his earlier defeats. Reality soon proved his thoughts were misguided, even with his driving and shooting now at an all-star level. Still, he could find no advantage against Kobe, whose offensive and defensive skills were both top tier. For the first time in a long while, Kobe felt a rare eagerness to truly outmatch an opponent. This rookie Chen Feng was undeniably bold. In only his 10th regular season game, he had already missed 3 due to suspensions. But confidence requires substance. Ironically, this rookie truly had something special. His progress was unmistakable, and he filled the point guard role the Lakers desperately needed, making him quite valuable. They hesitated to bench him and could hardly reprimand him effectively. Their only option was to defeat him in one-on-one play, hoping to temper his boldness. Yet during their one-on-one sessions, Kobe noticed Chen Feng's abilities had improved again. Though still suppressed on both ends of the floor, he was now a completely different player compared to training camp. How much time had really passed? In the Lakers' next 2 home games, they split the results, 1 victory and 1 defeat. They defeated the weaker Bobcats and fell to the formidable Pistons. Parker started both games, averaging 9 points and 4 assists. Odom, however, stepped up, delivering double-doubles with 19 points and 11 rebounds across the 2 games. Unfortunately, beyond Kobe and Odom, the Lakers lacked any other reliable scoring option to rise to the occasion. Earlier in the week, the team had suffered a 3-game losing streak on the road. Despite Kobe's strong individual performances, averaging 33 points per game, the team's record of 1 win and 4 defeats meant they missed out on the Western Conference Player of the Week honor, unable to retain the award. The Lakers' next matchup drew considerable attention as it coincided with Chen Feng's return from suspension. The team traveled to Houston to face the Rockets, building anticipation for a highly anticipated matchup. Both teams currently shared identical records of 5 wins and 6 losses, making them fellow contenders in the Western Conference. The previous season, the Rockets had enjoyed a solid 51-31 regular season record under Yao Ming's leadership, supplemented by the newly arrived McGrady, earning them the 5th seed in the West. All Chinese fans believed a new era for the Rockets had arrived, but the playoffs delivered a deeply disappointing collapse that fans still recall with somber reflections. In those earlier games, the Rockets had dominated on the road in Dallas, winning 2 consecutive contests. Yao Ming's interior presence was overwhelming, and in Game 2, he recorded 33 points, commanding the paint with authority. Seeing their series slipping away, Cuban grew anxious. He spent the night compiling video clips of Yao's movements, labeling them as questionable screening infractions, and submitted the collection to the league office in a formal protest. The results proved remarkable. From Game 3 onward, the referee's calls shifted noticeably. Every time Yao raised his arm, turned, or shifted his position, it was called as a screening foul or a traveling violation. Yao accumulated 2 more questionable fouls per game compared to his opponents, and his playing time was fragmented. He found himself frequently in foul trouble, exiting games early on multiple occasions. Rockets head coach Van Gundy could no longer contain his frustration and spoke candidly about the officiating after the game. He was subsequently fined $1,000 by the league, the largest fine at that time. Later, a former referee's autobiography provided additional context regarding the refereeing decisions. With the officiating leaning in their favor, the Mavericks won 3 consecutive games to take a 3-2 series lead. In Game 6, McGrady delivered a commanding performance with 37 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, forcing a decisive Game 7. However, it proved insufficient as the Rockets suffered a heavy defeat on the Mavericks' home court in the eliminator. In summary, Yao dominated the interior through pure skill in the first 2 games, but in the subsequent 5 games, the officiating significantly constrained his effectiveness. The evening of November 24th arrived at the Toyota Center in Houston. The arena was filled to capacity with a notably high presence of Chinese fans. Red flags and Chinese banners decorated the venue everywhere. Signs reading "Support Yao Ming, Chun Feng Rise Up," and "Rockets Champions" could be seen throughout the stands. During pre-game warm-ups, Chun Feng stood beyond the 3-point line practicing shots. With his shooting attribute at 85 and the boost from his two-way capabilities, he sank 7 consecutive three-pointers, his touch burning bright. Chun Feng. A familiar voice called from behind. Chun Feng turned and saw Yao Ming dressed in a red Rockets warm-up suit walking toward him at a leisurely pace. Up close, Chun Feng's first impression was the impressive height difference between them. They exchanged warm smiles and shared a friendly handshake and embrace. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a while," Yao Ming said with a smile. "I've watched all the footage of your games with the Lakers play-by-play." Chun Feng smiled wryly. "Brother Yao, please don't tease me. That was just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding." Yao Ming lowered his voice, a playful glint in his expression. "I watched the replay. You stabbed Nash right there. The hand positioning was quite precise. Have you practiced that move?" "I have. Learned it back in elementary school specifically to deal with the kids sitting in front of me." Yao Ming shook his head gently. "You'll need to hold back a bit today. Please don't try that against me. I couldn't handle it." Before this, someone from the national men's basketball team also inquired about you. "The Basketball Association is considering recruiting you for the national team. However, given some of the recent incidents involving you, including the suspension, there are concerns about potential negative impact, so the matter has been temporarily put on hold." Yao Ming himself found the situation somewhat bittersweet. Most Chinese players who came to the NBA tended to be quiet and unassuming by nature. Yet Chun Feng stood apart. After just a handful of regular season games, he had already drawn attention in numerous incidents, and the people involved were hardly unknown figures. The Suns' franchise star and last season's regular season MVP Steve Nash, and LeBron James of the Cavaliers, widely regarded by American media as a generational cornerstone for the next decade. Each name carried considerable weight. Chun Feng could only accept it. With the system guiding his path, there was little he could do. He could only hope the system would assign more conventional missions going forward. "Brother Yao, rest assured I understand the situation. Those were all in good fun. Let's discuss the national team matter after this season concludes." Chen Fei felt confident he would establish himself soon given the system at his side. As the saying goes, in certain circles destiny was on his side. Once he completed this season's objectives, he had no idea how far his abilities would grow. The FIBA World Championship awaited the following year, and the 2008 Beijing Olympics would soon follow. By then, many would be eager to invite him into the national team. He had no worries about that whatsoever. The warm-up lasted only about 10 minutes. After the warm-up session ended, the starting players of both teams took the court one after another. For the Lakers, the first player to emerge from the tunnel was not Kobe nor Odom. That's right, it was Chun Feng returning from suspension. Perhaps the Zen master considered that this game was a Chinese derby watched by countless Chinese fans. Chun Feng replaced Smush Parker, making his first start. Then came center Kwame Brown. Lamar Odom moved to the power forward position. Small forward Devine George. Finally, the grand finale was the absolute core of the Los Angeles Lakers, Kobe Bryant. With this lineup, the Zen master had completely changed his approach. He abandoned interior players like Mim and Cook, who were slower and less mobile. Instead, he brought in Kwame Brown, who had better athleticism and was more agile. Then he moved the versatile Odom to power forward. The idea was to speed up the game, especially since the Rockets had a big center in Yao Ming. Playing a half-court game against the Rockets would play right into their hands. For the Rockets, the first player out of the tunnel was the Chinese interior pillar Yao Ming. Then came power forward Juwan Howard, shooting guard David Wesley, point guard Rafer Alston, and finally Tracy McGrady. Tonight at the Toyota Center, Chinese fans occupied half the stands. When Yao Ming and Chen Feng made their appearances, the cheers from the crowd even surpassed those for the final players of each team, McGrady and Kobe. McGrady's physique and athletic talent were said to be the best among the four great shooting guards. Standing at 2.03 meters with a terrifying 2.13-meter wingspan, his jumping first step, explosiveness, waist flexibility, hang time, and pull-up coordination were all top tier. His playing style was smooth and graceful with historic body control. But his talent was unmatched. However, back and waist injuries prematurely destroyed his prime, preventing him from converting his supreme talent into championship honors. Among the four great shooting guards, only Kobe had won a championship. Allen Iverson reached the finals, but faced the prime O'Neal and Kobe duo, resulting in a gentleman's sweep. Vince Carter and McGrady never even made it to the finals. When the game officially began, Yao Ming won the jump ball, giving the Rockets possession for the first attack. However, as soon as Rafer Alston dribbled past half-court, Chen Feng stepped up directly to defend and unexpectedly completed a steal. Chen Feng drove straight to the basket, finishing a steal and a fast break in one smooth motion. A three-step layup from the free throw line ignited the excitement of the Chinese derby. Chen Feng, Chen Feng. The Chinese fans in the stands cheered jubilantly, their shouts rising and falling. They were not Rockets fans nor Lakers fans. They were fans of Yao Ming and Chen Feng. No matter which of the two played well or scored, they would cheer. CCTV. Dear viewers, what you are now watching is a key matchup in this NBA season. The participating teams are the Houston Rockets and the Los Angeles Lakers. This game will be brought to you by myself and Coach Zhang, providing commentary. Hello dear viewers. I am commentator Zhang Weiping for this game. Inside the CCTV studio, Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping took their seats, preparing to commentate on this much-anticipated game, the live broadcast of the Chinese Derby. At this moment, the live broadcast of the Derby had just entered the warm-up segment, which showed Yao Ming and Chen Feng chatting and laughing together. Tonight's game is the long-awaited Chinese Derby for countless domestic fans. Coach Zhang, this is definitely a historic moment. Previously, players like Bader and Wang Zhizhi, who entered the NBA, were mostly on the fringes of the rotation, with limited playing time and little chance to influence the game. But today is different. Chen Feng, returning from suspension, started the game. He had previously recorded a super double-double of 20 points and 10 assists, setting an unprecedented record for an Asian guard. And Yao Ming is the immovable interior core of the Rockets, a top-tier center in the league. Two Chinese players starting simultaneously in a key NBA game. This is the first time. Coach Zhang nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of emotion. That's right, this is what we most look forward to. Two Chinese players, each anchoring the starting lineup of their respective teams, able to face off and compete on the same NBA stage. The significance is entirely different. Yu Jia, following Coach Zhang's lead, praised the two Chinese players lavishly. He deliberately avoided mentioning Chen Feng's controversial moves or his suspension. During the commentary, the live feed quickly moved to the opening scene. Alston brings the ball past half-court, and Chen Feng immediately steps up to defend. Rafer Alston, known as the street ball king, has flashy dribbling, but generally poor ball-handling habits. Chen Feng pressed him tightly, and Alston was clearly unprepared. Chen Feng reached out. Where's the ball? The ball is in Chen Feng's hands. He completed a steal right at the start. Alston didn't even react. Chen Feng had already stripped the ball from him. Chen Feng dashed ahead with no one in front of him. He gathered the ball at the free throw line, leaped, spread his arms like a soaring eagle, and finished with a powerful layup. He scored the first basket of the game. We can see that tonight at the Toyota Center there are many Chinese fans cheering for Chen Feng's name. The Rockets inbound the ball again, and the street ball king brought it up. Chen Feng pressed him again. Alston passed directly to McGrady, who caught the ball and quickly dribbled past half-court. Kobe defended him. The two great shooting guards faced off, and the atmosphere in the arena instantly intensified. Coach Zhang laughed from the commentary booth. It seems Chen Feng's defense is making Alston very uncomfortable. McGrady called for a screen from Yao Ming. Yao Ming came up, Kwame Brown switched, and Yao Ming rolled to the basket. McGrady delivered a bounce pass, Yao Ming caught it, executed a short hook, and the ball went in. 2-2. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly in the CCTV studio. Yao Ming hits the hook shot. The Rockets' first attack was completed by Yao Ming. Chen Feng's steal and fast break, Yao Ming's hook response. Two Chinese players scored the first baskets for their respective teams. Coach Zhang chuckled and added, "This is our Chinese players. They have both inside and outside game." Chen Feng's steal showed great instincts. Yao Ming's hook was steady and reliable. Both the Lakers and Rockets' first attacks were completed by Chinese players. This also excited the two commentators in the studio. The audience in front of the TV also watched with great interest. Just as Yao Ming's hook shot fell, Odom quickly inbound the ball from the baseline, passing it directly to Chen Feng. Chen Feng dribbled fast, and the Rockets' transition defense was too slow. Kobe, Devine George, and Kwame were already in position up front. On the Rockets side, only Wesley Alston and McGrady were defending. Kobe was on the left wing, George was stationed in the right corner, and Kwame headed straight to the basket. No matter how the Rockets defended, they would leave someone open. McGrady guarded Kobe, Alston stood in front of Chin Fong, and Wesley blocked Kwame to prevent him from receiving the ball. Chin Fong didn't choose to lob the ball to Kwame. Devine George was completely unguarded. Anyone with eyes would know how to pass. George caught the ball steadily in the right corner, adjusted his stance, and hit a three-pointer. Swish. The ball went through the net cleanly. Yao Ming was still at the arc when he arrived, but the Lakers were already retreating to defense. Before he could catch his breath, he had to run back to the front court. After 5 minutes into the first quarter, the Lakers led 12-10, with Chin Fong contributing 2 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Rockets on offense. Yao Ming posted up inside with Kwame Brown fronting him. Alston lobbed the ball, Yao Ming caught it, turned, and shot a jumper. Missed. Odom grabbed the rebound and immediately passed to Chin Fong. Chin Fong pushed the fast break, and Alston's retreating defense was quick. Chin Fong didn't force it. With a glance, he saw Kobe, already in position on the right, raising his hand. He passed. The ball arrived just as the player did. Kobe faced McGrady, executed a pump fake, a hesitation, and then a fadeaway. The ball swished through the net. Look at Kobe, he's so amazing. He scores every time. That's a superstar. Individual ability, unstoppable. Wei Ping, the Bryant fan, exclaimed from the commentary booth. 14-10. McGrady responded, immediately driving off a screen from Yao Ming, pulling up for a jumper and hitting it. 14-12. Zhang Weiping remarked, McGrady took that shot decisively. This is the duel of top-tier stars. Kobe and McGrady neither giving an inch. Yu Jia added, Chin Fong has played very well today, dribbling, passing, and pushing the ball without any turnovers. Compared to domestic guards, he's clearly 2 levels above. That's right. Chin Fong has a high basketball IQ. He knows when to pass and when to attack. Zhang Weiping praised without reservation, almost as if he were his own son. He praised without restraint, almost as if Chin Fong were his long-lost son. From the top of the key, Chin Fong held the ball against Alston's tight defense, weaving continuous between the legs dribbles to shift rhythm, then suddenly exploded forward and left his defender in his wake. He drove straight toward the paint with the ball. Yao Ming rotated quickly to contest, but Chin Fong slipped past him with a graceful side step, gathered into a layup motion, and the ball rolled smoothly through the net, updating the score to 16-12. Yao Ming watched Chin Feng's retreating figure and shook his head with a faint smile. This young man's drive was sharper and faster than what he had seen in the game tape. Still, the fact that he was a Chinese player filled Yao with quiet pride. The men's national team was in desperate need of a skilled point guard. Yao thought of his old teammate Lu Wei, who could mostly just bring the ball up the court safely. Under heavy defensive pressure, Lu Wei would often rush his passes, and Yao himself frequently had to pull up high to help relieve the burden. As Chin Fong jogged back on defense, he passed by Yao Ming and called out with a playful grin, Coach, Yao, where's your block? Yao Ming could only laugh and shake his head. You just wait. On the next possession, Yao Ming posted up against Kwame Brown, spun, and delivered a smooth hook shot. The ball went in. 16-14. Yao glanced down at Chin Fong. What do you think of my hook shot? Even if I gave you spring-loaded legs, you still wouldn't be able to reach it. Chin Fong smiled. I don't need spring legs, Coach Yao. But keep running like this, and I hope you can still wear that smile in the second half. True to form, after 7 minutes of the first quarter, the Rockets substituted Dikembe Mutombo for Yao Ming. The Lakers' run-and-gun style placed enormous demands on Yao today. Van Gundy wanted to slow the game into a half-court set, but the Lakers had no intention of complying. They wanted to push the pace. Chin Feng's ball handling and transition speed were simply too fast, leaving the Rockets no choice but to sub off Yao early. The Lakers, meanwhile, played 10 minutes before making their first substitution, bringing in Mills, Cook, and Walton for Kwame Brown, Odom, and George. Kobe played the entire first quarter alongside Chin Fong. The period ended with the Lakers leading 26-24. Chin Fong contributed 6 points, 4 assists, and 1 steal, a near-perfect first quarter. Kobe finished with 10 points and 2 rebounds. On the Rockets side, McGrady tallied 8 points, and Yao Ming added 6. In the CCTV studio, director Zhang was beaming with delight. Chin Fong started today and played like an all-star. Yu Jia chuckled. Director Zhang, I think you're being a bit generous. Not at all. Director Zhang waved his hand emphatically. Look at his ball handling, his passing, his drives, his shooting. How is he weak in any of those? And he hasn't even played 10 regular season games yet. His future is incredibly bright. A truly promising future. After a brief break, the second half of the first quarter got underway. The Rockets likewise substituted in their entire bench unit, setting the stage for a battle between the two reserves. From the opening tip, Swift immediately scored 4 points and Hyde drained a three-pointer as Houston surged ahead 9-2 within just 2 minutes. 28-33. The Rockets had taken a 5-point lead. The Phelan called timeout. There was simply no choice but to send Kobe back onto the floor. The Rockets' bench depth is truly impressive. With Yao Ming anchoring the paint, their interior is rock solid. And what about the Lakers? The moment the bench unit came in, Kobe had to return, otherwise they simply couldn't hold their ground. Yu Jia shook his head with admiration. Zhang Jidai chimed in, the Lakers bench is difficult to watch. Only Moon can contribute while everyone else is essentially handing points to the opponent. It all comes down to Kobe. They simply cannot go without him. After Kobe stepped onto the court, the Lakers' offense immediately found its rhythm. Although Parker's playmaking was lacking, his defensive effort was commendable. Parker brought the ball across half court and passed to Kobe. Facing Hyde, Kobe pulled up for a three-pointer. It missed the mark. But Moon secured the offensive rebound and finished with a putback. On the Rockets' possession, Swift powered through the interior against Moon and hit a floater. Both teams traded baskets back and forth with the margin never exceeding 3 points. Yet the Lakers could never pull ahead because aside from Kobe, nobody else could find a basket. Vujasic hit just one of 3 three-point attempts. Parker was ice cold at 0 for 2, and Moon's 4 points all came from crash and grab opportunities. 5 minutes into the second quarter, the score stood at 36-40, with the Lakers trailing by 4. The coach called another timeout and sent in the starting 5: Chin Fong, Kobe, Odom, Devin George, and Kwame Brown. The Rockets responded by putting in Yao Ming, McGrady, Artest, Howard, and Wesley. With Chin Fong rejoining the game, the Lakers immediately accelerated their pace. On the Rockets' possession, Artest brought the ball across half court, and Chin Fong pressed him tightly. This time Artest played it smart. No dribbling, he passed straight to McGrady. McGrady faced Kobe and missed the jumper. Kwame grabbed the rebound and outlet it to Chin Fong. Chin Fong did not slow down and immediately pushed the transition. Artest was retreating on defense when Chin Fong hit him with a sharp crossover, sending Artest reaching for empty air. Chin Fong drove into the free throw line area, then suddenly fired a bounce pass to the cutting Kobe, who caught it and followed up with a powerful two-handed dunk. 38-40. That pass was exceptionally clever. Chin Feng's court vision and touch. A domestic guard would never develop that in 100 years. Yu Jia chuckled, teasing, Coach Zhang, are you praising Chin Fong or your own excellent eye for talent? Zhang Jidai replied confidently, both. I'll take both. On the Rockets' possession, Yao Ming established deep position in the post. Kwame went fronting, and Artest threw a bounce pass into the paint, but Chin Fong read the play perfectly and stole it. Chin Fong took off on a fast break with Artest chasing behind. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Artest to close, and then whipped a behind-the-back pass. Kobe caught it and launched a three-pointer, nothing but net. 41-40, the Lakers had taken the lead. On his way back on defense, Chin Fong passed Kobe, who already had his hand extended waiting for the moment. Their eyes met briefly, and without hesitation both raised their hands for a high five. The sharp crack echoed across the arena. In that instant of palm meeting palm, the unspoken understanding between them spoke volumes. Every ounce of satisfaction from that beautiful sequence of passes was captured within a single gesture. Chin Fong spoke with a hint of a smile, teasing, my passing skills aren't bad, right, old Kobe? Kobe replied in a tone that was equal parts pride and acknowledgement. It's roughly in the realm of a third of my own standard. On the Rockets' side, McGrady finally opened his eyes. Beyond the three-point arc, he faced Kobe with a pump fake that turned into a step back. He pulled straight up for a three-pointer. Kobe had gotten a solid hand in his face, fully extended and nearly touching the ball. Unfortunately, McGrady's height and wingspan gave him the advantage, and the shot fell cleanly, making it 41-43. The head coach did not call a timeout, signaling Chin Fong to handle the play himself. Chin Fong held the ball with Artest on defense. With only 5 seconds remaining, he drove forward after a series of crossovers, leaving Artest behind. Chin Fong drove into the paint as Yao Ming rotated to cover him. He rose high into the air, but did not shoot. Instead, he made a pass. Devin George caught the ball in the corner and released a three-point attempt. The light turned on, and the ball went in. The Lakers led 52-50 as the first half ended. Chin Fong finished with 9 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals in the half. 7 assists at halftime. Chin Fong is on track for a double-double. Yu Jia remarked that Director Zhang was right. There is a high probability that Chin Fong will deliver consecutive double-digit performances. His performance has been remarkably consistent. This is no fleeting moment or sudden surge of energy. Beyond the screen, basketball fans across China watched with deep emotion, some moved to tears. We have finally found a point guard who can control the ball. Not the kind who loses possession before reaching the other end, but one who can organize the offense, drive, pass, and steal with confidence. The stars of the first half, aside from Chin Feng's 9 points and 7 assists, were undoubtedly Kobe and Tracy McGrady, 2 premier perimeter scorers. Kobe had already poured in 22 points by halftime, while McGrady matched his intensity with 19 points along with 5 rebounds and 5 assists. Yao Ming's relentless back-and-forth movement across the court left him visibly drained, yet he still managed to contribute 10 points and 6 rebounds. In an era defined by faster-paced play, those half-court numbers may not shatter records, but they represent truly elite-level performance from a top-tier player. Whether commentators or fans in the stands, all eyes remained fixed on these players as cheers and excitement echoed through the arena without pause. Before leaving the court at halftime, Chin Fong glanced toward the Rockets bench and noticed Yao Ming breathing heavily, his frame showing signs of fatigue with sweat dripping from his forehead. Chun Feng smiled inwardly, knowing that if he continued this pace of constant movement for another half, he'd eventually wear Yao down. As he made his way toward the players' tunnel, he quietly applauded Phil Jackson's strategic brilliance in his thoughts. This up-tempo system was perfectly engineered to exploit Yao's limitations. After the break, both teams returned to the court with Kobe and McGrady resuming their scoring duel. After Kobe scored with a mid-range jumper, McGrady answered with his signature fadeaway jumper. In the third quarter, McGrady drove to the basket, once more forcing Kwame's fourth personal foul and earning a trip to the free throw line. Kwame Brown raised his hands in innocent confusion as the referee ignored his plea. He'd already endured Jordan's scolding in Washington and now faced Kobe's intense stare in LA, only to be dominated by McGrady as well. As McGrady stepped to the line, the 2-0 fans in the arena erupted into deafening chants, with only a handful of Chinese supporters remaining unaffected by the outpouring of energy. MVP, MVP, MVP. The thunderous calls echoed through the arena, serving as the perfect adrenaline boost for McGrady as he prepared for his free throws. After smoothly sinking the first free throw, he waved both arms toward the crowd in a relaxed gesture, acknowledging their enthusiastic support. His casual, confident motion sent the audience into another wave of excitement, pushing the arena's energy to new heights. Watching this scene, Chun Feng's lips curled downward slightly. Yao Ming, the Rockets' own drafted #1 pick, could effortlessly put up 20 points and 10 rebounds whenever he wanted. He gained weight at his coach's request and played for the Rockets with unwavering dedication and patience, embodying the spirit of someone who truly belonged to the team. Yet he'd never received such treatment from Rockets fans. McGrady had only joined the Rockets the previous season, and his sole distinction came from winning 2 scoring titles with the Magic. Winning the scoring title during the 2003 season, when the Rockets posted the league's worst record, made that championship feel hollow. Chun Feng's eyes narrowed as he slipped beside Yao Ming, lowering his voice with deliberate provocation. "Aren't you supposed to be the Rockets' leader? Why are they chanting MVP for McGrady, an outsider, when you're the homegrown star? Where are your fans? Did they all abandon you for him?" Yao Ming showed no interest in the bait, responding calmly, "As long as we win, I don't care who takes the spotlight. We operate as a tandem, so don't even attempt to drive a wedge between us." With that, Yao Ming turned and walked away, leaving Chun Feng with nothing but his broad shoulders and silent dismissal. Chun Feng pursed his lips, noting how straightforward Yao Ming remained. If it were him in Yao's position, he'd have laid low anyone claiming to be the franchise cornerstone. Amidst the crowd's relentless chants, McGrady sank both free throws cleanly. The Lakers held a narrow 66-65 lead. Phil Jackson called timeout, substituting Kobe for Vujasic and drawing Chun Feng close with quiet instructions. "Chun, you take point offense from here. With Kobe resting, go after your own shots more." Was the coach building him as the primary ball handler and focal point? Chun Feng nearly blurted out his gratitude, but swallowed the words. He gave a slight nod. "Leave it to me." As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the floor. Chun Feng caught the ball and pushed the pace, but as soon as he crossed the three-point line, McGrady closed out hard, spreading his long arms wide to challenge the rookie's entrance into the paint. He held his ground rather than forcing a move against McGrady's presence. With the Rockets' defense properly set, charging through would risk a turnover. He lacked the refined skills and strength to handle it. A steal from McGrady leading to a fast break dunk was a scene too painful to picture. He drifted back just a step to create separation and signaled to Kwame, who stepped up to set a solid screen for the ball handler. McGrady was stopped by Kwame's massive frame, allowing Chun Feng to drive past the screen straight into the Rockets' paint. He faced Yao Ming, protecting the rim head-on, showing no hesitation. Yao spread his arms wide, creating an impenetrable barrier. Chun Feng lowered his center of gravity, drove hard against the defensive pressure, then shifted directions sharply, threading past Yao's armpit to create separation before launching upward in one fluid motion. As Yao rose to contest the shot, Chun Feng cradled the ball and delicately floated it over the outstretched hand. The ball kissed the interior of the rim before dropping through the net for 2 points. The Lakers led 68-65. After landing, Chun Feng turned back with a grin and called out to Yao Ming, "Hey Yao, time to wax your pits." Yao's expression darkened, but he said nothing. On the Rockets' possession, Arteist held the ball beyond the three-point arc and signaled for Yao to set a screen against Chun Feng's defense. Yao lumbered up to set the screen, while Chun Feng got caught in the contact. Arteist found his space and pulled up for a mid-range jumper, but it clanged off the rim. Odom grabbed the rebound and immediately fired a pass downcourt to Chun Feng. Chun Feng pushed the pace on the break. Arteist fell back in coverage, staying careful not to get beaten off the dribble as Chun Feng approached the free throw line. Without hesitation, Chun Feng rose up for a pull-up jumper. With his 85 shooting attribute and two-way bonus active, he knew the moment the ball left his hands, it was going in. The ball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net cleanly. The Lakers extended their lead to 70-65. Chun Feng scores again. That should make 16 points for him now. Yu Jia called out excitedly from the broadcast booth. Director Zhang couldn't hide his grin. Chun Feng is on track for a 20-point, 10-assist double-double today. 9 points and 7 assists through the first half, then another 7 points and 2 assists in the third quarter. That's 16 points and 9 assists now. Just one more assist to reach the mark. Yu Jia smiled and agreed. Director Zhang has a point. You can see Chen Feng is still developing and improving. You never know what ceiling he might reach. In the final minutes of the third quarter, Chen Feng added 2 more points, extending the Lakers' lead to 77-71. He finished the quarter with 9 points and 2 assists. Adding his first half stats, Chen Feng had accumulated 18 points, 9 assists, and 2 steals through 3 quarters. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Yu Jia and Director Zhang were enthusiastically praising his performance. What Chen Feng has shown today is arguably his finest performance this season, Yu Jia remarked. Against a formidable Rockets squad featuring both McGrady and Yao Ming, he's displayed remarkable composure. Exactly, Director Zhang chimed in. Notice how smart his decisions are. He knows when to pass and when to score. This isn't stat padding, this is true court vision and control. Turning their attention to Houston, Yu Jia noted with concern. Yao Ming appears to be fading in the second half, and the ball rarely finds him in the post. Should Van Gundy adjust his approach? Director Zhang shook his head. The issue isn't Yao, it's the supporting cast. Artest was completely shut down by Chun Feng's defense today, and Wesley contributed little. Houston is overly reliant on Yao and McGrady, and no amount of effort will overcome that imbalance. Basketball requires 5 players on the court, Yu Jia agreed. Chun Feng jogged back to the bench and accepted a water bottle from Bynum. He glanced at his stat line, 18 points and 9 assists. 2 points and 1 assist remained to reach the double-double milestone. System, can I achieve 20 and 10 today? A chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Current stats, 18 points, 9 assists. Need 2 more points and 1 assist. The system suggests you work on achieving it. You almost said grind there, didn't you? System error. Please focus on the game. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. A brief pause between quarters concluded, and the final period began. Kobe Bryant re-entered the court with 4 substitutes. Chen Feng sat on the bench waving a towel to cheer for Kobe. Today marked his first start, and after playing over 20 minutes in the first 3 quarters, his stamina was nearly depleted. An 80-point stamina rating was sufficient for substitute appearances, but starting was an entirely different matter. System, next time I allocate points, I need to boost stamina, Chen Feng silently noted. System has recorded the host's request. It is recommended that the host first complete the current task. You think I don't want to complete the task? This is my first game back from suspension. You want me to complete the task? Wouldn't I get suspended again? As he spoke, Chen Feng felt genuinely tempted. Tracy McGrady was in his prime, striking him now would yield decent rewards. But who knew how many games the league would suspend him for? Perhaps it was better to target a teammate instead. Fewer rewards, but at least no suspension. Chen Feng mused about how to persuade his teammates to cooperate with the task. For the Rockets, Jeff Van Gundy did not start Yao Ming, using Stromile Swift instead. On the court, McGrady led Rafer Alston, David Wesley, Juwan Howard, and Swift. Van Gundy aimed to give Yao Ming more rest, saving his strength for the final minutes. In the CCTV studio, Yu Jia's commentary enthusiasm waned noticeably as he saw both Chinese players seated on the bench. After all, the audience wanted to see Yao Ming and Chen Feng, not Kobe, single-handedly challenging the entire Rockets team. Chen Feng is resting on the bench, and Yao Ming is also off the court. Now we have a duel between 2 superstars, Kobe and McGrady, Yu Jia said. Coach Zhang responded, that's normal. At the start of the fourth quarter, both teams are conserving energy for the final push. Chen Feng, starting for the first time, has played over 20 minutes and expended a lot of energy. Resting is reasonable. Coach Zhang is right. But Kobe is still on the court, so Lakers fans need not worry. Kobe was not a concern, but the Lakers substitutes were. Parker brought the ball past half court and passed to Kobe. Kobe, guarded by Wesley, attempted a step-back 3-pointer and missed. Swift grabbed the rebound. The Rockets countered, and McGrady assisted Luther Head for a 3-pointer. 77-74. On the next possession, Kobe drove and passed to Luke Walton, who attempted a long 2-pointer and missed again. Howard secured the rebound. The Rockets countered, and McGrady nailed a pull-up mid-range jumper. 77-76. In just 2 minutes, the Rockets had cut the deficit to 1 point. Phil Jackson frowned on the sidelines, but did not call a timeout. He understood from Kobe's expression the star was about to take matters into his own hands. Kobe received the ball at the top of the arc, faced Wesley, executed a crossover acceleration, and pulled up for a jumper. Swish. The ball went in. 79-76. Rockets possession, McGrady drove and dished to Swift, who dunked with both hands. 79-78. Kobe was double-teamed and passed to Walton, cutting to the basket. Walton's layup was blocked by Howard. The Rockets countered. Alston assisted Head on a fast break layup. 79-80. The Rockets took the lead. Phil finally called a timeout. In 3 minutes, the Lakers had been outscored 9-2, turning a 6-point lead into a 1-point deficit. Chen, get ready to go in. Phil had no choice. With the Lakers' limited roster, he had to send Chen Feng in despite his fatigue. After the timeout, the Lakers fielded their full starting lineup: Chen Feng, Kobe, Lamar Odom, Devine George, and Kwame Brown. The Rockets also brought in Yao Ming. The decisive moment had arrived. Chen Feng set a screen immediately. Kwame stepped up. Chen used the screen to drive right, and pulled up for a jumper near the free throw line. The ball went in. 81-80. The Lakers regained the lead. Chen Feng. He doesn't choke in critical moments. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. Coach Zhang nodded vigorously. That's a big heart. It's rare for a young player to stay composed under such pressure. Rockets possession. McGrady and Kobe faced off again. McGrady also called for a screen, drove off the pick, and Kwame switched. McGrady pulled up for a jumper. It went in. 81-82. Chen Feng received the ball and pushed the pace quickly. He didn't wait for his teammates to set up. He drove straight toward the Rockets' paint. Alston was beaten and Yao Ming rotated to help. Chen Feng delivered a bounce pass that threaded through Yao Ming. Kobe caught it, leaped, and dunked with one hand. 83-82. Chen Feng and Kobe high-fived, exchanging no words, but exuding perfect chemistry. In the final 5 minutes, the game entered a white-hot phase. McGrady ignited his scoring mode, hitting 3 consecutive pull-up jumpers, giving the Rockets a 4-point lead. Kobe responded immediately with an and-one and a three-pointer, scoring 6 straight points to reclaim the lead. Chen Feng orchestrated the offense, consistently feeding Kobe and Odom. His passes grew increasingly crafty, always finding teammates through the smallest gaps. With 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Chen Feng drove and kicked the ball to Devine George in the corner. George nailed a three-pointer. 98-94, the Lakers led by 4. The Rockets called a timeout. Chen Feng walked back to the bench, took a towel from Andrew Bynum, and wiped his sweat. His stats had reached 20 points, 12 assists, and 3 steals, a career high. System, how are my numbers? System check. The host has set personal records for points and assists this game. System evaluation, barely passing. Barely passing. Are you blind? System does not offer vision services. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, too busy to argue with the system. The game wasn't over. After the timeout, McGrady forced a three-pointer, cutting the deficit to 1 point. 98-97. Lakers possession. Kobe was double-teamed and passed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng held the ball beyond the three-point line, running down the clock. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he called for a screen from Kwame, used the pick to drive, and Yao Ming switched. Chen Feng executed a behind-the-back dribble, stepped back, and released the ball from just beyond the three-point line. It went in. 101-97. The Lakers led by 4. Chen Feng. Three-pointer. The dagger. Yu Jia roared. Coach Zhang also applauded. This kid is a true big-game player. He dares to shoot in crunch time, and he makes it. Rockets possession. McGrady missed a three-pointer. Kobe grabbed the rebound and passed to Chen Feng. The Rockets fouled, and Chen Feng stepped to the free throw line. He made both free throws. 103-97. With 30 seconds left, the Rockets had no chance to recover. The final buzzer sounded. The Lakers defeated the Rockets 105-97 on the road. For the game, Kobe shot 17 of 29 from the field, 1 of 2 from three-point range, and made all 9 free throws, finishing with 44.6 rebounds and 3 assists. Single-handedly leading the team. No, today, it was a dual-core effort. Chen Feng recorded 25 points, 13 assists, and 3 steals, shooting 61 from the field and 4 of 6 from beyond the arc. A career high. 25 and 13. And this was his first start. Yao Ming contributed 21 points and 10 rebounds, while McGrady had 37 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Both Chinese players achieved double-doubles, but only one could be the winner. After the game in the CCTV studio, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang were nearly speechless with excitement. Yu Jia 25 points and 13 assists. Chen Feng has delivered the strongest performance ever by a Chinese guard in the NBA. Coach Zhang, this is a historic moment. A Chinese guard starting in the NBA and recording a 25+10 double-double. And against the Rockets with Yao Ming on the opposing side. This is a Chinese derby. This is a victory for Chinese basketball. Coach Zhang is right. Moreover, Chen Feng's performance today wasn't stat padding, it was a genuine battle. Exactly. In the fourth quarter alone, he scored 7 points and dished 4 assists, never wavering in critical moments. That's the hallmark of a superstar in the making. Chen Feng walked toward Yao Ming, and the two embraced. Brother Yao, sorry about today. Yao Ming smiled and patted his shoulder. Kid, can you go easy next time? My old back is about to break from chasing you. Chen Feng chuckled. Then tell Van Gundy to stop bulking you up. Don't wear yourself down to injury. You need to rest and recover. Yao Ming shook his head. I can't hold off Shaq without gaining weight. Don't worry about it. Let's grab a bite later. All right. With that, Chen Feng waved without looking back and disappeared into the player tunnel. After the game, the Lakers flew overnight to Memphis. But Chen Feng did not follow the team bus to the airport. Brother Yao, you mentioned treating me to dinner earlier. Was that just a polite gesture? Yao Ming gave a wry smile. Do I look like that kind of person? Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Chen Feng followed Yao Ming into his car. The night breeze of Houston rushed in through the car window, tousling Chen Feng's hair, but his spirits were soaring. Today, in his first start, he had put up 25 points and 13 assists, even running his elder brother, Yao Ming, out of breath. Brother Yao, this car of yours is pretty spacious. Was it custom-made? Being tall, I had no choice. When you grow to 2 meters, you can order one too. Me grow to 2 meters. That would take reincarnation. They both laughed as the car pulled up in front of a building. Chen Feng looked up and saw the three bold characters, Yao Restaurant with the English, YO Restaurant bar beneath them. Wow, brother Yao, you opened a restaurant this early. Chen Feng had only known that Yao Ming later opened Yao Restaurant, not that it had existed as early as 2005. It had a soft opening in February 2005 and officially opened on May 21st. It's been open for half a year now and business is decent. Yao Ming gave a simple, honest smile and pushed the door open. The restaurant's decor was very Chinese. Red lanterns, carved wooden screens, and a group photo of Yao Ming with the national team hanging on the wall. As soon as the staff saw the owner, they quickly came forward to greet him. Yao Ming waved his hand and led Chen Feng into a small private room. Order whatever you like. Today it's my treat. Chen Feng did not stand on ceremony. He grabbed the menu and ordered a feast: Peking duck, Sichuan boiled fish, Kung Pao chicken hot, and sour soup, and a heap of other dishes. After finishing, he added, and 2 bottles of beer. Yao Ming frowned. You have a back-to-back game tomorrow. Are you sure about drinking? Just 1 bottle to celebrate, Chen Feng said with a grin. Brother Yao, you have tea and I'll have the beer. Fair enough, right? You little rascal. Yao Ming shook his head and instructed the staff to serve the food. Once the dishes were ready, the two ate and chatted. Yao Ming picked up a piece of Peking duck, dipped it in sauce, wrapped it in a pancake, and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "To be honest, watching you play today made me really happy." Chen Feng gnawed on a chicken leg. Happy that I won. Happy that our country has finally produced a talented guard. Yao Ming swallowed the duck in 1 gulp. You know, Chinese basketball has always had a long-standing problem. We've always had good players in the front court, Dejita Ba, and of course myself, and a Lian from the Guangdong team, all very capable players. But the point guard position has been a weak spot for our national team for a long time. Chen Feng fell silent. Even bringing the ball across half-court is a struggle, and turnovers happen under pressure. Yao Ming sighed. Every time we play in a world tournament, the coach has to have me come out to the 3-point line to receive the ball, which essentially sacrifices one of our interior heights. Are you complaining to me? Not complaining. I'm telling you the national team needs you. Yao Ming raised his teacup. I'm really looking forward to playing with you. The 2006 World Championship and the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Let's do it together. Chen Feng put down his chopsticks and looked at Yao Ming seriously. Brother Yao, let me ask you something. How much have you actually sacrificed for the national team? Yao Ming was momentarily stunned, then gave a bitter smile. Are you serious? I'm serious. I've heard that you have to go back and play every summer, even when you're not fully recovered from injuries. And what about the revenue sharing and image rights? What's the real story? Alright, I'll tell you. First, the money. Before I entered the NBA, the Basketball Association wanted to take 50 of my NBA income, salary, and endorsements combined. Think about it. My rookie contract was over $4 million and half would go to the association. That's like working for free. Later, Team Yao negotiated it down to 5, but I still had to pay. In the 2005-06 season, my annual salary was about $12.5 million. Just the revenue sharing alone was hundreds of thousands of dollars plus endorsement cuts. Millions of yuan gone every year. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Millions. In yuan. In yuan. If it were in dollars, I could buy another house. Wow, that's practically extortion. Yao Ming waved his hand. There's more. My image rights don't belong to me. The association can sell my photos to sponsors without my consent. You know about the Coca-Cola incident. I sued over my own face, and in the end, I was awarded 1 yuan in damages. It was just about making a point. Chen Feng swallowed hard. So what do you get out of it? What do I get? The country needs me. Yao Ming smiled, but there was bitterness in it. And then there's the time and the physical toll. Yao Ming continued. In the 2004-05 season, I played 80 regular season games plus 7 playoff games. Almost a full schedule. After the NBA season ended in the summer of 2005, I had just undergone bone spur surgery on my ankle. Before I had fully recovered, the association ordered me to return home for the Doha Asian Championship. I averaged 38 minutes per game. We won the championship, but it aggravated my foot injury. Right after the Asian Championship, the Shanghai team wanted me to play in the national games. It would have been like playing in the national games after the NBA All-Star break. The Rockets strongly opposed it, and in the end I didn't play. Otherwise I might have been finished. After hearing this, Chen Feng lost his appetite for the chicken leg. He had known the association was unreasonable, but not to this extent. Brother Yao, you're literally risking your life for the game. I had no choice. Before joining the NBA, I signed an agreement the association could recall me at any time, and I had to return unconditionally. Deji wanted to stay in the NBA and look for opportunities, so he didn't come back, and he was blacklisted. I didn't dare not return. Chen Feng was silent. He picked up his beer, took a long gulp, then set the bottle down on the table. Brother Yao, I'll be honest with you. Go ahead. I'm willing to join the national team, really. I grew up watching the national team's games, and it makes my blood boil with excitement. I want to play in the World Championship and the Olympics. But what? But I can't sacrifice the way you did. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. I'm an undrafted player outside the system. I never signed any development agreement. The association has no control over my money, and they can't force a revenue share. My endorsement income is earned by me. Why should I give it to someone else? Yao Ming said nothing. If the national team calls me up, I can go back. But I'll need to negotiate terms, playing time on court protection and no forcing me to play through injuries. I'm going to help the national team win games, not to risk my life. Chen Feng took a sip of beer and continued, if the national team wants me to sacrifice my own interests, I'll have to decline. I have parents to support at home, and I still need to take over the family hardware factory. You little rascal, you never let yourself be shortchanged. Yao Ming shook his head with a smile. All right, you have your reasons. I won't try to make you a saint. But the 2006 World Championship and the 2008 Beijing Olympics, the country really needs you. If you're willing to come, I'll talk to the association. I believe I still have some influence. Chen Feng extended his hand. Deal. But you have to promise me one thing, stop gaining weight. If you keep bulking up, your knees will give out sooner or later. Yao Ming shook his hand. I'll try. Not try, you must. I want to play more years with you on the national team. Yao Ming gave a wry smile. All right, I'll remember that. They chatted about trivial matters for a while. Chen Feng scrolled through his phone and showed a news page to Yao Ming. Brother Yao, look. ESPN says I'm Kobe's best supporting player. Yao Ming glanced at it. You are? Without you today, the Lakers wouldn't have won. What about back home? Pupu has already crowned me China's best guard. You deserve it, Yao Ming said seriously. You're the best point guard I've ever seen in Chinese basketball history. No exceptions. Chen Feng felt a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. Brother Yao, you're making me shy. I'm just stating the facts. Your drives, passes, shooting, and defense, none of them are lacking. And that 1,000-year kill move. Yao Ming caught himself and quickly waved his hand. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Chen Feng chuckled. Let's not, it would ruin my image. After dinner, they walked out of the restaurant. The night view of Houston was quiet and serene. Chen Feng let out a burp and patted his stomach. Brother Yao, your restaurant is great. I'll come again. You're welcome. But next time, don't order so much. You can't finish it all by yourself. I'll take the leftovers as a midnight snack. Yao Ming shook his head with a smile. They hugged in farewell. Take care on the road. Tomorrow's back-to-back. Don't push yourself too hard. Yao Ming advised. Don't worry. Playing against the Grizzlies, it's easy. Chen Feng waved. I'm off, Brother Yao. About the national team, help me coordinate with the association. If the terms are right, I'll definitely come back. All right, I'll pass the message. Chen Feng got into a taxi and headed to the airport. Through the window, he saw Yao Ming still standing at the restaurant entrance waving at him. A warmth spread through Chen Feng's heart. This big brother was truly a genuine person. But he was not Yao Ming. He would not be a saint. He could love his country, but he must not shortchange himself. Chen Feng was unaware that his entrance into the restaurant with Yao Ming had been captured by the media. Yao Ming and Chen Feng in a late-night meeting. Is a brotherly basketball alliance possible? Fox Sports went even further with the headline, a blockbuster trade between Rockets and Lakers. Yao Ming, McGrady, Kobe. The end of the league. Pupu ran a front-page story. Yao Ming and Chen Feng secretly plot. If you can't beat them, join them. Yao Ming going to the Lakers? That would make their front court unstoppable. Chen Feng coming to the Rockets. That would finally solve the Rockets' guard problem. Have you considered the possibility that both of them might go to another team together? Heat. Wade, Yao Ming, Chen Feng. Check, am I leaving? After their victory over the Rockets, the Lakers seemed to hit a fast-forward button. They traveled west and east, securing consecutive road wins against the Memphis Grizzlies and the Golden State Warriors. Back on their home court in Los Angeles, their shooting touch turned scorching hot. They swept past the Philadelphia 76ers and the Portland Trail Blazers in succession. A dominant 5-game winning streak was firmly in their grasp. The Lakers' overall record surged to an impressive 10 wins and 6 losses. Their standing climbed dramatically, breaking into 6th place in the Western Conference. First place, the San Antonio Spurs, 14 wins and 2 losses, sitting firmly atop the Western Conference with commanding dominance. Second place, the Dallas Mavericks, 13 wins and 3 losses, staying close behind with strong championship pedigree. The third tier features fierce competition, the Clippers, the Suns, and the Grizzlies, all tied at 10 wins and 5 losses, forming a triumvirate. The Los Angeles Lakers sit just behind them at 10 wins and 6 losses. As November came to a close, the NBA officially announced the monthly award winners for both conferences. The Western Conference Player of the Month went without hesitation to Kobe Bryant. Throughout the entire month of November, Kobe had entered a scoring frenzy mode, launching unstoppable offensive bombardments across the league. He averaged an astonishing 35.5 points, 4.8 rebounds, 2.9 assists, and 1.1 steals per game. His shooting percentage stood at 44.4% with 35.6% from three-point range. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month honor went to LeBron James. The young king led his team to a magnificent 10 wins and 4 losses record in November, averaging 28.4 points, 6 rebounds, 4.5 assists, and 1.6 steals per game. Displaying excellence on both ends of the floor and steady leadership, the young LeBron had already showcased the top-tier aura of a league face. The Rookie of the Month awards were also announced. Western Conference Chris Paul, averaging 16.4 points and 6.8 assists. Eastern Conference Channing Frye, averaging 14.2 points and 6.1 rebounds. Chen Feng received nothing. Bynum was the first to voice his disagreement. Funga, your statistics are no worse than Paul's. Your team record is better than the Hornets. Why not? Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea. Perhaps it's because I played 3 fewer games. Chen Feng himself did not mind, but the domestic media were even more anxious than he was. A pinned post on the forum read, Chen Feng has been overlooked. Averaging 15.6 points, 7.2 assists, and 2 steals with a 10 wins and 6 losses record. He does not deserve the monthly rookie award. On December 3rd, the Lakers traveled to face the Miami Heat. Speaking of the Heat, one cannot help but recall the tension between Shaq after his move eastward and Kobe's rivalry. The Heat's record stood at 9 wins and 6 losses, also coming off a 5-game winning streak with fiery momentum. Outside the American Airlines Arena, a massive poster of Shaq hung in the most prominent position, Super Shark, ruler of the East Coast. On the poster, Shaq grinned broadly, revealing those famously priceless teeth, his right hand forming the number 3 gesture representing his 3 consecutive championships and 3 FMVP honors. Chen Feng stepped off the team bus and glanced up at the poster, thinking to himself, if Kobe sees this poster tonight, he might score 50 points. In the pregame locker room, Kobe was tying his shoes. His movements were slow, pulling each lace tight until the strings creaked. Chen Feng sat beside him, daring not to breathe loudly. The entire locker room was as silent as a temple. Bynum leaned over and whispered in a low voice, Funga, are you nervous? Nervous about what? Opponent has Shaq. Aren't you afraid of him doing that thing to you? What thing? You know that. Bynum made a gesture behind his back. He once said his rear is bouncier than Nash's and Parker's combined. Wouldn't you want to verify it? Chen Feng nearly spat out his Gatorade. Are you crazy, eh? I'm just curious. Curious my foot. Chen Feng flicked Bynum's forehead. I'm here to play basketball tonight, not to perform performance art. The Heat's roster was enough to intimidate anyone just by reading the names. Center Shaquille O'Neal. 32 years old, weighing over 150 kilograms, 3-time champion, and 3-time FMVP. Though older now, standing in the paint still terrified opponents from driving. Averaging 20 points and 9.2 rebounds this season, he remained one of the league's top interior players. Power forward Udonis Haslem. Specializing in dirty work and tough defense on that end, he was Shaq's most reliable enforcer nearby. Small forward Antoine Walker. Nicknamed the Fat Monk, a 3-point shooter. Shooting guard Dwayne Wade. The Flash. His drives were as swift as ghosts, his crossover footwork unmatched. Point guard Jason Williams, nicknamed White Chocolate. 1 pass made 9 defenders panic. On the bench sat Gary Payton, the 37-year-old glove, the only point guard to ever win Defensive Player of the Year. There was also Alonzo Mourning, the kidney warrior, missing 1 kidney, but playing with fierce physicality. This Heat team possessed terrifying depth and a championship-caliber roster built with a title run in mind. History proved that they would ultimately capture the 2005-06 championship. Seeing White Chocolate and the glove Gary Payton, Chen Feng's hands began to itch uncontrollably once again. Especially Payton. If he leaked even a small amount of information, it would be enough for Chen Feng to smile privately. But tonight the main characters were not Chen Feng. They were Kobe and Shaq. Their rivalry dated back to the three-peat era. Shaq, with his 3 FMVP awards, considered himself the undisputed deity of the Lakers. Kobe, stubborn and obsessive, believed he alone was the true god of Los Angeles. One wanted ball dominance, the other wanted status. One coasted through the offseason, gaining weight, the other practiced until madness at 4 in the morning. Kobe complained Shaq was lazy, as Shaq complained Kobe was too harsh even on his own teammates. They did not train together, did not eat at the same table, did not even exchange wedding gifts. Surface friendship in the locker room, complete estrangement behind closed doors. The year 2004 marked the complete rupture. During Kobe's sexual assault case trial, a passing remark about Shaq did it too detonated public opinion. At season's end, Shaq demanded a lavish 2-year, $60 million max contract extension and made the money-counting gesture in front of owner Jerry Buss during a media appearance, openly challenging the management. And so, on July 14, 2004, Shaq was traded to the Heat. The very next day, Kobe signed a 7-year, $136 million extension. The OK combination extinguished in an instant. In the Lakers' locker room, the tension arising from the discord between Kobe and O'Neal, coupled with the palpable seriousness emanating from Kobe, rendered everyone speechless. Bynum secretly sent Chen Feng a message on his phone. Phone, don't you need to use the restroom? I want to go, but I dare not move. Chen Feng glanced at his phone and replied, hold it in. I can't hold it. Then let it out in your pants. Don't make a sound. Bynum silently put away his phone and continued to endure. In the midst of an atmosphere so quiet it could be mistaken for a horror film, Chen Feng bent down and pulled an object from his suitcase. A doll of O'Neal. A miniature version of the shark, clad in a Heat number 32 jersey with a wide grin and a mischievous expression. The doll's belly was plump, and when squeezed it emitted a low humming sound, whether a shark's call or something else entirely. The entire team was stunned. Walton's eyes widened, his mouth forming an O. Odom nearly dropped his water bottle. Bynum, forgetting his earlier discomfort, blurted out, "Wow, Feng, have you lost your mind?" Chen Feng ignored him. He cheerfully presented the doll to Kobe, his tone light, as if peddling wares at a street market. Kobe, want to have some fun with this? I figured you were feeling pent up. I spent a good amount online to get this. Go ahead, take a swing or two. It'll feel great. The only thought in everyone's mind was that Chen Feng had gone mad. He must have a death wish. Was he not afraid Kobe would land a few punches on him instead? Kobe lifted his gaze, first examining the cheeky O'Neal doll, then Chen Feng's ingratiating grin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then Kobe reached out and took the doll. His first punch struck the doll's belly, producing a muffled thud, as if the doll had been winded. The second punch hit the face, distorting O'Neal's goofy smile. Still unsatisfied, Kobe continued. He stood up, threw the doll to the floor, and delivered several kicks, sending it sliding across the court. Finally, he stepped onto the doll, staring down at its twisted grin from above. Everyone in the locker room held their breath. Kobe let out a long sigh, lifted his head, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Thank you, he said. That was indeed quite satisfying. Then he picked up the doll, dusted it off, and solemnly handed it back to Chen Feng. Scanning the room, he declared, if we don't thoroughly defeat the Miami team tonight, none of you need to come back tomorrow. As Kobe was the first to walk out of the player tunnel, a deafening wave of boos surged toward him like a tidal wave. Some fans held signs reading Shaq Kobe, while others displayed, OK stands for O'Neal Kingdom. The Miami fans were among the most fervent in the league. Facing their arch-rivals, the Lakers, they brought 120% of their intensity. Even more extreme was a fan, a heavy-set man in a Heat jersey, who leaned over the railing and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You're nothing without O'Neal. All you do is cling to others' coattails. Criminal, you belong in prison. O'Neal will trounce you. Wade will leave you dizzy and lost." Kobe remained expressionless, as if these voices had nothing to do with him. He did not glance at the audience, the Heat bench, or even Wade and O'Neal. He walked straight to his own half of the court and began shooting warm-up shots. Chen Feng followed behind, hearing the insults, and furrowed his brow. The attacks were so fierce that an ordinary person would have struggled to withstand them. Just then the long-absent system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. This match's mission has been generated. Mission name: Bizarre Kiss. Mission objective: during the game, plant a kiss on Shaquille O'Neal's posterior. Duration must be no less than 1 second. Mission reward: joy value 1,000. Failure penalty: none. Chen Feng's steps faltered. What the? Kiss O'Neal's posterior. That massive mountain of a man weighing over 150 kilograms, whose palm could send a person flying 3 meters. The big shark's posterior. System, are you messing with me? The mission is randomly generated. The host may choose to decline. Chen Feng choked on his words, unable to respond for a long moment. He glanced toward O'Neal. The shark was practicing hook shots near the basket, his massive form accentuated by his shorts, which bulged like 2 small hills. Would this really not end with him being crushed? The referee's whistle blew, and both teams' starting lineups took the court. Lakers: Chen Feng, Kobe, Odom, Brian Cook, Chris Mim. Heat: White Chocolate, Williams, Wade, Walker, Haslam, O'Neal. Jump ball: O'Neal easily tipped it to his team with his weight advantage. White Chocolate dribbled past half court and passed to Wade. The moment Wade received the ball, Kobe charged toward him without hesitation. Full court pressure. Starting from the very first possession. That was Kobe's attitude, pushing himself to the limit from the game's opening seconds. Under Kobe's relentless defense, Wade appeared somewhat flustered, but as one of the league's elite, he adjusted and passed the ball. After a series of passes and plays, O'Neal received the ball inside. Just as he prepared to rise for a dunk, his defender Chris Mim slapped down hard, striking his hand. The sharp, resounding slap made the Lakers' stance clear. Free throws were acceptable, but easy baskets would not be allowed. O'Neal rubbed his reddened wrist and stepped to the free throw line. First free throw clanked off the rim. Second adjusted and swished through the net. 10 Heat in the lead. Lakers possession. Chen Feng dribbled, defended by White Chocolate. Chen Feng called for a pick from Mim, drove through the screen. O'Neal switched onto him, but Chen Feng did not shoot. He glanced at O'Neal's posterior for a brief moment. No, not yet. Too early. The atmosphere hadn't warmed up. Chen Feng passed to Kobe. Facing Wade, Kobe rose and fired immediately. Even though Wade was an elite perimeter defender on the all-defensive second team, he was caught off guard, only managing a token hand raise as Kobe sank the 2-pointer. 21. Under Kobe's leadership, the defensive intensity and tenacity of the entire Lakers squad escalated, matching the ferocity of a playoff game. But one must not forget that the Heat were a formidable championship contender that season. Their interior boasted the Big Shark, their perimeter the Flash, and their bench featured a still potent Gary Payton. Though coming off the bench, Payton's average minutes exceeded those of starter White Chocolate, and he often orchestrated the tempo during crucial fourth-quarter moments. From the very first minute, the game was played with extraordinary intensity. The roar of the American Airlines Arena nearly lifted the roof. Jason Williams dribbled beyond the three-point line, with Chen Feng clinging to him like a persistent shadow. Shaquille O'Neal posted up in the paint and shouted to White Chocolate, "Jason, pass the ball. I'm wide open." Chris Mim jostled and off-balance retorted, "I'm standing right here. Are you blind?" White Chocolate hesitated for half a second, but still passed the ball. After all, the Big Shark was old, but still a shark, not a goldfish. The moment O'Neal caught the ball with his back to the basket, he lowered his hips, bent his knees, and planted his stance. With 150 kilograms of weight bearing down, he needed no fancy footwork. In the first second of receiving the ball, he drove his massive back forcefully into the defender. Thud. The sound was like a heavy iron door closing. Chris Mim braced himself with all his might, his core muscles tensed, arms pressed against the Shark's sides, his face flushed red. But against O'Neal, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Shark pressed with his left shoulder, then drove with his lower body. Boom. Mim staggered backward 2 steps, his balance shattered, his defensive stance completely broken. Without turning his head, O'Neal tilted his thick neck slightly and uttered arrogant words, "Kid, you think you can guard me? The Lakers' front court doesn't even have a decent shield anymore." As he spoke, he protected the ball with his left hand, raised his right arm as a barrier, and continued to apply pressure with his broad back, step by step bulldozing into the paint. His massive frame completely clogged the space under the basket, casting a shadow over the entire 3-second zone. Just as he had muscled into position, O'Neal suddenly pivoted. A clumsy yet swift half-turn, forcefully shoving aside Mim's last bit of defense, his shoulder clearing the opponent's body, and he leaped into the air. His jump was not high, and he needed no graceful hang time. It was pure power and weight dominance. Grabbing the ball with one hand, he violently snapped his wrist downward. A forceful grunt, then a thunderous slam. A powerful dunk. The ball was hammered through the hoop, the backboard shuddered violently, and the rim bent and swayed dramatically. O'Neal landed the floor, trembling slightly. He glanced at the Zen master on the Lakers bench, then shot a look at Kobe beside him, a smug, arrogant grin curling at the corner of his mouth as he delivered his final barb. "See that? That's called dominance. Your Lakers front court couldn't stop my but for 10 years. Chun Fong walked over and patted Chris Mim's backside. "Next time that fat shark gets the ball, I'll double-team him." The Lakers transitioned to offense. The entire team spread the floor, instantly executing the triangle offense. Chun Fong and Lamar Odom all moved to the left baseline, clearing the entire right side of the court for Kobe's isolation play. O'Neal had scored, so Kobe had to answer. Today, no one was leaving until the game was decided. Wade stepped up to defend one-on-one, lowering his center of gravity and raising his hands high. Kobe lowered his hips and bent his knees, backing down, feinting and faking a shoulder move to the left. Wade shifted his weight for a split second, and in that instant, instead of a fadeaway jumper, Kobe chose to drive hard to the basket. One step, and he blew past Wade, heading straight for the hoop. Under the basket, O'Neal, guarding the paint, had no intention of giving an inch. Tens of thousands of Heat fans rose to their feet, holding their breath. On one side, Kobe Bryant with explosive speed and fierce determination. On the other, Shaquille O'Neal, the Titan, anchoring the paint with sheer mass. Old King versus Old King. The rivals clashed head-on. Kobe launched into the air. Ignoring the 150-kilogram behemoth before him, he exploded with his core, forcing his body higher, raising the ball overhead with one hand and charging downward, determined to dunk over O'Neal. If he made this dunk, it would be the play of the game, a legendary poster dunk. In the air, Kobe's eyes were fierce as he stared at O'Neal and growled, "Move, Shaq. This rim is mine." O'Neal's pupils contracted, and his fighting spirit was fully ignited. He could be dunked on by anyone, but he would never allow Kobe to do it. Just as Kobe reached the apex and was about to bring the ball down for the dunk, O'Neal abandoned the block and grabbed directly. His massive hand shot out, firmly grabbing Kobe's right arm in midair. Thud. The terrifying force instantly locked Kobe's airborne posture. His body suddenly halted as if yanked by an invisible chain, and he lost balance, plummeting heavily from the air. Clang. Both landed. Kobe was pulled down hard, catching himself with one hand, his back striking the hardwood floor, and he rolled half a turn. The referee's whistle blew, a flagrant foul. The call was decisive. O'Neal panted heavily, looking down at the fallen Kobe, and spoke arrogantly, "Kid, how many years has it been? You dare to dunk over me and try to ride me?" Kobe slowly pushed himself up with one hand, showing no pain, only cold fury in his eyes. He looked up at O'Neal and retorted coldly, "All you can do is pull me down, Shaq. Your old can't jump anymore, just hacking. Why don't you retire and make movies? Because your basketball isn't what it used to be." O'Neal's face darkened, and he was about to retort, but the referee rushed over to separate them. Chin Fong watched in amazement. Were these two playing basketball or shooting an action movie? The Lakers got 2 free throws and the ball. The arena erupted in boos, with fans holding up signs reading "Shaq Kobe" and waving them wildly. Kobe made both free throws. 4-3. Old Kobe steady. Chin Fong ran over and high-fived him. Lakers inbound. The referee handed the ball to Lamar Odom on the sideline. Chin Fong received the ball, facing White Chocolate. But everyone knew White Chocolate's defense was indifferent at best. He often said, "I'm not paid to defend who I'm paid to play." Chin Fong made a crossover and accelerated, blowing past White Chocolate and charging toward the paint. White Chocolate couldn't recover in time, only watching. Chin Fong drove into the paint. O'Neal looked up. "This rookie again. Kid, you're asking for trouble." O'Neal planted his stance, arms raised high, ready to swat Chin Fong. Chin Fong leaped up, lifting the ball for a layup. O'Neal's massive hand came down, but Chin Fong flicked his wrist, sending the ball under O'Neal's arm and off the glass into the basket. The ball went in, but Chen Feng was brushed by O'Neal's arm in the air, losing his balance and tumbling down like a kite with a broken string. Up. Chen Feng's body twisted half a turn in the air, headfirst plummeting straight toward O'Neal. O'Neal tried to dodge, but it was too late. The 150-kilogram mountain of flesh turned slower than an aircraft carrier. Plopped. Chen Feng's head landed squarely between O'Neal's buttocks. His lips pressed against O'Neal's shorts. Time seemed to freeze. Over 20,000 fans in the arena opened their mouths in unison. The referee froze, white chocolate froze, Wade froze, even Kobe was stunned. O'Neal looked down and saw a head pressed against him with a patch of dyed yellow hair. It was the Lakers' number 35. What? What are you doing? The entire arena erupted in deafening laughter. Not boos, but genuine heartfelt laughter that made everyone's sides ache. Huh? What is that rookie doing? I got it on video. I'll post it online tonight. What kind of move is that? 1,000-year kill followed by 1,000-year kiss. On the sidelines, Miami Heat head coach Pat Riley grew dissatisfied with Jason Williams' lackluster defensive effort as Chen Feng scored comfortably against him. Riley gestured decisively, "Payton, get in." Gary Payton shed his warm-up jersey, revealing his lean veteran frame. Despite being 37 years old, he still had plenty of gas in the tank. Widely regarded as one of the premier perimeter defenders in the league, Payton was also renowned for his sharp tongue and seasoned experience, blending wit, guile, and technical mastery. Riley patted Payton on the shoulder. "Keep that young man in check." Payton's eyes held a trace of confidence as he offered a composed smile. "Don't worry, coach. I'll give the rookie a proper lesson. I've always enjoyed facing such opponents." Riley nodded, satisfied, and gave his shoulder another pat. Given his current state, Payton would find it challenging to contain a fully unleashed Kobe Bryant, but dealing with a newcomer seemed a manageable task in his eyes. Miami had possession. Payton dribbled past half-court and eyed the handsome Chen Feng, feeling a slight stir within. An inexplicable ripple of emotion crossed his mind. Payton noted Chen Feng's youthful vigor, recalling his own prime days. He acknowledged the passage of time, but focused on the game ahead. Payton advanced the ball to the front court and immediately signaled for everyone to clear out. He turned, backing down from beyond the three-point line, ready to post up against Chen Feng. "Kid, I've read your scouting report. You need to work on your strength and physicality," Payton said with a faint smile. "Now let's see how you handle my post moves." Chen Feng felt a hint of resignation. He had heard tales of Payton's competitive style, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. "Wait, are you Gary Payton?" Chen Feng tilted his head, a look of mild surprise on his face. "I thought I was playing against an old veteran from the neighborhood. Your strength, footwork, and physicality are quite impressive. You've already mastered much of the old master's art." Payton's expression shifted slightly, his voice low and firm. "Young man, watch your words." Without further ado, Payton began his back down, driving into Chen Feng with 3 consecutive thuds of body contact. Though not as massive as Shaquille O'Neal, Payton leveraged his solid veteran frame. Chen Feng was pushed back step by step, his footing beginning to waver. Just as Payton prepared to turn, he let out a sudden grunt. Chen Feng's right hand had lightly touched his hip, applying a subtle defensive pressure. Chen Feng then withdrew his hand, refocusing on his stance. His defensive movements were precise and restrained, catching Payton off guard. Seizing the moment of Payton's distraction, Chen Feng reached out swiftly, poked the ball away, and dashed toward the Heat's basket. With a thunderous slam, Chen Feng executed a one-handed dunk. Landing, he flexed his wrist, acknowledging that his strength still needed refinement. "Payton, did you forget your gloves today?" Chen Feng asked, looking back with a light smile. "I was only using half my speed, and you seem to have trouble keeping up." He continued, "Your pace, can it match that of an 80-year-old neighbor of mine?" Payton exhaled slowly, realizing he needed to be more focused. Payton adjusted his posture, his eyes calm, as he regarded Chen Feng. "Young man, your defense is creative, but it needs to be more disciplined. Do you think that was skill? Just luck?" Payton insisted, believing Chen Feng's success was a fluke. This time he guarded the ball more carefully, staying alert to Chen Feng's defensive movements. He drove inward step by step, each move deliberate and grounded. 3 more thuds echoed as Chen Feng was backed all the way to the edge of the paint. Payton shielded the ball, his right elbow creating space, and faked with his shoulders. "Kid, not so talkative now," he said. "In my territory, you need to be more focused." The veteran glove didn't rush his shot. After 2 shoulder fakes to disrupt Chen Feng's rhythm, he rose for a jumper, leaning into the defense. His arm made contact with Chen Feng's. The referee's whistle blew, immediately signaling a defensive foul. Payton landed, spread his hands, and turned to Chen Feng. "Young man, keep your defense clean. The officials won't tolerate reach-ins. So you're relying on the officials now, eh?" Chen Feng replied calmly. "Without them, would you still know how to play, eh? Are you challenging me?" Payton's eyes narrowed. "I thought you were just inexperienced, but it seems your judgment needs work too." Chen Feng shrugged. "Yes, I am challenging you. Is that not obvious?" Payton stepped closer, meeting his gaze. "Say that again." "If you need guidance, I can teach you," Payton said. Chen Feng covered his nose with his hand, smiling faintly. "Perhaps you should first work on your own manners." Payton's emotions stirred, but before he could respond, the referee rushed over, blowing the whistle to separate them. 1 warning each. Return to your positions for free throws. Peyton nodded at Chen Feng, then silently walked to the line. Peyton stepped to the free throw line. Perhaps unsettled by the exchange, he missed the first attempt. After a brief adjustment, he sank the second, cutting the Heat's deficit to 1 point. Possession changed, the Lakers attacked. Now Peyton guarded Chen Feng. Peyton continued to speak, but Chen Feng ignored him, calling for a pick from Lamar Odom. He drove off the screen, drew the defense, and passed to Kobe Bryant on the weak side. Kobe caught the ball, rose for a jumper, and scored. The Lakers extended their lead. After 10 minutes of play, coach Phil Jackson substituted Chen Feng, sending Smush Parker into the game. Chen Feng walked to the bench, accepted a towel from Andrew Bynum, and wiped his face. Chen Feng glanced up at the large screen overhead. Kobe had 11, while he himself had 6 points and 4 assists. On the Heat side, O'Neal had 10 points and 6 rebounds, and Wade had 6 points. On the sidelines, Miami Heat head coach Pat Riley frowned, his gaze fixed on Gary Payton, who had just come off the court. Gary, what's going on with you? You didn't manage to overwhelm the rookie Chinese point guard. That's not like you. Payton pulled off a towel to wipe the sweat from his face, letting out a slight grin. Pat, that kid is tougher than I anticipated. He's got a variety of offensive moves, and his defense is decent. Just a bit lacking in strength. But I'll show him what true DPOY-level defense is all about. Riley watched Payton for a couple of seconds, then nodded. He trusted Payton. 9 all-defensive first-team selections were no accident. The Lakers pulled their entire starting lineup, with Smush Parker stepping up at point guard alongside Luke Walton, Devin George, Kwame Brown, and Sasha Vujasic as the reserve unit. Meanwhile, the Heat sent out their bench rotation featuring Gary Payton, James Posey, Derek Anderson, Jason Capono, and Alonzo Mourning. The Lakers still held a 4-point lead, and Chen Feng sat on the bench, his eyes never leaving the court. After the opening tip, the Heat's reserves quickly found their rhythm. The veteran Payton controlled the tempo, orchestrating the team's offense with precision. Mourning established himself as an immovable presence in the paint, excelling at shot blocking, rebounding, and finishing second-chance opportunities. Posey and Capono connected on consecutive three-pointers from deep, dominating both ends of the floor and completely shutting down the Lakers. Within just 4 minutes, the momentum had completely shifted. The Heat went on a scoring run to erase the first-quarter deficit and take the lead. Each time Payton scored or dished out a nice assist, he instinctively glanced toward Chen Feng on the bench. He raised his hand and pointed twice, deliberately calling out, "Hey rookie, you watching? This is how a point guard plays." As he crossed half-court, he shot another look at Chen Feng with clear provocation. "Why are you stuck on the bench? Is this some kind of turtle shell strategy? Hide your head when you face someone better." "Perfect. Payton, you've signed your own death warrant." Chen Feng turned to Phil Jackson. "Coach, let me in. I'll destroy him." The Zen master didn't agree right away. "Take your time. Your stamina matters most. We're not at the decisive moment yet. The second half is where it counts. You played 10 minutes in the first quarter, rest more in the second." Since the coach wouldn't put him in, Chen Feng had no choice. 6 minutes into the second quarter, the score reached 39-34, with the Heat leading by 5. The Zen master finally rose, waved his hand, and called for substitutions. Chen Feng, Kobe, Odom, Brian Cook, and Chris Mim all entered the game as starters. "Little trash, you finally decided to come up. I'm going to destroy you tonight." The moment Chen Feng crossed half-court, Gary Payton closed in his mouth, never stopping. "You talk too much. Stay with me, or you won't even see my taillights." Before the words left his mouth, Chen Feng exploded forward, using Odom's solid screen to make a lightning-fast cut along the baseline. However, a focused Gary Payton was no pushover. Though his footwork wasn't what it was in his prime, his anticipation and positioning remained top tier. No matter how Chen Feng moved, he couldn't shake him. "You? My son runs faster than you," Payton taunted as he chased. Chen Feng shot back without hesitation. "My grandson runs faster than you." Payton's face darkened, about to retort, when Chen Feng suddenly stopped. Payton's footing slipped, and Chen Feng seized the opening with a bounce pass to Kobe, who had slipped out beyond the arc. Kobe caught it and dropped a jumper. Basket. 37-39. On the other end, Payton pushed the ball up court, lowered his center of gravity, and immediately went to his signature post-up. Backed into Chen Feng, he drove hard with 3 consecutive shoulder charges, aggressively fighting for position. Chen Feng was pushed backward with each impact, absorbing tremendous force. "Kid, I thought you could hang with me. Can't handle it." Legs shaking. "Did I make you wet yourself? You wearing diapers? Already soaked through, huh?" Payton unleashed a torrent of trash talk, his mouth fouler than a latrine stone. Chen Feng held his ground, firing back. "Put some effort into it, old man. The blonde cat from last night hit harder than you." Then Chen Feng activated the system in his mind, silently allocating points. System: add 5 to strength. He had just completed that absurd kissing mission and earned 1,000 joy points, exactly enough for 5 strength points. At 75, it still wasn't quite enough, but it would suffice for now. Instantly, his strength surged to 75. Muscle flooded his frame, dramatically boosting his physical resilience. Payton pushed inward twice more, but sensed something off. The kid was holding firm, now almost immovable. He frowned, but didn't dwell on it. He feigned a baseline turn with his shoulder, then pivoted sharply on his pivot foot. But Chen Feng, who should have been beaten, used his newfound speed and strength to recover and block him again. Peyton's defense remained historically elite, but his offense had declined. In his prime, he dominated with athleticism. Now older and slower, he no longer held that physical edge. Glancing off to the weak side, Peyton spotted Wade setting up for the ball. He made a sharp pass and cleared out, isolating Wade against Kobe. Wade tried multiple crossovers and hesitations, but couldn't shake Kobe's tight defense. He forced a layup anyway, drawing a reaching foul from Chris Mim on the help side. 2 free throws. As Wade stepped to the line, Shin Fong sidled up to Peyton and lowered his voice. "Old dog, former defensive player of the year. Don't make me laugh. You can't even face me one-on-one. I think you're the one who needs diapers. Already soaked through. Can't handle me alone, only passing." Peyton's face turned purple. Shin Fong pressed on. 38 years old and wetting yourself like your son. Same brand. Parent-child diapers. Your son wears the front, you wear the back. Answer me, old man. Are your gloves leaking too? Peyton had dominated the league for decades. He was always the one mocking others. Never had a rookie, a Chinese player, humiliated him like this. Pure humiliation shattered his composure. His face twisted. "You yellow-skinned monkey. Your Chinese people only talk trash." Chen Feng's eyes turned icy cold. Before Peyton could finish, Chen Feng instinctively unleashed his full power. A devastating strike with all 5 added strength points behind it. Peyton's body locked up, then bounced, as if electrified. His scream pierced the arena, more agony than any slaughterhouse. His legs buckled, and he collapsed forward. Chen Feng didn't stop. He dove on top, grabbed Peyton's jersey, straddled him, and wrapped his right hand around Peyton's throat, eyes blazing with cold fury. "Who are you calling a yellow monkey? Say that again. Louder." Peyton's face turned purple as he struggled desperately. "You sucker punched me. What the hell? Let go." The referees finally woke up. Whistles blared as several officials rushed in, pulling Chen Feng off. "Let go. Now." Lakers players converged. Kobe wrapped his arms around Chen Feng's waist and hauled him back. "Chen, let go. You want a season suspension." Odom reached in and pried Chen Feng's fingers loose. Kwame Brown positioned himself as a human barrier between Chen Feng and the advancing Heat players. The Heat erupted too. Morning charged at Chen Feng, but was restrained by officials. Chen Feng was pulled away by Kobe and Odom, his chest heaving, eyes locked on Peyton on the floor. Peyton curled on the ground, clutching his neck and rear, trembling with pain. His face was crimson. Whether from strangulation or rage, it was impossible to tell. The crowd of over 20,000 erupted in chaos. "Fight! Fight!" Chen Feng attacked Peyton, choked him, straddled him, and hit him. "Gary, get up and fight back. Beat that Chinese rookie. Fight back, Gary. Where are your gloves? Left them at home. Is this kid crazy?" That's Gary Payton, 9-time all-defensive first team. He dares to fight. He stabbed LeBron. What's the difference with Peyton? The crowd fed off the drama, jeering louder with each wave. The head referee's face darkened as he walked to the replay station. The screen clearly showed Chen Feng delivering a full power strike to Peyton, then diving on top to choke him. The referee crew deliberated for a full minute. The head ref approached Chen Feng, raised his arm. Flagrant 2. Ejection. Peyton also received a technical foul. Racist remarks. League review after the game. Peyton's voice carried, everyone heard it. Chen Feng said nothing. He stripped off his jersey and tossed it to Bynum courtside, then walked toward the tunnel without looking back. Behind him rose a wall of boos and insults. Kobe chased after him and caught his arm at the tunnel entrance. "If this happens again, I'll hit him harder," Chen Feng told him. Kobe held his gaze, no blame in his eyes, only understanding. "I know. I want to kill him too." He released Chen Feng's arm. "Go rest. I'll cover your fine." Chen Feng froze. "Old K, get out of here. Can you even afford the fine?" Kobe walked away. In the locker room, Chen Feng opened his system panel. A rain event in the lower region had granted him 2,000 additional joy points. Another skill unlocked: Gary Payton's gloves elite. 9 steal chance, 9 release speed. Looks like I need to boost my base steal stats. Combined with the 9 steal boost plus release speed improvements across passes, steals, and shots. Chen Feng studied the gloves skill, wondering if the 1,000-year strike release speed would benefit from it. On the locker room television, the Lakers were getting thoroughly dominated by the Heat. Chen Feng sat in front of his locker, phone in hand, his ears filled with his agent Bob's raspy voice. "Bob, let me tell you, we need to strike first," Chen Feng said in a lowered voice, though his tone was unyielding. Peyton's remark was racist. "It is extremely egregious, understand? Go tell the team management to file a protest with the league. Peyton must be disciplined." On the other end of the phone, Bob patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, Chun. I'm on it right now. Not just management. I'll expose this on social media and let the entire country know what that old dog said. Racism, zero tolerance." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Good, handle it your way." Bob then spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Chen, want me to find some guys to lay in wait for Peyton? Give him a little surprise. I've been around Los Angeles for decades. I've got connections." Chen Feng nearly dropped his phone. "You actually have that kind of pull, eh?" "Absolutely. Just say the word, and next time Peyton comes to Los Angeles, I'll have people handle him." Chen Feng rolled his eyes. "I handled him myself today. Why would I need you? Just contact the team management and file a complaint with the league. Stop suggesting these reckless schemes." Bob chuckled. Alright, I'm on it. Get some rest, don't overthink it. After hanging up, Chen Feng tossed his phone aside and stared at the television screen. Without his playmaking, the Lakers' offense looked directionless. Parker struggled just across half court. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the CCTV studio, Sun Jinping and director Zhang were providing commentary, happily discussing Chen Feng's recent performances and praising his rapid improvement, refined passing, and steady shooting. Suddenly on screen, Chen Feng delivered a vicious strike to Peyton's lower back while pinning him down. Sun Jinping nearly dropped his pen. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Director Zhang spoke quickly. Peyton must have said something provocative again. You don't know Peyton's mouth. He once talked Jordan right out of his composure. A message came through from the control room. Sun Jinping adjusted his earpiece, his expression darkening. We've received word from the field. It appears Peyton made racially discriminatory remarks toward Chen Feng, and Chen Feng lost his temper. Director Zhang slapped the table in indignation. I knew it. Peyton must have provoked him first. Someone like our Chen Feng works hard every game, never causes trouble, never throws punches, barely even trades trash talk. Peyton deserved it. Chinese fans watching at home were equally outraged. That old dog Peyton dares to discriminate against a Chinese player. He deserved it. Chen Feng is a real man. I would have done the same. If I were there, I'd have knocked his teeth out. Professional fighter available. Need someone to handle Peyton in America. I'll verify credentials first. Actually verify finances. Send me 50 and let's test the waters first. Send you 50? I'll send you something far more creative if you catch my meaning. The Lakers bench could not withstand the Heat's pressure. Vujasic shot 1 of 5 from three-point range, and Kwame Brown committed turnover after turnover with sloppy ball handling. Kobe carried the team through 3 quarters before sitting out the fourth. The final buzzer sounded 108-90, a crushing road loss for the Lakers. Chen Feng turned off the television and pulled a towel over his face. This was only his second time watching a full game from the locker room. He had played just a handful of games and was already ejected and likely facing a suspension. After the game, reporters surrounded the players' tunnel. The moment Kobe emerged, 7 or 8 microphones were thrust toward him. Kobe, what are your thoughts on Chen Feng attacking Peyton? He choked Peyton and rode him. Do you consider that violent behavior? Would you feel afraid playing alongside a man like that? The reporter's questions grew increasingly pointed. Kobe paused and scanned the crowd, his gaze carrying unmistakable anger. Chen Feng is neither a terrorist nor a violent person. He simply did what any reasonable person would do when faced with racial discrimination. The reporters pressed further, but Kobe raised a hand to cut them off. The league must severely punish people like Peyton. If it were merely trash talk, that's normal in the NBA. Trash talk has always been a part of this league since its inception. Kobe's eyes suddenly turned cold. But a player who hides racial discrimination behind the excuse of trash talk, that is something the league should never tolerate. Without another word, Kobe walked away. The interview went viral instantly. Kobe stood up for his teammate. That's leadership. Tough on the outside, loyal on the inside. The locker room door opened and teammates trickled in one by one, each looking thoroughly defeated. Bynum was the first to reach Chen Feng, grabbing him in a fierce hug. Feng, you were absolutely heroic. That old dog Peyton deserved it. Watching you take him down had me fired up. Chen Feng struggled for breath. Andrew, let go. I can't breathe. Odom walked over and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, wearing his signature easygoing smile. Bro, that was great. But next time don't ride him on the ground. You'll get an additional suspension. 2 solid kicks should be enough. Chen Feng looked at Odom in surprise. Lamar, are you teaching me how to fight? I'm teaching you how to save money. Less fines means you can afford more Chinese takeout. On the Lakers team, Bust the mood was lighter despite the loss. Bynum sat beside Chen Feng, headphones on, swaying to an unknown rap track. Kobe boarded last and walked directly to Chen Feng's seat, dropping down beside him. Bynum politely removed his headphones and shifted to the back. The bus pulled into the night. Kobe leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes. Next time you need to handle someone, don't ride them on the ground. Then how do I do it? Use your elbow? Referees have a harder time seeing it. Chen Feng sat in silence for a long moment. Kobe Bryant was teaching him how to throw an elbow. This world was truly mad. Hey Kobe, are you really covering the fine for me? Yeah, it'll be deducted from your salary. So I'm paying for it myself. I said I'd cover it. I never said it was free. At the break of dawn, all top-tier executives of the NBA gathered in Commissioner Stern's office for an urgent high-level meeting. Every face was etched with gravity, their silence bonding them over the contentious clash between Lakers rookie Chen Feng and Heat enforcer Gary Payton during last night's pivotal Lakers-Heat matchup. The on-court altercation, personal insults, and sensitive racial remarks had ignited the entire American basketball community. Any misstep in handling the situation could not only tarnish the league's reputation, but also trigger a massive public outcry and racial controversy spiraling beyond control. Silver spoke first, his tone icy and resolute. Ladies and gentlemen, the severity of this matter needs no further elaboration. Under the NBA's ironclad rules, racial discrimination is an absolute red line with zero tolerance and no room for negotiation. But at the same time, a player who openly strikes an opponent on the court, maliciously humiliates a peer, and tramples on sportsmanship commits an equally egregious act that gravely damages the league's positive image. Therefore, my stance is clear: we must strictly enforce league regulations and impose severe penalties on both Chen Feng and Peyton, making an example of them to send a warning to every player in the league, deterring future misconduct. With that, Silver brought up Chen Feng's past record, his tone growing more displeased. Let us not forget, this is not the first time Chen Feng has made offensive gestures on the court. Previously against Steve Nash, he used an extremely humiliating lowbrow move, the 1,000-year death, which was utterly egregious. The league was lenient at the time considering the Eastern market and only fined him 2-5-0 without suspension. Later against LeBron James, he remained unrepentant and repeated the same humiliating gesture, forcing the league to impose a 2-game suspension and a 3-0 fine. Each lenient treatment has not led to restraint, but to escalation and recklessness. He has repeatedly challenged the league's boundaries, humiliated top stars, and now clashed directly with Peyton. Clearly the previous penalties were insufficient, and Chen Feng has learned nothing. This time we must not show leniency, both must be punished equally and severely. At that moment, the head of the NBA's global promotion department abruptly stood up, refuting with firm resolve, "We must consider the cause and effect of the entire incident. We have reviewed the high-definition replay and on-site audio recordings repeatedly. The root of the entire affair was that Gary Payton initiated the exchange by using egregious racial slurs against Chen Feng. It was Payton who provoked and insulted first, and Chen Feng retaliated out of emotional agitation. Strictly speaking, this was a defensive reaction arising from a just cause. The nature of the two parties' actions is entirely different and cannot be lumped together with a one-size-fits-all penalty. I propose Gary Payton of the Heat for malicious racial discrimination receives a 10-game suspension and a 1-0 fine. Chen Feng of the Lakers for excessive retaliation and improper conduct receives a 1-game suspension and a 1-0 fine. Punish the guilty, do not wrong the innocent. Fair, reasonable, and compliant." He glanced at the composed Stern. As the words fell, Silver's face turned livid. He slammed the table in fury. The disparity is too great. 10 games and 100,000 versus 1 game and 10,000. This is not punishment. It is blatant favoritism toward Chen Feng. I absolutely cannot accept this ruling. If this continues, any player who gets insulted can simply throw a punch, and what will become of league order? The two argued heatedly, the office filled with discord, opinions hardened, and neither side willing to yield. Amid the deadlock, the presiding commissioner Stern tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The NBA will never tolerate racial discrimination. That is a non-negotiable red line. But on-court violence also violates league rules and must be punished seriously. He turned to the recorder. Heat player Gary Payton for malicious racial remarks of a grave nature is suspended for 10 games and fined 1-0. Lakers player Chen Feng, after suffering severe racial insults, lost control and retaliated. Although his on-court conduct was improper and violated game rules, it was driven by provocation and is understandable. He receives a lighter penalty, a 3-game suspension and a 3-0 fine. When the news broke, Heat fans erupted on forums. "We firmly oppose racial discrimination, but how many has that Chen Feng humiliated on the court?" Nash, James, Parker, Payton. He's practically a collector. Gary gets 10 games, and Chen Feng gets only 3. How is that fair? Payton was humiliated first, so why does he get 10 games while Chen Feng gets only 3? That's outrageous. If they both broke the rules, they should receive the same penalty. Chen Feng must also be suspended for 10 games. Lakers fans, however, rallied behind their player with unbridled fervor. Anyone would lose their temper after being racially insulted. Payton deserved it. He brought it on himself. Chen Feng showed restraint by not beating him senseless. To endure racial insults without fighting back, that's not manly. Payton's punishment was well-deserved, and the penalty is even too light. Meanwhile, fans in China were in an uproar, their indignation spreading across the internet. A lifetime ban for Payton would not be enough. Chen Feng should not be punished at all. Who can remain indifferent when faced with racial discrimination? When Chen Feng received the news, he was lying on his hotel bed, scrolling through his phone. Seeing the notice of a 3-game suspension and a 3-0 fine, his first reaction was not anger, but heartache over the money. If Kobe hadn't paid the fine for him, he would have had to ask his family for help. Chen Feng dialed Kobe's number. "Kobe, about the fine." "Don't mention it." Kobe's voice remained as cold as ever. "No, I must thank you. You paid my fine. You're like a second father to me." There was a brief silence on the other end. 36 installments, 1,000 each. Interest at the bank's current lending rate. What? Kobe, are you serious? In a spacious studio in Los Angeles, Chen Feng was filming his first commercial for a men's underwear brand called Sun Ming. To be honest, the name was quite straightforward, roughly translating to fierce charge, with the slogan empowering you to press forward. When Chen Feng first saw the script, he nearly mistook it for an advertisement targeting adults. These days, as his fame and status continued to rise, countless brands sought him for endorsements. Hemorrhoid cream, shampoo, sports drinks, chocolate, and now underwear. Chen Feng's endorsement portfolio was fast becoming a complete set of daily essentials. The reason he agreed to shoot the commercial was simple: the payment was exceptionally generous. For merely half an hour of filming with no further promotional obligations, he would easily pocket $400,000. Moreover, it was not a long-term contract. One shoot payment received, and he was free. There was no multi-year commitment like a sneaker deal, nor any potential image concerns like a medicinal product. After all, everyone wears underwear. Filming alongside Chen Feng was a locally known actress from Los Angeles with brown hair. Chen Feng did not recognize her, nor had he heard of her before. She appeared to be relatively unknown, yet undeniably striking in appearance. Her face bore the classic proportions of timeless beauty with smooth sculpted features and deep captivating eyes that held a quiet, refined charm. Appearing to be in her late teens, her features were naturally harmonious, blending vintage elegance with a subtle cross-cultural allure that was both pleasing and highly distinctive. Standing over 1.70 meters tall, she possessed long legs, a slender waist, and elegant proportions that naturally commanded attention. As she stood in the center of the studio, the surrounding crew could not help but glance her way. Chen Feng stood at the center of the set wearing the brand's underwear, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It was not modesty that troubled him, but simply how restrictive the garment felt. He quietly adjusted his waistband while casting a glance at his co-star, who was still dressed in a long skirt nearby. Director Ryan, a middle-aged man with scruffy facial hair, wore several cameras around his neck and held a megaphone as he directed the lighting crew. Chen Feng approached the brunette actress and offered a conventional greeting. "May I ask your name?" "Camilla Bell," she replied, regarding him with curiosity. "And you? Are you a model? You have a very athletic build." "Chen Feng, I am not a model. I play for the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers." A flicker of delight crossed Camilla's eyes. "The Lakers? Have you ever met Kobe?" "Yes, we are teammates." "Wow." Camilla covered her mouth in surprise. Chen Feng smiled, glanced at her long dress, and asked Camilla, "Do you not need to change as well?" "We are about to begin." "I do not need to," she explained. "My agent mentioned I am only here to compliment your scenes. Today is your spotlight." At that moment, the director approached with his megaphone. "Chen, Camilla, whenever you are ready, we will begin." Chen Feng pointed to his attire and then to Camilla's dress. "Director, am I the only one changing?" The director shared a knowing smile. "You are the featured talent today, so only you need to adjust your outfit. Do not worry, and next time I will secure a better script with a leading lady, so you can enjoy a longer shoot." Chen Feng paused briefly. "Director, are you perhaps from the San Fernando Valley?" It was a well-known area in Los Angeles for its film industry. The director immediately understood and laughed heartily. "Just a side gig occasionally. Nothing significant." Clearly the director had a bold creative streak. "All right, let us prepare to start." Raising the megaphone, his voice echoed through the studio. "Camilla, please move closer to Chen, portraying a sense of gentle closeness and warm engagement. Place your hands on Chen's back and hold him securely. A bit more intensity, please. Stay close together. I want to see a compelling chemistry between you two." Camilla showed that radiant connection. Chen Feng stood at the center of the set, feeling as composed as a display model. Camilla stepped forward, resting her head gently against his chest while wrapping her arms around his back. She carried a soft, delicate floral fragrance. "Chen, relax and embrace her naturally," the director's voice reminded him. "Hold her close and let your presence feel protective and warm." Chen Feng placed one arm around her shoulders and rested his other hand gently at her lower back. "Lower your hands slightly, yes, just like that. This is a professional environment, so allow yourselves to fully embody the scene's emotion." Chen Feng adjusted his hands slightly downward. Camilla tensed for a moment. "Exactly. That is the right feeling." Camilla kept her head nestled against him, her breathing growing a little quicker. They stood so close that their heartbeats seemed synchronized. Chen Feng felt a slight warmth rise to his cheeks and reminded himself silently to stay focused. This was simply work. Cut. Perfect. The director's call sounded like a refreshing pause. Chen Feng immediately stepped back. Camilla withdrew as well, lowering her head with a faint blush. After changing back into his clothes, Chen Feng noticed Camilla still standing in a corner of the studio looking at her phone. He walked over to greet her. "Camilla, why have you not left yet?" She looked up slightly embarrassed. "My agent is tied up and cannot pick me up. Let me give you a ride. I was heading back anyway." "Thank you, Chen." Chen Feng accompanied Camilla to his agent Bob's second-hand Chevrolet. It was a recent upgrade, only slightly newer than his previous high-mileage Toyota Camry. Bob dropped Camilla off first. "All right." Bob glanced at Camilla in the rearview mirror, then at Chen Feng, a playful smirk forming on his face. "By the way, where do you live, Camilla?" Chen Feng asked. "Sunset Ridge Drive in West Los Angeles." Bob's hand slipped slightly on the wheel. Sunset Ridge Drive in West LA was an affluent neighborhood. He cast another glance at Camilla through the mirror. As the car entered the street, Chen Feng and Camilla continued their conversation. "Have you acted in any films or television shows, Camilla?" "So many. Like Journey to the Center of the Earth and Little Princess," Camilla spoke animatedly. Chen Feng learned that Camilla was actually a child star who had been acting since she was 7. He thought it explained her natural comfort in front of the camera. "Also, I filmed my first major commercial lead role this year. It is called When a Stranger Calls, though it will not release until 2006. You will come support me, right?" "Absolutely. Let me know before it releases, and we can watch it together. Chen Feng rested his chin on his hand, smiling warmly at Camilla as he let his natural charm shine. He recalled reading somewhere that if you wish to make a favorable impression on someone, a genuine smile is often enough to spark a connection. Camilla, noticing his steady and pleasant gaze, felt a touch bashful. She pretended to admire the scenery outside the window and replied softly, "I will treat you then. Since I am supporting your film, would you consider coming to watch me play basketball at Staples Center?" Chen Feng continued to smile at her. "I will definitely come if my schedule allows." The car slowly navigated onto Sunset Ridge Drive in West Los Angeles. Towering sycamore trees lined the slope, their overlapping canopies creating a tranquil barrier from the city noise. They arrived at a pristine two-story white villa. An elegant wrought iron gate stood open, revealing a lush garden and a sparkling blue outdoor pool shimmering in the afternoon sun, a scene of quiet luxury. Camilla brushed her brown hair behind her ear, her eyes retaining the soft warmth from their friendly chat. Stripped of her earlier shooting day reserve, she now carried a fresh and lively grace. "I am home," she said, turning to Chen Feng. Her clear eyes reflected the fading sunlight, glowing gently. Chen Feng took in the surroundings properly. Nestled within the green hills, the property offered complete privacy and refined taste. No wonder she carried such an elegant and poised demeanor. She had clearly been raised in comfort as a familiar face of Hollywood. "Thank you for the ride, Chen." Camilla gently held the hem of her dress, a rare shade of shyness touching her features. The brief time they had spent together and the comfortable moments from the shoot lingered pleasantly in her mind. Chen Feng nodded slightly, meeting her clear gaze with a relaxed smile. "You are welcome. Remember to visit Staples Center to watch me play next time." "I will." Camilla nodded earnestly. "Once when A Stranger Calls premieres, I will let you know immediately, so I can take you to the premiere." She turned toward the entrance, pausing after a few steps to wave goodbye. Chen Feng waved back. Bob started the engine, and they drove away slowly. Chen Feng watched Camilla's figure disappear behind the palm trees in the rearview mirror. "Satisfied? Would you like me to turn around so you can catch another glimpse?" Bob's teasing voice came from the driver's seat. "Just drive and stop talking nonsense." "Chen, surely you have caught feelings for her. Who would not appreciate such beauty? First impressions matter, and lasting appeal matters even more. You are not lacking yourself either, Chen. A promising player on the Lakers, known for your tenacity on the court. Those kinds of traits certainly make you stand out. Bob, is life treating you too comfortably lately? Should I consider finding someone else?" "Not at all, boss. I will keep it to myself from now on." The car drove out of Sunset Ridge Boulevard. Chen Feng leaned back in his seat, phone in hand, the screen still glowing. "Bob, where's the next ad shoot?" "Downtown, a leather brand studio. Belts, easier than underwear. You just stand still." "How much?" $200,000, half an hour." Chen Feng whistled. "Easy money. When I retire, I'll just switch to modeling." "You?" Bob glanced at him in the rearview mirror. 6'3", decent face, but models need a clothes hanger. "You're all muscle. Works for underwear. For suits, we'd need to tailor the size." Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to banter. He opened the AIM app on his phone. Before parting, he and Camilla had added each other as friends. This app was quite similar to the popular Chinese QQ. On the interface, Camilla's profile picture stood out, a black and white side portrait, light and shadow, shaping a soft facial contour, artistic and lively. He casually changed his own avatar to a selfie taken at the Lakers training facility. Drenched in sweat, jersey soaked, leaning against a basketball hoop stand, a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth, deliberately putting on a cool, carefree air. "This picture, I'd give it an 8 out of 10, he muttered to himself. "Camilla, are you home yet?" Chen Feng thought for a moment, then replied, "Not yet. On my way to the next ad shoot." "A belt ad?" "Camilla, belt? Didn't you just finish the underwear shoot? Are ads in LA that easy to get? My agent rarely gets me good ads. I'm so jealous." Chen Feng smirked, fingers flying across the keyboard. "What's there to envy? It's all hard-earned money. Shooting ads is way more tiring than playing basketball. Besides, didn't you just finish shooting a big commercial film? When it hits theaters, you'll definitely blow up." In his past life, Chen Feng had never even heard of that film. Probably it didn't make much of a splash. But of course he wouldn't say that now. "Camilla, how is shooting ads tiring? You just stand there." The director's demands today were pretty mild. Filming a movie is the real drain. Sometimes it takes months to shoot one. The two chatted for a while, and the atmosphere grew subtly warmer. On the other end of the screen, Camilla was curled up on her living room sofa, hugging a cushioned feet tucked under a blanket. The light from her phone screen illuminated her face, and the smile at the corners of her mouth was impossible to suppress. She stared at Chen Feng's profile picture, the selfie from the training facility with sweat jersey and firm lines. Unbidden, the scene from today's shoot emerged in her mind. He stood at the center of the set, wearing only a pair of briefs, his muscular lines sharply defined by the lighting. She had leaned against his chest, her body pressed against his warm torso, and could hear his heartbeat, steady, fast, and strong. Her hand had even touched his back, solid and firm with muscle. For a moment, she almost forgot they were shooting an ad. Camilla buried her face in the cushion, her ears burning. She turned over, hesitated for a long time, then finally mustered the courage to type the line. "Camilla, were you nervous during the underwear shoot today?" Chen Feng didn't react at first. "Nervous? Why would I be nervous?" "Camilla, Because your ears turned red. I saw. Chen Feng instinctively touched his earlobe. Darn, she noticed. It was the studio lights, too hot. Camila, smirking, really? Yes. Camila, then your heart was racing when you held me later. Chen Feng's fingers hovered over the keyboard. He thought for a moment. Wasn't your heart racing too? Camila, a shy smile, Camila, looking down a little, yeah. This girl was frank and adorable, not coy at all. Chen Feng grinned and typed. Next time we meet, I'll hold you tighter. You can count how many times my heart beats. Camila, covering face, you're so cheeky. Chen Feng smoothly changed the subject. By the way, what do your family usually call you? Camila, my parents call me Belle, sometimes baby. Why do you ask? Chen Feng's lips curled. Then from now on should I call you Belle? A second later another message, or baby. Camila stared at the screen, her heart pounding. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, unable to type a single word. She bit her lip and in a flurry quickly typed a line. Camila, my phone's dying. Talk later. She hugged the cushion tighter, thinking, this Chinese guy, how is he so smooth? She thought about his face again. It wasn't the sharp Hollywood handsome type, but clean and pleasant to look at. When he smiled, his eyes crinkled, and the curve of his lips was just right. And his body was truly amazing. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, defined abs, good-looking both clothed and unclothed. The car stopped in front of an office building downtown. Bob turned off the engine and looked back at him. We're here. Still chatting. Chen Feng put away his phone, the smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Let's go. Finish the shoot, then chat some more. Bob glanced at him. What did you two talk about? Could you wipe off that mischievous grin? None of your business. Fine, none of my business. But watch out, don't get caught by paparazzi. Right now you're the slam dunk king, not a love idol. Bob, do you really want to get fired? I'll behave. I'll shut up. Chen Feng pushed open the car door and stepped into the building. Inside, the studio lights and backdrop were already set up. A dark brown belt hung on a prop rack, and beside it stood a large floor-to-ceiling mirror. The director was a slim, middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses and a folder in her hand. Chen, you just need to stand in front of the mirror, put on the belt, and say to the camera, Velocity belt locks in your everyday. Chen Feng paused. Velocity again. Isn't that the underwear brand? Subsidiary. Don't worry, no skin showing. Just the waist. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. No skin showing. He took the belt, stood before the mirror, fastened it, turned sideways, then faced forward. All movements crisp and clean. Cut. That's a wrap. That's it. That's it. You have a slim waist, the belt looks good on you. The director didn't even look up, already reviewing the script for the next scene. Chen Feng was speechless. Shooting ads had become an assembly line. But whatever. $200,000 in the bag. He walked out of the studio, pulled out his phone, and saw that Camila's AIM icon had gone dark. Let's go, Bob. First let's move. Right now? That apartment is way too small. If Camila ever comes over, I won't have enough room to move. I need a bigger place. Not enough room. An 800 square foot place isn't enough for you. Want to go show off on Hollywood Boulevard? That'll definitely meet your requirements. Bob, I swear you're asking to be fired. All right, you're the boss, you call the shots. Bob started the engine, muttering under his breath. Only known each other for a day, and already thinking of bringing her home. Kids these days. What did you say? I said hang tight, we're off to look at houses. While Chen Feng was detained by the league during those days, he was either filming advertisements with charming poses or engaging in sweet conversations with a girl named Camila Bell. Meanwhile, the Lakers fell into a sharp decline. Their 5-game winning streak was shattered before it could fully awaken, giving way to 4 consecutive losses. After falling to the Heat, they suffered a 92-112 defeat on the road against the Mavericks, losing by 20 points. Then came a trip to the Warriors' home court where they lost 91-100 despite Kobe pouring in 44 points. Back in Los Angeles, the Spurs swept past the Lakers 92-80 as if it were merely a routine task. This 4-game losing streak left both the Lakers and their fans utterly stunned. Their record dropped from 10 wins and 6 losses to an even 10-10, falling to 10th place in the Western Conference. Fans and detractors alike could no longer sit quietly. Some declared that all the blame belonged to Chen Feng, questioning how the team could have suffered such losses if he had not provoked trouble and received a suspension. Others countered sharply, pointing out that the team enjoyed a 5-game winning streak whenever Chen Feng played, only to lose 4 in a row without him, arguing this proved he was the true cornerstone of the Lakers. The date arrived on December 10th, and the Lakers hosted the Timberwolves at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Both teams carried their own struggles, the Lakers on a 4-game skid and the Timberwolves on a 3-game slide, making this a matchup between two sides eager to lift themselves by defeating the other. That evening marked Chen Feng's return. Before the game, a bold reporter approached Kevin Garnett, asking whether he felt concerned about facing Chen Feng, known for his aggressive style on the court. Garnett reacted immediately, his eyes widening as he insisted that no one would dare employ underhanded tactics against him, vowing that anyone who tried would face his fierce retaliation. He declared firmly that his pride would never allow such disrespect. The reporter then turned to Kobe, asking whether Chen Feng, who had received 2 suspensions within a month, should be held responsible for the team's losing streak. Kobe dismissed the question with clear irritation, responding that Chen Feng remained an indispensable member of the team. He emphasized that Chen Feng was only 22 years old and occasionally impulsive, but that the entire roster trusted him and awaited his return. Phil Jackson, the head coach, was also approached and offered his perspective. He described Chen Feng as a distinctive and kind young man, sometimes mischievous like a child, but consistently supportive of his teammates and deeply trusted within the locker room. Jackson added that everyone on the team shared the same anticipation for his return, looking forward to the positive impact he would bring. Media outlets in China responded with enthusiastic coverage, publishing headlines that grew increasingly dramatic, each celebrating the return of a key player and framing it as a moment of renewed hope for the franchise. CCTV's broadcast signal transitioned smoothly into the Staples Center. On screen, Sun Jinping adjusted his earpiece and offered his signature composed smile to the camera. Sun Jinping greeted the audience in his characteristic resonant tone, introducing the program and welcoming viewers to the evening's broadcast. He announced that the program would cover a featured regular season matchup from the 2005-2006 NBA season, with the Los Angeles Lakers hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves at home, and introduced himself by name. Zhang Weiping, seated beside him, nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Jinping turned toward his partner and opened the discussion, noting the interesting circumstances surrounding the two teams entering the contest. He highlighted that the Lakers had lost 4 straight, while the Timberwolves had dropped 3 consecutive games, then asked which side faced the more difficult situation. Zhang Weiping responded without hesitation, suggesting the Lakers' predicament was more pressing. Zhang Weiping reflected on the Lakers' prior momentum, pointing out that their 5-game winning streak collapsed immediately after Chen Feng's suspension, describing the contrast as particularly stark. He noted that the Timberwolves, already struggling, would naturally absorb a few losses more easily than a team accustomed to victory. Sun Jinping drew out the observation slowly, letting the implication hang in the air before asking whether this pattern indicated that Chen Feng held exceptional importance to the Lakers. Zhang Weiping agreed, emphatically explaining that Chen Feng was far more than merely important. He served as the engine driving the entire team, orchestrating plays and connecting every piece of the offense. Zhang Weiping noted that individual scoring efforts from Kobe, though impressive, were insufficient on their own. Without someone to distribute the ball and unify the team's rhythm, scoring alone could not secure victories. Sun Jinping concurred, observing that the Lakers' recent performance record provided clear evidence of Chen Feng's value to the squad. He emphasized that the pattern was unmistakable. When Chen Feng was present, the team played with cohesion and confidence. Without him, the offense stagnated. Glancing at the timer, Sun Jinping smoothly wrapped up the segment and announced a brief commercial break, promising to return shortly. Zhang Weiping gestured toward the camera with a cheerful remark, inviting viewers not to leave and teasing the upcoming matchup between Chen Feng and Garnett. Following a short advertisement, the broadcast returned to the Staples Center, where the live camera captured a warm scene on the court. A young man wearing the Lakers' home jersey stood close to a woman with brown hair, also dressed in Lakers gear. He had one arm wrapped around her waist and rested his head gently against her cheek, sharing a quiet, affectionate moment. The woman's hand rested lightly on his shoulder as she leaned into him. The camera slowly panned to the back of the man's jersey, revealing the number 35 printed clearly across the fabric. Chen Feng. Number 35, Chen Feng. Sun Jinping, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked upon seeing the scene, the drink momentarily freezing in his throat. Both veteran commentators found themselves momentarily speechless in the studio, exchanging stunned glances as they processed the unexpected imagery on screen. Sun Jinping gradually recovered enough to speak, though his voice still carried traces of surprise. He cleared his throat and attempted to compose himself before addressing the situation. He managed a light remark about young people and natural behavior, and Zhang Weiping quickly joined in, offering a similar gentle observation. Their commentary remained measured and appropriate, keeping the tone professional and relaxed. Zhang Weiping then noticed something else on screen and raised a mild comment, while Sun Jinping signaled toward the control booth, requesting a smooth transition back to the broadcast feed. The director responded promptly, and the broadcast shifted away from the sideline moment, returning to the formal pre-game presentation. After another brief commercial segment, the camera re-established its focus on the court, ready to capture the beginning of the game. Inside the Staples Center, players from the Lakers and Timberwolves were warming up on the court. Chen Feng stood beyond the three-point line, catching the ball, releasing it, and watching it swish through the net. He shot again, and again it went in. His touch felt decent. He hadn't been idle during his suspension. Suddenly a crisp call came from the sidelines. Chen, over here. Chen Feng turned his head, and his heart skipped a beat. It was Camila Bell. She was wearing his Lakers No. 35 jersey, her golden brown hair cascading over her shoulders, standing on tiptoes and waving at him. The jersey was clearly a size too large, its hem reaching nearly to mid-thigh, paired with light blue jeans and white sneakers. She looked both sweet and spirited. Chen Feng jogged over, his face bright with surprise. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wanted to surprise you. Camila tilted her head, a hint of playful cunning in her smile. Don't you like it? Or do you not want me to be here? Or maybe there's someone here you don't want to see me with. Of course I like it. Chen Feng blurted out. If you told me earlier, I would have prepared. Last game you came, you wouldn't have seen me. I was suspended. I know, Camila said, her eyes curving into crescents. I've been looking up all kinds of stuff about you online lately. Chen Feng, you're really something, Mr. Crazy. Chen Feng's expression stiffened. What kind of stuff did you look up? The 1,000-year kill, the butt, poke the neck, grab, kissing shack. Camila counted on her fingers, pressing them down one by one. Chen Feng was left speechless. Okay, I know you were suspended before, Camila said, tugging at the hem of his jersey. Today you're back, so I came to support you. Look. She spread her arms and spun around. I'm wearing No. 35, your jersey. Do you like it? The jersey hung loosely on her, and Chen Feng's gaze lingered for a moment, his heartbeat quickening. Just then a crisp ding sounded in his mind. System task generated. Task name: enthralling kiss. Task content: kiss any female audience member on site. The longer and more passionate the kiss, the greater the reward. Task reward: base joy value 500 up to 3,000. Chen Feng's pupils contracted. Kiss a female audience member. What kind of absurd task was this? And it was timed. He instinctively looked at Camila. Kiss her. Of course he wanted to. But they hadn't officially defined their relationship yet. If he just went for it, would she think he was a creep? Though she had already called him Mr. Crazy. Wait, he remembered an item. Shadow of Death. When used on a target, the target will mimic the host's actions and words for 30 seconds. This was a good item he dropped from Smush Parker earlier. He'd never used it and had almost forgotten. Chen Feng locked eyes with Camila. Well, you know what? I like you. Ever since that day we shot the commercial, I've liked you. You're cute, lively, frank, and sincere. Camila's gaze froze and her cheeks flushed instantly. You? Why are you suddenly? Before she could finish, Chen Feng leaned in and kissed her. His hand slid around her waist, the other cradling the back of her head as his lips met hers. Soft, warm, with a hint of mint lip balm. Camila's body tensed slightly, but soon relaxed. Chen Feng thought silently. Use Shadow of Death, target Camila Bell. Item used. The target will mimic the host's actions for 30 seconds. Camila's hands instinctively rose to his shoulders, returning the kiss. Nearby spectators began to notice the couple kissing at courtside. Some whistled, some applauded, and others pulled out their phones to take pictures. Isn't that the Lakers? No. 35. Whoa, Chen Feng. Who's he kissing? Who's that beauty? Who cares? They're going at it with passion. More and more people turned to watch. Cheers and playful shouts rose and fell. The director spotted the scene, and the warm-up coverage on the big screen was instantly replaced by the courtside live feed. Chen Feng and Camila, lips locked, oblivious to the crowd. The roar of the audience grew louder and louder. The Staples Center stands were thoroughly ignited. Many couples also began kissing, and the entire arena was filled with a sweet, romantic atmosphere. Chen Feng felt a slight struggle from the woman in his arms, realizing the 30-second duration of Shadow of Death had ended. He tightened his arms slightly, still not letting Camila go until her struggle became more pronounced, then he slowly released her. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task perfectly. Reward joy value 3,000. Camila gasped for breath, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple, her lips slightly swollen. You're trying to suffocate me. She beat on Chen Feng's chest weakly, the force soft, like a playful pout. Who said you could kiss me? How could you just kiss me all of a sudden? Chen Feng looked innocent. You're blaming me. Wasn't it you who stuck out your tongue first? You did. Camila retorted. I was just matching you. If you went for it, and I didn't, wouldn't that be unromantic? You're twisting the truth. I'm just stating the facts. Camila, furious, punched him again. This time the force was a bit stronger, but Chen Feng's chest muscles were rock hard, and she ended up hurting her hand. All right, I'm sorry, Chen Feng said, catching her wrist, his voice softening. Next time I'll file a report before kissing. You want it next time? That depends on you. Chen Feng. I'm here. The teammates on the sideline had long grown impatient. Lamar Odom was the first to rush over, yelling, Chen, get your butt back here. The game's about to start. Are you shooting a romantic drama over here? Some spectators finally recognized Camila Bell. After all, she was a child star from Los Angeles, so being recognized in LA was normal. Chen Feng returned to the team. Kobe Bryant stepped forward and said earnestly, Chen, you need to be careful. Your career, your life, they're just beginning. Your popularity and your money will attract many people. Some women might try to exploit your fame and wealth only to discard you when you can no longer satisfy them. Don't think you're invincible or that you can get something for free. In this world, everything has a price. After Kobe finished, Odom chimed in, Yet Chen, some women might try to trap you by manipulating situations, even making false accusations. That could ruin your whole life. You have to be careful. As he spoke, he glanced at Kobe. Kobe's expression darkened slightly. He mentally sentenced Odom to death and was about to execute him. Why did he have to look at me when he said that? All right, Kobe Lamar. I've received your hard-earned lessons. You two should know this from personal experience. One sentence left Kobe and Odom completely deflated. The two of them were grim-faced, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Bynum sidled over, a mysterious expression on his face, and said to Kobe and Odom, Boss second in command, don't you recognize her? Don't you find her familiar? Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat as he glared at Bynum. You rascal Bynum. When I'm not around, you can call them boss and second in command all you want. But now that I'm back you don't even bother to call me second in command. Chen Feng was about to teach this audacious giant a lesson. Kobe and Odom replied in unison, no, is she famous? Their synchrony was impeccable. Bynum lowered his voice excitedly, Camilla Bell. A Hollywood child star though she's probably a third or fourth tier actress now she's a legitimate performer. She started making films before she was 10. I watched her in The Little Princess when I was a kid. She was so beautiful. As he spoke Bynum's gaze grew dreamy like a nerdy fan lurking in a corner of a convention snapping photos of cosplayers. He clasped his hands over his heart, a trace of suspicious drool at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, unable to bear it any longer. He threw an arm around Bynum's neck, lowered his voice, and said through gritted teeth, Andrew, let me ask you something. What? You call Kobe boss? I'll let that slide for now. But don't you see that I've returned? Bynum looked bewildered. I saw you, buddy. Welcome back. Then who am I? You're Chen. Chen Feng took a deep breath. When I ascend to the throne I'll have to banish you. Send you straight to Golden State. Chen, maybe she's just never dated an Asian man. Don't overthink it. If she dumps you later don't be sad. This is Hollywood. Things like this happen every day. Kobe couldn't resist adding a sour remark. Of course if you need comfort you can always join me for training. Chen Feng was speechless. You call that comfort? Dragging me to train at for a that's comfort. Odom chimed in, looking like a man of the world. Chen, actresses like her have seen plenty of handsome men and rich guys. Even if something does happen between you don't fall for it. They might just be playing around. You're young. Don't get trapped in the pitfall of love. He patted Chen Feng's shoulder. After the game, I'm throwing a big party at the Crown Club. I'll show you something different. I promise you'll forget all about this bell, or whatever. Odom extended a direct invitation for a post-game bash. Kobe's expression turned cold instantly. You want a party after this? With a performance like that you're still thinking about fun. Go if you want, but don't drag Chen along and don't talk about it here. Odom scratched his head, awkwardly scrambling to cover up. I was just trying to show Chen the world. Even if I wanted to see the world with you tonight, I don't have time. Chen Feng said, glancing over at Camilla. He found Belle looking back at him. Their eyes met, and Chen Feng curved his lips into a smile, blowing her a kiss. Camilla covered her mouth, her ears turning red again, probably recalling that long, lingering kiss. Kobe shot Odom a glare, then turned to the two of them. Have your fun, but don't end up with weak legs tomorrow. I'll knock on your doors at 5:30 sharp for training. Chen Feng looked at Kobe, understanding the man's mindset. Having just weathered the Eagle County incident with Shaq gone to Miami and the Lakers missing the playoffs last season, Kobe was in a paranoid phase of proving himself, channeling everything into basketball. Off the court he was married with a daughter, plagued by negative press, reluctant and unwilling to go out to clubs, afraid of damaging his image, upsetting Vanessa, and even more afraid of having weak legs the next day at practice. Odom was the only one on the Lakers who could be called a brother to Kobe, someone who could joke around and talk openly with him. Kobe himself had said, Lamar is my best friend on the team. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, this old Kobe. Just then the Zen master waved from the sidelines, signaling everyone to gather around. Chen Feng plopped back down on the bench. With the game not yet resumed, he decided to use his joy points to upgrade himself. Earlier he had been wary of on-court violations leading to severe penalties, plus the seasonal task, rain in the anal region, still had 6 uses remaining. Just then Kwame Brown and Andrew Bynum came to him proactively, saying earnestly, Chen, we've been having some stomach issues lately. We heard you're a constipation specialist. Can you help us out? Chen Feng was stunned. He never expected that poking people would earn him a reputation, and now his teammates were voluntarily asking to be poked. Are you sure? Hurry, I've been holding it in for days, Kwame Brown said, pained. Bynum nodded along, his eyes betraying a genuine craving. Chen Feng took a deep breath, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and delivered a precise 1,000-year death strike. Oh! Kwame Brown jumped half a meter into the air, clutching his rear. Ding! Seasonal task, rain in the anal region, completed. Target Kwame Brown. Reward joy points 1,000. Remaining uses 5. Additional item, drop butter hands. Effect when used to slap an opponent's buttocks, a yellow stain appears on the target's rear. Chen Feng stared at the item description. Am I supposed to stamp opponents on the court? Yellow, are you serious, system? He then delivered another strike to Bynum. Bynum didn't shout, just bent over and let out a long, relieved breath. Ah, that feels good. Ding. Seasonal task completed. Target Andrew Bynum. Reward joy points 1,000. Remaining uses 4. No additional drops. Chen Feng made a mental note, no skill, no item. Bynum's charges too. While Coach Phillips was still drawing up plays to feed Kobe, Chen Feng had already immersed himself in the system panel. The hot kiss mission had just credited 3,000 joy points. Combined with the 2,000 he had taken from Peyton earlier and another 2,000 each from Kwame and Bynum, he had accumulated a total of 7,000 joy points. Eyes bright, Chen Feng opened the system panel and began calculating how to distribute his points. His base shooting was already at 80. Each point from 81 to 90 cost 800 joy points. He chose to raise shooting by 5 points, directly spending 4,000 joy points. With his all-around bonus factored in, his shooting climbed to 90. With 3,000 joy points remaining, he spent 1,600 to raise his breakthrough by 4 points, pushing it from 81 to 85. Then he spent 1,200 to increase his explosiveness by 3 points, bringing it from 81 to 84. The final 200 points went into steel, raising it from 74 to 75. Distribution complete. The panel refreshed. Player information: name, Chun Feng. Number 35. Age 22. Position PG. Team Lakers. Height 191 centimeters, weight 86 kilograms, wingspan 203 centimeters. Current joy points 0. Mission: reign over the rear end. Remaining uses 4. Item: Butterfingers. After activation, pat the opponent's rear, leaving a yellow stain. Skill: all-around dominance, top tier. All attributes 5. Offensive capability 9. Defensive capability 9. Rhythm of the wind, top tier. Ball handling and passing 9. Driving speed and fast break ability 9. Gary Payton's glove, top tier. Steal ability 9. A release speed 9. Heavenly Dragon 8 steps, basic, breakthrough 3. On layups, the 3.5 step grants a higher chance of avoiding a traveling call. Upgrade requires 5,000 joy points. Iron Bones and Steel Muscles, basic, damage reduction 15, recovery speed 15. Upgrade requires 5,000 joy points. Offensive stats: shooting 90, ball handling 85, passing 85, breakthrough 85, fast break 73, post play 65. Physical stats: speed 83, explosiveness 84, jump 75, strength 75, coordination 77, stamina 80. Defensive stats: steal 75, block 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, rebound 65, positioning 73. Overall rating 89. 89. In just over a month, he had gone from an undrafted, forgotten prospect to the doorstep of all-star caliber. Chun Feng clenched his fist, a sense of quiet pride swelling within him. Drive, shoot, and pass. All 3 threats were fully operational. His offensive profile was essentially maxed out. He glanced across the court at Kobe, who was warming up. In his mind, he murmured, Lau Ku, in the past the Lakers lacked a reliable secondary scoring option. You were double-teamed to death and had no choice but to force shots, taking the blame of the Iron God whenever they missed. But things are different now. I am here. From now on, when you get trapped, pass to me. I will share the burden with you. Lau can no need to thank me. That is what brothers are for. Everything is settled in my heart. Chun Feng whispered to the empty air. Seeing him talking to himself, Kobe walked over and pinched his arm. What are you muttering about? Nothing, Lau Ku. Chun Feng looked at him seriously. Have you ever considered changing your shooting style? For example, switching from a fadeaway to a leaner jumper. Kobe regarded him as though he had lost his mind. Leaner jumper. I have never heard of such a thing. That is because you have not kept up with the times, Chun Feng said, gesturing with both hands. This is a shooting technique 20 years ahead of its era. Truthfully, both you and Michael Jordan have been practicing it wrong. The fadeaway is outdated. The leaner jumper is the future. Kobe looked thoroughly exhausted. How exactly do you shoot a leaner jumper? By diving headfirst into the defender. Exactly. Jump forward, throw your body into the defender, and once the ref blows the whistle, free throws are yours. This is called the foul baiting shot. Double the efficiency with none of the exertion. Your understanding is spot on, Lau Ku. Why don't we master this leaner basketball together? Chun Feng glanced at the teammates nearby. Lau Ku, we can even bring the whole team along. From now on, whenever someone dares to raise a hand in our direction, we simply lean into them. Kobe was at a loss for words. You lean into the other player and expect nothing to be called. The teammates nearby had caught wind of Chun Feng's leaner jumper theory as well. Bynum was the first to raise his hand. I think there is logic to it. Jumping forward puts you closer to the basket, which should raise the shooting percentage. And crashing into defenders. If the ref does not call a foul, he owes the audience an apology. He spoke with complete seriousness, as though studying an entirely new discipline. Odom chewed his gums slowly, analyzing lazily. Theoretically speaking, if you can release the ball in the air while maintaining meaningful contact with the defender, there is a chance of drawing a whistle. But that assumes the referee is willing to cooperate. Vujasic adjusted his hair, unable to hide his disdain. Isn't this just theatrical diving? Something from European soccer dragged onto a basketball court. How embarrassing. Bynum leaned in eagerly. Fongo, why not teach me? With my frame, once I jump forward, who is going to stop me? The ref will look and think a tank is charging, and he will have no choice but to blow the whistle. Odom patted Bynum on the shoulder. Andrew, if you charge forward like that, the defender is going to get crushed. That is not a shot. That is manslaughter. The teammates erupted in laughter. Chun Feng watched their unconvinced expressions and could only think you have no idea what the future of basketball looks like. After warm-ups, Chun Feng returned to the locker room with the Lakers starting 5 waiting for the entrance ceremony. This was his first game since the suspension had ended. When the arena DJ called Chun Feng's name first, Staples Center exploded with enthusiastic cheers. But the loudest voice in the entire arena belonged to one figure sitting in the front row courtside. Camilla Bell. She held aloft a fluorescent light board written in colorful marker. Chun Feng, number 35. The best. Chun Feng. Over here. Look this way. Camilla waved the light board with all her energy, her brown hair, flying wildly with each movement looking as excited and lively as a young deer. Her face was slightly flushed from enthusiasm, her eyes shining brightly. Chen Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. He raised his right hand, pointed his index finger toward Camilla's direction, and held the gesture for a full second. Long enough for the cameras to catch it and long enough for her to read his expression clearly. Then he withdrew his finger, made a fist, and tapped his left chest once, neither too hard nor too soft. As both teams filed onto the court, the game was about to begin. Lakers: Chen Feng, Kobe Bryant, Lamar Odom, Brian Cook, Chris Mim. Timberwolves: Marco Jarek, Trenton Hassel, Wally Szczerbiak, Kevin Garnett, Michael Olowokandi. To be honest, without Chen Feng, the Lakers roster this season could hardly be described as anything other than poor. Most people introduced the Lakers with a single-line Kobe and his CBA teammates. Unexpectedly, the Timberwolves were no better. Even a dog would shake its head at that roster. The entire introduction could be summed up in one sentence: KG and teammates ABC. Twin talents of the era, evenly matched in mediocrity. But come the summer of 2007, the King of the Wolves would head to Boston, forming a big three alongside Ray Allen and Paul Pierce. Three men who had been the franchise cornerstone for nearly a decade, each setting aside their egos to join forces. A squad that had managed only 24 wins the previous season, last place in the Eastern Conference, suddenly became something formidable. In their very first year together, they surged to 66 wins, reached the finals, and defeated the Lakers to claim the championship. From that point on, the league changed forever. Super teams became the norm. Small market loyalty lost its value. The era of one man, one team came to an end. That was the turning point. The day one team for a lifetime became a relic of the past. The referee's whistle sounded. The game officially began. Olowokandi and Mim jumped for the center tip-off. Michael Olowokandi, the first overall pick of the 1998 draft, might have carried the label of a disappointment, but his 7-foot stature still commanded a certain presence on the court. Olowokandi touched the ball first, tipping it back to Marco Jarek. Jarek advanced the ball up the court, and as soon as he reached the front court, Chen Feng moved in to pressure him. With his 80-rated defense and two-way prowess, Chen Feng made it impossible for a fringe player like Jarek to shake free. Kevin Garnett moved up to the high post to receive the ball, and Jarek quickly passed it over. Garnett stretched his long arms and gathered the ball into his grasp. He backed down against Brian Cook's swaying left and right, showcasing his post-up moves. Then he suddenly leaped, releasing his signature mid-range jumper. Throughout his career, more than half of Garnett's shots came from mid to long-range jumpers. Garnett's jump shot release point was high, and with his height and wingspan, it was rarely blocked. Cook, lacking athleticism and disadvantaged in height and reach, had no answer for Garnett. The ball arced through the air, swishing through the net. 2-0. The Lakers' turn. Chen Feng received the ball in the backcourt and advanced while Marco Jarek planted his feet at the top of the three-point line. It seemed he was focused on guarding against Chen Feng's drive. Chen Feng gathered the ball half a meter beyond the three-point line, rose, and released a three-pointer. Jarek, who had just settled into his stance, never expected the rookie to take such a bold shot on the first possession. There was no time to contest. Swish. Jarek turned to see the ball sailing through the net. A gasp of awe rippled through the Staples Center, then erupted into a full-throated roar. As Chen Feng retreated on defense, he deliberately waited for Kobe to pass by. Pointing at his own chest, he said earnestly, "Old Kobe, see that? I've got a shot now. When you're double-teamed, pass it to me, and I'll help you out." Kobe didn't break stride. He glanced sideways at him. "You know, if you'd missed that shot, I'd have told Phil to pull you right away," he said, then gave Chen Feng 2 pats on the rear. Defense. The Timberwolves' possession. Marco Jarek had already learned that the rookie Chen Feng was no pushover, so this time he immediately passed the ball upon reaching the front court. Again, Garnett took the ball at the high post, his sweet spot. This time Cook defended aggressively chest to chest, with Garnett, his hands active and disruptive. Odom also looked ready to rotate over for help defense. Garnett didn't force it. He surveyed the court, catching a glimpse of Trenton Hassel cutting toward the basket off a screen. But Kobe was not so easy to shake. The instant Hassel caught the ball, Kobe reached out and deflected it, stealing the ball cleanly. After the steal, Kobe's first instinct was to find Chen Feng. Chen Feng received the ball and immediately launched a fast break. Jarek lunged to delay him, but Chen Feng crossed over and blew past him, accelerating to full speed. There were no Timberwolves players left in the front court, only Odom, who had already dashed inside the three-point line. Seeing Odom's effort, Chen Feng decided to reward the veteran who was about to settle into the role of the team's third option. He lofted a high pass, making Odom's aerial finish effortless. Odom leaped high, the ball landing perfectly in his hands, and he slammed it home with a thunderous two-handed dunk. Lakers 5, Timberwolves 2. After landing, Odom turned and charged straight at Chen Feng, chest bumping him. Caught off guard, Chen Feng staggered back a step. Damn good thing it wasn't a truck like Shaq. Chen, great pass. Odom grinned, patting his head. Chen Feng rubbed his chest, maintaining a calm demeanor. Just routine, nothing special. In the central broadcast studio, Sun Jungping's voice carried a hint of amusement. In the opening 2 possessions for the Lakers, Chen Feng hit a 3 and assisted Odom on a dunk. Absolutely perfect. Exactly. Chen Feng plays very unselfishly. He could have taken the shot himself, but he chose to set up his teammate. Zhang remarked, his tone filled with admiration. On the next Timberwolves possession, Wally Szczerbiak used a Garnett screen to curl out from the baseline, caught the ball, and rose for a jumper. The shot was clean, and the 2 points were secured. Before the sound of the ball swishing through the net had faded, Chen Feng had already taken the inbound pass and was pushing the pace up the court. Marco Jarek dared not be complacent again. After being caught off guard by Chen Feng's shot on the previous possession, he now closed in tightly, sticking to Chen Feng beyond the three-point line, denying any space to shoot. Seeing Jarek up close, Chen Feng began a flurry of crossovers. Between the legs, front crossover between the legs again, accelerating his rhythm. Jarek's center of gravity swayed left and right, and the moment his foot slipped, Chen Feng struck. Chen Feng pushed off his left foot and exploded to the left. With his burst attribute boosted to 84, his first step was lightning quick. Jarek couldn't keep up and was beaten cleanly. Without a second glance, Chen Feng drove straight to the basket. Michael Olowokandi abandoned Mim and rotated over to help his 7'3" frame, spreading arms wide like a moving wall of flesh. Chen Feng didn't slow down. He gathered the ball, bent his knees, and leaped. In midair, he threaded the ball past Olowokandi's body, delivering it precisely to Mim. Mim caught the ball, rose, and threw down a two-handed dunk. The Lakers quickly established dominance on their home court. And remember, they still had Kobe. Kobe's offensive firepower had been arguably the best in the league over the past few seasons. He could consume possessions on his own, and now with Chen Feng alongside him, the burden was shared. In contrast, the Timberwolves' offense struggled to keep pace. Garnett was known for his defense, and his scoring in clutch moments was limited. Among the other four starters, only Wally Szczerbiak averaged double figures in points. The Lakers maintained a firm grip on the game. Time passed, and the first 4 minutes of the quarter had elapsed. The game entered its first official timeout. The Lakers led 15-7, 8 points ahead after 4 minutes. Chen Feng had 5 points and 4 assists. The home crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The team had lost 4 straight games, relying almost solely on Kobe. Now, with Kobe yet to exert himself fully, the team had taken an easy 8-point lead in just 4 minutes. All of this was because that man had returned. Chen Feng plays intelligently and team-oriented. We really needed him. His shooting is accurate, he can pass and score. How did he go undrafted? Thank you, Mitch Kupchak. Thank you, Phil. They brought us Chen Feng. Camila also waved a sign bearing Chen Feng's name, her eyes fixed on the player being hugged by his teammates. After the timeout, the game resumed. The Lakers inbound the ball, and Chen Feng dribbled across half court. He noticed Kobe already reaching for the ball. Only one shot attempt in the first 4 minutes, which in Kobe's world was a clear signal of patience wearing thin. Chen Feng passed decisively, without hesitation. Kobe caught the ball with his back to the basket, shifting his weight left and right, probing Trenton Hassel's defensive stance. In a sudden, swift reverse pivot, Kobe launched into a fadeaway jumper, his movement fluid and elegant, the ball swishing through the net. Kobe then scored 6 consecutive points on 3 straight, makes pushing the Lakers' lead beyond 10. Each basket, however, came from isolated plays requiring Kobe to create his own opportunity. Triple threat, probing step pump, fake fadeaway. All textbook and visually pleasing, though Chen Feng recorded not a single assist. Goodness, Kobe's textbook isolation play is a sight to behold. And Chen Feng's passes each time were timely as well. It's evident that Chen Feng and Kobe's chemistry is improving. Inside the domestic broadcast studio, Coach Zhang was also commenting on Kobe's isolation plays. Though the teamwork was hardly visible, all spacing for Kobe to go one-on-one, it didn't hinder Coach Zhang's commentary. Toward the end of the first quarter, both sides substituted their second units. Minnesota's bench managed to trade baskets with the Lakers, keeping the score from drifting further apart. Kobe crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair with arms folded, and glanced sideways at Chen Feng. "Rookie, didn't you say you had a shot? How come you only took 2? Chen Feng set down his water bottle, wiped his mouth, and slowly turned to face Kobe. "Old man, don't rush. The protagonist always makes the final entrance. Just wait. When I go back on court, watch me perform." Chen Feng re-entered the game midway through the second quarter. The moment he stepped onto the floor, he erupted with scoring fire, seeming like an entirely different player. Great heavens, how does the Lakers have 2 Kobes? Chen Feng's drive-in stopped, pulling up for a fadeaway mid-range jumper. Why does it look so much like Kobe's? And that driving layup without the wraparound. Oh no, wrap, just a gentle floater, and it drops clean. So accurate. Chen Feng's three-point shooting is too precise, 3 for 2 right. The commentator's rapid speech couldn't keep pace with Chen Feng's scoring pace. In just under 4 minutes, Chen Feng shot 5 for 7 from the field, 2 for 3 from deep, pouring in 12 points. Adding the 5 points from the first quarter, Chen Feng had already tallied 17 points and 6 assists before halftime. Cheers at Staples Center rose in waves, each crest louder than the last. Chen Feng dribbled across half court, this time finding Kevin Garnett waiting near the three-point line. It was Chen Feng's first encounter with a defensive anomaly, 2 meters 11 in height, a wingspan of 2 meters 26, capable of sweeping out from the paint. Chen Feng drove and Garnett retreated step by step, each foot placement precisely cutting off the driving lane. He controlled the distance, staying about a meter away, denying driving room while uncomfortable for the shot. As Garnett backed off to the free throw line, he slowed and spread his arms wide, blocking Chun Feng's path like a door. Seeing this, Chun Feng stopped abruptly and rose for a mid-range jumper. He knew Garnett's long limbs, so he deliberately raised his release arc. The ball had barely left his fingertips when Garnett leaped upward his extraordinary wingspan, creating an impossibly large defensive coverage area. Swat! A clean, decisive block sent the ball flying past the baseline. After landing, Garnett pounded his chest and roared, the sound echoing throughout Staples Center. Chun Feng stared at the Timberwolves king, pounding his chest, momentarily frozen. He had seen blocks before, but a 2'11" giant backing off nearly a meter, yet still leaping straight up to reject his shot. This defensive talent was truly formidable. Kobe walked over and patted Chun Feng on the back. "Chun, don't let Kevin intimidate you. Next time he steps out to defend, give me the ball, and I'll handle him." Chun Feng was hardly intimidated. He had simply never faced an interior defender with such height and reach who could also move his feet so nimbly. On the Lakers' inbound, Chun Feng caught the ball and executed a between-the-legs spin, accelerating past Garnett. This was his prepared strategy against Garnett: drive more, shoot less. However agile, a 2'11" giant could not match a guard's first step. Chun Feng drove into the paint and pulled up for a jumper before Zabiak could rotate over. The ball went in. Out. After the basket, Chun Feng mimicked Garnett's posture, turning to pound his chest, and let out a roar. The gesture was identical, though the intensity fell short. Being 20 centimeters shorter than Garnett, his roar resembled a kitten attempting to sound like a tiger. Coach Zhang's commentary followed immediately. A beautiful drive past Garnett, mid-range jumper, and it goes in. Chun Feng roars back at Garnett. You can see how excited he is. That block clearly didn't rattle him. Keep driving, keep shooting, and it falls. That's a big heart. Garnett glanced at Chun Feng. Boy, want me to teach you how to roar? My grandmother roars louder than you. Chun Feng shot another roar at Garnett. Perhaps it came from practice, for this time it carried real power. The Timberwolves king himself was momentarily stunned. Minnesota then intensified their double team on Chun Feng, but the Lakers still had the unstoppable Kobe at his prime. Kobe carved through the defense with consecutive isolation baskets. Kobe tallied 25 points and 4 rebounds, while Chun Feng recorded 19 points, 8 assists, and 1 steal. The statistics were nearly even. Kobe's performance drew no surprise, but what stood out was how much Chun Feng had improved since returning from his suspension. Close to a double-double by halftime, the crowd marveled. Chun Feng is undoubtedly the most vital piece for the Lakers and Kobe's strongest ally on the court. Chun Feng is now the Lakers' second star. Who is Odom? The guy averaging 5 points and 4 rebounds. I barely know him. A new OK combination has emerged for the Lakers. Chun Feng orchestrates the offense and connects with his teammates seamlessly. Kobe's scoring is unstoppable, and his defense is DPOY caliber. The home crowd hadn't felt this electric in a long while. After a 4-game losing streak had drained the team's spirit, the Lakers now led the Timberwolves by 14 at halftime, with the visitors having no answer. Chun Feng walked back toward the locker room as the cheers from the stands continued. Chun Feng, over here. Chinese heartthrob. We love you. Number 35, you are my champion. Camilla sat in her seat with her glow board resting on her knees not raised. She glanced over and saw a group of Lakers jersey-wearing girls screaming toward the player tunnel, one holding a cardboard sign. She watched them for a moment, then looked away. One of the girls held up a poster that read, Chun Feng, my heart beats only for you. Camilla lowered her gaze to her own board. Chun Feng, number 35, the best. Simple. Straightforward. No hearts, no extra words. For a brief moment, she felt her board was rather plain compared to the others. In the Lakers' locker room, Chun Feng pulled out his phone and sent a message to Camila. How did I perform? Camila was in the middle of stuffing snacks into her mouth when she saw the message and immediately replied, didn't you hear it? The female fans at the arena were screaming so loudly it felt like the roof might blow off. They were all chanting your name. And there was a stunning blonde girl with flowing waves. She was the loudest one out there. Chun Feng stared at the screen, his fingers flying across the keys. No matter how pretty she is, she's nothing compared to you. No matter how big. What good is big anyway? After sending it, he sheepishly rubbed his nose. Who knows? Some people happen to prefer big ones. Chun, you played like a superstar today. Veteran Aaron McKee sat nearby during the break, praising Chun Feng's first-half performance. Vujasic leaned over, his tone a mix of delight and mild jealousy. Didn't you hear the fans screaming? Chun is now the second most popular player on the Lakers right after Kobe. Today we gained a Kobe who knows how to pass, Lamar Odom said, casually chewing his gum. Kobe, who was in the middle of taking a sip of water, froze. His expression visibly darkened, his eyebrows arching slightly. What do you mean, a Kobe who can pass? So you're saying Kobe Bryant only plays isolation and can't pass? The break ended quickly and the third quarter began. Both teams sent out their starting five. The Timberwolves, unable to shake Chun Feng on individual matchups and prone to turnovers on drive and kick passes, reduced Yao Laquee's ball-handling duties and shifted offensive initiation to Trenton Hassel. The problem was that Hassel was primarily a defensive specialist, and his playmaking was inferior to Yao Laquee's. On top of that, he was guarding the Black Mamba himself, which put him in a difficult position. A few tentative offensive sets failed to develop, and Kobe stripped the ball from him. The Timberwolves reverted to their original strategy, Garnett isolating in the post. But ask yourself, how does a large forward who had already logged the most minutes of the first half battled inside the paint and chased Chinfeng all the way to the perimeter cope when he's also required to carry the offense with constant one-on-one actions? Even an Iron Man would struggle under such strain. Garnett's breathing grew increasingly heavy. Sweat dripped from his chin and his soaked jersey clung to his body. Every sprint up and down the court felt like an ordeal. In less than 5 minutes of the third quarter, the Timberwolves called 2 consecutive timeouts to adjust their personnel and tactics, but it made little difference. The gap continued to widen. 75-55, the Timberwolves trailed by 20. With less than half of the third quarter remaining, the rest of the game seemed destined to become meaningless garbage time. But then the coach again signaled his subs. He substituted out Kobe Chinfeng and Mim, bringing in Bujasic, Smush Parker, and Kwame Brown. The Timberwolves seized the opportunity to score inside, while the Lakers' offense sputtered to a halt, allowing Minnesota to mount a scoring run. But Phil Jackson remained perfectly composed, projecting absolute confidence. He neither made substitutions nor called timeouts, his expression unchanged. By the end of the third quarter, the coach had not made a single adjustment, simply watching as the Timberwolves chipped away at the deficit. 82-70. The gap narrowed to 12 points. At the start of the fourth quarter, the coach still held back his starters. For minutes passed, and the Timberwolves reclaimed 6 points, shrinking the deficit to just 6. The entire crowd began chanting, "We want Kobe. We want Chinfeng." Only then did the coach leisurely call a timeout and bring Kobe and Chinfeng back onto the court. Kobe, 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 Chinfeng, Chinfeng, Chinfeng. As the starters returned, the cheers from the crowd rose in waves, and the roof of the Staples Center seemed ready to lift off. Immediately upon entering the court, Chinfeng scored on consecutive possessions, draining a pull-up mid-range jumper off a pick and roll and driving through for a reverse layup, racking up 4 quick points. On the third possession, he assisted Kobe on a three-pointer. Kobe slipped free behind a screen, caught the ball, and buried it clean through the net. The Timberwolves substituted all their starters and laid down the white flag. Coach Phil Jackson, the Zen master, did the same shortly after bringing his key players to the bench. Bynum, Chinfeng's teammate on the Lakers, finally managed to squeeze in a few minutes of playing time. Chinfeng's heart had already left the court. He had made plans with Camila to watch cartoons at her place once the game was over. Now he was eagerly counting the seconds, wishing the match would end quickly since he had other important things to attend to. Finally, the buzzer sounded to end the game. The Lakers defeated the Timberwolves 115-101, snapping their 4-game losing streak. Chinfeng posted an explosive stat line of 37 points, 15 assists, and 2 steals for the entire game, while Kobe scored 44 points with 8 rebounds. Together they combined for 81 points. When Chinfeng saw the statistics, he was taken aback. "What? I combined for 81 points with Kobe?" Across China, viewers watching the broadcast were completely blown away. Some ran out onto the streets, others stood in hallways, and everywhere people could be heard enthusiastically cheering for Chinfeng. Chinfeng is incredible. Chinfeng is incredible. 37 points and 15 assists. He is the best point guard in all of China and all of Asia without question. Wasn't it said that NBA regular season intensity is much higher than the summer league? How is Chinfeng getting better and better as the game goes on? Chinfeng has fully proven that Chinese players can produce excellent point guards. We are no less capable than black or white players. I combined for 81 points with Kobe and Chinfeng. Unlike North America, where it was late at night, Asia was in the middle of its afternoon. Many people who had just heard the news shifted their attention immediately to televisions, phones, and computers. A large number of Chinese fans learned about the game through broadcast replays, news reports, live text updates on their phones, and online video streams on their computers. The entire internet was buzzing with discussions about Chinfeng. His 37-point, 15-assist performance shot him straight to the top of the trending charts in China, while related keywords such as Lakers, Kobe, and combined for 81 points also became hot search terms. Bingbing, who had always aimed to make a name for herself on the international stage, posted online, "Chinfeng, the pride of China." She also declared that she had become a fan of his. She planned to visit the Lakers' home arena soon to watch games and offer her support. Netizens immediately replied, "Bingbing, if you're Chinfeng's fan, maybe Chinfeng will become yours too." What does Bingbing play? Table tennis. At least it'd be baseball. Of course, Chinfeng had no idea about any of this. At that moment, he was being called to a post-game press conference by Coach Jackson. "Chin, did you expect to put up such explosive numbers tonight?" "Yes, I always knew what I was capable of. As long as the coach and my teammates trust me, I can do even better." A wave of surprised murmurs swept through the room. No one had expected this Chinese rookie to be so confidently self-assured. Chin, some media outlets say you've become more important than Kobe. They claim Kobe can't lead the team to victory, but you can. Chinfeng glanced at the man asking the question, a white male in his 40s. This was clearly an attempt to stir up trouble. "That outlet sounds like it belongs to you personally. I've never seen such a headline. Everyone on this team is important. We are a single unit." Of course, if you insist on breaking it down, you could say the Lakers operate with three core players who complement each other perfectly. Tonight, the fact that our three cores combined for 81 points to secure the victory is the best proof. Three cores. Odom only scored 10 points tonight. Shouldn't that bring the total to 91? A reporter raised a question. Odom. No. Odom ranks at most fourth. The three cores are myself, Kobe, and Andrew Bynum. We combined for 81 points. Bynum. That Bynum who played during garbage time and finished with 0 points, 1 rebound, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Chin Fong was awakened by the insistent ringing of his phone. Who is it? Calling over and over again nonstop. He fumbled for his phone and answered. Hey, are you shouting my name early in the morning? Early? Do you have any idea what time it is? Kobe's voice roared from the other end. Do you remember who you are? Do you remember you're an NBA player? Do you know we have a road game in Milwaukee today? The outburst finally jolted Chin Fong awake. He glanced at his phone. 1:10 p.m. Yesterday, after the press conference, the Zen master had specifically reminded him not to be late for the 1:30 p.m. flight to Milwaukee. But last night, he had watched 7 cartoons with Camila, and they didn't stop until nearly dawn. He completely forgot about the road game. Hey Kobe, I wasn't feeling well after last night's game, and took some medicine. I overslept. You guys go ahead, I'll catch a flight later. Chin Feng's voice woke Camila. She turned over without opening her eyes and murmured, I don't want to watch any more cartoons. I can't watch anymore. There was a second of silence on the phone. Kobe clearly heard. Rookie, you're in big trouble. His roar made Chin Feng's ears ring, then the call ended abruptly. Chin Feng looked at his phone, shook his head to wake up, then got up and started packing. The noise fully woke Camila. She sat up, the blanket slipped from her shoulder, and looked at Chin Feng as he dragged his suitcase. Darling, are you sneaking away without saying goodbye? Chin Feng's gaze lingered for a moment, then he smiled and put down his suitcase. He began to take off his jacket, but then thought better of it. I'm not done yet, Chin Feng said lightly. Camila waved her hands. No, I'm exhausted. I was just kidding. Don't come over. At 4 in the afternoon, Chin Feng finally boarded the flight to Milwaukee. As he sat in his seat, his legs still felt a little unsteady. He closed his eyes, a thought echoing in his mind. Pleasures have ruined me. Watching so many cartoons in such a short time had taken a toll on his body. I must quit drinking. When he arrived at the Lakers hotel in Milwaukee, it was already 10 at night. Bynum texted him, bro, you here? Kobe said you're dead. Chin Feng replied, arrived. Bynum added, he didn't say a word on the plane today. His face was really dark. Good luck. The next morning at 9:50, the Zen master arrived early at the training facility. It was the Milwaukee Sports Center, the Lakers' rented practice court. Before the game against the Bucks, the team would conduct a light practice. Since it was a road game, Jackson didn't plan to assign heavy tasks. The original plan was just shooting running plays and a tactical analysis session. He arrived early to watch the footage from the previous Lakers-Timberwolves game, specifically to study Chin Feng's shooting. As he entered the gym, he heard intense sounds from inside along with Kobe shouting, "Aren't you the one who loves to break the press? Come on, show me how you handle the ball and break the press. Aren't you the one who bragged about hitting 7 straight shots in practice last night and said you could hit 3 more this morning? Why are your legs shaking? Is that all you've got? Is this your best? Last night, when you were playing one-on-one, were you this weak? If you're only this good, the team will be disappointed." Jackson walked into the gym and saw Chin Feng holding the ball, with Kobe pressing tightly against him, taunting nonstop. Chin Feng's expression was grim. He had been dragged from the hotel to the training facility early in the morning by Kobe, who said he wanted to give him some physical challenge. He was already exhausted from yesterday, and after finally getting some sleep to recover, he was dragged into one-on-one play again. But Kobe was relentless, playing one game after another with no intention of stopping. As they played, Chin Feng's temper began to rise. "Kobe, they say you're from a family of blacksmiths. How about forging me a dragon-slaying blade? Odom said you wanted a son, but the doctor said you need to work on your health. I'm just a rookie, and you're an established superstar. Are you proud of yourself for pulling me into a one-on-one?" The two of them exchanged taunts, the trash talk escalating, and the intensity of the contest grew fiercer. "All right, you two, stop." Jackson finally intervened, forcing them to halt. "Don't fool around. We have a game tonight. If you have so much energy, why not save it for the Bucks?" The two panted heavily, glaring at each other, but at least they stopped. The other teammates gradually arrived at the training facility. Regardless of how Kobe and Chin Feng felt, the one-on-one session was finally over. At 7:30 p.m. at the Bradley Center in Milwaukee, the Lakers vs. Bucks game officially began. In the 2005 draft, the Bucks used the first overall pick to select Australian center Bogut, the second international #1 pick after Yao Ming. Chin Feng was also from that draft, but he went undrafted. The leader of the Bucks that season was still Michael Redd. Michael Redd's journey from a second-round pick to an all-star was inspiring. He was adept at driving and shooting with outstanding scoring ability. He averaged 39.1 minutes per game, and the Bucks' offensive strategy was similar to the Lakers' previous approach: give the ball to Redd and everyone else clear out. The Bucks also had a player later known as Mo Buckets, Mo Williams. In the 2007 season, after E. Jianlian joined the Bucks, Mo Williams, then the starting point guard, often ignored Ye's calls for the ball and chose to go solo. Once the game started, the gap between the two teams quickly became apparent. Kobe scored 12 points in the first quarter, Chin Feng had 6, and Odom had 5. The Lakers achieved a high score of 31 points in the first quarter. After the first half ended, the scoreboard read 64-41, with a commanding 23-point cushion, effectively reducing the second half to mere garbage time. Following 3 quarters of play, the score stood at 88-59 as the gap widened to 29 points. Kobe, having already secured his quota in just 3 quarters, shot 13 of 25 from the field, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 4 from the free throw line, recording a well-rounded stat line of 32 points, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. Chin Feng, meanwhile, compiled 18 points, 9 assists, and 2 steals over 3 quarters. Had the Bucks not folded so readily, he would have recorded yet another double-double. After defeating the Bucks, the Lakers continued their Eastern Conference road trip. They secured a 110-104 victory over the 7th-seeded Bulls, winning by 6 points. Chin Feng played for 33 minutes and recorded 25 points with 13 assists as 4 teammates reached double figures in scoring. Over the past 3 games, he has been exceptional, averaging 26, 6 points, 12, 3 assists, and 2 steals per game. He has delivered all-star caliber performances across 3 games. Many fans are beginning to feel optimistic about this season's Lakers. Domestic media expressed disbelief at Chin Feng's steady and rapid improvement. They attributed his dramatic skill advancement to the NBA's elite training system combined with Chin Feng's tireless dedication. Some CBA players started to wonder about their own trajectories. After all, Chin Feng had never played in the CBA. He was a college draft prospect who had gone undrafted. Yet he was thriving in the NBA, while those who had competed in professional Chinese basketball seemed to be struggling. Meanwhile, media coverage amplified Chin Feng's journey, rapping it in almost legendary tones. Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 3 in the morning? What about Kobe training at 4? Chin Feng is already up at 3. By the time you put down your phone and get ready for bed, Chin Feng has already completed 1,000 3-point shots and 1,000 mid-range jumpers. And when the sun rises, he has already finished 3 hours of ball handling practice, which is precisely why his dribbling skills are so refined. When Chin Feng saw these reports, he genuinely worried someone might try to follow such an extreme routine and suffer a medical emergency on the court. Would the responsibility fall on him? By his own estimation, Chin Feng himself could not sustain that pace for even a week. At the same time, endorsement offers poured in. Chin Feng asked his agent to filter for the most suitable options. High value, short duration, and brand safe. He also needed capital to invest, and with his foresight, making smart investments felt effortless. Why hadn't he taken endorsements earlier? At the time, his reputation was still modest, so the offers naturally carried lower valuations. Now that he had financial resources, he planned to assemble a dedicated team. A nutritionist, a health consultant, a rehabilitation therapist, bodyguards, and a personal chef. On the 3rd stop of their Eastern Conference 4-game road trip, the Lakers arrived in Washington. The Wizards had assembled a formidable trio this season: Arenas, Jamison, and Butler. Arenas was currently 4th on the scoring leaderboard at 28, 3 points per game. Behind him sat the top 3, Kobe at 34, 8, Iverson at 33, 2, and James at 30, 2. 3 players this season were averaging over 30 points per game. A genuine scoring duel, fierce and captivating. The Lakers-Wizards matchup was intensely competitive, with the outcome decided in the final moments. Chin Feng recorded another double-double with 25 points and 12 assists, while Kobe contributed 35 points and 6 rebounds. The Lakers defeated the Wizards 104-101. The league announced this week's award winners: Vince Carter of the Nets in the East, where he led his team to a 3-1 record while averaging 28 points. In the West, Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks earned the honor, averaging 31 points and 8 rebounds as Dallas rolled to a 4-game winning streak. Chin Feng averaged 26 points and 12 assists over 4 games, leading the Lakers to an identical 4-0 record. His statistics and team success clearly warranted consideration, yet his experience simply had not accumulated enough. These awards typically favored established superstars. Reading the news in the locker room, Chin Feng sighed softly. After the victory over Washington, the Lakers faced the top team in the Eastern Conference, the Pistons. It was the final game of the 4-game road trip and against their most formidable opponent yet. In this matchup, Kobe was heavily shadowed by Billups and Hamilton throughout the entire game, with one defender consistently trailing him. The Pistons played a disciplined defense-first style of team basketball. Hamilton, Billups, Rasheed Wallace, and Prince were all physical, tenacious defenders with exceptional conditioning and lateral awareness. Chin Feng's drives could disrupt Detroit's defensive structure, but his teammates were largely neutralized. Kobe shot just 7, 4, 20, finishing with 20 points, matching his field goal attempts with his point total. Chin Feng led the Lakers with 29 points, aided by his drives and free throws along with 7 assists, but Los Angeles fell short, losing 80-85. With a 4-1 record, the Lakers returned to their home arena. On December 21st, the Staples Center in Los Angeles welcomed a challenge from the Mavericks. Dallas held the top record in the Western Conference, tied with the Spurs, and entered the game on a 5-game winning streak, peaking in form. Head coach Avery Johnson, known affectionately as Little General, was in only his first full season behind the bench. Chun Fong remembered this squad would go on to make an impressive run to the finals. Under his guidance, Dallas had developed into a balanced two-way team. Their centerpiece was Dirk Nowitzki, the 7-foot-1 shooting phenomenon and cultural icon universally recognized as the franchise cornerstone and leader. Josh Howard and Jason Terry were both in their primes, forming three dynamic core pieces for the Mavericks. Up front, Hamples and Diop provided rim protection and rotation, rounding out a roster that was genuinely deep and competitive at the highest level. The Lakers had won 4 of their last 5 games and were riding hot momentum. Two teams on upward trajectories collided at the Staples Center in a nationally televised showdown that captivated viewers everywhere. Camilla was also in attendance tonight. She wore a soft white knit cardigan layered over a pale gray slip dress, an effortlessly elegant and gentle ensemble. Paired with her youthful, delicate features, the surrounding male fans couldn't help but steal glances in her direction. Camilla had gained considerable recognition since that memorable moment shared with Chun Fong at the Staples Center. Many had come to know the former Los Angeles child star whose striking presence left a lasting impression on anyone who saw her. Man, that damn Chun. He really is living the dream. Seriously, Chun, you took away all of our ideal types. Jokes and playful complaints echoed through the stands from time to time. How does he deserve it? What do you have that I don't? Odom draped an arm around Chun Feng's shoulders and gently pressed his head down. Where did the nightclub prince fall short? Chun Feng slipped out of the embrace. Lamar, look at my face, then look in the mirror. You'll understand. You should try entering some reality TV. I've done the math. Your true calling is front camera work. Yeah, right. But I'll admit reality TV does sound pretty interesting. I might give it a shot, Odom replied with a smile. Watching Odom, Chun Feng thought to himself, in a few years, once you land on that Kardashian show, you'll finally see I was right all along. Following the opening introductions, the game got underway. The Lakers took the court with Chun Feng, Kobe, Odom, Cook, and Mute. The Mavericks countered with Harris, Terry, Josh, Howard, Nowitzki, and Dempster. Mute tapped the ball forward to Chun Feng, who caught it and advanced up the floor. Harris closed out aggressively in an attempt to disrupt the play, but Chun Feng did not hold the ball, instead delivering a clean pass to Kobe. Kobe caught the ball and released a mid-range jumper without any adjustment, and it fell. On the next possession, the Mavericks worked the ball inside to Nowitzki in the post. Nowitzki is widely regarded as the finest shooting big man in the league today. His signature fadeaway, affectionately dubbed the Golden Rooster, stands on one leg by fans, combines a natural backward lean with his towering height and expansive wingspan, making a block virtually impossible. He buried the shot comfortably over Cook's outstretched arm. On the ensuing Lakers possession, Chun Feng once again found Kobe, who faked a drive to the paint, shifted Terry off his heels, gathered, and drained another smooth jumper. Kobe had started the game 2-for-2 and was playing with evident rhythm. In the TNT studio, Kenny Smith leaned forward in astonishment. This is the player most resembling Jordan in the league today. Look at that fadeaway. Look at those eyes. It is remarkably similar to Jordan. Kenny, he merely resembles him. There is only one Michael Jordan in this world. Barkley offered a measured counterpoint. Michael boasts 2 separate three-peats, 6 finals MVP awards, and 5 regular season MVPs. Kobe, aside from a single three-peat, has yet to accumulate such distinctions. Even the scoring title, perhaps Michael's least prominent accolade, eluded Kobe entirely, while Michael claimed it 10 times. And as for that sole claim to comparison, the three-peat, that was Shaq's team. Let him lead a squad to a championship on his own before drawing parallels to Michael. Charles Kobe is only 27 years old. He still has ample time to gather such honors. We all recall that Michael was already 28 when he secured his first title. Smith remarked, gazing at Barkley. He certainly did not believe Kobe could overtake the achievements of Jordan yet. With only 2 commentators at the desk, one was expected to champion each perspective. Both analysts understood the exercise. One would support, the other would challenge, maintaining a balanced and engaging broadcast. At the close of the first quarter, the Lakers held a 25-18 advantage over the Mavericks. Kobe had drained 7 of his 8 attempts, scoring 15 points in the period alone. In the second quarter, he sustained his rhythm, finishing the half at 4 of 10 from the field and 7 of 8 from the free throw line, adding 17 more points. At halftime, the Lakers led 53-44, maintaining a comfortable 9-point margin. Shooting 7 of 13 from the field and 14 of 16 from the free throw line in a single quarter, he poured in 30 points. The Lakers outscored their opponents 42-17 in that period, taking a commanding 95-61 lead after 3 quarters as the contest slipped into meaningless time. By the end of the third quarter, Kobe had tallied 62 points while Chun Feng recorded a double-double with 15 points and 15 assists. Both Kobe and Chun Feng were kept on the bench. After the game, Chun Feng went for extra practice with Camilla. The game had been decided by the third quarter, yet he still had plenty of energy left. Facing Camilla's defense, Chun Feng drove straight through and sank 7 consecutive shots before letting her off. After defeating the Mavericks, the Lakers moved immediately to face their next opponent, the New Orleans Hornets. The Hornets had selected point guard Chris Paul with the 4th overall pick in that year's draft. A fellow rookie from the same draft class as Chen Feng, Paul started from day one and played every minute so far, averaging 36 minutes per game while posting all-around numbers of 16, 1.7, 8 assists, 5, 1 rebounds and 2 steals. In less than 2 months, he had already been established as the franchise cornerstone and was the frontrunner for both last month's Rookie of the Month and the season's Rookie of the Year honors. Their starts could not have been more different. At first, no one, not even the media, would have thought to place the two of them in the same conversation. But now Chen Feng had firmly secured his role as the Lakers' second cornerstone with his spectacular performances averaging 18, 1.8, 7 assists, and 2 steals per game. His scoring and assist numbers had already surpassed Paul's. If not for a modest start earlier in the season, he would already be averaging a double-double. But American media did not concern themselves with such details. Instead, they placed Paul and Chen Feng on the same level, regarding them as the two finest point guards from the 2005 draft class belonging to the same tier. Deron Williams, selected 1 pick ahead of Paul, was still competing for playing time against Deron Williams and Arroyo, attracting little attention in comparison. The referee's whistle echoed through the arena as he tossed the ball high into the air at center court. 26-year-old Chris Mim easily outmuscled 36-year-old veteran center P.J. Brown, redirecting the ball to his backcourt. Chen Feng quickly took possession and pushed the ball up the court. To his surprise, Paul stepped up to guard him directly, perhaps wanting to test this undrafted player who kept being compared to him as one half of the 05 point guard duo. Chen Feng found the situation quite amusing. Before Paul drew close, he signaled to his teammates with a gesture asking them to clear out. He wanted to take on Paul one-on-one. Paul saw the signal and likely understood Chen Feng's intention. Far from backing down, his competitive spirit only grew. Chen Feng executed a between-the-legs crossover, surged forward with a swift step, and left Paul a step behind. Paul, drawing on his experience, immediately reached out to grab Chen Feng's jersey in an attempt to slow him down. But Chen Feng's explosive first step proved too much, and within 2 strides, he had put a full body length between himself and Paul. Seeing this, Paul had no choice but to release the jersey, knowing that continuing to pull would draw a referee's whistle. Having beaten Paul, Chen Feng drove into the paint only to find David West and P.J. Brown converging to block his path like 2 immovable sentinels. Rather than forcing the issue, Chen Feng simply tossed the ball skyward. Chris Mim met it in the air for a thunderous alley-oop dunk, giving the Lakers the opening score. On the other end, the Hornets brought the ball up. Paul caught the ball and looked to push through half-court quickly. As the old saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Chen Feng mirrored Paul's earlier approach and stepped up to apply on-ball pressure. Paul's ball-handling fundamentals, however, were remarkably solid. Despite Chen Feng's 8-centimeter height advantage and full coverage, Paul navigated the tight defense and crossed half-court with composure. It was undeniable. Paul's Rookie of the Year candidacy spoke volumes about his ability. After crossing half-court, he looked to create a bucket against Chen Feng's single coverage, his competitive fire visibly burning. His drives, however, were repeatedly shut down by Chen Feng. With no other option, Paul resorted to his signature mid-range jumper. But before Paul could even rise for the shot, a sharp slap echoed through the court as Chen Feng stripped the ball clean. Racing the other way on the fast break, he faced an open rim and finished with a powerful one-handed tomahawk dunk for 2 points. Complex dunks might have been a stretch for Chen Feng's vertical, but a straightforward tomahawk was well within his capability. 1 possession on offense, 1 on defense. A complete lesson administered to Paul in both directions. Chen Feng had been stirred by the American media's pre-game narrative. If they considered him Paul's equal and grouped them together, then he would prove it on the court, starting with Paul himself. Paul found himself thoroughly outplayed by Chen Feng in their matchup. Under these circumstances, continuing to isolate and attack one-on-one would hardly be the most judicious approach. Yet Paul remained steadfast in his conviction. A 4th overall pick compared to an undrafted player. Why should he yield? He continued to hold the ball and face off against Chen Feng move after move, possession after possession. His shots were either blocked or clanked against the rim, and on one occasion the ball sailed entirely off the mark. As that air ball left his fingertips, a hush fell over the New Orleans crowd. The home fans could scarcely believe their team's rising star was being so thoroughly contained by an undrafted player. Paul's face flushed with intensity. He bit down on his mouthguard, his gaze locked firmly upon Chen Feng, a quiet determination burning within him. Yet it was the silence of the home crowd that weighed heaviest upon him. Not even the sound of boos came, only a profound stillness that filled the arena. Paul attempted 6 shots, making only 1 for 2 points and 1 assist. Chen Feng went 5 of 7 from the field and 2 of 2 from the free throw line, tallying 12 points and 3 assists. The Lakers led the Hornets 24-12 after 8 minutes, holding a 12-point advantage. As Chen Feng walked back to the bench, Bynum handed him a towel with an admiring look. "Brother Feng, you totally destroyed that 4th overall pick." Chen Feng wiped his face. "Andrew, you actually thought I couldn't beat him." Over at the TNT commentary desk, Barkley was already grinning from ear to ear. Unbelievable. Judging from the first quarter alone, it was as if Paul and Chen had swapped identities. Paul played like an undrafted rookie while Chen Feng looked like an all-star. On both ends of the court, Chen completely outplayed Paul. Paul had no answer for Chun, looking like a raw rookie just entering the NBA. Oh, though he is indeed a rookie. Kenny Smith chimed in. Kenny, didn't you say earlier that Paul was the most mature among this year's rookies, eh? I said most mature, not strongest. Even mature players can be overwhelmed by talent. Besides, Chen's style of play is simply unreasonable. Barkley shook his head and remarked, then what about Chen's talent? His combined numbers were average. He went undrafted, and now he's dominating the 4th overall pick. Is that talent overwhelming? Smith pondered and reached a conclusion. Some people's talent can't be measured by combine data. Chen is probably that kind of player. Why don't you just call him a freak? The first quarter ended with the Lakers bench outscoring the Hornets bench by 4 points. The score was 33-17, giving the Lakers a 16-point lead. Chris Paul sat on the bench still in a daze. In his original vision, he was supposed to teach Chen Feng a lesson, showing the fans and media the gap between them. At the same time, he wanted the undrafted rookie to understand the gap between a 4th overall pick and himself. At the very least, if Chen Feng had an explosive game, it would have been a script of 2 stars shining. Instead, he was stunned by Chen Feng from the very start. A scene he never dreamed of. Paul sat on the bench, towel over his head, silent. A teammate beside him tried to comfort him, but Paul waved him off. From the second quarter onward, Paul stopped trying to showcase himself and became a textbook point guard, simply controlling the ball and passing. However, this meant the Hornets lost their most potent scoring threat. David West and P.J. Brown struggled to hold their ground near the paint, but against the Lakers' multi-pronged attack, they simply couldn't defend. At halftime, the gap hadn't narrowed, but widened further, 65-35, with the Hornets trailing by 30 points. Kobe easily scored 18 points in the half. Chen Feng had 20 points and 7 assists, and Odom had 8 points and 7 rebounds. Before the second half began, an ESPN sideline reporter interviewed Bynum. Andrew, how would you evaluate Chen Feng's performance today? Bynum looked into the camera with admiration. Chen is not an undrafted player. He's a hidden number 1 pick. The other 29 teams in the league were blind. Only the Lakers got the treasure. I've said it before. He's the flashiest passer I've ever seen. Of course, Kobe is amazing too, but Kobe won't pass to me. Chen will. The reporter, after hearing this, cautiously pressed further. Aren't you afraid Kobe will hear that? Afraid of what? I'm just telling the truth. As the second half began, Phil Jackson immediately put in the bench lineup. The Hornets, on the other hand, kept their starters in, probably hoping to save some face in front of the home crowd and avoid an embarrassing loss. The referees, sensing the situation, also started to intervene, giving the Hornets some favorable calls. But the Lakers bench was also exceptionally determined today. Sasha Vujasic hit 2 of 3 three-pointers, and Kwame Brown grabbed 2 offensive rebounds and converted them into putback baskets. After 3 quarters, the Hornets had only cut the deficit by 5 points. They put in their bench in the fourth quarter, essentially surrendering. The final score: Hornets 101, Lakers 74, a 27-point loss. Chen Feng, who clocked out at halftime with 20 points and 7 assists, was asked by a New Orleans reporter about his thoughts on Chris Paul. Paul is a mature point guard. Our bench simply couldn't stop him. Look, he scored 15 points today, and I only had 20 right. We're players of the same caliber. As for the fact that most of his points came against the Lakers bench in the third quarter, that's not important. No need to write that down and pretend I never said it. Also, the fact that he went 1-4-6 in the opening period because of my defense, and then became afraid to shoot. That's completely unnecessary to write. Really no need to write it. Hey, don't go. Keep asking. There's still time for the interview. The headlines: Chen Feng, Paul and I are players of the same caliber. And Chen Feng praises Paul as a mature point guard, hints he still has much to learn from Paul. These were the news articles published by the New Orleans media after the game. Back in Los Angeles, the Lakers got a day off, followed by the highly anticipated annual Christmas Day game. The Lakers would host the Miami Heat at home. On their day off, Chen Feng had already made plans with Camila to go to Griffith Park for a Christmas train ride. Camila was flying to Brazil with her family for Christmas. Her grandmother, who hadn't seen her in a year, had mentioned it several times, insisting that she must return this year. So this date was their way of celebrating Christmas early. At 2 p.m. at Los Angeles International Airport, Chen Feng parked in the lot with the engine still running and the heater on. He leaned back in the driver's seat, hand resting on the steering wheel, watching travelers come and go with mild boredom. Why did your friend suddenly come looking for you? Didn't you tell her you wouldn't be in the States for Christmas? He turned to glance at Camila in the passenger seat. Camila wore an off-white trench coat today, her hair loose, sunglasses perched on her nose paired with denim jeans. It was only around 10 degrees during the day in late December Los Angeles, so she finally swapped to long pants. Chen Feng's gaze drifted downward unconsciously. Camila stood 173 centimeters tall, with long straight legs that the jeans outlined clearly. Those legs had always caught his attention. Haven't seen enough. Should I take off these jeans so you can get a proper look? Camila shot him a look mixing reproach, charm, and the quiet knowing that she understood exactly what he was thinking. Chen Feng cleared his throat, snapping his gaze back to the rearview mirror. I was just checking if your pants got dirty. Oh, what did you find? That your legs are quite long. Aren't you aware of that already? Chen Feng pretended not to hear and quickly shifted the subject. Who exactly is your friend? Acting so mysterious about it. Same as you, she plays sports too. Tennis, actually. She glanced at Chen Feng. She's only 18 this year, already ranked #1 in the world, and they call her the most beautiful face in tennis. Chen Feng could guess who she was referring to, Maria Sharapova. Though Russian by nationality, she had spent most of her life in America with her family, and her training base was in Florida. The two sat in the car chatting about recent Hollywood releases and NBA games. Chen Feng shared funny stories from team practice that made Camila laugh behind her hand. After another 10 minutes or so, a tall figure emerged from the arrivals hall. Chen Feng's first impression was how strikingly tall. She was roughly matching his own height. Golden brown hair, pale eyes, cool fair complexion, walking with purpose and commanding presence. Maria Sharapova. Camila pushed open the car door and ran over. The two embraced and chattered animatedly. Sharapova wore black athletic pants and a white down jacket, her baseball cap pulled low, but her face could not be concealed, and even if it were hidden, her commanding aura would remain unmistakable. Camila took her hand and led her over, opening the back door to help Sharapova inside before taking her place in the passenger seat. "Honey, this is my friend Sharapova, the most beautiful woman in tennis," Camila introduced to Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught her reflection in the rearview mirror and gave a nod. "Hello, welcome to Los Angeles." "Thank you." Sharapova removed her sunglasses and glanced at him. "Are you Camila's boyfriend?" "Yes." Chen Feng. "Chinese, I play basketball. I know, I watch Lakers games too, and there's been a lot of news about you recently." The three of them drove to Griffith Park. When they arrived, the parking lot was nearly full, filled with families bringing their children. The air carried the scent of hot cocoa and cinnamon, with Christmas music drifting in from somewhere nearby. Chen Feng purchased 3 tickets at $6 each. The miniature train was not large, with 4 seats per carriage. They chose the last car, where Chen Feng sat on one side, while Camila and Sharapova occupied the opposite bench. "Sweetheart, did you ever ride a Christmas train like this, adorned with colorful lights, when you were a kid?" Camila gazed out at the endless holiday displays and asked softly. Chen Feng turned his head to view the dreamlike scenery outside, his mind instantly returning to his childhood days back home in China. He smiled faintly and shook his head. "Where would I have seen such an ornately decorated tourist train when I was young? I rode those old green trains instead. Hard bench seats, no air conditioning in summer. Windows you could push open by hand, in fields and single-story houses stretching along the route. I doubt you would understand what that was like." Sharapova listened intently from beside him, eagerly asking about Chinese trains. Chen Feng painted a simple picture of his green train journeys. How during holidays the carriages swelled with travelers returning home, with passengers resting in the aisles and beneath the seats. The two foreign girls listened with wide-eyed wonder, constantly pressing for more childhood stories. The miniature train began moving slowly, strings of colorful lights flickering on one after another. Camila leaned against the window, taking photos, and drew a heart on the glass. Chen Feng glanced over and added an arrow through it with his finger. "What are you doing?" Camila asked. "Cupid's arrow." "You're so cheesy. That's called romance." Sharapova sat across from them, watching the pair with a slight upward curl at the corner of her mouth, perhaps amused. "Do you two do this every day?" she asked. "Do what?" "Bicker." "Something like that," Camila said. "We're used to it." "Does he always lose?" "How do you know that?" Chen Feng asked. "Because you don't look very bright." Camila laughed so hard she slapped her thigh. Chen Feng looked at her, then over at Sharapova. "You've got a sharp tongue." "Thank you. Not a compliment." "I know." The train completed its circuit in 40 minutes. When they stepped off, the night air carried a chill. Camila huddled into her collar, and Sharapova unwrapped her scarf to drape it over her shoulders. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The three of them walked toward the parking lot. Sharapova, walking behind them, suddenly spoke up. "Do you two have plans for tonight?" Camila turned to look at her. "No, why do you ask?" "I don't want to stay at the hotel alone," Sharapova said. "I'm not in a good mood. Can you keep me company?" Camila glanced at Chen Feng, then back at Sharapova. "Sure, we'll stay together tonight then." "Get a bigger room," Sharapova said. "My treat." "Don't worry about it," Chen Feng replied. "I'll cover it." "Then let's get a presidential suite," Sharapova said as she settled into the back seat. "I need a bath." Chen Feng caught her reflection in the rearview mirror. "You're really not holding back, are you?" Chen Feng drove to the Four Seasons in Beverly Hills. The front desk staff glanced at him, then at Camila, then at Sharapova, their expressions subtly shifting. "One presidential suite," they confirmed. "Yes." Chen Feng handed over his credit card. Sharapova stood nearby, pulling her baseball cap low, but her face remained unmistakable. The receptionist studied her for a moment longer, likely recognizing her, though they said nothing. The suite sat on the top floor with floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the Los Angeles skyline at night. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bar stocked with red wine and whiskey. Sharapova stepped into the master bedroom, glanced around, then emerged. "You're sleeping with me tonight," she said, pointing at Camila. "All right," Camila said, tossing her bag onto the sofa. "Go ahead and get showered first." Sharapova nodded and disappeared into the master bedroom, closing the door behind her. Chen Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the night view. Camila approached and wrapped her arms around him from behind. "You'll sleep in the guest room tonight. Once she falls asleep, I'll come join you." "I understand." Chen Feng patted her hand. "Spend some time talking with her. She's not in a good place mentally." "Mom." Camila buried her face against his back. She injured her shoulder, and the Australian Open in January might be out for her. It's weighing on her. She's only 18. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. I told her the same thing. But you know athletes. When they're dealing with an injury, nothing else gets through. Chen Feng did not respond immediately. He turned around and pulled her close. I'll wait for you. Shava came out of the shower changed into loose loungewear and let her damp hair fall over her shoulders. Camila had also taken a bath. The two of them curled up on the large bed in the master bedroom, a warm yellow lamp glowing beside the headboard. Shava opened a bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses. You're drinking? Camila took the glass. Aren't you still recovering from your injury? A little won't kill me. Shava took a large sip. I'm extremely annoyed right now. You should drink with me. Shava's hand was steady when pouring, but she drank much faster than Camila. A faint pink hue appeared on her cheeks, and her light-colored eyes grew slightly hazy under the lamplight. Camila watched her for a moment and decided not to stop her. The two girls leaned against the headboard chatting casually. In the second bedroom, Chen Feng was scrolling on his phone when he heard faint laughter drifting from next door. He turned off the light and lay down, staying awake waiting. Around 11, the sounds from the master bedroom gradually grew quieter. Chen Feng rolled over, closed his eyes, and his awareness began to blur. Just as sleep was about to overwhelm him, Chen Feng slapped himself awake. That was close. He almost drifted off. If he missed this chance tonight, the next opportunity wouldn't come until Camila returned from Brazil after Christmas. Fortunately, not long after, a figure slipped in quietly. Moonlight filtered through the curtain gap, illuminating that familiar face. Camila. She wore that cream-colored nightgown, hair loose, barefoot, stepping onto the carpet without a sound. You finally came. Chen Feng lowered his voice. She's asleep. Camila slipped under the covers, carrying the scent of wine and body wash, her body cool against his as she nestled close. Hold me. Chen Feng reached out and embraced her. Her back was cool, but her heartbeat was quick. I missed you. Camila buried her face in his chest. Chen Feng didn't speak, his hand sliding from her back to her waist. Gently. Camila's voice was muffled. She's in the next room, she might hear. It'll be fine. Keep it quiet. Chen Feng brought her close, and Camila could barely hold herself together. Just as he wanted to continue, Camila gently held him back. I can't anymore, I have to go back. What if she wakes up and finds me missing? Camila kissed his cheek. Good night. She lifted the covers, got out of bed, and slipped away quietly. The door closed softly. 20 minutes later, the door opened again. Half asleep, Chen Feng thought, this girl has come back. He didn't open his eyes and reached out a hand, pulling the person into his embrace. Weren't you afraid she'd find out? He mumbled, his voice hoarse with drowsiness. The person in his arms didn't speak. Chen Feng's hand rested on them. Something felt different. Although the size was similar, Camila's was softer, but this one felt firmer. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the moonlight, that face had deeper contours, sharper features, and luminously fair skin. Shava. Her eyes shone remarkably in the darkness, her pale irises like 2 pools of melted snow. Her breathing was quick, her chest rising and falling, her lips slightly parted. Chen Feng could still feel her breath carrying the faint scent of wine. What are you doing? Chen Feng's voice was kept low, his hand still resting on her without pulling away. Shava stared at him without answering. Did you come to the wrong room? Chen Feng's voice remained low, his heartbeat beginning to quicken. Shava still said nothing. Her hand pressed against his chest, her palm warm, her fingertips trembling slightly. Chen Feng's mind raced. When had she woken up? Did she see Camila leaving his room? Did she follow? She was just here. Shava finally spoke, her voice so soft it was almost like talking to herself. I saw her come back. Chen Feng hesitated. Then why are you still here? I had too much to drink, Shava said. You don't look drunk. Then what do you think I'm doing here? The two of them gazed at each other. Less than 10 centimeters apart, Chen Feng could clearly see the curve of her eyelashes. Go back, Chen Feng said, but his hand gripped tighter. If you weren't holding on so tightly, I might actually believe what you're saying. Shava felt the firm grip. How will you explain this tomorrow? Shava stared at him for 2 seconds, then lowered her head, pressing her forehead against his collarbone. Are you even a man? You talk too much. Their noses were almost touching. The scent of wine mingled with Shava's body wash, drifting into Chen Feng's senses. Don't regret this tomorrow, Chen Feng said. I never let alcohol get to my head, Shava replied. It goes elsewhere. Chen Feng couldn't help but let out a laugh, quickly suppressing it. Camila was still in the next room. Where did you learn to talk like that? None of your business. Chen Feng looked into her eyes. Under the moonlight, those pale irises seemed almost transparent. 18 years old, world number 1 meter 88, stunning as a magazine cover. Chen Feng said nothing, cupped the back of her head and kissed her. Shava responded passionately, not like Camila's gentle tentative kisses. This was a kiss fueled by wine, by defiance, by all the pride and stubbornness of an 18-year-old genius. Her teeth lightly brushed his lip, her tongue carrying the tannic note of red wine, sharp and bold. As Shava was guided onto the bed, the strap of her silk nightgown slipped from one shoulder. Her body was firmer than he had imagined, all muscle with sculpted lines along her shoulders and back, yet her skin was surprisingly soft and cool like fine satin. On the other side of the wall, Camila was asleep. On this side, her best friend was spending a quiet moment with her boyfriend. 40 minutes later, Shava lay in Chen Feng's arms, her chest still rising and falling gently. Her hair spread across the pillow, the golden brown strands contrasting sharply with the white pillowcase. I should go back, she said, her voice slightly huskier than before. She sat up, fumbled in the dark to find her nightgown, and pulled it on. As she stepped out of bed, her legs wavered for a moment, and she steadied herself against the nightstand. Chen Feng reached out to support her. Don't touch me. Shava pushed his hand away, but her voice lacked strength. Touch me again, and I won't be able to leave. Chen Feng didn't move. Shava walked to the door, opened it, and glanced back at him. This can't get back to her. I know. You better mean it. She slipped out, and the door closed gently. Chen Feng lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. There was a small bite mark on the corner of his mouth that stung slightly when his tongue touched it. He rolled over and caught the lingering scent on the pillow, red wine sweat, and some indistinct floral fragrance. Shava climbed into bed quietly and slipped under the covers. Camila turned over and mumbled sleepily. Did you go to the bathroom? Yeah. Shava laid down, her heart pounding like drums. That took a while, Camila said with her eyes closed. I drank wine and couldn't sleep. Shava pulled the blanket up to her chin, turned on her side with her back to Camila. Her body still felt warm. Her inner thighs ached slightly, and there were likely marks on her chest. She closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with the images from moments before. The strength of his hands on her waist, the warmth of his lips, the intensity of the moment. But she didn't regret it. Inspired by the wine, driven by hormones, captivated by that face, she had done the most daring thing of her 18 years. She closed her eyes and buried her face in the pillow. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Camila woke up first. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and glanced at Shahwa, who was still sleeping beside her. The blanket only covered her waist, leaving her collarbone and shoulder exposed. There was a faint red mark on it. What's on your shoulder? Camila asked casually, her voice still husky from sleep. Shahwa opened her eyes, looked down, and showed no expression. A mosquito bite. Are there still mosquitoes in December? Camila tilted her head to look at her, a hint of doubt in her tone. Probably. Shahwa sat up, her hair falling over her shoulders, her golden locks shimmering in the morning light. She pulled the collar of her nightgown up without changing her expression, just covering the red mark. Camila smiled, didn't think much of it, threw off the blanket, and got out of bed. I'll go see if Chen Feng is awake. Shahwa sat on the bed watching Camila's figure disappear through the doorway. She touched the mark with her finger. Remembering what happened last night, her cheeks felt a little warm. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing those images from her mind. Camila pushed open the door to the guest room. Chen Feng was already awake, leaning against the headboard while scrolling on his phone. He saw Camila come in and placed his phone face down on the nightstand. Morning. Camila walked over and gave him a peck on the cheek. Did you sleep well? Not bad. Chen Feng glanced at her with a smile. And you? Pretty good. Camila noticed the mark on the corner of his mouth and frowned. What's wrong with your lips? Chen Feng paused for a moment, then touched the corner of his mouth. It was a bite from Shahwa last night. A very small mark, barely noticeable unless you looked closely, but Camila was close enough to see it at once. I've got internal heat, Chen Feng said without changing his expression. What did you eat? Your lipstick. Camila rolled her eyes at him, a smile tugging at her lips. She didn't think much of it and plopped down on the edge of the bed, leaning into Chen Feng's arms. I'm leaving for Brazil with my family today. I'm going to miss you so much. Her tone carried a hint of playful coquetry. Chen Feng lifted Camila and placed her on his lap, then leaned down to kiss her lips gently. You'll be back soon. It's just a few days at your grandmother's place. His hand pressed on her side, gently squeezing. Will you miss me? Camila wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes glistening as she looked at him. I already miss you now, Chen Feng said, looking at Camila's hand still moving gently. They cuddled for a while. Camila's phone buzzed, but she ignored it. Just then Shahwa came out of the master bedroom. She had changed clothes, black joggers, a white long-sleeve top, and her hair tied in a low ponytail. She stood at the hallway entrance watching them, being affectionate, as if they couldn't bear to part. Can you consider my feelings? Shahwa leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and you're already feeding me dog food. Camila got off Chen Feng's lap, blushing a little, but smiling brightly. Honey, I'm going to Brazil with my family for Christmas today, Camila said, walking over to Shahwa and taking her hand. What about you? Are you going back home, or staying in LA for a couple of days? Shahwa thought for a moment. I'd like to rest in LA for one more day and head back tomorrow. Then take a good rest. Chen Feng and I will head out first. After saying goodbye to Shahwa, Camila left with Chen Feng. Camila naturally went home. After parting at the hotel entrance, Chen Feng was about to head to the training facility. Just as he started the car, his phone received a message from Shahwa. Are you busy today? What could Chen Feng say after seeing that message? Which cadre could withstand such a test? He directly called the Zen master and said he needed to take a half day off and would only go to training in the afternoon. Then he got out of the car and almost ran into the elevator. Arriving at the top floor, he swiped his card to open the door. Shahwa was still lying on the bed. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, her hair spread on the pillow, her golden locks forming a stark contrast with the white pillowcase. Chen Feng stood by the bed and looked at her for 3 seconds. He quickly took off his clothes, lifted the blanket, and lay down beside her. Shawa kicked him, hitting his shin. What are you doing? Are you being a pervert? Who told you to get in? Her voice was lazy, a bit husky from just waking up, but her tone was clearly happy. Your legs are amazing, Chen Feng said, squeezing her calf. Tennis players are something else. Your lower body strength is impressive. Shawa kicked him again. Have you had enough touching? No. I didn't get a good look last night. Let me take a proper look at you today. Shawa pulled the blanket over her head, her voice muffled. No, go away. Chen Feng laughed, lifted a corner of the blanket, and crawled in. Whether you want it or not, I'm coming in. An hour later. I'm hungry, Shawa said weakly, lying on the bed. Her hair was completely disheveled, and a few golden brown strands lay on the pillow. The white t-shirt was crumpled into a ball and tossed at the foot of the bed. Chen Feng lay beside her, his arm under his head, breathing heavily. Your stamina is impressive. The world number one is truly different. You're not bad either, Shawa said, turning over and burying her face in the pillow. But I'm really hungry. Then go out for something to eat. Or order room service. Shawa thought for a moment. Let's go out. I want to take a walk. Okay, Chen Feng sat up. Go get ready, and I'll book a restaurant. Shawa got up from the bed, not bothering to put on any clothes, and walked barefoot into the bathroom. Chen Feng watched her back. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, the lines of her back, like a sculpture. At 188 meters tall, she walked with the athletic grace of a sportswoman, yet the sway of her hips was purely feminine and soft. He looked away and picked up his phone. Chen Feng sent a message to Camila. Leaning against the headboard, he thought for a moment and typed a line. Honey, Shawa said she doesn't have many friends in LA, so she asked me to take her around. After sending it, he glanced toward the bathroom, where the sound of water had started. Chen Feng was also worried that if he went out with Shawa and got caught by paparazzi, Camila would eventually find out anyway, so it was better to be proactive. Camila quickly replied, got it. Go ahead and show Shawa around. She's in a bad mood right now. Help me comfort her well. Chen Feng typed another line. Sigh, your friend is such a bother. Why doesn't she just go home if she's free? You know how busy I am. How can I have time? After sending it, he himself felt it was a bit over the top, but this was for Camila to see. He needed to appear reluctant so that it would seem normal. Sure enough, Camila replied, Mua, I know. You're the best, darling. Please help me out. I'll reward you when you get back. Gotta go. I need to pack. Chen Feng looked at the message and replied with 2 words, go ahead. Then he put down his phone, stood up, and walked toward the bathroom. How did you get in? Shawa's startled cry came from the bathroom, tinged with a hint of playful reproach. She was standing under the shower head, her hair completely wet. Chen Feng had already stepped into the shower. Save water, start with you and me. Get out. I just finished washing. Then wash again. The sound of the shower head drowned out the subsequent conversation. Another hour later. Shawa wore a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, her hair tied in a high ponytail revealing her entire face. Her features became more distinct with her hair tied back, high brow bones, a straight nose bridge, a sharp jawline, but her lips were full with a hint of baby fat. She put on a mask and a baseball cap, then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced at Los Angeles outside. Chen Feng walked up from behind, wearing a black hoodie, dark jeans, and sneakers. Ready? Let's go. As they stepped out, Shawa naturally linked her arm with his. Without any pretense, it was as natural as if she had done it 100 times. In the elevator, they were alone. Shawa looked at their reflections on the elevator doors, the tall man and the tall woman standing together, looking well matched. What if we get caught on camera? Chen Feng looked down at her. If we're caught, I'll say you're my cousin. Cousin? Do I look like your cousin? I'm Asian, you're Russian, different races. Then I'll say you're my bodyguard. No bodyguard looks as handsome as me. Are you driving or not? Chen Feng drove Shawa to a Western restaurant. He had booked a small private room in advance at a familiar Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills. The room was not large, but very quiet, with abstract paintings on the walls and a small bouquet of Christmas reds on the table. They ordered some food. Shawa chose a salad and grilled chicken breast, while Chen Feng ordered a steak and pasta. Aren't you on a diet? Shawa glanced at his menu. Why would I diet? I play basketball. The stronger the better. You're not that strong. Shawa looked him up and down. I've seen NBA players much stronger than you. Those are centers. I'm a point guard. Point guards need to be physical too. I have physicality, Chen Feng said, leaning back in his chair with a smile. Want to try? Shawa rolled her eyes at him. While waiting for the food, Shawa sat across from him, resting her chin on her hands, looking at Chen Feng's face. Her gaze traveled from his forehead to his eyebrows, from his eyebrows to his eyes, from his eyes to his nose, from his nose to his lips. What are you looking at? Chen Feng felt a bit unsettled by her stare. What a dangerous face, Shawa said, shaking her head with a hint of resentment in her tone. Is being handsome a crime? Chen Feng laughed. Why don't you just arrest me? Arrest you and sentence you to 30 years, then let you out when you're an old man. Chen Feng reached out and touched her face, his fingers gliding from her cheekbone to her chin. Her skin was smooth and tender like a peeled egg. Then your face deserves at least a life sentence, Chen Feng said. I still have a chance to get out, but you'll never be released. Shawa had been a bit shy, and her earlobes reddened when he touched her face. But hearing him say her face could earn a life sentence, she felt happy inside. She lowered her head and pretended to arrange the napkin on the table. It must be said an 18-year-old Russian girl was truly youthful and radiant. 1 o'clock in the afternoon outside a Western restaurant. Chen Feng paid the bill and the two of them walked out. The December wind in Los Angeles was a bit chilly and the sunlight was bright. Sova put on her mask and adjusted her hat brim. I'll walk you back to the hotel, Chen Feng said. Haven't you got practice? Still early, plenty of time. Sova glanced at him. You already took half a morning off. Aren't you worried your coach might scold you for being late? Let him scold then. It's not like he hasn't before. You're quite carefree. Chen Feng opened the car door. Get in. It's only 10 minutes to drop you off. Sova didn't refuse, further bent down and sat in the front passenger seat. Chen Feng started the engine and drove out of the parking lot. A quiet moment passed inside the car. Sova leaned against the seat and pushed her hat brim up. About last night. She began then stopped. What is it? Don't tell Camilla. I know. Chen Feng kept his hands on the steering wheel. Los Angeles Toyota Center. When Chen Feng arrived at the training facility, his teammates were already warming up. He tossed his bag into the locker room, changed clothes, and ran back out. Vujasic was shooting three-pointers outside the arc. Seeing him enter, he called out, Hey Chun, what were you doing this morning? On a date, Chen Feng said, picking up a ball and stepping onto the three-point line. He remembered that back in 2007, Sova had been dating Vujasic, which meant Sova did watch basketball. Chen Feng glanced at Vujasic's face. While he was indeed somewhat handsome, with a high nose bridge and deep-set eyes, but compared to him, 2 classes below. A date? With who? Vujasic leaned in with interest. Is it Camilla Oi? No. Chen Feng shot a three-pointer. Playing. It missed the rim. A Russian girl. Russian. Vujasic perked up. Does she play tennis? How did you know? I guessed. Russian girls in America either play tennis or model. Chen Feng smiled. You know your stuff? Sasha. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Tomorrow's game, just focus on your positioning. I'll look for the right moments to pass to you. Then he continued practicing three-pointers. This time was even worse. A pure airball, the ball grazing the side of the net and rolling out of bounds. Odom picked up the ball at the baseline, laughing and slapping the floor. Chun, who taught you to shoot like that today? Even a blind masseuse would shoot more accurately, Devin George chimed in from the side. Have you ever seen a blind masseuse shoot? Vujasic asked. Never, but I can imagine it. Even guessing with his eyes closed, he'd do better than Chen aiming for ages. Chen Feng gave him a look, but said nothing. Odom threw the ball back and patted his shoulder. Bro, did you use up all your energy last night? Your legs today feel like they're filled with lead. I slept just fine last night, Chen Feng replied. Kobe walked over from the court, glanced at Chen Feng. Just one look. Then he picked up a ball, stood behind the three-point line, closed his eyes and shot. Swish. He turned his head, looked at Chen Feng, and said, Did you leave your shooting on a woman's bed? Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Feng picked up the ball, tapped it a few times, and said nothing. Tactical positioning drill. Chen Feng brought the ball across half court and passed to Vujasic on the wing. The pass was slower than usual. Vujasic had to adjust a step when he caught it, and the defender was already closing in, so he passed it back. Why are your passes so sleepy today? Vujasic asked him. As long as it's accurate. Accurate, my foot. I almost couldn't catch that. On the next possession, he drove and kicked it out to Odom. Normally such a pass would spin directly to Odom's chest, but today it floated weakly. Odom reached out, and the ball spun on his fingertips twice before he secured it. Odom held the ball and looked at Chen Feng. Did you skip lunch today? I ate. You ate something that disagrees with you, maybe. Get lost. Scrimmage. Chen Feng's condition today was clearly off. His explosive power on drives was still there, but his endurance couldn't keep up. After one possession, he was already gasping. Vujasic was guarding him. Usually Vujasic got past in one move by Chen Feng. But today when Chen Feng made a crossover, Vujasic actually kept up. Even more surprisingly, Vujasic reached in and stripped the ball. Vujasic himself froze for a moment, bent down to pick it up, looked at his hand, then at Chen Feng. I stole your ball. Lucky break. Chen Feng said, bending over and breathing heavily. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson sat in a chair holding a glass of water. He called over Brian Shaw and asked quietly, What's wrong with Chen today? Probably pushed himself too hard last night. Young man, Brian Shaw shrugged. Phil took a sip of water and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was dribbling on the court. His movements looked fine, but he was missing his usual intensity. Let him play less today, Phil said. Christmas Day game tomorrow. He won't be in good shape if we keep him in like this. Understood. Chen Feng's condition today was short shots, soft passes, half a step slow on drives. But his awareness was still there and his passing lanes were correct. Practice ended nearly 5 o'clock. Chen Feng took a shower and sat in the locker room, towel draped over his head, leaning back against the seat to catch his breath. His phone vibrated. Sova, are you done with practice? Just finished. How's your condition? Chen Feng thought for a moment and typed 2 words, legs weak. After a few seconds, Sova replied, my fault. Whose else's? Then I'll be more careful next time. Careful about what? Being careful to let you rest more. You've got a game tomorrow. So you're not coming today? Probably not. There's a game tomorrow. I'm flying back to Florida tomorrow. My family wants me home for Christmas. Damn it. He looked down at his legs, still trembling. He touched his lower back. A bit sore, but still functional. Wait for me. The moment he sent those two words, Chen Feng felt like a general charging into enemy lines. Not going to certain death, but to conquer. He stood up, legs still a bit weak, but his gaze hardened. Vujasic walked by and saw his serious expression. Where are you going? You look like you're heading to an execution. Something like that. Chen Feng grabbed his bag and left. Chen Feng started the car and stepped on the gas. Passing a pharmacy, he hesitated for half a second, turned the wheel, and pulled over. Inside, third shelf from the front, small blue pills. He grabbed 2 boxes. Yes, 2 boxes. The cashier was a middle-aged man. He glanced at the medicine, then at Chen Feng's face. Young man, you can't eat this like candy. I'll take 2 days worth. Are you sure you only need 2 days? Chen Feng ignored him, scanned the items, paid, and left. Next door was a shop with a pink sign. The window displayed a Christmas promotion. Chen Feng hesitated for another 0.3 of a second, then pushed the door open and walked in. 10 minutes later, he emerged carrying a black plastic bag. Inside were 2 pairs of silk stockings, 1 spare in case. They tore a black leg band, a pair of soft fleece-lined wrist restraints, and a decorative tail. The cashier, a young woman, watched him the entire time with an expression that said she understood everything. At 1 in the morning, Xiaohua finally fell asleep. Her breathing was steady, the blanket only covering her waist, and her long legs stretched out from beneath it, resting on the edge of the bed. There were faint marks of exertion on her skin. Chen Feng lay beside her, staring at the ceiling. His heartbeat had calmed, but his body felt weary. His mind told him, sleep, there's a game tomorrow. His muscles ached, yet his spirit remained restless. He lingered in bed for 10 minutes, caught between exhaustion and alertness. He turned over, got out of bed, and dressed. Before leaving, he glanced at the sleeping Xiaohua, leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. She didn't wake, only murmured a few words in Russian and turned over. Chen Feng stood at the hotel entrance. At 2 in the morning, Los Angeles was cool and breezy. He hailed a taxi to go home, leaving his own car behind. He had wanted to stay beside Xiaohua, but he didn't dare. He feared that waking up in the morning, seeing her face, her figure, and her gentle presence, he would be too reluctant to leave. Then not only would the Christmas game be in jeopardy, but even standing upright as he walked out of the hotel might become a challenge. At 10 a.m., Chen Feng woke up in his own bed. There was a game that night. The Zen master had given the team a half-day off to rest and recharge, with practice scheduled for the afternoon. Now Chen Feng lay sprawled on his bed, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains. He touched his lower back, still feeling a slight numbness. Just as he was about to get up, a thought flashed through his mind, the system. It seemed to have been absent for a long time. Chen Feng leaned against the headboard. System, he called out in his mind. Silence. System, are you dead? A long yawn echoed in his head. Good morning, host. Sorry, I've been taking a long nap. Sleeping? Chen Feng was stunned. You need to sleep? Of course, or else I'll lose focus and energy and... Alright, get to the point. Any tasks? It's been a while. Ding. The familiar notification sound returned. Today's task updated, Santa's gift. Chen Feng's spirits lifted. Tell me. Task details: tonight's Christmas game against the Miami Heat. During the pregame entrance, the host must wear a full Santa Claus costume, carry a gift bag, and distribute Christmas presents to 10 young fans or children seated courtside. 1 gift per child, 10 in total. Each gift earns 300 joy points, totaling 3000 joy points. Say that again. Wear the full Santa Claus costume, red hat, white beard, red coat, black belt, red pants, and black boots. Not a single piece can be missing. At 8 p.m., the Staples Center in Los Angeles. 3 streets outside the arena were jammed, and inside every seat was filled. A Christmas game, Lakers versus Heat. The matchup alone was worth the ticket price. Plus it was Christmas Day, so the celebrities in attendance outnumbered those on the Oscars red carpet. Chen Feng's hands were trembling as he changed in the locker room. The Santa Claus outfit was unbearably hot. The red coat was stuffed with cotton, the white beard hung under his chin like a scarf, and the red pants fit well, but made a swishing sound as the pant legs rubbed together with every step, like sweeping the street. He slung the gift bag over his shoulder. Inside were 10 signed jerseys, each bearing the signatures of the entire team: Kobe, Odom, Vujasic, Bynum, and of course himself. He had gotten the signatures from his teammates the night before. When Kobe signed, he looked at Chen Feng. What are you up to? Giving gifts to kids. Kobe didn't ask further and signed. Odom, while signing, asked, are you pulling some kind of stunt again? Charity event, Chen Feng replied. What kind of charity event? Santa delivering presents. Now Chen Feng stood at the entrance of the player tunnel, listening to the DJ introduce the starting lineup one by one. Next up, Lamar Odom. Cheers erupted. Next, Kobe Bryant. The entire arena roared. Chen Feng took a deep breath. The gift bag swayed on his shoulder. The white beard itched, and he scratched his chin. The DJ's voice rang out again. And finally, from China, the point guard, the Lakers starter. Earlier that day, Chen Feng had asked Kobe if he could be the last one introduced. Kobe stared at him for a long time until Chen Feng assured him he had no immediate plans to take over the team. Chen Feng ran out of the player tunnel. Red hat, white beard, red coat, black belt, red pants, black boots. A huge red gift bag with white snowflakes was slung over his shoulder. A man in the front row wearing an O'Neal jersey jumped out of his seat. What's going on? Is Santa Claus playing the game? A blonde woman next to him laughed and clapped her seat. Is he giving out Christmas gifts? That's Chun, someone recognized him. What kind of stunt is he pulling now? At the commentary desk, veteran announcer Albert adjusted his glasses. Lakers Chun Fong enters in a Santa Claus costume. A special Christmas event. His co-commentator Johnson was already laughing too hard to speak. Chun Fong ran onto the court, standing beside Kobe. The whole arena was still laughing. Whistles, shouts of "Santa, give me a gift," and phone cameras flashing. Though the 2005 phone cameras were low resolution, the flashes still dazzled. Even after all the teammates were introduced, the laughter hadn't died down. Chun Fong walked to center court and gestured for the DJ to hand him the microphone. The DJ handed it over. Chun Fong took the mic, his voice slightly muffled by the white beard. Everyone, Merry Christmas. The arena quieted a bit, though some still laughed. Today is Christmas. Thank you all for coming to support the Lakers. I know some of you might think I'm crazy. Not crazy. You're just silly, a voice shouted from somewhere, drawing another wave of laughter. Chun Fong laughed too. I've prepared 10 signed jerseys from the entire Lakers team to be given to 10 kids here today. Consider it a Christmas gift. As soon as he finished, all the kids in the arena cheered. I want one. A little boy in a Lakers jersey jumped up from his seat. Mimi, a girl next to him, raised her hand and hopped. Pick me, a chubby boy in the back row shouted the loudest. Chun Fong waved toward the sidelines, signaling the staff to bring the children over. The first to come up was a 7 or 8-year-old boy with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing Kobe's number 8 jersey. He was so nervous, he didn't know where to put his hands. Chun Fong pulled a jersey from the gift bag, crouched down, and handed it to him. Merry Christmas. The boy took the jersey, saw the signatures, and his mouth formed an O. Kobe signed this too. Yes. See, this is Kobe's signature, this is Odom's, this is. Before he could finish, the boy hugged the jersey, spun around, and ran off shouting, Mom. Kobe signed it. The whole arena laughed. The second child was a little black girl with 2 braids and big round eyes. When she walked up, she didn't look at the jersey but stared at Chun Feng's white beard. Are you the real Santa Claus? She asked. Chun Fong crouched down, thought for a moment, and said, sort of. Then why are you so thin? I've been dieting. Santa can diet. Delivering gifts every day wears you out. The girl took the jersey with a hint of doubt and glanced back at him as she walked away, as if trying to decide whether he was genuine. The third, fourth, and several more followed. When it came to the last one, a chubby little boy walked up, took the jersey, but didn't leave. He stared at Chun Fong intently. Are you on the Lakers? Yes. Then why are you wearing a Santa suit? Because it's Christmas. Then can you wear it every day? Why? Because my mom says Santa only comes once a year. If you wear it every day, I can ask for gifts every day. Chun Fong patted the boy's head. You go tell your mom that Santa plays basketball too. A basketball playing Santa? Yeah, a really good one. The boy finally walked away satisfied. As the most significant holiday in the West, Christmas exerts tremendous influence in the United States, and the NBA Christmas Showdown has, after years of cultivation, become its own brand. Every year, the NBA arranges the most talked about and appealing matchups for its Christmas slate, and each year's games are highly anticipated. Only elite teams earn a spot on Christmas Day. This year's Lakers and Heat are no exception. The direct confrontation between Kobe and O'Neal is undoubtedly a game that will capture the attention of millions. Ever since the OK partnership dissolved, the two have not exchanged a single word in public, nor shared a handshake or an embrace. The media has been stirring the pot for a full month, and today the long-awaited showdown finally unfolds. With the referee's whistle, O'Neal wins the tip against Chris Mim, again tipping the ball into Heat territory. White Chocolate catches it, and the game begins. The Heat start the same lineup as last time: Jason Williams, Wade Walker, Haslam, and O'Neal. The only difference is the absence of old Peyton on the bench, still serving his suspension. For the Lakers, Chun Fong, Kobe, Odom, Brian Cook, and Chris Mim. No sooner had White Chocolate crossed half court when Chun Fong closed in. Hey Jason, long time no see. I'm a huge fan of yours. I've heard about your no-look passes. Could you show me one? Shut your mouth. Call me sir, and maybe I'll show you something. White Chocolate fired back without hesitation. White Chocolate drove hard, but Chun Fong stayed with him. One hand contested the ball, the other pressed against his waist, fingers digging into the soft flesh beneath the jersey. White Chocolate dipped his shoulder and pushed hard, attempting to shake Chun Fong free. Against a heavier point guard, it might have worked given Chun Feng's relatively modest strength. But this was White Chocolate light on his feet and lacking raw power. Realizing he couldn't power through, Chun Fong prepared to pass. He glanced left toward Wade and raised his arm to throw. Chun Fong instead lunged to the right to intercept, but the ball sailed to Wade on the left. Wade powered through Kobe into the paint and hit a floating bank shot. Chun Fong read that play completely wrong. That felt like a reckless gamble, commentator Yu Jia remarked. The national network sent commentators to Staples Center for this Christmas showdown, with Yu Jia hosting and Coach Zhang as the guest analyst. That's true, but honestly this basket has little to do with Chun Fong. Wade simply blew past his defender and scored on pure ability, Coach Zhang added. Chun Fong cursed himself as he brought the ball up. Why did he guess wrong? He had read somewhere that White Chocolate tended to look in the opposite direction of his intended pass, so he decided to test that theory. It turned out to be a wasted effort. Kobe passed by and tossed out a quiet word: when you're guarding someone, don't try to outthink them. Chun Fong nodded silently. Chun Feng pushed the ball up court, facing White Chocolate, who stood 185 centimeters and lacked any real defensive intensity. It was a matchup that felt almost too comfortable. Chun Feng absorbed a gentle contact and watched White Chocolate stumble backward. He gathered rose up and released. A smooth long two that dropped cleanly through the net. White Chocolate simply cannot guard Chun Feng. His height and weight are no match. Chun Feng is playing against him like it's a practice drill. That's almost unfair, Coach Zhang observed. Absolutely. With Peyton sidelined and Chun Feng guarding White Chocolate, the advantage is overwhelming. Yu Jia agreed. Chun Feng. Go Chun Feng. You are the pride of our nation. As he retreated, Chun Feng heard someone calling out in Chinese. Turning, he spotted a familiar face, a woman of striking international elegance. He had seen the blog post she published earlier, and those internet commenters had been right after all. Chun Feng truly was her fan. Chun Feng smiled and waved at her. She responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. White Chocolate brought the ball up again against Chun Feng, discovering once more that he could not shake off the tight coverage. Chun Feng's constant hands were making every possession feel precarious. White Chocolate, rattled by the pressure, pushed the ball out of bounds again, this time straight into the hands of a middle-aged man holding a hot dog near the sideline. The man looked down at the basketball in one hand and the hot dog in the other, utterly bewildered. The arena erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Chun Feng continued his one-on-one dominance over White Chocolate. As long as Kobe said nothing, he would keep attacking. O'Neal, having run up and down the court without touching the ball, was already shouting for the rock near the basket. White Chocolate barely crossed half-court before handing the ball to Wade, unwilling to hold it another second. White Chocolate was a shooter-first point guard, comfortable pulling up from distance, but driving and drawing fouls were not his strengths. Wade raised the ball to O'Neal in the post. The Lakers had the athletic white center Chris Mim, but O'Neal's low-post game was simply too much for most defenders to handle. They could only rotate defenders to gradually wear him down. O'Neal received the ball, posted up, and drove backward with a powerful shoulder bump that sent Mim stumbling 2 steps back. O'Neal then spun and threw it down with both hands hanging briefly on the rim before dropping to the floor and casting a glance toward Kobe. At 34 years old, the aging Shark was still averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds per game, and the Heat bench featured another Hall of Fame center in Alonzo Mourning. Miami's interior presence remained among the league's finest. On the next possession, Chun Feng attacked White Chocolate once again. This time, after shaking him off with a strong move, he drove hard toward the paint. Wade rotated over to help, but Chun Feng did not force the shot. Instead, he spotted Kobe wide open beyond the arc and delivered a precise behind-the-back pass. Kobe did not let the pass go to waste. He rose smoothly and buried the three-pointer. Swish. Chun Feng jogged over and exchanged a high-five with Kobe. Chun Feng drew the Heat's help defense and kicked it out to Kobe on the perimeter. That's a very smart read, Coach Zhang commented. Kenny Smith exclaimed from the TNT booth. The chemistry between the Lakers is getting better and better. The connection between Chun Feng and Kobe reminds me of something. Barkley jumped in. You're thinking about the OK combination, aren't you? But O'Neal is on the other team. Kenny Smith waved his hand. I know, I just mean the concept. Exactly. Today's story comes down to whether the Lakers' backcourt outplays the Heat's Shaq and Wade combo, Barkley said. I'm betting on the Lakers. Kenny Smith leaned back in his chair. Chun Feng is dismantling White Chocolate like he's practicing against his own son, and Kobe is on fire. The Lakers win comfortably. Barkley scoffed. The Heat have Wade and O'Neal, 2 clear top-tier cores. The Lakers only have 1.5. Kobe is 1 and Chun Feng, well, he's the half. I'm taking Miami. What are we betting on? Tell you what. Loser does a live post-game interview after kissing a donkey's butt. Again with that. Kenny Smith rolled his eyes. Can you come up with something original? Fine. Loser wears a pair of women's underwear to the post-game interview. Kenny Smith looked at him. Why don't you just bet on yourself then? I already did. Whatever loser we are, we both wear them. Aren't you worried your wife might find out? She's used to it by now. So do you have the courage? Kenny Smith gritted his teeth. I'll do it. But I get to pick the color. What color? Pink. The kind with lace trim. The Lakers led 13-12 by a single point. Although Chun Feng had dominated White Chocolate, the Lakers' front line had no answer for Shaquille O'Neal. Once the big Shark planted himself under the basket, Mim seemed like a little chick. Moreover, the Heat had Dwayne Wade, whose drives drew fouls from anyone who stepped in his way. Thus the score remained tight. During a timeout, Chun Feng caught his breath and glanced toward the VIP seats. While the scene today was even more bustling than the Oscars, many familiar faces from Hollywood had arrived. Old man Nicholson sat in the front row wearing a Lakers jersey, holding a cup of cola. Next to him was Leonardo DiCaprio, and a few seats away Denzel Washington was chatting with his wife. There was also Tobey Maguire the Spider-Man and Cameron Diaz with her golden wavy hair. Besides Hollywood, many had come from China as well. After greeting the international star fan, a few seats away Jackie Chan in a black jacket was gesturing to Jet Li as if debating a tactic. A bit further, the 18-year-old celestial beauty sat quietly, wearing a light-colored sweater with her hair down. A female companion was speaking to her, and she smiled and shook her head, her gaze returning to the court. Many Chinese overseas student fans were also present holding signs saying, Chun Feng go go go. Some had painted flags on their faces while others were homemade Lakers No. 35 jerseys. When they saw Chun Feng looking their way, they all raised their hands. Chun Feng, over here, go go. China is awesome. Chun Feng smiled and waved to them, making the students cheer even louder. After the timeout, the Lakers went on offense. Chun Feng dribbled, performing a series of crossover moves. Between the legs crossover, between the legs again crossover again. White Chocolate was so confused that his head spun, staggering left and right, almost tripping over himself. The dual dominance in physicality and basketball skill was a terrifying thing. Chun Feng accelerated easily, leaving White Chocolate behind, crossing the half court as if strolling across the street. Walker came over to help defend. Chun Feng executed a beautiful spin, twirling the ball in his hand as his body turned and Walker reached out only to grab empty air. Chun Feng drove into the paint. O'Neal stepped up 2 steps, 16 meters tall, over 140 kilograms. Just standing there was intimidating enough. Chun Feng did not force it. He leaped, whipped the ball behind his back in a no-look pass, and the ball flew like it had eyes into Mim's hands under the basket. Mim slammed a two-handed dunk. 15-12. Chun Feng's sequence of moves, between the legs crossover spin behind the back pass, was a dazzling display that thrilled the Staples Center crowd. Yeah. A huge roar erupted from the stands, especially from the section of Chinese overseas students. Chun Feng. Chun Feng. Chun Feng. At the TNT broadcast booth, Kenny Smith exclaimed, wow, an incredible performance. Chun plays such beautiful basketball. Although he could have scored more simply, just passing to Mim for instance. The fans love this kind of showmanship. Still, it's just 2 points, Barkley snorted stubbornly. O'Neal and Wade won't let Chun keep showing off like this. Just wait, the Heat will switch Wade onto Chun soon. The Lakers aren't just Chun, Smith teased. Don't forget they also have Kobe, who's averaging 36 points per game. Barkley opened his mouth but couldn't retort. Smith added a jab, averaging 36 points. That's about half of your peak, isn't it? I averaged 25 points in my prime. Not 18. Barkley protested. Heat's offensive possession. Wade attacked the paint with force, his explosive power earning him the reputation of having the quickest first step in the league. Mim rushed over to help, but Wade absorbed the contact in the air and tossed the ball toward the rim. It bounced twice on the rim before rolling in. The whistle blew. Mim was called for a foul. And one. Wade's ability to drive and draw fouls was historic. Why did his form decline so rapidly later? It was because of countless powerful drives to the paint and countless falls to the ground, which over time caused too much damage to his body. He made the free throw. 15-15. Lakers possession. Chun Feng brought the ball to the top of the key, slowing down the pace. Sure enough, the Heat switched. Wade stood in front of him, crouched low with one hand extended. Chun Feng glanced at Wade, then, without hesitation, passed the ball to Kobe. Kobe against White Chocolate. Wasn't that like playing against a muggle? A difference of over 10 centimeters in height, 20 pounds in weight, and 3 levels in skill. Kobe caught the ball, but didn't shoot immediately. He drove baseline, accelerated past White Chocolate, and charged straight to the basket. O'Neal stood under the basket, arms outstretched. Kobe did not slow down. He leaped, stretching his body fully in the air. Seeing his former little brother dare to try a dunk over him, O'Neal wouldn't take it easy. He jumped as well, determined to block him. Even if he couldn't get the ball, he would at least get the man. The two collided in midair. Kobe's body was knocked off balance, but he executed a mid-air hang, curled his body around O'Neal's long arm, and gently laid the ball in. It went in. Kobe played magnificently. This shot is the ultimate display of individual skill. Commentator Zhang's voice rose with excitement. Look at Kobe's hang time, the way he twisted his body in the air. His all-around ability is truly unmatched. Right now, he is arguably the strongest player in the league. Indeed, Yu Jia interjected. Chun Feng also played very smartly. When they switched Wade onto him, he simply gave the ball to Kobe. Yu Jia shifted the topic. Coach Zhang, who do you think is stronger, Wade or Kobe? In terms of individual ability, right now it's undoubtedly Kobe, Zhang said without hesitation. Zhang Zhidao replied without hesitation. Then what about Kobe versus Chun Feng? Who do you think is stronger? Zhang paused for breath. Oh, Yu Jia. This question was hard to answer. Saying Kobe is stronger would upset Chinese fans. Saying Chun Feng is stronger would seem subjective. After a moment of thought, he said, well, they are different positions. One is a point guard, the other is shooting guard. So it's hard to compare. Kobe is the best shooting guard today, and Little Chun is the best point guard in my heart. If I had to choose one, then I'll choose Little Chun. I believe he will surpass Kobe in the future and leave the most brilliant mark in NBA history. Yu Jia nodded. Coach Zhang is absolutely right. Chun Feng is only in his first season, yet he already plays like an all-star. Who knows how much he will grow in the future? On the forums, fans were also discussing. Zhang Zhidao was very firm at the critical moment. Indeed, very wise. Chun Feng's playmaking ability is indeed much stronger than Kobe's. His passing and playmaking are in a league of their own, and he's a point guard with elite scoring ability. Stop comparing. They're both Lakers, both ours. In the eyes of Chinese fans, Chun Feng was already invincible. No matter who the opponent was, Chun Fong was the strongest. Disagree. Too bad. Heat's possession again, given to Wade to initiate the offense. White Chocolate's role now was simply to bring the ball past half court, and then stand in the corner to watch. The once legendary White Chocolate, the flashy man of the Kings, had fallen to this. It was a lamentable sight. Wade was on fire today. Using a screen from Haslam, he burst forward with a speed that no one could match. Chun Fong was momentarily screened and Kobe switched, but Wade was already in motion. Mim came over to help, but it was too late. Wade drew another foul on Mim. Mim raised his hands looking innocent. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Wade stepped to the free throw line. Swish. Swish. He made both. Perhaps because it was Christmas, both teams played with great flair from the start. Wade driving, Kobe shooting, O'Neal dunking, Chun Fong passing. One brilliant play after another. Fans were thrilled. Mim had accumulated too many fouls, so halfway through the first quarter the Zen Master replaced him with Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown, the 2001 No.1 pick, although often called a bust, was at least a physical interior presence. Taller and stronger than Mim, able to hold off O'Neal for a couple more seconds. This game was a severe test for the Lakers' frontcourt. O'Neal and Wade's attacking power was elite. One was an inside behemoth, the other an outside bulldozer. Anyone facing them would be worn down. This was the second meeting between the Heat and the Lakers this season. The last time in Miami the Lakers suffered a heavy defeat, and Chun Fong was ejected and suspended for 3 games. If they were to meet again, it could only be in the finals. Lakers offense, Kobe isolated. Kobe held the ball facing White Chocolate. White Chocolate's defensive stance looked textbook. Low center of gravity, hands extended, but it was all for show. Kobe made a jab step and White Chocolate shifted back half a step. That half step was all Kobe needed. He rose for a jumper, one step inside the three-point line, a mid-range shot that swished through. Heat's offense, the ball went to O'Neal. Kwame Brown braced behind O'Neal, his knee pressing against O'Neal's thigh, his arms wrapped around O'Neal's waist, using every ounce of strength. O'Neal leaned back, and Brown gave way half a step. Another lean, another half step back. O'Neal turned and executed a baby hook. The ball bounced on the rim and rolled in. Kwame Brown stood with hands on his hips, gasping for breath. Chun Fong passed by and patted his rear. Good defense. Next time don't bother, just foul him. Can you say something nice? I'm serious. A foul is better than letting him score easily. Kwame Brown thought about it and seemed to agree. Next possession, Kobe continued. This time White Chocolate was smarter, stepping back to guard against the drive and concede the shot. Kobe rose for a three-pointer. White Chocolate lunged, but it was too late. Swish. Kobe scored 5 straight points. Over on the Heat side, O'Neal continued. This time Wade lobbed the ball in. O'Neal caught it, drew a double team, and kicked it out to Walker on the perimeter. Walker's three-pointer went in too. Both teams had extremely high efficiency, and neither could stop the other. At the TNT broadcast booth, Smith marveled, amazing. Though their styles differ, both Kobe and O'Neal are unstoppable. They elevate their teams tremendously. After a pause, he added, good thing they're no longer on the same team, otherwise it would be impossible to play against them. Huh. Barkley laughed. No one wants to be Scottie Pippen. Yes, maybe that's why Shaq and Kobe split. They were both too strong. One ball wasn't enough, Smith said. Speaking of which, Smith suddenly grinned mischievously. Charles, why did you want to go to the Rockets back then? Barkley was stunned for a moment, then muttered, I wanted to win a championship. Honestly, I was 34 at the time. That's not too much to ask, is it? Not too much, Smith chuckled. But you didn't win one with the Rockets either. That's still better than you with the Wizards. What's wrong with the Wizards? I was mentoring the young guys. Mentoring? You were just coasting. While the two bickered, the game continued on the court. The point difference never exceeded 3. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first quarter, the Heat called a timeout. The score was 30-28, with the Lakers leading by 2. Both teams' offenses were flowing beautifully, resulting in high scores. After the timeout, the Lakers made substitutions. Both Chun Fong and Kobe remained on the bench to rest. The Lakers lineup on the floor: Smush Parker, Sasha, Vujasic, Lamar Odom, Devin George, and Kwame Brown. Odom was strong and physical. He could post up against the opposing power forward. When he and Devin George played together, they could switch flexibly depending on the opponent. On the Heat side, they brought in Mourning, as O'Neal had expended considerable energy and sat on the bench. Wade immediately used a screen to attack the basket and scored. Next possession, he also blocked Smush Parker while helping on defense. In transition, Wade led the charge, and the Lakers players on the floor struggled to contain him. Boom. Another tomahawk dunk. Wade added 2 more points. The first quarter ended 32-36. Thanks to Wade's explosive burst in the final 2 minutes, the Heat took a 4-point lead into the second quarter. At the TNT broadcast booth, Kenny Smith exclaimed, Wade is already a mature leader. Whenever the team needs him, he steps up. In those last 2 minutes, he was the Heat's savior. Kenny, are you admitting defeat already? Barkley said with a grin. Have you picked out your pink lace women's underwear? Nonsense. The Lakers still have Chin on the bench. I believe his combination with Kobe can dominate the Shaq-Wade duo. There was no way Kenny Smith would concede now. Even if they lost in the end, he had already planned how to weasel out of the bet. But the big shark is also sitting on the bench, Barkley said with a smirk. At the TNT broadcast booth, Kenny Smith exclaimed, Wade is already a mature leader. Whenever the team needs him, he steps up. In those last 2 minutes, he was the Heat's savior. Kenny, are you admitting defeat already? Barkley said with a grin. Have you picked out your pink lace women's underwear? Nonsense. The Lakers still have Chin on the bench. I believe his combination with Kobe can dominate the Shaq-Wade duo. There was no way Kenny Smith would concede now. Even if they lost in the end, he had already planned how to weasel out of the bet. But the big shark is also sitting on the bench, Barkley said with a smirk. Kobe was scheduled to rest for another 2 minutes, but instead he rose from the bench, shrugged off his training jacket, and walked toward the scorer's table. I'm going in. Phil Jackson glanced at him. You've only been sitting for less than 3 minutes. That's enough. Following Kobe's gaze, Jackson saw those steady eyes fixed firmly on Wade of the Heat. Understanding Kobe's nature, Jackson agreed to the substitution. As the officials confirmed the change, Kobe stepped onto the court to enthusiastic cheers from the entire crowd. After O'Neal departed, Kobe became the sole king of the arena, with fans showing no interest in any other Lakers player. It was not until Chun Fong arrived that spectators felt the Lakers finally had a second player worth watching. It was the Lakers' possession. Smush Parker used his strong build to push past White Chocolate, drove into the lane, and kicked the ball out to Kobe on the perimeter. Kobe caught the ball, raised his hand in a hard pump fake, and left Wade completely unbalanced. Kobe gathered the ball, rose into the air, and released the shot. Swish. The ball dropped cleanly through the net. 35-36. As Kobe landed, he glanced at Wade with a steady look. All right, let me show you who truly is the finest scoring guard in this league. It was not personal animosity between them. It was simply who Kobe was. A man who could not bear to see another player steal the spotlight before him. Especially at shooting guard, a position whose throne he had scarcely sat upon. Was Wade already seeking to challenge it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now it was the Heat's turn. Again it was Wade who drove through a screen, forced his way into the paint, and drew a foul from Kwame Brown. Stepping to the free throw line, he made both shots, answering firmly. 35-38. The Lakers brought the ball up. With Chun Fong off the floor, possession naturally settled into Kobe's hands. He held the ball at the right 45-degree position. The Heat knew he had no other viable passing options and collapsed immediately. Wade and Walker surged forward, one cutting the left side, the other the right, surrounding Kobe completely. By ordinary logic, this was a situation to pass out of. But Kobe was no ordinary player. He took a dribble, stepped backward, and Walker brushed into him, throwing Kobe off balance and nearly stripping the ball. He snatched the ball back with his left hand, rose into the air with his right, and contorted his body mid-flight. The ball released and sailed above Walker's outstretched fingertips, tracing an improbable arc. The ball struck the rim, bounced once, and dropped through the net. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. The roar of the Staples Center rolled wave after wave. From the broadcast desk, Barkley slapped the table. That ball goes in. That's not basketball. That's magic. Kenny Smith shook his head. That is Kobe. You could blindfold him, tie him to a chair, throw him into the Pacific, and he would still find a way to put the ball in the basket. Those 2 buckets from Kobe were impressive, but did not solve the underlying problem. For the Lakers, there was only one true creator on the floor. On the Heat's side, the contrast was clear. Wade, Walker, and White Chocolate all posed threats, and even the reserves like Moaning could create havoc inside the paint. The Lakers were trailing by 5 points. Phil Jackson rose from his seat and called a timeout. Commentator Zhang heaved a sigh and commented, "Without Chin Fong, the Lakers' offensive organization is far too weak." It had returned to the old days when everything depended on Kobe's shooting touch. If Kobe was hot, they could win, but if he was cold, they could not beat anyone. Yu Jian nodded in agreement. Indeed, without Chin Fong, the Lakers' offense is like a swarm of headless flies. No matter how capable Kobe is, he cannot take on 5 opponents by himself. The timeout ended. Chin Fong returned to the court. As soon as he stepped onto the floor, the section of international students stood up and shouted, "Chin Fong." The first possession, Chin Fong controlled the ball at the top of the arc. Kwame Brown jostled for position in the paint, and Chin Fong lofted a high pass. The ball arced toward the basket. Kwame Brown leaped up, caught it with both hands, and slammed it powerfully through the hoop. An alley-oop dunk. 42-45. After landing, Kwame Brown let out a roar and beat his chest like King Kong in the movies. Then Chin Fong, with active switching on defense, joined Kobe to lock down the Heat's perimeter. Wade and White Chocolate were kept busy. Wade tried to drive, but Chin Fong blocked the left, Kobe the right. After spinning around twice, without finding a path, he could only pass. After receiving the ball, White Chocolate, with little time left on the shot clock, wanted to pass the hot potato. He tossed it to Walker on the baseline beyond the 3-point line, with only 1 second left. Walker, with Odom's hand covering his face, tried to adjust. The buzzer sounded. The Heat failed to get a shot off within 24 seconds and were called for a shot clock violation. Possession changed. The Lakers' turn. Chin Fong dribbled the ball across half court, and Wade came up to guard him. The Lakers fans in the stands began to stir up excitement. The fans shouted, "Chin, take him on. Go one-on-one." The Lakers players cooperated by spreading out, leaving the entire side of the court open for Chin Fong. The Heat players showed no intention of helping. Wade proactively bent down in a defensive stance. Under normal circumstances, Chen Feng would not obsess over isolation plays since the team already had a prime isolation scorer. But the atmosphere had been built up to this point. If he did not take the shot now, others might think he was afraid of Wade. Chen Feng leaned forward and assumed a triple threat stance. Wade did not make a rash move. He extended one hand to harass Chen Feng's dribble. Chen Feng executed a series of crossovers to adjust the rhythm, the ball moving back and forth between his legs, while slowly pressing forward to pressure Wade's positioning. Wade's center of gravity shifted continuously with Chen Feng's movements. Chen Feng noticed that Wade's position was slightly too deep. Now he thought. He dribbled and drove inside one step, and Wade quickly retreated. But Chen Feng suddenly stopped, stepped back, gathered the ball, and quickly rose for a shot. A step-back three-pointer. Chen Feng's release was extremely fast. Gary Payton's glove increased his shot speed by 9, an effect visible to the naked eye. Wade's reaction was already top-notch. As he extended his hand, it nearly covered Chen Feng's face, but it was still a hair's breadth short. The reason was that Chen Feng's release speed exceeded Wade's expectations. The basketball arced through the air like a rainbow. Swish. Clean net. 45-45. 5 consecutive points. The effect of Chen Feng's presence was immediate. After landing, Chen Feng made a conspicuous three-point celebration gesture, extending 3 fingers toward the sky. Commentator Zhang rose from his seat and exclaimed, "Oh, a step-back three-pointer." This shot by Chen Feng was very decisive, and the entire process was smooth. Unstoppable, truly unstoppable. Wade's defense was excellent, but unfortunately, he was facing Chen Feng. Yu Jia also commented this shot was crucial. It tied the game. Thunderous cheers erupted. Chun, Chun, Chun. The Lakers' offensive wave directly forced a timeout from the Heat. Shaquille O'Neal would be back soon. Bynum then came over with 2 towels, handing one to Chen Feng and one to Kobe. A 213-centimeter tall big man acting like a waiter, almost hanging a sign that read, "May I take your order?" Chen Feng took the towel, glanced at Bynum. "Andrew, you're going to be the top center in the future. Why are you always handing out towels?" Bynum sat down heavily, draping the towel over his knees, his voice muffled. "Top center. I average 5 minutes on the court. I have to fight just to hand out towels. If I sit any longer, but will grow roots on the bench." He turned to Chen Feng. "Feng, were you fooling me before? You, an undrafted player, are now the core, while I, a 10th pick, am still handing towels. Isn't this script reversed?" Chen Feng patted his shoulder. "Andrew, I'm 4 years older than you. When you reach my age, you'll definitely still be on the bench." "Bynum, is that supposed to comfort me? I'm not finished. When you reach my age, you'll find that you've moved from the bench to the water boy position." Bynum's face turned pale. Kobe finally took the towel off his face and looked at Bynum. "Andrew, do you know the difference between you and Shaq?" "What? Shaq scores 30 points on the court, you cut the air on the sidelines." "Bynum." Chen Feng couldn't bear it anymore. "Old Kobe, ease up. He's still a kid." "A kid? He's 213 taller than me. You call that a kid?" "He's 18. When I was 18, I was already guarding Jordan in the All-Star game." Chen Feng fell silent. "All right, forget it." Bynum, feeling down from their banter, lowered his head and said nothing. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. "Andrew, you have to believe in yourself. One day when you average 20 and 10, start in the All-Star game, and make the All-NBA team, even Shaq will call you big brother." "Really?" Bynum's eyes regained a glimmer of light. He thought for a moment. "Shaq calls me big brother." "Yes, but for now keep handing towels well." "Oh." Phil Jackson clapped twice, calling the players together. He didn't pick up the clipboard, crossing his arms. His eyes, hidden behind glasses, swept from left to right. "Lamar." Phil first called Odom's name. Odom sat up straight. "Here. When you're on the court, don't try to do too many things. Do one thing per possession, either pass, shoot, or drive to the basket. When you think about 3 things at once, your mind isn't enough." Odom rubbed his nose. "Got it. Kwame." Phil looked at Kwame Brown. Kwame swallowed hard. The number 1 pick's PTSD resurfaced. "When you guard Shaq, don't fight him with strength. Then what do I fight with?" "Fight with acting. When he bumps into you, fall down. Once you fall, cover your face. If the ref doesn't call it, lie on the floor for 3 seconds. The camera is on you, national broadcast. The ref will be embarrassed not to call it." Kwame Brown looked doubtful. "Will that work?" "It's free to try." Chen Feng was stunned. Was this Phil Jackson or a street hustler? Phil then looked at Chen Feng. "Chen, when Wade guards you, Kobe will have many opportunities. Of course, it's all up to you. If you think you can isolate, go ahead." "Understood." Finally, Phil clapped. "All right, go on the court. Losing the game is fine as long as we win." "I don't get that logic," Chen Feng whispered. "Don't ask, just win," Odom whispered back. "Is the coach always like this?" "Always, never changed." In the audience at the fairy's side, the fairy sat quietly in a light-colored sweater, her hair loose like a figure stepping out of a painting. Beside her sat 2 close friends, one from home, the other studying in Los Angeles. She had come to watch the game to accompany her friend. Her friend was a die-hard Kobe fan and insisted on coming to Staples Center for Christmas. She thought she had nothing else to do, so she came along. But she found herself continuously watching someone else. Chen Feng, the man who had recently risen to fame in China, dominating all the trending topics. From his Santa Claus outfit before the game, she found him interesting. Which NBA player would dare to dress like that? Not afraid to be embarrassed. Not afraid of teammates laughing. Not afraid of being made into memes worldwide. But Chen Feng wore it, and naturally so. Then the game started, and her eyes kept following Chen Feng's face. After all, who isn't a fan of good looks? She stared intently, her mouth slightly open, unaware of it herself. She kept thinking, this person is so handsome, and his physique is amazing. Fairy, why is your face red? Her friend suddenly leaned in, grinning mischievously. It's crowded in the arena, so it's hot. Her friend gave her a knowing look, a prolonged, oh, that stretched for 3 seconds. The fairy glared at her. What are you ONG about? I didn't say anything. Then why did you oh? I just owed. Oh, look, Chen Feng is looking at you. The fairy couldn't help but follow her friend's gaze, but Chen Feng wasn't looking their way at all. You? Her friend laughed and leaned aside. Huh, you actually believe that? I just said it casually. Embarrassed and annoyed, the fairy reached out to pinch her friend's waist. Her friend laughed while dodging. Stop pinching. I'm sorry. He really did look. Just now, when you lowered your head. You're still lying? No lie. Really. He used his peripheral vision. Peripheral vision, you know. Stars always look with peripheral vision. The fairy pinched harder, and her friend winced in pain, her voice strained. Hey. Even a fairy's pinch hurts this much. On the other hand, the international star was much more enthusiastic and proactive than the fairy. From the start of the game, she hadn't stopped talking. Every time Chen Feng scored, she shouted beautiful. Every time he made a good pass, she shouted nice pass. Chen Feng's gaze frequently turned toward her, and every time Bing Bing would smile and wave at him, cheering him on. Her assistant reminded her, you're a public figure. Not right now. I'm Chen Feng's fan. Bing Bing watched his profile, sweat dripping from his forehead, sliding down his nose to his chin. Bing Bing's gaze lingered there for a second and a half. Inner monologue, that Adam's apple. Never mind, don't go there. And that waist, the way he twists. What waist? Nothing. You just said something about Chen Feng's waist. I heard it right next to you. Bing Bing's face turned bright red. I was talking about Chen Feng's core strength. Core strength, something athletes need. The first thing you said was Chen Feng's waist, and then you trailed off. I just meant core strength. Oh. The assistant's expression clearly said, I don't believe you. The timeout ended. For the Lakers, the lineup was Chun Feng, Kobe, Odom, George, and Kwame Brown. On the Heat side, Shaq also returned to the court. As the Big Shark stepped onto the floor, the entire court seemed to feel his presence. The Heat initiated their offense. This time, when Wade brought the ball across half court, Chun Feng actively closed in to guard him. Seeing Chun Feng on defense, Wade did not hesitate and immediately called for a screen. Walker set a standard screen, positioning himself with feet spread wide. Wade accelerated, looking to use the screen to create separation from Chun Feng. Odom stepped up quickly to double-team Wade, cutting off Chun Feng's passing lane. With no other option, Wade forced a shot, and Odom's long arm rose to contest the attempt right at the rim. The ball struck the rim and bounced out. Kwame secured the rebound, and Chun Feng received the pass before immediately pushing the pace forward. The Lakers roster displayed excellent mobility. George could run, Odom could run, and even Kwame Brown was sprinting down the court, creating a numbers advantage in the front court. Chun Feng passed to Odom. Odom finished with a powerful two-handed dunk. 47-45, the Lakers took the lead. The Heat brought the ball up again, but this time Wade chose not to attack personally. He carried the ball to the front court, waiting for Shaq to establish position near the basket before launching a high pass. Shaq caught it while Kwame Brown pressed from behind, bracing his body against Shaq's back. Shaq shifted his hips backward, and Kwame took a step back. He did it again, and Kwame stepped back another step. On the third movement, Kwame nearly found himself near the base of the basket support. Shaq turned, jumped, and finished with a powerful two-handed dunk. The rim shook from the force, and the referee instinctively stepped back. Kwame Brown stood under the basket with his hands on his hips, looking as though he had just gone several rounds. The Heat began to focus on Shaq as their primary option, since Shaq's role upon entering the game was to score. He had joined the team to contribute, not merely to run drills. At halftime, the Lakers led 64-63. Chun Feng played 17 minutes, shooting 6 for 10 from the field, 2 for 4 from three-point range, and 4 for 4 from the free throw line, finishing with 18.7 assists and 2 steals. Kobe played 20 minutes and scored 24 points with 5 rebounds. For the Heat, Wade played 20 minutes and posted 22 points with 4 assists. Shaq added 16 points and 8 rebounds. The leading players from both teams put up impressive numbers, and the first half score resembled a roller coaster. Each team taking turns leading, but neither able to pull away. Kenny Smith looked at his statistical sheet and smiled at Barkley, saying, the Lakers' twin stars combined for 42 points in the first half. Shaq and Wade only managed 38. The Heat are only down by 1, Barkley replied with a dismissive glance. We're playing to win, not to outscore the other team. If scoring more was all that mattered, I would have multiple championships. During halftime, Chun Feng was about to head to the locker room with his teammates when suddenly a voice called out, Chun Feng. Stop right there. The voice was not loud, but carried clearly through the entire player tunnel. Chun Feng turned to see Bing Bing standing up from her seat, waving enthusiastically at him. Chun Feng nodded to Kobe. Brother Kobe, you go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. He turned and walked toward Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, what's wrong? Just call me Bingbing, please. Sister makes me sound old. Bingbing smiled brightly as Chen Feng approached. You played really well in the first half. Especially that shot. You made the defender leap right out of the floor. Which shot? The one where you held the ball faked and he jumped. Then you released. And your pass to Odom, behind the back. I couldn't even see how you threw it. Bingbing grew more animated, gesturing excitedly. Whoosh, the ball was just in his hands. Are you a magician? Can you teach me? That's a behind-the-back pass, not magic. You wouldn't be able to learn it. Your hands are too small. My hands aren't small. Bingbing held up both hands. Look. Chen Feng glanced at them. I'm indeed not small. But can they grip a basketball? Are you teasing me? Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. Can you even watch basketball? He asked. Not really. Bingbing paused. Her expression shifted slightly. A soft smile formed as she looked up at him, her voice dropping gently. But I've been watching you. Chen Feng was momentarily caught off guard. This woman certainly knew how to leave an impression. What's there to watch? He said. If you want to watch, Sister Bingbing can watch however she likes after the game, Chen Feng replied casually. Bingbing narrowed her eyes slightly, the look of someone who had spotted something delightful. I said call me Bingbing. And don't run away after the game. I won't. Are you buying me dinner? Win first, then we'll talk. Bingbing pulled out her phone. Come on, let's take a photo first. I want to post it on my blog. She raised her phone and framed both of them in the shot. Chen Feng leaned in cooperatively and flashed a peace sign. Click. This woman certainly knew how to seize every opportunity. Just then a middle-aged man wearing an earpiece approached. Chen Feng, hello. I'm Yu Jia, live commentator for CCTV. This is Coach Zhang waiting beside me. Hello teacher Yu. Hello Coach Zhang. Chen Feng nodded politely. We'd like to invite you to the broadcast desk for a quick chat with our viewers at home. Just 2 minutes won't take up your rest time. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment and glanced at Bingbing. Yu Jia quickly added, Bingbing can join us as well. I'm sure many viewers would be delighted to see her too. The three of them walked together to the commentary desk. Yu Jia signaled the camera and the director switched to their shot. Viewers at home were now at the Staples Center during halftime. We're honored to have Lakers starting point guard Chen Feng and the well-known Bingbing. Chen Feng waved at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng. Bingbing also waved warmly and held up the photo she had just taken. Hello everyone, I'm Bingbing, a big fan of Chen Feng. Here's the proof, it's not photoshopped. Yu Jia smiled. Chen Feng, your first half performance was outstanding. 18 points and 7 assists. What are your plans for the second half? Chen Feng thought for a moment. Grab 3 more assists and reach a double-double. Grab? That's too modest of you, Yu Jia chuckled. The audience at home laughed along. Grab 3 assists, you call that grabbing? Chen Feng not great at scoring, but the best at accumulating assists. 7 assists, and you call that grabbing? Half the point guards in the league should hang up their shoes. Wait, what do you call that step back 3? Bingbing is smiling over here. What's their relationship? What relationship? Fan and player. Don't read too much into it. Then why does she look at him like that? Has anyone ever looked at a player like that before? Yu Jia smiled. Jokes aside, seriously, the Heat are very strong today. Both Wade and Shaq are difficult to handle. Indeed, Chen Feng agreed. But my teammates are no pushovers either. We played well in the first half. Kwame was handling Shaq pretty tough. I might need to get him some insurance. Coach Zhang interjected. That step back 3 you hit in the first half. Your rhythm was excellent. Wade was in position, but your release was incredibly fast. Did you practice that specifically? Coach Zhang, you really know your basketball, Chen Feng said. Of course, Coach Zhang chuckled. I was watching games before you were even born. Yu Jia turned to Bingbing. Bingbing, is this your first time watching an NBA game live? Bingbing nodded. Yes, this is my first time watching live. I used to only watch on television occasionally. This time I flew all the way from China specifically. Yu Jia pressed. How would you rate Chen Feng's first half performance? Bingbing tilted her head, thought for a moment, and deliberately paused before answering. 9 points. Why not a full 10? Because I believe he'll play even better in the second half. I always leave room for improvement. I'm a kind person. I never say anything without leaving a little to grow into. What if he gets a triple-double in the second half? Then I'll change it to 10. No extra reward. Bingbing paused, glancing at Chen Feng, who was looking right back at her. Yu Jia chuckled. Just kidding. Seriously, the Heat are strong today. Wade and Shaq are both tough to guard. Very true, Chen Feng nodded. But my teammates are equally capable. We played well in the first half. Kwame was giving Shaq a real test. I may need to arrange some extra care for him. Coach Zhang added. That step back 3 you made earlier. Your rhythm was exceptional. Wade had solid defense on you, but your release was lightning fast. Have you practiced that specifically? Coach Zhang truly understands the game, Chen Feng said. Absolutely, Coach Zhang smiled. I was watching basketball before you were born. Yu Jia turned to Bingbing. Bingbing, is this your first time watching an NBA game in person? Bingbing nodded. Yes, this is my first time watching live. I've only ever seen games on TV before. I flew all the way from China specifically for this. Specifically? Yu Jia sounded intrigued. How would you rate Chen Feng's first half performance? Bingbing tilted her head, thought deliberately for a moment, then smiled. 9 points. Why not 10? Because I trust he'll perform even better in the second half. I like to leave room for growth. I'm a kind person. I never say anything too absolutely. What if he records a triple-double in the second half? Then I'll change it to 10. Any additional reward? Bingbing paused and exchanged a glance with Chen Feng, who was looking right back at her. Yu Zhao laughed. Just joking. To be serious, the Heat are very strong today. Both Wade and Shaq are difficult to handle. Agreed, Chen Feng nodded. But my teammates are not to be underestimated either. We played well in the first half. Kwame gave Shaq a real challenge. I might need to make sure he's well taken care of. Coach Zhang chimed in. That step back three you hit earlier. Your rhythm was excellent. Wade was in a good defensive position, but your release speed was remarkable. Do you practice that specifically? Coach Zhang, you really understand basketball, Chen Feng said with a smile. Naturally, Coach Zhang chuckled. I was watching games before you were even born. Yu Jia turned to Bingbing. Bingbing, is this your first time watching an NBA game live? Bingbing nodded. Yes, this is my first time watching in person. I've only ever seen games on television before. I flew all the way from China specifically for this game. Specifically, Yu Jia's interest was piqued. How would you rate Chen Feng's first half performance? Bingbing tilted her head, pretended to think for a moment, then smiled slyly. 9 points. Why not a perfect 10? Because I believe he can play even better in the second half. I always leave room for improvement. I'm a kind person. I never put myself in a corner. What if he gets a triple-double in the second half? Then I'll upgrade it to 10. Any extra reward for that? Bingbing hesitated, glancing at Chen Feng, who was looking right back at her. Yu Zhao laughed. All right. Seriously though, the Heat are very strong today. Both Wade and Shaq are tough opponents to handle. Absolutely, Chen Feng agreed. But my teammates are strong as well. We played a solid first half. Kwame was holding his own against Shaq. Definitely someone who deserves a little extra recognition. In the visiting team's locker room, Shaquille O'Neal wiped sweat with a towel, glanced at the stat sheet, and noted 16 points and 8 rebounds. A solid, unremarkable performance. But O'Neal felt it wasn't enough. This was Los Angeles, the Staples Center, where he had played for 8 years and won 3 championships. During halftime, some fans had shouted, "Shaq, you're old." O'Neal felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could wave the stats sheet in their faces. Old? I'm 34, averaging 20 and 10, and you call me old? Fine. I'll show you who's the boss of this arena in the second half. The locker room door opened and Pat Riley walked in. We're only down by 1 point at halftime, he said, clapping his hands to gather the team's attention. Our offense is fine. Wade has 22, Shaq has 16. Everyone else, just do your job. He paused, his gaze falling on the stats sheet. But the Lakers' 2 guards combined for 42 points in the first half. Wade wiped his face. Chen Feng is tough to handle. He's fast, has great rhythm changes, and he's not a rookie who just scores, he passes. If you double team him, he finds Kobe. If you leave him open, he takes the shot. Riley nodded thoughtfully, then turned to O'Neal. Shaq, what do you think? O'Neal snorted. That #1 pick. I can handle him like a child. 2 more plays in the second half, and he'll foul out. I'm not talking about Kwame Brown, Riley said, clearly dissatisfied with O'Neal's irrelevant answer. I'm asking about their pick and roll. When Chen Feng runs the pick and roll, can you step up? O'Neal paused for a moment. Step up. With his weight, every step up would leave him gasping for air. But this was Riley, not Stan Van Gundy. If I step up, who gets the rebounds? Wade. Wade nodded. I'll crash the boards. Riley looked at O'Neal, waiting without pressure. All right, O'Neal said. I'll step up. The second half began quickly with all 10 starters on the floor. As the game resumed, Jason Williams brought the ball up and passed to Wade before starting his off-ball movement. On the Lakers' side, Chen Feng tracked Williams, while Kobe Bryant guarded Wade one-on-one. Wade received the ball and immediately attacked. Using O'Neal's screen, he drove straight at Chris Mim. Mim tried to avoid contact, but couldn't. The referee's whistle blew. Mim raised his hands with an innocent expression, like a student wrongly accused of a childhood crush. It was his 4th foul of the game. With O'Neal and Wade, the only way to stop them was through fouls. Mim had already been battered by O'Neal in the first half, and now he was sending Wade to the free throw line early in the second. Mim, stay calm, Chen Feng said, patting his shoulder. Don't let emotions get to you. Mim took a deep breath and nodded. Thanks, Chen. Thanks, but could you also guard Wade? Chen Feng heard Mim mutter, but didn't catch it clearly, so he let it go. Wade stepped to the free throw line. First shot, adjusted, released, swish. Second shot, same rhythm, swish. 64-65. The Heat led by 1 point. Chen Feng brought the ball up and faced his old rival Jason Williams. Unlike the first half, Williams pressed up tight, his arms extended, leaving no space for Chen Feng to shoot. Chen Feng instantly understood the Heat's strategy. They were daring him to drive. He accelerated immediately, using his body to shield Williams bulldozing forward. Williams couldn't hold his ground and was pushed back step by step. As expected, Wade rushed over to help. The moment Wade took his first step, Chen Feng whipped the ball to his left, where Kobe was waiting near the free throw line. Kobe caught the ball and was about to shoot when Udonis Haslem lunged and grabbed his arm. The referee's whistle sounded immediately. Haslem was called for the foul. Kobe's shooting motion wasn't completed, but the referee awarded 2 free throws. Kobe stepped to the line. Swish. Swish. 66-65. The Lakers were back in the lead. The Heat's possession. O'Neal set a screen, Wade used it to drive, and Chen Feng and Mim both converged on Wade. But Wade delivered a no-look pass back to Williams, who was wide open beyond the arc. Chun Feng turned his head. He had left Williams to double-team Wade, and now Williams was completely unguarded. Williams adjusted unhurriedly, then released a smooth shot. The ball arced through the air like a rainbow and dropped into the net. Swish. 66-68. After the shot, Williams spread his hands toward Chun Feng. Leaving me open. You sure? Chun Feng ignored him, but the remark stung. The Lakers' turn. Chun Feng drove again. This time besides Williams, Wade was also helping. Instead of passing, Chun Feng decided to take the shot himself. He had to answer back after Williams' taunt. He rose for a jumper over Williams, the ball sailing over Williams' fingertips and landing precisely through the hoop. 68-68. As he landed, Chun Feng stumbled back a step, nearly falling, but the shot went in. The crowd erupted in cheers. Commentator Zhang exclaimed excitedly, beautiful, as a painting. This shot is a masterpiece. Yu Jia chimed in, Coach Zhang, did you just learn that phrase? I learned it from Kobe. Kobe's shot is like a painting, and Chun Feng's has a hint of Kobe in it. So when do you think Chun Feng will surpass Kobe? Zhang was momentarily speechless. That's a tough question. Let's focus on the game. On the next play, Wade assisted O'Neal on a hook shot. With 4 fouls, Mim was clearly hesitant, afraid to reach, afraid to body up. O'Neal played him like a practice dummy. O'Neal turned hooked, and the ball bounced on the rim before rolling in. 68-70. Phil Jackson noticed immediately and substituted in Kwame Brown, advising him play with intensity. The more you yield, the bolder your opponent becomes. Chun Feng ran a pick and roll with Kwame. The screen wasn't perfect, but it was enough. Williams was momentarily delayed, giving Chun Feng half a second of space. He rose for a three-pointer. Clang. The ball bounced off the rim. Just as everyone assumed the Heat would grab the rebound, Kwame Brown let out a roar and snatched an offensive board over O'Neal's head. The crowd gasped. Kwame wanted to throw down a dunk, but O'Neal swatted the ball cleanly away with one hand. No foul, a solid block. The ball hit the floor, grabbed by Antoine Walker, who passed to Wade. The Heat countered. Wade drove again, drawing defenders before kicking it out to an open Haslam on the right. Haslam caught and shot. Clang. The ball missed. Charles Barkley shook his head in the broadcast booth. Haslam wasted an open look. He's not a scorer. His strength is defense and rebounding. He should practice shooting. Lamar Odom grabbed the defensive board and passed to Chun Feng. To stop the fast break, Williams and Wade both rushed at Chun Feng. But Chun Feng found a passing lane through the tightest gap, delivering the ball perfectly to Kobe. Kobe caught it, took a long stride, and drove low to the floor. With the momentum from his sprint, he soared his body, extending gracefully, arm cocked, and slammed the ball through the hoop. The rim shuddered. He landed with bent knees, steadying himself. 70-70. The Heat's possession. O'Neal set a screen for Williams. His massive frame blocked Chun Feng, who collided and was knocked back. Kobe switched on to Williams, who passed to Wade. Wade caught and shot a mid-range jumper. Swish. 70-72. Kwame hadn't stepped out with O'Neal. He stayed under the basket, watching helplessly as O'Neal screened Chun Feng. Kobe had to rotate, leaving Wade open. The Lakers' turn. Chun Feng said to Kobe, Kobe, watch this. I'm about to show the Heat something real. Kobe glanced at him. You'd better have something real, or I'll knock something out of you. What thing? You figure it out. Chun Feng didn't dare ask again. At the top of the arc, he dribbled right, and Williams slid with him. Suddenly, Chun Feng gathered the ball and jumped forward, not toward the basket, but directly into Williams's body. He leaned forward as if pushed, hooked his arm around Williams's, and tossed the ball toward the rim. The motion was fluid, like a rehearsed routine. Williams stood frozen, arms raised, not daring to move. The referee's whistle blew. Chun Feng's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to walk to the free throw line, but then he heard the call, offensive foul. Home team number 35. Chun Feng's smile froze. He turned to the referee, who gestured that Williams had established position and Chun Feng had initiated contact. That was a shooting motion. Chun Feng protested, spreading his hands. The referee ignored him and turned toward the scorer's table. Chun Feng took a step, pointing at Williams. Hey, his hand touched mine. That affected my shot. Can't you see? The referee glanced back. I know what you're trying to do. One more word, and I'll give you a technical. Kobe walked over and said, so that's the real thing you showed. A 20-year-old fadeaway. Chun Feng tried to explain Kobe I was, but Kobe was already walking away. Don't explain, I get it. Lamar Odom patted Chun Feng's shoulder. You get what? Chun Feng looked at him helplessly. In the TNT broadcast booth, Barkley was laughing so hard, he nearly fell out of his chair. Huh? Who taught Chun that move? I've never seen him do that before. Kenny Smith laughed more restrainedly. I think he was trying to draw a foul, but Williams held his ground too well, and he couldn't pull back. He wanted to draw a foul. Barkley wiped tears from his laughter. With that move, even my grandma could see what he was trying to do. He looked like he got pushed from behind. Even if the ref didn't call an offensive foul, there's no way that's a defensive foul. Chun Feng executed a fadeaway jumper, bringing laughter from the crowd. Fans watching on television could not stop smiling. I've learned this move. Tomorrow I'll be using it at the pickup court. Coach, did you see that? He pushed me. Didn't he push you, eh? Miami's possession. O'Neal set another screen. Chun Feng was wedged tightly against O'Neal, unable to move, as though blocked by a wall. He stopped struggling and simply said, Shaq, why do you always handle these role-player tasks? What did you say? O'Neal frowned, looking down at the shorter guard. I mean, Chen Feng spoke in a relaxed tone. If I had a player of your caliber, arguably the greatest center in history on my team, I would never make you do grunt work. Just stay in the paint and wait for the pass. Pick and roll duties belong to role players. O'Neal paused. The greatest center in history. The words from a younger player sounded rather pleasant. Miami's offensive possession. Wade held the ball at the top facing Kobe. He signaled for O'Neal to set a screen. But O'Neal seemed not to notice, instead backing into position against Kwame Brown and reaching out for the ball. Dwayne. Here. I can take this number 1 pick. Wade hesitated. Where was the screen? His rhythm was disrupted, uncertain whether to pass or call O'Neal up. In that moment of hesitation, the referee blew the whistle. Whistle. Shaq O'Neal, 3-second violation. O'Neal spread his arms and called out loudly enough for the arena, Dwayne. Why didn't you pass to me? I was already set. Wade opened his mouth, but catching sight of O'Neal's expression swallowed his words. Chen Feng jogged past and spoke deliberately loud to Kwame Brown. Kwame. Great defense. Out of the entire league, only you could contain a top-tier force like O'Neal like that. Kwame Brown was momentarily stunned. Contain him. He could hardly control himself. O'Neal powered through him effortlessly. But hearing Chen Feng say this, he suddenly felt he might not have been doing so badly. Chen, you're right. Kwame Brown squared his shoulders. I'm going to block a shot from O'Neal tonight. Don't count on it. O'Neal's expression darkened. But what truly struck him was that Chen Feng's earlier words carried a different meaning now. Only you could contain O'Neal. Give me the ball, and I'll handle him in no time. At that moment, Chen Feng's previous words echoed again in O'Neal's mind. The greatest center in history. If I had a center of your caliber, the greatest in history, I would never make you do role-player work. Listen to that. O'Neal suddenly felt that Chen Feng truly understood basketball. He couldn't quite explain why these words stayed with him, especially since he barely remembered the young man's name. Something like Chun. Never mind. Yet the words kept looping in his mind. Lakers possession. Chen Feng held the ball at the top of the key. Kobe was cutting along the wing, preparing to receive. Chen Feng suddenly waved his hand. Old K, clear out. I'm taking the shot. Kobe couldn't help but smile. The kid was directing him now. Those who told him to move before eventually found themselves benched. But despite his thoughts, Kobe moved toward the baseline anyway, clearing the top for Chen Feng. Shaq. They're running a pick and roll. Help. Don't let him shoot. Wade pointed at Chen Feng and shouted to O'Neal. But O'Neal's response was entirely different. He remained planted in the paint, eyes fixed on Chen Feng's feet, unmoving. Kwame Brown had stepped out and O'Neal did not follow. In O'Neal's mind, Chen Feng's words kept repeating. The greatest center in history. I didn't want to be drawn out either. He's calling me the greatest center in history. With Kwame Brown's screen drawing attention and Kobe pulling the Heat's defensive focus, Chen Feng found himself wide open and launched a mid-range jumper. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. Miami's possession. Wade brought the ball up court against Kobe's defense. O'Neal was already positioned in the paint, shielding Kwame Brown with one arm raised. Dwayne. Ball. Wade hesitated before passing. O'Neal received it and powered upward. Kwame Brown reached to contest, but was called for a foul. Defensive foul. Kwame Brown raised his hands, his fourth personal foul. Both Lakers' big men Mumford and Kwame now sat on 4 fouls. O'Neal stood at the free throw line. His touch from the stripe had been poor tonight, for 8 out of 14 attempts worse than usual. Staples Center fans cheered loudly during his free throws, some calling that his days were behind him, others suggesting his grandmother shot better. Chen Feng walked beside him and spoke quietly. Shaq, you've played 8 years in Los Angeles. For 8 years these fans called you MVP. And now, what do they call you? O'Neal's hand paused. Listen. Chen Feng gestured toward the stands. They're saying you're getting old. In the city where you won 3 championships. O'Neal's expression shifted. Swish. The first free throw rims out dramatically, bouncing back. See. Chen Feng shook his head gently. Even the rim doesn't recognize you anymore. The second attempt. Clank. Missed again. O'Neal stared at Chen Feng, his eyes burning with quiet frustration. Chen Feng turned and jogged away, calling out, Kwame. Great rebounding. Kwame Brown stood frozen, ball in hand. He hadn't done anything, the ball had simply bounced to him. Over the next few possessions, Miami's offense grew noticeably disjointed. O'Neal no longer came out for screens. Without pick-and-roll support, Wade's driving efficiency declined sharply. When O'Neal called for the ball in the post, Wade sometimes passed, and sometimes didn't. When passed to O'Neal, faced double teams. When ignored, he simply stood in the paint watching. The chemistry between the two resembled a severed rope, each end drifting apart. The Lakers seized the opportunity and sparked an offensive run. Chen Feng continued to dish assists to Kobe and Odom for consecutive scores. Chen Feng provided 4 assists in a single quarter, adding 6 points. Through 3 quarters, Chen Feng had tallied 24 points and 11 assists, while Kobe Bryant scored 33 points with 6 rebounds through 3 periods. Wade finished with 28 points and 5 assists, while Shaq contributed 25 points and 12 rebounds. At the TNT broadcast booth, Kenny Smith looked at the statistics, his grin unable to be suppressed. Charles, after the third quarter, the Lakers lead by 5 points. Does your Shaq-Weave duo still have a chance? Barkley rolled his eyes. It's only 5 points, just 2 baskets. 2 baskets. Smith chuckled. Just look at how winded Shaq is. With his hands on his knees, I thought he was going to bow to the Staples Center floor. Wade is the king of the fourth quarter, often racking up over 10 points in a single period, Barkley insisted. By the way, did you buy those pink lace underwear? None of your business. I don't care whether you bought them, I just want to know the size. Do you wear XXL or XXXL? Barkley's face darkened. Can you please talk about basketball? The Lakers held a 5-point lead, yet on paper the Heat remained a stronger squad. Many still believed Miami could mount a fourth-quarter comeback. In their eyes, aside from Kobe and Chun Fong, the Lakers were inferior to the Heat at every other position. Neither side committed their full starting lineup just yet. For the Lakers, Smush Parker, Vujasic, Devin George, Luke Walton, and Kwame Brown. On the Heat side, Wade sat on the bench while O'Neal was also resting. J.R. Sinclair ran the backup unit on the court alongside Moore, Walker Bostic, and an unnamed player. The crowd at Staples Center grew somewhat quieter, sipping water as they awaited the decisive stretch. Smush Parker brought the ball past half court, facing off against J.R. Sinclair, but opted not to drive. Instead, he passed to Luke Walton. Walton held the ball at the top of the arc. George cut into position. Vujasic stood in the corner with his hands raised for a pass, but Walton held onto the ball. The Lakers' second unit played straightforward basketball, running set plays, but finding no open looks after a full cycle of movement. Walton stepped forward and kicked it out to George, who caught the ball 2 steps beyond the three-point line. After a brief hesitation, he released the shot. It rimmed out short. Moore secured the rebound and initiated the Heat transition. J.R. Sinclair pushed the ball up court and delivered a no-look pass, launching it from behind his back to Walker in the corner. The crowd responded with an audible murmur of appreciation. Walker caught the pass, gathered himself, and released a three-point attempt that also struck the rim and bounced away. Kwame Brown retrieved the loose ball. After 2 possessions, neither bench unit had managed to score. Barkley laughed from the broadcast table, remarking that these reserves seemed more focused on missing than hitting. Kenny Smith shook his head in response. Zhang Joju observed from his seat, noting that attention now shifted to whether Phil Jackson or Pat Riley would make the first move. Whoever introduced their main rotation first could seize momentum, but doing so too early might cost stamina later. Deploying them too late risked letting a gap develop. It was a strategic contest between 2 coaches. Yu Jia nodded in agreement, explaining that the players on the floor were primarily burning clock, waiting for the stars to return and take over. On the court, J.R. Sinclair found an opening. Using a screen from Moore, he accelerated toward the paint. Kwame Brown lagged slightly on the help defense, and Sinclair finished with a floater. The score moved to 88-85. The deficit was trimmed to 3 points. Phil Jackson rose from his seat and glanced toward Chun Fong. Chun Fong tossed his towel aside and stood up. Kobe also rose. Jackson offered a single nod. Chun Fong and Kobe made their way toward the scorer's table as the arena erupted. The Lakers' 2 primary pieces were returning. Yu Jia called from the booth, noting that trailing by 3 meant Jackson could wait no longer. Zhang Joju agreed, adding that Wade and O'Neal were likewise preparing to re-enter for Miami. With both starting lineups back on the floor, the final phase began. Chun Fong received the inbound pass, took a steady breath, and prepared to lead the offense. He reflected briefly on recent preparations, then set those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the task ahead. Chun Fong advanced the ball into the front court, while Kobe moved to assist. Chun Fong passed to Kobe and drifted to the corner to create spacing. Kobe held the ball on the wing with Wade pressing closely, his hands active in denial. Kobe tested him with a jab step. Wade remained planted. After another probe, Wade still did not bite. They met each other's gaze for a moment before Kobe passed back to Chun Fong and suddenly cut toward the basket. Chun Fong delivered a crisp bounce pass that threaded through J.R. Sinclair's legs and arrived cleanly in Kobe's hands. Kobe caught elevated, and Hadley closed out too late. The ball dropped through the net. The crowd called out in approval as Kobe landed and jogged back, while Chun Fong followed behind, commending the timing of the cut. Kobe replied simply that the defender had been slow. The Heat brought the ball up next. Wade crossed half court without calling for a screen. He glanced toward O'Neal, who was engaged with Kwame Brown near the rim. Wade paused briefly before choosing to attack on his own. He drove, changed direction, and rose for a mid-range jumper. Kobe stayed attached, contesting the release and altering the trajectory. The shot struck the rim. Odom secured the board near the post and passed to Chun Fong. The Lakers settled into a controlled tempo. Chun Fong directed the offense, patiently waiting for everyone to establish positions before initiating. He raised one finger, the signal for a pick and roll. Kwame Brown came up as the screen, becoming a wall in front of J.R. Sinclair. Chun Fong stepped into the gap, and when Hadley rotated to help, he did not force the issue. Instead, he flipped a behind-the-back pass to Odom on the right side. Odom caught and launched a three-pointer, but it fell short and bounced out of bounds. Miami called a timeout. Pat Riley addressed J.R. Sinclair, instructing him to deliver the ball to Shaq promptly after crossing half court without unnecessary flourishes. J.R. Sinclair opened his mouth to respond, but thought better of it. Riley then turned to the others, telling them to spread the floor and avoid clogging the paint. When Shaq received the ball, they were to station themselves beyond the arc to prevent double teams. He then looked directly at O'Neal. Shaq removed his towel from his face and met his coach's gaze. Riley pointed out that the Lakers had two capable big men, while Kwame Brown and Mim were already in foul trouble. He asked how long they could remain effective. O'Neal responded confidently that they would not last much longer. Riley then addressed the group, reminding them this was playoff-caliber basketball on national television, an opportunity to define how they would be remembered. He challenged them to consider whether they wanted to be remembered for being overwhelmed at Staples or for mounting a response. The players listened in silence. Riley glanced at the clock, noted there were still several minutes remaining, and dismissed them with a clear instruction to close the gap. After the timeout, Miami inbound the ball. J.R. Sinclair advanced it steadily, this time without elaborate dribble moves, and delivered a clean entry pass to O'Neal. O'Neal caught deep in the post with Kwame Brown bearing down from behind. He leaned back, forcing Brown to retreat one step before turning and rising for a powerful two-handed dunk. The rim shuddered noticeably. The result matched the familiar pattern. The score moved to 90-87. O'Neal landed, tapped his chest, and glanced toward the bench. Riley returned the gesture with a nod. The Lakers brought the ball up next. Chun Fong sought to control the pace deliberately. Wade applied aggressive on-ball pressure, staying glued to Chun Fong. J.R. Sinclair abandoned his earlier passive approach and joined in a tight trap near the sideline. Trapped near the boundary, Chun Fong managed a difficult pass to Kobe. By the time Kobe caught it, Wade had recovered. Kobe took one on the perimeter and rose for a fadeaway. The attempt struck the rim. O'Neal grabbed the rebound and initiated the fast break. Wade sprinted ahead, while Chun Fong pursued on defense. Rather than forcing a shot, Wade pulled up near the free throw line and passed to O'Neal, who trailed the break. O'Neal caught with Kwame Brown set directly in his path. This time Brown held his ground with both arms raised. O'Neal drove through the contact, elevated, and deposited the ball into the hoop. The whistle sounded. Kwame Brown had committed his fifth foul. O'Neal stepped to the free throw line as the Staples crowd grew vocal, some waving inflatable items. O'Neal exhaled and released the shot, but it did not fall. Walker secured the offensive rebound and finished the putback. Miami took a 91-90 lead. The Heat had answered with a meaningful run, erasing the deficit. The arena grew quieter as Phil Jackson rose once more. He did not call a timeout, but instead made a gesture, drawing his hands inward toward his body. The adjustment was clear: compact the interior, concede the three-point attempt from distance. It was a calculated risk. The Lakers' turn. Kobe emerged from the baseline to receive the ball. Wade defended tightly, but Kobe didn't force a shot and passed back to Chun Fong. Chun Fong raised a finger, signaling for another pick and roll. O'Neal hesitated for a moment, choosing not to step out, and instead stayed in the paint. Chun Fong accelerated off the screen, and as Haslam rotated to help, Chun Fong delivered a behind-the-back pass to Cook. Cook took a mid-range jumper. Duong. O'Neal secured the rebound, and the Heat countered. Wade brought the ball up and once again fed it to O'Neal. O'Neal caught the ball, and Kwame Brown stepped up to defend. But he dared not exert force, his hands raised while his body recoiled. O'Neal didn't bull his way in. Instead, he executed a fake turn. Kwame Brown bid on the feint, shifting his weight to the left and losing all balance. O'Neal seized the moment, pivoted right, and leaped. Kwame Brown panicked, instinctively reaching out to grab. Whack! His hand caught O'Neal's forearm. BZZZ. The referee's whistle blew. Sixth foul. O'Neal landed, glanced at him, and walked to the free throw line. Kwame Brown fouls out, and the Lakers' interior is in dire straits, Ujia said with a heavy tone. Coach Zhang frowned. Now they have to bring in Chris Mim, who already has 4 fouls. O'Neal is determined to send the entire Lakers front line to the bench. Chris Mim shed his warm-up jacket and stepped onto the court. O'Neal made one of 2 free throws, making the score 90-92. The Lakers' possession. Chun Fong controlled the ball, no longer slowing the pace, and Mim came up to set a screen. This time O'Neal switched onto the perimeter. Chun Fong blew past him with a crossover, drove into the lane, and facing Haslam's help defense, he faked a shot, jumped into the defender, and tossed the ball toward the rim. BZZZ. The referee's whistle sounded. Haslam was called for a foul. This time Chun Fong wasn't cited for an offensive foul. Chun Fong stepped to the free throw line. Swish. Swish. Both free throws sank. 92-92. The Heat's turn. Wade had the ball and passed to O'Neal. The moment O'Neal received the ball, Chris Mim attached himself like a newly built wall. Mim had rested for an entire quarter. His energy reserves were full, every muscle tensed. Meanwhile, after 3+ quarters of intense battle, the 34-year-old Shaquille O'Neal was nearly drained, his legs feeling like lead. Thump. Their bodies collided with a dull thud. Mim gritted his teeth, his cheeks bulging, his feet planted firmly on the floor, refusing to yield an inch. O'Neal backed down, only budging Mim half a step. He backed again, and Mim pushed back. Thump. Thump. O'Neal clenched his jaw, turned, and leaped. But this time his vertical was only half of what it was in the first half. Mim also jumped. Instead of blocking, he raised his hands high, placing them between O'Neal and the basket. He dared not foul, he already had 4. O'Neal's hook shot straight off target, hitting the front rim and bouncing up. Rebound. Mim landed and immediately turned using his back to box out O'Neal, preventing him from muscling forward. O'Neal reached over Mim's head, but fell short. Odom charged in and grabbed the rebound. The Lakers' turn. Chen Feng and Kobe ran a two-man game. Chen Feng dribbled to the top of the arc, while Kobe feigned coming out for the ball, then suddenly cut backdoor to the basket. Chen Feng understood perfectly, snapping his wrist to deliver a precise pass to Kobe. Kobe caught the ball and rose with Wade chasing from behind for a block, but Kobe switched hands in midair, moving the ball from right to left for a scoop layup. The ball spun twice on the rim before dropping in. 94-92. That was beautiful from Kobe. Switching hands in the air. That's a superstar. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. Coach Zhang also grew animated. Only Kobe can make a play like that. And Chen Feng's pass was perfectly timed. In the following minutes, the two teams engaged in a seesaw battle. Wade drove and drew a foul, sinking one of two free throws. Chen Feng immediately answered with a mid-range jumper. O'Neal overpowered in the post and was fouled by Mim. Kobe threw down a fast break dunk while Walker clanked a three-pointer. The lead fluctuated between 1 and 2 points. Time ticked away and the atmosphere in Staples Center grew increasingly tense. With 1:15 left, the score was 115-116, the Lakers trailing by 1. Phil Jackson called a timeout not for strategy, but because he saw Chen Feng was utterly exhausted. Chen Feng dragged his weary legs to the bench and collapsed into a chair which groaned under him. He leaned back, gasping for breath, and wiped his face roughly with a towel. The towel was soaked in seconds. He gulped some water, some dribbling down his chin. Jackson walked over and asked, "Can you play it?" Chen Feng tossed the towel onto the chair, pushed himself up on his knees, and stomped his numb legs. "I have to play. I can go 10 more rounds if needed." Jackson flipped the clipboard, drew a few lines with his marker, and looked around at his players. "Chen, you get the ball at the top of the arc. Kobe, you go to the right 45. He pointed at Mim. "You come up to the high post." Then he gestured to the corners. "Odom left corner. Cook right corner. You two stay put in the corners, don't cut to the basket." He tossed the marker aside and crossed his arms. "Clear out the middle. No one goes in. Only our offensive players should be in the paint, no help defense from them. With this, Miami's defense will be stretched. If they double team, the corners are open. If they don't, Chen, you figure it out." Jackson clapped his hands. "Remember it. Go out and execute." After the timeout, Chen Feng brought the ball up. White Chocolate surprisingly still had the energy to full court press. Chen Feng protected the ball with his body and advanced to the front court. Everyone spaced out, and Mim came up to set a high screen for Chen Feng. O'Neal hesitated. Step out or stay. Chen Feng didn't wait for his decision. He accelerated into the lane and released a mid-range jumper before the help could arrive. Swish. Nothing but net. 117-116. Staples Center erupted. Chen Feng didn't celebrate. He immediately ran back. The Heat's turn. Wade controlled the ball. Kobe gave him half a step, focusing on preventing his drive. Wade passed to White Chocolate, who returned the ball to Wade. The seconds ticked away. 16. 12. 8. Wade moved. With a crossover, he shook off Kobe and pulled up for a jumper. Swish. That one in 2. 117-118. The Heat reclaimed the lead by 1. With 45 seconds left, the Lakers had the ball. Chen Feng pushed the ball quickly up the court. After this possession, the Lakers would still have at least one more chance. Chen Feng passed to Kobe on the right wing. Kobe didn't hesitate and released a two-point shot. Swish. It went in. 119-118. The Lakers took the lead again. Time remaining 37 seconds. This possession took only 8 seconds. Staples Center went wild. Chants of MVP surged from every direction, merging into a thunderous wave. Chen Feng ran over and patted Kobe on the butt. "Old Kobe, you finally made one." Kobe shot him a sidelong glance. "When the heck did I ever miss?" The Heat's turn. Riley called a timeout. He stood in the center of the huddle, his voice low. "Dwayne, you handle the ball, attack the paint. Shaq, you wait under the basket for the rebound. We have enough time. Let's get one good shot." After the coach finished the play, Wade gathered everyone into a circle. O'Neal, Haslam, Walker, White Chocolate. Wade extended his hand, and everyone stacked theirs on top, palm to palm. The Heat's ritual. 1, 2, 3, Wade shouted. "Heat." They all roared together, their voices echoing. On the Lakers' side, the 5 players also formed a circle with Kobe at the center. 5 hands stacked one on another. Amid the deafening cheers from the stands, they chanted in unison, 1, 2, 3, win. Their hands shot upward in unison, followed by a collective shout, "Let's go Lakers." They bumped shoulders and stepped onto the court. The players took the court, and the game resumed. Wade caught the ball, and Kobe closed in, both bent low in a standoff. Wade lowered his center of gravity, dribbled a step to the right, and Kobe slid to seal the path. Wade didn't rush. He dribbled to the top of the arc 2 bounces with his left hand, then switched to his right. With 25 seconds left, Wade suddenly accelerated, driving to the right. Kobe slid with him, his shoulder pressed against Wade's chest. Wade stopped, crossed between his legs to his left hand, and took another step left. Kobe stayed with him, but Wade's rhythm changed. He had been probing, and now he was coming for real. At 20 seconds, Wade changed speed and burst to Kobe's right. Kobe leaned into him, reaching for the ball's path, grazing it, but failing to steal. Wade shielded the ball with his body, took 3 steps for a layup, striding like a cannonball, launching toward the rim. Mim rotated to help, arms raised high, afraid to foul. Wade twisted in the air, evading Mim's arms, and flipped the ball off the glass with his right hand. The ball kissed the board, spun, and rolled into the hoop. 119 to 120. The Heat went ahead by 1. Wade landed, clenched his fist, pounded his chest, and let out a roar. With 17 seconds left, the Lakers had plenty of time for one final possession. Chin Feng glanced at Jackson. The Lakers still had one timeout left. But Jackson showed no sign of calling it, whether he truly trusted them or had run out of ideas. Chin Feng received the ball, and white chocolate immediately stuck to him, like glue, reaching into the dribbling path to prevent him from accelerating. Chin Feng remained calm, turning his body to shield the ball, advancing slowly. He wasn't in a hurry. White chocolate wasn't either, knowing the clock favored the Heat with the lead. With 12 seconds left, Chin Feng picked up his pace. He drove right, and white chocolate slid to cut him off. Chin Feng stopped, crossed to his left hand, and moved left. The two jockeyed about 2 meters beyond the 3-point line, neither giving an inch. At 10 seconds, Chin Feng glanced at Kobe. Kobe suddenly sprang into action, cutting from the right 45 toward the paint. Wade followed for a step, but Chin Feng didn't pass. Kobe stopped, backpedaled, and popped out beyond the arc. At 6 seconds, Chin Feng passed. A chest-level crisp pass with spin reaching Kobe's hands. At 5 seconds, Kobe caught it without dribbling, rose straight up, and released a fadeaway. Wade leaped at him, his hand nearly covering Kobe's face. The ball left Kobe's fingertips, arcing high. Every eye in the arena followed that sphere. Duong. Oh, no. A collective sigh from the crowd. Time remained at 4 seconds. O'Neal and Mim wrestled for the rebound beneath the basket. O'Neal's big hand touched the ball, and so did Mim's. The ball was tipped out, heading directly toward Chin Feng, who stood beyond the 3-point line. Chin Feng didn't hesitate. The moment the ball flew toward him, his body moved before his mind. He extended his right hand, caught the ball, his toes just on the 3-point line. With 2 seconds left, he didn't dribble, only made a slight adjustment. At the same time, he lowered his center of gravity, jumped, and released the shot, all in one fluid motion. White chocolate lunged from the side, his hand nearly covering Chin Feng's face, but the ball had already left his fingertips. It spun in the air, tracing a high flat arc. The red light flashed, the shot clock expired. 19,000 pairs of eyes in Staples Center followed the ball. It sailed over white chocolate's head, past Wade's fingertips, over O'Neal's outstretched palm, and raced toward the rim. Swish. Nothing but net. 122 to 120. 19,000 people leaped from their seats simultaneously, their roar shaking the arena. Some fell to their knees, others hugged strangers beside them, and screamed. Many threw anything they held into the air. Inflatable sticks, soda cups, towels, hats, like a colorful snowfall. Chin Feng stood still, his right hand still raised, frozen in his shooting pose. Then he extended 3 fingers, pointing at the ceiling of Staples Center. Behind him, the roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave. Teammates rushed to embrace him. Kobe was the first to arrive, slapping the back of Chin Feng's head. You really dared to take that shot. Chin Feng didn't turn around. As long as my kidneys are still here, I dare anything. Yu Jia finally regained some composure, though his voice still trembled. A buzzer beater. Chin Feng's game winner. This rookie has a bigger heart than Staples Center itself. On Christmas night, with the whole world watching, he made it. He caught the ball beyond the arc, adjusted in a split second, and released it at the buzzer. That's what a superstar does. Coach Zhang took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with his tie, his voice a bit hoarse. Did I tell you? I've said it before. Chin Feng is no ordinary rookie. Look at his release, catch, sink, jump, flick. All one smooth motion, perfect rhythm, as if he's practiced it 1,000 times. White chocolate challenged him, didn't he? Wade did too. It didn't matter. Even with a hand in his face, he still drained it. That's what we call. That's ice in his veins. Coach Zhang pounded the table again, this time knocking the microphone askew, but he couldn't be bothered to fix it. Yu Jia quickly interjected. Coach Zhang, don't get too excited, they'll deduct the cost of the table from your salary. Let them deduct. Coach Zhang waved his hand grandly, nearly sending his glasses flying. It's worth it. A Christmas Day game, Chin Feng hitting a buzzer beater over the Heat. I'd sacrifice half a year's salary for this. Viewers at home went wild. Coach Zhang is a true fan. Chin Feng, the new king of Los Angeles. The Lakers have officially entered the Chin Feng era. Phil Jackson, Kobe. Never heard of him. Chin Feng is the Lakers' only answer. On the TNT broadcast, when the camera cut to the studio, Charles Barkley was covering his face with both hands, leaning back in his chair. Kenny Smith laughed so hard, he nearly slid off his seat. Charles Smith said, wiping away tears of laughter, "You okay?" Barkley's voice came muffled from behind his hands. "I'm fine, just contemplating life. Contemplating how to explain to your wife that you'll be wearing ladies' underwear to the press conference." Barkley finally dropped his hands and protested. "First of all, I didn't say wear ladies' underwear to the press conference. I said, wear ladies' underwear for the interview. It could be in the locker room or the parking lot, not necessarily the press conference. So you'll do it in the parking lot." Smith's eyes lit up. "All right, I'll call TMZ for you. Can't you wish me well?" Barkley cursed, then laughed helplessly, pointing at the big screen on the court. Fine, Charles Barkley will keep my word. Tonight after the game I'll wear that pink lace-trimmed ladies' underwear and interview Chun in the Staples Center players' locker room. Smith's eyes widened. You serious? The locker room isn't just Chun. Dead serious. Barkley sat down, his expression serious for half a second, then broke into a laugh and cursed, at least they're all men. Smith covered his face, laughing wordlessly. Staples Center was still in turmoil. At center court, Chen Feng was surrounded by his teammates. Odom hoisted him up, Bynum jumped along, and the group huddled together. After the game, the entire basketball world was talking about one thing. ESPN's headline read, "On Christmas night at Staples Center, a new superstar was born." The accompanying photo showed Chen Feng extending 3 fingers toward the ceiling after sinking the game-winner lights, bathing him in a golden glow, his jersey seeming to blaze like fire. Sports Illustrated's headline was even more direct. Who is Chen Feng? Now you know. On TNT's post-game show, Kenny Smith held up the stat sheet and read aloud. Chen Feng with 33 points and 15 assists, Kobe with 41 points and 8 rebounds. Wade with 35 points and 6 assists, O'Neal with 34 points and 15 rebounds. He set down the stat sheet and looked into the camera. Look at the numbers from these 4 players. Wade, an all-star. O'Neal, a future Hall of Famer. Kobe, another future Hall of Famer. And Chen Feng, an undrafted free agent, someone no one knew coming into this season. Barkley jumped in from the side. Now everyone knows who he is. Fans went absolutely wild. On social media, Chen Feng's name dominated the top 3 spots on every trending list. Some people dug up ESPN's draft projections from before the season start. Next to the Lakers' name it read, "Undrafted Waterboy." The most upvoted reply said, "This guy still hangs around the water cooler. Except now he's the one pouring the champagne." Back home the reaction was even more overwhelming. CCTV's midday sports program devoted a full minute to Chen Feng's buzzer beater. 6 of the top 10 trending topics belonged to Chen Feng. Someone posted a long article on a forum titled, "From Undrafted to Christmas Night Buzzer Beater Against the Heat. What has Chen Feng been through this half-season?" The replies stretched over 100 pages. One user summarized it perfectly. Kobe is talent, Wade is speed, O'Neal is power. What is Chen Feng? Chen Feng is unreasonable. Did you notice? The media is now comparing Chen Feng alongside Kobe, O'Neal, and Wade. One post read, "Not comparing him to rookies, not comparing him to role players, but to top 10 league players and all-time legendary superstars." Someone replied beneath it, "Because he already is one." Another commented, "Please, I'm still teary-eyed." And across other Asian countries, Chen Feng's popularity was equally explosive. The Lakers already rank among the NBA teams with the largest Asian fan base, and with Kobe as the league's top player on the same roster plus the fan foundation Yao Ming built in Houston, Chen Feng's emergence set the entire Asian basketball world ablaze. In South Korea, forums erupted into fierce debate. How can Chen Feng be this good, and there's also a towering center like Yao Ming? When will our Korean men's basketball team ever dominate Asia? That post shot to the front page with comments full of lament. Forget Chen Feng, we can't even guard Yao Ming. I've watched the replay of Chen Feng's game winner 20 times. It's simply not human. Chinese basketball is going to dominate Asia for the next 20 years. Others tried to console themselves. Chen Feng plays the American style. It has nothing to do with Chinese youth development. The mood in Japan was quite different. Japanese fans have always adored NBA superstars. Kobe's popularity in Japan was already astronomically high, and now Chen Feng had joined the mix. Kobe's teammate, obviously not an ordinary player. Chen Feng's passing has that Magic Johnson flair. He and Yao Ming are the 2 strongest players in Asia. Some even noticed Chen Feng's looks. How handsome is Chen Feng? Are all Chinese players this good looking now? I'm officially a Lakers fan starting today. A Japanese female fan's comment rose to the top. He's even more handsome than Kobe. Surprisingly, Kobe's fans didn't push back. Southeast Asia was even more direct. On a Philippine fan forum, someone posted, "Chen Feng is the greatest point guard in the history of Asian basketball." Nobody disagreed. A Thai sports news outlet paired Chen Feng and Yao Ming together under the headline, "The Golden Age of Asian Basketball." On Indonesian social media, an influencer imitated Chen Feng's game-winner celebration, and the video surpassed 1 million views. The comments were filled with nothing but EOAC. Back in South Korea, after a night of heated debate, someone finally posted a summary. "Every time I see this news I can't help but feel like this world isn't quite real. How can Chen Feng be compared to Kobe and Wade?" That post was later shared by Korean fans onto a Chinese forum, where Chinese fans read it and burst out laughing. Koreans are finally facing reality. Not real. You'll get used to it. This is only Chen Feng's first year. Wait until later, it'll get even more unbelievable. After the game, the press conference began. Kobe sat on stage beside Phil Jackson. Only the 2 of them represented the Lakers that day. "Kobe, may I ask why Chen didn't attend today's press conference? Was it because he hit the game winner and stole your spotlight?" Kobe glanced at the reporter. "No. Chen let us know ahead of time that he had prior commitments after the game." What kind of commitment is more important than a post-game press conference? Is it really important, or is it something you arranged with him? You can ask him yourself. Kobe's voice began to drop. Kobe, do you consider yourself particularly fortunate? Yes, we've all seen Chin's improvement, and I'm very glad the team signed him. I'm not talking about that kind of fortune. Tonight your last shot missed. Chun grabbed the rebound and sank the three-pointer for the game winner. In the 2000 finals you averaged 2 points and 1 rebound, while O'Neal posted 40 points and 24 rebounds. There was always a teammate stepping up to cover for you. Hiding your missed final shot, your 2 points and 1 rebound since you ultimately won the game. Don't you think you're exceptionally fortunate? Excuse me? Kobe, without O'Neal you never won a championship. Without Chin you wouldn't have made the playoffs last season. Yet you always seem to run into these incredibly talented teammates. May I ask if you have a special talent for surrounding yourself with greatness? Good grief. Kobe simply grabbed his belongings and left. After the Christmas game ended, Los Angeles was still brightly lit. The cheers at Staples had faded, but the air still carried the scent of confetti and champagne. Chun Fong emerged from the player tunnel. A few fans waiting at the entrance screamed upon seeing him. He waved and swiftly walked toward the parking lot. Bingbing was already standing by his black SUV, her hair tied in a ponytail wrapped tightly in an off-white coat. Seeing Chun Fong approach, she smiled and said, "How are you slower than me?" Took a shower. Men shower fast. 15 minutes is fast. Chun Fong chose not to respond. He pressed the key and the car lights flashed twice. Bingbing opened the passenger door and got in as naturally as if it were her own car. Jia Keqing and Jia Telly stuck their heads out from another black commercial vehicle. Jia Keqing, wearing a baseball cap, shouted to Chun Fong, "Xiao Chin will drive behind you. I know that place. Brother Long, keep closed, don't get lost. I know Los Angeles better than you." Jia Keqing laughed and pulled back. Jia Telly in the passenger seat waved to Chun Fong, who nodded in return. Coach Zhang and Yu Jia walked over from the elevator. Coach Zhang was still wearing his live broadcast suit, his tie half loosened, the flush still on his face. Yu Jia followed behind, adjusting his glasses. "Xiao Chin will hitch a ride with you, don't mind." Coach Zhang opened the rear door and sat down heavily. "Coach Zhang, you've already sat down, why ask me?" Being polite, being polite. Coach Zhang patted the seat. "This car is nice, comfortable to sit in." Chun Fong started the engine, and the black SUV slowly drove out of the parking lot. "Where are we eating?" Bingbing asked. "I booked a Chinese restaurant." Chun Fong shook his phone. "I know the owner, a Chinese man. He waited specially for us to finish the game before closing. Chinese food at this hour. Money can get anything." Chun Feng's car turned into a quiet small street and stopped in front of a Chinese restaurant called Old Place. The storefront was modest, with 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance, strikingly conspicuous in midnight Los Angeles. Chun Fong parked and turned off the engine. As Bingbing unbuckled her seatbelt, her hair slid over her shoulder, covering half her face. The owner, a Chinese man in his 50s, surnamed Lin, stood at the door in an apron waiting. Seeing Chun Fong, his eyes lit up, and he rushed forward with great enthusiasm. Chun Fong. Chun Fong. Boss Lin rubbed his hands excitedly. "I just watched the live broadcast. Your game-winning shot almost made me smash the TV. Uncle Lin, don't get so excited." Chun Fong smiled and shook hands with Boss Lin. "Sorry for the trouble keeping you open so late." "No trouble at all." Boss Lin ushered the group inside. "You coming here makes this place a sacred ground. I'll have to put the chair you sat on under a glass case." Chun Fong was taken aback. "That's not necessary, right?" "It is." Boss Lin led the way, his tone utterly serious. "Tomorrow I'll print your photo and hang it on the wall. From now on, every Chinese fan visiting Los Angeles will have to check in here." Yu Jia whispered behind. Coach Zhang learned from him. "That's a true fan." Coach Zhang snorted. "I was commentating before you even joined CCTV. Besides, do you think the boss is just a fan? Who knows how good this place's business will become?" Yu Jia thought about it, found it reasonable, and shut up. The private room was on the second floor, small but clean. Several cold dishes were already set on the round table, chopsticks and bowls neatly arranged. Outside the window, Los Angeles was brightly lit, and the distant Staples Center had merged into the night. The group took their seats, and dishes began to arrive. Boss Lin personally served, never missing a chance to compliment. "Chun Fong, this fish was specially reserved for you. Wild grouper flown in from the Far East." "Uncle Lin, you're too kind." "It's my pleasure." Once all dishes were served, Boss Lin tactfully withdrew and closed the door. Jia Keqing raised his glass first. "Come, a toast to Xiao Chun. Today's Christmas game, the game-winning shot against the Heat, brought honor to the Chinese people." "Brother Long, don't say that. I just played a game." Chun Fong raised his glass. Jia Telly also raised his glass. "Christmas game winner in Los Angeles. Even Hollywood movies wouldn't dare to script that." Coach Zhang added, "Xiao Chin's mentality is truly big-hearted. Look at that final shot. White chocolate was right in his face. Wade was charging in. Anyone else would have panicked. He didn't panic. He caught the ball, shot in one smooth motion. That's the difference between a superstar and an ordinary player." Coach Zhang's hand trembled as he raised his glass. "I've commentated basketball for 20 years. This game, I'll boast about it for a lifetime." Yu Jia laughed beside him. "Coach Zhang, drink less. You have to commentate the Rockets game in Houston tomorrow. No broadcast tomorrow." Coach Zhang downed the drink. "I'll take the day off tomorrow." The group burst into laughter. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Jia Keqing took a bite of food, put down his chopsticks, and looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Chun, when you made that game-winning shot, what were you thinking? Chen Feng thought for a moment. Nothing. Nothing. Jia Keqing clearly didn't believe. Such a crucial shot, and you thought of nothing. Really nothing. Chen Feng put down his chopsticks. When the ball came to me, there was only 1 or 2 seconds left. No time to think. Just instinct, catch and shoot. Jia Telly nodded beside him. That's the highest level. Overthinking leads to missing. Martial arts is the same. When you throw a punch, you can't think. If you think, you become slow. When I was filming Rumble in the Bronx, I jumped from a rooftop onto an air cushion below. The director told me to think before jumping. I said I couldn't think. If I thought, I wouldn't dare to jump. Chen Feng's shot is the same. Jia Keqing agreed. You jumped from a rooftop, I made a shot. How are they the same? Chen Feng laughed. Same. Both involve not thinking. The atmosphere was lively. Bing Bing sat beside Chen Feng, mostly silent, just listening with a smile. She picked up a piece of fish and put it in Chen Feng's bowl, her gesture very natural. Brother Long, brother Jia, you two are iconic figures of China. I grew up watching your martial arts films. What are your plans next? Jia Keqing put down his chopsticks. Next week the new film Robin Hood starts shooting. Now that we've watched the game, I'm heading back to Hong Kong to begin filming. He suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening as he looked at Chen Feng, as if seeing a box office goldmine. Xiao Chen, would you like to come in for a cameo role? I tell you, making movies is fun and very simple. Me? Chen Feng pointed at himself in confusion. I can't do it. I've never acted before. Chen Feng declined, his tone sincere, not just modesty. He really had no experience. Only a few ads with no expression. At that moment he felt a gentle touch on his calf. Looking down, he saw a pair of slender feet lightly resting against his leg. She gently pressed her foot against his calf, a soft and unhurried motion. The dim light caught a subtle gleam from her footwear. Chen Feng looked up. Bing Bing was gazing at him with beautiful eyes full of expectation, her lips slightly pursed, as if waiting for his answer. Chen Feng took a deep breath and averted his gaze. Brother Long, I can't. Isn't there last year's 100 Flowers Award Best Actress here? Chen Feng gestured with his chin toward Bing Bing. Bing Bing heard him finally mention her. She lifted her head slightly, and under the table her foot shifted gently. Jia Keqing glanced at Bing Bing and hesitated. To be honest, the film's female lead is already confirmed and contracted. The mainland's De Meiyuan and Hong Kong's Zhe Sa. Bing Bing can't just come in for a random cameo, right? Bing Bing's eyes dimmed at Jia Keqing's words, but she still wore a smile, though it was a bit forced. Under the table her foot paused on Chen Feng's knee, then moved gently up and down in a soothing rhythm. Her foot continued its gentle motion, pressing softly against his knee. Xiao Chen, this film is invested by Emperor Entertainment, 160 million Hong Kong dollars. It's not entirely up to me. Jia Keqing continued, his tone apologetic. Brother Long, who doesn't know that in your films the lead is always you? Isn't it all up to you? Chen Feng said. Jia Keqing was taken aback, then rubbed his nose. The main issue is that filming starts next week. All personnel, locations, props are ready. Adding a female lead at the last minute. I don't have that much influence to pacify the investors. He paused, then looked at Chen Feng with a shrewd gleam. Unless you agree to do a cameo. I believe the investors would be willing to modify the script and add a female lead if they know we can get you for a cameo. Jia Keqing grew more animated, gesturing enthusiastically. I can promise you, just one scene, a cameo with a fee of $1 million. Then I'll convince Emperor and the director to revise the script and add a female lead. How about that? He looked at Chen Feng expectantly. He was now China's top star with immense popularity. Any film with his involvement was bound to succeed. 1 million was a bargain. Bing Bing became excited at Jia Keqing's words. Under the table her foot moved more quickly against his leg, sliding from knee to thigh and back. Chen Feng felt her foot moving persistently against his leg. Coach Zhang Yujia and Jia Telly remained silent, eating quietly, so as not to disturb Chen Feng's decision. Coach Zhang's hand trembled as he picked up food. The alcohol was taking effect. Well, Brother Long, let me think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow, okay? Chen Feng said after a moment. Although filming starts next week, one night is still fine. Jia Keqing raised his glass, wishing Xiao Chen even greater success and a championship soon. Jia Telly also raised his glass, wishing Chinese basketball a bright future. Coach Zhang Yujia, Bing Bing, and Chen Feng joined in raising their glasses. They clinked glasses in a lively toast. Coach Zhang's hand shook as he toasted, spilling half his drink, but he didn't mind and downed it in one gulp. After finishing the drinks and food, Jia Keqing stood up and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, call me when you've decided. I'll wait for your news. Sure, Brother Long. Jia Keqing glanced back at Chen Feng as he opened the car door. Xiao Chen, please take care of Bing Bing. Our car is full. He looked at Yu Jia and Coach Zhang. They would ride back to the hotel with Jia Keqing. Jia Telly added from the passenger seat. Bing Bing, let Xiao Chen take you back to the hotel. Chen Feng nodded and said goodbye to the group. He returned to his car, started the engine, and turned on the heater. Bing Bing sat in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and adjusted the seat back for more comfort. Bing Bing, which hotel are you staying at? I'll take you there, Chen Feng said. Bing Bing didn't reply. She leaned down, unbuckled her high heels, kicked them off onto the floor mat, then lifted her legs and rested them gently on Chunfeng's lap. Her feet were slender, softly illuminated by the car's dim interior light. Her toes wiggled slightly as if greeting him. Bing Bing, Chunfeng said, his voice a little hoarse. Bing Bing still didn't speak. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes holding a hint of a smile, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Her hand rested on the armrest, her fingertips tapping lightly twice. Chunfeng glanced at her, then at her feet resting on his leg. He shifted gear, turned the steering wheel, and drove not toward the hotel, but toward his own home. The next morning at 10, Chunfeng was awakened by a phone call from his agent Bob. He had partied until late the previous night and was still groggy. The phone on the nightstand buzzed insistently. Chunfeng groggily reached over, squinting at the screen. Bob, the third missed call. Chun, you finally picked up. Bob's voice came through the receiver, bubbling with excitement. It happened. It finally happened. You're going to make a fortune. Chunfeng pulled the phone slightly away and rubbed his eyes. Keep it down, will you? My ears aren't deaf. Nike. After several rounds of negotiation, Nike offered you a 7-year, $70 million sneaker contract. Your performance in last night's Christmas Eve game was absolutely flawless. Your face is everywhere, front pages, magazine covers, trending searches. It's all you. Chunfeng leaned back against the headboard and glanced at Bing Bing, still asleep beside him. She lay on her stomach, hair fanned across the pillow, exposing her smooth shoulders and bare back. The memories of the previous night were still fresh in his mind. And Adidas, Bob continued, offering 7 years at $75 million, $5 million more than Nike for the same term. Reebok, Converse, and several other brands have all sent their latest bids. You've become the hottest commodity in town, Chun. All right, I get it. Chunfeng let out a yawn. It's still short of LeBron's 7-year, $90 million deal. What's there to get so excited about? LeBron was the #1 overall pick, America's golden boy. Your offer is already quite substantial. Then keep negotiating. Chunfeng said, I can't possibly come in under LeBron James, right? Remember, I bring the entire Asian market to the table. I don't believe they can ignore that opportunity. All right, I'll go negotiate now. But Chun, Nike and Adidas should be your best options. They carry real weight in the league. Behind these brands are influencers who can sway all-star voting and all-NBA team selections. Got it. Chunfeng hung up and tossed the phone onto the bed. He recalled that Kobe was also with Nike. Originally, Kobe had been an Adidas-signed athlete before switching brands. He couldn't recall the details perfectly, but it wouldn't hurt to call the veteran for advice. He dialed Kobe's number. The call rang 4 or 5 times before being answered. The moment the call connected, the rhythmic thumping of a basketball against the hardwood floor echoed through the receiver. Hey, old man Kobe. Chunfeng reclined against the headboard, his tone lazy. I'm not trying to lecture you, but you just had an intense game yesterday. Today's your day off. Why not spend time with your wife and kids? Why push yourself so hard when you should be resting? Get to the point. Kobe's voice came through the receiver, heavy with breathlessness, clearly having just finished a training session. Can't you be more tactful about this? Chunfeng chuckled. Let me tell you something about my sneaker contract. Nike offered me 7 years at $70 million and Adidas came in at $75 million for the same term. Old man Kobe, do you remember what your original deal was? I think it was 5 years for $45 million, $9 million a year, right? Help me calculate what my annual rate works out to. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line, followed by Kobe's voice edged with sharpness. Are you seriously showing off to me? No, I'm genuinely asking for your advice. You're my senior after all, with more experience than I can count. You make $10 million a year. Satisfied now? If your math isn't strong enough, go find a calculator. Don't waste my airtime. Only $10 million. That's just $1 million more than yours. Chunfeng deliberately drawled out his words. Chunfeng. Kobe's voice darkened. Do you really think you're so clever? I suppose so. Let me tell you something. Sneaker contracts aren't about how much you make per year, they're about whether you deserve it. You've only played half a season and you're already getting these numbers because you got lucky. When I signed with Nike, I already had 3 championships. 3. Count them. How many do you have? Chunfeng touched his nose, deciding not to engage with that remark. 0 compared to 3. He could handle that arithmetic. Setting aside his joking tone, he asked, I actually wanted to ask you, why did you switch from Adidas to Nike back then? Kobe caught his breath, seemingly pausing to take a sip of water. At that time, Adidas was putting all their resources into Tracy McGrady. I was the face of 3 consecutive championships, yet they gave McGrady the best advertising spots, the premier colorways, and top promotion. Me, I came second. Would you accept being number 2 after winning 3 titles? So you left? I did. Kobe said. Things are different now. McGrady's performance has declined due to injuries and Adidas doesn't have many franchise players left to rely on. If you sign with them now, they'll pour all their resources into you. You might actually get better terms than I did back then. What about Nike? Nike is a North American brand with greater influence in the United States. But on the flip side, they have more stars under contract. Jordan, LeBron, myself. After dividing those resources among everyone, you'll need to calculate what's left for you. Kobe thought for a moment before adding, though Nike shoe designs are more appealing. You won't feel embarrassed wearing them out. Chunfeng smiled. So you're recommending I go with the better looking options, hey? I'm suggesting you make your own choice. Don't end up like me back then being treated as second fiddle. Alright old man, I understand. Chen Feng said. But you should also take time to rest and be with your family instead of just training nonstop. Take care of yourself. With that, Kobe hung up. Chen Feng placed his phone back on the nightstand and lay down. Before he could settle, an arm reached over and wrapped around his neck. Bing Bing had woken up. Her face was buried in the pillow, eyes still closed, hair splayed across her cheeks. Her voice carried the husky laziness of just waking. What were you just saying? 70 million. When did your English get so good? Chen Feng turned his head to look at her. I only caught the $70 million. Yeah. A sneaker contract. Still unsigned. Multiple brands are currently making offers. Bing Bing's eyes widened instantly. She propped herself up, the blanket slipping away, but she didn't bother to adjust it. Both her arms wrapped around Chen Feng's neck, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. 70 million. In US dollars? Yes. How much would that be in renminbi? Bing Bing's voice shifted noticeably. Do the math yourself. With the exchange rate around 8 something, it's roughly 5 to 600 million. For a moment Bing Bing's mind went blank, then she planted a loud kiss on Chen Feng's cheek. Still unsatisfied, she kissed him again and draped her entire body over his. What are you doing? Chen Feng laughed, shifting backward to create some distance. When I filmed the phone, my fee was only 800 yuan. 800,000. After the company took their cut and taxes were deducted, I ended up with just 387000. That was actually my highest paying role. Bing Bing counted on her fingers. And back when I started filming My Fair Princess, the entire series only earned me 300 yuan. That's enough. Chen Feng patted her back gently. There are still many people earning only 1,000 yuan a month nowadays. He added, my contract isn't finalized yet anyway. 70 million. And in US dollars. Bing Bing's eyes sparkled like stars as she muttered to herself. I could act my entire life and never earn that much. So you need to hold on to me tight. Chen Feng smiled and pinched her cheek. Bing Bing didn't respond, instead burying her face against his chest and nuzzling affectionately. After a while she lifted her head. By the way, who were you talking to? You mentioned Adidas and Nike. Do all basketball stars make this much money? Only top-tier stars make that kind of money. Most role players earn a few $100,000 annually, and after taxes there's not much left. They play for a few years and then retire. Are you a top-tier player now? Chen Feng considered this for a moment. After last night, I suppose I am. Bing Bing smiled and kissed him again. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest, before she suddenly spoke. My contract has 1 year left. With Huai Brothers? Yes. Bing Bing's voice softened. If I renew, the terms will be even more restrictive. If I don't, I'm not sure where I'll end up. Chen Feng looked down at her. When your contract expires, start your own agency, or set up a personal studio. Be your own boss, sign other actors, and avoid being exploited by a company. Bing Bing's eyes flickered with interest, a hint of temptation in her heart. Easier said than done. Starting a company requires capital. I'll invest in you. Chen Feng said casually. I'll put in 10 million yuan when the time comes. You provide the talent, and we can discuss the equity split. Bing Bing perked up at these words, and was about to pounce on him to kiss him, but Chen Feng reached out to gently stop her. Wait, there's one condition. What condition? Remember to pay your taxes. Don't end up in trouble after the company is set up. That's something I can't help you with. Bing Bing burst out laughing and playfully punched his chest. Are you jinxing me? I'm just reminding you. Many celebrities have gotten into trouble over tax issues. We shouldn't make such a basic mistake. Bing Bing didn't respond verbally, instead pressing her lips directly against his in a passionate kiss. Chen Feng struggled to catch his breath as she kissed him relentlessly, finally managing to pull back slightly. Alright. If we keep this up, we'll both get overheated. Bing Bing wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes shining. The investment in the studio you mentioned earlier, are they really happening? Absolutely. Then what about agreeing to make a cameo for Long Goa? Chen Feng sighed. You want me to go too? Instead of answering directly, Bing Bing shifted positions and pressed her body against his, resting her chin on his shoulder with a soft murmuring voice. If you join the project, I can be the female lead. Long Go mentioned they'd rewrite the script to add a leading role if you cameo. Wouldn't you want to see us sharing the silver screen together? Besides, I want to make films with you. When people ask about our first collaboration, we can say it's the 160 million yuan epic from Emperor Motion Pictures. That sounds impressive. How will the media describe it? Chen Feng makes his crossover debut alongside Bing Bing in Jackie Chan's blockbuster. I've already thought of the headline for you. Chen Feng pondered this for a moment. So you're asking me to make a cameo appearance specifically so you can land the female lead role? Just treat it as a fun little project. Bing Bing began to pout affectionately. Chen Feng placed his phone back on the nightstand and turned to look at Bing Bing. I can agree to Long Ji's request. Bing Bing gazed at Chen Feng with intense warmth in her eyes. However, Chen Feng reached out and gently cupped her chin. You need to promise me one thing. What thing? Let's take some photos together as a keepsake. Bing Bing didn't immediately understand. What kind of photos? Chen Feng retrieved a camera from the nightstand drawer and waved it in front of her. Bing Bing's face instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. You're perverted. If you don't want to, that's fine. Chun Feng pretended to put the camera back. Bing Bing bit her lip, alternating her gaze between the camera and Chun Feng's face. Her mind raced through the possibilities. 10 million yuan investment, a studio, the female lead role, the 70 million sneaker deal, 5 to 600 million in renminbi, and the 160 million yuan Hong Kong blockbuster production. You? What exactly do you want to shoot? Just a few photos. Chun Feng smiled. I'll keep them private. Won't share them with anyone. Don't you trust me? Bing Bing bit her lower lip, her face burning red like a cooked crab. After a long pause, as if mustering tremendous courage, she finally said, then make sure you take good pictures. Don't worry about it. Click. You? If you dare show these to anyone, I'll. Then what would you do? Bing Bing buried her face in the quilt, her voice muffled. Master, everything about me is now in your hands. Please keep them safe. If they ever get leaked, I won't be able to live with myself. Chun Feng locked the camera in the drawer and patted her back gently. Rest assured, I'm the only one who will see them. Bing Bing peeked her head out from under the covers, her eyes slightly reddened, looking both pitiful and adorable. Then, Master, you'll have to take responsibility for me from now on. True to her reputation as a temptress, she always knew exactly how to captivate a man and keep him devoted. Chun Feng reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Bing Bing nestled against his chest like a docile cat. Chun Feng smiled. He picked up his phone and dialed Jackie Chan's number. Long Gu, I've agreed to the cameo. Xiao Chun. Really? You've agreed? I have. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll have the screenwriter revise the script right away. Don't worry. I'll make sure your role is prominent and memorable. Once we finish filming, we'll just come back to shoot a few extra scenes with you. It won't interfere with your basketball schedule. Chun Feng glanced at Bing Bing. I won't ask for payment for my cameo. Instead, give Bing Bing the female lead role at a salary of $1 million. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line, then Jackie Chan's cheerful laugh came through. Huh. Excellent. Excellent. I understand perfectly. No problem at all. The female lead will be Bing Bing with a $1 million salary. I'll have the screenwriter work through the night to revise the script and expand her role. Rest assured. Thank you, Long Gu. What are you thanking me for? I should be the one thanking you for agreeing to make a cameo. Your star power alone will boost box office revenue by at least 100 million. It's settled then. No backing out. It's settled. After hanging up, Bing Bing pounced on him, entirely pinning Chun Feng onto the bed and covering his face with kisses and lipstick marks. Chun Feng struggled to evade her passionate advances. Gently, gently. Over 8 million yuan. Bing Bing cradled his face in her hands, her eyes shining like stars. My worth has instantly increased tenfold. Do you have any idea what that means? Bing Bing spent the entire day with Chun Feng in Los Angeles. Though they were together, they didn't really do much. They nestled on the sofa and watched 2 movies. One of them starred Bing Bing herself, and she covered her face, saying, "Don't watch, my acting is so awkward." The other was a Hollywood action film. Bing Bing fell asleep halfway through, her head resting on Chun Feng's shoulder, a tiny bit of drool almost reaching his shirt. Chun Feng remained still, finishing the movie, then gently adjusted her head to make her sleep more comfortably. In the afternoon, Chun Feng took her to a secluded Japanese restaurant. Bing Bing relished some salmon belly and sea urchin, her lips glossy with oil as she rummaged with her chopsticks. Chun Feng slid his own portion over to her. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight eating like this? Chun Feng asked. I'll diet before filming, Bing Bing replied without looking up. There are still a few days. Can you really lose weight in a few days? You don't understand women. Bing Bing finally raised her head, holding a piece of salmon between her chopsticks and waving it in front of him. We have a special skill. Starve for 3 days, lose 5 pounds. After the meal, they strolled along the street for about 10 minutes. The Los Angeles winter was mild, the sun pleasant, and the palm trees swayed gently in the breeze. Bing Bing, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, linked her arm with Chun Feng's, walking slowly. Occasionally people turned to look at them. I'm leaving tomorrow, Bing Bing said. Have you settled things with Brother Long? Yes, you can sign the contract when you get back. In the evening, they had just returned home. Before the door was fully closed, Bing Bing rose on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Chun Feng's neck, and pressed her lips to his. There was no tentative exploration. It was as if she had been holding back all day, eager to embrace him. Chun Feng stepped back from the kiss, his back hitting the wall, as Bing Bing pressed close like a cat that had caught its prey, refusing to let go. Catching his breath, Chun Feng looked down at her. Didn't you say you're leaving tomorrow? What's the rush? Leaving tomorrow, so why not seize the moment now? Bing Bing bit her lip, her gaze tender, her hand already slipping under his shirt. Then let me close the door first. Reluctantly, Bing Bing released him, and Chun Feng reached back to shut the door, the lock clicking shut. Bing Bing pounced on him again, this time with more vigor, pushing him onto the sofa and straddling his lap, looking down at him from above. Bing Bing, shouldn't we focus on our careers? How can we indulge in pleasure all day? Chun Feng said, steadying her waist. And you're telling me this now? Bing Bing laughed, then gently bit his neck. Not hard, just a tickling sensation. Chun Feng sighed, a hint of wistful resignation in his eyes. After some time, the living room grew quiet. Bing Bing lay on Chun Feng's chest, her hair scattered across him. Neither of them moved. Bing Bing's fingers traced slow circles on his chest. Chen Feng. What do you think we are? Chen Feng thought for a moment. Strategic partners, eh? Bing Bing raised her head and glared at him. You're the partner. Then what do you think we are, eh? Bing Bing stared at him for 2 seconds, then buried her face in his chest again. Never mind, let's not talk about it. Chen Feng pulled her closer. The next day, he didn't see Bing Bing off. He had training in the afternoon, then a flight to Cleveland for a game against the Cavaliers. Bob called while Chen Feng was having breakfast. 2 eggs, a glass of milk, a bowl of oatmeal. A standard athlete's meal. Chen, the shoe deal isn't going well. Bob's voice sounded subdued. Nike is firm. They say LeBron's rookie contract of 7 years and $90 million was the highest ever, and they can't break that for another rookie. Chen Feng took a sip of milk. What about Adidas? Adidas seems interested. They're still deliberating, but their attitude is more positive than Nike's. They want to make a decision after you play the Cavaliers on the road. What does playing the Cavs have to do with them? LeBron, Bob said. Adidas wants to see you go head-to-head with LeBron. If you perform as well as you did on Christmas, or even better, they might raise their offer. Alright, I understand. LeBron. Cavaliers. Cleveland. Ding. Mission updated the magnesium powder box choice. Chen Feng paused. Mission. Magnesium powder box. What magnesium powder box? LeBron James has a habit of tossing magnesium powder before games. The host can choose one of the following tasks during the game against the Cavaliers. 3 options appeared on the screen. 1. Steal LeBron's magnesium powder box and hide it. Reward 1,000 joy points. 2. Replace the magnesium powder with pepper. Reward 2,000 joy points. 3. Replace it with a certain unpleasant substance. Reward 3,000 joy points. Chen Feng stared at the screen for a moment, a single thought in his mind. System, are you messing with me again? The host may choose not to accept the mission or select mission 1. Why are the rewards for missions 2 and 3 higher? Because the risk is higher. Pepper would make LeBron sneeze, affecting his game. The unpleasant substance, the host should understand. It's to the point where LeBron might chase after you. Chen Feng fell silent after hearing that. Choosing mission 1 carried little risk. At worst, he could apologize to LeBron after the game and pass it off as a joke. Missions 2 and 3 were a bit dangerous. He might not even make it out of the Quicken Loans arena. But 1,000 joy points. Chen Feng stared at the 3 numbers on the screen, then at missions 2 and 3, lost in thought. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. A difference of 2 times. Not a small amount. His mind began to wander, replacing the magnesium powder with pepper. LeBron would walk to the scorer's table, grab the box as usual, and rub it on his hands. The texture would feel off, the powder a bit pungent. He wouldn't think much of it, then clap his hands together and toss the powder toward the crowd with a dramatic flourish. Then instead of white magnesium powder, a grayish choking cloud would explode like a chemical smoke bomb had been set off on the court. Mission 3 was even more extreme. The unpleasant substance. He dared not think too deeply about it, but just the beginning nearly made him laugh and grimace. LeBron would rub it, then toss it, and the air would be filled with that color and that smell. If it happened to land on a few people. That image was too vivid to imagine. Too ruthless. Ruthless enough that Chen Feng felt a flicker of temptation. But 3,000 joy points. 3,000. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and silently murmured to himself, LeBron, don't blame me. I'm too eager to improve. December 28th, 7 p.m., Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland. Lakers vs. Cavaliers. When the arena DJ announced point guard Chen Feng from China, the entire atmosphere of the arena shifted instantly. SHHHHH. A piercing whistle erupted from the Cavaliers fans, a month's worth of pent-up frustration squeezing out from the depths of their throats. A man in the front row raised his half-finished beer above his head toward the player tunnel and shouted, "It's you, kid. You dare mess with LeBron. Get out of Cleveland. Go back to Los Angeles. You're not welcome here." Curses, boos, and jeers rained down on the number 35 sprinting out of the tunnel. Chen Feng remained composed, keeping his head down as he jogged onto the court, without glancing once at the stands. After all, they weren't wrong to boo him. Chen Feng had indeed provoked LeBron. Is this guy deaf? Someone slammed their seat in frustration. What is he laughing at? Does he dare to laugh? Next, the Cavaliers began their entrance. From the tunnel, players in wine-red jerseys emerged one by one. Larry Hughes, Mo Williams, Big Z, Eric Snow. All of them drew cheers as they came out, but those cheers were merely an appetizer. Because the main event hadn't arrived yet. The arena lights suddenly dimmed, focusing on the tunnel exit. Over 20,000 fans roared so loudly it seemed the dome might be shaken apart, accompanied by screams rising and falling throughout the stands. James appeared. He didn't walk out, he strode. He broke from the group with a sudden, forceful step. That step was large and heavy, his sole striking the floor with a dull thud like a drumbeat resounding through the entire arena. His wine-red jersey accentuated his towering muscular frame. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, every muscle line clearly defined under the lights. His chin tilted slightly upward, his gaze sweeping over the stands from above like a ruler surveying his domain. Every corner of the Quicken Loans arena was within his line of sight. At least that's how he carried himself. He walked slowly. Each step landed on beat, his stride steady, and weighty long legs taking measured paces without haste. His sneakers squeaked against the hardwood, scree scree. A crisp rhythm like war drums beating. The surrounding noise seemed to part for him. The fans' cheers didn't fade. They climbed to new heights with each of his steps. LeBron, LeBron, LeBron. 20,000 voices merged into a single wave of sound crashing from every direction, echoing throughout the entire arena. Some held up King James signs, others waved Cavaliers flags, some covered their mouths in excitement, tears welling in their eyes. The child of Cleveland, the pride of Akron, the emperor of the Cavaliers. James reached the scorer's table and stopped. The crowd's roar intensified, nearly shaking the ceiling panels. He tilted his head slightly, glanced at the stands, his lips unmoving, but his chin rising higher. Then he extended his hand, long fingers resting on the lid of the magnesium powder box. This was his ritual. Before every home game, he would reach into the box, rub a handful between his palms, and toss it into the air. The white powder scattered under the spotlight like snowflakes, like divine light, like a coronation ceremony for a monarch. The entire league tried to imitate him, but no one could perform this simple act with such commanding presence. The arena fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew what was about to happen. Camera lenses zoomed in, and on the big screen James's hand appeared, fingers gripping the box lid. James took a deep breath, flipped his wrist, the lid opened. His hand reached inside. The feel was wrong. The magnesium powder should have been fine, dry, and slick. But today this handful felt slightly sticky, and warm, and a bit gritty. James frowned slightly and glanced down into the box. All 20,000 pairs of eyes in the arena were fixed on him, waiting for that ball of white powder to bloom under the spotlight. The commentator had already prepared his line, LeBron James the chalk toss. And then, James's movement froze. As if someone had pressed pause, his entire body went rigid in an instant, his arms suspended in midair, his hand still inside the box, standing like a sculpture. His eyes widened, his mouth opening slightly, then closing, then opening again, then closing, like a fish thrown onto shore. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, from confusion to shock, from shock to something indescribable. Part disgust, part anger, part utter disbelief. Inside the magnesium powder box was a brown, viscous, ominously smelling mass. Not magnesium powder. It was definitely something else entirely. The arena fell silent for a second. What's wrong with him? Someone whispered. What's in the chalk box? James slowly withdrew his hand from the box, his fingers coated in the substance, sticky and stretching. He looked down at his hand, then at the box, then back at his hand. His expression screamed, who am I? Where am I? What exactly is on my hand? On the commentator desk, Kenny Smith also noticed something was wrong and leaned toward the screen. Wait, what is that? That's not magnesium powder. Barkley jumped to his feet. What is that thing? It looks like... No, it can't be that, right? Kenny Smith held back laughter. I think it is. Impossible. Who did this? James finally snapped out of it, violently shaking his hand and flinging the substance onto the floor. Then he glanced at the technical staff. The staff members looked equally bewildered, raising both hands to signal, it's not me, I don't know. The entire crowd shifted from silence to hushed whispers. James stood at the scorer's table, his hands still dangling in midair, wearing an expression of pure bewilderment, like he had no idea who he was or what he was doing. He glanced down at his hand, then at the substance on the floor, then back at the magnesium powder box. Then his gaze snapped up, scanning the entire arena like a searchlight, from the Lakers bench to the sideline fans, from the stands to the referee desk. That look translated to who did this, but his expression maintained the calm of a professional athlete, only his lip twitching, his nostrils flaring, the vein at his temple pulsing. Barkley had already collapsed onto the commentary desk, slapping the table. I don't care who did this, I'm sending them a case of wine. This person is a genius. A true genius. Kenny Smith wiped tears from laughing. Charles, who do you think did this? I don't know, but I hope he doesn't get caught. This is the greatest prank in NBA history. At the Chinese broadcast desk, Sun Jinping stared for several seconds, then removed his glasses, wiped them, put them back on, and confirmed he hadn't misread this. What's going on? LeBron's magnesium powder was replaced. Su Jiqing fought back a laugh. Professor Sun, who do you think did this? I don't know, but this prank wasn't cheap. Low harm, but extremely insulting. After saying this, Sun Jinping laughed himself and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. In the center of the court, staff finally snapped into action, rushing over to remove the magnesium powder box. Another staff member handed James a towel. James took it and wiped his hand, then wiped again, then wiped once more, wishing he could scrub the skin right off. His expression had regained composure. A professional athlete's discipline prevented him from losing it on camera. But his wiping motion betrayed him. That force, that frequency, that gritted teeth intensity made it clear he was treating the towel like someone's neck. James handed the towel back to the staff and turned to walk toward the center of the court. His back remained straight, his steps steady. On the Lakers bench, Chin Feng sat with his hands braced on his knees, wearing an innocent expression as he stared at the ceiling, his mouth slightly open, as if to say, this has nothing to do with me. Kobe walked over, glanced down at him, and instead of asking, did you do this, simply said, don't laugh. Then he added, if you laugh, he'll kill you. Above the Quicken Loans arena, the big screen continued replaying the entire sequence. James reaching into the chalk box, his expression freezing, then flinging his hand. Once again, and once more. James stood on the court, hands on his hips, glancing up at the big screen, then turning his head toward the Lakers bench, specifically toward that Asian rookie. Like Kobe, he didn't need any evidence to know. No one else would have the courage to do this. No one else could have pulled this off. After all, this rookie had a long record of offenses. James, usually even-tempered, was barely holding back the urge to finish the job himself. Last time in Los Angeles, he'd caused trouble for him. And now this again. New grievances and old grudges, all converging at once. After the staff cleaned the floor, the game proceeded as normal. It was left to the staff to review the footage and find out who had placed the prank. The Cavaliers' starting lineup: Eric Snow, Larry Hughes, LeBron James, Drew Gooden, and Zydrunas Ilgauskas. The Lakers' starting lineup: Chin Fong, Kobe Bryant, Lamar Odom, Brian Cook, and Chris Mim. Although Kwame Brown had more playing time than Mim was still the starter. Taking advantage of the final moments before the tip-off, Chin Fong accessed the system panel in his mind. The task of giving gifts to children during the previous Christmas game had earned him 300 joy points, plus the 300 from today's magnesium powder box, task totaling 600 points. Chin Fong thought for a moment and decided to invest in his shooting first. He spent 400 joy points, raising his shooting attribute from 90 to 95. With 200 points left, he glanced at his stamina, which was at 80, barely sufficient, but not enough for him to play freely. Camila was about to return. Sharapova was also around, and Bing Bing had gone back to China to film a movie. He had to make up for it. He put all the remaining 200 points into stamina, raising it from 80 to 85. As soon as he closed the panel, the whistle blew. The game officially began. Ilgauskas won the tip-off against Mim, and the Cavaliers attacked first. The fans at the Quicken Loans Arena immediately started cheering as soon as they saw James with the ball. LeBron, show them what you got. Give that rookie a lesson. James held the ball at the top of the arc, guarded by Odom. Bryant was guarding Larry Hughes, while Chin Fong matched up against Eric Snow, a point guard with decent defense, but offense that relied mostly on luck. James did not rush to drive. He looked inside and saw that Ilgauskas had already boxed out Mim, and Gooden was behind Cook. Then he moved. With one explosive step, he muscled his way past Odom toward the paint. Odom gave up half a step, but did not lose his position. James drove to the free throw line, stopped, turned, and passed the ball to Larry Hughes in the corner. Hughes caught the ball. Bryant closed in, but Hughes didn't shoot. He passed to Snow at the top of the arc. Snow dribbled once, found Chin Fong tightly guarding him, and passed the ball back to James. The shot clock was nearly halfway gone. James didn't pass again. He crossed over, squeezed past Odom on the right side, drove to the basket, and with Mim coming to help, James muscled through Mim in the air and scored a left-handed layup. 2-0. After scoring, James didn't celebrate. Instead, he turned and looked at Chin Fong. The look in his eyes was intense, as if he wanted to overwhelm Chin Fong completely. If looks could affect someone, Chin Fong would have felt the pressure 3 times over. Chin Fong realized that James's gaze was truly fierce. It was the first time he had seen James wear his emotions so plainly. He had clearly lost his composure. Considering the prank in Los Angeles and the incident in Cleveland, it was understandable. James withdrew his gaze and ran back to his own half. The Lakers' turn. Chin Fong brought the ball across half-court with Snow pressing up, his hand extended, muttering, "Rookie, your moment won't last long." Chin Fong ignored him and made a signal. Mim came up to set a screen, and Ilgauskas hesitated, not switching out. Chin Fong used the screen to accelerate, drove past Snow in one step, and pulled up for a mid-range jumper near the free throw line. Swish. 2-2. Snow looked back at Ilgauskas, who shrugged as if saying, "I thought you would follow him." At the courtside commentary desk, Kenny Smith nodded. Chin Fong played that pick and roll intelligently. With Ilgauskas stuck inside, his mid-range shot is too steady. Barkley added, "The key is that Snow simply can't guard him. Chin's shooting is too accurate." The Cavaliers' turn. This time James didn't take it himself. He passed the ball inside to Ilgauskas. Ilgauskas backed down against Mim. His 21-meter height advantage undeniable. He turned and made a hook shot. Mim couldn't reach it, and the ball swished through the net. 4-2. After Ilgauskas scored, the Quicken Loans Arena erupted in cheers. The veteran of the 1996 draft class, Cleveland's hero, was in good form today. The Lakers' offense. Chin Fong kept the ball. This time Snow learned his lesson, stepping back a bit, playing for the drive, and giving up the shot. Chin Fong rose directly for a three-pointer. Snow lunged, but it was too late. Swish. 4-5. The Lakers took the lead. Barkley on the commentary desk shook his head. Snow's defensive choice was questionable. It's not a matter of giving Chin Fong the three. If you give him space, he makes it. If you contest, he still makes it. Kenny Smith chuckled. "So what do you suggest?" "There's no way to stop him. Let James guard him." As if hearing the commentators on the next possession, James switched to defend Chin Fong. The atmosphere in the Quicken Loans Arena shifted instantly. The entire crowd rose to their feet, some whistling, others shouting, "Lock him down." Chin Fong didn't force the issue. He passed the ball to Bryant. Bryant faced Larry Hughes, faked a move, rose, and leaned back for a fadeaway. Hughes had a hand in his face, but Bryant's release point was too high. Swish. 4-7. After scoring, Bryant ran back expressionlessly. As he passed James, he said, Your man isn't good enough. James immediately retorted, and your man is. Hope you still say that when you lose next time. The Cavaliers' turn. James dribbled, and this time he didn't pass. He signaled for everyone to clear out. He wanted to isolate Odom. The entire crowd stood up. James dribbled, performed a series of crossovers, then suddenly accelerated. Odom stayed with him, but James lowered his shoulder, muscled half a step, and drove into the paint. Mim came to help, but James didn't avoid him. He collided, jumped, and slammed the ball through the hoop. Boom. 4-9. Actually, the Cavaliers had 4, the Lakers 7. So after James's dunk, it was 6-7. The commentator quickly corrected the score, inwardly relieved that he had caught the mistake in time. The roar of the Quicken Loans arena rose again. Less than halfway through the first quarter, the score seesawed back and forth. The Cavaliers relied on James's driving and Ilgauskas' height inside, while the Lakers depended on Chun Feng's pick and roll and Bryant's isolation plays. Chun Feng ran another pick and roll. This time Ilgauskas switched out Chun Feng, made a crossover, slipped past Ilgauskas, drove into the lane, and facing Gooden's help defense, he passed to Mim under the basket. Mim caught the ball and jumped, but Ilgauskas blocked the shot from behind. The ball bounced out, Bryant grabbed it, and attempted a three-pointer. Clang. Missed. Gooden secured the rebound, and the Cavaliers fast-breaked. James sprinted down the court, received a long pass from Snow, and finished with a one-handed dunk. 8-7. The Cavaliers regained the lead. Phil Jackson called a timeout. Chun Feng walked off the court, took the towel handed by Andrew Bynum, and wiped his face. Bryant sat beside him, took a gulp of Gatorade, and said, "Their big men are too tall, we can't get inside." Chun Feng nodded. "We'll be fine if we hit from outside." "Who will shoot?" "Me." Bryant glanced at him and snorted. "Fine, you shoot. If you miss, you'll practice 500 three-pointers when we get back, not one less." The timeout ended. Chun Feng brought the ball up, and Snow continued to press him. Chun Feng didn't call for a screen. He accelerated past Snow on the right side. Snow followed one step, then Chun Feng stopped, took a step back, and released a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Snow lunged, but it was too late. Swish. 8-10. The Lakers took the lead. After scoring, Chun Feng glanced at James. James was looking back at him. They held eye contact for half a second, then simultaneously looked away. Kenny Smith on the commentary desk remarked, "Chun Feng is on fire today. Snow simply can't guard him, and James can't keep switching. He needs to conserve energy for offense." Barkley added, "That's the Lakers' advantage. With two core players, if you stop one, the other will destroy you." The Cavaliers' turn. James drove and kicked out to Larry Hughes on the perimeter. Hughes shot a three-pointer. Clang. Missed. Mim grabbed the rebound and passed to Chun Feng. Chun Feng advanced to the front court unhurried. He made a signal, and Mim came up to set a screen. Ilgauskas switched. Chun Feng executed a behind-the-back dribble, drove past Ilgauskas on the left side, and as Gooden helped, Chun Feng didn't pass. He jumped not for a jump shot, but for a floater. The ball sailed over Gooden's fingertips, tracing a high arc before dropping into the net. 8-12. The lead stretched to 4 points. On the Cavaliers' side, James assisted Ilgauskas for a dunk under the basket, scoring 2 points. Meanwhile, Bryant was at the right 45-degree angle facing Larry Hughes. He dribbled once, posted up against Hughes, used his shoulder to nudge him back half a step, then turned and faded away. Swish. The ball dropped cleanly through the net. Chun Feng recorded 8 points and 3 assists in the first quarter, while Kobe contributed 6 points, and LeBron added 7 points and 2 rebounds. As the second quarter began, the Lakers fielded Smush Parker, Sasha, Vujasic, Devine, George Lamar Odom, and Kwame Brown. Odom shifted to the power forward position, leading the 4 reserves. Both Kobe and Chun Feng sat on the bench, catching their breath. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron remained on the court, accompanied by Damon Jones, Daniel Gibson, Sasha Pavlovich, and Anderson Varejao. LeBron didn't take a rest in the second quarter. "The Cavaliers are determined to narrow the gap," said Yu Jia from the commentary desk. Coach Zhang nodded. "The Lakers' bench performance during this stretch is crucial. If they can hold the line, the rest of the game will be easier." As the words faded, LeBron caught the ball at the top of the arc, drove past George in one step, and charged toward the basket. Kwame Brown rotated to defend, but LeBron switched hands midair and finished with a left-handed layup, scoring. He also drew a foul on Kwame Brown. A three-point play. LeBron sank the free throw, making the score 24-23. The deficit was now just 1 point. "Well, Coach Zhang, your words seem to have a magical touch," Yu Jia remarked with a wry smile. Coach Zhang fell silent. Parker took the inbound pass, dribbled across the half-court, and passed the ball to Odom. Facing Varejo's flopping defense, Odom ignored it and whipped the ball to Sasha Vujasic in the corner. Vujasic caught it, faked a shot, and Pavlovich jumped. Vujasic leaned into him while tossing the ball toward the rim. The referee's whistle blew, a three-point foul. Vujasic stepped to the line and made all 3 free throws. The score was 27-23. Sasha played that smartly, Kenny Smith praised from the TNT commentary desk. He knew he couldn't hit the shot, so he chose to draw the foul instead. Charles Barkley quickly chimed in, "Drawing a foul is a skill in itself. Chen's leaning jump shot still needs work. That's not drawing a foul, that's the godfather of flopping." Kenny Smith laughed uncontrollably. To be honest, Chen's move looked like a frog being kicked out. The funniest part was him arguing with the ref afterward, and the ref just stared at him utterly speechless. Barkley rubbed his bald head and chuckled. Chin's performance would definitely win an Oscar in Hollywood. If the ref didn't call an offensive foul on him, it would be a disservice to his acting skills. When Chen Feng returned to the court, the Cavaliers led 36-35. Cleveland had brought in Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Instead of forcing an attack, Chen Feng first called for a play. He raised two fingers, signaling for Kwame Brown to set a screen. Varejao switched onto him, and Chen Feng blew past him in one step, driving into the paint. Ilgauskas rotated to help, but Chen Feng tossed the ball above the rim. Kwame Brown took off from the side, caught it with both hands, and slammed it through the hoop. The score became 36-37. Kwame Brown landed, let out a roar, and beat his chest. Chen Feng ran over to high-five him. Kwame, that dunk would even earn applause from Shaq. Great pass. Of course. Chen Feng turned and hustled back on defense. On the Cavaliers' possession, LeBron didn't go for it himself. He passed the ball to Ilgauskas in the post. Ilgauskas backed down Kwame Brown using his height advantage, then turned for a little hook shot. Kwame Brown couldn't reach it, but the ball spun around the rim and popped out. Odom grabbed the rebound and passed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng pushed the ball up court, made a signal for isolation, and everyone spread out. His defender was Damon Jones. Damon Jones crouched low, stretching his arms wide, muttering, "Rookie, you can't get past me." Chen Feng ignored him. With a burst of speed, he drove right. Damon Jones slid over, but Chen Feng stopped, crossed over to his left hand, and took another step left. Damon Jones couldn't keep up, and Chen Feng pulled up for a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. The score was 36-39. Kenny Smith shook his head at the commentary desk. Damon Jones simply can't guard Chen Feng. His footwork is too slow. Chen loses him with one crossover. Barkley added, even Eric Snow wouldn't work. Chen's shooting is too accurate. On the Cavaliers' next possession, LeBron backed down George, who couldn't hold his ground, and retreated 2 steps. LeBron turned, rose, and hit a mid-range jumper. This time it went in, making it 38-39. Chen Feng dribbled to the top of the arc and pulled up for a three-pointer over Damon Jones. The shot swished through, making the score 38-42, extending the lead to 4 points. At the commentary desk, Coach Zhang excitedly slapped his thigh. Chen Feng's three-pointer is incredibly steady. As steady as a mountain. Coach Zhang corrected himself. On the court, the Cavaliers called a timeout. LeBron seems a bit rushed today, Kenny Smith observed from the TNT desk. The Lakers have 2 stars rotating, while he has to carry the load on both ends by himself. Barkley shook his head. The key is that no one on the Cavaliers can help him. Larry Hughes is 1. For tonight, Damon Jones gets blown by Chen Feng, and Varejao only knows how to flop. And look at the Lakers. Since Chen Feng came in, even Kwame Brown has been playing like Shaq. Kenny Smith glanced at the stats and clicked his tongue, especially the Cavaliers' second option, Larry Hughes. Last year with the Wizards, he was the steals leader, averaging 22 points per game. This season, after signing a 5-year $70 million deal with the Cavaliers, his numbers have plummeted, and his glass-like durability has been exposed, causing him to miss a majority of games. Barkley added with Schadenfreude, $70 million, higher than LeBron's annual salary by a good margin. The Cavaliers spent that money perfectly painful. After the timeout, LeBron dribbled, executed a series of crossovers, then accelerated suddenly. Kwame Brown rotated to help, but LeBron didn't avoid him. He drove straight into him, jumped, and scored while the whistle blew. Kwame Brown was called for a foul. LeBron walked to the free throw line. The crowd chanted MVP, MVP, MVP. Over 20,000 voices in the Quicken Loans Arena rose in unison, the sound cascading from the highest seats, crashing in from all directions. Chen Feng watched the scene with envy, wondering when he would receive such an ovation. LeBron made the free throw, cutting the deficit to 1 point. But before the MVP chants had faded, Chen Feng had already received the inbound pass and accelerated up the court. Damon Jones hadn't even retreated to his own half when Chen Feng crossed the midcourt line. The Cavaliers' defense was scattered. Ilgauskas was still lumbering back, and only Gibson managed to keep up. Chen Feng didn't wait. He pulled up at the top of the arc, 1 step beyond the three-point line, and rose. Gibson lunged, but it was too late. The ball swished through, making the score 41-45, restoring the 4-point lead. At the TNT desk, Kenny Smith shook his head. You simply can't defend a shot like that from Chen Feng. He doesn't give you time to set your defense. By the time you're locating your man, he's already released the ball. Barkley continued, this is the Lakers' version of a 7-second defense. Back in the day, the Suns dominated the league with that style, and now the Lakers have an even stronger ball handler. Chen Feng's individual scoring ability surpasses Steve Nash's. Nash was pass first. Chen makes you guard his three-pointer first, then we'll talk about passing. Kenny Smith chuckled. The key is that the Cavaliers can't keep up. Ilgauskas and Drew Gooden, both big men, are gasping after just one full sprint. You want Ilgauskas to switch on to Chen Feng. That's just giving away points. In the remaining minutes of the first half, the Lakers maintained control of the game. The score stood at 46-55, with the Lakers leading by 9. Chen Feng had 22 points and 4 assists at halftime. Kobe had 15, and LeBron had 19 points and 5 rebounds. The Cavaliers staff who were reviewing the surveillance footage finally identified the culprit. The person who had dared to steal LeBron's magnesium powder and replace it with a mischievous substance was found. As the second half was about to begin, the big screen at the Quicken Loans Arena suddenly lit up. It was not a replay of the first half highlights, but a surveillance video. In the footage, a figure in Lakers training gear crept stealthily to the scorer's table, glanced around swiftly, slipped the powder box on the table into his right pocket, then pulled out another identical box from his left pocket and placed it back. The movement was smooth and practiced, as if rehearsed. The Cavaliers fans erupted. "It's that number 35. The Lakers rookie. I knew it. It has to be him. He actually dared. This is a crime. Call the police. Arrest him." LeBron James stood by the court looking up at the big screen, his expression shifting from surprise to gloom, then to a dark fury. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Although he had long suspected Chen Feng, seeing the rookie's sneaky figure on the surveillance footage ignited a fire that shot straight to his head. "LeBron, do you want it?" Hughes leaned in, lowering his voice, making an elbowing gesture. Gooden also leaned in. "Maybe we can give him a hard hit at the start." Snow also leaned in, clenching his fist. "Larry and I will lead. Z will set screens, and within 3 seconds he'll know what the NBA means." Even the usually quiet Pavlovich muttered, "Gibson and I will watch Kobe keep him away." "No need. I'll handle it myself." James's gaze pierced across half the court, fixed on the Lakers' number 35 on the bench. Chen Feng also saw the big screen, shrinking his neck and hiding behind Kobe. "Kobe," Chen Feng's voice carried a hint of guilt. "It wasn't me. The video is doctored. You'll save me, right?" Kobe didn't even look up, snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm 3 years old? The Cavaliers could have doctored such a video that fast. Your sneaky look. Can that be doctored?" Bynum leaned in, whispering, "Phone, your move was really smooth." "What do you mean?" "It means it's clearly not your first time doing this." Chen Feng glared at him. Bynum retreated. Odom was covering his mouth, shoulders shaking with laughter. Vujasic wanted to laugh, but held it in, his face red. Only Kwame Brown asked earnestly, "Chen, what's really in that powder box? Is it really that?" Chen Feng didn't answer. "Have you tasted it?" Kwame pressed. "Shut up." McGee leaned over from the other end of the bench, lowering his voice. "No, Chen, why did you swap it? Couldn't you swap something else?" "None of your business. I'm just curious. Do you have a grudge against LeBron?" Chen Feng wanted to ignore him. Phil Jackson stood at the other end of the bench, arms crossed, glanced at the big screen, then at Chen Feng, and slowly walked over. His expression didn't change, but behind his glasses there was a hint of resignation. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. But what could he do? The team's performance depended on him, and the Lakers' market value relied on him. Chen Phil's voice was calm. "Yes. Do you want to rest in the second half? I'm afraid you'll get beaten up if you go on the court." Chen Feng shrank his neck, looked at the fans raising beer bottles in the stands, then at several burly men throwing objects in his direction. A water bottle flew over his head, nearly hitting Bynum's back. Then someone threw a half-eaten hot dog which splat on the floor beside the bench. Another item flew, a used condom without packaging, landing directly on the scorer's table. The referee picked it up with a tissue and tossed it into the trash can with a look of disgust. "Whoa, who threw that?" Vujasic jumped up. "Anything else? Some cookies would be nice." Bynum was still being cheeky. As he spoke, a half-eaten donut flew over, hitting Bynum squarely in the chest. Bynum looked down, stunned. "Really?" Then he picked it up and sniffed. "It's strawberry-flavored." "You're still sniffing it." Chen Feng slapped the donut out of his hand. The security guards finally reacted, starting to round up the fans throwing objects, but there were too many throwers, and they couldn't stop them all. A bald man took off his shirt, jumping shirtless in his seat, shouting, "Chen Feng, you come out. I want to fight you one-on-one." People around joined in. "Let him come out. Don't be a coward." Chen Feng swallowed, turned to Phil Jackson. "Phil, let Smush Parker and Old McGee play more today. I'm not feeling well." Chen Feng added, "Old McGee makes $5 million a year and hasn't played many minutes in a game. He's earning too easily. Today we need to give him some extra work." McGee heard it, his eyes lighting up. "Coach, I want to play basketball." Phil Jackson nodded. The second half began. Chen Feng did not play, he sat on the bench. The first time Kobe got the ball, Chen Feng sprang from his seat, swinging the towel vigorously over his head. "Nice shot. Kobe, that fadeaway smells better than your wife's cooking." Kobe ignored him, hitting the fadeaway jumper. Chen Feng threw the towel into the air, raised both hands above his head, and bowed deeply to Kobe. "Thank you, Kobe. Thank you for the feast." Bynum whispered beside him. "Feng, you're shouting so loud the whole arena can hear you." "That's exactly what I want." No sooner had he spoken than the stands erupted. "Shut up, rookie," sitting on the bench and still acting up. "Come on and play if you dare. LeBron will destroy you." Bynum glanced at the stands and reported quietly, "Someone threw something again. This time it's a sock." "Stop talking." "And a bra." "What color?" "Black lace." "Get it. It's a weapon. I'll keep it for now." Kwame Brown grabbed a defensive rebound, and Chen Feng jumped off the chair, spinning the towel in his hand 3 times like a cowboy lassoing a horse. "Kwame, rebound monster. You're Rodman reborn." "No, Rodman isn't as tall as you. You're Russell." The fans in the stands, seeing Chen Feng so cocky, jeered even louder. Boos surged like waves, one after another. Someone led a chant, "Chen Feng, coward." Come out and take a beating. A string of profanities followed, some so harsh that even nearby Cavaliers fans couldn't stand it, pushing the speaker. Curse him if you want, but leave his family out of it. The speaker changed his tune, starting to mock Chen Feng's jump shot as the ugliest shooting form in history. You're just a flopper. It's a crime that the refs don't call you for offensive fouls. Your broadcast gymnastics routine is pretty good. I suggest you join the circus after retirement. If you have the guts, come on the court. Hiding on the bench, what kind of man are you? A fan wearing a LeBron mask stood up and shouted, Chen Feng. Are you scared? You were pretty bold when you poked LeBron's, but weren't you? Now you're chickening out. Vujasic hit a mid-range shot, and Chen Feng stood up, raising both hands above his head, doing the opening pose of a broadcast gymnastics routine. Sasha, you're our Reggie Miller. No, Miller isn't as accurate as you. You're Sasha Miller. Bynum counted on his fingers. Feng, you've swung the towel 14 times, applauded 23 times, shouted nice shot, 9 times, good defense, 6 times, no problem, 4 times, guard him 4 times. Are you going for a triple-double on the bench? Chen Feng glared at him. None of your business. I'm just keeping track for you. And by the way, your stats on the bench are truly outstanding. Kobe hit another three-pointer, and Chen Feng knelt directly in front of the bench, cupping his hands in a bow. Kobe, did you borrow that three-pointer from God? When are you going to return it? Even the assistant coach couldn't help laughing. A female fan in the stands shouted shrilly, Chen Feng, shut up. Your jump shot makes me want to puke. A condom flew from the stands, landing precisely on the floor beside the bench. Chen Feng looked down, strawberry-flavored again. The fans in Cleveland are quite romantic. Bynum leaned in to pick it up, but Chen Feng slapped his hand away. The Cavaliers players couldn't take it anymore. Larry Hughes, waiting in the backcourt to inbound the ball, turned and shouted, Can you just shut up? You've been yelling the whole game. Chen Feng stood up and gave Hughes a thumbs up. Larry, you're defending Kobe really well today. He's only scored 40 points. Someone else would have let him get 50. Damon Jones pointed directly at Chen Feng. Rookie, you wait. Don't run after the game. Chen Feng stood up from the chair, hands on his hips. Damon, you're 0-4, 3 from 3 today? I'm cheering for you. Can't you tell? Even the usually mild-tempered Zydrunas Ilgauskas frowned, pointing at the Lakers bench. Isn't that interference? The referee looked at Chen Feng, who immediately folded his towel neatly on his knees, sitting upright, like an obedient schoolboy. The referee hesitated, but didn't call a foul. Anderson Varejao was at the free throw line, and Chen Feng stood in front of the bench, arms raised, circling the towel above his head. Anderson, your hair is beautiful. It looks like instant noodles. What brand? Varejao missed the first free throw. Chen Feng yelled again, take your time. Is it Master Kong or President? Varejao turned and glared at him, then made the second free throw. LeBron finally couldn't hold back, shouting toward the Lakers bench as he brought the ball up the court, haven't you had enough? Chen Feng stood up, pressed his palms together in a bow. LeBron, I'm sorry. That thing about your powder box really wasn't me. The video is doctored. You have to believe me. LeBron gritted his teeth, didn't reply, and accelerated for a drive, throwing down a powerful dunk over Kwame Brown. When Kobe came off the court to get water, he passed by Chen Feng and finally spoke. If you say one more word, I'll personally deliver you to LeBron. From the start of the second half, fewer people in the stands were actually watching the game. Most were focused on the Lakers bench, on the number 35 waving the towel. Every time he moved, a wave of boos erupted from the stands. When he stood up to get water, the boos turned into curses. When the final buzzer sounded, Chen Feng threw the towel into the air, hands on his hips, and let out a long exclamation, triple-double. I got a bench triple-double. Bynum looked down at his crumpled paper. Towel swings 42, applause 58, Cheers 31. Condoms 4, hot dogs 7, hamburgers 12, water bottles 13, donuts, bras, and other supplies miscellaneous. Chen Feng patted Bynum on the shoulder. Andrew, you're at the level of a professional data analyst. I'm just bored. Final score, 95-91. The Lakers won by 4. Kobe had 43 points, scoring 28 in the second half. Amid chants of "Get out of Cleveland" from the crowd, Chen Feng followed Kobe toward the player tunnel. A water bottle flew from behind, hitting the wall by the tunnel entrance and bouncing off. Chen Feng didn't look back, just raised his left hand and gave a middle finger. Kobe, you scored 43 today. Want me to write a biography for you? Shut up. I already have the title, A Night of Being Booed in Cleveland. If you say another word, I'll put you on the injury report. After the game ended, following Chen Feng's strong suggestion, the entire Lakers team flew out of Cleveland overnight. Their next game was also in the Eastern Conference, in a away matchup against the New Jersey Nets. That night in Cleveland, James could not sleep at all. He returned home, took a shower, sat on the sofa, and stared at his phone screen for a long time. The surveillance footage kept replaying in his mind. Chen Feng's sneaky behavior when swapping the magnesium powder. The more James thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up his phone and dialed the first number. Dwayne. Wade had just finished showering and was lying at home in Miami watching TV. The moment the call connected, James's voice carried an unmistakable frustration he could not contain. LeBron, what's wrong? Did you lose? Wade asked with a smile. Do you know about that Asian rookie on the Lakers, Chen Feng? Hearing Chen Feng's name, Wade suddenly burst out laughing. Yeah, I know. He really handled Gary Payton. He did the same to you before. What did he do it to you again? It's not like that. James nearly jumped up from his chair. He swapped my magnesium powder with something else today. It was on national television. 20,000 people watched. I reached in and felt it, you know what I mean. There was a brief pause on the other end, then Wade's laughter filled the phone, shaking the receiver. Ha ha ha. That stuff? Are you talking about that stuff? And you're still laughing, huh? Wait, LeBron, I'm picturing it. After you rub it and toss it into the air everywhere. Ha ha. I can't take it, my stomach hurts. James took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Dwayne, I'm going to get the brothers together to condemn him and file a complaint with the league. He needs to learn a lesson. A rookie so arrogant. Wade stopped laughing and grew serious. All right, this kid needs to be taught a lesson. Wait for me to call him and show him what respect for veterans means. You're calling him directly? I have his number. We exchanged it during the Christmas game. Wait here. Wade hung up, found Chun Feng's contact and dialed. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before Chun Feng answered. Hello? Who's this? He had just arrived at Cleveland Hopkins Airport with the team and still had time before boarding. Chun, this is Dwayne Wade. Dwayne, what do you need? Is the Heat trying to trade for me? Am I going to rebound for Shaq? Wade scratched his head. Bro, you can't even rebound as well as me. No, I'm asking. You swapped LeBron's magnesium powder with that stuff today, right? There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Chun Feng suddenly changed the subject. Dwayne, don't you think the Heat's point guard position is too weak? What? McGee. His passes are all flash with no substance, and he barely plays defense. And Peyton's getting old, getting dominated by all these young players. Think about it. You're one of the league's top shooting guards, yet you're stuck carrying 2 mediocre players. Doesn't that wear you out? Wade considered this, and it actually made sense. Chun Feng continued. You know, I still have a year and a half left on my Lakers contract. When it expires, let's team up. You be the leader, and I'll support you. Picture it. You drive, I shoot threes, who does the defense double team? How could we not succeed? A vision began forming in Wade's mind, himself driving with the ball, drawing the double team, then kicking it out to Chun Feng for the shot. Beautiful as a painting. Dwayne, are you listening? Yeah, about LeBron. Alright, LeBron, that can wait. But seriously, think about that point guard situation for the Heat. Alright, I'll talk to you later. Wade hung up and sat there for a long time before snapping back to reality. He looked down at his phone, then at his blurry reflection in the dark screen. He realized he had forgotten why he called in the first place. Wasn't he supposed to condemn Chun Feng? How did this turn into a discussion about the Heat's point guard weakness? He shook his head and redialed James's number. Cleveland, James's home. LeBron, I have already condemned Chun Feng for you. Wade began spinning a tall tale. What did he say? He admitted his mistake and asked me to apologize on his behalf. He said he should not have done that and promised it will not happen again. Again? No, there will not be an again. He said he would never do it again. Honestly, let it go this time. He is a rookie, he does not know any better. James was stunned. You apologized for him, and we are just letting it go. Let it go, brother. Forgive and move on. LeBron, you need to be more generous. My generosity. James did not finish before Wade hung up. He stared at his phone screen, sensing something was off, but could not put his finger on it. After a moment's thought, he dialed the next number. Chris Paul, New Orleans. Chris, do you know about that Asian rookie on the Lakers, Chun Feng? Paul was eating salad at home when he heard the name, his fork hovering midair. Of course he knew. Last month they faced off and Chun Feng dominated him. 18 points and 7 assists for Paul versus 28 points and 12 assists for Chun Feng. But after the game, Paul saw local news where Chun Feng said, Chris Paul and I are on the same level. I still have things to learn from him. Paul felt quite pleased hearing that. This kid knows how to talk. I know, Paul said, setting down his fork. What is he causing trouble again? James recounted the incident. When Paul finished listening, he quietly pushed his salad aside. Who could still eat after hearing what James described? LeBron, you were saying he swapped your magnesium powder. Yes. Are you certain? I am certain. I smelled it. Paul was speechless. He thought this kid has too much nerve. Chris, you need to condemn him with me. Let the league know this is not his first time. Paul thought for a moment. All right, I will call and speak with him. Do not worry, I will teach him a lesson for you. Paul hung up and dialed Chun Feng's number. Chun, this is Chris Paul. Chris. Chun Feng sounded pleasantly surprised. What do you need? Do you want to ask how I dominated Darren? Paul wiped his forehead. No. I am asking about what happened with LeBron. How do you explain it? There was another pause on the line, then Chun Feng's voice grew thoughtful. Brother Paul, have you watched Romance of the Three Kingdoms? What? Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The scene where they discuss heroes over wine. Paul was confused. What are you trying to say? Chun Feng cleared his throat, his tone serious and low. Among the heroes of today, only you and I exist. Can you just speak normally? I am speaking normally. Chris, remember the 2005 draft. Andrew Bogut, the #1 pick. Do you know what level he is at now? Paul thought for a moment. Not bad, averaging 9 points and 8 boards per game. People call him the poorest among top picks, the ceiling among busts. Other #1 picks become franchise cornerstones. He is just filling space. Bucks fans now cover their faces when he gets the ball. You call this a top pick? Paul stayed silent. Then there is Marvin Williams, the 2nd pick. Core of the North Carolina championship team. Before the draft, his comparison was Tracy McGrady and Scottie Pippen. Everyone called him the next great wing player. And what happened? Nothing outstanding, nothing deadly. His radar chart is as round as a pie. Other second picks become franchise pillars. He is just a role player. Talent like James, but he developed into a role player. You call this a second pick. Then there is Darren Williams, the third pick. The two Williams brothers are known as the useless Williams twins. Darren, he only looks good because of you. Paul finally could not hold back. What are you trying to say? Chen Feng's voice softened. In the entire 2005 draft class, only you, Chris Paul, and I can truly be called heroes. We are on the same level. The others, either busts or role players. Darren, is he worthy of comparing to you? Paul remembered last time Chen Feng said they were on the same level, and he felt quite pleased. Now Chen Feng said among the entire 2005 draft class, only the two of them were heroes. These words sounded so pleasing to the ear. Chris, think about it. When you first entered the league, you turned the Hornets into a strong team, averaging 16 points and 10 assists, leading the league in steals. You are the god of point guards. As for me, an undrafted player who has grown to average 20 points per game, hitting the winning shot against the Heat on Christmas. We too are the true rivals. That thing with LeBron, it was just a joke. Please tell him I was wrong. Next time I will treat him to a meal, not that stuff, a real meal. All right, I will tell him. Paul hung up in a daze. Leaning back in his chair, his mind kept replaying Chen Feng's words. Among the entire 2005 draft class, only you and I are true heroes. He nodded to himself. He is right. Darren does not amount to anything. He dialed James's number. In Cleveland, James had been waiting for almost an hour. Chris, how did it go? Did you teach him a lesson? Paul's voice was calm. LeBron, I talked to Chen Feng. I think there might be some misunderstanding here. What misunderstanding? He did not mean it. He told me he just wanted to play a joke on you. Think about it. He is a rookie. What bad intentions could he have? James opened his mouth, but could not find words. And I know him, Paul continued. Chen Feng is a very kind, very good person. This person is humble, low-key, and polite. LeBron, do you have some prejudice against him? James almost crushed his phone. Chris, he swapped my magnesium powder. 20,000 people in the arena saw it. And you are saying he is humble, low-key, and polite. Everyone makes mistakes, LeBron. You need to be more forgiving. That is all. I'm hanging up now. We have a game tomorrow. The call ended. James sat on the sofa, holding his phone, staring at the ceiling. Then, as if something just occurred to him, he scrolled through his contacts to Carmelo and dialed. The phone rang 5 or 6 times before being answered. It was noisy on the other end with faint sounds of music and a child crying. Carmelo, it is LeBron. I know it is you. The caller ID shows your name. What is up? Anthony's voice was somewhat distracted, as if he were soothing a child. James gathered his thoughts. Do you know about that Asian rookie on the Lakers, Chen Feng? Chen Feng. Anthony thought for a second, then smiled. Yeah, I know. What about him? He swapped my magnesium powder. James's voice rose half a degree. National television. 20,000 people watching. I reached in and felt that you know what I mean. Huh. LeBron, you are letting a rookie get to you like this. It is not about whether he is a rookie or not. He has gone too far. I am getting the brothers together to condemn him, and I want you with me. Anthony did not respond immediately, and his tone became somewhat strange. LeBron, are you talking about Chen Feng? Yes, that is him. Well, he told me before that he grew up watching me play. Anthony's voice carried a hint of pride. He said he has watched my games since he was a kid. He said my post game is #1 in the league and my mid-range jump shot is unstoppable. James was stunned. When did he say that? At the season opener. After the game, he ran over to tell me. He even asked to swap jerseys with me. That kid really knows how to sweet-talk people. James started having a bad feeling. The previous two brothers had started the same way. Anthony continued. He also told me he is my biggest fan, his favorite player is me, and even the posters on his bedroom wall are all of me. He said he started playing basketball because he watched me when I entered the league in 2003. He thought playing was so cool. Tell me a young man admires me this much. How could I bring myself to condemn him? But LeBron, let me give you some advice. Do not fuss over a kid. What bad intentions could a rookie just entering the league have? He just wants to get your attention. Think about it. Why target you? Because you are the best. Why did he not go after Kwame Brown? Because nobody would care if he messed with him. The fact that he targeted you actually shows you are the face of this league. You should be proud. James closed his eyes as if he had known this would happen all along. All right, Carmelo, I am hanging up. He put down his phone, lay back on the sofa, and stared at the ceiling. The bond of brotherhood did not seem so reliable after all. 3 brothers. 2 had been swindled, 1 was just watching the show. He scrolled through his contacts, found Rich Paul's name and dialed. The phone was answered after 2 rings. Rich. James's voice carried exhaustion. LeBron, I just finished watching the game film. Rich Paul's voice was energetic. You could tell he had just finished a cup of coffee. That break you made from the free throw line, your footwork was too clean. The ref not calling it was blind. I'm not asking about that. James paused. You know about the Chen Feng situation, right? LeBron, let me give you some advice. Be generous about this. After the game, just say, young guys love to joke, I do not hold grudges. You will find the whole world praising your generosity and leadership. James gritted his teeth. You should be friends with him, not enemies. Rich Paul's speaking speed increased. LeBron, think about it. What does he represent behind the scenes? The Chinese market. How many people in China? 1. For billion. He alone has brought the eyes of all of China to the NBA to the Lakers. If you go against him now, which side will the league take? The league would love for him to trend every day. Moreover, LeBron in your business empire Asia is an indispensable piece. Build a good relationship with him. In the future, you can do ads together, events together. Doubling your shoe sales in Asia will not be a problem. There was silence on the other end for several seconds. I understand. James's voice was calmer now. Let me think about it. He recalled Chun Feng's sly eyes, the sneaky way he swapped the magnesium powder, and how he waved his towel on the sidelines like a helicopter. Then he remembered the lingering scent on his hands. He suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, walked into the bathroom, and scrubbed his hands with soap again. After washing his hands, he stood at the sink looking at himself in the mirror. The person in the reflection looked somewhat lost. James said to the mirror, "How about just letting it go?" He startled himself with those words. He quickly turned off the light and went back to bed to sleep. In his dream, Chen Feng was smiling at him, holding up a magnesium powder box filled with that substance. James wanted to run, but his feet felt glued to the ground. Chen Feng walked closer step by step and held the magnesium powder box in front of him. "LeBron, try some. I made it myself." James woke up with a start covered in sweat. Upon returning to China, Bing Bing went straight to Jack Cheng's studio and signed the contract. The Baby Plan production team simultaneously announced the female lead Bing Bing with a salary of $1 million. Directed by Chun Muxing, starring Jack Chung and Gu Zai, with Bing Bing and Deme Yuan. The news sent ripples through the entertainment world. Why her? That was likely the first thought in every female star's mind upon reading the news. The film was set to begin shooting next week. The script was finalized, the cast was complete, and the sets were already constructed. And yet at the final moment, a female lead was brought in. This was no ordinary last-minute addition. It was like opening the cockpit door of a plane already taxiing on the runway and installing a new co-pilot. $1 million. That is over 8 million renminbi. Is she really worth it? Exclaimed a second-tier actress at a dinner, setting down her chopsticks. I have tried through countless connections to get into Long Ji's films and still could not. Why can she simply appear out of nowhere? Another actress filming in Hongyan said, placing her script gently on the table. In the Huai brothers' break room, several artist assistants gathered around, scrolling through their phones. Someone pulled up Bing Bing's blog and enlarged the photo of her signed contract, searching carefully for any detail. $1 million, over 8 million renminbi. Our company's top actress only earns 3 million, right? A nearby actress filling water sighed softly. Top actress? Who knows who holds that title anymore? Someone lowered their voice. Does Sister Sun know about this? She has been rather quiet lately. No one. Her opportunities came from her own efforts, not the company's. What would she have to say? Later that afternoon, the conversation in the Hawaii break room shifted again. Word spread that another actress named Bing Bing's agent had called the company asking how the role was arranged and whether a part could be secured for her as well. The company hesitated for a long time before replying that Long Gu himself had personally chosen the casting and there was little they could do. After hanging up, Li Shuangbing's agent muttered under her breath, how did she connect with Long Gu? She cannot even speak Cantonese. Sister Sun from the same company, however, remained completely silent. She was filming in Hongyan and after wrapping up was having dinner with her assistant. When the assistant cautiously brought up the topic, Sister Sun took a bite of food and said calmly, she earned this through her own abilities. What is there to say about it? She paused briefly and added, though 8 million is rather substantial. The assistant did not press further. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, the Baby Plan production team was also buzzing with quiet discussion. The originally cast female lead Deme Yuan was at home reading the script when she received a call from director Chen Muxing informing her of changes. Yuan, we need to adjust the script slightly. Your role will be somewhat reduced. Deme Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Why? Chen Muxing hesitated. A female lead was added. It is Long Ji's decision. After hanging up, Yuan sat still for a long moment. She checked the news and saw Bing Bing's name, her brows furrowing slightly. They had crossed paths at a few events before. Never close, but certainly not enemies. She simply could not understand the reasoning. The film was about to begin shooting, and now they were modifying the script to bring in another female lead. She had worked hard for years to land the role of Long Ji's female lead, only to have it altered so easily. Moreover, her salary was only 800, while the newly added lead commanded 8 million. It was an undeniable gap. She picked up her phone, scrolled through her contacts, wanting to talk to someone, but ultimately set it down. It was not worth the risk. In Hong Kong, Asa's thoughts flowed freely. In the makeup room, she video called A Jiao. Jiao, do you know anything about where Bing Bing comes from? A Jiao was removing her makeup on the other end. Not really, but I heard there has been quite a stir back in the mainland. What good does a stir do? She signed anyway. Don't worry about it. Your role won't be reduced, and the film does not have only one female lead. Asa set down her lipstick and looked at her reflection. It is not about the screen time. It feels unfair. We Hong Kong actors have been working for years, earning only 5,000. She arrives from the mainland and receives $1 million right away, more than 10 times what we make. How does that seem fair? A Jiao was quiet for a moment. The mainland market is large. She has strong support behind her. What support? I do not know. Ask Long Gu yourself if you must know. Asa rolled her eyes, ended the call, and returned to her makeup, gazing at her reflection. After years of acting, her salary was only a small fraction of that amount. Perhaps she should consider developing her career in the mainland. But competition in the mainland was fierce. Even Sister Sun and Li Shuangbing were competing for opportunities. As a Hong Kong actress, who could she possibly compete against? The media, like sharks sensing movement, published headlines one after another. Bing joins Long Ji's new film, with 8 million salary, setting a record for mainland actresses. The Baby Plan, a 160 million production. Why is the female lead Bing? Insider reveals Bing has a mysterious backer. Online forums erupted with discussion. Some noted that Bing's highest previous salary had been only 8,000, wondering how it could multiply tenfold overnight. Others questioned her acting abilities, while some remarked quietly that certain people had different paths. At one dinner gathering, a certain actress, having enjoyed a few glasses of wine, said aloud to the table, 8 million. I think 8,000 is generous for her. The remaining 7.2 million must come from somewhere else. Those around her exchanged knowing glances. Some went further and posted online. A certain actress with the surname Li wrote on her blog, some people dare to ask for salaries far beyond their experience. True talent speaks for itself. Though she did not name anyone directly, most readers assumed she meant Bing. Another actress with the surname Zhou was asked about the situation during an interview and smiled gently. 8 million. That depends on what kind of role she plays. If it were merely a decorative part, I could do that as well. More strikingly, reporters went to intercept Jack Chung at the airport. Long Gu had just arrived from Hong Kong and was immediately surrounded. Reporters asked Long Gu, may I ask why you chose Bing as the female lead? And is it true that she brought her own financial backing? What about the $1 million salary? Was that your decision? Jack Chung removed his sunglasses and offered his characteristic calm smile. Bing is a fine actress, and I greatly appreciate her work. As for the salary, it reflects her market value at this time. He paused briefly, then added with a knowing look, this film also features another remarkable figure. You will know who it is soon enough. The reporters pressed further, asking if this person was more prominent than Bing. Jack Chung put his sunglasses back on and walked onward, saying, I can only tell you that this person is 100 times more renowned. I leave it to your imagination. The forums immediately spawned new threads speculating about this mysterious figure. Some suggested Fat Gore, others mentioned Jet Li, and some wondered if it might be a Hollywood star. Few considered anyone from the basketball world. Back in mainland China, 3 days after signing the contract, Bing finally published a lengthy post. Rather than addressing the doubts directly, she wrote about her journey from extra roles to where she stood now. From the 3,000 yuan she earned for My Fair Princess to the 8,000 for cell phone, and finally to today. She did not explain how she obtained the role, nor did she mention Chen Feng or anyone else. She simply wrote, I am grateful to those who have helped me along the way and to those who have questioned me. Because of you all, I am more determined to prove myself. The comments section saw a mix of emotions. Some moved, some still reserved in their opinions, but many shifting toward support. She truly worked her way up from the very beginning. From 3,000 to 8 million. That is more than 200 times the growth. This is not mere luck. Regardless of what others say, I support Bing. Sister Bing spent nearly 10 years rising from supporting roles to leading a film with Long Gu. What right do we have to question her? Those asking why should take the time to watch her performances over the past decade. Every role was earned through dedication. This was a moment of reflection for many, a reminder that behind every opportunity lies effort unseen by the public. The narrative of hard work and quiet perseverance resonated with audiences, shifting the conversation from envy to respect. Bing's story continued to inspire those who believed in steady effort over sudden recognition. The post attracted over 1,000 comments within an hour, and the topic trended once more, marking a turning point in public perception. The press room at the Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland was packed with journalists. LeBron James, dressed in a dark gray suit, sat behind a long table with more than 20 microphones densely arranged before him. His expression was calm, but his eyes showed slight puffiness, indicating he hadn't slept well the night before. The first reporter stood up and got straight to the point. LeBron, in last night's game, Chen Feng replaced your chalk powder with something else. What are your thoughts? The room fell silent, all cameras focused on LeBron's face. Facing the cameras, he gave a wry smile. Chun is a creative young man. I have to admit, he made me experience what social death feels like on national television. A few reporters in the audience couldn't help but laugh. LeBron continued, I was really angry last night, so I called him. We talked for a long time. He explained that it was just a joke meant to help me relax a bit for the first game after Christmas. I said, bro, your way of helping me relax is to make me touch that. The whole room burst into laughter. LeBron spread his hands. But then he said something that made it impossible for me to stay angry. He said, LeBron, you're my idol. I've watched you play since I was a kid. I did it because I see you as a worthy opponent. LeBron paused, looking into the camera. What could I say? A young man admires me that much. How could I hold it against him? Another reporter raised a hand. LeBron, will you forgive him? I already have. LeBron nodded. After our talk last night, I told him, Chun, this matter is over. Next time you come to Cleveland, I'll treat you to dinner. He said, LeBron, next time you come to Los Angeles, I'll treat you to a cake made of that stuff. The room laughed again. LeBron chuckled too. I said, bro, can you change the flavor? A reporter pressed, will you file a complaint with the league? LeBron shook his head, no. A prank between friends. It's not that serious. The reporters began murmuring among themselves, their pens scribbling quickly. Another reporter stood up. LeBron, you've said before that you admire Chin Feng. Would you want to be his teammate? LeBron leaned back in his chair thinking, Chun is a talented young man. Everyone has seen his performance with the Lakers. The game-winning shot against the Heat on Christmas, scoring over 20 points against us in the first half. Any team would want a player like that. Then he added, of course he's the core of the Lakers now, they won't let him go. But who knows? Anything can happen in the NBA. The reporters immediately sensed a hint of tension. Someone followed up, LeBron, are you recruiting him? LeBron smiled, I'm not. I'm just saying he's a good player and I appreciate him. As for the future, that's management's business. On social media, fans immediately started discussing. Is LeBron recruiting Chin Feng? LeBron and Chin teaming up. That would be the end of the league. Lakers, you're dreaming. Chin Feng, I'm a Laker for life and death. LeBron's handling of this is peak emotional intelligence. In New Jersey at the Continental Airlines Arena, the Lakers were playing the Nets on the road. Before the game, Chin Feng glanced at the system panel. The 1,000-year kill task still had 4 remaining. He stared at the number for a couple of seconds. He then looked at Jason Kidd, who was warming up on the opposite half of the court. Kidd was bending over to stretch his backside, facing Chin Feng completely unguarded. Chin Feng's hand twitched involuntarily, as if it had a mind of its own. Kidd, an NBA legend at the point guard position, a master of passing, a defensive genius, a rebounding machine, though his shooting left something to be desired. He was known around the league by the nickname Kidd the Non-Shooter. In contrast, there was Steve Nash of the Phoenix Suns. Nash, the reigning MVP, the engine of the run-and-gun offense, a three-point sharpshooter, a magician with the pass. But his defense was nearly non-existent, earning him the nickname, Nash the Non-Defender. One couldn't shoot, the other couldn't defend. No, I have to hold back, Chin Feng told himself. You just got suspended. If you do it again, the punishment will definitely be worse. 5 games become 10, 10 become 20. The league might even create a special 1,000-year kill clause, just for you. Kobe will curse you out, and Phil Jackson will keep you on the bench until you retire. He forced himself to calm down, and looked away from Kidd's backside. 2 seconds later, his gaze drifted back. I'll just take a look, no action. He rubbed his fingers against his pants like a cat sharpening its claws. Andrew Bynum came over. Phone, why are your hands shaking? They're not. You're staring at Kidd's behind. I'm not. You are. Your eyes are glued. Chin Feng looked at Kidd, but his mind conjured up Nash's face. He had already jabbed Nash. So how could he leave Kidd, Nash's good buddy, out? This was what they called good brothers forever, backsides jabbed together. No one gets left out. Old kid brother, I'm sorry. It's not that I want to do this. It's the system pushing me. Anyone the system targets is not innocent. The referee's whistle blew, and from the tip-off the game had no suspense. Kobe made 6 of 8 shots in the first quarter, scoring 15 points and treating the Nets defense like an open highway. Chin Feng didn't hold back, either dishing out 5 assists in the first quarter, turning Kwame Brown into a Shaquille O'Neal-like presence. For the Nets, Kidd couldn't hit shots and Carter couldn't either. The whole team managed only 14 points in the first quarter. By the second quarter, the lead was pushing toward 20. Kobe had 26 points by halftime, Chin Feng had 10 points and 8 assists, and the Lakers led 64-38. Kidd went 0 for 3 from the field in the first half, scoring only 2 points from free throws along with 4 turnovers. Carter wasn't much better, shooting 2 for 7, his eyes already beginning to glaze over. In the fourth quarter, Phil Jackson waved his hand and made a 5-for-5 substitution, sending in the entire bench unit. Bynum, Sasha Vujasic, Luke Walton, Devine George, and Smush Parker, 5 bench players, went in to get some practice. Given the large lead, the game should have been decided, and the Nets could have pulled their starters. But the Nets refused to give up. It was their home court, and in front of over 20,000 fans, they couldn't afford to lose too embarrassingly. Kidd was still on the court, Carter was still there, and Richard Jefferson was also in. The full starting lineup continued playing. After 6 minutes, the lead remained at 20. The Lakers bench played sloppily, but the Nets couldn't hit their shots either. Kidd missed a 3, Carter missed a mid-range jumper, and Jefferson's layup was blocked. The Nets coach on the sideline sighed and finally pulled the starters. As Kidd walked toward the bench, Chin Feng stood up from the Lakers sideline. The coach hadn't called his number. He just couldn't contain himself. Kidd was bending over, hands on his knees, completely exposed. Chin Feng's hands started twitching again, like Pavlov's dog. Bynum called out from the side, Feng, the game is almost over, what are you doing? Chin Feng ignored him and walked toward Kidd. Kidd was looking down, unwrapping the tape on his hands, completely unaware of anyone approaching. Chin Feng came up behind him, took a deep breath, wiped his sweaty fingers on his pants, aligned his index and middle fingers, aimed, and aimed again. A light jab landed precisely. Kidd's entire body jolted, as if he had been shocked, his mouth gaping open, his eyes wide. Clutching his backside, he hopped in place 3 times, letting out a muffled groan. Ah. After the jab, Chin Feng straightened up, and a thought flashed through his mind. Since a suspension was inevitable anyway. Jabbing 1 or jabbing 2. What's the difference? A fine of 2,500 versus 5,000. No difference. A 5-game suspension versus a 10-game suspension. There was a difference, but either way he'd be lying at home watching TV. A few more games or a few less. No big deal. Kobe yelling for 5 minutes versus 10 minutes. Same principle. He steeled himself and looked up at Carter. But the moment Chin Feng took his first step, a large hand reached out from the side, gripping his shoulder like a vice. Then another arm wrapped around his waist, yanking him backward, nearly making him lose his balance. Are you out of your mind? You want to jab Carter too? Kobe's voice exploded from above, low, furious, carrying a murderous edge. How many games do you want to be suspended for? 10, 20, the whole season. Kobe's face was pale, his eyes blazing. He held Chun Feng's shoulder with one hand and wrapped the other around his neck, pulling him close like a little chick. Chin Feng could barely breathe. He tried to struggle, but Kobe's grip was like iron. Old Kobe, let go. You're ruining my big play. Chun Feng's voice squeezed out from his throat. If I let go, you'll be carried out of here today on a stretcher. Kobe growled, holding him tight. On the court, Carter had already covered his backside with both hands and leaped onto the scorer's table. The move was as agile as if he had springs on his feet. He curled up in the corner of the table, legs together, backside pressed firmly against the surface, hands guarding behind him, his face pale. When he saw Kobe had restrained Chin Feng, he cautiously poked his head out from the edge of the table. You wanted to jab me too? Carter's voice trembled. I was prepared. I've seen your highlight reels. On the Lakers side, Kwame Brown and Lamar Odom also shot up from the bench, rushing in from left and right to join Kobe in clamping down on Chin Feng. Kobe, Kwame Brown, and Lamar Odom didn't give anyone a moment to react. The three of them, as if they had rehearsed 100 times, hoisted Chin Feng up and sprinted toward the tunnel faster than a fast break. Bynum and Vujasic followed closely behind the 7-foot giant, standing at the tunnel entrance, arms spread wide like a moving wall blocking the chasing Nets players. Vujasic even shouted after Chin Feng, who was being carried out by Kobe and the others. Feng, can you please calm down? I want to get back to Los Angeles alive. The referees reacted quickly too. As soon as Chin Feng jabbed, Kid, the head referee's whistle sounded. He rushed over, arms spread, blocking the Nets players, shouting, back off. Everyone back off. No fighting. But the Nets players had already reacted. Richard Jefferson was the first to reach the tunnel entrance, blocked by Bynum. He pointed at Chin Feng's retreating figure in the tunnel and cursed, don't run. Stop right there. Nenad Kirstic also chased after them, tightly held back by Vujasic, struggling and shouting, you think you can just walk away after doing that? Jacques Vaughn followed behind, held back by the referee's waist, pointing at the tunnel and yelling, don't you ever come back to New Jersey. Every time you come, we'll get you. The home fans were also reacting, but their curses hadn't even formed yet because they hadn't fully grasped what had happened. By the time they saw Kid hopping in place, clutching his backside, and Chin Feng being carried to the tunnel entrance, the roar of boos and curses from more than 20,000 people surged like a tidal wave. He jabbed Kid. That rookie jabbed Kid. Where is he? He ran away. The Lakers are well trained. Faster than running their plays. A man in the front row stood up, raising his beer cup above his head, intending to throw it toward the tunnel, but Chin Feng had already turned the corner. He could only splash the beer on the ground, cursing, I drink this to your mother. You run faster than a rabbit. A woman in a Carter jersey pointed at the referee. Ref. Isn't that a foul? Isn't that a foul? Oh, a flagrant 2, and ejection. What good is ejection? He jabbed and ran away. Our kid's backside was jabbed for nothing. Up in the commentary booth, Kenny Smith was already laughing so hard, he was slumped over the table, his voice trembling. I've been commentating NBA games for years. I've seen players jump onto the scorer's table to celebrate, but never to escape. Carter is the first. And the Lakers' reaction speed. I'm in awe. From Chun Feng's 1,000-year kill to being carried into the tunnel in just a few seconds, the teammates clearly have experience. Charles Barkley was laughing so hard he sprayed saliva. Carter's backside protecting move. I dub it the greatest defensive play in NBA history. Better than Jordan's steals and Hakeem's blocks. Because this was a life-or-death defense. Meanwhile, in the player tunnel, Chin Feng was being carried toward the locker room, but his mind was on the task rewards. Damn, I missed out. I could have gotten one more. Kwame whispered beside him, Feng, you're lucky to get out of there alive, and you're still thinking about that. What do you know? Chin Feng said with a pained expression. Carter's backside is all-star caliber. Every jab is a treasure. I could have had a double kill, but old Kobe ruined it. Kobe's face darkened even more, and he tightened his grip, practically carrying him. You're still talking about it. When we get back, you're doing 1,000 extra shots. Come on, old Kobe. Chin Feng immediately backed down. How about 800? 2,000 shots. The night in New Jersey had not yet fully darkened, but the entire Lakers team had already withdrawn. To be more precise, they had fled. In the post-game locker room, the Zen master uttered only one sentence. No need to pack your bags, let the staff handle it when we return. The bus departs in 5 minutes. Everyone caught the unspoken implication in the Zen master's words. If they did not leave now, they might never be able to. Bynum, still bare-chested and drenched in sweat, froze upon hearing this. Coach, I haven't showered yet. The Zen master glanced at him. Shower in Los Angeles. Bynum wanted to say more, but catching the glint of light on the Zen master's glasses, he swallowed his words, stuffed his jersey into his bag, and dashed out bare-chested. Chen Feng was escorted by Kobe at the front, surrounded by teammates on all sides. A formation more reminiscent of transporting a high-security prisoner than returning to Los Angeles. Kobe walked on his left, his right hand resting on Chen Feng's shoulder, fingers pressing so hard that Chen Feng felt his collarbone might crack under the grip. Kobe, ease up. Kobe ignored him, even adding a bit more force. Ujasic fared worse, one shoe on the other in hand, hopping on one leg, while shouting, "Wait for me. Wait for me, I haven't boarded yet." Odom yanked him onto the bus. "Forget your shoes, your life matters more." Behind them, the curses of New Jersey fans echoed faintly through several walls. "Get out of the East. Next time you come to New Jersey, we'll have iron underwear ready for you. Chen Feng, you little wretch. Don't you dare run." As the bus started, Richard Jefferson chased out of the locker room, still holding a towel, barefoot, running to the parking lot, only to see the bus's taillights. He slammed the towel on the ground in fury and roared, "You're lucky you ran fast. Next time in New Jersey, I'll show you what's what." On the bus, Bynum leaned out the window, waved at Jefferson, and laughed like a 200-pound child. "Goodbye, New Jersey. Goodbye, Jefferson. Thanks for the beer and condoms." Jefferson picked up the towel and threw it at him. It missed. On the plane, Chen Feng had just sat down and hadn't even fastened his seatbelt when Bynum leaned over from the back row, grinning mischievously like he'd discovered a new continent. "Feng, tell me, what kind of life have you been living these 2 days? Last night you fled Cleveland, and tonight you flee New Jersey. Others play away games to play ball, you play away games like a guerrilla fighter." Ujasic chimed in from behind, his tone mixed with admiration and schadenfreude. "Running for your life yesterday, running again today. Feng, at this rate will the whole league put a bounty on you." Odom, leaning by the window, murmured, "Are we playing in the NBA, or are we filming Prison Break?" Chen Feng leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, ignoring them. He was examining the system's reward, 2,000 joy points, and the skill dropped by Kid's no shot. Each missed shot increases defense by 1, stacking up to 9 times per game, resetting after the game ends. He muttered to himself, a skill that boosts defense by missing shots, truly fitting for Kid's no shot. Just as he was about to close the panel, he heard Kobe's voice. Kobe turned from the front row, fixing Chen Feng with a very peculiar look. "Pin him down and tie him up." Bynum paused, then instantly caught on. "Tie him up? How?" "Lay him down and strap him to the seat." Kobe's face darkened, his anger palpable. "Take off his pants. Since he likes to poke people, let's give him a taste of his own medicine." The entire cabin fell silent for half a second, then erupted into chaos. Bynum was the first to spring from his seat, pulling a belt from an overhead compartment and snapping it in the air, gesturing toward Chen Feng. "Feng, cooperate. I'll tie you up. Don't worry. I'm professional. Ooh, I won't choke you." Ujasic produced a roll of tape from somewhere, tore off 2 strips, and rubbed his hands together with a grin that bordered on maniacal. "Tape 2. Do we tape his mouth or his hands? Or both for safety?" Chen Feng recoiled, pressing his back against the window, his face full of caution. "Don't mess around. This is a chartered plane, not a torture chamber. I'm warning you. I'll call the flight attendant." "Go ahead, call." McGee stood up from the back row, his eyes squinting into slits, waving his hands excitedly. "Call. No one will hear you, even if you scream your lungs out." Kwame Brown and Mim charged from both sides, each grabbing one of Chen Feng's arms. Kwame's face was flushed with excitement. "Someone grab his legs. Don't let him kick." Parker and Devin George exchanged glances, eyes gleaming with excitement, and pounced without hesitation, each pinning down one of Chen Feng's legs. With both arms and both legs secured, Chen Feng was instantly immobilized in his seat. He immediately shouted, "What are you doing? What do you want? I'm warning you, don't do anything crazy." Odom clasped his hands together, extending 2 fingers straight, and made a standard gesture toward Chen Feng, complete with a sound effect. "You get the idea, right? Today you'll taste your own medicine. You've poked others so many times. Now we return the favor. We're serving justice." Kwame Brown chimed in, "That's right. Justice. Righteous execution." He raised his fist as if chanting a slogan. Bynum stood nearby, holding the belt, hesitating. "Should I use this to tie him up, or whip him? If I whip him, I'm afraid he might enjoy it." Ujasic, tape in hand, leaned close to Chen Feng with a grin. "Feng, let me tape your mouth. Otherwise your screams might get them even more worked up. The more you scream, the more excited they get. You know how it is." He tore off 3 strips and sealed Chen Feng's mouth tightly. Kwame Brown asked excitedly, "Who goes first?" Everyone's eyes turned to Kobe, who had initiated the whole thing. If he didn't make a move, no one else dared. But all their eyes shone like a pack of hyenas circling prey, waiting for the alpha to take the first bite. Chen Feng struggled wildly in the chair, his body thrashing so hard the seat shook. Bynum pressed down on his shoulder. "Hold still, Feng. It'll be quick. Just bear with it. There are only 11 of us." Kobe stared at Chen Feng with cold indifference, slowly flexing his wrists and fingers, the joints cracking like a boxer warming up before a match. He even twisted his neck, producing a crack sound. Then he walked slowly to Chen Feng, looking down at him, his voice icy. "Spread his legs. Parker and George, who had been holding Chun Feng's legs, immediately obeyed, spreading them wider than shoulder-width apart, as if executing a military order. Kobe stepped between Chun Feng's legs, bringing his hands together with 2 fingers extended, like a sword poised for execution. Parker's face flushed with excitement. He had waited too long for this chance for revenge. "Boss first, I'm second. I'm next." He was so thrilled he started howling. "Ooh." That shout seemed to ignite something. The entire plane erupted instantly, a cacophony of primal, unrestrained raw sounds. Bynum started first, beating his chest with both hands. "Woo-woo." His voice boomed like King Kong. Vujasic followed, shrieking like a stepped-on chicken. "Ah." Odom's voice was the most bizarre, a deep elephant-like, mingling with the ape-like calls, turning the whole cabin into a scene from a wildlife documentary. Kwame Brown, unable to produce a proper howl, frantically clapped his hands, creating a rapid rhythm, like a machine gun. George, still holding Chun Feng's leg, joined in, with ho-ho-ho. The sounds rose and fell, high and low, long and short, piercing and rumbling. A blend that resembled a primitive tribal ritual or feeding time at the zoo. The flight attendant peeked out from the front cabin, took one look, and silently drew the curtain. Chun Feng, taped and pinned to the seat, felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. With his legs spread, his eyes fixed on Kobe's 2 fingers, a torrent of images flashed through his mind. Peyton turning around to glare at him, while clutching his rear, Nash lying on the floor for ages, James's expression as his hand plunged into something foul, Kid bouncing on the spot 3 times. Every image, every victim. He had been the one to strike them all. He recalled the pfft sound when he poked Kid, the 3 jumps Kid made, and his own curse in the tunnel. Damn, what a loss. I missed one. What goes around comes around. Today it was his turn. A tear of regret finally slid down Chun Feng's cheek. Not a loud sob, but a silent, desperate stream. 2 lines of clear tears slowly trickling down his face, cool as they reached his ear. His nostrils quivered slightly, his lips trembled beneath the tape. His expression shifted from fear to despair, and from despair to hope. Yes, Chun Feng saw the Zen master and the assistant coach stand up and walk over. He began to struggle frantically, muffled sounds coming from his mouth, his eyes bright, as if beholding a savior. The coach was here. The coach would surely save him. He was the Lakers' head coach. He couldn't possibly watch his own player. The Zen master paused beside Chun Feng, glanced at his taped mouth, spread legs, and Kobe's poised fingers, then said flatly, "If Chun is too tense, I have a bottle of lubricant in my bag. You can use it." All light vanished from Chun Feng's eyes. The Zen master, as if nothing had happened, walked to the adjoining compartment and muttered a low remark audible to no one in particular. Age catches up. Can't control the prostate anymore. Always need to use the restroom." He casually closed the door, shutting out all sound. The cabin was silent for a third of a second, then erupted into laughter and shouts, even more frenzied than before. New York NBA headquarters, the commissioner's office. David Stern removed his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and tossed the game report in his hand onto the desk. The front page prominently displayed a photo of Jason Kidd springing up while clutching his lower back, accompanied by a caption, "Lakers vs. Nets, Chun Feng flagrant 2, foul, post-game review pending." Him again. Stern side pressed the intercom on his desk. "Notify the competition committee, meeting in 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, the long oval table was filled with people. Stu Jackson, the executive vice president in charge of discipline, sat to Stern's left with a stack of video screenshots and data analysis spread before him. Legal counsel, media relations, and referee representatives were all in place. Stu Jackson spoke first, his tone grave. "Chun Feng, in last night's Lakers vs. Nets game, committed an inhumane act against Jason Kidd." After taking a sip of water, he added, "And after the incident with Kidd, he clearly attempted the same move on Vince Carter, though unsuccessful. This shows it was not a momentary impulse, but a premeditated act." An old man with white hair across the table chuckled. "Premeditated to target a sensitive area? I've never heard of that in my life." Stu Jackson ignored him and continued reading. "According to league regulations, a flagrant 2 foul results in automatic ejection and a fine. Repeat offenses warrant heavier penalties. My recommendation is a 12-game suspension and a 1,000 fine." The legal counsel flipped through some documents, adjusted his glasses. "Isn't 12 games too severe?" His actions did not involve physical violence, though the nature is indeed egregious and the impact significant. As of now, short videos related to Chun Feng's 1,000 Years of Death have accumulated over 200 million views across the internet. My opinion is a 10-game suspension and an 8,000 fine. The media relations director shook his head, speaking in a much lighter tone. 10 games is also too much. Think about how much buzz this kid is generating right now. Ratings, clicks, social media discussions. He alone can match half a team. A 5-game suspension and a symbolic fine would actually work better. It shows the league doesn't condone such behavior without making him a villain. If we suspend him for 10 games, we'll be the ones losing the traffic. Stern remained silent, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He picked up the video screenshots, glanced at them twice, then set them down. Fine 4,000, suspend 5 games. Stern made the final decision. Write the reason clearly, repeated unsportsmanlike conduct damaging the league's image. Additionally, add a private notice to the Lakers management telling Phil Jackson to control his player. If it happens again, start at 10 games. Stu Jackson noted this down. Stern leaned back in his chair. Are the first-round results of the All-Star voting out? The media relations director flipped through the report before him, adjusted his glasses. Yes. Western Conference backcourt Itchin-Foam. First-round votes, 960 votes. Highest in the league. The room fell silent for a moment. Surpassing Kobe, as someone asked. Kobe has 720 votes, third in the West. Second is Yao Ming of the Rockets with 7700 votes. The media relations director recited the data, a subtle excitement in his voice. Chen Feng's votes are over 2000 more than Kobe's. Moreover, the structure of his votes is interesting. North American local votes account for less than 30, while overseas votes account for over 70. The Chinese market, Asian market, and even the European market are all voting for him. An undrafted rookie first-year All-Star votes leader, someone muttered. Not yet the final All-Star votes leader, the media relations director corrected. In the first round, he is temporarily the votes leader. The final results depend on the next few rounds. But with this momentum, there's almost no doubt he'll make the All-Star starting lineup. And his jersey sales. Over the past 2 weeks, the Lakers' 35 jersey ranks first in nationwide sales, surpassing Kobe and LeBron. Stern picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and said nothing. He set the cup down and glanced at the voting report. It seems necessary to meet this young man during the All-Star break. All right, meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had just returned to his home in Los Angeles, was limping toward the door when a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded behind him. As he turned around, a dozen microphones were already thrust toward his face, the lights blinding him. How long had these reporters been waiting? He had just gotten off the plane, not even had a sip of water. A reporter eagerly asked, Chen, regarding the All-Star voting, you're currently in first place, the first-round votes leader. What do you have to say? Votes leader? That's nice. But I think this title should go to Kobe. After all, he's so great. Without Shaq, he couldn't even touch the finals floor. Don't you think? The reporter was momentarily confused. Are you praising Kobe, or? I'm praising him. Chen Feng said with a sincere face. He's such a master of shooting iron. The world has long known his blacksmith reputation. Especially in Milan, he even outshines Kaká at San Siro. The reporter quickly steered the topic back. I'm not asking about Kobe, I'm asking about the All-Star votes leader. The votes leader doesn't matter. Chen Feng waved his hand. What matters is whether Lamar Odom can find a job at a nightclub. You know, on the court he's not very effective. He should become a nightclub security guard. His energy there would be 10 times greater. The reporters exchanged glances, unsure what to write. Another reporter raised his hand. Chun, regarding the league's punishment on you. 5-game suspension, 4-0 fine. What's your take? Chen Feng sighed, his expression pained. How do I see it? When I saw the Lakers management use the 10th pick to select Andrew Bynum, my heart shattered. If I were the Lakers management, I wouldn't have picked him even with the 100th pick. He's only fit to be an apprentice at a barbershop washing people's hair. His hands are only suited for scissors, not for basketball. A female reporter stepped forward, her tone serious. Chen, some say your actions against Kidd and LeBron were criminal. Chen Feng glanced at her. Criminal? The performance of the other Lakers players on the court is indeed criminal. They should all be exiled to Golden State. Go take a look at the Warriors arena. It's as bad as their play. Going there to reflect is just right. Kwame Brown can't even catch a pass. You call that an NBA player? He's a circus performer. Sasha Vujacic's shooting form is uglier than mine, and the key is he can't even make the shot. Don't you think he's performing a comedy on the court? I suggest the league fine them too, with the charge of wasting the audience's time. Another reporter couldn't help asking, Chen, are you playing dumb? Chen Feng looked up at the reporter. Playing dumb? You're absolutely right. What else can Phil Jackson do besides playing dumb? All day he sits there like a mystic wearing glasses, thinking he's posing for a photo shoot. He has no tactics at all. During the Bulls era, he just gave the ball to Michael. During the Lakers dynasty, he just gave the ball to Shaq. He's only responsible for playing music and ordering takeout. You ask me what takeout he orders? I guess it's pizza, because all he can draw is circles. Ask him to draw a play. He can't. After saying this, Chen Feng's face suddenly changed, his brows furrowed, and he instinctively reached to touch his lower back. He had been speaking too excitedly and strained that area. The sensitive region began to ache again. He drew a sharp breath, quickly waved his hand. All right, that's it for today. I'm feeling a bit unwell. The reporters still wanted to press further, but the door slammed shut with a bang. Los Angeles afternoon. A white young man wearing a Kobe 8 jersey stepped out of the supermarket and casually picked up a copy of the Los Angeles Times from the newsstand by the entrance. The front page headline nearly made him spit out his hot dog. Chen Feng brutally criticizes his teammates, claiming Kobe is nothing without Shaq and couldn't even reach the finals floor without him. What on earth? The young man flipped the newspaper inside out twice, confirming it wasn't an April Fool's edition, and muttered, can these media outlets be any more ridiculous? How could Chen criticize Kobe? They are on the same team. He crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. An older gentleman nearby picked it up, glanced at it with his brows furrowed, then grabbed the next copy. The breaking news section of Sports Illustrated. The headline boldly declared, Chinese rookie Chen Feng Odom should work as a bouncer at nightclubs, he can't perform on the court. The man clicked his tongue. What is this newspaper doing? Odom's season hasn't been great, but suggesting he become a bouncer is excessive. He set Sports Illustrated aside and picked up a third copy of the Orange County Register. The front page headline was even more outrageous. Lakers rookie Chen Feng slams the entire team, says their performance is a crime. The man slammed the newspaper back onto the stand. These reporters have lost their minds. For the sake of sales, they've abandoned all dignity. A young man wearing a Lakers baseball cap leaned over holding a copy of the Los Angeles Daily News. He pointed to the front page and read aloud. Chen Feng says Phil Jackson only pretends to be foolish and has zero understanding of tactics. During his Bulls days, he just gave the ball to Michael. In the Lakers dynasty, he gave it to Shaq. His only job was to play music and order takeout. The young man finished reading and chuckled to himself. This is absurd. Chen is such a humble and polite person. How could he say something like this? The newsstand owner, an elderly man in his 60s, leaned forward from behind the counter and said leisurely, "Don't rush to curse the newspapers yet. Watch the TV first." He pointed to a small television mounted in the corner of the stand. ESPN was broadcasting rolling news, and on screen was Chen Feng's face. The same interview that had been flashed around the day before outside his doorstep. In the video, Chen Feng criticized Kobe for missing too many shots, called Odom a nightclub bouncer, said Bynum should be washing hair, labeled Kwame a circus act, mocked Vujasic with comedy routines, and suggested the entire team should be sent to Golden State. He even roasted head coach Phil Jackson for his theatrical antics. The young man pointed at the TV and shouted this. "This video isn't faked, is it?" The newsstand owner said slowly, "Who knows?" In just 2 hours, the edited clips of this chaotic interview surpassed 100 million views across the internet. Netizens photoshopped text beneath Odom's nightclub photos reading, "Bouncer, someone's causing trouble." Bynum's portrait was directly photoshopped onto a barbershop sign with the caption, "Master Tony furthering his education." While ordinary fans and media treated the interview as entertainment, those who truly smelled opportunity were the general managers of various franchises. In their eyes, this was no joke. It was a signal the Lakers' locker room is fracturing, and their volatile number 35 can't stay much longer. The opportunity has arrived. The phone on Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak's desk began ringing frantically. "Mitch, I hear your Chinese kid is having some issues with the team." Pat Riley made the first call. Kupchak removed his reading glasses and said evenly, "Riley, we have no problems, and we don't need your concern." "Mitch, I'll be direct." Riley's tone was like closing a guaranteed deal. "Jason Williams, an all-star point guard in exchange for your rookie. How about it?" Kupchak slammed the receiver onto the desk. "You're dreaming." "Don't rush," Riley continued. "If Jason isn't enough, how about adding the all-star, the glove, Peyton? I can even help you offload a bad contract to balance the salary cap." "Mitch, you're coming out ahead." "I don't know if I'm coming out ahead, but I might just drain your blood." Kupchak hung up immediately. Before he could catch his breath, the phone rang again. "Mr. Kupchak, this is Isaiah Thomas." The voice of the Knicks general manager came through, sounding even more excited than Riley. Kupchak frowned. "Speak." "Stephon Marbury, the king of New York, in exchange for your number 35. How about it?" Kupchak bit his lip. "Are you crazy? Marbury may have a temper, but he can score, create for others, and hit clutch shots. Paired with your Kobe, the backcourt duo would be unstoppable. Chen Feng is just a rookie who causes trouble. This trade benefits you." Thomas laughed. Kupchak said nothing and pressed hang up. Trading Marbury for Chen Feng wasn't a trade, it was robbery. The Knicks were robbing the Lakers. Danny Ainge of the Boston Celtics also called. Without preamble, he asked, "Mitch, would you trade Paul Pierce alone for Chen Feng?" Kupchak's heart skipped a beat. The truth for a rookie. "Ainge, since when are you this generous?" "I'm serious," Ainge replied calmly. "Pierce is a superstar ready to contribute immediately. Pair him with Kobe, and you're competing for a championship right away. 2 elite wing scorers on the perimeter. Which team in the league can handle that?" Kupchak felt the world growing increasingly surreal. A rookie who had played only 2 months could single-handedly fetch a 4-time All-Star, a player averaging over 20 points per game last season. "Ainge, there is no conflict between Chun and his teammates. Those are just stories blown out of proportion. And Chun is off limits to the Lakers. We will not trade him for anyone." Ainge chuckled softly. "Mitch, you'll regret this." He hung up. Kupchak leaned back in his chair and massaged his temples. The phone rang again. This time he simply pulled the cord. 2 seconds of silence. He picked up a different landline and dialed the Lakers PR department's extension. "Draft an official announcement. Send it out immediately." What should it say? The Lakers' official statement. "Chen Feng is a non-trade asset. We will not be responding to any trade inquiries regarding him." Kupchak finally let out a long breath. Then he dialed Chen Feng's number. "Chen, are you awake? Come to my office." A groggy voice came from the other end. "What is it?" "I'm still applying medication. You'll find out when you get here." After hanging up, Kupchak dialed Phil Jackson's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Phil's voice was as calm as ever. "Mitch." "Phil, come by my office. We need to discuss Chen Feng." "All right." Shen Feng pushed the door open and Kupchak and the Zen master were already seated inside. What's up, bosses? Kupchak slid the newspaper across the table. Take a look. Shen Feng glanced at the headline. Read it. Read it. Kupchak's voice rose. You publicly blasted Kobe Odom Bynum and the Zen master in front of the entire American media. What do you have to say for yourself? The media coverage was quite accurate. They didn't distort my words. Shen Feng's reply left Kupchak speechless. Faced with such a brazen rookie, he had no choice but to turn to the Zen master. The Zen master set down his book, his tone calm. Shen, I can't control your habit of the 1,000-year kill. But openly criticizing your teammates in public is another matter. Do you know how many team general managers called today? They all think you've fallen out with the squad. What's the offer? Shen Feng's eyes lit up. You. Kupchak pointed at Chen Feng, his finger trembling. The Zen master raised a hand to calm him, then turned to Chen Feng. Let me say this for you first. Those remarks in the media, you were deflecting attention. The controversy over the 1,000-year kill was too intense, so you deliberately said something more outrageous, drawing the fire to yourself, and keeping the media from focusing on the conflicts between teammates and opponents. Right? Chen Feng looked at the Zen master with surprise. He had simply been mouthy, but the Zen master handed him an out. Exactly. That's it. Chen Feng nodded vigorously, wearing a look of being understood. All to protect my teammates. The locker room is very harmonious. The Zen master's temple twitched slightly. This kid was better at climbing the ladder than passing the ball. Kupchak wasn't convinced. And saying the Zen master only draws circles, that's also protection. That was motivation for the coach. Strict masters produce outstanding students. Love is deep, criticism is earnest. The Zen master's temple twitched again. Kupchak rubbed his own temple. Fine, let's set the media issue aside for now. What about the 1,000-year kill? You've already been suspended 3 times for it. Why do you insist on using that move on others? Chen Feng couldn't exactly say it was a system quest. It's an ancient traditional greeting. Like a handshake, just a different location. Kupchak gave him a look that said, you expect me to believe that. Can you promise never to use it again? Chen Feng thought it over seriously, then said with solemnity, I promise I'll try my best not to get suspended for the 1,000-year kill anymore. Kupchak's brow relaxed. Wait, you said try not to get suspended, not try not to use it. Well, sometimes you know. Chen Feng stammered for a while, saying nothing of substance. Enough. The Zen master's voice was soft, but Chen Feng immediately fell silent. Kupchak held his forehead. Chen, listen, don't make the league send me any more fines. Can you do that? I'll try. Kupchak was exasperated into a laugh. The Zen master stood and walked toward the door. As he passed Chen Feng, he paused, looked down at him, and said softly, before you act next time, remember that night on the plane. A certain part of Chen Feng reflexively tightened. Think clearly before you act. The door closed. Leaving the office, Chen Feng turned the corner and saw Bob leaning against the wall, scrolling his phone, his face etched with anxiety. Chen, is it settled? Bob hurried over, lowering his voice. Everyone's saying you've fallen out with your teammates. What's really going on? Nothing, it's all resolved. The media made it up. Chen Feng waved his hand. Bob recalled the video on his phone. Chen Feng ripping into the entire team on camera, not even sparing the Zen master. That footage didn't look fabricated. But he was an agent, not a therapist. If the boss said it was fine, then it was fine. All right. Bob pocketed his phone and switched to work mode. Chen, serious business. After the All-Star voting leader news came out, your shoe deal has new progress. Who? Adidas. Bob's eyes shone. 7 years, $95 million. That's the most sincere offer so far. Nike is holding firm. They won't give you more than LeBron. But Adidas can. They want to take off in the Asian market with you. Chen Feng did a quick mental calculation. 7 years, $95 million, $5 million more than LeBron. Sure, LeBron signed his deal earlier, but outside observers wouldn't care about the timeline. They'd only see the numbers. LeBron, 90 million, mean 95 million. That's enough. And Bob lowered his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. You know Adidas' situation. T-Mac's declining, plagued by injuries. They need a new face. If you go there, you might not immediately match T-Mac's treatment, but 95 million speaks volumes. They can't afford not to give you resources. The market, the Chinese market, the all-star vote leader. Play those 3 cards and Adidas management will be laughing in their sleep. Chen Feng pondered. Kobe is with Nike, LeBron is with Nike, Jordan is with Nike. Nike has too many superstars. How much resource would be left for him? Adidas was different. T-Mac was sidelined, the guard line was in limbo. If he went there, he'd be the crown prince, or at least a candidate. Alright, I'll go with the bigger money. Adidas it is. Chen Feng made the call. One of Adidas's intentions in signing Chen Feng was to pit him against LeBron. Chen Feng's popularity in the U.S. wasn't as high as LeBron's, but outside America, especially in Asia, he left LeBron in the dust. Adidas's cash flow was already stronger than Nike's, and management had long wanted to sign a marquee perimeter star to appease shareholders. But most NBA guards who could sell shoes were already under contract. Just then Chen Feng emerged. And his buzz was off the charts. It felt like he was the only rookie in 2005. The top pick and the second pick couldn't hold a candle to him. Many casual fans had gotten to know Chen Feng through the 1,000-year kill and then followed him because of the radio calisthenics. Coupled with the huge market, and his Chinese heritage Adidas could solidify its presence in while tapping into the Chinese market. For the next 7 years, he would walk hand in hand with Adidas. With Adidas backing him, he'd have allies in the award races. Back in China, news about Chen Feng changed by the second. One moment, he was suspended for 5 games and fined 4,000. Before the news could even be digested, another headline popped up: Chen Feng blasts entire team for playing like criminals. Chen Feng got into a fight with teammates on the plane, reportedly injured his leg. Chen Feng says Kobe should go to Milan to be a blacksmith. That's his true calling. Each story more sensational than the last. But before fans could process it, the news of Chen Feng signing a 7-year, $95 million deal with Adidas exploded. He was just suspended, supposedly fighting with teammates, and then he lands a $95 million super contract. Had the world gone this insane? Fans debated which reports were true and which were false. No one ever considered that they were all true. Inside the gymnasium, Chen Feng had just changed into his training gear and stepped onto the court when all his teammates' eyes turned toward him in unison. Odom was the first to approach with a smile. Well, look who it is, the fan favorite himself. The voting king still bothers with practice. I figured you'd head straight to the nightclub instead. Before Chen Feng could respond, Odom added teasingly, Brother Feng, you're right. On the court, I'm all wet feet. I'm only fit to be a security guard at a club. I'm not worthy of being your teammate. Bynum chimed in from the side, sporting a fresh haircut that clearly came straight from the barber shop. Besides being the voting king, Brother Feng is also a 100 million man. I already signed up at the barbershop. Master Tony said I have natural talent. After 3 months of training, I'll be licensed. Then I'll give you head washes at 20% off. Kobe leaned against the basket stanchion, rolling his fingers, and glanced up at Chen Feng with a half smile. Winter in Milan is quite cold. Perfect conditions for blacksmithing. I've already had my agent look into blacksmith shop rental prices over there. If things ever don't work out in the NBA, at least I'll have a fallback plan. Don't you think? The blacksmith Bryant. Chen Feng shrank his neck slightly. Kwame Brown also drifted over, raising both hands. Brother Feng, the juggler, has reported for duty. Want to watch me try a trick catch? I've been practicing all season. My success rate is 100%. Chen Feng found himself surrounded, as though the whole situation were somehow his fault. And just what did all of you do to me on that plane? One after another that night, left me limping for 3 whole days. That debt still hasn't been settled. But now was not the time to make waves. In the future, he would need these bodyguards for those system assignments. Besides, he had just signed a big contract, his pockets were full, and he was in a good mood. All right, Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. My treat tonight. The whole team goes out to eat. Order whatever you want. Bynum was the first to cheer. I'll have the king crab. Vujasic raised his hand. I'll have the lobster. Kwame Brown paused to think. I'll order whatever I can actually catch. Odom joined in. Brother Feng, since it's your treat, I'll order 2 extra waves. Are you ordering food or ordering people? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Either works as long as you're paying. Coach Phil stood on the sideline, looked calmly at the boisterous group of players, and simply said, finished causing trouble. Then let's get to training. No sooner had he spoken than everyone scattered to their positions. Today the coach had placed Chen Feng on the reserve squad, while Parker trained with the starters. After all, Chen Feng was serving a 5-game suspension, and Parker was being elevated back to the starting lineup. This season Parker had experienced 3 ups and 3 downs. This 4th return to the starting 5 was more thrilling than a roller coaster. As the practice game began, Parker immediately went after Chen Feng on the first possession. He dribbled twice, realized he couldn't get past, and passed to Odom. Captain security catch. Odom called out as he drove inside, only to have the ball slapped away by Kwame. Chen Feng brought the ball up on the counterattack. Parker closed in, stretching out his long arms, muttering, voting king, let's see what you've got. Chen Feng ignored him, executed a sharp crossover past Parker, and drove to the free throw line. Odom rotated over to help on defense, arms spread wide, his chest pressing straight into Chen Feng's. Captain security has received orders. Defensive intensity maxed out. You're being guarded like a threat. Odom grunted as he pushed. Chen Feng lost his balance and nearly spilled the ball. Is this how you help on defense? Smashing your chest right into me. Security's job is to go all out. You don't go easy on threats. Odom kept his expression flat while his hands never stopped working. Left hand gripping the waist, right hand going for the ball, as if trying to pin Chen Feng and the ball to the floor at once. Chen Feng was forced backward toward the baseline. Kobe swept in from the weak side, creating a 2-man trap, like 2 walls closing in. Voting king, there's no escape for you today. Parker charged up from behind, completing a 3-man squeeze. With Odom pressing against him and Kobe and Parker converging, Chen Feng lowered his voice slightly. Lamar, I'll add an extra order for you tonight. Odom hesitated, glanced at the approaching Kobe, gritted his teeth, and refused. Captain security cannot be bought. Parker lunged forward like a fierce hound, throwing his whole body onto Chen Feng's back and wrapping both arms tightly around the basketball. Odom went all out as well, both hands pinning Chen Feng's wrists, leaving him no room to move. Kobe arrived too, and in the chaos reached a hand through the tangle of bodies. No one knew how he found the angle, but he stripped the ball clean. Stripping the ball was one thing. That move was pushing it beyond reasonable defense. Three men, six arms piled on top of Chen Feng like a human tower. Foul. That's a foul. Chen Feng's voice muffled from beneath the pile. Parker clung to the ball, refusing to let go, arguing confidently. This is a practice game. There are no fouls. This is called tough defense. Kobe retrieved the ball from the heap and tossed it to the referee, saying coolly, turnover. On the next possession, Parker used Odom's screen to drive into the paint. Facing Kwame's help defense, he attempted a layup and missed. The ball bounced loose. Kobe secured the rebound and drained a fadeaway three-pointer. Swish. Not working the forge today. Chen Feng called to Kobe. Kobe gave him a look. Looks like the intensity isn't enough yet. Cook giggled from the sidelines until Chen Feng shot him a glare, and he quickly composed himself. On the following play, Chen Feng held the ball at the top of the key with Parker glued to him. Instead of creating space, Chen Feng went straight up for a three over Parker's outstretched arms. He had to shoot now or lose the opportunity entirely. The ball arced cleanly through the net. That shooting touch. Can any of you stop it? Chen Feng called to the starting unit. As if on cue, Kobe walked past him without expression and tossed over his shoulder. One basket means nothing. Try talking after you shoot over 50% for a full game. Parker added. You've only made one and you're already showing off. I guarded you 5 straight possessions and only let in 1. Odom was even sharper, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. Captain Security knocked away 4 of your shots. You made 1. Chen Feng opened his mouth, but found he had no comeback. The game continued, and the starting unit's defensive intensity not only didn't drop, it increased. Parker pursued Chen Feng like a dog after stolen bones, refusing to give him an inch. Odom's help defense grew increasingly aggressive, his arms whipping through the air like windmill blades. Kobe was the most unsettling of all. Every time Chen Feng caught the ball, Kobe hovered nearby, not going for the steal, just making him nervous. What are you even doing if you're not going to take the ball? Chen Feng called out. Scaring you, Kobe replied succinctly. Chen Feng flinched, and the pass went astray. Kwame fumbled it, and the ball rolled out of bounds. Kwame looked back at Chen Feng. Brother Feng, the juggler's trick was a success. 100% accuracy. Don't you think I deserve an award? The practice game ran another 20 minutes. Chen Feng finished with 10 points and 10 turnovers. A double-double in unconventional stats. Odom leaned against the baseline, phone in hand, scrolling through restaurant menus. Brother Feng, I've made my choices. 3 Michelin stars, lobster, king crab, wagyu truffle. Does your card have enough limit? You could buy the whole restaurant and still have change left. Then I won't hold back. The entire team filed out of the gymnasium in a large group. Chen Feng walked in front, limping slightly from the earlier pileup. Odom trailed behind, muttering to himself. Security guard follows the fan favorite to dinner. What a scene. Hey, Brother Feng, want me to valet park for you later? On January 2, 2006, a Los Angeles Staples Center. At 3 in the afternoon, the Lakers hosted the Seattle Supersonics at home. According to league suspension rules, band players must leave the arena 2 hours early. Even ticket holders cannot enter as spectators. So at 1 in the afternoon, Chen Feng was escorted out by security. The guard was a black man who patted Chen Feng's shoulder with a helpless tone, saying, Brother, I can't help it. Rules are rules. Once your suspension is lifted, I'll cheer for you. You said the same last time. That was my buddy, I just started working yesterday. Chen Feng drove away and checked the Supersonics lineup along the way. Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis were the 2 core players, yet the team's record sat at 11 wins and 18 losses, ranking second to last in the Western Conference. The Lakers this season had an 18-11 record, 5th in the West. This one should be a win, Chen Feng muttered to himself, turning the steering wheel toward West Hollywood. Tianxian had invited him for coffee. The cafe was small, named Buck, with a few round tables outside. Chen Feng pushed the door open and found Tianxian already seated by the window. A woman sat beside her, hair styled in an elegant updo, exuding a capable air in a black light coat, holding a cup of coffee. Tianxian introduced her sister, Xiaoli, my mother, and also my agent. Chen Feng approached and greeted her politely. Hello, Sister Xiaoli. This was Chen Feng's first meeting with Tianxian's mother. Previously at the Christmas Day game, Tianxian had come with her best friend, but skipped the post-game dinner. Jack Cheng, Jet Li, Bing Bing, Coach Zhang, and Yu Jia attended, but Tianxian didn't show up due to the late hour. Sister Xiaoli's gaze swept over him, as if comparing him to those evaluations circulating online. Sit, she said, pointing to the chair opposite her. Chen Feng took his seat and ordered a latte from the approaching waiter. Once the coffee was served, the 3 of them engaged in casual conversation. Sister Xiaoli spoke at a measured pace, her questions neither probing nor difficult. Tianxian sipped her coffee nearby, mostly silent. She wore a white sweater with her hair loose, appearing calm and composed. Chen Feng watched her, thinking to himself that despite her long time in America, she still carried that unassuming demeanor. Setting down his cup, he casually asked, I heard you signed with Sony. Yes, Tianxian has been preparing her new album these days, scheduled for release next year. She's studying music in Los Angeles during this period. Chen Feng nodded. I heard her mention a Japanese producer. Tianxian set down her cup. Arrangements from over there suit my style better. Sony Music made the connection, arranging for me to go to Japan this year to record songs and release an album. Chen Feng held his coffee cup, saying nothing. In 2005, after Tian Xian finished filming The Return of the Condor Heroes, the role of Xiao Long Nu made her a breakout star. Sony recognized her overseas potential, and through Sony Music's North American resources brought her to Los Angeles to sign with a private vocal studio for intensive pop singing training under top industry instructors. Then she would head to Japan to release albums and explore the idol singer direction. He knew all these details from his past life, but he also knew from his previous life that Tian Xian's songs, well, even he couldn't remember much about them. Chun Feng set down his cup in a relaxed tone, asking if she had finalized the songs for her new album. Almost done, Tian Xian replied, looking at him with curiosity about what he wanted to say. I have a Chinese song here that you might want to try. Tian Xian stared at him with disbelief, questioning whether he actually wrote songs. I don't write them, but I have one, Chun Feng said with evident confidence. Sister Xiaoli glanced at him over her coffee cup, her expression clearly skeptical of his bold claim. Tian Xian suddenly showed interest, asking what kind of song it was. A perfect match for you, simple melody, easy to remember, catchy enough that you could hum it after just one listen. Tian Xian tilted her head, asking for the song title. He had almost suggested Learn to Meow, but a mischievous thought struck him, the parody version from later years with its endlessly catchy chorus that had become a massive hit. But what if it were the barking version instead? No one had tried that before. Learn to Bark the Dog. Tian Xian thought she'd misheard and asked what he meant. Learn to bark like a dog with the barking part, he clarified. Her coffee cup hovered midair as Tian Xian's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, then to suspicion, and finally to the unspoken question of whether he was intentionally teasing her. Sister Xiaoli nearly choked on her coffee, unable to swallow the unexpected remark. Chun Feng maintained his composure and urged her to listen, explaining that the melody was incredibly catchy and impossible to forget after just one hearing. The lyrics were equally simple and easy to sing along to. Tian Xian responded with a doubtful hum, piecing together his implication that she should learn to bark like a dog. Chun Feng considered it for a moment, sensing something might be off, but pressed on anyway, insisting that differentiation was key. He painted a vivid picture of her performing on stage with fans enthusiastically barking along, creating an unforgettable spectacle. Tian Xian leaned back in her chair with her arms crossed, thinking he might actually have some merit after all. Chun Feng caught her reaction and asked if she doubted him, then pulled out his phone to pretend searching for something while offering to sing a few lines. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice to avoid disturbing nearby patrons, then began singing the playful melody about learning to bark like a dog. Tian Xian's eyebrows drew together in confusion as he continued with another line about being coquettish in front of someone, his forehead showing signs of strain or concentration. When he sang about expressing love loudly with barks, Tian Xian finally broke into loud laughter, covering her face with her hand. Sister Xiaoli was equally bewildered by Chun Feng's enthusiastic barking and asked who wrote the song. He explained that a netizen named Xia Fengfeng had written many songs that no one performed, and he had saved this particular one for her because he thought it was good. Sister Xiaoli gave him a knowing look that seemed to question whether he was actually the songwriter himself. Chun Feng looked down guiltily and took a large sip of his latte. Tian Xian wiped her tear-streaked eyes from laughing so hard and asked if he was serious about having her sing those barking lyrics. He insisted he was serious, suggesting they could change it if she didn't like the dog barking concept, and proposed learning to crow like a rooster instead. Chun Feng demonstrated the chicken song again, and Tian Xian laughed so hard this time that she had to cover her mouth, though her eyes still sparkled with amusement. Sister Xiaoli watched her daughter laugh and smiled briefly before regaining her composed demeanor. After Chun Feng finished singing, he looked at Tian Xian expectantly, asking if the song was catchy. Tian Xian lowered her hand, still smiling, and admitted that while the song was indeed catchy, she had no intention of learning to bark like a dog or crow like a chicken. Chun Feng gave her a disappointed look as if to say there was no helping her, then sighed and suggested she try learning to meow like a cat instead. Chun Feng sang the cat melody, and this time Tian Xian didn't laugh. She listened intently for a moment, her expression gradually becoming serious as she considered it. Looking at Chun Feng with a hint of surprise, she acknowledged that this was much better than the dog or chicken versions. Chun Feng chuckled and took a sip of his coffee, suggesting they switch to the cat version since they were all small animals anyway. Tian Xian rolled her eyes at his easily shifting choices. He explained that flexibility was key in market-driven work where user needs come first. When she questioned why he had sung the chicken version, he admitted it was just backup plan A. Tian Xian asked how many backup plans he had, and he honestly replied that theoretically there were infinite options. She decided she didn't want to continue the conversation with him anymore. After finishing their coffee, the three of them left the cafe. Tian Xian stood at the door and asked Chun Feng about the sheet music and lyrics for the song he had mentioned. Chun Feng tapped his head to indicate the melody was in his mind, but explained that only the lyrics were fully formed while the musical arrangement would need to be worked out with a professional arranger. Tian Xian looked at him with an expression that clearly suggested she thought he was just teasing her. She pointed out the contradiction, that if he could sing it, how could there be no melody? Chun Feng quickly clarified that they would find a professional arranger who could transcribe the tune from his singing. Tianxian pressed him on whether he was being truthful, and when he insisted he wasn't lying, she asked if it was definitely not the dog song. He reasoned that since she wouldn't sing it anyway, it couldn't possibly be that. Tianxian wrinkled her nose and huffed that as a cute little cat, she could only learn to meow. Her mother's car arrived, and she opened the door to get in. As the window rolled down, she told Chen Feng she would take him to Sony's music studio tomorrow to finalize the arrangement, warning him not to deceive her. She then playfully shook her fist at him in a gesture that resembled a kitten baring its claws. Her expression clearly conveyed a playful threat about the consequences of lying to her. Chen Feng found himself smiling at the cheerful yet endearing face visible through the car window. He started the engine and tuned into the radio, which was broadcasting the final score of the Lakers vs Supersonics game, in 92-88 victory for Los Angeles by 4 points, with Kobe scoring 41 points along with 7 rebounds and 4 assists. A perfectly ordinary 40-point performance. After defeating the Supersonics, the Lakers immediately rushed to Sacramento the next day to play the Kings on the road. Originally, he had arranged with Tianxian to go to Sony Music Studio today to record the tune of Learn to Meow, but Camila flew back from Brazil 2 days earlier. No choice, let it be. Los Angeles International Airport. Camila walked out pushing her luggage. She wore a khaki trench coat, her long hair loose, and sunglasses pushed up on her head. She wore no makeup, but her face needed none. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she let go of her luggage and ran straight to him. The suitcase toppled over, its wheels still spinning. She buried herself in Chen Feng's arms, wrapping her hands around his neck, pressing her face against his chest, leaning softly against him. Didn't you say you'd be back the day after tomorrow? Chen Feng wrapped his arms around her waist. Missed you. Couldn't wait. Don't you want your suitcase? No. Behind them, an older woman called out, Girl, you don't want this suitcase. I'll take it then. Camila turned back and smiled. No thanks. Thank you. The older woman shook her head and muttered, This girl, she's love-struck. In the afternoon, Chen Feng took Camila to Santa Monica Beach and then had dinner in Beverly Hills. When they got home in the evening, as soon as the door closed, Camila stood on tiptoes and kissed him. The living room lights were off. The bedroom door was closed. The next morning, when Chen Feng woke up, Camila was still lying on his chest. He grabbed his phone and saw, wow, over a dozen messages, all from Tianxian. First, 2 p.m. is Sony Music Studio, don't be late. Second, where are you? Third. Fourth, you're not going to stand me up again, are you? Fifth, a knife emoji with the caption, you figure it out. Sixth, Chen Feng, do you want to live? Seventh, a meme of a little person holding a knife. Eighth, I don't care, you must be there at 2 p.m. Ninth, if you don't come, I'll upload. Learn to bark online and say you wrote it. 10th, I'm really going to post it. 11th, I'm kidding. 12th, are you there yet? 13th, Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied, I'm there, don't rush. Tianxian replied instantly, Where are you? Chen Feng, at home. Tianxian, didn't you say you're there? Chen Feng, there means I received your message, not, I am at the music studio. Tianxian sent a row of knife emojis and finally added, If you're late again at 2 p.m., I'll send the recording of you singing, woof woof woof, to all the media. Chen Feng, when did you record that? Tianxian, you guess. Chen Feng dared not guess. He gently removed Camila's hand from his body and turned over to get out of bed. Where are you going? Camila asked drowsily. Something to do. I'll be back in the afternoon. What? Write a song. Camila opened one eye to look at him, then closed it again. You can write songs. No, but someone else can. Camila didn't ask further, turned over and pulled the blanket away. At 2 p.m. at Sony Music Studio. When Chen Feng arrived, Tianxian was already waiting at the door. She wore a black hoodie, her hair tied in a low ponytail, and beside her stood Sister Xiaoli holding a thermos. Something came up yesterday, Chen Feng said. Tianxian glanced at him without speaking. She turned her head away, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, lips pressed into a thin line. That expression translated to I'm angry, can't you see? Chen Feng quickly added, It really was something urgent, I didn't mean to. Tianxian still didn't look at him. I brought you coffee. I don't want it. You said last time that the latte from that shop is good, so I made a detour to buy it. Tianxian finally turned her head, gave him a look, then glanced at the coffee bag in his hand, and eventually reached out to take it. Tianxian handed the coffee to Sister Xiaoli. Sister Xiaoli took it, glanced at Chen Feng, and the three of them walked into the music studio. The arranger, teacher Lin, was a Chinese-American in his 40s wearing a pair of rimless glasses. He had worked at Sony for over a decade, handling albums that won Golden Melody Awards and others that didn't sell. He sat at the mixing console, turned to look at Chen Feng, and said, You said you have a song. Chen Feng nodded. The lyrics are in my head, I'll sing you the melody. He stood in front of the microphone and cleared his throat. Let's learn to meow together, meow, 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 meow. Teacher Lin's hand paused. He turned to look at Chen Feng, then at Tianxian. One more time, Teacher Lin said. Chen Feng sang it again. Teacher Lin lowered his head, pressed a few keys on the keyboard, stopped, then pressed a few more. This song. It's very catchy, he chose his words carefully. Right? But, Teacher Lin adjusted his glasses, the lyrics are a bit thin, and you sang, Let's learn to meow together. Since it's together, a duet between a man and a woman might have a better effect. Duet. Chen Feng recalled that this song was indeed a male-female duet. Teacher Lin nodded. You sing one line, she sings the next, and the chorus together. Stronger visual impact. Chen Feng looked at Tianxian. Tianxian was looking at him. What do you think? Tianxian asked. I don't mind. The song is for you, you decide. Then you'll sing with me. Chen Feng waved his hand, took a half step back, and said with an exaggerated expression, I can't. I'm a basketball player, I sing off-key. Tianxian looked at him seriously. The line you just sang, it wasn't off-key. That was luck. Luck is also part of ability. Chen Feng rubbed his nose, looking troubled. Think about it, I'm an NBA player. On the court I punch O'Neal, kick Kobe, and stump Garnett. And off the court I sing meow meow meow. If this gets out, how can I survive in the NBA? Tianxian glanced at him and didn't insist further. But her lips were pressed slightly, as if feeling wronged. They recorded all afternoon, and the basic framework of the song came out. Tianxian went into the booth and recorded 3 takes. Teacher Lin adjusted as he nodded, and by the end, he even started humming. Chen Feng sat nearby, listening, secretly marveling that in his previous life this song would have over 100 million plays on short video platforms in a day. Now with Tianxian singing it, it would definitely be a hit. Or would it? Chen Feng suddenly remembered that this era seemed to be a time of abundant quality songs, not the later era flooded with catchy, but shallow tunes, and he suddenly lost a bit of confidence. But if Tianxian sang it, even a catchy song should have fans who like it right. They left Sony and Tianxian, and Sister Xiaoli got into the car. Tianxian rolled down the window, glanced at him, and said, I'll listen to today's version again at home. Okay, consider the duet. With that she rolled up the window. When he got home in the evening, Kami La was curled up on the sofa watching TV. As soon as Chen Feng sat down, his phone vibrated. A message from Tianxian. That learned to meow, just now it does sound a bit plain when I sing it alone. Chen Feng replied, so what do you want to do? Tianxian, didn't Teacher Lin say it can be a duet? Chen Feng, so, Tianxian, you wrote the song, you won't sing it. Chen Feng, I sing off-key. Tianxian, Teacher Lin said you weren't off. Chen Feng, that was just luck. Tianxian, sing it once more. Chen Feng, I won't sing. Tianxian sent a knife emoji. After a few seconds another message came. Then I'll sing with another male singer. Chen Feng saw the message, his finger paused on the screen. Sing with another male singer. He ran through a list in his mind. Which male singer? J Cho, JJ, or someone Sony assigns randomly. Tianxian in the studio face to face with a strange man, singing line by line. Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 meow. The scene was vivid, but the person in the scene wasn't him. He remembered how Tianxian turned away from him at the studio door. He remembered the moment her fingers touched the back of his hand when she took the coffee. He remembered how her eyes sparkled when she said, then you'll sing with me. He didn't want anyone else to sing with her. When this thought surfaced, he himself was stunned. Chen Feng stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then typed, I'll sing, but you have to beg me. Tianxian didn't reply. Chen Feng thought she was angry and was about to type an explanation when his phone vibrated again. Tianxian, I beg you. Chen Feng's lips curled up slightly. Is that how you beg? Isn't that what you said? Beg you. I said it, you must sing with me. No, you don't even look like you're begging. Then what do you want? Chen Feng stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then typed a line, call me brother. Tianxian replied instantly, brother Chen Feng. Chen Feng typed, make it simpler. Howie. Remove 2 words. Chen Feng. After a long pause, Tianxian sent 2 words, brother. Chen Feng stared at those 2 words, unable to suppress his smile, his lips curling up. He quickly pursed his lips, lowered his head, pretending to look at dust on the phone screen, and glanced sidelong at Kami La on the sofa, who was curled up in the corner, watching a soap opera wrapped in a blanket, eyes fixed on the TV. He turned the phone over, screen down, and placed it on his lap. The league announced the player of the month for January. Carter of the Nets averaged 26.7 points, leading his team to a 10-4 record, earning the Eastern Conference honor. The Western Conference award went to Nowitzki, who posted 11 wins and 4 losses, with averages of 27.2 points and 9.3 rebounds. Chen Feng averaged 22.6 points, 9.2 assists and 2.2 steals in December, outperforming Chris Paul's 16.3 9 assists, 6.4 rebounds and 2.6 steals, securing the Western Conference Rookie of the Month for December. A mere Rookie of the Month award now barely piqued Chen Feng's interest, for he was deeply engrossed in mastering the art of time management. Yet he remained unaware. On January 3rd, the Lakers lost to the Kings on the road. That day Chen Feng was strolling along Santa Monica Beach with Camila, who was barefoot splashing through the waves, while he held up his phone to photograph her. A radio broadcast announced, the Lakers fall to the Kings on the road. Chen Feng heard it, but paid little heed. The Kings had been struggling so much this season that an occasional victory seemed normal. On January 4th, the Lakers lost to the Jazz on the road. That day Chen Feng found time to visit the Sony Music Studio. The Celestial Being recorded 3 takes, and Teacher Lin spent the entire afternoon fine-tuning the tracks. As he stepped out, he casually glanced at the score. Lost again, he murmured, then looked down to reply to the celestial being's message. On January 6th, the Lakers returned home and lost to the Pistons, marking their third consecutive defeat. That day he was cooking at home, or rather attempting to cook. Camila expressed a desire to taste his homemade cooking. He braced himself and gave it a try, only to char the steak and turn the pasta into a gooey mass. The two of them stared at the disastrous meal in silence for 5 seconds. Camila picked up her phone. "I'll order takeout." "Fine," Chin Feng replied, tossing the charred piece into the trash. His phone screen lit up with an ESPN notification. Lakers on a 3-game losing streak. Chun Feng's absence has a growing impact. He glanced at the headline but did not open it. He thought to himself, losing 3 games is nothing, but it's not like they've never lost before. Camila finished ordering takeout, curled up on the sofa, and patted him. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." "Liar. Your brows are furrowed." "It's natural. Your brows are naturally straight." January 7th, Universal Studios. Camila insisted on riding the roller coaster. As Chin Feng sat down, he thought, "I'm not afraid of clashing with O'Neal on the court. What's there to fear from this silly ride?" When he got off, his legs felt weak. Camila laughed at him, but he stubbornly claimed it was the wind. Naturally, the roller coaster had wind. Quite a strong breeze. That evening back home, Chin Feng lay on the sofa, while Camila nestled in his arms watching TV. On the screen, the female lead was sobbing uncontrollably, and Camila sniffled along. Chin Feng held her with one hand, while scrolling through his phone with the other. After scrolling a few times, he sat up abruptly. "What's wrong?" Camila lifted her head. "Nothing. Just watch the show." Chin Feng stared at the screen, his expression gradually stiffening. The sports news headline read, "Locker room tensions surface as Kobe scolds Bynum and Kwame during practice. Odom says the atmosphere is like a funeral." Lakers on a 3-game losing streak. Without Chin Feng, offensive efficiency has plummeted from the top 5 in the league to the bottom 5. He scrolled further. Kobe carried the team alone in the 4th quarter against the Pistons, but his teammates vanished. Kwame Brown refused to catch the ball at a critical moment. He clicked in. With 3 minutes left in the 4th quarter, the Lakers trailed by 6. The Pistons used a box-and-1 defense to trap Kobe, with Hamilton pressing closely and 4 players ready to double-team. Kobe forced his way through a triple team, creating space, and hurled the ball toward the basket. Kwame Brown was completely open, with no one within 3 meters. The ball reached his hands, but slipped out of bounds. A sigh echoed through the Staples Center. After a timeout, Kobe approached Kwame and lowered his voice. "You'll be open again next time. Catch it and dunk it in." Kwame shook his head. Kobe thought he hadn't heard. "I said next time you." "I heard you," Kwame replied, even more softly. "But if I'm open, don't pass me the ball." Chin Feng put down his phone. He hadn't expected Kwame's butterfingers to strike again, especially at such a critical moment. Even more, he hadn't anticipated that Kwame's confidence had shattered to this extent. From the news, he sensed the dysfunction in the Lakers' locker room. Kobe had lost trust in his teammates, and the players had lost confidence in themselves. This was no minor issue. He had originally planned to go directly to Philadelphia for his return game, but he changed his mind and decided to fly to Orlando a day early. The next morning, Chin Feng flew to Orlando. By the time he arrived, the game had already started. Since he was suspended, he couldn't enter the arena, so he could only watch the live broadcast from the hotel. Kobe scored 51 points. The Lakers lost to the Magic 87-99 for consecutive losses, a 19-15 record. After the game, Kobe didn't speak to anyone and left the court directly, ignoring all his teammates. The Lakers players returned to the hotel one by one. Bynum was the first to enter, his face lighting up. "Feng Ji, what are you doing here?" "Came to see if you guys are still alive." "Almost," Bynum replied. Odom followed behind, looking dejected. Chin Feng tapped his leg. "Captain of security, why so down?" Odom lifted his head, thoroughly defeated. "The captain can't handle this pressure. Kobe's killing intent is too strong. I can't even look him in the eye. This is nothing. It's not like he can eat you alive." Odom thought for a moment. Maybe he really could. Parker hung back, head down, not daring to look at anyone. Kwame arrived last, hesitating at the door for a few seconds before entering, then sat in the farthest corner. "Where's the old Kobe?" Chin Feng asked. "In the training facility," Odom said. "He went straight there after the game for extra practice." Chin Feng gathered everyone in his room. He closed the door. First, he walked over to Kwame and sat down. They were silent for a while. "I watched the tape of the Pistons game," Chin Feng said. Kwame's shoulders tensed. "That's not something an NBA player should say." Kwame finally looked up, his eyes slightly reddened. "I don't want to play anymore." "You don't want to play? You think you can just quit like that?" "I feel like I can't play well. The pressure is too much. I can't handle it." "Who do you think you are? You're the first high school #1 draft pick in the nation. LeBron is behind you. And now you're telling me you don't want to play. Maybe I really am a waste. Your physical and athletic gifts are top tier. If someone like you is a waste, what am I? A waste among wastes." Kwame remained silent. "Back then, everyone looked down on you, called you a bust. And you didn't help yourself? Is this how you want to prove them right?" Kwame's lips trembled. "You telling me I don't want to play shows you still have shame. Someone who still feels shame can be saved. The truly hopeless are those who play for 20 years, still can't catch a ball, and think they're fine." Kwame opened his mouth, his voice barely a whisper. Phone G, am I really worth saving? The day after tomorrow against the 76ers, I'll feed you the ball. Just dunk it. If you can't catch it, it's on me. What if I miss the dunk? Then I'll pass again. What if I miss again? Chun Fong coughed, taken aback, and looked into Kwame's eyes. Then I'll tell the old Kobe to trade you to the CBA. Kwame stared at him for a few seconds, then asked seriously, how's the intensity in the CBA? Chun Fong directly smacked him on the head. Are you actually considering that? He then walked over to Bynum and patted the back of his head. Kobe yelled at you for 10 minutes. Yeah. He yells because he still cares about you. He doesn't even look at people he doesn't care about. You ran the wrong direction on a pick and roll. It's not like you threw the ball into your own basket. Next time run toward the rim, not away. Bynum murmured, I'll go east next time. Forget east or west. Just run toward the rim. Chun Fong turned to Odom. On that traveling call, your footwork was half a beat late. When you catch the ball, move right away. Don't hesitate. Hesitation leads to traveling, which leads to getting yelled at, which makes you more hesitant. You need to break the cycle. Got it, Odom said quietly. He then glanced at Parker, who buried his head even lower. 4 games, 10 assists, 15 turnovers, Chun Fong said. Parker didn't respond. I've been a bench warmer too. I know how it feels. You were stuck on the bench, finally got a starting spot, and played like this. It's worse than being benched. But Smush, you can't be afraid to pass just because you're scared of turnovers. The more you fear, the more you'll mess up. Parker nodded slightly. Chun Fong walked to the center of the room and paused. Do you know how lions hunt on the African savanna? Bynum raised his hand. Fong G, it's the lionesses that hunt. Chun Fong was taken aback. The room fell silent. Fine lionesses. He forced the rhythm back. Do you know how lionesses hunt? Fong G, didn't you just say lions? Bynum chimed in again. Chun Fong looked at him. Kobe was right. You belong in the development league. Bynum shrank his neck. With the interruption, the tension in the room noticeably eased. Just then McGee, who had been sitting quietly, stood up. Aaron McKee, 33 years old, had played in the league for over a decade. He won the 6th Man of the Year in 2001 and had shared the court with Iverson during his prime in Philadelphia. This season, he signed with the Lakers for 2 years and $10 million. Everyone knew this was likely his last contract. He looked at Chun Fong, then at the others, and spoke. I've played many years in the NBA and seen many people. Michael A.I. Kobe, they're all top-tier scorers in the league. Stubborn with a fierce will to win, but unable to connect their teammates. Not because they don't want to, but because they can't. In their world, the ball is safest in their own hands. McKee paused, looking at Chun Fong. But you're different. You're a rookie, yet you know how to bring people together better than any of them. Kobe is a top scorer, but he's not a great organizer. To be honest, he looked into everyone's eyes and finished the sentence. You are more suited to be a leader than Kobe. The room was silent for 2 seconds. Bynum's eyes widened. Odom stopped chewing his gum. Parker stole a glance at Chun Fong, and even Kwame looked up. No one expected McKee to say such a thing. Kobe was the king of this team. Who would dare say someone else was more fit to lead? But McKee wasn't stirring trouble. A veteran who had played over a decade, who could be cut at any time. He wasn't flattering. He genuinely believed it. Chun Fong didn't respond, but the words struck a chord within him. He looked at McKee, 33, with thick knee braces, who had to ice for 20 minutes in the locker room before every game. After this contract, it might all be over. A man who had played over a decade, seen it all, yet chose to say such a thing at this moment. Before Chun Fong could say anything, Bynum suddenly stood up, picked up a yellow jacket, and draped it over Chun Feng's shoulders from behind. Fong G, it's cold. Put on some clothes. Chun Fong looked down at the bright yellow jacket on him. What are you doing? Take it off. Oh, he said to take it off. He didn't move. You've really done me in. No, you've really done me in. He tightened the yellow jacket around himself. I always thought as a rookie putting up numbers this season was enough. The team is Kobe's. I just need to do my part. Chun Feng's voice wasn't loud, but everyone listened. But these past few days, watching you lose game after game, the locker room turning into a funeral, Kwame afraid to catch the ball, Bynum getting yelled at for 10 minutes, Odom not even chewing his gum. I realized this isn't just Kobe's team. It's our team. He paused. I know what you're thinking. Kobe is too strict, the pressure is too much, we can't handle it. But have you ever thought why he's so strict? No one answered. Because he wants to win. He's not making things hard for you, he genuinely wants to win. When he scores 51 points and still loses, do you think he doesn't feel bad? He hurts more than anyone. But he doesn't know how to make you better. He only knows one way: go all out and demand the same from you. He just pushes too hard. Chun Fong looked at Kwame. The day after tomorrow I'm back. I'll feed the ball to Kwame. He looked at Bynum. I'll direct Bynum. He looked at Odom. I'll set the rhythm for Odom. He looked at Parker. I'll pass the ball to Parker. Do you trust me? Bynum nodded first. Odom followed. Parker hesitated for a second, then nodded. Kwame finally nodded, a small motion, but it was there. Good. Chun Fong took a deep breath. Let's talk about something bigger. He looked at each person. Right now, only Kobe on this Lakers team has a championship ring. Only he has touched the O'Brien trophy. McKee, he said, looking at McKee. McKee looked up. You've played over a decade. Never made an all-star, never made an all-NBA team, never won a championship. After this contract, do you want to sign another? Even if you can't, what do you want on your hand when you retire? A championship ring or a memory of I almost made it? McKee didn't speak, but his eyes changed. This is your last chance and your best chance. McKee slowly nodded. Lamar. Chen Feng looked at Odom. Odom looked up chewing his gum. Don't you want the first thing people think of when they mention you to not be nightclub? Odom stopped chewing his gum for a second. Smush. He looked at Parker. Parker's body tensed slightly. You're an undrafted player. So am I. Does being undrafted mean we don't deserve a championship? Parker didn't speak, but he clenched his fist. Andrew. Chen Feng looked at Bynum. Bynum stood straight as a student called by the teacher. Don't you want to win a championship in your first season? Don't you want to be the youngest champion in NBA history? If we win this year, you'll be the youngest ring holder ever. Bynum's hair seemed to gleam brighter at Chen Feng's words. Kwame. Kwame was still in the corner, but he no longer shrank back. Number 1 high school draft pick. Others call you a bust. Are you satisfied with that? Starting the day after tomorrow, I'll use the ball to prove you're not. Kwame's lips tightened as Adam's apple moved, but he didn't speak. He nodded firmly. Chen Feng stood in the center of the room, looking around. Everyone's eyes were on him. Trust me, he said. We'll keep winning. All the way to June and take that damn O'Brien trophy. The room was silent for 3 seconds. The Lakers are Kobe's team. Kobe is the leader. But I can promise this. As long as I'm on the court, none of you will be left in the corner. The ball will come to you. The opportunity will be in front of you. Just catch it. He paused, his voice dropping. From now on we won't lose anymore. Because, Chen Feng stood in the middle of the room, the bright yellow jacket draped over his shoulders, the light casting on his face, and everyone's eyes fixed on him. I'm back. Pushing open the door to the training gym, the sound of basketballs bouncing off the floor echoed through the vast arena. Kobe was at the free throw line. Chen Feng walked over and stood beside it, saying nothing. Kobe glanced at him, released the shot, and it went straight through the net. How did you end up here? Came to check on you. Worried you might be in a bad headspace. In a bad headspace about what? 51 points, and still you lost. If it were me, I'd have blown them away. And here you are having the mood to come train. Old Kobe, I told you long ago, you can't do without me, right? You'll never escape my grasp in this lifetime. Chen Feng extended a hand, making a grasping motion. Can you stop being so gross? Like I can't do without a rookie like you. How much gold are you slapping onto your own face? Kobe said with disdain. Rookie? Yeah, let's go one-on-one. Let me see how indispensable I am to you. He tossed the ball to Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught it and dribbled twice. At the top of the key, Chen Feng held the ball and bent low. Kobe stood before him, a step away, his center of gravity dropping into a deep stance. His right arm extended while his left rested at his side, a textbook defensive posture. But those eyes were like blades fixed on Chen Feng's chest, reading every shift in balance. Why are you staring at my chest? Chen Feng asked. Am I a woman? Can't you look? Then why are you locking eyes with me? It's making me uncomfortable. Just keep looking at my chest then. So many complaints for nothing. Chen Feng didn't waste words and changed direction, driving to the right. Kobe slid to keep pace, his shoulder pressing against Chen Feng's chest, closing off any room to accelerate. Chen Feng stopped sharply, shifted the ball under his legs to his left hand, and drove one step to the left. Kobe recovered once more, his hand cutting into the dribble path, just missing the steal. Chen Feng was backed up to one step inside the three-point line with no space left, forcing himself to jump. Kobe rose with him, his hand wrapping around Chen Feng's face, completely blocking his vision. The ball clanged off the rim and bounced away. First basket, Kobe said after landing. Your shoulders are too rigid when you drive, and your center of gravity sits too high. When you're dribbling, drop lower. Stop playing upright. This isn't defense, it's a lesson. Teaching a rookie then. Kobe retrieved the ball and moved to the top of the key. He dribbled twice as Chen Feng crouched low in defensive stance. Instead of changing direction, Kobe turned his back and pressed against Chen Feng, dribbling with his left hand, while his right arm braced against Chen Feng's chest, driving inward. Chen Feng was pushed back half a step and reached for the ball, but Kobe pivoted, rose up for a fadeaway, and the ball sailed just above Chen Feng's fingertips, clean through the net. Second basket, Kobe said. When you're backing down, don't rush to strip. Hold your ground, first wait for him to turn, then reach. What you just did, you missed the ball and lost position in the process. You're teaching me defense and scoring at the same time. What did you expect? All talk, no action. For the third possession, Kobe backed down again. This time he didn't drive hard, just a shoulder feint that drew Chen Feng's weight to the left. Kobe rotated right and jumped. Chen Feng lunged, his hand wrapping around Kobe's face, but the ball still found the bottom of the net. Third basket, Kobe said after landing, bouncing the ball twice. You committed too hard. Leave half a step, wait until he releases, then close out. When you jump like that, one pump fake sends you flying. But you didn't even pump fake. You just shot. Next time I will. Chen Feng. On the fourth possession, Kobe had the ball crossed over to change direction. Chen Feng kept up, but Kobe stopped on a dime and pulled up for a jumper, another bucket. Fourth basket, Kobe said, tossing the ball back to Chen Feng. Your defensive footwork is decent, but you're half a beat slow on the read. Classic case of body keeping up, but mind lagging behind. Are you insulting me? Stating facts. This time he was smarter, catching the ball and not rushing into a dribble, first studying Kobe's stance. Kobe still guarded him a step away, right arm extended, left hand resting at his hip. Chun Feng suddenly accelerated, leaning hard into Kobe, looking to draw a charging foul. Kobe angled his body and slipped away, then swiped the ball loose. Fifth basket, Kobe said, picking it up. What was that? Still hung up on that charge call. People these days just don't appreciate it. Didn't hear you saying that when the ref called offensive foul. Chun Feng was about to defend his charge call when Kobe was already dribbling to the top of the key. This time he faced the basket instead of backing down, getting into a crossover stance. Chun Feng dropped his center of gravity, arms extended, careful not to get too close. Kobe exploded to the right, and Chun Feng slid to recover. Kobe stopped abruptly and rose for a fadeaway bucket. Sixth basket, Kobe said. When you're defending, your hands need to be in his sight line constantly. Don't rush for the steal. Disrupt his vision first. Aren't your arms tired holding them that high? Is that even the point? On the seventh possession, Kobe kept his stance facing the basket. This time Chun Feng played smarter. Hands elevated, weight low, eyes locked on Kobe's waist. Kobe changed direction, and Chun Feng stayed with him. Kobe stopped abruptly, and Chun Feng stopped with him. Kobe jumped, and Chun Feng reached up to contest. The ball rattled off the rim and bounced away. Defensive stop, Chun Feng said. Kobe glanced at him. Luck. You once told me luck is part of skill. Kobe picked up the ball and walked to the free throw line. Backing down, let me show you. Chun Feng positioned himself behind Kobe. Kobe turned his back and pressed into him, dribbling with his left hand, while his right arm rested on Chun Feng's chest. When you're posting up, don't use your chest. Use your knees, Kobe said. Press your thigh against the back of mine where the ref can't see it. Hold that position and I can't turn smoothly. Who taught you all that? Who taught me isn't your concern. Just know it works. Kobe turned, and Chun Feng pressed his thigh against him. Kobe's body hesitated mid-move, and his shot drifted wide. The ball hit the rim and bounced out. That worked, Chun Feng said. Obviously. Kobe retrieved the ball. Let me teach you one more thing. When you're backing down someone taller, press into their waist. Don't bash into them, lean. Once you've got that contact, they can't jump. Chun Feng nodded. Fade away. Kobe stepped to the side of the free throw line. When you shoot, you need to lean back on the jump. Not straight up and down. Lean back, and the defender can't reach you. Lean back. When I lose my balance. That's why you need core strength. Kobe looked him over. Your core is solid. Your girlfriend should be quite satisfied. Chun Feng touched his waist. Old Kobe, you know how to crack jokes too. I'm not joking. Stating facts. Kobe picked up the ball, jumped, faded away, and sank a pure shot. Your turn. Chun Feng stepped to the free throw line, caught the ball, jumped, and leaned back. He'd picked up about 70% of the form, but the mechanics were off. The ball struck the front of the rim and bounced back. Use your core, not your arms, Kobe said. Your arm strength is fine, but you're not leaning back enough. Chun Feng tried again. This time he leaned back more, but released the shot too low and it slammed off the backboard. Again, Kobe said, retrieving the ball. On the third attempt, Chun Feng finally found his rhythm. Jump, fade, release. Clean through the net. Not bad, Kobe said. Chun Feng smiled. They practiced for another 10 minutes or so, with Kobe's defensive coaching breaking down every footstep and every reach. All right, Kobe checked the clock on the wall. I've got to head to Philadelphia tomorrow. Chun Feng wiped his sweat and tossed the ball into the rack. Old Kobe. Yeah, admit it. You can't live without me, can you? Since when do rookies get this full of themselves, eh? Philadelphia Wachovia Center. The Lakers, fully assembled, welcomed the matchup against the 76ers. In the player tunnel, the venue DJ began calling out the Lakers' starting lineup. First, guard from China, Chun Feng. Chun Feng sprinted out of the tunnel, but did not charge straight onto the court. Instead, he paused just inside the exit, turned around, and spread his arms wide. The boos from the Philadelphia crowd crashed down like a tidal wave. You greenhorn, poking at Iverson. You're asking for it. Hey, want to hit the club with me after this? A cacophony of jeers filled the air. Chun Feng paid them no mind, turning to wait for the second player. The second one out was Kwame Brown. Chun Feng stepped forward and gave him a hearty embrace, patting him on the back. Brother Kwame, tonight, I'm feeding you the ball. Just finish at the rim. Kwame nodded. Thanks, Brother Feng. The third starter was Lakers Odom. Chun Feng shared a brief hug with him, as Odom chewed his gum, his words muffled. Brother Feng, dial back the passes today. I can't keep up. Can't keep up. Didn't you hit the nightclub and work out for 2 hours last night? All pretend. Chun Feng didn't press the matter further. The fourth man was Luke Walton. He and Chun Feng tapped fists. Brother Feng, my three-point shot is falling today. Which game does it not? I missed it last game. You weren't on the floor last game. I'm here today, you'll be fine. And finally, Kobe Bryant. Kobe's introduction drew a mixed wave of boos and cheers. He emerged from the tunnel and exchanged fist bumps with each of the four players ahead of him. The five men lined up and marched onto the court together. Across the way, the 76ers starting five stood ready: Allen Iverson at point guard, Andre Iguodala at shooting guard, Ray Allen at small forward, Chris Webber at power forward, and Andrew Bynum at center. Iverson stood near the center circle and cast a glance toward Chun Feng. At 31, the answer was still riding the tail end of his prime. His signature cornrows, arm sleeve, and headband, making him an eternal symbol of Philadelphia, an icon of countless fans' youth. Chun Fong studied Iverson across the court and quietly tallied the names in his mind. The four great scoring guards of his era, Carter, McGrady, and Kobe, had all been faced. And yes, that even included a teammate. Only one remained. The reign in the lower region task had exactly one opportunity left, or rather one truly available attempt, since two had already been reserved for others. Iverson would have been an excellent target, but after what had happened, Chun Fong could not afford another suspension. The tip-off. Kwame won the battle over Delimbert, tapping the ball to Chun Fong. The boos rose again as he brought it up court. Iverson crouched low at the top of the key waiting. At 31, Iverson still possessed his blistering speed. Those eyes locked onto Chun Feng's ball-handling hand like a wolf's. Rookie, I've heard you're good at distributing. Iverson's voice was low, yet every word carried the grit of Philadelphia. I'd wager I'm better at it than you. The ball was already airborne, launched toward the paint. Kwame faked a screen and then cut hard to the basket, catching the pass and finishing with a violent two-handed slam. After the dunk, Kwame pounded his chest and roared. Bynum rose from the bench, waving a towel through the air. Brother Kwame, what are you yelling for? It's only 2 points. Transition defense. Iverson took the ball. Chun Fong pressed close, lowering his center of gravity. Iverson hit him with a crossover, left to right, and Chun Feng's feet slipped half a step. That half step was all Iverson needed. He exploded to the free throw line, stopped on a dime, rose up, and dropped a mid-range jumper. Fast. Incredibly fast. Chun Fong had guarded quick guards before, but Iverson's speed was something else entirely. His change of direction wasn't a simple side-to-side hesitation. It was his entire body compressing and releasing like a spring. You knew he was going right, yet you simply could not keep pace. Chun Fong had no intention of keeping up, however. On the next possession, Chun Fong brought the ball up and hunted Iverson in isolation. He backed down, grinding 2 steps toward the basket. Iverson's defense was barely there, relying almost entirely on quick hands to swipe at the ball. Chun Fong protected the ball, spun away, and finished with a smooth layup. Chun Fong scored 4 points and delivered 5 assists in a single quarter. As he walked back to the bench, Bynum handed him a towel, admiration in his eyes. Brother Fong, your passing tonight was like seeing through walls. You call that seeing through walls? You haven't seen my best yet. Bynum's interest was immediately sparked. When? Tonight. Chun Fong directed the reserves in play. When Bynum came onto the court, Chun Fong immediately fed him an alley-oop pass. The ball arrived precisely as Bynum jumped, and he slammed it home with both hands, barely regaining his balance after landing. Steady, Chun Fong called out. Got it. Bynum nodded repeatedly. Odom subbed in, and Chun Fong delivered a bounce pass that Odom caught and glided into a layup, clean and decisive, the ball dropping through the net. Odom glanced back at Chun Fong, who responded with a thumbs up. On the court, Kobe noticeably reduced his isolation plays. The ball moved fluidly through Chun Feng's hands, everyone shifting constantly, creating opportunities far easier than one-on-one drives. Kobe positioned himself on the weak side, watching Chun Fong orchestrate the offense, and recalled those words from the evening practice session. You can't function without me. Damn, this kid actually makes sense. The Lakers led 59-47 heading into halftime, up by 12. Chun Fong finished the half with 7 points and 8 assists, while Kobe contributed 15 points. In the locker room, Bynum held the stat sheet and read aloud. Kwame halftime numbers: 8 points, 5 rebounds, plus 1 slam dunk, followed by a roar. Bro Kwame, I swear your cheeks were shaking when you yelled. Shut up, Kwame replied. Chun Fong smiled and patted Kwame's shoulder. Great game today. Keep it up in the second half. Keep pushing in the second half. Iverson found his rhythm and began to play with renewed confidence. He drifted past Chun Fong with a sharp crossover and rose up for a smooth jumper. Driving into the paint, he threaded through Odom and Kwame before finishing gently at the rim. He then pulled up from beyond the arc and knocked down a 3 over Chun Fong. Iverson's scoring flow continued steadily, yet this Lakers team played with a different composure compared to recent games. After Iverson scored, Chun Fong looked to connect with Kwame. Kwame had settled into a different tone today, anchoring deep on each post request, receiving the ball and finishing with composed dunks. No hesitation. Just finish. As Chun Fong had encouraged, he moved with quiet certainty. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers led 82-68 with a comfortable 14-point margin. Chun Fong had recorded a double-double with 12 points and 10 assists. Kwame contributed 13 points and 8 rebounds. Kobe took over. 3 consecutive mid-range jumpers, all step-back fadeaways. Chun Fong watched from the court, recalling what had been taught in the training gym that night. Lean back, engage the core. He truly put it to use. Kobe scored 12 points in that single quarter, effectively ending any suspense. With 3 minutes remaining, the Philadelphia fans began filing out. The Vivian Arena grew quiet, an empty save for the visiting Lakers supporters still cheering. Let's go Lakers. The final buzzer sounded. 117-95, the Lakers cruised to a 22-point victory over the 76ers. The stat line emerged: Kobe shot 9 for 18, sank all 10 free throws, and hit 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, finishing with 30 points. Chun Fong contributed 16 points and 12 assists, shooting 6 for 11 from the field, 3 of 4 from the free throw line, and 1 of 2 from three-point range. Kwame Brown recorded a double-double with 17 points and 10 rebounds. Odom added 14 points and 8 boards. Iverson poured in a game-high 36 points with 7 assists in a losing effort. Post-game Los Angeles media celebrated. ESPN's headline read, Chun Fong returns, Lakers dominate 76ers by 22. The familiar Lakers have returned. The Los Angeles Times wrote, 12 assists. Chun Fong showed everyone with his ball movement that this Lakers squad does not need Kobe shouldering everything alone. On forums, Lakers fans flooded the threads. Number 35 is back and everything is back. Kwame with 17 points and 10 rebounds. I didn't imagine that, did I? Chun Feng's feeding technique is 10,000 times better than Parker's. Kobe with 30 points, Chun Fong with 16 and 12 assists. This is what the Lakers should look like. Chun Fong sat in the locker room scrolling through messages on his phone. Tianxian had sent a simple note, go for it, Gidge. After defeating the 76ers, the Lakers continued their Eastern Conference road trip. Their next stop was Indiana. With Jermaine O'Neal and Ron Artest both absent, the Pacers were like a toothless tiger that could not even roar. 105-88, the Lakers easily secured the victory. Chun Fong had 18 points and 9 assists for the game, finishing his work after 3 quarters. In the fourth quarter's garbage time, Andrew Bynum scored 6 points, and when he returned to the locker room, he was as excited as if he had won the championship. Back in Los Angeles, they had a rare day off. Chun Fong played host, inviting Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady to dinner with Kobe Bryant accompanying. The venue was a Chinese restaurant in Beverly Hills. The owner was from Shanghai and knew Yao Ming. When booking a private room, the owner, upon hearing it was Yao Ming, immediately said, no charge. Chun Fong replied, no, I'm treating. The owner said, then I'll give you a discount. In the end, they got a 5 discount, which Chun Fong felt was practically no discount at all. Chun Fong brought Tianxian along. Tianxian wore a white sweater, her hair loose, with light makeup. In the private room, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady had arrived first. The two sat opposite each other at the round table. Yao Ming's knees pressed against the table's underside. He moved his chair back, but still it pressed. Tracy leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with a relaxed look. Chun Fong pushed open the door and entered, seeing Yao Ming bent over studying the height of the table legs. Yao, what are you looking for under the table? Looking for a place to put my legs. With your legs, there's no place that can accommodate them. Wait, what did you call me? Yao Ming looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. A little over a month ago, you warmly called me Brother Yao, and now you call me Yao. That expression was 3 parts aggrieved, 3 parts shocked, and 4 parts, are you getting too big for your boots, kid? Chun Fong joked, times have changed. After all, I'm now the all-star vote leader. Calling you Yao is already giving you face. Normally I should call you Little Yao. And you still want me to call you Brother Yao. Yao Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Kid, not only are you disrespectful, but you're also getting out of control. Tracy laughed on the side. Chun, your mouth is really something. Chun Fong chuckled, shook hands with Yao Ming, and then gave Tracy a hug. Tracy was a bit surprised. He and Chun Fong were not close. They had faced each other on the court, but rarely spoke privately. Why is this rookie so enthusiastic? Tracy, your coming here is a great honor for me. You're treating so I couldn't very well not come. Tianxian followed behind Chun Fong and greeted Yao Ming and Tracy. Hello, I am Lu Cece. Hello. Yao Ming nodded, then glanced at Tracy. This is Tracy. Tracy smiled at Tianxian, but didn't say much. Just as they sat down, Kobe arrived last. He pushed open the door, looked around the room, nodded, and sat down next to Chun Fong. Between him and Yao Ming was the distance of a round table, like a river separating them. It was the same with Tracy, polite as if they were meeting for the first time. Chun Fong thought to himself, these two have played against each other for years, yet when they meet privately, it's still this style. One doesn't like to talk, the other doesn't like to talk to people he's not familiar with. Before the dishes arrived, they first had tea. Chun Fong raised his teacup and toasted Tracy. Tracy, I toast you. We're drinking tea and you toast. Using tea as a substitute for wine. Tracy raised his cup and took a sip. Chun Fong put down his cup and began to praise. Tracy, I've always thought you were the strongest among the 4 shooting guards. Tracy paused. Are you serious? Serious. You're 2.03 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.18 meters. You can drive, shoot, pass, and your pull-up jumper is as beautiful as a painting. Kobe. Chun Fong glanced at Kobe. Compared to you, Kobe falls a bit short. Kobe nearly spat out the tea he had just drunk, glaring at him. Where do I fall short? Kobe asked. You fall short in height. You're 1.98 meters. Tracy is 2.03 meters. When you jump, he can block you. When Tracy jumps, you can only see his fingers. Kobe put down his teacup. Say that again. I said Tracy is taller than you. I mean the last part. Which part? I can only see his fingers. Oh, that's a fact, admitted old Kobe. Tracy's talent is number 1 among the 4 shooting guards. Yao Ming held his teacup, saying nothing, focused on watching the show. Tracy leaned back in his chair, arms crossed with a calm expression, but a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Chun Fong. Huh. Did you invite us today, just to anger me? No. It's to praise Tracy. Tracy finally laughed out loud. Chun, I definitely want to be friends with you. Kobe glanced at Tracy. He praises you, and you want to be friends. He says you're better than me, and you believe it. I believe it. You believe it. My talent is indeed better than yours. Tracy's talent was indeed widely recognized too. 3 meters tall too. 18-meter wingspan, a first step as fast as lightning, and a pull-up jumper that was almost unstoppable. Kobe had defended against Tracy in practice, he knew. But Kobe was stubborn. What good is talent? Have you ever won a championship? Tracy's smile froze for a moment. Chen Feng quickly smoothed things over. Old Kobe, you really know how to hit a sore spot when chatting. You hit mine first. I was praising Tracy. If you want to praise him, but don't step on me. I didn't step on you, I'm stating a fact. Fact. Kobe looked at him. Say that again, and tomorrow at practice I'll make you guard me for 100 possessions. Chen Feng shut up. Yao Ming then spoke up. Little Feng, you just said Tracy is the strongest among the 4 shooting guards. What about me? Chen Feng was taken aback. Brother Yao, you're a center. Is there nothing to praise about a center? Of course there is. Then why don't you praise me? Today's spotlight is on Tracy. Oh, don't cause trouble. I'm causing trouble. You don't praise me, and then you say I'm causing trouble. No, Brother Yao, your style is off. Enough talk, let's finish a cup of tea. After finishing, Chen Feng took out his phone, glanced at the second round of All-Star voting results, and showed the screen to Yao Ming. Brother Yao, take a look at this. Yao Ming took it and read aloud. Second round of All-Star voting, Chen Feng won. 87 million first, Yao Ming won. 36 million second, Kobe Bryant won. 27 million third, Shaquille O'Neal won. 20 million fourth, LeBron James won. 17 million fifth, Allen Iverson won. 15 million sixth, Tracy McGrady won. 10 million seventh. When he read the seventh, he glanced at Tracy, who showed no expression. Chen Feng grabbed the phone back. According to the second round of voting, the current starters, West Center is Brother Yao, forwards are Tim Duncan and Tracy, guards are me and Old Kobe. East Center is Shaquille O'Neal, forwards are Jermaine O'Neal and LeBron James, guards are Allen Iverson and Dwayne Wade. This year, because of Chen Feng in the West, the league placed Tracy as a forward. Chen Feng put down his phone, raised his teacup toward Tracy. Tracy, congratulations on making the All-Star starting lineup. Tracy clinked cups with him. Same to you. Yao Ming slowly said from the side. I'm a starter every year. You two are the ones who need congratulations. Chen Feng. Kobe let out a cold laugh. Chen Feng first said to Yao Ming, Brother Yao, you should eat more dishes later. Then he turned to Kobe, should I order a special dish for you to go with your occasional cold laughter? Kobe snorted in anger, but said nothing. The dishes arrived: Peking duck, boiled fish, and chili kung pao chicken hot, and sour soup, and a plate of braised pork. Chen Feng asked the owner to bring up a case of beer. He took out 4 bottles, and placed one in front of each person. Kobe looked down at the green bottle, frowned slightly. During the season I don't drink. Old Kobe, today we're all brothers. The game is tomorrow, today we'll just have 1 bottle. Chen Feng pushed the bottle closer to Kobe. We've never drunk together before. This is the first time. If not a whole bottle, half a bottle, or just a sip to show the gesture is fine. Kobe looked at him, said nothing, but didn't push the bottle away either. Yao Ming picked up the bottle, looked at it, shook his head, but still placed it beside his hand. He was also someone who never touched a drop during the season, but seeing Chen Feng's mischievous face and thinking that this kid would be his future national team teammate, he suddenly felt an urge to down a whole bottle. Tracy glanced at Yao Ming, then at Kobe. Since neither of them declined, he naturally remained silent. He straightened the bottle in front of himself, which was taken as tacit consent. Chen Feng opened a bottle himself, raised it, and pointed the bottle mouth toward the 3. Come, let's replace tea with wine. To brothers, to basketball, to the day the All-Star starters changed the world. Yao Ming shook his head with a wry smile. You could have left out that last part. It's fine either way, the meaning is there. The 4 clinked bottles, the glass making a crisp sound. Chen Feng put down his own bottle, picked up the serving chopsticks, and specially placed a piece of boiled fish and chili for Tianxian. Thank you, Tianxian said softly, lowering her head to take a bite. Yao Ming looked at Chen Feng, then at Tianxian. Are you two together? Chen Feng glanced at Tianxian. Good friends. Tianxian blushed and nodded. At just 18, Tianxian was still easy to blush. Yao Ming didn't ask further. Kobe took a sip of soup, put down his spoon. Chen Feng, you're the All-Star vote leader. What are you so happy about? I'm first, you're third. You don't accept it. I accept it. What do you have to be proud of? You got there because of Chinese fans. Chinese fans are still fans. If you don't accept it, you can also ask Chinese fans to vote for you. And you don't even know how much your votes benefited from me. Kobe fell silent. Tracy, listening from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Chen, your mouth is really something. Tracy, you just realized. I knew it long ago. The trash talk you do on the court. The league should make a compilation of it. Chen Feng chuckled, raised his wine. Come, Tracy, I'll toast you again. Tracy clinked with him. Kobe coldly said from the side. If he toasts you again, you'll become his idol. Tracy ignored him. Tianxian whispered to Chen Feng. Do you always talk to Kobe like this? Like what? Bickering. No, it's old Kobe who always wants to provoke me. Doesn't he get angry? He gets angry. I've done so much for him and for the team. Tianxian glanced at him, clearly not believing what he said. After dinner, Yao Ming and Tracy left first. Chen Feng saw them to the door. Yao Ming patted his shoulder. See you on the court the day after. Brother Yao, go easy on me. I can't guard you in the paint. You can't guard me. I can't guard you, you mean. Your drives, my feet can't keep up. They both laughed. Chen Feng then went over and hugged Tracy. Brother D, let's get together again when we have a chance. I still have many questions to ask you. Every time I watch you play, I learn a lot of new things. The All-Star game happens to be in Houston. When we're on your turf, we'll meet again. Chen Feng returned to the private room. Kobe was still sitting there drinking soup, and Tian Xian was looking down at her phone. Old Kobe, why haven't you left? Waiting for you to pay the bill. I've already paid. Then drive me back. Didn't you drive yourself? I drank. I drank more than you. Then call a car. Chen Feng sighed. The three walked out of the restaurant. The night breeze in Los Angeles was a bit chilly. Tian Xian wrapped her coat tighter. Chen Feng took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Kobe walked ahead without looking back. Old Kobe, why are you walking so fast? Cold. If your cold were mine. You gave it to the girl. Chen Feng then remembered that his jacket was on Tian Xian. Old Kobe. All-star starters, both of us together. Anything you want to say? Kobe stopped, looked at him, recalling the messy things he did on the court. Don't embarrass us. When have I ever embarrassed us? You embarrass us every time you step on the court. Chen Feng smiled. Kobe continued walking, then, after 2 steps, stopped again. Rookie. Huh. Today you said Tracy's talent is better than mine. I stated a fact. I know, but I have more championships than him. Chen Feng watched his back. This old Kobe, his mouth is harder than steel. He has to compete, even in this. Within less than 2 months, the second Spring Festival Gala for Chinese basketball fans arrived. At the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the Lakers hosted the Rockets. During pre-game warm-ups, Chen Feng stood beyond the three-point line shooting, yet his mind wandered to an incident in New Jersey. He had used the 1,000-year kill on Jason Kidd, and the system chimed, rewarding him with a skill called Kidd Doesn't Attack and 200 joy points. The name Kidd Doesn't Attack sounded rather frivolous. The skill's effect, however, was practical. Each missed shot increased defensive ability by 1, stacking up to 9 times per game, resetting to 0 after the game. In essence, it encouraged him to miss more shots. Chen Feng stared at the skill description, thinking this skill was tailor-made for Kobe, wasn't it? As for the 200 joy points, he didn't hesitate. He invested them all into strength, raising it from 75 to 80. Now, when facing a veteran like Gary Payton who relied on physical dominance, he would no longer be pushed around like before. Chen Feng clenched his fists, feeling the added weight in his arms. Andrew Bynum passed by, saw him flexing at the air, and asked, Feng, what are you doing? Feeling the power. Feeling what power? You wouldn't understand. Bynum scratched his head and walked away. Chen Feng opened the system panel and glanced at his attributes. Player info: name, Chen Feng, age 22, position PG, team Lakers, no. 35, height 191 centimeters, weight 88 kilograms, wingspan 203 centimeters. Current joy points 0. Task: rain in the rear area, remaining 3 times. Item: Butterfingers. Skills: offensive and defensive integration, wins rhythm, Gary Payton's glove, Kidd Doesn't Attack, 8 heavenly steps, iron bones. Offensive attributes: shooting 95, ball handling 85, passing 85, driving 85, fast break 73, low post 65. Physical attributes: speed 83, explosiveness 84, 8 jumping 75, strength 80, coordination 77, stamina 85. Defensive attributes: steals 75, blocks 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, rebounding 65, positioning 73. Overall rating 90. Chen Feng stared at the number 90 for 2 seconds. An undrafted player after half a season had fought his way to 90. He closed the panel and turned his gaze to the other end of the court. Yao Ming was practicing hook shots under the basket, his movement slow but remarkably accurate. Chen Feng felt an itch. Adding 5 points to strength, he had to test it. He walked over, patted Kwame Brown on the backside, and said, Kwame, let me guard Yao for a couple of possessions. Kwame's eyes widened. You guard him? Are you crazy? Just testing. 2 possessions. If it doesn't work, you switch back. Kwame was about to say you're insane, but seeing Chen Feng's eager expression, he swallowed the words. ESPN had listed this game as a national broadcast, but those whose hearts truly raced before the television were the hundreds of millions of Chinese fans on the other side of the Pacific. Before the game, CCTV's broadcast signal cut into the Staples Center half an hour early. Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping sat at the commentary desk, 2 cups of water before the microphones already adjusted. Hello, dear audience. This is China Central Television. You are now watching a key NBA regular season clash, the Los Angeles Lakers hosting the Houston Rockets. Yu Jia's voice was noticeably higher than usual. I am Zhang Weiping. Coach Zhang, this is the second Chinese derby of the season. Last time Chen Feng had 25 points and 13 assists, Yao Ming had 21 points and 10 rebounds, and the Lakers won. What do you think about today's game? Zhang rubbed his hands together. Today is different. It's the Lakers' home court. Chen Feng has been on fire lately, an all-star vote leader, and his confidence is up. Yao Ming's Rockets have been improving recently, and Tracy McGrady is healthy. And have you noticed? The second round of all-star voting results just came out. The Western Conference starters are Yao Ming, Tim Duncan, Tracy McGrady, Chen Feng, and Kobe Bryant. Today these 4, Yao, McGrady, Kobe, and Chen Feng, are exactly 4 All-Star starters. This lineup is even more exciting than the All-Star game itself. Yu-Ja nodded. Absolutely. This game is packed with quality. I just wonder if these 4 slept well last night. Zhang chuckled. I heard Chen Feng hosted a dinner yesterday inviting these 3. Yu-Ja smiled as well. Then let's wait and see. The opening ceremony. For the Rockets, the first to be introduced was Rafer Alston, then David Wesley, and Juwan Howard. Today the fourth to appear was Tracy McGrady, with Yao Ming as the final introduction. The Chinese community erupted in cheers. About 300 Chinese fans were present. Some held signs with Yao Ming's portrait, others carried banners reading Go Chen Feng. For the Lakers, Chen Feng was introduced, first met with a full house ovation. Then came Kwame Lamar Odom, Brian Cook, and finally Kobe Bryant. Jump ball. Kwame leaped with all his might, but Yao Ming barely jumped, simply extending his hand to tip the ball to Alston. Rockets' first possession. Alston dribbled past half court. Chen Feng pressed up tight. Alston didn't dribble much, he passed directly to McGrady. McGrady, guarded by Kobe, pulled up for a jumper, but missed. Kwame grabbed the rebound and passed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught the ball and pushed forward. He called for a pick, drove off the screen, and pulled up for a mid-range jumper near the free throw line. The ball swished through the net. 2-0. Rockets offense. Alston this time lobbed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao Ming caught it near the paint, posting up against Kwame. Chen Feng slid over from the weak side, shouting switch. I got him. Kwame shifted his hips and quickly vacated the space. Chen Feng planted himself behind Yao Ming, his knee pressing against Yao's thigh, hands braced on Yao's waist, pushing with all his might. Yao felt the change and defender looked down and saw Chen Feng. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He backed his hip into Chen Feng. Thumped. Chen Feng felt as if hit by a small truck, stumbling half a step backward. He gritted his teeth and pushed forward again. Yao shoved once more, and Chen Feng retreated another half step. Yao, go easy. Yao ignored him, turned, grabbed the ball with one hand, rose high, and slammed a powerful dunk over Chen Feng. The ball crashed through the net, the rim shaking. 2-2. Chen Feng staggered back 2 steps from the force, nearly falling to the floor. Did I just see that? Chen guarding Yao. Did he drink too much last night? What is Chen doing? Giving his fellow countrymen a highlight reel. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson stood with arms crossed, a helpless look behind his glasses. He turned to assistant coach Brian Shaw, who shrugged and spread his hands. Kwame was holding back laughter. I told you not to guard him. One more? Just one more. Next possession, Yao Ming demanded the ball again in the post. Chen Feng, now wiser, switched to fronting. He wrapped himself in front of Yao, arms extended, desperately interfering with the passing lane. Alston hesitated for a moment, but still lobbed the ball. Chen Feng jumped to intercept, but Yao's arms were too long. The ball sailed over his head and landed securely in Yao's hands. Yao caught the ball and turned in one fluid motion, already having Chen Feng sealed behind him. With an open path to the basket, Yao delivered another two-handed dunk. 4-2. Chen Feng stood still, looked up at Yao Ming, his expression complex. Yao glanced down at him, a smile on his lips. Still guarding. No more? You're the boss. Chen Feng turned and walked away without looking back, shouting, Kwame, it's your turn. I can't guard this guy. Kwame sighed and ran over to take his place. In the CCTV studio, Yu-Ja read out a set of statistics. Chen Feng with 6 points and 3 assists, Yao Ming with 6 points and 4 rebounds. Coach Zhang, who do you think will have better stats today? Coach Zhang pondered for a moment. Chen Feng's numbers might look better since the Lakers need him to organize the offense. Over on Yao Ming's side, the Rockets' outside shooting has been inconsistent and McGrady's touch hasn't been sharp today. Yao Ming might get more opportunities inside, but I think both of them could potentially reach double-doubles today. Both getting double-doubles. That's right. It's a Chinese derby after all, neither side wants to lose. In the second quarter, the momentum shifted dramatically. The Rockets suddenly erupted on a 9-0 run to take the lead. McGrady scored 5 consecutive points, while Yao Ming drew his second foul from Kwame on the interior, converting both free throws. On the Lakers' end, Kobe struggled, missing 3 consecutive shots. The philosopher called a timeout. Chen, you need to attack more, not just pass. His message was clear. Kobe's touch wasn't there, so he wanted him to take more shots. Chen Feng nodded. After the timeout, he positioned himself at the top of the key with the ball. Arteist pressed up to guard him closely, while Wesley positioned himself on the weak side, ready to rotate and provide help defense. Chen Feng executed a sharp crossover that sent Arteist stumbling past him, then pulled up from beyond the arc. Swish, pure nothing but net. The score was tied. On the next possession, Chen Feng stripped the ball from Arteist's passing lane and drove the length of the court in transition. Arteist trailed behind in pursuit, but Chen Feng stopped sharply at the free throw line, faking a layup to send Arteist flying through the air. Chen Feng sailed past him on the wings and casually finished with a layup. The Lakers took the lead. Yu-Ja called out from the commentary desk. Chen Feng has scored 5 straight points. This is the power of an all-star vote leader. Coach Zhang added, in clutch moments you have to rely on your stars to make plays. Chen Feng has been incredibly decisive today. No hesitation, taking shots when needed and driving when the moment calls for it. At halftime, the Lakers led 52-49 by 3 points. Chen Feng finished the half with 14 points and 5 assists. Yao Ming posted 10 points and 6 rebounds. McGrady contributed 9 points and Kobe added 11. In the third quarter, Yao Ming began to assert himself in the paint. He backed down his defender twice on the block, forcing Kwame into his third foul, then kicked it out to McGrady for a three-pointer. Chen Feng remained composed, bringing the ball up the floor and controlling the tempo. He called for a pick-and-roll, drawing Kwame up to the perimeter. Chen Feng used the screen to drive baseline, pulling 2 defenders before lofting a pass toward the rim. Kobe followed up, catching it with both hands and finishing with a powerful dunk. At the end of the third quarter, the Lakers led 78-73 by 5 points. Chen Feng had already recorded a double-double with 18 points and 10 assists. Yao Ming finished with 18 points and 8 rebounds. McGrady added 15 points and Kobe chipped in 14. Yao Ming sank 2 consecutive hook shots, narrowing the gap to 1 point. Chen Feng brought the ball up, drove, and kicked it out to Ku in the corner, who drained a three-pointer. The Rockets called a timeout. Yao Ming panted heavily, wiping sweat from his brow. McGrady stood beside him, and the two exchanged a few words before McGrady nodded. After the timeout, McGrady entered scoring mode. On 3 consecutive pull-up jumpers, he made 2. Yao Ming also secured an offensive rebound and scored on the putback. Chen Feng had the ball. He glanced at the shot clock, 45 seconds remaining. Unhurried, he pushed the pace, slowly running down the clock. Arteis stayed glued to him, hand darting into his dribble path. With 10 seconds on the clock, Chen Feng exploded upward. He crossed over to his right with Arteis recovering. Chen Feng stopped on a dime, rose for a fadeaway, and the ball arced over Arteis' outstretched fingertips, swishing through the net. 104-100, the Lakers led by 4. On the Rockets' final possession, McGrady's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Odom grabbed the rebound and outlet it to Chen Feng. The Rockets committed a foul, sending Chen Feng to the free throw line. The first shot dropped clean through the net. The second fell as well. The final buzzer sounded, and the Lakers defeated the Rockets 106-100. Chen Feng finished with 26 points and 12 assists. Yao Ming posted 24 points and 10 rebounds. McGrady tallied 21 points and 5 rebounds, and Kobe recorded 18 points and 6 rebounds. After the game, Yao Ming and Chen Feng embraced at center court. "You kid, another win," Yao Ming said, patting him on the back. "Brother Yao, you weren't bad either. 24 points and 10 rebounds, just a normal outing. And you're 26 and 12. That was normal too." They shared a laugh. McGrady walked over and shook Chen Feng's hand. "See you at the All-Star game." "See you at the All-Star game." Kobe stood nearby, expression unreadable. McGrady glanced at him, but said nothing, then turned and walked away. In the CCTV studio, Yu Jia read from his notes. Chen Feng with 26 points and 12 assists, Yao Ming with 24 points and 10 rebounds. Both Chinese players recorded double-doubles. "Coach Zhang, who do you think played better today?" "Both were excellent. Chen Feng's scoring and playmaking down the stretch, and Yao Ming's dominance in the paint. Hard to call a preference." "Then who do you favor?" "I like them both." Coach Zhang waved his hand with a smile. "Don't trap me like that." Yu Jia laughed, then paused before adding, "Coach Zhang, did you notice today's 4 All-Star starters? Yao Ming, McGrady, Kobe, and Chen Feng. Aside from Chen Feng and Yao Ming, the other 2 didn't post particularly eye-catching numbers. Kobe managed only 18 points and McGrady finished with 21. Both solid, but below their usual standards." Coach Zhang chuckled. "Teacher Yu, did you forget? Last night, these 4 dined together. Chen Feng treated them. Yao Ming, McGrady, and Kobe were all there. I heard they even had a few drinks." "Oh, is that so?" "Absolutely. Look at Kobe. He averages 30 points easily, yet today only 18. McGrady's 21 is also below his average. Yao Ming's 24 and 10 is par for the course, but no explosion. Only Chen Feng stepped up with 26 points and 12 assists, earning the game's best performance. Did he plan this on purpose? Treat us to dinner, get us relaxed, then go out and fill up the stat sheet." Yu Jia laughed heartily. "Coach Zhang, that's quite the conspiracy theory." Just kidding, just kidding." Coach Zhang waved his hands. "They probably just stayed out too late last night and didn't rest well. But it does show that Chen Feng has great stamina and recovers quickly. That's a young man's advantage." Yu Jia nodded. "True enough, Teacher Zhang. That concludes our coverage of today's Chinese matchup. We'll see you next game." Chen Feng returned to the locker room and headed toward the showers. Bynum followed behind him. "Brother Feng, another double-double today? Your treat." "My treat for what?" "You're the All-Star fan vote winner. You're buying. You average 1.6 points per game, and you're asking me to buy." Bynum shrank back, deciding to stay quiet. The day after the game against the Rockets, Sharapova arrived in Los Angeles. Chen Feng and Camila went to the airport to pick her up. Camila was wearing a dark green trench coat, her hair loose. When she saw Sharapova coming out with her suitcase, she rushed over and threw herself onto Sharapova. The 2 girls chatted animatedly, leaving Chen Feng aside without even a glance. Sharapova was wearing a black hoodie, her golden brown hair tied in a low ponytail. After hugging Camila, her gaze fell on Chen Feng, pausing for half a second with a gentle light kindling in her eyes. She didn't say a word, but a hint of a smile hid in her amber-green eyes. "Let's go get in the car." Chen Feng took her suitcase and put it in the trunk. "You've lost weight," Camila said, linking arms with Sharapova as they walked, examining her. I've been training a lot lately. Sharapova shrugged, her bones cracking. You know, tennis is way more tiring than basketball. In basketball, at least you can substitute players. I have to run around the court for 2 hours by myself. Even Federer can't outrun me. Federer runs faster than you. Chen Feng said without turning around. Have you seen Federer run? I've seen you run. You run like a duck. You're the duck. Sharapova shot him a look. Is your injury better? Camila quickly changed the subject. Almost Sharapova rubbed her shoulder, tilting her head to stretch it. The doctor said I can play but not to push too hard. I told him he doesn't know me. I go all out on the court, then I'm done, then I recover, then I go all out again. That's what I call closed-loop management. Chen Feng just closed the trunk and turned to look at her. You call that closed loop? I call it self-recycling scrapping. Like a battery that's used up and thrown away without recharging. You have a problem with that. Do I have a problem? I'm not your body. Camila was laughing so hard beside them, slapping Sharapova's arm, almost doubling over. Sharapova let out a disdainful snort, hands on her hips, chin lifted, posing as if she were about to start a verbal sparring match. You a basketball player, what do you know about tennis? First, improve your shooting. I saw the news yesterday, your shooting percentage is only 49.5. 49.5 is low. Then what's your tennis serve win percentage? My serve win percentage. I'm afraid it'll make you feel inferior. Go ahead. At last year's Australian Open, my serve win percentage was 67.8. 67.8. That's just 2/3. Now you know how good I am, huh? Sharapova's lips curled up triumphantly. Camila, caught in the middle, looked left and right, then raised her hands like a traffic cop stopping cars. Stop. Can you two not argue every time you meet? We're not arguing, they said in unison. Camila rolled her eyes. You two are so in sync, at least. The three of them spent half a day in Los Angeles. First stop was Santa Monica Beach. It was Chen Feng and Camila's usual spot close to Staples Center, where they often came for a stroll. Camila took off her shoes to step on the sand, and Sharapova did the same. The two girls ran around on the beach, leaving a trail of footprints like two happy huskies. Chen Feng followed behind, carrying their shoes, a pair of white sneakers in his left hand and a pair of athletic shoes in his right. Hurry up. Camila called back to him. Chen Feng quickened his pace, still holding the shoes. When he reached them, Sharapova was bending down to pick up a seashell. She straightened up and handed the shell to Chen Feng. Beautiful, isn't it? The shell was small with pink veins on it, shimmering translucent in the sunlight. Beautiful. Then it's yours. Sharapova pressed the shell into his hand and turned to continue walking. Her movement was brisk, as if casual, but her steps were lighter than before, as if treading on cotton. Chen Feng glanced down at the shell, then at Sharapova's retreating figure, and put the shell into his pocket. Camila was waving ahead. Come quick. There's a crab. Chen Feng ran over, but the crab had already burrowed into a hole. Camila crouched by the sand pit, looking disappointed. Chen Feng crouched beside her and reached out to smear a streak of sand on her cheek. What are you doing? Camila slapped his hand away. Applying sunscreen for you. Sunscreen with sand. Physical sunscreen. Haven't you heard? Sand contains silicon dioxide, which reflects UV rays. You made that up. I made it up. Camila rolled her eyes. Sharapova stood nearby, watching the two of them play, her face expressionless. But her gaze followed Chen Feng like an invisible thread wrapped around him. Just then, a middle-aged Caucasian man in a floral shirt and exaggerated sunglasses approached from a distance. He held a stack of business cards, a camera hung around his neck, and he walked with a swagger, just like a third-rate photographer who happens to meet beautiful women on the beach. His eyes swept over Camila and Sharapova twice, and his pace clearly quickened. Hey, you two beauties. He came closer, flashing a smile he thought was charming, and handed over his card. I'm a talent scout from Next Models. Your figures and aura are amazing. Simply born for the runway. Interested in being models? I can arrange a casting for you. Camila paused and glanced at Sharapova. Sharapova took the card expressionlessly, looked at it, turned it over, looked at it again, and then handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at the card. It had the Next Models logo and a phone number. He flipped it over, the back was blank. He looked up at the scout, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Do you know who she is? Chen Feng pointed at Sharapova. No, that's why I came. She is Maria Sharapova, a tennis player currently ranked #1 in the world. She's going to the Australian Open next Monday. The scout's mouth formed an O. She's globally famous. Chen Feng then pointed at Camila. She made her debut as a child star in Hollywood, starring in A Little Princess and Journey to the Center of the Earth. She may not be a big star yet, but in the future. He glanced at Camila, then at the scout. Are you sure your so-called next models can afford her? The scout's expression shifted from enthusiasm to embarrassment, then from embarrassment to panic. He coughed dryly, pulled the card back from Chen Feng's hand, and said with an awkward smile, Misunderstanding. Sorry to bother you. With that, he turned and left, nearly tripping after 2 steps, staggering a bit, his floral shirt fluttering in the wind. Camila doubled over with laughter. Honey, you look like a mob boss just now. If I were a mob boss, I'd kidnap the two of you directly. Chen Feng clapped his hands. Sharapova looked at Chen Feng, the smile in her eyes deepening. At noon, they ate at a Mexican restaurant. Camila and Shawa ordered a lot, while Chen Feng ordered a grilled meat platter. After lunch, the three strolled for a while on the street. Kamila spotted a hat shop and dragged Xiaohua inside to try on hats. Darling, which one looks good on me? Kamila asked. They all look good. You didn't even look. I did look. What did you look at? Chun Feng shifted his gaze from his phone screen, glanced at the hat on Kamila's head, then at Xiaohua's. The one you're wearing looks good. What do you mean, the one I'm wearing? Kamila took off the hat and looked at the tag. Wasn't I asking you which color looks good on me? Chin Feng. Xiaohua laughed beside him, put the hat back on the shelf, and pulled Kamila out. Don't ask. He can't decide. The three walked out of the hat shop and headed toward the parking lot. As they passed an outdoor cafe, a young white man, wearing a Lakers baseball cap, suddenly stood up from his chair, staring intently at Chin Feng. Are you Chin Feng? His voice trembled, and his hands shook, spilling half the coffee from his cup. Chin Feng glanced at his cap. The Lakers logo was right in the center. Under the brim was a face flushed with excitement. I am, Chin Feng said. Oh my God. Oh my heavens. Oh my goodness. The young man was as if electrified. His chair toppled over, and the coffee cup flew out, completely smashing onto the ground with a crack. You're really Chin Feng, the all-star vote leader. I've watched all your games. That game-winning shot against the Heat on Christmas Day, I watched the replay 50 times. My girlfriend said I was crazy, and I said, you're the crazy one, you don't understand basketball. Chin Feng dodged the splashing coffee. 50 times. 50 times. I screen recorded each one and saved them on 3 hard drives. I was afraid of losing them. The young man caught his breath and continued. And that signature move of yours. Even though you got suspended for it, it was really amazing. My roommate said you're not a proper player, but I said when you're serious you're not human. You're a god. The god of that signature move. Chin Feng froze. God of signature move. Are you sure that's a compliment? Of course it is. The young man gesticulated excitedly. Think about it, Nash, James, Peyton, Kidd. Aren't they all Hall of Fame level? You've faced them all. Your resume is tougher than any scoring record. Kamila laughed so hard she squatted on the ground. Why is he a god? I think he's more like a demon. The young man slapped his thigh, eyes shining. Even if he's a demon, he's an eye-opening demon. Chin Feng sighed helplessly and patted the young man's shoulder. Bro, thank you for liking me. But let's not talk about God or demon anymore, okay? Got it. The young man nodded vigorously. Low-key, I understand. Then give me an autograph. Sign it on my cap. He took off his cap, handed it over, and pulled out a marker from his pocket. Chin Feng took the pen and signed his name on the brim. The young man looked at the signature on the cap, his eyes reddening. Chin, you are the most. Anyway, the most. He couldn't find the words and stamped his feet anxiously. Chin Feng smiled. The most skilled at that move, No. The most charismatic basketball player. More handsome than Kobe. Chin Feng glanced at Xiaohua beside him, then at Kamila. You two heard that right. He said I'm more handsome than Kobe. Kamila rolled her eyes. He's your fan, I'd believe him if he said you're more handsome than Jordan. Xiaohua added, he also said you're better than Kobe at that signature move. Chin Feng gave her a glare. The young man suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone. Can we take a photo? I want to show my ex-girlfriend. She said I was useless for being a fan. Ex-girlfriend? Yeah, we broke up last week. She complained that I watched basketball every day and ignored her and said I was crazy. Chin Feng patted his shoulder. Then you should thank her. Now you're free and you can watch basketball every day without anyone stopping you. The young man was visibly stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. You're right. You really get it. She left, but basketball never leaves. During the photo, the young man's hand holding the phone trembled like a Parkinson's patient. Chin Feng took the phone, took 3 photos for them, selected the clearest one, and handed it back. Thank you, Chun. The young man held the phone as if it were a sacred decree. Chin Feng waved his hand and walked away with Kamila and Xiaohua. After taking a dozen steps, they could still hear the young man shouting behind them, Chun, I'll always support you, even if you get suspended again. Chin Feng raised an okay gesture without turning back. Kamila hooked her arm around Xiaohua's, laughing so hard that tears came out. God of signature move. You deserve that title. Shut up. Xiaohua calmly said. I think eye-opening demon suits you better. Chin Feng looked at them with a headache and thought to himself, fine. I'll open your eyes next time. At 5 in the afternoon, Kamila said she wanted to watch a movie. What's playing recently? Chin Feng pulled out his phone to check. Xiaohua leaned over to look at the screen and said, let's watch Brokeback Mountain. I heard it's very good. What's it about? Kamila asked. It's about. Xiaohua glanced at Chin Feng. The story of 2 cowboys, a romance. Kamila thought for a moment. Okay, let's watch this one. Over 2 hours later, the movie ended. The 3 walked out of the theater. The night breeze was a bit chilly. Kamila walked in the middle, Chin Feng on the left, Xiaohua on the right. Kamila shivered and leaned closer to Chin Feng. Chin Feng placed his right hand on her waist, his palm sliding around her left side to rest on her right hip. Kamila melted softly into his embrace, her head resting on his shoulder, her left hand naturally circling Chin Feng's waist, and her right hand hooking Xiaohua's arm. Pulled by Kamila, Xiaohua's body leaned slightly inward. Her left hand held by Kamila hung down naturally. Her fingertips touched Chin Feng's hand. Chin Feng's fingers stiffened slightly. Xiaohua did not withdraw her hand. Her fingertips rested on the back of Chun Feng's hand, as if by accident, yet as if deliberately placed there. The night breeze blew again, and Kami La curled further into Chun Feng's arms, completely unaware of what was happening behind. Chun Feng's heart beat a little faster. He looked down at Kami La. She had her eyes closed, a smile on her lips, her breath falling evenly on his neck, like a completely relaxed cat. Then he felt Shawa's fingertips move. Her left hand slowly slid into the gaps between his fingers one by one, like a cat, kneading, gently holding his hand. Chun Feng swallowed. Then he gently squeezed back. Their two hands overlapped beside Kami La's body, hidden between her coat and her waist. One arm held Kami La's waist, feeling the warmth of her body. At the same time, his fingertips gently intertwined with Shawa's fingers, sensing another kind of warmth. The three walked in a row, their shadows stretched long by the streetlights. The one in the middle laughed and talked, the one on the left mumbled in response, and the one on the right remained silent. The next day, Shava left. Chun Feng traveled with the Lakers to challenge the Memphis Grizzlies on their home court. The Grizzlies, with a record of 23 wins and 14 losses, held a one-game lead over the Lakers and boasted familiar names like Pau Gasol and Shane Battier. The game was fiercely contested. In the final moments, Kobe scored 6 consecutive points, leading the Lakers to a 91-88 victory over the Grizzlies on the road. Chun Feng contributed 19 points and 9 assists. Kobe had 28 points, and Odom added 17 points. After the game, Chun Feng returned to the hotel, took a shower, and lay on the bed scrolling through his phone. He had only read a couple of news items when his phone rang. It was a call from Bing Bing. "Sweetheart, did you miss me?" Bing Bing's voice was languid, carrying a just-woke hoarseness, as if she hadn't yet crawled out of bed. "What time is it over there?" 1020. "Sweetheart, I have something to tell you. There's an assistant director on the crew, and he's been coming to talk to me these past couple of days." Chun Feng's brow furrowed slightly. "What did he say?" "First he praised my acting, then started making promises. I'll help you get good projects in the future. It wouldn't hurt to know more people in the Hong Kong circle. I'm close with the editor, so we can make sure you get more screen time." "Sweetheart, do you think he took me for some naive newcomer? Do I look like someone who gets swayed by a few nice words?" "What are you then?" "I'm a seasoned veteran." "No, a seasoned actor." "Did he bother you?" "No, just talk." "Sweetheart, are you worried?" "What's there to worry about?" Bing Bing let out a soft laugh. "Sweetheart, rest assured he can't even match a single finger of yours. Besides, he wouldn't dare. It's Brother Long's film. Who would mess around? I'm the female lead who came in directly with a salary of 8 million. He can't figure out my background." In his eyes there might be an entire battalion standing behind me. "A battalion?" "Yeah, a battalion of investors. How could he dare to touch me?" "So do you have a battalion of investors behind you?" "Your servant only has you, sweetheart." Bing Bing's voice suddenly softened, as if she were holding a candy in her mouth. "Sweetheart, I'm telling you I'm your woman now, and I'll always be your woman." As they chatted, Bing Bing's voice shifted in tone, becoming gentle and inviting. "Sweetheart, what are you doing?" "Just lying down." "I'm lying down too," Bing Bing said, her voice dropping a little. "Guess what I'm wearing?" "How would I know?" "A camisole." "What color?" "White." "Guess what I'm wearing now?" "A camisole." "Wrong, nothing now." Bing Bing's voice grew soft, as if she were curling up under the covers. "Sweetheart, I miss you." "Miss you too," Chun Feng replied, his voice also lowering. "Where do you miss me?" Chun Feng didn't answer, instead switching the phone to his other hand. Through the receiver, he could hear Bing Bing's gentle breathing tickling his ear across the phone line. "Sweetheart, I miss you," Bing Bing repeated, her voice as light as a feather. Chun Feng took a deep breath. The two of them stayed on the phone, neither speaking, their breaths mingling together. After an unknown amount of time, Bing Bing spoke, first her voice a little hoarse. "Sweetheart, are you done?" Me too." Chun Feng glanced down at his hand, then at the tissues on the nightstand. He pulled out a couple and cleaned up. Staring at the crumpled paper in his hand, he suddenly let out a soft laugh. "What's wrong?" Bing Bing asked. "Nothing." Truly a vixen, he thought. Able to enchant someone even through a phone line. Chun Feng was about to say more when suddenly the doorbell rang. "Someone's knocking." "I have to go," he said, sitting up. "Who is it?" "Don't know. I'll hang up now." "Okay. Sweetheart, good night." "Good night." Ending the call, Chun Feng quickly tossed the tissues under the bed, straightened his clothes, and walked to open the door. Kobe stood at the door wearing a black sweatshirt and holding a basketball. "Old Kobe, what are you up to?" Kobe didn't answer. He walked into the room, sniffed the air, and frowned. He waved a hand in front of his face as if to brush away some odor, and the look he gave Chun Feng seemed to say, "What were you doing in here?" "What's that smell?" Kobe asked. "What smell?" "I just took a shower." "This is the smell after a shower." Kobe looked at Chun Feng, a hint of a knowing smile on his lips. "How old are you still messing around like this?" Chun Feng kept his composure. "I had a nosebleed." "A nosebleed?" Kobe gave him a once-over. "With all your girlfriends you still get nosebleeds. What does having girlfriends have to do with nosebleeds?" "It does. It means you're weak." Chun Feng resisted the urge to swear. "What did you come here for?" he asked. "Training. The University of Memphis gym. I booked it. We leave in half an hour." Chun Feng looked down at his legs, thought about what had just happened, and then about Kobe's comment on being weak. "Not today. My legs feel weak." "Legs weak? Aren't you the all-star vote leader? Aren't you the unstoppable player? Don't you have several girlfriends? So you're hiding in the hotel doing this?" "I told you I had a nosebleed." "Fine, you had a nosebleed." Kobe walked to the door, pulled it open, and looked back at him. We're back in tomorrow. Couldn't you hold it for one day? I didn't do anything. I could smell that from outside the door. Do you have a dog's nose? Kobe ignored him and left. Before the door closed, he tossed out a line 5:30 tomorrow morning at the training facility. Don't be late. Chen Feng stared at the closed door and sighed. 5:30. Even with weak legs, he had to go. He had just lain down when the doorbell rang again. Here we go again. Chen Feng got up and opened the door. Bynum stood at the door wearing a flashy shirt, his hair styled with a strong smell of hair gel. Feng Ji. What do you want? Bynum didn't wait for permission, he squeezed through the door. He walked into the room, sniffed and frowned. Feng Ji, what's that smell in here? Kobe's smell. Kobe's smell. Bynum was taken aback. Kobe was here. Just left. What did he come for? To ask me to train. Train? At this hour? He's crazy, Chen Feng said. Bynum thought for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I guess so. So you coming to party with us? Odom found a place, supposed to be the best nightclub in Memphis. Not going. Why? I just partied. Bynum looked at him suspiciously. Feng Ji, you party by yourself in the room. I told you Kobe was here. Kobe was here, and you could party. Are you going to leave or not? Bynum chuckled, and Chen Feng pushed him to the door. Chen Feng shoved him out and closed the door. Bynum muttered a few words outside and then left. Chen Feng leaned against the door, staring at the ceiling. Finally some peace. Damn, Kobe was definitely going to laugh about the tissue thing for the whole year. And Bynum with his big mouth. This was a disaster. Maybe he should call in sick tomorrow. Just pretend to be dead and hide for a couple of days. At the Peninsula Hotel in Xiangyang, in a private dining room, Jie Keqing was having dinner with a group of people. Across from him sat Boss Yang from Ying Huang. Beside him were representatives from the investors and 2 senior executives from local banks. The table was adorned with shark fin, abalone, and boiled prawns. After 3 rounds of clinking red wine glasses, the conversation drifted from box office earnings to land deals, and then to the schedule of the next film. Jie Keqing's phone vibrated. He glanced down at the caller ID, his brow slightly raised. Xiao Chun. He set down his wine glass, gestured to Boss Yang with a one-moment sign, and rose to his feet. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Boss Yang was in the middle of an animated story, his mouth open as he paused. The gazes of several others followed Jie Keqing as he moved toward the door. In this circle there were no more than 5 people who could make Long Gu leave the table to answer a phone call. Jie Keqing pushed open the door of the private room, stepped into the corridor, and casually closed the door behind him. The corridor was quiet with only the distant sound of piano music. Xiao Chun. Long time no see. Missed me. His voice was full of energy, carrying the big brother aura typical of Xiangyang films. Chen Feng let out a laugh. Long Gu busy. Not at all, not busy today. Jie Keqing paused, then his tone shifted. When you call, even if I were busy, I'm not busy anymore. Tell me what's the matter. Chen Feng leaned against the headboard, his tone casual. Nothing major. Long Gu, how is Bing Bing doing in your crew? Very well, she's in good shape and quick to learn. She nailed several takes on the first try. I was worried she might not be able to handle the lead role, but now I see that was unnecessary. This girl has talent and a great sense of the camera. That's good. Chen Feng paused, but I heard someone in the crew has been quite enthusiastic toward her. Introducing resources, adding extra shots. Enthusiasm, that's a bit excessive. There was a second of silence on the other end. Long Gu was a man of the world, he understood. A few words were enough. No need to spell everything out. Xiao Chen, leave this to me. Bing Bing is your recommended one, rest assured. In my crew, if she loses even a single hair, where would I put my old face? Long Gu, I hope it's not too much trouble for you. Chen Feng's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. Bing Bing came from the mainland, unfamiliar with the place, and doesn't know a soul in Xiangyang. She's just a young girl, not very old. If she offends someone, she wouldn't know how to handle it. If you have the time, just keep an eye on her for me. No need to worry too much, she can manage on her own. I'm just mentioning it. Chen Feng added, besides, suffering a little isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's a form of tempering. Xiao Chen, you're being too formal. What do you mean by tempering? In my crew, people will only respect her, no one will dare to give her a hard time. He paused, softening his tone. Just focus on your game, I'll look after Bing Bing. Then I'll trouble you, Long Gu. What trouble? Xiao Chen, let me tell you straight. I'm not just the lead actor in this film. Ying Huang Pictures is an investor, and I'm also a co-producer and supervisor. Chen Feng chuckled. Long Gu, don't let this affect the filming. It won't. I'll shoot what needs to be shot and clean up what needs to be cleaned. Filming and clearing things out don't conflict. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. Rest assured. Jie Keqing returned to his cheerful tone. By the way, Xiao Chun, next time you're in Xiangyang, I'll take you to watch horse racing. Long Gu, I'm not interested in watching horse racing. If you invite me to ride horses, I might be more willing. You rascal. Long Gu laughed heartily. Fine, next time you're in Xiangyang, I'll invite you to ride. Don't get weak-kneed then. Chen Feng laughed. Alright Long Gu, good night. Good night, my ass. It's daytime here. In the corridor, Jie Keqing stared at his phone screen and shook his head. He straightened up, adjusted his collar, and pushed open the door to return to the private room. Boss Yang saw him come back and chuckled. Long Gu, whose call was so important. Jie Keqing sat down, picked up his wine glass, and smiled faintly. A little brother. From the NBA. NBA. Boss Yang became interested. Which one? A rookie, undrafted player. The next day on the set of The Baby Plan in Xiangang. The morning's first scene had just wrapped and the crew was preparing to change the set. The props team moved equipment, the lighting crew adjusted the lights, and actors were touching up their makeup here and there. Bingbing sat on a director's chair, her assistant sister Zhang beside her, while a makeup artist applied powder. Big Mei Yuan sat on a nearby chair reading the script, a pen between her fingers, occasionally making notes in the margins. Asa crouched at her feet, flipping through a gossip magazine, mumbling, "Yuan Jia, look at this. It says Tony Leung and Takashi Kaneshiro are going to collaborate on a new film. Don't know if it's true." Big Mei Yuan didn't look up, read less gossip and more of the script. "I finished it." Asa turned a page of the magazine. "I'm bored." Long Gu stood up from behind the monitor and clapped his hands. Everyone stopped for a moment. "I have something to say." The entire set fell silent instantly. When Jie Keqing spoke, no one dared to disobey. Assistant director Lao Zhou, who had been squatting beside the monitor reviewing the replay, reflexively stood up when he heard Long Gu call for a stop. Habitually, he moved closer, thinking Long Gu wanted to discuss filming details. "Lao Zhou." Long Gu looked at him, his tone very calm. "Pack up your things. The production manager will talk to you." Lao Zhou was stunned. "Long Gu, what do you mean, eh? You don't need to come anymore." The set was dead silent. A stagehand whispered to a nearby lighting technician, "Fired." The lighting technician shook his head, signaling him to be quiet. Lao Zhou's face flushed red and his voice rose. "Long Gu, at least give me a reason. I've been on this crew for 2 months busy with pre-production work. Even if I don't have credit, I've put in the effort." Long Gu looked at him without speaking. Lao Zhou quickly added, "Long Gu, is there something wrong? Tell me and I'll fix it. I'll supervise the next scene." "Lao Zhou," Long Gu interrupted him, "last month you arranged for 2 of your own people to join the props team. The production manager talked to you once, and you said they were temporary workers. The week before last you signed off on the crew's alcohol and tobacco purchase order with a price 30% higher than market value." Long Gu paused. "And you used your position as assistant director to arrange for your acquaintances to join the crew as extras, taking a 200 kickback per slot. Did you think I didn't know? Also, last week you behaved improperly toward the young actress playing a corpse. She didn't dare to speak up, but did you think no one saw?" Lao Zhou's face alternated between red and white. These matters, were they really that serious? Every crew had some sneaking and a couple of people taking a bit of a cut, getting a little too familiar with actresses. It was common in the industry. No one would actually fire someone over these things. But today Long Gu brought them up. Lao Zhou opened his mouth, still trying to explain. "Long Gu, those people are my fellow villagers. I was just helping out." "Helping out?" Long Gu gave a slight smile. "The production manager has kept a detailed record of all the help you've given. Lao Zhou, you know in your heart what's going on." Lao Zhou wanted to say something more, but instinctively glanced toward Bingbing. Bingbing had her eyes closed, letting the makeup artist touch up her powder as if she hadn't heard anything. But her eyelashes trembled slightly. Long Gu stared at him. "Anything else you want to say?" Lao Zhou's lips moved, but in the end he didn't dare to speak. He wasn't stupid. Every reason Long Gu gave was minor enough not to warrant dismissal, but together they spelled out just one thing: "I want you to go." The real reason Long Gu didn't say, and he didn't dare to ask. The production manager walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, director, Zhou, let's talk in the office." Lao Zhou stood still holding the walkie-talkie. After a few seconds he lowered his head, placed the walkie-talkie on a nearby prop box, and turned to leave. The set began to flow again. The props team moved things faster, the lighting crew adjusted lights more diligently, and even the clapperboard operator struck 3 times louder than usual, as if afraid of appearing unenthusiastic. But the atmosphere was noticeably different. Someone muttered quietly, "Is Long Gu being too strict? Those things, doesn't every crew have them?" A veteran stagehand nearby glanced at him. "They do. But when no one says anything, they don't exist." Long Gu spoke, "So they do." In a corner a few crew members huddled together whispering. Lao Zhou got fired. Just for sneaking in 2 people and taking a little cut. Who doesn't do that in this business? Long Ji's crew has different rules. I don't think it's because of those things. A lighting assistant lowered his voice. "Didn't you notice? Lao Zhou has been talking to Bingbing every day lately, asking about her well-being." "You mean?" "I didn't say anything." The lighting assistant shut his mouth and went back to work. No one spoke up, but everyone understood perfectly well. Bingbing's assistant sister Zhang leaned in and whispered, "Bingbing, is Long Gu doing this for?" "It has nothing to do with me." Bingbing didn't raise her head, pursing her lip gloss in front of the mirror. "Long Gu can fire whoever he wants." Sister Zhang looked at Bingbing's expression, then at the direction where Lao Zhou had been taken, and understood everything. But she said nothing, just handed her a bottle of water. Bingbing took the water, took a sip, and pulled out her phone. "Master, will you call tonight?" After sending the message, she tucked the phone back into her pocket, stood up, and walked to her shooting position. Big Mei Yuan put down her script and watched Bingbing's receding figure, saying nothing. Asa closed the gossip magazine, leaned close to Big Mei Yuan's ear, and whispered, "Yuan Jia, Long Gu is making a statement for Bingbing." Big Mei Yuan slowly turned a page of her script. "I can see that. Who is really behind Bingbing?" Asa's curiosity was burning. "She's been on the crew for half a month, never mentioning anyone. Lao Zhou got fired. Do you believe those reasons Long Gu gave? Sneaking in people, taking cuts. Who doesn't do that in this business?" Big Mei Yuan didn't answer. Asa chuckled softly, lowering her voice further. Yuan Jie, who do you think is backing Bing Bing? Someone who can make Long Gu take such notice. From Ming Huang. Or from the mainland. I don't know. Big Mei Yuan closed the script and stood up. But I'm sure of one thing, if Long Gu is willing to fire someone on the spot for an actress barely bothering to make up a decent excuse, it's definitely not an ordinary connection. Asa thought it over, then Lao Zhou was just unlucky messing with the wrong person. Not unlucky. Big Mei Yuan brushed the dust off her skirt. Stupid. Bing Bing's first day on set, her salary treatment, Long Ji's attitude. Those signals were obvious enough. He didn't read them. Who's to blame? Asa nodded. Got it. Be polite to Bing Bing from now on. Not polite. Big Mei Yuan walked toward the shooting position, took 2 steps, then looked back at Bing Bing. It's about being smart. Asa paused for a moment, then quickly followed. Big Mei Yuan reached her spot and glanced at Bing Bing out of the corner of her eye. Bing Bing was discussing the blocking with the director, her expression serious, a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. Big Mei Yuan's thoughts turned. She had been in the industry for years and had seen all kinds of relationships. Some actresses, benefactors, would visit the set every day and issue press releases afraid no one would know. But Bing Bing's was different. From start to finish, no one had ever visited, no press release had been issued, and even her social media was spotless. The deeper the concealment, the greater the weight. Staples Center, Los Angeles. Under the same roof, 2 courts, 2 destinies. Lakers versus Clippers, a city rivalry. In this single NBA arena in Los Angeles, only one team is the master tonight. Before the game, the TNT broadcast desk. Kenny Smith spoke first to the camera. Tonight is the Los Angeles Derby. The Clippers have been playing surprisingly well this season, currently 24-15 4th in the West. The Lakers are 23-15 5th. Charles, who do you think will win? Barkley scoffed. Who will win? You ask who will win. Kenny, how many years have you played in this league? Have you ever seen the Clippers win anything important? They've been good this season. Good? They're good every year, and every year they fall short. That's the Clippers. Their history is like an endless disappointing film, each season ending the same, with disappointment. Kenny smiled. Then give us your prediction. The Lakers. The reason is simple, Kobe Bryant. Barkley raised a finger. And that Chinese kid. The combination of those two, no one on the Clippers can match them. Castle. He's an alien all right, but I suspect he truly came from outer space. He doesn't look like an Earth species. Kenny nearly burst out laughing. Charles. I'm telling the truth. Look at his head. Bald as a light bulb, high cheekbones, and that unusual face. You're telling me that's an Earth species. Staples Center. Tonight the arena is overwhelmingly filled with purple and gold. Although the Clippers have a better record this season and have drawn more fans than previous years compared to the Lakers, they are like a relative's child who came to share a meal. Present, but not missed. Clippers starters, Sam Cassell, Coutinho, Mobley, Quentin Ross, Elton Brand, Chris Come On. Lakers starters, Chun Fong, Kobe Bryant, Lamar Odom, Kwame Brown, Chris Mim. The Lakers changed their lineup today. Kwame Brown was moved to power forward to match up with Elton Brand. Mim continued at center to handle Come On. Speaking of Kwame, his physical attributes are truly impressive too. 11 meters tall too. 25-meter wingspan, 122 kilograms. Strength, leaping ability, and lateral quickness, all top tier for a power forward. Against Brand, from a hardware standpoint, he is in a completely different league. The problem is basketball isn't played with hardware. Kwame's issue has never been his body, it's in his mind. He gets nervous when he receives the ball. His first instinct is to pass it away, immediately afraid to hold it for an extra second. On defense he works hard, but his anticipation is poor and his rebounding positioning is average. He often gets the ball poked away from behind by players shorter than him. Simply put, a Ferrari engine attached to a tractor's steering wheel. Jump ball. Come On won over Mim, and the Clippers attacked first. Castle dribbled past half court. The alien. He looks like he stepped out of a sci-fi movie and plays like 1-2 with a bizarre rhythm. You can never guess what he'll do next. He slowly brought the ball to the top of the arc, called for a pick and roll. Come On set the screen. Mim was a half step late on the switch, and Castle delivered a bounce pass to Brand, rolling to the basket. Brand caught the ball with Kwame planted behind him. Their bodies collided with a dull thud. Kwame didn't budge. Brand pushed again, but Kwame held his ground. Brand turned, shot a fadeaway jumper. Kwame's hand reached up to his face, and the ball missed. Odom grabbed the rebound and passed to Chun Fong. Chun Fong dribbled to the front court with Castle in front of him. The alien's defense relies on anticipation and quick hands, but a 37-year-old's footwork can't keep up with a young player. Chun Fong executed a crossover and accelerated. Castle's lateral movement was slow, and Chun Fong was already at the free throw line. Brand rotated to help, but Chun Fong tossed the ball toward the rim. Kwame followed, caught it, and slammed it down. 2-0. After landing, Kwame stood there as if he himself couldn't believe the shot went in. Chun Fong shouted while running back on defense. Kwame. Great dunk. Tonight you're Michael Jordan. Tonight, I'm Michael Jordan. Are you serious? Of course, but only for tonight. After all, we already have 2 Jordans on the team. Can't have another one. When did our team have so many Jordans? Kwame scratched his head and ran back to the defensive end. Clippers offense. Brand continued to call for the ball in the low post, backing down against Kwame. Kwame held his ground, and the two clashed physically. Kwame's base was very solid. Brand pushed twice, but couldn't move him, turned, and shot a jumper. Missed again. Kwame grabbed the rebound. Good defense. Chen Feng shouted. Give me the ball. You don't need to dribble. Kwame obediently handed the ball over, his expression relieved. Chen Feng brought the ball up and called for Kwame's screen. Kwame set the pick. Castle was hung up and Brand switched. Chen Feng executed a behind-the-back dribble, drove past Brand on the left side. Come On rotated to help, but Chen Feng lobbed the ball toward the rim. Odom followed, caught it with both hands and slammed it in. 4-0. Barkley, the Lakers are playing smoothly tonight. Chen Feng's passing is like turning on a cheat code. Kenny Smith, it's the Clippers' lack of defensive layers. Once Brand steps out, the inside is wide open. Come On covers one side, but the other is exposed. The Lakers' two opening alley-oop dunks ignited the home crowd's enthusiasm. The purple and gold sea at Staples Center erupted. A young man wearing a Kobe jersey jumped out of his seat, pointed at the Clippers bench, and shouted, "Are you here to compete for second place?" Brand was slightly unsettled facing Kwame today. Accustomed to overpowering opponents with brute strength, he found himself unable to do so. Kwame's power proved no match to be trifled with. He shifted to using footwork and fakes, which proved far more effective. Yet the Lakers' offensive firepower was simply too fierce. Kobe was scorching hot today. His mid-range fadeaways seemed preternaturally accurate, draining 3 consecutive shots. Camby held no clear advantage over Mimu inside. Despite mediocre statistics, Mimu's towering frame and lengthy arms disrupted Camby's hook attempts twice. During the TNT halftime break, Barkley leaned back in his chair, holding a glass of some beverage, his belly noticeably prominent. Kenny, what's the problem with the Clippers? They don't have someone like Kobe. Brand is a fine player, but he's not the type who can single-handedly carry a team. Castle. He's from another league, but his days of dominating the paint are long gone. Kenny nodded. And the Clippers have been completely passive defending Chen Feng. Castle can't stay in front of him, and neither can Mobley. Obviously not. Isn't Castle pushing 40 now? Every time he sprints, you'd think his hips might give out. Charles. I'm just stating facts. Watching him run the floor, he looks like a pigeon with a wing injury. Or maybe something that escaped from a laboratory. Kenny, if Castle were 10 years younger, the Clippers would still be in this game. But back when he was 10 years younger, he was carrying bags for Hakeem on the Rockets. Kenny shook his head with a laugh. The second quarter began with both benches clearing. The starters sat while the second units took the floor, and the pace dropped immediately. Without Kobe and Brand as primary options, both teams settled into patient half-court sets, neither willing to push the tempo. Nearly 6 minutes elapsed, and the two teams combined for only 9 points. The offense moved at a notably sluggish clip. The Clippers finally broke the stall, calling timeout to insert their starters, and the Lakers responded in kind. Once Chen Feng stepped back onto the court, the rhythm shifted instantly. He hit back-to-back drives and kicks, once threading a pass to Kobe in the corner for a 3, and once finding Kwame cutting to the basket. Kwame caught the ball with empty space stretching 2 meters in front of him. He hesitated for half a second. Half a second was all Kamhan needed to close out and reject the shot from behind. A wave of disappointment washed through the Staples Center crowd. Chen Feng jogged over and patted Kwame on the head. What were you thinking? I thought someone was there. There was nothing there. Open all the way to the parking lot. Next time, take it to the rim. Don't hesitate. Hesitation loses games. Kwame nodded. On the next possession, Chen Feng delivered another feed to Kwame. This time Kwame didn't hesitate. He caught, rose up, and finished with a clean dunk. He gave a small fist pump afterward. Barkley observed, "Did you see that? Hesitate, and he gets blocked. Don't hesitate, and he finishes." That's Kwame Brown, a player who needs someone else to make decisions for him. Kenny replied, "Then Chen Feng is the one making those decisions." Exactly. Chen Feng is like Kwame's navigator. Without him, Kwame couldn't find his way off the court. At halftime, the Lakers led 58-51 by 7. Chen Feng had tallied 14 points and 7 assists. Kobe had 24 points, and Brand posted 16 points and 8 rebounds. During the halftime break, Dunleavy must have delivered a stern lecture. The Clippers came out in the third quarter as if they were a different team, with their defensive intensity turned up to the maximum. Brand began to power through Kwame, scoring twice in a row from the low post. Kwame's defensive positioning was off again. He kept reaching for steals, extending his arms too far, and Brand simply turned and slipped past him. Castle also found his rhythm, hitting a mid-range jumper and drawing a foul on Chen Feng. Foul. Chen Feng looked at the referee. "He ran into me." The referee ignored him. Castle grinned at Chen Feng, his bald head gleaming under the lights. "What are you laughing at?" "At how easily you were fooled, rookie. That shiny head of yours is blinding me. Shouldn't that be a foul? I suggest the league ban bald heads as illegal equipment. They're too disruptive to defense." Castle burst out laughing, his bald head bobbing as he laughed. "If you don't like it, go shave one yourself, rookie." A bald head on a rookie, perfect match. "I'm afraid if I shaved it, I'd end up as ugly as you. Ruining the city's image. The league would fine me. You wouldn't be as handsome as me even if you did." "You call that handsome? Have you never looked in a mirror? Or is your sense of beauty different from Earthlings?" The referee walked over and warned them, "Shut up and play. If you keep arguing, I'll give each of you a technical." They both fell silent at once and turned away. The lead had been cut to 2 points, and the Staples Center grew quiet. Kobe signaled for the ball, and Chun Fong passed it to him. Kobe faced up with Brand defending. A crossover, a sudden stop, a fadeaway. The ball sailed over Brand's fingertips and swished through the net. On the next possession, Kobe pulled up for a 3 from the top of the arc. Swish. On the following play, Kobe posted up, Ross turned, and sank another fadeaway. 7 consecutive points, and the entire arena erupted. Barkley commented from the broadcast booth, "This is Kobe Bryant. Everyone's debating who the best scorer is. No debate needed. He's right here." Smith added, "The third quarter isn't even over, and Kobe already has 31 points. 31 points. Remember that game against the Mavericks? 62 points in 3 quarters. Kobe scores like I eat fried chicken, unstoppable." The Clippers refused to give up. Come On scored twice inside the paint, and Mobley drained a 3-pointer, pulling the gap back to a precarious margin. Chun Fong called for a screen, and Kwame stepped up to defend. Chun Fong used the screen to drive toward the basket, but Brand switched onto him, while Come On rotated over to help. Pinched between 2 defenders, Chun Fong glanced toward the rim. He lofted a pass toward the basket. Kobe cutting and caught it cleanly, and slammed it home with a 2-handed dunk. 102-97. The Lakers led by 5. In the final 3 minutes, the Clippers kept fighting. Selleck knocked down a mid-range jumper and winked at Chun Fong. "Still blinding, you rookie. I don't know about that, but I'd recommend you put on some sunscreen next time. Otherwise, after the game, your wife won't even be able to find you. Turn off the lights and all she'd see is a row of teeth. Your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Selleck patted his bald head. "Your mouth sure doesn't sound like a rookie's." Chun Fong dribbled across half court and slowed at the top of the key. He attacked Selleck directly, exploded to the basket, and floated a shot over Come On. The ball kissed the glass and dropped through. 104-99, and the Clippers called timeout. After the break, Brand isolated Kwame in the post. This time Kwame didn't reach in recklessly. He dropped his hips, pressed his chest against Brand, and as Brand turned, extended his arm to contest the shot. Brand's attempt came up short. Moom reached for the rebound. Chun Fong pushed the pace and kicked it out to Kobe. Kobe caught the ball, rose up against Mobley, and let go of a jumper from deep. The ball hung in the air for 2 seconds. Swish. 107-99. 8-point lead. 1 minute 42 seconds remaining. Barkley rose straight out of his seat. "Game over. What I mean is there's technically over a minute left, but it's already over. The Clippers can start packing their lockers. Fold the towels, zip up the shoe bags, polish that bald head." "Are you that certain?" Smith asked. "When am I ever not certain?" Barkley waved his hand. Chun Fong tore the Clippers' backcourt apart tonight. Selleck is 37 years old and can't keep up. You want to put Rose on him. Rose clogs the spacing on offense. The Clippers' backcourt is like a drafty wall. You patch one side and the other gives way. Kenny Smith nodded. The Clippers made it to the 4th seed this season because of the Brand Come On tandem in the front court. But tonight Kwame Brown guarded Brand effectively. Moon took a few from Come On, but he held steady. The Lakers' front court withstood the pressure, and the Clippers lost their edge. The final buzzer sounded. The Lakers defeated the Clippers 113-102. Chun Fong finished with 26 points and 11 assists. Kobe added 42 points and 6 rebounds. Kwame recorded 12 points and 9 rebounds. Odom contributed 15 points and 7 rebounds. Brand tallied 28 points and 12 rebounds. Selleck added 18 points and 7 assists. Come On posted 14 points and 10 rebounds. After the game, Chun Fong stood courtside with a microphone in hand, his hair still damp. The reporter was a blonde woman, her microphone bearing the ESPN logo. "Reporter, Chun, another impressive victory tonight. 26 points and 11 assists. How do you feel?" Chun Fong shook his head. "Don't look at me. Look at Kobe. 42 points. That's the answer tonight." Reporter, "But the Lakers are on a 5-game winning streak since your return. What's your take?" Chun Fong thought for a moment, then smiled at the camera. "Honestly, it's not because I came back that we're winning. I'm just the driver. Kobe is the engine. Without an engine, no matter how fine the car is, it won't move." Reporter, "But your numbers are excellent too, averaging over 20 points and 10 rebounds. What good are stats if they don't lead to wins?" "Kobe leads this team to victory, and I benefit from that. He won with O'Neal before, and he can win with me now. I'm standing behind a giant. No, I'm standing right behind Kobe." Reporter, "Then how would you describe your role during this 5-game winning streak?" Chun Fong answered without hesitation. "My role is simple. I don't get in Kobe's way. I pass him the ball and step aside to applaud. See how proper my clapping form is? I've practiced it." The arena erupted in laughter. Reporter followed up. "Who do you see as the leader of the Lakers?" "Kobe. From start to finish, it's Kobe. I'm just a teammate following the leader. If he says go east, I don't go west. If he says shoot, I don't pass. If he says pass, then I pass." Reporter, "Then what about when you direct teammates on the court?" "That's me relaying Kobe's calls. All the plays I call out are ones he instructed me to run beforehand. I'm a human megaphone." Reporter, "Could you give us your thoughts on tonight's opponents, the Los Angeles Clippers?" "California has many NBA franchises, but Los Angeles has only one. and that is the Los Angeles Lakers. The Clippers fans' frustration surfaced faster than Chen Feng had anticipated, and far more amusingly. Less than 2 hours after the game, a post on a Clippers fan forum was already pinned to the top of the homepage. The title read simply, "Chen Feng said there's only one team in Los Angeles. Did he forget we're still here?" A reply beneath it stated he hasn't forgotten. He did it on purpose. When he said there's only one team, he means ours doesn't count. What do we count as? Just the atmosphere crew. I brought my girlfriend to a Clippers game today, and she kept asking throughout, why are all the banners in this arena purple and gold? I told her they're the Lakers championship banners. She asked, then where are the Clippers banners? How was I supposed to answer that? Then go be a Lakers fan. I won't. I want to be a Clippers fan. I want to suffer through this. I'm accustomed to disappointment. My heart has gone numb. At least being numb means no one can hurt you. Other Clippers fans were mocking themselves. Our logo gets rolled out before every game, then packed away afterward. Do you know who gets asked to pack up after use? Temporary workers. Then when do we get permanent status? Regardless of the complaining and bickering, the Lakers had no time to waste on verbal sparring with Clippers fans in Los Angeles. The day after beating the Clippers, the entire team packed up and flew to Dallas to face the Mavericks, who held second place in the Western Conference. Their record stood at 28 wins and 12 losses, trailing only the Spurs at 29 and 11. Dirk Nowitzki, Josh Howard, Jason Terry with interior presence from Brad Miller and Tony Diop providing defensive toughness. And there was also Devin Harris, a small but lightning quick point guard. At the American Airlines Center, warm-ups concluded. The game began. Miller won the tip-off against Kwame, giving Dallas the opening possession. Terry brought the ball up the court against Chen Feng, executed a series of crossovers, pulled up for a jumper, and missed. Kwame secured the rebound and passed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng received the ball and steadily advanced it up the court. Harris closed out to apply pressure, but Chen Feng protected the ball as he reached the top of the key, calling for a pick and roll with Kwame setting the screen. Harris was screened off, forcing Nowitzki to switch on to Chen Feng. Rather than driving, Chen Feng delivered a direct pass to Kobe. Kobe caught the ball at the right 45-degree angle facing Terry's defense. Kobe took one dribble, turned his back to the defender, spun, and launched a fadeaway jumper that sliced over Terry's outstretched fingers for a clean swish. The score became 2-0. Chen Feng jogged over to high-five Kobe. "Old Kobe, your touch is feeling good tonight." Kobe ignored him and turned to get back on defense. But the fluidity of that shot was notably smoother than usual. On the next possession, Terry hit a mid-range jumper to tie the game at 2-2. Chen Feng received the ball and drove straight without setting a screen, penetrating to the free throw line area and drawing the Mavericks' defensive attention. He then flipped a pass to the right corner, where Kobe caught it and launched a three-pointer. Swish. The score jumped to 5-2. In less than half of the first quarter, Kobe had already shot 4-6 and scored 11 points. Chen Feng's sole responsibility on the court was simple: find Kobe. It wasn't that he wouldn't pass to others. It was that they were playing the Raptors next, and he needed to get Kobe's rhythm going. He couldn't let anything ruin the dragon-slaying night because of him. Whenever Kobe stood beyond the three-point line, Chen Feng would glance over and deliver the pass. The moment Kobe popped out to receive it, Chen Feng saw it and threw it through. When Kobe posted up and signaled for the ball, Chen Feng didn't even look. He just passed it. On another occasion, after Kobe drew a double team and kicked it out, Chen Feng ignored the open teammate and sent it right back to Kobe to continue his one-on-one. Charles Barkley watched from the broadcast booth with amusement. "Kenny, did you notice? The first thing Chen Feng does after getting the ball isn't looking at the rim. It's looking for Kobe." "Where's Kobe?" Kenny Smith replied, "On the court." "I know he's on the court. I mean, he checks on Kobe more frequently than all three other teammates combined." Kobe posted up against Terry, spun, and drained a jumper. Facing Josh Howard, he pulled up for a three-pointer. On the fast break, he pushed the pace and finished with a powerful slam. He displayed his diverse offensive arsenal with effortless grace. When the third quarter concluded, Kobe had tallied 46 points with the Lakers leading 84-80. Chen Feng had recorded 13 assists through 3 quarters, 10 of them finding Kobe. Bynum sat on the bench counting on his fingers and remarked, "Feng, you've got 13 assists, and 10 went to Kobe. Are you his dedicated playmaker?" "I am his human passing machine." Chen Feng took a sip of Gatorade. "When the ball reaches me, I glance at old Kobe and pass. Even without looking, I still pass. Since I will pass regardless, why not take a few extra glances? It gives the impression I am thinking. The coach sees me using my mind, my teammates see me orchestrating, and Kobe feels my respect. One gesture, threefold benefit." Terry stayed in front of him, Josh Howard provided help defense, and Nowitzki hovered near the weak side, ready to rotate at any moment. The instant Kobe caught the ball, 2 defenders immediately closed in. When Kobe did not receive the ball, Harris denied him, tightly cutting off most of the passing lanes. Chen Feng was completely unguarded. He held the ball at the top of the key with 2 meters of open space before him. He glanced toward Kobe, who was smothered by 2 defenders and unable to find any open room. There was no choice but to take it upon himself. He rose for a 3-point attempt. The ball swished through the net. The Dallas Mavericks offense erupted in response. Nowitzki hit back-to-back baskets, and Terry drained a three-pointer, as well narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. Chun Fong continued feeding the ball to Kobe, who was double-teamed by Terry and Josh Howard, forcing a difficult shot. The ball bounced twice on the rim and rolled away. Demperl grabbed the rebound and Dallas launched a fast break. Harris finished with a layup to take the lead. Kobe turned and glared at Chun Fong. "Rookie, what are you doing? This pass to me. Didn't you see I was trapped by 2 defenders? Pass to the open man. Is giving the ball to the team leader also a mistake? Aren't you the self-proclaimed one-on-one specialist?" Chun Fong muttered under his breath. "One-on-one specialist? Even a specialist doesn't play like this. I'm buried under 2 defenders, and you still pass to me. Do you have eyes on my body?" Chun Fong did not argue back. A single thought occupied his mind: next time we face the Raptors, I will make sure to play hard against him. Let him scold me. The head coach called a timeout. He looked at Kobe, then at Chun Fong, and simply said, "Chun, feed Kobe. Everyone else clear out." Chun Fong nodded. He thought to himself, "Coach, what exactly is the difference between your tactic and what I was just doing? I was passing to Kobe the entire game. Haven't we been running this exact play all along?" After the timeout, Chun Fong brought the ball beyond the three-point line. Kobe circled out from the baseline, and Chun Fong delivered the pass. Kobe caught the ball, faced Terry, pulled up for a mid-range jumper, and scored. Dallas responded with Nowitzki posting up against Kwame, turning and draining a jump shot. With 1 minute remaining, Kobe launched a three-pointer that clanged off the rim. Nowitzki secured the rebound, and Dallas methodically ran down the shot clock. Terry hit a mid-range jumper. The Lakers trailed by 3 points. On their final possession, Kobe drove for a contested 3 and missed. The final buzzer sounded. The Lakers fell 108-111 to the Mavericks. Chun Fong finished with 18 points and 14 assists. Kobe recorded 57 points and 8 rebounds on 18 of 30 shooting, including 5 of 9 from three-point range and a perfect 16 of 16 from the free throw line. How many 50-point games had this been for him this season? The steam in the locker room shower had yet to dissipate. Kobe turned off the shower head and draped a towel over his shoulders. Chun Fong stood nearby, lathering body wash as suds ran down his arms. Kobe walked to the doorway, pulled it open, and a wave of warm mist spilled into the hall. He spoke without turning around. "If you keep passing like that tomorrow, I'll trade you, body and all." Chun Fong did not stop what he was doing and called out toward his back. "Where would you trade me?" "The Clippers." Slam. The door closed and a single word echoed from the other side: "Get lost." After playing an away game against the Mavericks, Chun Fong and Kobe attended the post-game press conference together. Chun Fong sat on the stage facing a cluster of microphones. A reporter asked him, "Chun, Kobe scored 57 points today, and you had 14 assists. How do you feel about the chemistry between you two?" Chun Fong pondered for a moment and said with a serious expression, "Chemistry. It's not chemistry between Kobe and me, it's physics. He is responsible for shooting, and I am responsible for passing. That's called the interaction of forces. The force of his shot equals the force of my pass. Newton's third law. You understand physics. I understand passing. Passing is physics. The more accurate my pass is, the more comfortable his shots. The more comfortable his shots, the more assists I get. That's a virtuous cycle." Another reporter followed up, "So what do you think of Kobe's performance today?" "His performance?" Chun Fong glanced at the reporter with an expression like looking at someone who asks, "Why does the sun rise in the east?" 57 points, 18 of 30 shooting, 5 of 9 from 3, 16 of 16 from the free throw line. You asked me how he performed. His performance is such that you should ask the Mavericks what it's like to have 57 points scored on them by one person. The reporter then asked, "Are you satisfied with your 14 assists?" "Satisfied. Not satisfied." Chun Fong shook his head. "I passed 14 times, and he only scored 57 points. If he had made all of them, I would have 20 assists, and he would have 70 points. Unfortunately, he missed." "So you mean Kobe's misses are your fault?" "I mean I didn't pass enough." Chun Fong paused. "Next game I'll pass more." The reporters in the audience laughed. A reporter asked, "What are your expectations for the next game against the Raptors?" Chun Fong glanced at that reporter. "Expectations? I hope Kobe doesn't pass to me." "Why? Because when he passes to me I have to shoot. My shooting isn't accurate. Missing wastes his assists. I'd rather not shoot and pass the ball back to him. That's called optimal resource allocation." The reporters looked at each other, not understanding what he was saying. Chun Fong added one last sentence, "Anyway, you'll see in tomorrow's game." "Where's the ball?" "The ball is in Kobe's hands." "Where am I?" "I'm beside him, responsible for clapping." Back in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, on January 22nd, the Lakers hosted the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors had an average record this season, but their lineup was not bad. Point guard Mike James, shooting guard Morris Peterson, small forward Jalen Rose, power forward Chris Bosh, the Dragon King, center Charlie Villanueva. Bosh, the 4th pick of the 2003 draft. His contemporaries LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony had already become famous, while Bosh was still struggling in Toronto. Chun Fong remembered seeing a ranking in a fan circle in his past life, the most frustrating championship holders. The Dragon King from the Heat's two-peat era ranked first, unanimously recognized as the top. The second was Kevin Love from the 2016 Cavaliers championship. They all had one thing in common: the team leader was the same person. Bosh gave up his status as the top player, took a pay cut, sacrificed his stats, willingly retreated to the interior to create space, and single-handedly enabled the Heat's two-peat. And what was the result? 2 championships brought zero improvement to his historical status, even a negative impact. When others won championships, their historical rankings soared. He won 2 titles, but was instead criticized as Bosh one rebound, and Soft Dragon King, accused of riding coattails. He bulked up to play center, gave up the paint, moved to the corner to shoot threes, sacrificed his stats, sacrificed his status, exchanged for 2 rings, and was still regarded as the weakest link among the big 3. Even worse was Wade. Originally the 2006 championship, a single-core comeback, had remarkably high value. It was a historic lone hero achievement. Everyone recognized him as the undisputed soul of the Heat and a strong contender for the second-best shooting guard in history. But after forming the Big 3 and winning those 2 championships, everything changed. Those 2 rings were not earned by him as the leader. The primary core throughout was James, and the finals MVPs and clutch plays all belonged to others. From then on, the outside world no longer praised him as a single-core deity. Instead, they began to define his later career with sidekick in a super team. His original unique legendary status was thoroughly diluted. With 2 more championships, his historical standing actually declined. Among the entire Big 3, the only one who came out fully enriched was James, who arrived from afar. He parachuted into the Heat, relying on the foundation built by Wade, and Bosh won 2 championships and 2 finals MVPs, completely erased the blemish of his early championship-less years, and his career historical ranking skyrocketed. During pre-game warm-ups, Bosh was practicing hook shots under the basket. Chun Fong glanced at him and thought if this guy were born 10 years later in the current small ball era, he would be drowning in max contracts. He thought for a moment, walked over and patted Bosh's arm. "Chris." Bosh turned around and looked at him. "My. Let me ask you a question. Just suppose. In the future you win 2 championships, but everyone says you're riding coattails, that you're a burden. Your reputation not only doesn't improve, but gets worse, and your historical standing drops instead of rises. How would you feel?" Bosh almost dropped the ball in his hands. "You must be joking. Winning championships can lower your status. Reputation gets worse. Then I'd rather not win any. I'm not talking about you. It's just a hypothesis." "Not even a hypothesis. Are you out of your mind?" Bosh glanced at him, shot the ball, and said, "A championship is a championship. Who dares to say it lowers your status?" "Who said that?" "Tell him to come out, and I'll have a talk with him." Chun Fong chuckled. "No one says it now, but maybe in the future." Bosh didn't respond, just shook his head, turned around to pick up the ball, and muttered under his breath, "This rookie, not quite right in the head." Chun Fong didn't mind either. He smiled and retreated to his own half. Today his target was not Bosh. Chun Fong stood beyond the 3-point line, passed the ball to the coach, and wiped the sweat from his palms. He glanced at Kobe, who was practicing mid-range shots, one after another, as precise as a machine. "Today I must let him score hot," Chun Fong said to himself, and then he touched his fingers. Jump ball. Villanueva beat Kwame, and the Raptors attacked first. Mike James dribbled past half-court, facing Chun Fong. Chun Fong crouched, arms extended, looking like he was defending seriously, but his footwork was half a beat slow. James crossed over and blew past him, drove to the free-throw line, pulled up for a jumper, and scored. 0-2. Chun Fong received the baseline pass, his expression unchanged. He dribbled past half-court, glanced at Kobe's position, right elbow calling for the ball. The ball arrived. Kobe caught it, turned face. Jalen Rose made a jab step. Rose didn't move. Kobe jabbed again. Rose still didn't move. Kobe pulled up for a jumper. Swish. 2-2. On the other end, the Raptors attacked. Bosh caught the ball at the high post, guarded by Kwame. With a fake, Kwame jumped. Bosh blew past him, drove straight to the basket, and threw down a 2-handed dunk. 2-4. Chun Fong dribbled forward, continued to give the ball to Kobe. This time Kobe faced Peterson's switch back down twice, turned for a fadeaway, missed. The Raptors grabbed the rebound and pushed the fast break. Mike James drove coast to coast for a layup. 2-6. Next possession, Chun Fong continued to find Kobe. Kobe caught the ball in the right corner, faced a double team, shot over them, and made it. 4-6. But the Raptors' offense was smoother. Bosh kept pulling up at the high post. Villanueva was eating up Mim in the paint, and Jalen Rose began hitting mid-range shots. The head coach called for a timeout. Chun Fong walked over to the bench and sat down, wiping his face with a towel. He turned his head and glanced at Kobe, who sat on the chair with a towel draped over his head, his chest still rising and falling steadily. It had only been 6 minutes into the first quarter, and he already had 8 points. But the Lakers trailed by 6. Because the Raptors were also scoring. Everyone on their side was finding the net. Chun Fong thought for a moment, then a smile crossed his face. Then let them keep scoring. When the timeout ended and play resumed, Chun Fong made a decision. A decision that everyone would later wish they could have punched him for. Chun Fong stood at the top of the arc, watching the Raptors' Mike James dribble toward him. As James lowered his body, preparing to drive, Chun Fong instantly assumed a defensive stance. His legs spread wide, knees bent deeply, hips lowered, forming a solid horse stance, as if rooted to the ground. His upper body remained straight, head slightly forward, arms outstretched to the sides, resembling a stone guardian before a mountain gate. It looked immensely professional and focused. Then James blew past him in one step. James drove to the free throw line, pulled up, and sank the jumper. 12-20. Kobe ran over from the side, and without a word smacked Chen Feng on the backside. A crisp smack rang out. Where did you learn that defensive stance? Kobe's voice carried a hint of, I've seen this somewhere before. Chen Feng rubbed his rear. I figured it out myself. Kobe retorted, figured out my foot. I've seen that stance for 8 years straight. Gets blown by every time, but the form is always textbook. He's been using it since he joined the Lakers with me. Kobe stared at him. You stole it from him, didn't you? Chen Feng grinned sheepishly. Old fish's stance. Can you call that stealing? It's called paying homage. Homage? You're summoning his ghost. Chen Feng received the baseline inbound and advanced leisurely. Odom shouted from the side, Feng, hurry up. He flashed an okay gesture but didn't pick up the pace. Once across half court, he found Kobe and passed. On offense, Chen Feng continued to deliver the ball securely into Kobe's hands. Every possession, Kobe was the first option. When Kobe posted up, he passed. When Kobe ran open, he passed. When Kobe was double-teamed, he waited for him to emerge and then passed. This was nothing new. Chen Feng had been playing this way recently. Kobe faced Jalen Rose, executed a jab step, pulled up, and scored. 14-20. Jalen Rose caught the ball beyond the three-point line, and Chen Feng switched onto him, raising his hands without moving his feet much. Rose made a jab step, and Chen Feng retreated half a step. Rose hit a mid-range jumper. 14-22. Odom ran over from the side and whispered, Feng, what are you doing? Who are you guarding? Chen Feng spread his hands, looking dejected. I can't stop them. You don't know? These two guys from the Raptors, one James, one Rose. What about them? James, look at his drive, his first step, his explosiveness, his explosive athleticism. It's completely overwhelming. Odom glanced at Mike James, who was under 6 feet 1 inch and slightly built. Are you talking about this James? Besides him, how many Jameses are in the league? Chen Feng then pointed at Jalen Rose. And Rose. Notice his crossovers without slowing down his rhythm, his pull-up jumper, the seamless footwork. Can't you see it? Odom stared at him, clearly unconvinced by Chen Feng's nonsense. Jalen Rose was over 30, his legs as slow as a turtle's crawl. How could he possibly not slow down on his crossovers? I'm serious. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Today the Raptors' perimeter is a James plus Rose combo. It's only natural I can't stop them. Anyone would get torched. Chen Feng wasn't joking. In the following possessions, he was repeatedly burned by James and Rose. Jalen Rose scored 10 points in the first quarter. Mike James had 8. Chris Bosh added 6. The Raptors erupted for 34 points in the quarter. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed 26-34, down by 8. Kobe had 16 points in the quarter. Chen Feng had 4 points and 6 assists. Bynum, who had also noticed from the bench, leaned in and whispered, Feng, did you take money from the Raptors? Chen Feng turned and shot him a look. Don't talk. I'll take you out for meat tonight. Down by 8. Not too much, not too little, just right. Falling behind too far wouldn't work. If they couldn't come back, it would be ridiculous. No matter how many points Kobe scored, losing would only label him a stat padder. Leading was even worse. The Lakers were already stronger than the Raptors. If they led by a dozen points, teammates would get hyped, the gap would widen, and Kobe wouldn't play in the fourth quarter. On the Lakers bench sat Parker, Vujasic, Walton, Cook, and Bynum. The Raptors had also swapped in their reserves, but their situation was better. Their bench players were at least playing normally. Calderon orchestrated the offense. Matt Bonner drained three-pointers from the perimeter, and Joey Graham made occasional drives to the basket. After 3 minutes of bench play, the point differential began expanding into double digits. Vujasic missed a three-point attempt. Bonner secured the rebound. Calderon pushed the ball up court and assisted on Graham's fast break layup. The score read 34-44, a 10-point gap. Chen Feng could no longer sit still. He rose from his seat and walked over to the coach, his expression serious, brows slightly furrowed, wearing an air of deep concern. Coach, I don't think we can keep going like this. The coach kept his gaze fixed on the court, his eyes behind his glasses, not even turning toward him. Go on. The margin has widened. Look, it's 10 points now. If we keep playing like this, the hole from the first quarter can't be filled. Chen Feng continued. I suggest putting Kobe and me in. We don't need the full starting 5, just the 2 of us. The coach turned his head and looked at him. 10 points behind, he said slowly. And what was the margin when the first quarter ended? 8 points. And now, 10. When did those extra 2 points appear? Chen Feng looked at the coach, uncertain of his meaning. After the substitutes came in. So you're saying your replacements dug a 2-point hole, and you want me to send you in to fill it? Yes. To fill the 8-point hole you dug in the first quarter. In the first quarter, you allowed James and Rose to score 18 points. The coach's voice was quiet. Chen Feng stiffened. I wasn't in a good rhythm. You weren't in a good rhythm. The way you plant your feet in a horse stance. Fisher would call you master. Coach, that's not fair. Those 8 points in the first quarter were a team issue, not just mine. Chen Feng wanted to defend himself. You weren't unable to defend. You simply weren't defending. The coach glanced at him. You think I've been coaching for how many years? Jordan, Pippen, O'Neal, Kobe. What kind of player haven't I seen? I've seen plenty of guys looking to pad their assist numbers. But this is the first time I've come across someone who wants to distribute assists while simultaneously fattening up the opponent for his star to finish off. The coach paid him no further attention. Chen Feng stood for a moment, then sat back down. Beside him, Kobe had a towel draped over his head, whether asleep or listening was unclear. Chen Feng leaned over and whispered, "Kobe, aren't you going to say anything?" "Say what?" Kobe's muffled voice came from beneath the towel. "Tell him you want to play." "I don't want to." "You don't want to? You scored 16 points in the first quarter. Don't you want to keep going?" "I want to win. But if you put me in now, and we can't pull away, I'll just have to keep playing." "Isn't that exactly what you want? Keep playing, keep scoring." Kobe pulled the towel down slightly, revealing his eyes as he looked at Chen Feng. "Do you want me to score, or do you want me to exhaust myself?" "Score. Being a little tired is fine too." Kobe pulled the towel back over his head. The coach remained on the sideline, still not making any substitutions. Bynum had just allowed Bonner to drain another three-pointer, and the gap widened once more. Chen Feng couldn't stay seated this time. He stood up again, walked over to the coach, and this time came prepared with a different argument. "Coach, I think we should strike while the iron is hot." "Strike while what is hot?" "Kobe is on fire. He scored 16 in the first quarter. His hand was so hot you could fry an egg on it. Now he's sitting on the bench, his rhythm going cold, and when he comes back and he'll have to find his flow all over again. That's a waste of resources." "A waste of resources?" "Exactly. It's like buying a sports car and leaving it parked in the garage. What's the point of owning it?" The coach looked at him, his tone calm. "You deliberately held back in the first quarter, letting the Raptors take the lead, and now you come to me talking about striking while the iron is hot." Chen Feng gave a nervous chuckle. "Coach, when did I hold back? I just have limited ability." "Limited ability?" "Yes. Talent isn't something everyone has. All I can do is work on my passing and organizing the offense. As for defense, I'll do my best." Chen Feng continued, "Don't you see it? The Raptors are riding high on momentum, convinced they can win. If we sub Kobe in now and let him go on a run, their mentality will crumble. That's psychological warfare." The coach was silent for a moment, then asked, "Which university did you graduate from?" "University of Oklahoma." "Did they teach you that?" "Self-taught." Kobe rose from his seat, towel draped over his shoulders, and walked over to stand beside the coach. "Let me play." The coach looked at him. "You want to play?" "I don't. But if I don't, this guy won't stop bothering me. See, even Kobe can't sit still anymore." The coach sighed and waved his hand. Kobe walked toward the substitution board with Chen Feng right behind him. "You're going in too?" "Of course. We come as a package deal. If you go in, but I don't, who's going to pass you the ball?" Kobe paid him no mind. Chen Feng approached the scorer's table and exchanged a high five with Vujasic, who had just been substituted out. Vujasic looked deeply wronged. "I only played 3 minutes. 3 minutes is already impressive," Chen Feng said, patting him on the shoulder. Chen Feng and Kobe stepped back onto the court. The deficit stood at 10 points, and the Raptors had not yet rotated their bench players out. Mike James leaned back in his seat with his legs crossed, watching Chen Feng dribble across half court. "That rookie got torn apart by me in the first quarter, and now he comes up here to bully our bench players while we rest." Jalen Ross wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced toward the court. "He only has the courage to target Calderon and the other reserves because he cannot handle us." Ross grew more animated as he spoke. "I scored 10 points on him in the first quarter. Do you know how I did it? I barely broke a sweat. Just normal drives and normal shots. He did not even raise his hands. I suspect he was intimidated by my presence. It was not just me. I got 8 on him as well." James chuckled. "Let me tell you, getting past him is easier than getting past a wooden stake. With a wooden stake, you still have to maneuver around him. But him, you just walk straight through and he moves aside on his own." The two of them burst into laughter. At that moment, what was happening on the court confirmed their judgment. Kobe faced Calderon, dipped into a hesitation step, and rose for a mid-range jumper that fell cleanly. 36-44. Then on the next possession, Chen Feng guarded Bonner, raised a hand lazily, and watched the three-pointer swoosh through the net. James pointed at the court. "Look, he is doing it again. Does he have some kind of agreement with the other team? You shoot your shots, I will not guard you, and we will stay out of each other's way." Ross shook his head. "What you are seeing is a textbook case of avoiding the strong and bullying the weak. He cannot perform against starters, so he comes out when the bench players are in and pads his statistics." "Exactly." James jumped in. "The media hypes him as the Chinese magician, the genius point guard, the artist of passing. But all of those numbers came against reserves. Try putting him against starters, and he turns into a sieve. The media only looks at numbers, not the actual game." Ross leaned back against the chair. "How does a player like him become the all-star voting leader anyway? That defensive performance. Probably just because there are so many Chinese fans. 14 billion people, 1 vote each. Who else would they vote for?" James thought for a moment. "And honestly, his warm-up routine was impressive. I almost wanted to vote for him myself." Ross nodded in deep agreement. "That is exactly what I am saying. He is nothing but a—" He did not finish his sentence. The scoreboard flashed 47-50. 3 points. Kobe had shot 5 for 5 in 3 minutes, including 2 from the free throw line, erupting for 12 consecutive points. The Raptors bench could no longer hold steady. James and Ross exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from mockery to confusion. Wait, Ross sat upright. Wasn't he the one coming up here to pad his stats? How is the gap closing? He is not the one closing it. Kobe is. Chun Fong is merely passing the ball. True, but Ross watched the court as Chun Fong delivered a clean pass to Kobe, who rose for a fadeaway jumper and buried it. He is accurate with his passes at least. How accurate does it matter when his defense is absolute nonsense? At that moment, standing on the court, Chun Fong suddenly understood. Avoiding the strong and bullying the weak. So this is what it feels like. Kobe playing against them felt like a practice session. And Chun Fong did not even need to play real defense. The margin kept shrinking simply because the Raptors' bench lacked scoring ability. Calderon could not break through him. No, that was not entirely true. Calderon could drive past him, but he could not shoot. If this continued, the Lakers might take the lead. He shouted toward Bosh. Chris, hurry up and come back in. Bosh paused surprised. Chun Fong then turned and called out to Mike James. LeBron, you come in too. And you, Derek. Jalen Ross looked utterly bewildered. You call me what? Derek rose. I am Jalen. Ross's eye twitched. The Raptors coach on the sideline had already begun signaling for his starters to return. Bosh rose to his feet and brushed the lint from his shorts. James stood up as well, spat his gum into the trash, and said, let us go. It is time. Ross followed, rolling his neck. Fine. Let us go. Let him see the difference between starters and reserves. Whatever he did to us in the first quarter, he will face the same thing in the second. James patted Ross on the shoulder. On the first possession, I will take him. Let him understand that avoiding the strong will not save him. I will go second, Ross replied. The Raptors starters returned to the floor, and the Lakers made their own substitutions in response. On his first trip down the court, Mike James immediately went after Chun Fong. Who were you calling LeBron just now? Chun Fong bent into a horse stance. You were. Are you not a James? I am Mike James. Not LeBron. Is LeBron not also a James? People sharing the same family name are family. Why make things complicated? James, sensing that the rookie might not be operating at full capacity, decided not to waste words on him. He executed a sharp crossover. Chun Fong shifted half a step to the left, and James glided past him on the right. Mid-range jumper, nothing but net. Rookie, can you switch up that horse stance? I have seen it enough. James called over his shoulder on defense. Form does not matter. Attitude does. Chun Fong inbound the ball and pushed it up the court at a leisurely pace, then delivered a bounce pass to Kobe, who had cut to the right 45-degree area. Kobe caught the ball against Calderon's switch, faked a move that sent Calderon stumbling, then drove hard into the paint and drew the whistle. 2 free throws awarded. Watch this. This is called experience. Kobe stepped to the line and sank both. Jalen Ross was back on the court now. He received the ball beyond the three-point arc and faced Chun Fong. A probe step. Chun Fong retreated half a step. Ross pulled up and drained the jumper. Why did you back off? Ross asked. I was afraid you would drive past me. So backing off means you will not drive. Then I will just shoot. If you shoot, I accept that. On the next possession, Chun Fong handed the ball to Kobe. Kobe, isolating at the top of the key facing Bosh, who had switched over, executed a crossover into a stop-and-pop mid-range jumper, and it fell. Bosh held the ball at the high post, and Chun Fong rotated over to defend him. Brother Fong, what are you doing? I can guard him. Let me try. He stood for half a second. Bosh faked a shot. Chun Fong jumped. Bosh drove past him into the paint and finished with a two-handed dunk. Kwame sighed. Brother Fong, I could have guarded him. You did not need to rotate over. With you coming over, I thought we were switching, so I stepped out. Then you jumped, he drove past, and I could not recover in time. I was trying to share the defensive load. You were trying to share the pressure. You shared the scoring pressure right into his hands. He was going to be stopped by me, and because of your rotation, he just dunked it. Chun Fong scratched his head. No need to question it. Just keep learning. Kobe walked past and tossed out a remark. Even Kwame cannot watch your defense anymore. Maybe you should just retire. I have barely started playing, and you want me to retire. Your horse stance is already at retirement level. The next few minutes settled into a strange equilibrium. Kobe scored, and the Raptors scored. The scoreboard ticked upward steadily, but the margin hovered in a narrow band. 5.768. Close but never decisive. Kobe's second quarter touch was scorching, converting shots from every angle. A fadeaway over a double team, good. An off-balance floater, good. A pull-up three against a closing defender, good. With each basket, the decibel level at Staples Center climbed a notch. And the Raptors kept scoring as well, because Chun Fong was nothing more than an open doorway. You could walk right in without knocking. The halftime buzzer sounded. Lakers 63, Raptors 70. A 7-point deficit. Chun Fong had 7 points and 11 assists. Kobe filled the half with 38 points, 16 in the first quarter and 22 in the second. 14 of 23 from the field, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 8 of 8 from the free throw line. As Kobe walked toward the locker room tunnel, the crowd at Staples did not sit down. They remained on their feet, chanting MVP. One wave of voices after another rolling like the tide. In the locker room, Coach Phil stood before the tactical board. He did not immediately draw plays, but first walked to the speaker in the corner and pressed play. A smooth jazz melody filled the locker room, the saxophone's gentle notes echoing off the walls. Chun want me to order some pizza. The locker room fell silent for a moment. Bynum's mouth opened wide. Odom stopped chewing his gum, and Kwame lifted his head. Kobe, sitting in the corner, merely sighed softly. Pizza. Did you not say that I just play music and order takeout? I played the music, now I am ordering. Anything else you would like to add? Chin Fong had indeed said those words during that interview. Now the remark came back to him like a boomerang landing squarely on his own face. Coach, I was joking. I found you quite serious. Phil glanced at his phone. Which kind? Hawaiian or Italian sausage? I want Hawaiian, Bynum muttered under his breath. Shut up. Chin Fong shot him a look. Phil did not actually order pizza. He put down his phone, picked up a marker, and drew a circle on the board. This is the Raptors' paint. Then he drew another circle beside it. This is Chun Feng's defensive range. The two circles were separated by approximately a meter. Your defensive range is outside the paint, Phil said. Chin Fong studied the board. Coach, this diagram is rather abstract. Abstract? Phil glanced at him. Your first half defense was even more abstract. Our perimeter defense was far too loose. He looked around the team, his gaze lingering a second longer on Chin Fong. The Raptors guards scored 48 points in the first half. 48. Chin Fong nodded sincerely. The coach is right. Phil waited for a follow-up, but none came. Do you have anything else to say? I completely agree with your assessment. The defense was indeed too loose. Phil paused, then drew another circle on the board. This is Kobe's scoring zone. Beside it, he sketched a small figure holding a line connected to the circle. This is Chun Feng's passing lane. Chin Fong looked at the drawing. Coach, why does this look so crude? Because drawing on a tactical board is not my strength. My strength is playing music and ordering takeout. I have done both. Now it is your turn to do what you do best. What is my strength? Passing. Get the ball to Kobe, then stand aside and applaud. Chin Fong was quiet for 2 seconds. Coach, is this a compliment? It is a statement of fact. Laughter rippled through the locker room. Odom chewed his gum lazily and said, Brother Fong, your first half defense was so bad I almost thought you were a spy sent by the Raptors. I am a spy. If I were, could Kobe have scored 38 points in the first half? You passed to Kobe while letting the Raptors score. That is your real genius, Odom said earnestly. You passed to Kobe letting him score, so you appear to be a Laker. You loosen your defense letting the Raptors score, so you appear to be a Raptor. You stay neutral on both sides, collect from both sides. That is called dual covert operation. Bynum lifted his head from the bench. Dual covert operation is not a spy. It is a shared bicycle. Odom was momentarily speechless. A shared bicycle. Exactly. Bynum grew more animated. Whoever scans the code can ride, whoever pays gets to use it. Brother Fong, is that shared bicycle? Kobe rides first, then the Raptors ride, and Kobe rides again. Anyone can use him, and there is no lock. Chin Fong looked at him. Shared bicycle. You call me a shared bicycle? Bynum nodded seriously. Then, shared car. You are not even qualified to drive a shared car. You do not have a license. Bynum shrank his neck, but remained unconvinced, blurting out another line. Then you are a public restroom. Anyone can go in. The locker room fell quiet for a second. Odom's gum stopped moving. Kwame lifted his head with an expression that clearly said, what did I just hear? Kobe in the corner with a towel over his head had shoulders that were visibly shaking. Chin Fong stood up and walked over to Bynum, looking down at him. Public restroom. Bynum shrank back, his voice growing quieter. Public means everyone can use it. Everyone can use it. Say that again. Bynum covered his mouth with both hands, eyes wide, muffled words squeezing through his fingers. I did not say anything. Odom could no longer hold it in. Chewing his gum, he said slowly, Brother Fong, the public restroom analogy may not sound pleasant, but it has one advantage. There is always a line. Chin Fong turned to Odom. You feel the same way. Odom raised his hands. I did not say that. I only mentioned the line. A line is a good thing. It means there is high demand. High demand. I recorded over a dozen assists in one game, and you call that high demand. Then you are. I am an all-star fan vote leader. Have you ever seen an all-star leader called a public restroom? Odom thought about it. Never before. Now I have. Bynum let out a muffled laugh from behind his hands, then quickly stifled it. Kwame sat quietly in the corner the entire time. Chin Fong glanced at him. Kwame, do you have nothing to add? Kwame lifted his head and hesitated before speaking. Your switch onto Bosnell in the first half was quite brave. Brave. Courageous. The effect was average. Chin Fong asked, are you insulting me? Kwame lowered his head. Phil stood before the tactical board watching the chaos settle, then spoke calmly. Second half, Chin continues to handle the ball. Kobe continues to score. The rest of you defend. Fill the gaps. The jazz music still played, the saxophone drifting through the locker room. Bynum crept back to Phil's side and whispered, Coach, are we still getting that pizza? Phil glanced at him. I sent your pizza to the G League. Go pick it up yourself tomorrow. Bynum threw his hands over his head and sprinted out. Kobe reached the doorway, finally removing the towel from his head. He glanced back at Chin Fong. Coming. Coming. Chin Fong stood up and followed. The jazz music continued to play, the saxophone fading behind them as they headed toward the court. Mike James dribbled past half-court, seeing Chin Fong in front of him sink into that familiar horse stance, a smirk playing on his lips. Rookie, haven't you been beaten enough? Chin Fong bent his knees into the stance. You shoot your shots, I'll play my defense. We don't interfere with each other. James didn't waste words. A crossover followed by acceleration. He moved, and Chun Feng's footsteps kept up. But James executed a sudden stop. Chun Feng slipped half a step too far, and in that half step James was already airborne. Mid-range shot. Swish. 63-72. Rookie, you can't guard me. Chun Feng retorted, you're James. It's normal I can't guard you. James shook his head. How did you sneak your way onto the starting lineup? By your good looks. I heard that old vegetable Phil likes digging up talents like you pretty boys. Chun Feng caught the outlet pass and slowly pushed the ball up court without looking up. Good looks are also a type of talent. With a face like yours, no wonder you have to rely on your hands. James's expression darkened. He was about to fire back, but Chun Feng had already passed the ball away. Kobe caught the ball facing Jalen Rose. A jab step faked him off, and Kobe hit the pull-up jumper. 65-72. On retreat defense, Chun Feng passed by James and tossed out, just focus on playing ball. When it comes to looks, you can't compete with me. James choked on his words, then decided to stop engaging with him. He realized there was a peculiar trait about arguing with Chun Feng. You could never win. His logic was so twisted that you couldn't even find a reply. Rose was up next too. He held the ball beyond the three-point line, facing Chun Feng. A probe step. This time Chun Feng didn't back off, but instead he closed the gap by one step. Rose seemed a bit surprised. Oh, getting serious now. You're closing so tight. Guess I'm driving then. Rose lowered his center of gravity and took a step forward with his left foot. That step wasn't fast, visibly slow, dragging like an old man strolling through a park. Yet Chun Feng fell for it anyway. Rose continued to accelerate. One step, two steps, racing straight to the rim. Quaim rotated over from the weak side, spreading his arms to block Rose's path. But Rose didn't force it. Before Quaim could set, he gave his wrist a gentle flick, launching the ball toward the basket. It traced a high arc, kissed the backboard, and dropped through the net. The ball went in. On the retreat, Rose passed by him and patted his shoulder. Rookie, I really can't figure out your defense. Not understanding is normal. You're over 30. Your processing speed can't keep up. Offense. Chun Feng dribbled past half-court, glanced at Kobe, who was requesting the ball at the right elbow. The ball arrived. Kobe caught it, faced Jalen Rose, stepped past him in one move, and drove straight to the basket, finishing a layup over Bosch's outstretched hand. Turning back, the Raptors brought the ball up. Bosch posted up against Quaim, turned, and hit the jump shot. Kobe called for the ball, and Chun Feng delivered it. From the right 45-degree angle facing a double team, Kobe rose for a fadeaway jumper and buried it. Raptors offense. James drove, but Chun Feng, rooted in his horse stance, got beaten off the dribble. James pulled up for a jump shot. This time it missed. Kobe received the ball at the top of the key. Before the double team could close in, he rose and launched a three-pointer. Swish. For the next few minutes, Kobe entered an unstoppable rhythm. Every time the ball dropped through the net, the energy at Staples Center climbed another notch. Kobe got the ball again. Drove, was fouled, and sank both free throws. Got it again. Turned and hit the fadeaway jumper. Got it again. One step behind the arc, pulled up. Swish. 77-76. The Lakers had taken the lead, but the Raptors answered immediately. James drove past Chun Feng and scored a layup. 77-78. Kobe said nothing, continuing to call for the ball. Chun Feng kept delivering it. Facing the double team, Kobe rose for a fadeaway jumper and made it. 79-78. Raptors offense. Rose faced Chun Feng. A probe step, then a pull-up jumper. Chun Feng reached out, but fell short by 5 centimeters. The ball went in. 79-80. Kobe wanted the ball. Chun Feng passed it. From the left corner, Kobe received it under double team pressure, spun between the two defenders, and hit a floater. 81-80. The entire third quarter, the game fell into an eerie rhythm. Kobe scored, the Raptors scored, and the lead changed hands repeatedly. And Kobe, he started shooting shots he shouldn't have taken. A fadeaway against 3 defenders, he made it. An off-balance floater, he made it. A pull-up 3 over a contesting block, he made it. Every shot was irrational, yet every single one dropped. Standing backcourt, Chun Feng watched Kobe sink another absurd fadeaway and thought, this isn't playing basketball, it's cheating. He'd seen many scorers, but never anyone like Kobe, like an out-of-control train gathering speed impossible to stop. That state, fans called it the zone. Once in the zone, Kobe wasn't just playing basketball anymore. He was committing crimes. The Raptors called a timeout. As Kobe walked off the court, continuous chants of MVP echoed through Staples Center. With a composed expression, he made his way to the bench and picked up a towel to wipe his face. Bynum handed over a water bottle, saying, "Old Kobe, you have already scored 60 points in fewer than 3 quarters. Kobe's hand froze mid-air as he reached for it. He slowly turned his head, his gaze shifting from the water bottle to Bynum's face, his expression calm and steady. Yet Bynum felt the entire arena grow still for a moment, as though the ambient noise of the crowd had been momentarily muted. Bynum's smile stiffened at the corners of his mouth, a sudden awareness rising along his spine. "Senior." Bynum corrected himself with surprising speed, hardly able to hear his own words. "Senior, you scored 60 points today." Kobe returned his gaze to the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a drink. Bynum let out a long breath, his back drenched with sweat. On the giant screen at Staples Center, the numbers appeared, Kobe Bryant 64 points 3/4. The entire arena rose to its feet. The score stood at 97-100, with the Raptors leading the Lakers by 3. The Raptors had surpassed 100 points by the end of the third quarter, but no one cared about their score. All eyes were fixed on Kobe's number, 64 points 3/4. At the TNT commentary desk, Kenny Smith's voice had already taken on a different tone. 64 points 3/4. Kobe had scored 62 points in 3/4 during his game against the Mavericks, and today, he has broken that mark once again. 64 points. Do you think he can reach some incredible number today? Barkley chimed in from beside him. I don't know, but I know one thing. The Raptors simply cannot stop him today. They have tried everything. Double teams help defense switches delays. Nothing has worked. Then how many do you think he will finish with? I don't guess. I only know that the fourth quarter of this game promises to be unforgettable. When the third quarter ended, something unusual happened at Staples Center. The fans did not leave their seats. Normally at the end of the third quarter, at least half the crowd rises to grab a beer, visit the restroom, or take a phone call. But today nearly no one moved from their seat. They sat quietly, their gaze fixed on the giant screen, watching the numbers unfold before their eyes. 3 quarters had elapsed. The glaring 64 points on the giant screen struck every spectator like a thunderclap. It had already shattered Kobe's career-high single-game scoring record. The legendary 62 points in 3 quarters against Dallas, once held in such reverence, had long been swept aside. Yet no one cheered for records or marveled at milestones. Today's 64 points, that was the record broken. But the record stood for less than 3 seconds, for every mind was consumed by a single question: 64 points in 3 quarters. How many would he score in the fourth? At that moment, someone pulled out their phone and began sending messages. Are you watching the Lakers game? Kobe has 64 points in 3. 64. He only had 62 in 3 against Dallas, right? Yeah, but he didn't play the fourth quarter that time because the game was already decided. What about this time? The Lakers are still down by 3. He's going to keep playing. Outside the arena, messages spread across America like a virus, racing through every corner of the nation. A fan working late in an office received a text from a friend and turned on the small television on his desk. At a restaurant, a father asked the waiter to switch the channel to sports. In a New York bar, a Knicks fan who had been watching his team suddenly heard someone mention, Kobe has 64 in 3. He simply moved to a different bar stool, turned to face the Lakers broadcast, and settled in to watch. He needed to see just how far Kobe would push. From the commentary booth, Mike Breen's voice rose with barely contained excitement. Kobe Bryant 64 points through 3 quarters. That's 2 more than his 62 in 3 against Dallas last month. He didn't play the fourth quarter in that game because the outcome was already decided. But tonight the Lakers are trailing, and he won't be sitting on the bench. He's going back out there. Jeff Van Gundy picked up the thread. Mike, everyone is asking the same question right now. Can he reach 100 points? 100 points. 100 points. Wilt Chamberlain's record. I know it sounds impossible, but he's got 64 in 3 quarters and an entire quarter remaining. He scored 26 in the third alone. If he scores another 26 in the fourth, that's 90. 90 isn't 100 to Jeff. True, but he's the closest anyone has come in 44 years. And with the Lakers trailing, Phil Jackson has no choice. He has to keep Kobe out there. Breen paused. Do you really think it's possible? Van Gundy shook his head. I don't know, but there's one thing I'm certain of. I'm not changing the channel. Chen Feng sat on the bench, his eyes fixed on Kobe. Kobe sat on his chair, chest rising and falling heavily, sweat streaming from his chin in a steady rhythm. 64 points. 36 more to go. 100 points. Chen Feng didn't know, but he knew one thing for certain. Kobe would keep playing in the fourth quarter. On the Raptors sideline, head coach Sam Mitchell slammed his tactical board, his voice cutting through the air as he addressed Chris Bosh. Do you have any idea how many people across this country are watching this game right now? They're not here for the Raptors. They're here to watch Kobe potentially drop 100 points on your heads. No one spoke. 100 points. Mitchell's voice sharpened. Do you want Kobe Bryant to write his name into history on your backs? Not as victors, but as the backdrop. Every time someone mentions that 100-point game, your names will be dragged up. Who was guarding Kobe that night? That will be you. Bosh kept his head down, jaw clenched. Chris, you've got 22 points tonight. You've played well. But if Kobe hits 100, nobody will remember your 22. They'll only remember you as the backdrop to someone else's legacy. Bosh looked up, and something shifted in his eyes. Mitchell turned to James and Rose. Mike, Jalen, you had fun against that rookie in the first half. Feeling good about yourselves? Well, Kobe has 64 points now. Everything you scored in that half is nothing compared to what he's doing. Listen to me, Mitchell slapped the board. Fourth quarter, I want you to make Kobe's life a living hell. Double team him, triple team him. The moment he touches the ball, swarm him. If he wants to score, he has to go through you. If he can still put it up against 3 defenders, then I concede. But I will not allow any of you to give him an easy catch or a clean look. Understood. Understood, the group answered in unison. Louder. Understood. Then go out there and shut him down. Chen Feng sat on the bench, and the Raptors' roar carried clearly across half the court. Kobe stayed on the court, but Chen Feng came off the bench. Coach Phil had Parker rest for the first 2 minutes. Chun Fong sat on the substitute bench wiping sweat with a towel, his eyes fixed on the court. Kobe faced the Raptors double team on the court. As soon as he received the ball, two defenders closed in. Kobe turned hard and rose for a fadeaway jumper. It missed. The Raptors grabbed the rebound. Bosh pushed the ball up court and passed to James. Parker guarded, but James hit a mid-range jumper. 97-102. Lakers in possession. Kobe worked in the low post, and as soon as the ball arrived at his hands, three defenders closed around him. Kobe kicked it out to Odom, who hesitated for a moment over the open look and missed the jumper. Raptors countered with a fast break layup by Rose. 97-104. On the next Lakers possession, Kobe was surrounded by three defenders in the post and passed to Parker at the top of the key. Parker caught the ball with 2 meters of space around him. He adjusted and released, but the shot struck the front rim and bounced out. Bosh and Kwame Battle jumped for the rebound at the same time. The ball was deflected to the other side, and Chris Mims sprinted over to recover it. His fingertips brushed the ball, sending it out of bounds. Coach Phil stood up and called a timeout. 97-104. His gaze swept across the substitute bench and settled on Chun Fong. Chun Fong stood up, removed his warm-up jacket, and walked toward the scorer's table. He glanced back at Kobe, who was standing on the court with his hands on his hips, staring at the scoreboard. Mike James caught sight of him, a smirk forming. "Hey rookie, back again. Keep holding that defensive stance." But the smile quickly faded. Chun Fong said nothing, bent his knees, but this time his center of gravity was different. Feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, body leaning forward, arms spread wide. This was not the practice stance for show, but a true defensive posture ready to engage. Center of gravity dropped, feet ready to move at any moment, eyes locked firmly on James' waist. James instinctively drove with a crossover and accelerated a move that had previously breezed past Chun Fong like he was a stationary post. But this time was different. Chun Feng's feet kept pace, matching him completely. James accelerated, and Chun Fong accelerated with him. James hit a hard stop, and Chun Fong stopped right with him. James rose for a shot, and Chun Feng's hand reached in. The ball was knocked loose. Steal. James froze. He looked down, the ball was gone. Chun Fong was already on the break, streaking all the way down the court, and threw a pass to Kobe, leading the way. Kobe caught the ball with no defender in sight. The Raptors still had 3 players trapped up court. Easy layup. 99-104. As Chun Fong retreated on defense, he walked past James and offered a smile. "How's that defense?" "You?" James stared at Chun Fong, his expression shifting. "What about it?" Chun Fong bent his knees and slid back into his defensive stance. "Come on, one more. You called me a statue earlier, didn't you? Then prove it and get past me." James grit his teeth and dribbled facing Chun Fong. This time he did not go for the crossover, knowing that move no longer worked. He switched to a post-up, trying to power through. He bumped once, unable to budge Chun Fong. Chun Fong's core strength far exceeded his expectations. James turned and rose for a jumper, but Chun Feng's hand blocked at his face. Miss. Kwame secured the rebound and passed to Chun Fong, who pushed the ball up and found Kobe. Kobe faced a double team and passed it out. This time it went to Chun Fong. Chun Fong caught the ball with 2 meters of open space in front of him. He glanced at the rim. "All right then, since you're not guarding me." He took one dribble and rose for a three-pointer. Swish. 102-104. The Raptors brought the ball up and Rose received it. He saw Chun Fong in front of him and smiled. "Rookie, you gave me 20 points in the first 3 quarters. You think you can flip the script in the fourth? Give it a shot." Rose dropped his center of gravity and tested with a jab step. Chun Fong did not retreat. The Chun Fong who used to shuffle back half a step was gone. Rose changed direction and Chun Fong stayed with him. Rose accelerated and Chun Fong kept pace. Rose hit a pull-up jumper, but Chun Feng's hand was right in his face. The shot drifted wide. Rose looked at Chun Fong in disbelief. "When did you get this fast? Do you honestly not know how slow you are?" Chun Fong shook his head at J.R. Rose. "I'm slow. Don't forget how I used to blow past you. Oh, really want to go one more time and show me?" Lakers in possession. Kobe brought the ball, and the Raptors immediately sent 3 defenders to close him down. The 3 surrounded Kobe and forced him toward the sideline. With no passing angle available, Kobe threw the ball out under pressure. Odom caught it with an open look, but he hesitated again. He passed to Chun Fong. Chun Fong received the ball also with open space because the Raptors had committed all their defensive resources to stopping Kobe. He glanced at Kobe, who was tied up by 3 defenders and could not free himself. Chun Fong stepped back and launched a 3. Swish. 105-104. The Lakers took the lead by 1 point. Chun Fong had hit back-to-back threes. On the Raptors bench, head coach Mitchell also hesitated. Chun Fong had drained consecutive threes to erase the deficit, but a bigger problem remained. As long as the Raptors continued triple-teaming Kobe, Chun Fong would keep finding open looks. Mitchell made a decision. Leave the rookie alone. Keep doubling Kobe. His threes are just luck. On the next possession, the Raptors returned to their 3-man double team on Kobe. Chun Fong received the ball again, completely open. He shot once more. Swish. Mitchell's expression changed. Double Kobe. And send someone to press Chun Fong. Don't let him shoot uncontested. This changed things. The number of players double-teaming Kobe dropped from 3 to 2. Kobe caught the ball with only 2 defenders around him, and for the first time that night a smile appeared. He rose for a fadeaway jumper and scored. Mitchell dug his fingers into his hair. 3 on Kobe. Chin Feng drains open threes. 2 on Kobe. He scores. Without double teams, Kobe plays even easier. This was a dilemma with no correct answer. And Chin Feng stood on the court watching the Raptors' defense unravel with only one thought in his mind. This is exactly how it should be. Mike James received the ball again, facing Chin Feng. Were you holding back earlier? Not holding back. Just in power-saving mode. Power-saving mode. Exactly. Like a phone when the battery runs low, it dims the screen and reduces performance. I was in power-saving mode for the first 3 quarters. Screen dim, performance low, that is why you had an easy time. James grit his teeth. And now, Chin Feng bent his knees, spread his arms, and dropped his center of gravity. Now, fully charged, James drove hard, but Chin Feng cut off his path. He turned to pass, but Chin Feng's hand was there again, completely shutting down the passing lane. James was forced to pass back to Rose. Rose caught the ball facing Kobe. He tested with left and right steps, but Kobe did not bite. Rose hit a step-back jumper, and Kobe's hand brushed his fingertips. The shot missed. Mims secured the rebound and pushed the ball up court. Or rather, he did not push it himself. He passed the ball to Chin Feng. Chin Feng dribbled across half-court, glanced at Kobe, who was working for position on the right side, but now there was only one defender in front of him, because the Raptors dared not commit 3 men again. The ball arrived. Kobe caught it facing Rose, planted a hard step, and the moment Rose shifted his weight, Kobe was already airborne. Fadeaway jumper. Swish. 112 to 106, and the Lakers had taken a 6-point lead. As Chin Feng retreated on defense, he passed by James and Rose and tossed out a remark. James and Rose, you were pretty intense in the first few quarters. What happened in the fourth? James and Rose's faces darkened as they glared at Chin Feng. After Chin Feng tightened his defense, the Raptors' offense lost all momentum. James found no path to the basket, Rose could not find his rhythm from the field, and Boswell was bottled up in the low post by Kwa, May struggling even to receive the ball. On the other end, Kobe caught the ball against Rose for a fadeaway jumper and sunk it. 70 points. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen's voice began to tremble. 70 points. Kobe has now surpassed Michael Jordan's career-high single-game score. Van Gundy chimed in beside him. I don't think he will stop at 70 points. Breen asked why. Because that man is never satisfied with just this. On the next possession, Kobe brought the ball up at the top of the key as the Raptors sent a double team his way. Kobe executed a pump fake, Rose up for a mid-range jumper, and drew a foul from Rose on his follow-through. He made one of 2 free throws. 71 points. The large screen displayed the historical rankings. Kobe Bryant 71 points, 7th all-time, surpassing Michael Jordan with 69 and Wilt Chamberlain with 70. Someone in the stands rose to their feet and began calling out a number. 72, 72, 72. Scattered voices gradually synchronized into a steady rhythm, rolling toward the court like waves from every direction. Inside the TNT broadcast studio, Kenny Smith sat at the anchor desk with 4 screens before him. One showed live Lakers game footage, another displayed the all-time scoring rankings, a third presented real-time statistics, and the fourth held an old photograph of Wilt Chamberlain. Smith kept his voice as measured as possible, though his pace was noticeably quicker than usual. Kobe Bryant 40 minutes in the fourth quarter, 71 points. 7th on the all-time single-game scoring list. He had passed Jordan and Chamberlain's legendary 70-point night, and the fourth quarter had barely moved past its midpoint. Barkley leaned in from the side. Kenny, do you realize what this means? In NBA history, only 6 players have ever scored 71 or more in a single game. Kobe is now the 7th, but he still has 8 minutes. 8 minutes, Smith echoed. He needs only 8 minutes, or perhaps 5, to add 2 or 3 more to that total. In a Los Angeles home, Magic Johnson sat on the living room sofa with the television turned loud. His wife approached to lower the volume, but he reached out to stop her hand. Don't touch it. Look at you acting like a kid. I am watching a kid's game. Magic kept his eyes on the screen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No, he isn't a kid anymore. 71 points. I played this game my whole life, and my highest was 53. He reached 71 with most of the fourth quarter still remaining. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey Jerry, are you watching? He's at 71. Yes, 71. I know. I think he might keep going. In Chicago, Michael Jordan was on the golf course. His caddy jogged over and handed him a phone. Mike, you need to see this. Jordan took the phone. The ESPN push notification glowed on the screen. Kobe Bryant, 71 points, fourth quarter in progress. Jordan studied the words for 3 seconds before handing the phone back to his caddy. He passed me. He did. Jordan fell quiet for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. Let him pass. I'm retired anyway. He picked up his club and took a few steps, then paused and glanced back. But 71 isn't the end. That young man won't stop there. On the court, the large screen refreshed, 3rd in history, surpassing David Thompson, 73 points, surpassing Elgin Baylor, 71 points, surpassing Chamberlain, 72 points, 73 points. Only 2 names remained ahead. Wilt Chamberlain, 78 points. Wilt Chamberlain, 100 points. The crowd at Staples Center could no longer remain seated. Everyone stood at their seats looking up at the large screen, watching the numbers tick upward. Every time Kobe received the ball, the entire arena held its breath. Every time he released a shot, 19,000 people simultaneously paused. Every time the ball went in, the roar erupted as if someone had lifted the roof off the entire arena. Chen Feng stood on the court watching all of this with only one thought in mind. Not enough. Still far behind. At 74 points, there were still 78 and 100 ahead. 100 points was extremely difficult, but 78 was within reach. He continued feeding passes to Kobe. Kobe continued shooting. Every release seemed like a challenge, defying gravity, defying defense, pushing against the limits of basketball itself. A three-pointer against a double team, it went in. 77 points. Facing Bosch's tight contested jumper, the ball hit the rim, spun twice, and fell through. 80 points. Staples Center had gone wild. Pure unstructured, overwhelming cheers filling the arena. Some fans hugged strangers beside them, others held their heads in disbelief, many with teary eyes. 80 points. Second in history. The crowd stopped chanting MVP and began chanting a single name. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. No organized chants, only heartfelt roars rising one after another, waves of sound piling upon waves like a thunderous tide. The large screen refreshed. Kobe Bryant, 80 points. Surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's 78 points, second in history. Only trailing Wilt Chamberlain's 100 points. On the broadcast desk, Mike Breen made something he had never done in his 30 years in the business. He stood up. For decades, through Game 7's buzzer beaters and legendary record-breaking moments, he had always remained seated in the broadcast chair, calmly fulfilling his role. But today he simply could not sit still. What unfolded before him had long surpassed an ordinary regular season game. 80 points. Kobe Bryant, 80 points. Second in history. For 44 years, no one had come close to this position. Chamberlain's 100 points was considered an untouchable record. But now Kobe Bryant stands at its threshold. Van Gundy's voice shifted, no longer analytical, but carrying a near reverent depth. Mike, I have been a coach for many years, and I have seen many great scorers. But no one at all, like Kobe tonight. He is not playing basketball. He is writing history. On the court, the clock ticked forward second by second. Kobe kept playing. 82 points. Pull-up jumper from the free throw line. 84 points. Driving layup and the foul, both free throws made. Kobe received the ball at the top of the key facing Bosch, who had switched onto him. With a crossover, a sudden stop, and a pull-up jumper, the ball swished through the net. 86 points. The entire crowd rose to their feet in unison. No one was chanting MVP, no one was calling Kobe's name. Everyone was shouting a single number. 100, 100, 100. Chen Feng listened to the sound, a chill running down his spine. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Still 14 points to go. At the commentary desk, Breen's voice had shifted in pitch. 86 points. 86 points. Kobe has scored 86 points. Van Gundy said beside him. Mike, he still has nearly 2.5 minutes. If he can score another 14 points in 2.5 minutes, it's not impossible. For Kobe, anything is possible. 131 to 112. The Lakers led by 19 points. At that moment, Raptors head coach Mitchell called a timeout. Raptors head coach Mitchell rose quickly from the bench, gesturing urgently toward the referees, his voice carrying clearly all the way to the Lakers substitutes. Timeout. Timeout. Then he did something that left tens of thousands of spectators utterly stunned. He snatched a white towel from behind the bench, raised it high above his head, and waved it firmly 3 times toward the Lakers sideline. And he shouted toward the Lakers bench with all his strength, "We're done. You've won. Surrender." For a moment, Staples Center fell silent, then erupted into a wave of boos and laughter. "They're surrendering. The Raptors are folding," someone called out. "Kobe needs 14 more points. Are you scared?" The laughter and boos intertwined, and Staples Center was in an uproar. But Mitchell did not care. He glanced up at the scoreboard. 86. The number glared at him like a blade. He clenched his jaw, turned, and walked back to the bench, pressing Pascal, LeBron, and rose firmly back into their seats. Then he turned to face his reserves. Not the regular rotation players, but those bench warmers who had barely broken a sweat all game long. Joey, Graham, Loren Woods, Raphael, Ojo. Players even the fans could barely name, lifetime bench sitters, souls adrift near the bottom of the league. Mitchell's eyes reddened as he stared at the men before him. "We're throwing in the towel. I'm done coaching this game. But there is one thing." He pointed toward Kobe on the court. "He cannot score another point. I will not allow it." No one spoke. "Listen to me. When you go out there, you have one task. Do not let Kobe Bryant score another point." He looked into each of their eyes. "If he goes for a bucket, you make him pay the price. Hard fouls. Unbalanced landing fouls. Pushing fouls. Arm contact fouls. How you do it, I don't care. You are not going out there to play basketball. You are going out there to smother him. Even if he never touches the ball, he should not feel a single second of ease." He swept his gaze across those faces. "If anyone can't handle it, tomorrow you report to the G League. No, skip the G League. Just pack your bags and go home." Araujo swallowed hard. "But if someone pulls this off," Mitchell's voice shifted, dropping low and steady. "Even if you get flagged for a flagrant foul, even if you sit 10 games, this organization always has a place for you. I mean it." The fringe players exchanged glances. Graham was the first to rise, pushing his headband up his forehead. "Coach, I'm going in." Wood stood as well. "Me too." Araujo hesitated for 2 seconds, then rose. At 7 feet and nearly 275 pounds, he was the most physically imposing body on the Raptors roster. Mitchell nodded at them. "Remember, at all costs." Across the court, Phil Jackson rose and approached Kobe. "Kobe, they've surrendered." Kobe said nothing, his eyes fixed on the court like a restrained leopard. "They've waved the white flag," Phil said. "This game is over. If they send in 5 reserve players, they will do whatever it takes to you. Understand, they are no longer trying to win. They are trying to stop you from reaching 100 points by any means necessary." "I'm not afraid." Kobe finally spoke, his voice quiet yet firm. "I'm not afraid of them. I know you're not afraid, but this game is already won. You don't need to prove anything more. 86 points, second in NBA history. You should accept this result." Kobe did not respond. Phil's voice grew softer. "I've coached for many years, and I've seen this pattern too many times. Back in Chicago the night Jordan scored 60, the opposing coaches sent in players whose eyes held nothing but you. Their mission was never to win. It was to make you stop. Hands, elbows, knees, anything it took." Kobe's gaze shifted at last, falling upon the line of Raptors reserves on the court, rolling their shoulders and cracking their knuckles. They did not look like men preparing to play basketball. They looked like fighters stepping into a ring. "You've already got 86 points today," Phil said. "You've won. If you go back out there and get your ankle taken care of by those men, how do you play the rest of the season? How do you play the playoffs?" Kobe was silent for a long while. "They've surrendered," he said at last, his voice calm. "So be it." Phil placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sometimes the greatest victory is not how many points you score, but making your opponents surrender rather than let you continue." He sat back down, pulling the towel over his head to hide his expression. Phil knew he had been heard. Then Phil turned to Chin Feng. "You too, come down." Chin Feng paused. "I can still play 2 more minutes. Kobe isn't going back, and so why would you?" Chin Feng considered this. "I could keep shooting." Phil gave him a look. "You've already made 3 threes. You want to keep shooting?" Chin Feng chuckled. "When the rhythm hits, it can't be stopped. Get out there." "No. Get off the floor." Phil's tone allowed no argument. The timeout ended. The 5 Raptors reserves walked onto the court, and something in their eyes sent a chill down Chin Feng's spine. Their gazes swept past the Lakers bench, searching for the number 8, like hunters tracking prey. But Kobe was no longer on the court. Their mission had already passed them by. Chin Feng felt a quiet sense of gratitude. Phil's words had been right. If Kobe had stayed in, he truly could have been carried off that court. Sitting on the bench, Chin Feng finally understood why Phil was called the Zen Master. Beyond the music playlists and takeout orders, he saw further than anyone else. Where others saw the point gap, the record chased the possibility of 100 points. Phil saw 5 opponents whose eyes held no basketball at all, only Kobe's ankles. The final buzzer sounded. Lakers 137, Raptors 116, a 21-point victory. The Jumbotron froze on 2 stat lines. Kobe Bryant, 86 points, 30 of 49 from the field, 8 of 14 from 3, 18 of 20 from the free throw line. Chin Feng, 22 points, 22 assists. A double-double, a career high in assists. After Kobe finished exchanging handshakes and embraces with his teammates, the waiting media swarm surged forward, surrounding him in a dense crowd as camera flashes popped continuously. Reporters from the home network pressed to the front row, microphones in hand, beginning live broadcasts on the spot, while rows of journalists behind them jostled to get the first question in. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times called out, "Kobe, 86 points, only 14 away from Wilt Chamberlain's 100. Why didn't you chase the record? Why choose to sit out at the end?" A Sports Illustrated reporter pushed harder. "You dominated the 4th quarter in 5 minutes, surpassing records held by Jordan, Baylor Thompson, and several others. Are you now the greatest active player in history? What would you say to Jordan's 69-point performance?" An ESPN reporter asked, 86 points, one step away from Wilt Chamberlain's legendary 100. If you hadn't come off the court, do you believe you could have broken the record that has stood for half a century?" Kobe was surrounded by reporters, cameras flashing endlessly. Chin Feng stood outside the crowd, watching the player in the number 8 jersey engulfed by lenses. Then he noticed Kobe had also looked at him through the gap in the crowd. Just one glance. Chin Feng knew that look all too well. It was the same look Kobe gave whenever Chin Feng approached him in the locker room. A slight shift of the body back against the wall, like a black mamba, always staying alert. Chin Feng turned his gaze away. Bynum was packing his bag, while Kwame stood nearby drinking water. Chin Feng called out to them. Bynum looked up. Kwame set down his bottle. Chin Feng led them to a quiet corner of the hallway and made sure no reporters were nearby. He turned to face them, his expression suddenly serious. He explained he needed their help with something important. Bynum scratched his head in confusion. Chin Feng demonstrated the plan with hand gestures, explaining simply what he needed them to do. Bynum and Kwame both froze, then realization dawned on them simultaneously. Their voices rose in disbelief. Bynum's face went pale. He pleaded with Chin Feng, expressing his fear. Chin Feng challenged him, reminding him of his draft position and asking where his courage had gone. Bynum admitted that bravado was for the cameras. Kwame shared his own concern about facing Kobe's intense focus. Chun Fong reminded Kwame he was the #1 pick and should show the composure of a top selection. Kwame recalled his rookie season how his hands would shake when guarding Kobe, unable to even hold the ball properly. Chun Fong sighed and leaned against the wall, his tone suddenly relaxed. He brought up a past incident on a flight from New Jersey. Bynum's expression changed. Chun Fong reminded them that incident had not been forgotten. Bynum tried to brush it off as a small matter. Chun Fong suggested it could remain small if they helped him today. Kwame swallowed nervously. Chun Fong stepped forward, insisting he only needed them to support Kobe for 2 seconds. He promised that if they helped, the past incident would be forgotten entirely, and he would never mention it again. Bynum and Kwame exchanged glances, their eyes meeting briefly before looking away. Bynum asked quietly if they could trust Chun Fong. Kwame countered that they should question whether Chun Fong could be trusted. Chun Fong pointed out the impoliteness of discussing his reliability in his presence. Bynum shrank back, insisting it was not personal. Chun Fong said calmly that Kobe had simply never encountered someone like him, and today would change that. Kwame asked what exactly they would be witnessing. Chun Feng's reply left them puzzled. Seeing their hesitation, Chun Fong shifted tactics. He placed a hand on Bynum's shoulder, his tone warming. He reminded Bynum of their journey since summer league, asking who had fed him passes when he could barely find the basket. He listed moments of support, extra practice after games, meals on road trips, standing up for him against veterans. Bynum nodded silently. Chun Fong pressed him, did they not share brotherhood? He spoke of countless assists, of knowing exactly where Bynum would be, of always finding him first on cuts. Chun Fong defined brotherhood as willingness to stand by someone for 2 seconds, even at personal risk. He asked whether their bond was worth less than 2 seconds. Bynum's eyes grew slightly moist. Chun Fong promised that if Bynum called him brother, he would watch him play in the developmental league someday. He had never asked for anything before. Bynum realized it was true. Chun Fong had never asked him for anything since summer league. This was the first time. Chun Fong reminded him of the flight incident, asking whether guilt still weighed on him. Bynum shivered at the memory. The thought of that flight brought mixed feelings. Embarrassment, amusement he dared not show, and lingering guilt. Chun Fong offered closure, help him now, and the incident would be erased forever. Their friendship would be clean. Bynum felt his resolve weakening. Chun Fong patted his shoulder and turned to Kwame. Kwame had stepped back half a pace, his expression clearly pleading with Chun Fong to approach elsewhere. Chun Fong addressed him formally, but Kwame begged him not to use that title. Chun Fong asked him to listen. Kwame refused. Chun Fong persisted. He asked Kwame to remember his early days with the team when ball handling was a constant struggle. Kwame's brows furrowed. Chun Feng's tone softened with sincerity, noting how Kwame had improved at catching his passes recently. Kwame suggested he had practiced. Chun Fong dismissed that, taking responsibility himself. He explained how he understood Kwame's grip, his habits, his positioning. Every pass designed for him to catch. Kwame's mouth hung open. Chun Fong called it a bond, deeper than friendship, unique to them. He described how their success was intertwined. Kwame's hands relied on Chun Feng's passes. Chun Feng's assists relied on Kwame's reception. Kwame blinked slowly. Chun Fong painted a picture of absolute trust. The world might fail you, but Chun Fong would never harm him. Harming Kwame would harm himself. If Kwame's hands failed, Chun Feng's assists would too. They were on the same boat. Kwame's expression began to soften. Chun Fong asked who gave him the most comfortable passes in his career. Kwame admitted it was Chun Fong, his voice barely above a whisper. Who understood his movement best? Chun Fong. Chun Fong asked whether their bond was worth 2 seconds. Kwame's throat moved as he swallowed. Chun Fong brought up the flight again. Kwame panicked, insisting everyone had participated, and he was merely an accomplice. Chun Fong noted that an accomplice was still culpable. Kwame opened and closed his mouth, having no rebuttal. He had held up 2 fingers. 2 seconds. Bynum on the left, Kwame on the right. Support the arms, secure the legs. 2 seconds, then freedom. Bynum glanced toward the interview area down the hall, where Kobe remained surrounded by reporters. He agreed to the 2 seconds. Chun Fong nodded solemnly. Bynum asked for a final guarantee about the flight incident. Chun Fong promised. Kwame's resistance crumbled. He asked whether Chun Fong would tell Kobe they were forced. Chun Fong assured him he threatened them that they were innocent. Kwame sighed and relented. Chun Fong patted both their shoulders with a smile, calling them his brothers. He gave final instructions: move left and right together, do not hesitate, do not speak, just support him. 2 seconds. Kubai stood in the interview area surrounded by a dense array of microphones and cameras. The home broadcaster held up a microphone, conducting a live broadcast. Kubai, 86 points tonight, the second highest in history. What do you have to say about this night? Kubai wiped his sweat. I don't care about how many points I scored. What I care about is... His gaze drifted, catching sight of something. 2 tall figures, one on each side, were walking toward him. The game is won. Congratulations, boss. 86 points, second in history. Andrew Bainamu smiled warmly like a sunflower and reached out to gently rest his hand on Kubai's left shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. At the same moment, Kwa Mebulang approached from the right. Boss, congratulations on breaking the record. His hand also rested on Kubai's right shoulder, patting it gently. Then both of them stepped closer, their legs casually brushing against Kubai's, standing firmly beside him like supportive pillars. Kubai's body relaxed slightly. He looked down at his arms and legs, then raised his head, a look of mild surprise in his eyes. You too. He tried to shift his stance, but found himself comfortably held. Then he realized something as he saw the rookie. Chun Feng was about 10 meters away, bending low with his weight centered like a poised hunter, his gaze fixed on Kubai. Kubai's expression softened. Let me go. No one released him. Andrew, Kwame, you two are going to be traded tomorrow. I swear. Bai Namu. Bulang. I'll count to 3. Bai Namu's hands trembled, but he did not let go. He gritted his teeth, murmuring to himself, friendship. Friendship. This is friendship. Kwame also trembled, but held on, chanting, bonds. Bonds. This is bonds. Kubai could not believe his ears. What are you saying? Friendship. Bonds. Who has friendship with you? Who has bonds with you? Feng Ji's, they both said in unison. Chun Feng. What kind of spell did he cast on you? Bai Namu did not loosen his grip. Instead, he held on a little firmer, chanting, friendship. Friendship. Long live friendship. With each chant, his hold grew slightly stronger. Kwame also chanted, bonds. Bonds. Bonds are priceless. With each chant, his stance became more steady, as if uttering these words granted them a certain strength. Kubai sighed, a faint smile crossing his lips. At that moment, a figure darted through the crowd. Chun Feng. His speed was faster than any fast break that night. First step, fadeaway jumper. Second step, Mamba mentality. Third step, back-to-basket play. Fourth step, drifting layup. Fifth step, Kobe-style two-way threat. With every word he shouted, his speed increased, as if layering a buff on his fingers, each layer enhancing the power of the gesture. Kubai, hearing these words, paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. What are you shouting? Chun Feng did not reply. Sixth step, go for it. He had already reached Kubai. He stopped half a step away, crouched down, and brought his right index and middle fingers together. Chun Feng's expression was one of deep focus. His brows were slightly furrowed, his lips pressed together, his eyes wide open, reflecting the figure of Kubai. His body leaned forward to the limit like an arrow ready to be released. Rookie, you wouldn't dare. Kubai's voice carried a hint of playful warning. He gently shifted his body, trying to free himself from Bai Namu and Kwame's hold. Let go. Let me go. I'm warning you, Andrew Kwame, you're both doomed. Kubai laughed. Are you two not letting go? Bai Namu's face twisted for a moment, but he kept chanting, friendship. Friendship supports me. Kwame's voice trembled, but he did not let go. Bonds. Bonds give me strength. Kubai was about to say something, but it was too late. The finishing gesture was ready. The arena fell silent for half a second, as if time had slowed. As if performing a sacred ritual. Fenggu, it's been so long, just do it already. Bai Namu, anxious and afraid, had tears welling up. Chun Feng took a deep breath, channeling all his focus. His fingers, precisely, no, not exactly precise. Because Kubai was moving slightly. The fingertips missed the intended spot. Not the target. It was PFF. Kubai's body stiffened slightly. His entire being, from head to toe, from inside to outside, from soul to body, went completely still. His back arched like a drawn bow, his neck tilted back, his mouth opened wide. Then a sound escaped. That sound. Not a shout, not a roar, not a scream. It was a sound between a dolphin's call and an air raid siren, a vocal cord completely out of control, indescribable in human language. Egg. 19,000 people in the arena, plus millions of television viewers, plus dozens of live media, all heard it. Egg. 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 The egg is about to break. As the words squeezed out of Kubai's mouth, his voice had shifted, rising an octave with a crack like a black mamba with its tail stepped on, letting out the most mournful cry of its life. On Kubai's face, that ever calm, ever determined, ever disdainful expression at this moment completely crumbled. His features twisted into a knot, his eyebrows furrowed into a mess, his eyes wide, as if about to pop out, his mouth crooked, his entire face like a lump of squeezed clay. His hands wanted to cover his lower body, but his arms were firmly held by Bai Namu and Kwame, unable to move. His legs trembled, his body twisted under the restraint. But he could not break free, because Bai Namu was still chanting friendship, and Kwame was still chanting bonds. Those two words at that moment sounded more effective than any spell. Chun Feng also felt it. His fingers had touched something they should not have. Hard. Round. Two of them. A buzzing sound went off in his mind. Wrong. Off target. He glanced down at his fingers, then said nothing, and turned to run. He did not even look back at Kubai's face, his feet already moving. Run. Ding. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, but Chun Feng could not spare a moment to check. He only knew he had to run far away, preferably to the next away game. Bai Namu and Kwame also saw that Kubai's expression was not right. It was not the normal pain from a prank. It was a pain that any man would sympathize with. They exchanged a look, seeing the same fear in each other's eyes. Let go. Run. The two of them ran with the fastest speed of their lives, one left, one right, bouncing away in opposite directions. Kubai lost support, his legs gave way, and he knelt on the floor. He covered his sensitive area with both hands curled into a ball, his forehead against the floor, making a broken, intermittent sound like a damaged radio. Egg. Egg. My egg. 19,000 people in the arena fell silent. Completely silent. Thousands of phone cameras were still flashing, but no one spoke. No one laughed. No one shouted. Everyone saw it. The live camera saw it. The TNT studio saw it. Millions of television viewers across the country saw it. Kobe, who had scored 86 points and created a historic night. Kobe knelt on the Staples Center floor covering his private parts yelling egg. The journalists looked at each other in bewilderment. The microphones were still held up, but no one knew what to ask. Kobe, may I ask? A reporter opened his mouth then closed it. Ask what? Ask what the prank felt like. Ask which hurt more, the 86 points or the egg. Ask if this was the most bizarre post-game interview in NBA history. No one could ask. On the Lakers bench, Odom's towel fell to the floor with a slap, his mouth wide open. Parker froze, his hands still in the motion of wiping sweat. Ujasic hurriedly stepped back a few paces, instinctively moving away. Everyone suddenly remembered the last time on the plane. That was when Kobe led the team, pinning Chin Feng down, and the group took turns roughing him up. They never expected retribution to come so quickly. Kobe, who had just scored 86 points, now tasted the same feeling. A chill ran down several people's spines, secretly fearing that they might be next. The Zen master watched Kobe kneeling on the floor, a mix of amusement and unease in his heart, unconsciously crossing his legs. He had seen clearly what happened on the plane that time, and instead of stopping it, he had even brought out lubricant to join the fun. Now a sense of unease crept over him. Even Kobe had been retaliated against. He would have to be careful in the future, as it might be his turn any day. Kobe knelt on the floor for about 10 seconds, which felt like an eternity, before slowly raising his head. His face was still twisted, but in his eyes, besides pain, there was something else. Determination. Pure, undisguised, surging from the depths of his soul. He slowly stood up, one hand still covering his lower body, the other pointing toward the tunnel, the direction in which Chin Feng had disappeared. He did not speak, but everyone understood the look in his eyes. You are doomed. Odom and Parker exchanged a glance, quickly rushed over, one on each side, propping up Kobe by half dragging him toward the locker room. Kobe took 2 steps, then bent over, nearly pulling Odom down. He took another 2 steps, stopped, took a deep breath, his face contorted. He turned back to look at the stunned journalists, and in a hoarse, deformed voice, said one sentence, interview over. Then, still half supported by Odom and Parker, he limped away. The journalists stood in place, microphones still raised, their expressions as if they had just witnessed an alien invasion. One journalist slowly turned to the camera and said in a dreamy voice, ladies and gentlemen, what you just saw is real. Then the live feed cut. But the internet does not forget. Within 5 minutes, Kobe egg became the #1 trending topic across the United States. The night in Los Angeles was at its deepest, while in China, it was high noon. CCTV Sports Channel's Midday News was broadcasting the latest NBA results. The Lakers defeated the Raptors 137-116 at home. Kobe Bryant scored 86 points, setting a new personal career high and ranking second on the NBA's all-time single-game scoring list behind only Wilt Chamberlain's 100 points. Chinese player Chin Feng contributed 22 points and 22 assists, with his assist count setting a new personal career record, achieving a massive 2,222 double-double. The scene cut to game highlights Kobe's fadeaway jumpers, 3-point shots, and pull-ups after a pause at the free throw line. Each basket was accompanied by the commentator's impassioned voice. Chin Feng also had plenty of screen time, drive-in kick passes, bounce passes, open threes. The clips of his 22 assists connecting with Kobe played repeatedly. Finally, the broadcast switched to a snippet of Kobe's post-game interview, but only captured his response to a reporter's question. I don't care how many points I scored, or what matters is that we won the game. Then the camera cut away. Back in China, fans watching the broadcast picked up their phones to browse the news, and the comment sections erupted with excitement. 86 points. Kobe is insane. Second in history, only behind Chamberlain. Chin Feng with 22 points and 22 assists, a double, 20. Assist career high. Chin Feng's assists are almost matching Kobe's points. Wait, I have a friend studying in Los Angeles, and he said. Said what? He said Chin Feng played a prank on Kobe during the live national broadcast. Are you kidding me? My friend sent me a video, it's true. Bynum and Kwame held Kobe, and Chin Feng rushed over and delivered a mischievous strike, causing Kobe to drop to his knees on the spot. Send me the video. Me too. My friend said it's already on foreign websites. Search with the keyword Kobe egg. Kobe egg. Kobe egg. Damn, who came up with that name? Foreigners did. They said. Kobe shouted a string of funny sounds. I'm dying of laughter. With Chin Feng's move, there's no way CCTV would broadcast it. Then how do you know? I used a VPN to watch. Awesome. Chin Feng is truly talented. Great at basketball, even better at pulling off stunts. Before it was Nash Kid James, now he pranked Kobe. Is he going to prank every star in the league one by one? I suggest the league create a special award for him, Prank Master of the Year. I'm dying laughing. In the future, when Kobe retires, if someone asks him his highest score, he'll answer 86 points. And when they ask why he didn't score 100, he'll answer, because of a funny incident. Shut up, I'm still eating. I'm laughing so hard I'm spitting out my food. In Hong Kong, Tsim Sha Tsui. The banquet hall of the hotel where the cast of Rob B. Hood was staying having a lunch gathering. Both sides of the long table were filled with people. At the head seat was Jie Kaching with director Chen Muxing Guzai Su Guanwen Yin Zhu and Ting Feng on his left, and Bing Bing de Meiyuan and Asa on his right. The LCD TV on the wall was playing the sports channel showing the Lakers' home court. Kobe was pulling up from the free throw line, and the commentator's voice was excitedly cracking 86 points. 86 points. Only 14 points away from 100. The group had been eating and chatting, but after the game reached the fourth quarter, everyone's attention was drawn to the TV. 86 points. Yinzu put down his chopsticks. This guy is crazy. Ting Feng shook his head. I saw Kobe's game against the Mavericks, 62 points in 3/4. I thought that was the limit. I never expected he could break it again. Guzai, however, was more focused on another person. Are you guys watching number 35? Chen Feng. 22 points and 22 assists. His assists are also the highest in the game. Su Guanwen chewed on a shrimp dumpling and said indistinctly, a Chinese player getting 22-22 in the NBA. Unthinkable in the past. This kid is really impressive. Asa propped her chin on her hand, watching Chen Feng pushing the ball on TV. And he's so handsome. De Meiyuan gave her a look. Can't you focus on something normal? Being handsome is part of the skill. Bing Bing had been silent. She held chopsticks in her right hand, propped her chin on her left, her eyes fixed on the TV, with a smile she couldn't hide at the corner of her mouth. The scene switched to the post-game interview. By now everyone was eating and chatting, their attention having drifted away from the game. Guzai and Su Guanwen were discussing the script. Yin Zhu and Ting Feng were talking about the film's action design, while Jie Kaching and Chen Muxing were in conversation. Only Bing Bing was still watching the TV. Kobe stood in front of the microphone surrounded by a crowd of reporters. Suddenly the picture shook. Two huge dark figures squeezed into the frame from left and right. Bynum and Kwame, the famous goofballs of the Lakers, flanked Kobe like a pair of cumbersome bears holding him up. At that moment Bing Bing's eyes suddenly lit up. She saw deep in the screen, 10 meters away at the edge of the bench, a figure quietly lurking. Chen Feng. His center of gravity was extremely low, knees slightly bent, toes touching the ground, his whole body like a bow drawn to its utmost. It was not a basketball player's starting stance, but rather the preparatory pose of an ancient ninja before a strike. The chopsticks in Bing Bing's hand stopped. She was too familiar with this pose. This guy had enthusiastically demonstrated it to her over the phone at least 5 times. The ultimate secret of the mischievous prank. Back then he had confidently declared that if he ever used this move, even the heavens would kneel. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Bing Bing couldn't help but whisper, her voice extremely low but trembling with excitement. What's coming? De Meiyuan looked at her with confusion. Bing Bing didn't answer, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the screen. De Meiyuan also turned her gaze to the TV. On the TV, Chen Feng moved. Start, accelerate, push off the ground. First step, second step, third step. He was like a cannonball leaving the muzzle, and his mouth seemed to be shouting some unintelligible battle cry. Before anyone could react, he rushed behind Kobe, came to a sudden stop, crouched, and brought his fingers together like a sword pointing directly at the target. Uffed. Although the camera didn't catch the point of contact, Kobe Bryant, the toughest of the tough, instantly curled up into an exaggerated shrimp-like shape. If he hadn't been held up, he would have fallen to his knees on the spot. Ha! Bing Bing finally lost it. She laughed so hard that she leaned back, nearly tipping over chair and all. Her chopsticks clattered onto the table. With one hand on her stomach and the other slapping the table, she laughed until tears streamed down her face, breathless and flushed red. This laughter drew the attention of the entire room. Everyone looked at her, then followed her gaze to the TV. Holy cow! Jie Kaching was first startled, then instinctively leaned back, his legs unconsciously shrinking under the table. As a veteran of action films, he knew all too well the impact of that move. This kid is ruthless. Guzai's mouth was wide enough to hold a shrimp dumpling. Yinzu's abalone fell off his chopsticks back into the plate. Ting Feng drew in a sharp breath, instinctively crossed his legs, and his face scrunched up. That's just too mean. The whole table erupted into chaos, some laughing, some crossing their legs, some in shock. Only director Chen Muxing analyzed seriously. This angle is great, the impact is strong, it has dramatic tension. I can borrow this scene and put it in Rob B. Hood. Jie Kaching stared blankly at Chen Muxing. Who will act this out? You're not thinking of making me do it, are you? My lifelong reputation acting for so many years, from Drunken Master to Rumble in the Bronx, from Hong Kong to Hollywood. He had a bad feeling. Chen Muxing continued, growing more excited. Think about it, Brother Long, in the movie when you're cornered you suddenly use that prank move and the opponent falls to his knees on the spot. What a great comedic effect. The audience will go crazy. Brother Long, Chen Muxing turned to Jie Kaching, eyes shining. What do you think of you performing this move? If you execute that prank move, it will definitely have more tension than Shin Feng's. You are the soul of action films. This move coming from you would be a true knockout. Jie Kaching put down his chopsticks, relieved. You mean I'm the one to do the prank? Yes, you do it. Imagine it. Brother Long makes a sudden stop, crouches, brings his fingers together. The prank move. He slowly scanned the table. Guzai lowered his head and shoveled rice, pretending not to hear. Yin Zhu raised his teacup to hide his face. Ting Feng stood up directly. I need to go to the restroom. Su Guanwen chewed a shrimp dumpling, lifted his head unaware, and met Chen Mushing's gaze. Senior Su Chun Mushing smiled. Your acting is superb, and your facial expressions are extremely rich. This role is perfect for you. Su Guanwen nearly spat out his shrimp dumpling. You want me to be the one who receives the prank? Not actually receiving it, but acting like you receive it. Two different things, Chen Mushing said seriously. This is called art. Art my foot. I saw that clip. Was Kobe's expression acting? That was real. That's why we need you. No one else can portray that kind of pain. Su Guanwen's face turned green. Jie Keqing watched the fun from the side, barely holding back his laughter. At least it wasn't him. Then Chen Mushing added, Brother Long, you can do the prank move no problem, but the force needs to be real. I'll have the stunt team test the intensity, and then you'll do it on Senior Su, and we'll film the effect to see. Wait. The smile on Jie Keqing's face froze. You want me to actually do it? Of course actually do it. Otherwise how can Senior Su's expression be real? Jie Keqing looked down at his fingers, then glanced at where Su Guanwen was sitting, and silently moved his chair a little to the side. Bing Bing was listening nearby, nearly spitting out her rice, quickly lowering her head to cover her mouth. Demeiyuan patted her back. Eat slowly, no one's rushing you. Bing Bing shook her head, tears of laughter welling up again. After lunch, the crew members returned to their rooms to rest. Mei Dayuan carried 2 cups of freshly brewed hot tea and knocked on Bing Bing's door. Her smiling eyes exuded a comfortable warmth. Hearing the knock, Bing Bing set down her phone with a smile in her eyes and made room on the sofa. Yuan, what brings you here? Come in and sit. Mei Dayuan walked over to the sofa and set the teacup on the coffee table. I was worried you might have laughed so hard at noon that you'd still be catching your breath. I just wanted to check on you. I'm fine, it's just been a while since I've seen something so amusing. Bing Bing sat up a bit straighter. Mei Dayuan lowered her eyes and gently blew on the steam rising from her teacup. Beneath the mist, she asked casually, Are you close with Chen Feng? Bing Bing brought the cup to her lips with a nonchalant air, responding lightly, We've worked together a few times before. Why do you ask? Nothing special. I just find him rather interesting. Mei Dayuan spoke in a casual tone as if chatting idly. He's caused quite a stir in America, and here at home he trends every 3 days and makes news every 5. She paused, raising her eyes to meet Bing Bing's gaze through the swirling tea steam, her smile unwavering. And Brother Long's attitude toward him is quite distinctive as well. I've known Brother Long for years, and in the Hong Kong entertainment circle, not many people earn his attention like this. Bing Bing lowered her gaze to the leaves floating in her cup and replied softly, Brother Long is kind. Kind depends on who you're kind to. Mei Dayuan chuckled, her gaze fixed steadily on Bing Bing's face. The way he kept defending you at dinner today goes beyond simply being kind. A moment of silence settled between them. Bing Bing didn't respond, instead lifting her cup for a small sip to steady the emotions rising within her. Seeing she didn't wish to elaborate, Mei Dayuan raised her teacup, as well, her tone lightening once more as she gracefully shifted the conversation. It's understandable, really. You have genuine talent. In this industry, it takes both ability and connections to go far. Bing Bing set her cup down, her smile returning to its flawless poise. You're too kind, Yuan. I simply had good fortune. Luck is part of ability after all. Mei Dayuan rose with a smile, leaning slightly forward to adjust the sofa cushion beside Bing Bing with practiced ease. Her voice brimmed with warmth and conviction. All right then, rest well. I won't keep you. In the years ahead within this circle, sisters like us will need to look out for one another. Bing Bing rose and escorted her to the door. Mei Dayuan glanced back with a gentle wink before quietly closing the door behind her. Over at the Lakers headquarters in the general manager's office. How is Kobe? Nothing serious, I hope. GM Mitch Kupchak broke the silence, glancing at the report before him. Phil Jackson took a sip of coffee. The coach had been summoned early that morning by the Lakers management. Kupchak exhaled in relief, though concern immediately followed. How should we handle this? The media has already turned it into jokes. He turned to Jackson, awaiting the tactical mind's guidance. Jackson set down his cup, his fingers tapping thoughtfully against the surface. This clearly originated from Bynum and Kwame. Those 2 young men lost their composure and restrained Kobe. Chen Feng, while his actions were questionable, was merely an accomplice. In situations like this, the group cannot be blamed, but a stance must be taken. Your suggestion? Relegating Bynum and Kwame to the G League for a period should help them regain perspective. Jackson stated calmly. As for Chen Feng, a 1-game suspension from team activities and a 200 fine, enough to purchase something beneficial for Kobe. Kupchak studied his expression for a moment, fully grasping the implications. Very well. Let's implement this now, as you've outlined. Within 20 minutes, the Lakers issued an official statement following amicable discussions with Bynum and Kwame. Both players acknowledged their current limitations and suboptimal condition, voluntarily requesting assignment to the NBA League's Los Angeles Defenders for development. The organization approved their request to enhance individual skills through competition. Meanwhile, player Chen Feng sustained a minor finger injury during the Raptors game and is expected to miss 1 contest. Additionally, Kobe Bryant will sit out the upcoming match due to a minor thigh strain, explicitly not an adductor injury. The announcement sparked immediate recognition among fans. Ha ha ha, volunteering for the Development League. That's no different from me willingly heading to Siberia to dig potatoes. Chen Feng out with a finger injury. More like a knuckle contusion if you ask me. Kobe's thigh strain. Sounds more like a testicular injury to me. The Lakers PR department really nailed that copy this time. I almost bought it. In Newport Coast's Villa District, Orange County. Are you certain about entering? Chen Feng stood before Kobe's residence carrying a box of eggs. Since I'm already here, Chen Feng replied. Carmilla beside him gazed at the egg carton in his hands with an expression difficult to describe. Are you absolutely certain about bringing this? What you consume nourishes what's needed, Chen Feng stated with complete seriousness. You mean this seriously? Extremely. This principle of like cures like represents thousands of years of Chinese wellness wisdom. Are you visiting to help or to provoke him? Both really. Please just act normally, Carmilla pleaded. He's injured and you show up with eggs? That's not a visit, it's a provocation. No, look. Chen Feng lifted the box to reveal a sticky note scrawled with "Get well soon" and a crude smiley face. Carmilla glanced at the note and pressed her fingers to her brow. Fine, do what makes you happy. But I should warn you. Kobe might very well want to harm you right now. He won't harm anyone in front of his wife and child. How do you know that? Because I'm his teammate. Teammate's rough house. It's normal. You injured his lower body. Is that also normal? That was an accident. He twisted and it went wrong. Chen Feng cleared his throat and pressed the doorbell. The door opened. Vanessa stood in the doorway holding a little girl in her arms. She wore loose loungewear with her hair casually gathered. She froze momentarily at the sight of Chen Feng, her eyes dropping to the carton of eggs. Are you serious? She was more inclined to ask if he had a death wish. You came to visit someone who's injured. With a box of eggs. I heard Kobe wasn't well, so I brought some nourishing gifts. Vanessa saw he wasn't joking and stepped aside. Come in. Natalia, this is Daddy's teammate Uncle Chun, she said to the little girl in her arms. Natalia, nearly 3 years old with large dark eyes like grapes, peered curiously at Chen Feng from over her mother's shoulder. Hello, Uncle, she chirped in a sweet toddler voice. Hey there, little princess. Chen Feng smiled and crouched down. Is your dad home? Dad's home. He's been calling someone a rookie all morning. Uncle, what kind of bird is a rookie? Natalia tilted her head thoughtfully. Carmilla burst out laughing behind them and quickly covered her mouth. Vanessa's expression was equally complicated as she glanced down at her daughter. Who taught you that? Dad said it himself, Natalia replied matter-of-factly. Dad says this rookie is finished. Even Jesus couldn't save him. Chen Feng offered an awkward laugh. Kobe's home was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows framing the afternoon sun over Los Angeles. Kobe sat on the sofa with one leg propped on the coffee table watching game footage on the large television. Not last night's game, but the 1998 Finals Game 6 between the Bulls and the Jazz. Wait. Listen to me, I'm innocent. Chen Feng poked half his head out from behind Camila, his voice carrying a mix of urgency, slyness, and a sincerity that screamed, let me explain. Kobe paused his wrist-stretching motions and tilted his head to look at him. Oh. That was drawn out so long that Chen Feng felt his own life was being extended along with it. It was Bynum and Kwame who threatened me. Chen Feng grew anxious, stepping half a step out from behind Camila, spreading his hands with an expression more sincere than any Oscar winner. Think about it, old Kobe, what's our relationship like? How could I ever turn against you? It's all their fault. Look at me, I'm just a small guy with thin arms and legs. I can't possibly fight the two of them alone. Kobe looked at him, his expression unchanged. Are you done? Pretty much. Do you even hear what you're saying? Every word I speak is the truth. Every syllable bleeds with honesty. Those two fools, Kobe gritted his teeth staring at Chen Feng. You've turned them into what? Shouting about friendship and bonds, they charged in like madmen. Tell me, how could they ever threaten you? Chen Feng opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute. Camila quietly added from the side. What he says does make some sense. You shut up, Chen Feng said without turning his head. Kobe took a step forward. Chen Feng immediately retreated behind Camila again. Wait. I have something else to say. Speak. Think about it, old Kobe, what kind of person am I? Humble, kind, affable, helpful, a team player, respectful to elders, and loving to the young. In the entire Lakers team, who doesn't know that I, Chen Feng, am the most upright player? Say that again. Kobe's voice squeezed through clenched teeth. Humble, kind. You mean the guy who swapped the magnesium powder for Oligai before the game, pulled a 1,000-year death on the court, and brought eggs to my house after the game? That guy claims to be humble and kind. Chen Feng paused for a second. People have many facets. Vanessa heard that and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Kobe shot her a glare, but she remained unruffled, saying slowly, all right, stop scaring him. He's here to visit you, and he even brought gifts. She then turned to Chen Feng, stay for dinner. You know, Kobe's voice suddenly calmed. I've thought of no fewer than 20 ways to deal with you since last night. Chen Feng seized the opportunity, clasping his hands together. Old Kobe, old Kobe, old Kobe, let's sit down and talk nicely. See, your wife said not to scare me. I'm a timid person. Kobe glanced at him, ignored him, then turned to look at Camila at the door, and nodded. Camila. Hey, Kobe. Camila stood at the door, smiling back at him. You look? All right. Kobe looked down at the area between his legs. I've never been so all right in my entire life. Camila didn't respond, just smiled, her gaze drifting past Kobe to the little girl peeking out from behind her mother's legs in the living room. Natalia was looking back at her, her bright black eyes round like two grapes. Camila crouched down, smiled, and waved at her, "Hello there." Natalia hesitated for a moment, then trotted over, stopped in front of Camila, looked up, and studied her seriously for a few seconds. "You're so pretty, big sister," she said in a babyish voice, her tone more sincere than an adult's. Camila felt a warmth in her heart, smiled, and patted her head. "Thank you. You're pretty too. Big sister, are you the bad guy's girlfriend?" The air went silent for half a second. Camila was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng spread his hands. "Who is she calling the bad guy?" "Daddy said so." Natalia pointed at Kobe. "Daddy said you're a bad guy." Chen Feng pointed at himself. "Me." Natalia nodded, then turned back to Camila. "Big sister, you haven't answered me yet." Camila glanced at Chen Feng, then at Natalia, crouched there thinking for a moment. "I guess so." Vanessa shook her head nearby, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "All right, everyone sit down and eat." Lunch was ready. Fried eggs, scrambled eggs, steamed eggs, egg drop soup. The whole table was filled with dishes made from the dozens of eggs Chen Feng had brought. A golden, magnificent spread. Kobe stared at the table full of eggs, and fell into a long silence. "What's wrong?" Vanessa asked, feigning ignorance, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Nothing." Natalia sat in her high chair, a small bowl of steamed eggs in front of her. She took a spoonful and mumbled, "Yummy. Daddy, you eat too." Kobe looked at his daughter's sparkling eyes, then at the table full of eggs, and finally took a bite. Chen Feng glanced at Vanessa, then at Kobe, his tone tentative. "By the way, there's something I'd like to talk to you about." Kobe looked up at him. "Camila's new movie, The Call, premieres in Los Angeles on February 2nd. We'd like to invite your whole family." Kobe paused his chopstick movement. "The premiere?" "Yes. Red carpet press, and the screening. The director and producer will be there, and I'm the lead." Camila smiled. "If I could get Kobe Bryant's family to attend, I'd be honored." Kobe put down his chopsticks and looked at her. "Are you sure this movie is suitable for my daughter? She's only 3. The premiere has the red carpet in the evening, but you don't have to bring Natalia into the theater for the screening," Camila said. "I mainly want to invite you to walk the red carpet and add some star power. Natalia can leave after the red carpet or stay backstage and play with me." "Then what's the point of her going?" Kobe asked. "Just to stand on the red carpet for a few photos." Camila smiled. "Your daughter is so adorable, the media would go crazy. The headlines would all be Kobe and daughter attend premiere." Kobe glanced at Vanessa. Vanessa didn't say anything, but the corners of her eyes lifted slightly. She was clearly interested in the idea. Natalia, sitting in her high chair, heard her name and looked up. "What's a premiere? Is there good food?" Camila smiled at her. "Yes. There will be cake, juice, and candy." Natalia turned to Kobe, her eyes sparkling. "Daddy, I want to go." Kobe looked at his daughter, then at Camila. "What time?" 7 in the evening. "The red carpet starts at 6:30. "Where?" "Hollywood, at the Chinese Theater." Kobe looked at his wife and daughter. "I'll be there. Whether Vanessa and Natalia come is up to them." Natalia already raised her hand. "I'm going." Vanessa smiled and nodded. "I'm coming too." Then it settled. Camila's eyes crinkled with joy, as if a weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Natalia was already planning. "I want to wear that dress with sparkles and eat strawberry cake." Chen Feng exhaled in relief, slumping back into his chair like a deflated balloon, but his mouth still ran. "Old Kobe, you've really done me a solid. On the red carpet we'll walk side by side, and the press will definitely write Lakers, Twin Towers return, just to support an actress's dream." Kobe leisurely picked up another bite of scrambled eggs without even lifting his eyelids. "I'm doing it for Natalia. And also to see what new tricks you'll pull." "What tricks could I have?" Chen Feng put on an innocent face. "I'm just a humble, kind, and team-oriented comrade." Vanessa let out a soft laugh beside him, then bent down to feed Natalia a spoonful of steamed eggs. Chen Feng and Camila were lounging on the sofa, the television broadcasting the round of 16 match at the Australian Open. Sharapova was facing the Czech player Hanichova. Camila was wrapped in a thin blanket, half leaning against Chen Feng, lazily letting out a yawn. Chen Feng had one arm around her, and the other holding the remote, the TV volume set at a moderate level. As Sharapova served, a scream pierced through the living room. "Aunt!" Chen Feng flinched. Camila flinched as well, gently smiling, and saying, "Sharapova always does that when she plays." Chen Feng clicked his tongue. At this decibel level, it might actually resonate and shatter the glass. On the TV, Sharapova struck a forehand, another scream, following 2 pitches higher than before. Hanichova returned the ball silently, without a sound. Camila stared at the screen for a few seconds, tilted her head, and asked, "Her opponent is quite pretty too. What's her name?" "Hanichova. Yes, from Slovakia? For years older than Sharapova. For years older." Camila squinted to examine her. "Still quite young, though." She snuggled closer into Chen Feng's arms. "But Sharapova is prettier. Her figure is nice too. And her voice is distinctive." He stared at the figure of Sharapova, swinging her racket on the TV, the white tennis skirt fluttering with her movements, her long legs glimpsed intermittently in the camera. When Sharapova screamed, what flashed through his mind was a different image. On the court, she was full of energy, but in private, she was as quiet as a cat. It was truly strange. On the TV, Sharapova let out another scream, and Chun Feng's Adam's apple moved. Camila sensed something. She glanced down at Chun Feng's hand. At some point it had slipped under the blanket and was wandering upward. What are you doing? She tapped the back of his hand. We're watching the match. I am watching, Chun Feng said without stopping, his fingers tracing slow circles. I'm fully focused. Camila shot him a glare. Focused? Where are your hands focusing? Eyes on the TV, hands doing their own thing. No interference. Behave yourself. Camila tried to move away but couldn't. She struggled a couple of times, but Chun Feng easily held her down, his hand under the blanket already straying to where it shouldn't be. Wait, Camila's breathing grew slightly uneven. Wait until the match ends. We can play while watching the match. Play what? Playing basketball. Chun Feng said with a straight face. I'll practice driving, you practice defending. If you can't stop me, it means my skills have improved. You're contributing to my career. Camila was caught between laughter and exasperation. Do you have any shame? Chun Feng answered her with action. On the basketball court, Chun Feng began to intensify his offense. Fast breaks, sudden stops, changes of direction, scoring consecutively. Camila's defense steadily crumbled, overwhelmed by his attacks. Through her gasps, she murmured words like jerk and pervert, and I really want to watch Sharapova. The last few words were swallowed. On the TV, Sharapova kept screaming ball after ball, each scream rising higher. Chun Feng, hearing the sound, grew more intense in his movements. Camila could no longer form complete sentences, only breathing in fragments, her fingers gripping the sofa backrest. She noticed something. Whenever Chun Feng heard Sharapova scream on the court, his drives became sharper and more powerful. Is this guy crazy? Over the next quarter of an hour, she was subjected to 3 different defensive stances and 4 offensive tactics from Chun Feng, each drive precisely finding the gap in her defense. She didn't even notice when Sharapova clinched the match point on TV, until the commentator's voice drifted into her ears. Congratulations to Sharapova, defeating Hantuchova 2-1, advancing to the Australian Open quarterfinals. Camila barely turned her head to glance at the screen. Sharapova was in the frame, pumping her fist in celebration, sweat dripping down her chin, exuding an aura of, I'm the best in the world. Then the camera cut to Hantuchova. The losing player sat on her chair, wrapped in a towel, her eyes slightly reddened, quietly drinking water. Camila suddenly felt that her own state was quite similar to Hantuchova's. She lay on her back on the sofa, the blanket having long slipped to the floor, her hair in disarray, her breathing still not even. The match is over, Chun Feng said. But our game isn't done yet. Camila wanted to kick him, but her legs were too weak to lift. Didn't you say you wanted to watch the match? By the way, she said weakly. Yes, tennis is over. Now it's basketball time. Camila closed her eyes. Well, guess tonight was a total loss. It was the 24th of the Lakers away against the Spurs. Kobe was resting, Chun Feng was suspended from the team, Kwame and Bynum were still developing in the D-League, leaving the Lakers' starting lineup missing 3 key players. The result was predictable. 71-95, the Lakers lost by 24 points. Popovich grinned as he maneuvered his troops, while Phil Jackson sat on the other side, his expression unchanged, as if losing by 24 points was no different from losing by 2. Chun Feng sat on the sidelines, suspended from the team, never taking the court for the entire game. But his mind was busy constantly calculating the rewards that had arrived after the previous game. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the season mission, a rainy southern region. Remaining completions 2 reward 5,000 joy points, obtained skill drop. Kobe's special skill iron tetroxide inherited from the blacksmith's legacy after 3 consecutive misses. The 4th shot, as long as it hits the rim, has a 100 success rate. Free throws not included. 5,000 joy points were the highest single reward so far. And that skill it perfectly complemented the base doesn't attack. Missed the first 3 shots to stack defense buffs. A perfect match. After 3 misses, the defense would rise sharply, and the 4th shot would be a sure thing. Before his teammates could complain, he would sink the basket. Though not the skill Chun Feng wanted most, this one was still decent. It essentially added a safety net to his shooting percentage, guaranteeing that the 4th shot would go in as long as it wasn't an airball. How to spend the 5,000 joy points. Chun Feng pondered whether to upgrade Iron Bones 1 level or continue adding attribute points. Injury was the greatest enemy of all athletes, but with the initial Iron Bones holding up, it was sufficient for now. Better to improve physical attributes first, then upgrade skills later. Speed panel 83-85, base 78, 82.71 to 80 range, 400.800. Explosion panel 84-85, base 79-80, 1.71 to 80 range, 400.400. Strength panel 80-85, base 75, 85.71 to 80 range, 400.2000. Jump panel 75-79, base 70-74, 4.71 to 80 range, 400.1600. Fast break panel 73-74, base 68-69, 1.61 to 70 range, 200.200. Exactly 5,000 points all spent. The 2006 NBA All-Star Game was held in Houston, the Space City, which also served as the home of the Rockets. As the host of this all-star game, Rockets owner Alexander, in collaboration with the Houston city government, invested approximately $12 to $14 million. However, the return on this investment was quite substantial. According to Houston's estimates, the entire All-Star weekend was expected to generate between $60 and $70 million in economic benefits for the city. Countless fans from other cities would pour into Houston. Hotels across the city would be fully booked, and the dining and souvenir industries would experience a surge in revenue. It is worth noting that due to Yao Ming's immense popularity, Alexander had worked meticulously for over a year to secure the hosting rights. Recently, the starting lineup for the All-Star game was finally announced. Chen Feng became the leading vote-getter with 2.9 million votes. Western Conference starters: Yao Ming Rockets, Tim Duncan Spurs, Tracy McGrady Rockets, Kobe Bryant Lakers, Chen Feng Lakers. Eastern Conference starters: LeBron James Cavaliers, Jermaine O'Neal Pacers, Shaquille O'Neal Heat, Dwayne Wade Heat, Allen Iverson 76ers. The Rockets and the Lakers emerged as the biggest winners, with each team having 2 players selected as Western Conference starters. This All-Star game also marked the emergence of the Platinum generation of 2003, as James and Wade were both Eastern Conference starters. Being selected for the All-Star game not only signifies recognition of one's abilities, but also elevates a player's influence, dramatically boosting their commercial value. Therefore, from any perspective, being named an All-Star means that a player's skill and reputation have earned the recognition of fans, a dream for countless NBA players. The roster for the Rookie Challenge was also announced. First-year players: 2005 draft class: Chen Feng, Chris Paul, Darren Williams, Andrew Bogut, Charlie Villanueva, Channing Frye, Nate Robinson, Danny Granger, Sarunas, Jasikovičius, Luther Head. The 3 most prominent point guards from the 2005 class were all selected: Chen Feng, Paul, and Williams. Second-year players included Dwight Howard, Andre Iguodala, Ben Gordon, Lowell Deng, Andres Nocioni, Devin Harris, Nenad Kirstic, Delonte West, T.J. Ford. The second-year team was clearly stronger. Howard, Iguodala, Gordon, and Deng were all starters on their respective teams, with some being cultivated as franchise cornerstones. On the first-year side, besides Chen Feng, there was Chris Paul, the other point guard of the 0-5 Twin Bears, and the Bucks rookie center Bogut, who had performed adequately. In recent years, the second-year team had always won the Rookie Challenge. The first-year players, having played 1 fewer NBA season, still faced a considerable gap. Before the All-Star break, the Lakers had 7 more games to play. On the evening of the 26th, at Staples Center, the Lakers hosted the Jazz. The game was about to begin. Lakers lineup: Chen Feng, Kobe Bryant, Lamar Odom, Brian Cook, Chris Mim. Jazz lineup: Darren Williams, Gordon Jirasek, Andre Kirilenko, Carlos Boozer, Mehmet Okur. Williams had recently secured his starting position, and the team's record had climbed to 9th in the Western Conference, just half a game behind the 8-seeded Kings. The Jazz had a solid roster. Although they lacked all-star players like Bryant and Chen Feng, they were all skilled. Boozer and Kirilenko were defensive stalwarts, while the other 3 also played defense above the average level. Although the Lakers were ranked 4th in the West, the media unanimously predicted a closely contested game. Mim and Okur went to the center circle for the jump ball. The referee blew the whistle, and both players leaped. Mim tipped the ball first, securing possession for the Lakers. Chen Feng brought the ball up the court, guarded by his fellow rookie Darren Williams. Williams had practiced wrestling since childhood, giving him exceptionally strong core strength. His lateral physicality overwhelmed most point guards. When Paul faced him, he couldn't withstand the pressure, earning Williams the nickname Little Fatty. Williams had long wanted to test his skills against Chen Feng, the representative of the 2005 class, and he immediately applied maximum defensive intensity. Chen Feng remained composed, shielding the ball with his body and maintaining a steady dribble. After advancing to the front court, he passed the ball to Kobe Bryant. Facing the defensive stalwart Kirilenko, who stood 206 centimeters tall, with a 221 centimeters wingspan, Bryant's series of feints failed to create an opening. Nevertheless, he attempted a shot over Kirilenko's long arms. To avoid the block, Bryant arched the ball higher, clearing Kirilenko's fingertips, but unfortunately the shot missed the mark. Boozer grabbed the defensive rebound and passed it to Darren Williams. Williams received the ball and advanced. His style of pushing the ball was unique. Instead of sprinting, he bulldozed forward. Lowering his shoulders and dropping his center of gravity, he moved like a miniature bulldozer, heading straight for the defender's chest. Most point guards in the league either staggered backward or had to step aside when facing this approach. Williams advanced to the front court, faced Chen Feng, lowered his shoulder, and leaned into him. Instead of being pushed back, Chen Feng held his ground firmly, absorbing the impact without moving. Williams applied more force, pressing into Chen Feng. Chen Feng still did not budge. Instead, he shifted sideways, completely sealing off Williams's driving lane. A flicker of disbelief passed through Williams's eyes. This wasn't right. This was all wrong. He had played most of the NBA season facing at least 15 point guards. Some were more athletic, some were faster, but none had ever been able to stand like a wall and absorb his drive head on. Especially for an Asian guard. Typically, they were the most vulnerable to this kind of physical bullying. Chen Feng looked at him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Little fatty can't push through. Williams was speechless. I've added a bit of strength recently, Chen Feng said, while staying tight on defense. Just up to 85. Don't mind it. 85. What did that mean? Was this a video game? Williams's thoughts churned, but his actions didn't stop. Since he couldn't push through, he abruptly stopped and pulled the ball back, switching from his right hand to his left, preparing for a crossover. But Chen Feng reacted a fraction faster than anticipated, sliding over to block the driving lane. Forced into a corner, Williams passed the ball to Jirasek, who then relayed it to Boozer. Boozer caught the ball in the low post, turned, and hit a jump shot. The Jazz opened the scoring. On the Lakers' possession, Odom inbound the ball to Chen Feng from the baseline. Chen Feng pushed the ball up the court quickly. The Jazz players matched his pace. At the top of the arc, Chen Feng called for a screen. Cook set a pick, and the screen action between Chen Feng and Cook drew the full attention of the Jazz defense, leaving no one to notice Bryant cutting to the basket. Chen Feng delivered a sudden bounce pass to Bryant. Under the basket, Mim boxed out Oker, and Bryant easily scored a layup. The score was tied at 2-2. Jazz coach Jerry Sloan frowned from the sidelines, feeling the danger in the connection between Chen Feng and Bryant. Previously, neutralizing Bryant alone was enough. Now, with Chen Feng, a capable passer and shooter, the Jazz's defensive challenges had multiplied infinitely. The Jazz's offense was initiated by Deron Williams, with Boozer setting a screen. This was the tactical system Coach Sloan had employed for 18 years with the Jazz. A decade ago, it was the pick and roll of Karl Malone and John Stockton. Now, it was Deron and Boozer. Malone preferred to attack the basket after the screen, while Boozer favored mid-range jump shots. Oker, the Jazz's stretch center, often pulled out beyond the three-point line during picks clearing the paint. Chen Feng was blocked by Boozer, and Mim was drawn outside by Oker. With the Lakers' interior vacated, Deron Williams drove to the basket, opting to score himself. As he rose for the shot, Kobe, who had been on the perimeter, unexpectedly closed in from the side. Facing Kobe's outstretched arm, Deron had no room to avoid it in the air. Kobe delivered a clean block on Deron. The ball was knocked out of bounds. It remained the Jazz's possession. Deron held the ball. The previous block served as a caution, making him more prudent. Deron attempted to bulldoze his way forward with his body, but Chen Feng held firm. His driving lanes were thoroughly sealed, and his passing vision was restricted. Unable to break through or back down, Deron's expression shifted from confusion to mild frustration. Deron tried another drive, but Chen Feng smoothly slid to block the path, remarking casually, "Little fatty, did your bulldozer run out of gas today?" Deron was visibly irritated. "Enough," he gritted. All right, I'll stop," Chen Feng replied, raising his hands as if in apology. But the next second he leaned in and whispered, "Try pushing harder. I was only using 70% of my strength just now." Deron composed himself and ignored the remark. He dribbled back a few steps and made a pump fake. Chen Feng jumped to contest, allowing Deron to drive, but Chen Feng's lateral quickness was enough to cut him off again. Deron stopped and passed, but Odom intercepted the ball. Odom fed it to Chen Feng, who sprinted in transition and finished a layup. "Nice shot," Kobe said, coming over to high-five Chen Feng. Curiously, he asked, "When did you develop such strong physicality? I never saw you work much on strength in practice." Chen Feng grinned. All talent. Nothing to brag about." Today, Deron's bulldozing style was ineffective, so he resorted to more pick and rolls. After a screen from Boozer at the top of the arc, Deron pulled up for a mid-range jumper. The ball arced through the air and swished through the net. The Lakers' turn. Chen Feng brought the ball up the court, and facing Deron, he suddenly felt like trying the opponent's style. Instead of passing to Kobe, he lowered his center of gravity, turned sideways to lean into Deron, and used his back to gauge the defender's balance. Then he started to back him down. First push, no movement. Second push, still no movement. Deron's lower body was solid, his chest muscles taut, firmly absorbing every ounce of Chen Feng's force. Chen Feng silently admitted to himself, this little fatty's strength is no joke. Though Deron couldn't push him, Chen Feng's own 85-rated strength couldn't easily move Deron either. But the ball was in Chen Feng's hands, giving him the choice. He feigned another hard push, suddenly dropping his shoulder. Deron shifted his weight backward as expected. In that instant, Chen Feng executed a crisp turn-in fadeaway, creating space for a jumper. Deron lunged to contest, his fingertips nearly grazing the ball, but Chen Feng's release was quick. The ball traced a clean arc. Swish. Nothing but net. Chen Feng landed, took a couple of steps back, and spread his hands at Deron. "See, I can score without relying on strength." In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith chuckled. Haha, Chen Feng just copied Deron's back-down move, then realized he couldn't push him, so he turned and shot. Barkley shook his head beside him. "Deron is having a tough night. Can't push on offense, gets shown up on defense." They're both from the 2005 draft, but it's like a veteran schooling a rookie. "Charles, I recall you were schooled the same way back in the day." "Shut up, Kenny." On the sideline, Phil Jackson calmly adjusted his glasses. What he saw was not just Chen Feng scoring, but the emergence of a new dimension in his offensive game. When the pick and roll was neutralized and the fast break stalled, he could use his body to back down, execute turnaround jumpers, and keep the defender pinned behind him like a seasoned point guard. This rookie's growth rate was far quicker than he had anticipated. Deron Williams' face had turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. He had played the better part of the quarter, but aside from that pick and roll mid-range jumper at the start, he had managed nothing else. Every time he tried to power through Chun Feng like a freight train, it was like charging straight into a concrete wall, his forehead ringing with impact. Fatty, take a break. Chun Feng glanced back as he jogged on defense. Keep ramming into me like this, and I might not even feel my chest. I'm worried about you getting a concussion. Darren suppressed the urge to retaliate, though his dribble grew noticeably harder. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led 31-24, up by 7. Chun Feng had scored 8 points and dished out 4 assists in the period, while Darren contributed 4 points and 2 assists along with 2 turnovers. The second quarter began with both teams rotating in their bench lineups. Kobe, flanked by Odom and Cook, drove the offense for a stretch, while Chun Feng rested on the bench. But Darren remained on the floor. Sloan clearly had no intention of sitting him down. Darren needed to find his rhythm, regain his confidence, and prove himself. Against the Lakers' backup point guard, Darren finally rediscovered his bulldozer instinct. Over 3 consecutive possessions, he powered past Parker into the paint, converting either layups or drawing fouls at the free throw line. Little fatty, long time no see. Chun Feng waved at him. I took a short break downstairs. How have you been? The moment Darren saw him approaching, an eager expression began to show on his face. Playing against the Lakers' reserves had brought back his old feeling. Darren ignored him and brought the ball up the court directly. Facing Chun Feng, he first made a probing crossover, but Chun Feng slid 1 step sideways and blocked him completely. Darren gritted his teeth and decided to turn around, sticking out his hips to start post-playing. He pushed once. Chun Feng did not move. Darren pushed again. Chun Feng held his ground, his chest feeling heavy from the impact, but his feet did not retreat an inch. Darren refused to give up, pouring all his strength into it, pressing his hips against Chun Feng's chest and grinding inward 1, 2, 3 times until he finally squeezed half a step of space. He pivoted, lifted the ball above his head, and prepared to jump for a shot. Just as the ball left his palm and had not yet reached its highest point, a hand reached in from behind. Swat! Chun Feng lunged from the side and precisely poked the ball away. Go! Chun Feng shouted and tossed the ball down court. Kobe had already surged forward, caught the ball with great strides, and finished with a one-handed dunk. Boom! Darren, what are you doing? Sloan's voice came from the bench. Although separated by half the court, the arena's microphone captured his roar. Don't play one-on-one with him. Run pick and rolls. Execute the plays. Pass the ball around. The Jazz offense indeed changed shortly after. Darren no longer insisted on isolated moves against Chun Feng, and instead ran pick and rolls, properly moving the ball and cutting steadily. Boozer's mid-range jumper, Kirilenko's backdoor cuts, was 3-pointers. The Jazz offense finally returned to normal. On the Lakers' side, Chun Feng continued scoring and setting up teammates. At halftime, the Lakers led 58-42 by 16 points. Chun Feng's first half stats: 15 points, 7 assists, 2 steals. Darren's first half stats: 9 points, 4 assists, 3 turnovers. Not bad, but compared with Chun Feng, the gap was plainly visible. In the second half, the Lakers gave the Jazz hardly any opportunities. Chun Feng played 7 minutes in the third quarter, dished out 3 assists, and also sank another 3-pointer right in front of Darren. After Chun Feng stacked his defensive buffs, his defense climbed sharply, and Darren's game grew even more uncomfortable than the first half. The final buzzer sounded. The Lakers defeated the Jazz 106-89. Chun Feng finished with 26 points, 13 assists, and 3 steals, a thoroughly well-rounded performance. Darren posted 12 points and 6 assists with 4 turnovers, decent enough on his own, but anyone who watched the game knew he had been outplayed by Chun Feng throughout the entire match. After the game against the Jazz, the Lakers' next game was 2 days away. Chun Feng arrived at the Los Angeles Toyota Center to watch the Los Angeles Defenders vs. Texas Flyers game, and also to visit the 2 younger brothers he had nearly forgotten. In the stands, Chun Feng held a cup of cola, while Tianxian sat quietly beside him. She wore a simple white linen shirt with the cuffs casually rolled up, revealing a pale wrist. The light cascaded down, as if enveloping her in a faint, ethereal halo. At 18, she had not yet shed all her youthful innocence, yet her features were already breathtakingly beautiful, like a clear stream formed from melted snow atop a mountain peak, exuding an otherworldly ethereal grace. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the court, her eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath her eyes. Chun Feng turned to look at her, his heart softening, and brought the cola closer, offering the straw to her lips. Open up. Tianxian was momentarily startled, then instinctively lowered her head and took the straw, sipping a small amount. The cool bubbles burst on her tongue, sweet and refreshing. The sweet, bubbly drink slid down her throat, and her eyes curved gently as she said softly, "It's good. Let me have a taste too," Chun Feng said, naturally leaning down to take a sip from the same straw she had just used. He smacked his lips, a sly smile in his eyes. "It really is sweeter." Tianxian caught his sneaky move from the corner of her eye, and her ears blushed slightly, but she said nothing. "Brother." Tianxian turned her head, her peach blossom eyes glistening as she looked at him, her voice tinged with a soft, plaintive tone. "There's less than a week until the new year. Sister Xiaoli said she would take me back to China." Chun Feng deliberately teased her, raising an eyebrow playfully. "That's great. Going back for the new year will be lively. Collect more red envelopes, save up some pocket money, and you can take care of me in the future. Tianxian's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously like a garlic pestle, her tone full of earnestness. Okay, I already have lots of pocket money. I'll take care of you. Chen Feng was amused by her proud little rich girl demeanor and let out a low laugh. Seeing her earnest expression, he couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her soft cheek, chuckling softly. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Sister Xiaoli wants to take you back for the new year. Just follow her obediently and collect more red envelopes. Hearing this, Tianxian's little face dropped slightly, and she leaned softly into Chen Feng's embrace, her nose rubbing against his warm collar. Her voice was light and soft, tinged with reluctance. When I go back, I'll release the song, Learn to Meow, that I recorded earlier. Chen Feng looked down at her, his fingers still pinching her cheek. It's up to you. If you want to release it, go ahead. Brother, are you sure your two little brothers know you're here? Tianxian nestled in Chen Feng's arms, her voice muffled. They don't know, Chen Feng said. Give them a surprise. They're playing pretty well, aren't they, eh? Tianxian said. Indeed, they were playing well. Kwame Brown was charging around the court, backing down for post-ups, spinning for hook shots, and even executing a beautiful turnaround jumper. Chen Feng laughed from the sidelines. This guy couldn't even make a layup steadily back on the Lakers, but now in the development league, he was playing like Michael Jordan. Andrew Bynum was no slouch either. The 18-year-old big man dominated the paint, scoring at will with spins, powerful dunks, and putbacks, playing like Shaquille O'Neal. One Jordan, one O'Neal, Chen Feng mused. If they go back to the Lakers like this, no one can stop them. On the court, Kwame grabbed another offensive rebound and slammed it home with both hands. Bynum blocked an opponent's shot on the next possession, then dribbled the ball up the court himself, blowing past half a defender like a guard, and finished with a floater. Chen Feng clapped from the sidelines. Nice shot. Tianxian watched his serious expression and couldn't help but smile. By the third quarter, the Los Angeles defenders were leading by over 20 points. The crowd at the sidelines was sparse, but the atmosphere was surprisingly good. Every dunk by Kwame and Bynum drew cheers, and occasionally a few fans shouted their names. Kwame, go. Bynum, one more. Chen Feng was enjoying the game when someone in the stands recognized him. A high school student wearing a Lakers jersey ran over. Chen Feng, you're Chen Feng, right? The Lakers guy. He made a 1,000-year kill gesture, his expression complex and excited. Can I have your autograph? All right. The final buzzer sounded and the Los Angeles defenders defeated the Texas Flyers 111-89. Kwame scored 26 points and grabbed 15 rebounds, while Bynum contributed 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Both had the highest plus-minus on the court, showcasing their dominance. After the player tunnel opened, Chen Feng headed straight to the locker room. Kwame was the first to rush out, and his eyes lit up when he saw Chen Feng. Brother Feng, you've come to take us back. You played well today, 26 points, 15 boards. You had the dominance of Jordan in his prime. Kwame scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Not bad, not bad. It's really easier to play in the development league. Bynum also came out, and when he saw Chen Feng with Tianxian standing beside him, he was stunned. Whoa, Brother Feng, this is Tianxian. Chen Feng introduced. My friend. Bynum's eyes widened as he looked back and forth between Chen Feng and Tianxian. Brother Feng, what's going on? What? Nothing. Bynum quickly waved his hands, but his expression betrayed him. Shock, envy, jealousy. 3 emotions written all over his face. Tianxian heard this and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Tell me about your experience in the development league. Is it tough? Not tough, Kwame and Bynum said in unison. Really not tough. Really? Kwame said, becoming serious for once. Brother Feng, I'm having a blast in the development league. The coach gives me unlimited shooting opportunities. I can play in the post however I want. On the Lakers, I never had this chance. Here I can take over 20 shots a game. Same here, Bynum nodded. In the development league, I get a lot of playing time, unlike on the Lakers where I only got a few minutes per game. Now I can play over 30 minutes a game, dominating on offense and doing whatever I want. How does it feel? Awesome. The two said in unison again. Chen Feng looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. So happy you forgot to return home, huh? No. Kwame quickly waved his hands. Brother Feng, we know this is temporary. We'll go back sooner or later. Yeah, Bynum also nodded, waiting for Brother Feng to bail us out. Bail you out? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. I don't have that kind of power. Kwame's expression grew a bit complicated. Brother Feng, I have a question. Go ahead. You're the mastermind, Kwame said, looking at Chen Feng. The 1,000-year kill on Kobe, that was you, right? But the ones sent down were us, Bynum chimed in. Brother Feng, is that fair? Chen Feng looked at the 2 big men before him and sighed. Do you know what friendship is, eh? Friendships. Kwame and Bynum exchanged glances. Friendship is being willing to bear everything for a friend, Chen Feng said seriously. You being sent down was you taking responsibility for me. That's friendship. But are you resigned to it? Kwame nodded. No, I'm not. Then it's right that you're not resigned. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. The resentment you feel shows that you care about me. The greater the resentment, the deeper your friendship for me. What kind of logic is that? Bynum was bewildered. This is the power of friendship bonds, Chen Feng said with a serious face. The deeper the bond, the stronger the power. The two of you combined have off-the-charts bond power. This power can make you invincible in the development league. Kwame and Bynum exchanged a look. Sounds kind of reasonable. Kwame scratched his head. It seems true, Bynum said thoughtfully. I do feel especially strong in the development league. That's because the bonds of friendship are empowering you. Remember, friendship and bonds are your strongest weapons. As long as you have these two things, you will never lose. Friendship. Bonds. Friendship bonds invincible under heaven. Tianxian listened from the side, and could only lower her head to hide the uncontrollable smile at the corners of her mouth. Since Tianxian was about to return to China, Chen Feng didn't say much more to his two younger brothers. He continued to carry forward the will of fire deep in their friendship and bonds, and then left. Chen Feng brought Tianxian back to his own basketball court. You are such a tormenting little enchantress. Late at night, after 2 hours of intense competition on the basketball court, Chen Feng bent down and brushed his sweat across Tianxian's cheek. Tianxian's eyes were half open and half closed, her long lashes glistening with moisture, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was clear from her appearance how fierce the basketball match had been. I am a little enchantress. Tianxian cupped Chen Feng's face with her hands and whispered softly, but I cannot escape the grasp of my great demon king. How great, though? Chen Feng asked. Tianxian extended her arm to demonstrate, then rubbed her cheek against his chest. Brother, with your shooting accuracy from downtown, do you think we might have it right away? Chen Feng lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, and chuckled softly. Have what? If we do, we'll raise it. Tianxian's eyes widened. Raise it? Yes. Chen Feng nodded earnestly. You give me a basketball team, and I'll coach them personally, from the point guard all the way to the center. Tianxian's face flushed red, and she raised her hand to gently strike his chest. Who wants to birth a basketball team for you? Not a basketball team. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Then a soccer team will do. Just a bit more crowded. I worry about tiring you out. You. Tianxian was both shy and flustered, burrowing deeper into his embrace. It's a relief it's only a basketball team. If it were soccer, who knows what would happen? Chen Feng held her close and breathed softly against her ear. Then tell me 5 or 11. Muffled in his arms, her voice was as quiet as a mosquito's hum. One first. One what? One first. Let's see the quality. Chen Feng laughed until his shoulders shook, but as he laughed, his laughter suddenly faded. Something was wrong. My talents all come from the system. Physical attributes are enhanced through point allocation, skills drop from the system, and my shooting accuracy is boosted by the fusion defense and ferrous oxide traits. Can these be inherited? Chen Feng looked down at the person in his arms, then at his own hands, lost in deep thought. Should I max out my physical attributes first? Otherwise the next generation won't be competitive. They'd lose at the starting line. He pulled Tianxian closer, resting his chin atop her head, his tone softening suddenly. Then let's start with 1. After they're born, I'll teach them to play. What if it's a girl? A girl is even better. I'll teach her to play too, and she'll captivate everyone. Captivate whom? Just herself is enough. Tianxian didn't respond further, simply burying her face deeper into his embrace, her ears burning crimson. After a long while, she spoke quietly from within his arms. Brother, wait until I return from abroad, then we'll start. Chen Feng looked down at her reddened earlobes and smiled gently. All right, I'll wait for your return. The basketball court fell silent, with only their synchronized breathing and heartbeats filling the space. Let's go take a shower. The next day, Tianxian returned to China. Camila went to New York to record a program promoting her film, and Bing Bing was also on set filming. Chen Feng suddenly went from having companions on both sides to being entirely alone. However, Sharapova was coming back. She had been eliminated in the Australian Open quarterfinals by Kim Clijsters, falling to the semifinals. On the 28th, the Lakers hosted the New Orleans Hornets at home. Chen Feng had just faced Darren Williams, one of the top 3-point guards from the class of 2005, and was now about to face another one, Chris Paul. Before the game, Chen Feng gave an interview to Los Angeles media. Chen, first of all, congratulations on becoming the All-Star voting leader and earning a starting spot on the Western Conference All-Star team. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the fans? Thank you to the fans for your support. Without everyone's backing, I couldn't have become the voting leader. To not disappoint you, I will give it my all in this year's All-Star game and bring everyone a wonderful performance. Thank you all. Chen, you just faced Darren Williams recently, and now you're about to face Chris Paul. How do you view these two fellow point guards from the same draft class? Originally, Chen Feng had been watching them from a distance with no particular thoughts, but suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. Chen Feng looked straight into the camera with utter sincerity. First, I must say that Chris Paul is an exceptionally outstanding player. He averages 16 points and 8 assists. To put up numbers like these in his rookie season is something few players can achieve. Like Darren, he possesses all-star caliber talent. The reporter pressed further. Do you think he should be selected for the all-star team? Absolutely, Chen Feng said with conviction. I've faced Chris in the summer league. His court vision, his grasp of game tempo, and his competitive drive are all first-rate. To be honest, I believe he has the ability to earn a spot on the All-Star team, just like me. He paused briefly as if choosing his words carefully, then shifted his tone. Additionally, I'd like to mention something else. My good friend Carmelo Anthony averages 26 points per game and leads the league in scoring, yet he hasn't been selected for this year's All-Star roster. I think that's an oversight in the All-Star selection process. The reporter immediately perked up, sensing a story. Do you think Anthony should have been selected? Of course. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. Anthony is one of the best forwards in the Western Conference. His offensive ability is among the top in the league. It's simply that competition among Western forwards is extremely fierce. Duncan Garnett, Nowitzki, Marion McGrady. These are all legendary-level players. Melo had the misfortune of being born in an era where forwards dominate the conference. But that's not his fault. It's the shortage of all-star spots. He smiled at the camera. If I were to choose, I would put Anthony on the all-star team. He deserves this stage. The reporter scribbled quickly in her notebook and asked another question. Who do you think is stronger, you or Anthony? Chen Feng paused. That question? I think you should ask the fans. But I can tell you this, if Melo makes the all-star team, I'll definitely challenge him to one-on-one on the court. The reason Chen Feng praised Paul so highly was that among the class of 2005, he was the only one shining, far outpacing the rest. Only he had made the all-star team, while others hadn't even secured backup spots. If this continued, the media would only say, oh, the class of 2005. Only Chen Feng is worth watching, the rest are mediocre. Then what would be the point of being the number one player from that class? A leader chosen from among shorter men is still just a short man. He needed to elevate Paul and Darren as well. The stronger they were, the stronger the class of 2005 would appear. The stronger that class became, the more valuable his title as its top player would be. Only then, standing at the very peak, would he truly be surrounded by stars. No, surrounded by stars admiring him. If Paul one day became the greatest point guard of all time, then Chen Feng would be the man who rose to greatness alongside the point guard deity. Of course, none of that mattered most. What truly mattered was the system-triggered mission just activated. Ding. Special mission triggered. Steal your 100%, beginning with stealing your brothers. Objective before the name Banana Boat Crew is coined. Secure LeBron James's future core brotherhood early. Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, Chris Paul. Transfer the Banana Boat Brotherhood title to the host. Current progress: Dwayne Wade friendship established. Carmelo Anthony friendship established. Chris Paul friendship established. Mission reward: joy points 3,000 plus the attached title reward. I'm not here to break you apart. I'm here to join you. Banana Boat Crew. This system's information network is too impressive. Those guys haven't even formed the shadow of a banana boat yet, and the system is already laying plans. Steal James's brothers. This was actually doable. But first he needed to gather the right people. How could Melo participate in none of the all-star events this year? If he wasn't coming, how could the banana boat even set sail? As for old James wanting to form a banana boat later, no problem, but the seats on that boat he would occupy first. He walked beyond the three-point line, received a ball from the ball boy, and casually shot. It swished through the net cleanly. He intended not only to be the number one player of the class of 2005, but also to be the number one in stealing brothers. Old James, oh old James, let me warm up the friendship with your future brothers first. When you arrive, we'll have the whole crew together. No, I'll welcome you with your own brothers by my side. As he was musing, he caught a short, sturdy figure hurrying toward him from the other side of the court. Chris Paul. Paul's eyes were bright, sharp, and calculating. He approached Chen Feng and extended his hand proactively. Hey bro, I watched the interview. Thanks. Chen Feng immediately set down the ball and grasped Paul's hands with both of his, wearing an instantly infectious smile. Hey Chris, why are you being so polite with me? We're brothers. No need for formalities. Paul's brows lifted and the cautious edge in his eyes slowly melted away. He squeezed Chen Feng's hand firmly as though confirming something, then released his grip and stepped back half a pace, patting Chen Feng's arm. All right, I won't waste polite words. Let's play hard tonight, but on the court I won't hold back just because it's you. I don't want you to hold back. Chen Feng laughed heartily and winked at Paul. Chris, I'm claiming you as my brother. From now on, we're brothers. Absolutely. Paul nodded solemnly. Chen Feng extended his open palm, and Paul understood, giving him a firm high five. Both teams lined up on the court. Chen Feng stood near the center circle with his hands on his hips, his gaze sweeping across the opposing Hornets players in their wide-away uniforms. The tallest was Tyson Chandler at 2.16 meters with P.J. Brown beside him, the veteran center full of experience, but whose athleticism had declined considerably. Power forward David West. And Chris Paul, wearing jersey number 3, standing just 1.83 meters tall. The referee's whistle blew and Midham and Chandler tipped off at center court. Chandler's wingspan gave him a clear advantage as he cleanly tipped the ball to Paul. Paul caught the ball and pushed it up the floor. On the Hornets' first possession, he played with remarkable composure, steadily dribbling across half court. At the top of the key, he called for a pick and roll from David West. Midham was screened by West. Chen Feng was pinned behind, and Paul seized the half step of separation for a pull-up jumper near the free throw line. Swish. Nothing but net. As Paul retreated on defense, he raised an eyebrow at Chen Feng. I'm not Darren Williams. I won't force my way past you. Chen Feng returned a gesture, received the ball from Kobe's inbound pass, and slowly advanced up the court. On the Lakers' first possession, Paul crouched low beyond the three-point arc center of gravity, dropped one hand constantly, disrupting Chun Feng's dribble path. Chun Feng tested a crossover, but Paul mirrored him with quick lateral movement. Chun Feng muttered in annoyance, then turned his back and planted his hip against Paul playing post-up. He wanted to try Darren's approach. The big guy had used it against him the previous game. Every time Darren faced Paul, he would simply drop his hip and drive inward, grinding toward the free throw line before turning for a jumper or kicking it out. Chun Feng lowered his center of gravity and exerted force, pushing inward. Paul held his ground. Chun Feng added more power, tensing his core, grinding his hip against Paul as he pressed forward. This time Paul yielded half a step, but his base remained solid, his legs firmly blocking Chun Feng's driving lane. "Hey buddy, going all out," Paul said through gritted teeth. "Your lower body is too stable," Chun Feng panted while continuing to drive. "How did that fat Darren break through you so easily? He's 30 pounds heavier than me. I believe you." Chun Feng clenched his teeth, sinking all his strength into his lower body. Once, twice, 3 times, sweat popped from his forehead. Only then did he finally work Paul back to the free throw line area. The entire process was more exhausting than his full court sprint drills. He turned quickly, facing Paul's closing out contest, and released a fading jumper. The ball traced an arc through the air, swish. Nothing but net. Chun Feng landed and exhaled deeply. That was exhausting. How did that heavy-set Darren manage to bulldoze past Paul so effortlessly and smoothly? He didn't just push through. He built an entire offensive system around it. On the court, the pace of the game quickened. Paul's transition speed was blistering, and the Hornets' fast break ran like clockwork. Paul brought the ball up court. West set a screen, Mason cut from the weak side, and Chandler positioned himself in the paint. Paul's passes consistently found open teammates. The moment the Lakers' defensive rotation lagged, even slightly, an easy scoring opportunity appeared. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Chun Feng pushed the ball up court. Paul's defense was tight. Frustrated, Chun Feng stopped abruptly, backed into Paul, and this time, instead of forcing his way through, he dished the ball to Kobe on the wing. Kobe faced Desmond. Mason hit his signature 3-threat stance, took a hesitation step, and rose for a floater. Swish. The ball went in. 23-20, with 2:45 left in the first quarter, the Lakers substituted. Chun Feng didn't return until mid-second quarter. What followed transformed Staples Center into a masterclass in point guard matchups. Paul attacked off a screen and finished with a floater. Chun Feng answered immediately with a pull-up jumper. Paul blew past Chun Feng by half a step and assisted West on a mid-range jumper. Chun Feng instantly responded with a no-look pass to Kobe, who buried a three-pointer. They traded buckets back and forth, each play crackling with energy. In the TNT booth, Barkley was fired up. This is all-star caliber. 2 rookie point guards producing like this. Who says the 2005 draft was a down year? Charles, you also said the 2005 draft was a down year. Did I? I don't remember that. You said it on the show last month. That was last month, Charles. The current me has evolved. In the domestic broadcast studio, Yu Jia commented excitedly, the matchup between Chun Feng and Paul is brilliant. Paul plays with remarkable maturity, yet Chun Feng holds his own completely. Their stats are nearly identical. Coach Zhang nodded. Paul's passing is indeed precise, but Chun Feng has the physical edge. Height and wingspan both favor him. If these two could team up, the rookie game would be fantastic. Coach Zhang, didn't you forget Darren is also in the rookie game? Darren? Coach Zhang paused to think. He should be sitting on the bench watching. Fans watching at home, Coach Zhang's subtle shade gets a perfect score. Darren, I didn't provoke any of you. Chun Feng and Paul teaming up. The rookie game is locked in. Darren, so love will fade away, right? At halftime, the Lakers led 55-50 by 5 points. Chun Feng posted 13 points, 8 assists, and 3 steals in the first half. Paul recorded 14 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals. The two rookie guard stat lines were nearly mirror images. As they walked off the court, Paul passed Chun Feng and tapped him on the back. Ready for another round next half? Can't do it, Chris. Chun Feng replied, turning to face Paul with a helpless shrug. I'm not like you. You're the franchise cornerstone. You can play however you want. Over here on the Lakers, I have to play within Kobe's system. The comment caused Kobe, passing right between them, to slow his steps. He turned his head, his gaze sharp, and pointed at Chun Feng. Chun Feng pretended not to notice, keeping a straight face as he continued, you have no idea the pressure of playing on the Lakers. When Kobe is on the floor, ball distribution, shot selection, and tactical movement all revolve around his preferences. What voice does a rookie like me have? If he says go left, who dares go right? Paul glanced at Chun Feng's increasingly dark expression behind him. Are you sure? I'm sure, Chun Feng replied without flinching. Look at my shot attempts in the first half. I barely shot. Most of the time I was passing. You think I don't want to score? It's because our leader is on the floor, and I need to prioritize feeding him. Then Kobe's voice drifted from behind him. Chun Feng's back stiffened. When he turned around, his face had already broken into a bright smile. Hey Kobe. What's up? Thirsty? I'll grab you some water. Kobe looked down at him, lips parting slightly before managing, only when have you ever played according to my preferences? The ball's been in your hands all game. I've been running off screens my entire outing. I'm the one playing according to your preferences. Chun Feng blinked twice. Really? Every time you cross half court you dribble for 10 seconds. I'm stuck on the wing until my legs go numb, and by the time you finally pass, there's only 3 seconds left. Now you won't even leave me time to dribble, and I'm not getting any assists either. After saying this, Kobe didn't look at him again and walked directly toward the locker room. For the second half, the Lakers raised their defensive intensity to another level. Kobe began taking over on offense, hitting consecutive isolation baskets. Chen Feng focused on playmaking repeatedly, using pick and rolls to dismantle the Hornets' defense. Though Paul remained efficient, the Hornets' overall roster depth lagged behind the Lakers. Chandler couldn't contain Kobe, West couldn't match Odom, and Mason was relentlessly targeted on defense by both Chen Feng and Kobe. In the fourth quarter, the Hornets mounted a scoring run, but the Lakers' lead was too large. Kobe's clutch scoring in the final minutes sealed the outcome. The final buzzer sounded. The Lakers defeated the Hornets 107-94. Chen Feng finished with 18 points, 13 assists, and 4 steals. Paul posted 20 points, 9 assists, and 3 steals. Paul's scoring line was higher, but the Lakers won the game. After the contest, Paul and Chen Feng embraced on the court, agreeing to team up for the rookie game and dominate the sophomore class. Paul stood courtside, his jersey still on, sweat dripping from his chin. Taking the microphone handed to him by staff, he spoke to the camera. "I've faced Chen Feng twice and lost both times. I'm not making excuses. He's simply better than me." A reporter pressed, "So you mean he's the strongest rookie from the 05 class?" Paul didn't hesitate. "Right now, yes. The numbers speak for themselves. His stats, record, and head-to-head performances all tell the story. But this is only his first year." He fixed his gaze on the camera with an edge in his voice. "We still have over a decade ahead of us." He raised his index finger toward the camera. "You'd better pray he doesn't decline, or I'll catch up to him." After finishing his statement, Paul handed back the microphone and walked calmly toward the locker room. But as soon as the locker room door shut behind him, he punched the storage locker. Damn it, lost again. After the game, Chen Feng received a call from Carmelo Anthony. He answered the call, and Anthony's voice came through first. "Chen, I saw it. You said I should make the All-Star team. Brother Melo, why are you being so polite with me? If you're averaging 26 points per game and still not making the All-Star team, that's a loss for the All-Star game itself." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Anthony's voice dropped slightly, with something unexpected in it. "Brother, I've been in the league for 3 years now, and this is the first time someone has spoken up for me." 3 years. Chen Feng paused for a moment. "Wait, Melo, what have you been doing these past 3 years? Has no one spoken up for you?" Forget it, never mind." Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Let bygones be bygones. What matters is now. The All-Star weekend is in Houston. Are you coming?" "What would I go there for? Why not?" "Melo, you can pick from the 3-point contest, skills challenge, or slam dunk contest. Whatever you like. We brothers can have some fun together." Anthony fell silent for a moment. "I haven't received an invitation yet. With your reputation, the league would love to have you in these events." Chen Feng said this without hesitation. "I can't do the skills challenge. That's a guard's thing." Anthony hesitated. "The 3-point contest. But I'm not really a pure shooter." "The 3-point contest doesn't discriminate." Chen Feng interrupted directly. "Your 3-point shooting percentage ranks in the top 20 across the league. Doesn't that qualify you? If you go, you'll elevate the competition. If you don't, it's a loss for the 3-point contest." A laugh came from Anthony's end. "That sounds familiar. Why does this sound so familiar to me?" "Because everything I'm saying is true." "All right." Anthony finally agreed. "Then the 3-point contest. Just don't cry when I outshoot you." "You bastard." Chen Feng almost threw down the phone. "Melo, what's your 3-point percentage? I'm the All-Star fan vote leader. We'll see who's crying when the time comes." All right, see you at the All-Star game." Anthony's tone was noticeably more relaxed. "Brother, thanks. No need to thank me. We're all brothers." After hanging up, Chen Feng glanced at his phone screen and nodded with satisfaction. The Banana Boat crew had taken another step forward. Speaking of which, Chen Feng had signed up for quite a few All-Star events this time around. He was playing in the rookie game and the All-Star game. He was also entering the 3-point contest. The league had invited him 3 times for the skills challenge, and he finally agreed since as a point guard, it was his natural arena. He declined the slam dunk contest, saying he might consider it next year. This year's skills challenge features Wade, James, Paul, and Chen Feng, a must-watch lineup. After the New Orleans game, the Lakers continued their winning streak by taking down the Portland Trail Blazers on the road. But before all that, something more important happened. Safina had returned. She came back from Melbourne after losing to Davenport in the quarterfinals of the Australian Open. That evening, Chen Feng finally understood what it meant to be dominated. With Tianxian Bingbing and Camila before, he was always the one taking charge. He was the one setting the pace and control of everything. But Safina was different. The 18-year-old Safina, furious after her match loss, poured all her pent-up frustration onto him. "Can you try a little harder? Stop being so lifeless. Take the initiative." Chen Feng. He had never felt so completely overpowered on the basketball court. In offense-defense tempo and intensity, every aspect left him on the back foot. How could the NBA's fan-voted All-Star star, the guy who dominated on the court, end up completely overpowered by a tennis player off it? If this got out, how could he keep pace with the Lakers? But to be fair, Safina's stamina was exceptional. Tennis players possessed terrifying lower body strength. That night, Chen Feng felt like he'd collided with a bulldozer. The next morning he limped into the training facility, holding his waist. Kobe glanced at him and asked what he'd been up to the night before. Nothing, just training. You train like this? Kobe pointed at his awkward gait. You're walking like you're floating today. On the evening of February 2nd, the premiere of Final Destination took place at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood as scheduled. Chun Feng and the Kobe family arrived on time. He wore a custom suit sponsored by Adidas with his hair slicked back. Camila dazzled in a red dress. Kobe and Vanessa wore matching couple outfits while Natalia shimmered in a sequin dress like a little princess. Safina also attended, introduced as Camila's close friend. There were 3 times as many sports reporters as entertainment journalists that day. It couldn't be helped. The lineup was simply too extraordinary. NBA All-Star fan vote leader Chun Feng, Lakers star Kobe Bryant, tennis beauty Sharapova, and Hollywood rising star Camila. Camila's presence at the premiere was undeniable. It had nothing to do with her acting skills. It was entirely because of the incredible lineup of people beside her. After the premiere, Camila's agent called her, barely containing his excitement. Baby, a major script is coming your way tomorrow, lead role. The director saw tonight's coverage and thinks you have audience appeal. He wants to know if you're interested. Camila was slightly surprised. That fast? That's fast. After you showed off tonight, the whole of Hollywood knows who you are now. The agent laughed loudly on the other end. All right, let's talk later. I'll email you the script, take a look. Following that, the Lakers played 4 more games, going 2-2. Before the All-Star break, the Lakers finished at 30-19 fourth in the Western Conference. For a team that missed the playoffs the previous season, this record was already enough to excite Los Angeles fans. Next came the All-Star weekend that fans had been anticipating. Chun Feng departed a day early and opened his phone to a group chat called The Forge, containing only himself and Kobe. Old man, I'm heading to Houston first, he messaged. Some brothers are eager to see me. Kobe replied with a single character, fuck off. Chun Feng chuckled and opened another group chat called The Twin Generals, where Kwame and Bynum were. Remember to come to Houston for the All-Star game. On game day, you're sitting in the front row. If I don't see you there, get ready to spend the rest of your career in the G League. Kwame replied instantly, don't worry, brother Feng. I've already requested time off. Bynum also chimed in, I'm packing my bags now. Wait for me, brother Feng. I'll bring you local specialties. Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction. After all, he was planning something big at the All-Star game and felt uneasy without these 2 bodyguards nearby. Finally, he opened the Band of Brothers group chat. Chun Feng had recently created this group with Anthony, Wade, and Paul as members. He sent a message, see you at the All-Star game. Brothers, let's set sail in Houston. The message went out, and the group chat went quiet for about 30 seconds. Then replies started flooding in. Paul, set sail. What boat? Anthony, I've already arrived. Where are you? Wade, bro, did you bring swim trunks? Houston, the day before All-Star weekend, was bathed in warm sunshine with temperatures in the low 20s. Chun Feng stepped off the plane, skipped heading to the hotel to drop off his bags, and pulled out his phone to call Yao Ming first. Brother Yao, is that banana boat I mentioned last time ready? Yao Ming's voice carried a hint of curiosity. You asked me to find a banana boat for 4 in Houston. I thought you were filming an advertisement. Just an ad. A Brotherhood commercial. Set it up at the pier for me. I'll need it this afternoon. Yao Ming's interest peaked. Who are you going boating with? Anthony, Wade, Paul. The 4 of you. Why a banana boat? Because we're brothers. Alright, I'll have the boat moored at the 3rd slip on the east side of the pier. After hanging up, Chun Feng dialed Bob's number. Bob, find me some tabloid reporters. Doesn't need to be the big names, just people who can take photos and write stories. I've got the headline ready, Banana Boat Brothers. Bob's voice sounded thick with sleep. Banana Boat Brothers? What banana boat? You don't need to understand. Just do as I say. 3 o'clock this afternoon, Houston Port Pier. Tell them to bring their cameras. Make it look good, capture natural smiles, emphasize how unbreakable our bond is. Bob asked, Chun, what exactly are you planning? I'm making history. You'll see. At 2:30, Anthony arrived first. Spotting the bright yellow banana boat docked by the pier, he stood frozen. Chun Feng leaped out from nearby. Carmelo, here early. I knew you were reliable, brother. Anthony pointed at the boat. This is what you called a gathering. Exactly. I arranged this specially, to cruise Houston's scenery from the lake. Picture it, 4 future All-Stars rowing together. That's a moment etched in history. When people talk about us brothers, how close were we? We shared a banana boat. Anyone else do that? No, only us. Anthony stood speechless for a moment. That reasoning sounds twisted, yet I can't find where it falls apart. Because it's the truth. 20 minutes later, Wade arrived. Wade wore a floral shirt, loose shorts, and a straw hat. You said, Houston boat, in your message. I thought you were joking. You actually rented a boat. I'm serious. Just waiting on Chris now. Wade glanced between the banana boat and Anthony. Carmelo, why'd you get here so early? He said the All-Stars should gather first, so I came. Paul was last to arrive. He wore a white t-shirt and carried a small bag, standing on the pier in silence as he studied the bright yellow inflatable banana boat. I came all this way to ride this. You came to spend time with brothers. You call this a gathering. It's a ritual. Decades from now, when we're old and sit together reminiscing about today, you'll thank me. Paul looked from the boat to Anthony and Wade. You both got roped into this too. Anthony replied. He called 3 times and talked me into it. Wade chuckled. He texted me, "The boat doesn't leave without you, so here I am." The four suited up in life vests and boarded. The inflatable banana boat was modest in size, fitting the four perfectly. Chen Feng took the front seat, Anthony and Wade settled in the middle, and Paul took the rear, each with their own paddle. 3 meters from shore, the first issue arose. Anthony's paddle struck the water at an angle, and the bow veered sharply. Wade quickly corrected with a powerful stroke, but overcompensated, splashing Paul halfway up his legs. Carmelo tested his paddle's resistance, and the boat listed another half circle. His strokes weren't perfectly timed, but they were forceful. Each pull pushed the boat forward, if only a short distance, and slightly off course. Chen Feng set down his phone. Carmelo eased the left stroke and strengthened the right, and the boat will straighten. Anthony adjusted, and the vessel indeed steadied. He glanced at Chen Feng, impressed. "You actually know how to handle this." "I went water biking twice with Bynum back in Los Angeles. That was a stationary bike. Same principle." Wade paddled a few times, then asked, "Wait, if the four of us are on one banana boat, where's LeBron?" Anthony's paddle paused mid-stroke, and Paul stopped as well. Chen Feng remained composed. "LeBron? I thought he wasn't arriving until tomorrow." Wade looked at Chen Feng. "You never considered waiting for him." "I did," Chen Feng admitted. "But by the time he shows up, 4 people on the boat become 5. 5 crammed into one banana boat is risky, and my contact could only secure a maximum of 4 seats." Paul raised an eyebrow. "Then why not wait for LeBron and book a 5-person boat instead?" "Because you agreed first." Wade pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Looks like he misses this voyage after all." Chen Feng offered a warm smile. "Next time when LeBron joins us, we'll row together, 5 strong. I'll arrange a larger boat then." On the pier, camera flashes began popping. Bob stood nearby, speaking with a bespectacled bald man. "Everyone see that yellow boat over there? For people aboard, Carmelo, Anthony, Dwayne Wade, Chris Paul, and Chen Feng. They came to Houston specifically for this moment. No need for thanks, just capture it clearly. I've already crafted the headline, Banana Boat Brothers." The bespectacled photographer clicked away, rapidly murmuring to himself. "Banana Boat Brothers, excellent angle, clever framing. The man is truly gifted." Another reporter asked, "Should we conduct interviews?" Bob waved his hand dismissively. "No interviews needed. They're actively boating. Shoot, send, fast, publish tonight, if possible." The tabloid photographers exchanged glances and reached a silent agreement. Camera flashes shifted from casual mode to focused documentation. On the lake, the banana boat drifted leisurely. Wade shook his head with a smile, but paddled with renewed energy. The sun descended slowly toward the west, painting the lake's surface in golden hues. A few reporters on shore continued clicking away, while distant tourists also raised their phones toward the center of the water. The yellow banana boat rocked gently in the sunset. For figures aboard, each wielding a paddle, movements uncoordinated but the vessel steady. As the last rays of sunlight touched the water, they landed squarely on that bright yellow banana boat. The 4 aboard chatted casually, occasional laughter drifting across the water to the shore. The next day, sports media outlets circulated the same photograph. The yellow banana boat swaying gently beneath the golden light. For people aboard, Anthony smiling, Wade in his straw hat propelling forward, Paul holding a water bottle, and Chen Feng at the bow flashing a thumbs up toward the camera. Beneath the photo ran the caption, Banana Boat Brothers. Anthony, Wade, Paul, and Chen Feng gathered in Houston for a leisurely afternoon. The news about the Banana Boat Brothers was still spreading widely. Chen Feng had invited 2 more people, Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming. The 3 of them sat in a hot pot restaurant in Houston, steam rising warmly. Yao Ming picked up his teacup. "Did you come to Houston early just to invite people one by one for dinner? This is called strengthening brotherly bonds." "Then what do you call it when you invited Anthony in them?" "Banana Boat Brothers." "What do you call it when you invite me?" Chen Feng thought for a moment. "Hot Pot Brothers." Yao Ming, "What about Kobe?" "Lau Ku and I are Blacksmith Brothers." Tracy McGrady, "Kobe should be satisfied with that evaluation." Yao Ming, "He would probably trade you on the spot." The 3 of them laughed together. The dishes hadn't all arrived yet, but Chen Feng had already started steering the conversation toward the main topic. "Brother McGrady, what do you think is the most important thing in the All-Star game?" Tracy McGrady thought for a moment. "Entertainment value, I guess." "Entertainment value is important, but I think scoring is even more crucial. Think about it, the All-Star game is essentially an exhibition game. Whoever shoots beautifully and dunks spectacularly becomes the center of attention. If you win the All-Star MVP, it's different. That's the mark of your entire season." Tracy McGrady took a sip of tea. "I've never won the All-Star MVP. Isn't this year the best opportunity?" Chen Feng leaned forward. "I'll pass to you, brother. Yao will set screens for you, and it's the Rockets' home court. We have the perfect timing, location, and people." Tracy McGrady smiled and shook his head. "There are so many people in the All-Star game. Whoever performs well gets it. And the East won't just give up easily." Yao Ming put down his chopsticks and interjected slowly. "Chen Feng, why don't you help your brother Yao win an All-Star MVP? I'm also an All-Star starter. I'm standing on the court too." Chen Feng glanced at Yao Ming. "Brother Yao, if you have that thought, your brother will help you get it sooner or later." Yao Ming's playing style was more steady, not the flashy type, and every All-Star game seemed more like a task he had to complete. Seeing that both of them didn't continue the conversation, Chen Feng added, "And think about it, our Western Conference, starting 5 Kobe, me, Tracy, Duncan, and Brother Yao. 4 out of 5 are our own people. Can't we play this game however we want?" Tracy McGrady, "You think the Western Conference starters are your own setup?" "No, but I have more people." Yao Ming glanced at Tracy McGrady. What he said makes me a bit hesitant to respond. Chen Feng picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. "I'm serious. We need to take the All-Star game seriously. Especially LeBron. He plays the All-Star game like it's the finals. That guy really doesn't slack off." Yao Ming put down his chopsticks. "Then how do you plan to guard him?" I give Kobe a look and Kobe understands. What does he understand? He understands that I'm on the court to pass to Tracy and he's on the court to guard LeBron. We have clear roles. He's defense, I'm playmaking, you and Duncan are screens, Tracy is the finisher. The Western Conference, starting 5, everyone has their own position. Tracy McGrady, then what's your position? I'm the one who connects everyone. Yao Ming, that sounds like you prepared it in advance. I did think about it last night. Chen Feng admitted without hesitation. After all, I'm having dinner with 2 idols. I had to prepare something. Tracy McGrady finally couldn't help but laugh. You invited me to dinner and prepared a script in advance. Not only did I prepare a script, I also prepared 3 plans. Chen Feng raised 3 fingers. Plan A, you agree to win the MVP. Plan B, you hesitate. Plan C, you refuse. Your reaction just now was Plan B, so I activated the backup script for Plan B. Yao Ming was already laughing so hard his shoulders were shaking. Tracy McGrady, what if LeBron really plays seriously and we lose? We won't lose. Old Kobe will keep an eye on LeBron. Then I'll give Kobe 2 fast breaks, give Brother Yao 2 easy shots inside, give Duncan 2 mid-range shots. All the other shots go to you, just shoot as much as you want. Chen Feng counted on his fingers. All 5 positions are taken care of. That way if you win the MVP they won't have any complaints. Yao Ming, you even plan the ball distribution. This is called pre-game practice. In the All-Star game everyone doesn't play defense, so I'll rack up assists like crazy. The post-game headline will be Chen Feng ignites the Western Conference All-Stars leads team to victory. Tracy McGrady picked up his teacup. Then can the MVP still go to me? In the All-Star game, everyone looks at scoring. With me here, the MVP must be yours. The next day, news of the 3 of them having dinner together came out. Chen Feng dines with Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming. The 3 have a pleasant conversation. Chen Feng secretly meets with Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming, the prototype of Houston's Big 3 emerging. Rockets fans call for Chen Feng to join the Rockets. Houston's Big 3 is just around the corner. Banana Boat brothers, already a thing of the past. Chen Feng exposed for secretly plotting to team up with McGrady. Lakers new star allegedly pressuring management, plotting a transfer to Houston during All-Star weekend. Chen Feng, McGrady, Yao Ming. Rockets fans have already started making Big 3 posters. The headlines got more and more exaggerated and the content got more and more absurd. The ESPN comments section was also buzzing. Chen Feng is turning the All-Star game into his own friend circle. Banana Boat brothers, Rocket brothers, Chen Feng's brothers are categorized by mode of transportation. Kobe saw the news and is buying a plane ticket. Kobe has already arrived. Someone just saw him walking out of the Houston airport. Chen Feng, I'm not here to break up the Rockets, I'm here to join the Rockets. That afternoon Kobe arrived in Houston. He didn't tell anyone, nor did he contact Chen Feng in advance. He first checked into the hotel, then took out his phone and sent a message, "Where are you?" Seeing this message, Chen Feng was lying in bed scrolling through his phone. Hilton Hotel. Which floor? 6th floor. Room number. Chen Feng hesitated for half a second, then sent 608. Open the door. In that 1 minute, Chen Feng had already prepared 3 plans in his mind. Plan A, he knocks, I open the door, and I say first, "Old Kobe, why are you here?" Plan B, he asks me, "What do you mean by secretly having dinner with McGrady?" A, and I say, "It's for the All-Star game." Plan C, he doesn't say anything, and just takes action, and I just apologize. Perfect. A knock sounded at the door 3 times with even force. When Chen Feng opened the door, Kobe stood at the door wearing a black jacket. His gaze swept past Chen Feng to check the room, confirming there was no second person, then he walked and sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Good, no immediate action. Plan C is out. Chen Feng closed the door, stood still at the entrance. "Old Kobe, why did you come to Houston?" Kobe didn't answer that question. Instead he asked, "What did you talk about when you had dinner with McGrady?" Chen Feng walked over and sat on the chair opposite him. "We talked about the All-Star game." "The All-Star game? You don't discuss it with me, your teammate, but you discuss it with an outsider." He's never won the All-Star MVP, and this year it's at his home court. I think he has a chance. When you drive and attract a double team, you pass to me, and I'll pass to him, so he can shoot. Then why don't you just pass directly to me? Old Kobe, you've already won the All-Star MVP before. One more wouldn't do much for you. Why do you insist on McGrady getting it? Don't you have any ideas of your own? Kobe stared at Chen Feng, his gaze full of suspicion, as if trying to dig out all the little schemes in his mind. Chen Feng lowered his head and was silent for a moment. Then he made a gesture at Kobe, extending his index and middle fingers while curling the others, and thrust his fingers upward twice. Kobe suddenly let out a light laugh, as if he had known it all along. "You." Chen Feng withdrew his hand. "Got it. You're making McGrady win the MVP just to make a move on him during the All-Star game. After he wins the MVP, the spotlight will be on him. When he holds the trophy, everyone will be watching him. That's the best time to make a move. He recalled the night he scored 86 points when Chun Fong accurately hit him while he was being held down by Bynum and Kwame during an on-court interview. At that time, 19,000 people in the arena were watching and the ESPN live camera was focused on his face. The embarrassment of that moment still stings faintly when he thinks about it. Now this kid had switched his target to McGrady at the All-Star MVP ceremony with over 20,000 people in the arena and a global broadcast. Kobe's expression changed several times and finally, he closed his eyes. The four great shooting guards couldn't have only him endure this hardship. In the freshman locker room, Chun Fong was studying how to allocate his points. The Banana Boat crew had awarded him 300 joy points. He ultimately decided to prioritize his physical attributes first. Vertical leap improved from 79 to 85, costing 240 joy points. Coordination upgraded from 77 to 78, using 400 joy points. Fast break ability enhanced from 74 to 75, while consuming 200 joy points. Chun Fong, selected for the All-Star game, felt confident in his improved vertical leap of 85 and coordination of 78, giving him more options for aerial finishes. Chris Paul sat beside him, while Darren Williams occupied the seat across from them. Having three 2005 draft class point guards selected for the rookie game was an unusual situation that even Coach Sidney Lowe paused to consider. Who would handle the ball in the first quarter? Coach Lowe positioned himself before the tactical board, tapping his pen against the white surface as he surveyed each player. First Paul, then Darren, and finally Chun Fong. After a moment of hesitation, he simply told them to work it out among themselves, set down his pen, and walked away. Darren watched him go, then turned back to Chun Fong and Paul with a questioning look. Chun Fong, having finished adjusting his settings, responded that this was actually the coach showing trust in them. Darren pushed back, skeptical whether Chun Fong truly believed his own words. Chun Fong argued that as an undrafted player making the rookie game, he had already succeeded, while the lottery picks sitting in the same locker room had won too. Everyone had come out ahead. Paul gave Chun Fong a puzzled look, wondering if something was off about his mood. Chun Fong explained it was pre-game mental preparation to help them relax. Darren dismissed it as nonsense. Chun Fong set down his phone and stood up, suggesting he could play shooting guard while Darren handled point guard duties. Paul agreed to the arrangement, planning to distribute the ball to Chun Feng's movements. Darren then asked if he should play small forward instead. Chun Fong told Darren to step in, noting that Howard was still on the sophomore team and not significantly taller. Darren was stunned. He is 185 centimeters while Howard is 211, so claiming they were close in height seemed impossible. Chun Fong retorted that Darren's spirit was taller. Darren turned to Paul for confirmation, but Paul simply told him to get used to it. Both Darren and Chun Fong stood up as Chun Fong encouraged him to play freely tonight. Wins would count for them, losses for the sophomores. Darren questioned if losses would really count against the other team, and Chun Fong confirmed that as freshmen losing would be expected, but winning would be an incredible gain. Darren noticed Paul had heard this same speech moments before. Paul revealed this was Chun Feng's standard approach with everyone. When Darren asked if he had a prepared speech, Chun Fong insisted he was simply speaking genuine words to each teammate. Before the main All-Star game began, the rookie showcase served as the opening act. Star players filled the courtside seats. Kobe Bynum and Kwame Brown sat together. Anthony Wade, James Yao Ming, and Tracy McGrady of the Rockets were all there too. Scanning the crowd, Chun Fong recognized mostly friends. Brother Fong. A gruff voice called out encouragement. Chun Fong looked over to see Kwame and Bynum waving at him, while Kobe sat nearby watching. As Chun Fong waved back to the Lakers trio, Anthony stood courtside shouting for him to dominate. Meanwhile, Kobe rested his hands on his knees, fingers tapping lightly. Bynum was about to join in when Kobe spoke up, addressing both of them. They turned to face him as he kept his eyes on the court, explaining there was a task for them. Kobe instructed them to stick with Chun Fong throughout the All-Star weekend. Bynum blinked in confusion at the instruction. Kobe clarified that they were to stay by his side at all times. Kwame looked equally puzzled, pointing out that Chun Fong was already on the Lakers like them. Kobe finally turned to give them a look that made it clear he would not repeat himself. Both Bynum and Kwame fell silent immediately. After a moment, Bynum asked what the purpose was. Kobe explained it was to limit Chun Feng's interactions with others. Not just the Banana Boat crew, but anyone outside their circle. Yao was also counted as someone to keep distance from, particularly since Chinese players valued loyalty, and Yao was considered a priority. Kwame and Bynum accepted the mission with confidence. The rookie game preceded All-Star contest. Courtside, a gathering of stars watched. Kobe Bynum and Kwame Brown seated together. Anthony Wade, James, along with Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady from the Rockets, were all present. Chun Fong looked around and saw mostly friends. A loud voice called out encouragement. The freshman starting five took the court: Chun Fong at shooting guard, Paul at point guard, Darren at small forward, Bogut at center, and Villanueva at power forward. The sophomores matched them with Ben Gordon at shooting guard, Harris at point guard, Iguodala at small forward, Howard at center, and Luol Deng at power forward. Howard won the opening tip cleanly, giving the sophomores the first possession. With the relaxed defensive intensity typical of all-star games, Iguodala received a pass from Harris and finished with a fast break dunk. On the other end, Paul pushed the ball upcourt while Darren positioned on the left side. Chinfeng cut from the right baseline, using a screen from Bogut to flare out to the three-point line, where Paul delivered a perfect pass. Chinfeng caught the ball, rose up, and released his shot. The net snapped as the three-pointer dropped, drawing cheers from the crowd on the opening possession. "Good shot," Paul muttered as he passed by. "Nice pass," Chinfeng replied. From the TNT booth, Kenny Smith noted the obvious chemistry between Chinfeng and Paul. They seemed to play with natural understanding despite their first time sharing the court at an all-star game. Barkley suggested it came from both being point guards who understood the game without needing words, though Smith pointed out that wasn't always Barkley's experience partnering with point guards in his playing days. On the sophomore possession, Harris brought the ball across half-court, while Howard established position low against Bogut and signaled for the ball. Harris buried a dime to Howard, who caught it, turned, and scored easily over Bogut's token resistance with a soft layup. Paul controlled the ball on the freshman side, read the defense, and passed to Darren. Darren faced Iguodala, used his body to create space, then kicked it out to Chinfeng on the perimeter. When Ben Gordon closed out on Chinfeng, he did not force a shot, but instead hit Villanueva with a bounce pass as he cut to the basket for an easy layup. The pace quickened as the sophomores found their rhythm. Howard dominated inside, Iguodala attacked the rim on transition, and Ben Gordon connected from deep whenever he got open. The freshman responded with Paul orchestrating the offense, running pick and rolls with Chinfeng to create advantages and finding open teammates. After over 4 minutes, Chinfeng had accumulated 8 points, all coming on catch-and-shoot opportunities rather than isolation plays. Paul and Darren shared ball-handling duties, while Chinfeng focused on cutting, receiving, and shooting. "This starting lineup is interesting," Kenny Smith observed. 3-point guards on the floor simultaneously, yet no ball-handling conflicts. Paul and Darren are sharing organizational duties, while Chinfeng operates as the finisher, creating a clear division of responsibilities. Barkley agreed, noting all three were from the 2005 draft class, and this performance should eliminate any underestimation of that rookie class going forward. The game was in progress and both sides had completed player rotations. The score stood at 28-24, with the freshman team leading by 4 points. Chinfeng sat on the bench watching the sophomore side begin to gain momentum. Relying on their advantage in the paint and fast break opportunities, they went on a 10-4 run to take the lead. The timeout whistle blew. "Chin, you're in." Coach Lovelace tossed the tactical board aside. "Paul and Darren are both on the court, so you'll play shooting guard." Paul brings it up, Darren orchestrates the second unit, and you finish plays. Chinfeng rose from the bench, removed his warm-up jacket, and loosened his wrists. When he returned to the court, the sophomore team had also brought back their starting lineup. The freshman team inbound the ball, and Paul dribbled across half-court, while Darren spaced out on the weak side. Paul executed a crossover past Harris and drove into the paint, drawing Howard's help defense before flicking his wrist to kick it out to Chinfeng on the perimeter. Chinfeng caught the ball as Ben Gordon closed out aggressively. He pump-faked, forcing Gordon to leave his feet, then drove past him with a step and hit a floater near the free-throw line. "That's smart basketball," Kenny Smith commented from the broadcast desk. Chinfeng had been moving without the ball, and this time he went to the basket. Ben Gordon bit on the pump fake. Barkley nodded. He was cutting and screening all game, then suddenly he decides to ISO. The sophomores weren't expecting that, but the sophomore team wasn't going to fold. Howard grabbed consecutive offensive rebounds in the paint and converted the putbacks. Iguodala caught a Harris alley-oop pass in transition and threw it down for an and-one against Darren. The free throw fell, extending the lead to 5. Paul pushed the ball upcourt, and Chinfeng came to the top of the key. Ben Gordon played tighter defense this time, so Chinfeng backed him down and muscled his way in 2 hard steps. Gordon's upper body strength was solid, but his lower body couldn't hold position, and he got pushed backward repeatedly. Chinfeng turned and hit a fadeaway jumper to cut the deficit to 3. When did Chinfeng develop those post moves? Barkley checked the stat sheet in confusion. He wasn't playing this many post-ups all season. "Maybe this was the surprise he's been saving for the All-Star game," Smith replied with a smile. "Young players always want to show off something new on national television." "Wow," McGrady said from the sideline. "Yao, your young bro is special. He can elevate his teammates and score at will." Yao Ming couldn't hide his smile. "This kid keeps surprising me." Kobe, overhearing McGrady call Chinfeng Yao's brother, rolled his eyes. "Hey, I'm the one who's actually teammates with Chun. If anyone should be calling him my bro, it's me." The freshman kept chipping away at the deficit, which forced the sophomores to take things seriously. Harris ran a pick and roll with Howard, who faced Bogut, and hit a turnaround hook for an and one. The Beast didn't miss the free throw, pushing the gap back to 6. Over the next several possessions, the teams traded baskets, and the margin swung between 4 and 6 points. Chinfeng remained efficient on offense, but the sophomore team's overall talent level was simply superior. Howard's dominance in the paint, Iguodala's transition game, and Ben Gordon's three-point shooting kept the sophomore offense rolling. No matter what the freshmen tried, they couldn't get close enough. Paul and Darren ran their pick-and-roll game to keep the pressure on. They refused to lose to the sophomores. Despite the sophomores' surge, the freshmen stayed in it. The first half ended with the sophomores leading 64-61, a 3-point margin. Chen Feng had 19 points and 2 assists while Paul contributed 7 points and 5 assists. Right after the second half tipped off, Gordon isolated and drove hard at Chen Feng, lowering his center of gravity. Chen Feng anticipated the move, stripped the ball cleanly, and recovered possession. He took off down court with speed the defenders couldn't match. Chen Feng leaped into the air, extended his body, and slammed it home. With an 85% vertical leap, he made the dunk look effortless. After landing, he tapped his chest. The score was 64-63. The freshman team still trailed by 1. The crowd on the sideline erupted. Wow, Chen is playing like Kobe today. Carmelo chuckled. Dwayne Chen is your height. What do you think? Could he play shooting guard? No way. Wade shot back immediately. If he's the shooting guard who's passing to Kobe. Ha ha ha, you're right. Carmelo burst out laughing, and the two of them laughed together on the sideline. Kobe internally fumed at the implication that he couldn't pass, his expression darkening further. On the sophomore possession, Ben Gordon's mid-range jumper was altered by Chen Feng and missed. Bogut secured the rebound and outlet it to Darren. Darren pushed the ball up court while Chen Feng cut to the right 45-degree angle and found space. By the time he caught it, his balance was already set. Ben Gordon closed out, but arrived a half-second late. Chen Feng rose for the shot. The ball left his fingertips with a clean swish through the net. 64-65, the freshman had taken the lead. But the sophomore team responded quickly. Howard continued to dominate Bogut in the paint and scored an easy layup off the backboard. Chen Feng received the ball at the top of the key against Ben Gordon's defense, backed him down, and muscled in one step. He held the ball, reading the defense. Villanueva was cutting to the right corner. Darren had set up on the left 45-degree spot, and Paul was spacing at the top. He faked a pass, forcing Gordon to shift his weight a half-second late. Chen Feng elevated and released a three-pointer. Swish. 3 points. That's smart basketball from Chen Feng, Barkley noted. He was reading the defense the entire time, waiting for the weakest spot before releasing the shot. The teams traded baskets, and the score moved back and forth. In the final minutes, Chen Feng began missing shots, but Bogut managed to grab the offensive boards. Paul caught the ball and hit a mid-range jumper. On the other end, Howard posted up, but was double-teamed, and kicked it out to Ben Gordon, whose three-pointer was contested by Chen Feng on the switch and rimmed out. Bogut secured the defensive rebound and opted to give it to Chen Feng, who took off down court. The sophomore team's transition defense was equally fast. In those closing moments, every young player wanted to win. Chen Feng and Paul were facing a 2-on-3 situation, which wasn't ideal. But Chen Feng, who had already missed 3 straight shots, went for a difficult attempt anyway. He didn't consider passing or driving. As soon as he crossed the logo, he elevated for a three-pointer. This rookie's losing his head, Kobe muttered from the sideline, watching Chen Feng attempt a logo 3 when there was still time on the clock. But the ball traced a flat, precise arc straight through the hoop. Swish. The freshman team took an 118-116 lead. Kobe's mouth formed a perfect O shape. Chen Feng had poured in a game-high 37 points, breaking small forward Amare Stoudemire's 2004 rookie game record of 36 points. The arena's Jumbotron flashed Chen Feng's record-breaking performance, and the crowd erupted. With 1 minute remaining, the sophomore team refused to quit. Harris ran a pick-and-roll with Howard, and the Beast finished the alley-oop for 2. The game was tied at 118. On the freshman possession, Paul didn't bring the ball. Instead, he looked to Chen Feng. Chen pushed it up court, while Paul and Darren cleared out to the wings. The sophomore defense collapsed, with Gordon and Harris both closing out simultaneously to cut off the driving lane. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. He rose from the top of the key and launched a three-pointer. The ball rotated through the air on a slightly higher arc than usual before sinking cleanly through the net. 121-118. The freshman team led again. A collective gasp filled the arena. Chen Feng had hit the clutch 3, his release fluid and clean, and the camera zoomed in for a close-up. Female fans in the stands cheered enthusiastically. Yao and McGrady discussed Chen Feng's performance. How many threes has Chen hit now? He's got 40 in the rookie game. This scoring ability. Incredible. McGrady turned to Yao. But when he's with Kobe, he plays more as a facilitator, which hides his offensive talent. Yao nodded. Chen Feng should come to Houston. Both completely ignored the deadly glare Kobe was giving them. Time remaining 22 seconds. The second-year team called a timeout to set up their final tactics. This may be a rookie challenge match, but no one would easily give up. Anthony shouted from the sidelines, "Chen, we will get you the MVP." After the timeout, Harris from the second year brought the ball across half court. Paul moved to meet him, closely guarding Harris. Harris dribbled twice and was just about to make his move when Paul suddenly lunged forward, his right hand making a precise poke at the ball. The moment the ball came loose, Chen Feng was already in motion, darting toward the opposite half court like a shadow. Paul did not stop after retrieving the ball, but threw it directly forward. It crossed the half-court line and landed precisely on Chen Feng's running path. When Chen Feng caught it, there was no one in front of him. He did not hesitate, nor did he go for the easy 2 points. From beyond the three-point line, he rose and shot. Chen did not choose to drive into the paint for an easy 2 points. Barkley shouted from the TNT commentary desk. A running three-pointer. A clean and decisive 3, with Chen showing not a hint of hesitation. The moment the ball left his hand, the entire arena fell silent for half a second. Swish. The ball went in. Nothing but net. Insane. This three is absolutely nuts. Chen Feng is on fire tonight. Smith shook his head from the commentary desk. He has already scored 43 points tonight. 43 points. Far surpassing the rookie game scoring record held by Stoudemire. As Chen Feng landed his right hand still holding the follow-through position, the crowd erupted with deafening cheers. 124 to 118, the first year leading by 6 points. This possession had only taken 9 seconds. 13 seconds remained with a 6-point gap. The second year began to despair. Harris brought the ball up court and passed to Gordon. Facing Chen Feng's defense, Gordon took a rushed 3-point shot. Clang. The ball hit the back rim and bounced high. Howard soared above the crowd, grabbed the ball with both hands, and slammed it into the basket. Boom. The ball went in. 124 to 120. Only 5 seconds remained. The second year did not give up and immediately began full court pressure. But the first year had 3 ball handlers. Paul received the ball and, facing a double team from Harris and Gordon, executed a behind-the-back dribble to create angle passing to Chen Feng. Iguodala closed in on Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not hold the ball and passed to Darren, who was open against Iguodala. Darren caught the ball as Gordon lunged forward. The ball returned to Paul. 3 players, 3 passes, and the second year's pressure was swept away as though it were nothing. The final buzzer sounded. The first year defeated the second year 124 to 120. Wow. Wow. The entire arena erupted in a thunderous roar. Fans in the stands cheered wildly, applause and shouts blending into one. Chen Feng's divine performance was unparalleled in the history of the rookie game. 3 players passing their way through a 5-man press in the final moments. Could anyone believe this scene? Holy crap. Kenny Smith stood up from the commentary desk. These 3 passing around like they are playing street ball. Barkley laughed and slapped his thigh. Paul, Chen, Darren, 3-point guards. The second year could not even touch the ball. They were running circles around them. Kwame Brown and Bynum had both lost their voices from shouting. Brother Feng, amazing. 43 points. You were something special. Bynum took off his jersey and waved it in the air, nearly knocking the popcorn out of a young fan behind him. Meanwhile, James watched Chen Feng on the court with a complicated expression. Dwayne James turned to Wade. When did you get so close to Chen? The media keeps calling the 4 of you Banana Boat Brothers. I have not forgotten about you guys rowing in Houston behind my back. Wade and Anthony exchanged a glance. Anthony spoke first. The idea was his. I only found out what was really going on after I joined. Wade chuckled beside him. Chen Feng said he wanted to take a historic photo, and since I had nothing else going on, I went along. James looked at Anthony, and then at Wade, his expression shifting. Are we not the brothers? I have not even gotten on the boat, and you are already calling him brother. Banana Boat Brothers. Don't you think that title is a bit problematic? Wade asked, what title? Banana Boat Brothers. James repeated. It sounds like a group, and I am not in it. Wade patted his shoulder with sympathetic tones. Bro, no offense, but with your build you would capsize the boat just getting on. Safety first, you understand. Anthony added. And that receding hairline of yours. The sea wind on the boat would blow your hat clean off. You would not fit in with our idol group. James, he felt his pride crumbling into pieces. After looking at both of them for a long moment, he finally shrugged. Fine. Next time include me, or I will buy my own boat and follow along. At the TNT commentary desk, Barkley was still breaking it down. 43 points. Chen Feng did one thing from start to finish today, score. He is not a point guard, not a playmaker. Today he was a pure scorer. He turned the game into his stage, and he won. Smith glanced down at the stats sheet in his hand, awe in his voice. The way he played today, he is more like a shooter, a top-tier marksman who can create his own offense. Once his off-ball movement evolves, he will become the most terrifying perimeter scoring machine in the entire league. In the CCTV studio, Sun Jingping and Zhang Weiping were also commentating on the rookie game. Sun Jingping's face was flushed with excitement. Chen Feng 43 points and breaking the record. This is a glorious moment for a Chinese guard on the highest stage of world basketball. Coach Zhang nodded repeatedly, filled with emotion. This kid Chen really makes us proud. Look at his passing, his positioning, his 3-pointers, his court vision. Simply born to play basketball. Sun Jingping suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Coach Zhang, you played professional basketball before. What do you think Chen Feng's gaps are compared to those top NBA point guards? Coach Zhang paused for a moment. There are still some gaps. What gaps? He is more creative than all of them. He is an artist on the basketball court. Sun Jingping almost laughed out loud and quickly covered it with a cough. Ahem, Coach Zhang is right. So what kind of player do you think Chen Feng can become in the future? Zhang Weiping thought for a moment. I think his floor is Stockton and his ceiling is something beyond comparison. Uffed. Sun Jingping nearly spat out his drink. In the arena executive box, David Stern listened to his assistant's report. The latest ratings have been compiled. This year's rookie game ratings have doubled compared to last year, already exceeding the average ratings of the All-Star game over the past 5 years. As his words fell, all the league executives in the box looked stunned. A rookie exhibition game had actually surpassed the ratings of the All-Star game. Stern nodded. I expected this. Chen Feng's performance was indeed outstanding, but I think what is more crucial is his story. The undrafted player, the Chinese athlete, the rookie voting leader, the record breaker. Every label attracts attention. Chen, Stern muttered to himself. What a treasure. Chen Feng scored 43 points with 3 assists without a shadow of a doubt. The arena lights converged as he accepted the MVP trophy from David Stern. Congratulations, young man, Stern said with a warm smile. I have believed in you from the very beginning. There is something special about you. You will become a superstar admired by countless fans. Thank you, Commissioner, Chen Feng replied, equally moved. Though it was not a grand award, it was the first trophy he had ever received in his NBA career. A man never forgets his first time, and Chen Feng felt as though he were dreaming. Stern stepped forward slightly. Chen, I have something to say to you. Your skill, your presence, and your connection with fans are all highly valued assets for the league. But I also hope you pay attention to your image on the court. He lowered his voice, his tone growing more serious. Try to avoid those particular gestures. Things like spreading your fingers or positioning your body behind yourself, for example. Chen Feng paused for a moment, then immediately understood and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Commissioner. I promise. Those were merely accidents, and they will not happen again. Very good. Stern straightened up, his voice returning to its formal tone. Chen, tonight belongs to you. Do you have anything you would like to say to everyone? Chen Feng took the microphone and glanced around the arena. Such occasions were nothing he could not handle. As a child of the great motherland, he had heard countless leadership speeches and acceptance remarks throughout his upbringing. He could easily produce one now. Chen Feng cleared his throat. Thank you to the NBA, thank you to the Lakers, and thank you, Mr. Stern. Thank you to every fan who voted for me. You are the reason I stand on this stage tonight. Thank you to my rookie teammates, Paul, Darren, Bogut, Villanueva, and every brother on the bench. Without your passes and your defense, we would not have won this victory, and I certainly would not have scored 43 points. Thank you to the second-year players, Harris, Gordon, Iguodala, and Howard. You are the most professional supporting cast I have ever had the honor of playing alongside. Finally, thank you to my family, my coaches, and all my brothers by my side. You know exactly who I mean. As he mentioned his brothers by his side, his gaze swept across the seating area. Anthony, Wade, Yao Ming, and McGrady were all smiling, while Okafor and Bynum were visibly excited, bouncing in their seats. Only Kobe maintained his usual composed expression, though his cheeks were slightly flushed. Rookie of the Year MVP is just the beginning. The All-Star weekend is not over yet. We will see each other tomorrow. No sooner had the award ceremony concluded than Chen Feng stepped off the stage and was immediately surrounded. Wade was the first to rush over, wrapping an arm around Chen Feng's shoulder. Brother, we have to celebrate tonight. Nightclub, my treat. Anthony followed closely behind. Chen, you can use my VIP card anytime. Everything tonight is on me, Carmelo Anthony. Paul also broke into a smile. I am going too. I may not usually go to clubs, but tonight is special. James pushed through the crowd with an exaggeratedly hurt expression. What about me? Have you all forgotten me? I am going too. Wade patted his shoulder. Brother, you are too tall and broad. You will not even fit through the door. James muttered under his breath. In that moment, he suddenly felt that the title of the league's top player was not worth as much as a ticket to join his brothers. Just as his banana boat crew surrounded Chen Feng, another group approached from the other direction. McGrady and Yao Ming walked over with warm smiles. Chen, congratulations. Yao Ming looked down at Chen Feng and patted the back of his head. MVP. That was incredible. Shall we grab hot pot tonight? I know a place in Houston that is absolutely authentic. McGrady nodded eagerly beside him. Yes. Hot pot. We must have something spicy tonight. My treat. Before the words had barely left his mouth, Kobe's figure emerged from the side of the crowd. He pushed through the gap between Anthony and Wade and walked directly up to Chen Feng, then cast a glance toward Yao Ming and McGrady. Chen, come with me for a moment. Chen Feng had not even had time to react before Kobe reached out, grabbed his wrist, and began leading him away. What is it, old K? Let me practice a few moves with you. Now? I just played 40 minutes of game time. I have thought of 2 new moves. You defend me, and I will definitely dominate you. Chen Feng stood speechless. Dwayne Wade stood speechless. Carmelo Anthony stood speechless. Chris Paul stood speechless. Anthony chimed in from the side. Wait, Kobe, the guy just won the trophy, and you want to drag him to practice? Kobe did not even turn his head. His shooting touch is on fire tonight. Strike while the iron is hot. Wade asked, do the Lakers normally train this intensely? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Yes, you can dominate me. You dominate me every single day. Kobe ignored his sarcasm and kept pulling Chen Feng along. Anthony called out behind them, Kobe, Chen belongs to the banana boat crew tonight. What gives you the right to steal him? Kobe did not answer, but his actions spoke clearly. He led Chen Feng out of the crowd while Bynum and Okafor silently fell into step behind him, the 3 of them forming a human wall that thoroughly separated Chen Feng from both the banana boat crew and the Rockets duo. Old K, Chen Feng lowered his voice. They came to congratulate me. I cannot simply leave them hanging like this. The congratulations have already been given, Kobe said. You made plans with them for the nightclub and hot pot. I heard everything. Then why are you stopping me? You are a Laker, not a member of the All-Star Social Club. As Kobe pulled him along, Chen Feng felt increasingly uneasy. Ever since arriving in Houston, this man had been acting strangely. Chun Feng suddenly thought of something and turned his head, his eyes filled with suspicion and wariness as he looked at Kobe. Old K, Moy, tell me the truth. What? You have been clinging to me ever since we got here. Is it because you suddenly realized that you like men? The air froze instantly. Kobe stood completely motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then as though struck by lightning, he bounced half a step backward. Are you out of your mind? You little rookie. You are a damn nuisance. Even if every woman in this world disappeared, I would never. Bynum and Okafor nearby were struggling to contain their laughter. Bynum bowed his head, his shoulders shaking, while Okafor turned his back, entirely unable to hold it any longer. Chun Feng was eventually escorted back to the hotel by Kobe, Kwame, and Bynum. There were no nightclubs, no hot pot, and even the Houston skyline was only glimpsed through the car window. The second day of All-Star Weekend featured the individual skills competitions. Compared to the previous day's Rising Stars game, there were significantly more NBA stars present, along with a number of legendary figures watching the festivities. Chun Feng, along with the Lakers trio of Kobe, Kwame, and Bynum, arrived at the Toyota Center. The first event was the Shooting Stars competition, which was completed in a lively and spirited atmosphere. Immediately following, the star-studded skills challenge officially commenced. The participants included Chun Feng, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Paul, and Steve Nash. All were familiar faces. Nash, the defending champion, was also the first guest for Chun Feng's Light Rain in the Southern Region task. By the way, are there any tips for the skills challenge? Chun Feng scratched his head. This is my first time participating. I don't have much experience. It's simple, Kobe said with arms crossed, assuming the air of a veteran. Minimize mistakes, complete each drill in one attempt, and use the least amount of time. Chun Feng thought to himself. That's very true, but it's like saying nothing at all. The draw for the order of appearance resulted in Paul first, Wade second, James third, Chun Feng fourth, and Nash closing the event. This was a favorable position, allowing him to watch the others perform first. Paul went first, and perhaps due to nerves or inexperience he encountered difficulties. During the passing segment, the ball bounced off the edge of the target. The dribbling around the cones was smooth, but the subsequent cross-court pass resulted in another error. His mid-range shot finally found the net smoothly, but his final time of 42.6 seconds was not ideal. The commentators generally felt his chances were slim. Following him, Wade appeared much more composed. He started with a fast break layup, executed clean movements around the cones, and completed both the baseline cross-court pass and the bounce pass on his first attempt. However, on the mid-range shot, the ball bounced off the rim, and he only made it on his second attempt. Even so, the Flash lived up to his name. Wade used his incredible foot speed to recover lost time, finishing with a time of 39.0 seconds. Chun Feng watched intently from the sidelines, memorizing the details. James began his run with a powerful dunk, showing great momentum. But when it came to the mid-range shot, he missed twice in a row. His final time was 40.5 seconds, 1.5 seconds slower than Wade, but faster than Paul. Paul had already lost any chance of advancing. Finally, it was Chun Feng's turn. He had spent nearly 10 minutes on the sidelines mentally noting the mistakes made by the previous three players. He had secretly learned from them. He started the competition with a quick layup, the ball obediently dropping into the basket. The subsequent cone dribbling and two types of passes were executed with fluid grace, as if his body and the ball were one. When the pass entered the target, the commentators exclaimed, "Chen's ball handling is truly amazing. His pace may not seem fast, but it's all in one smooth motion. His passing and control talent is a gift from heaven." His final time was 37.7 seconds. Defending champion Nash took the floor last. But no one expected Nash's form to be so poor. His first pass went wide right away. At the top of the key three-pointer, it seemed as if he was cursed, missing 5 consecutive attempts. He repeatedly retrieved the ball and shot again. Even commentator Barkley couldn't bear to watch. What's wrong with Nash? Where's his touch? Is the defending champion going to finish in last place? His final time was 52 seconds, putting him in last place, nearly 8 seconds slower than Paul. The finalists were Chun Feng, 37.7 seconds, Oy and Wade, 39.0 seconds. Since Chun Feng was 1.3 seconds faster in the preliminary round, Wade went first in the finals. Fast. It was incredibly fast. The Wade who had truly found his rhythm was like a completely different person. His dribbling was like a bolt of lightning, and he completed every drill on the first attempt without any pause or hesitation. His passes were accurate, his shots crisp. Barkley watched in awe from the commentary desk. Is he even human? He's the Flash descended from the heavens. His final time was an astonishing 26.1 seconds, a full 13 seconds faster than his preliminary round. It was the second fastest time in skills challenge history, trailing only Nash's 25.8 seconds from the previous year. Wade walked over to the sideline and gave Chun Feng a nod. Your turn, buddy. It was now Chun Feng's turn. Perhaps Wade's performance had added a little pressure, but just a little. After starting, Chun Feng's pace was noticeably faster than in the preliminary round. He navigated the cones in one fluid motion, and both the cross-court pass and the bounce pass were perfect on the first attempt. On the mid-range shot, he released the ball half a beat quicker than before, and it swished through the net. He crossed the finish line at 28.0 seconds. He had improved by nearly 10 seconds from the preliminary round, but was 1.9 seconds slower than Wade. The applause filled the arena, but Chen Feng knew he had lost. As the competition ended, Wade rushed over and embraced Chen Feng, shaking him vigorously. "Brother, you're incredibly fast. You're the fastest point guard I've ever seen." Chen Feng was dizzy from the shaking. "You're the champion." Wade laughed heartily, ignoring him and continuing to shake. After Wade received his Skills Challenge trophy, the traditional grand event of All-Star Weekend, the three-point contest commenced. The lineup for this year's three-point contest was star-studded: Ray Allen, Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Terry, Quentin Richardson, Carmelo Anthony, and Chen Feng. Among them, Richardson was the defending champion. Allen was a historically great shooter, and Nowitzki was a tall player capable of hitting threes. With this lineup, no one expected Chen Feng to win. Anthony was the first to take the floor. As he approached the shooting stations, his Banana Boat brothers cheered wildly from the sidelines. Wade's arms were pumping like vibrating motors. Melo, three-point king. Paul straightened up, raised his arms high, and rotated his palms continuously. Carmelo, score 30. Chen Feng interlaced his fingers, mimicking the motion of waves. Carmelo, don't come back if you miss. The Banana Boat is leaving without you. Anthony turned back and gave them a "don't worry" gesture, and the competition began. At the first shooting station, he made only 1 out of 5 shots. The arena fell silent for half a second, and Wade covered his face. Commentator Barkley was stunned. "What's going on with Melo? He was pretty accurate during warm-ups, wasn't he?" A flicker of visible embarrassment crossed Anthony's face, but he quickly recovered. Fortunately, he gradually adjusted, hitting 3 from the right 45-degree angle and 2 from the top of the arc. His final score was 13 points. Wade and James exchanged a glance and fell silent. As he walked off the court, he shrugged at the Banana Boat brothers. "My touch wasn't there." Wade said. "Your touch? You were a refrigerator." "Who was shouting 30 points earlier?" "I didn't." "You did." "I didn't." James interjected quietly. "I told you cheering wasn't useful." Wade said. "You be quiet." Anthony ignored him and walked straight over to Chen Feng, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, it's up to you." The second competitor to take the stage was Jason Terry of the Mavericks, remarkably composed, as if fully accepting his current limits. His shot rhythm was decent, though his accuracy was merely average, ultimately finishing with 13 points, tying with Carmelo. Charles Barkley shook his head from the commentary booth. "The level of this three-point contest feels rather underwhelming. Both the first 2 competitors scored 13. Are we now competing to see who can score lower? Perhaps someone behind them will shoot even lower," Smith added dryly. Barkley replied, "You mean someone could actually finish in single digits?" "I wouldn't go that far, but this year's competition has certainly taken an unexpected turn," Smith said. Then came the German machine, Dirk Nowitzki, stepping onto the court. As the league's most iconic shooting power forward, Nowitzki's form was textbook perfect, his signature one-legged fadeaway unrivaled throughout the NBA. By all logic, he should have held a commanding advantage in this event. Yet perhaps the All-Star festivities had taken their toll, leaving his touch today only marginally sharper than his 2 predecessors. Final score 14 points. Barkley sighed. 14. The top 3 from this year's contest combined for just 40. What level is this? They call it All-Star Weekend syndrome, Smith mused thoughtfully. You enjoy the weekend too much and forget how to shoot. But what follows is Ray Allen, and he is entirely different. Gentleman Ray, one of the greatest shooters in league history, the Jordan of the three-point line. Each of his releases carried an effortless elegance, the ball flying toward the rim as if guided by instinct. Ray Allen truly is the strongest marksman of this era. Smith remarked from the commentary seat. Watch his release rhythm. Absolutely no extra motion. The ball leaves his hand and drops clean through the net. Barkley nodded. 19 points, the highest so far. Richardson only scored 21 when he claimed the title last year. Ray Allen has a strong chance to win today. The entire arena erupted in warm applause. It was Chen Feng's turn. The atmosphere in the arena instantly intensified. The Lakers trio rose from their seats, waving towels wildly. Bynum's voice rang out the loudest. Brother Feng, the greatest shooter in the league. The undisputed number 1. Kwame joined in beside him, chanting, Brother Feng is the coolest. Brother Feng is the strongest. Brother Feng's three-pointers are number 1 in the universe. The Banana Boat crew side was even livelier. Wade stood up, hands raised above his head, clapping enthusiastically. Chen, go get them. You are the peak. Chen Feng's foot nearly stumbled as he stepped onto the court. The peak. What does that even mean? The referee blew the whistle. Chen Feng began his routine. The first shot released cleanly, and cleanly dropping through the net for nothing but net. The second shot went in. On the 5th special ball, he jumped, released the ball, tracing a perfectly flat arc before dropping through the net clean. 5 for 5 at the first station. A gasp swept through the arena. Barkley sprang from his seat. At the first station, all 5 made. Is this even human? At the second station, he made 4 of 5, missing the third regular ball, but converting the special ball cleanly. At the third station, after 3 consecutive makes, he missed the 4th, but the special ball found its mark once again. On the Banana Boat crew side, Wade shouted at the top of his lungs, Chun, you are a god. You are the god of three-pointers incarnate. Anthony chimed in beside him. No, he is the god of three-pointers himself, not merely descended from above. He is divinity itself. James leaned forward urgently. Chun, I am your second biggest fan, second only to my wife. Chun Feng continued moving to the fourth station. First shot in, second shot in, third shot in, fourth shot in, fifth shot in, 5 for 5. The entire arena had gone wild. Barkley was practically dancing in his commentary seat. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is Chun Feng treating the rim like the ocean today? Every ball leaves his hand and drops clean through. Every single one nothing but net. Smith rubbed his eyes, certain he was not imagining things. 4 stations, 20 shots taken, 18 made. He missed only 2 balls. The 5th station, the final one. Chun Feng had already reached 22 points. For regular balls, all going in. The special ball bounced off the rim and rolled out. 5 for 4 on the station, scoring 4 points. Then the scoreboard flashed, 26 points. Breaking the historical record of 24 set by Mark Price in 1994. A new record was born. Bynum leapt from his seat, ripping off his jersey and waving it frantically. Kwame followed right behind, and the two embraced in celebration. Unbelievable. Barkley pounded the commentary desk, roaring, 26 points. 26. He scored 26. This is the highest score in NBA three-point contest history by far. The entire Toyota Center arena erupted in a thunderous wave of cheers. Chun Feng stood at center court, raising both hands to receive the ovation from the entire crowd. At the commentary seat, Smith could barely contain his grin. What Chun delivered today was not the performance of a shooter. It was the performance of a deity. He came here to make history. The final competitor was the defending champion Quentin Richardson. All eyes fell upon him, everyone eager to see whether the reigning three-point king could withstand the pressure. But his condition was clearly affected by Chun Feng's 26 points. Before he even began shooting, his expression had already turned pale. From the commentary booth, Barkley spoke bluntly. Richardson is in trouble today. Look at that expression. He is visibly shaken by Chun's 26. The defending champion needs some psychological support. Indeed, Richardson encountered problems right at his first station. He made only 2 of 5 shots, as if the rim had been sealed shut. Smith sighed. It is over. Richardson has no rhythm today. The three-point king from last year may not even make it to the finals. Final score, 12 points. Dead last in the field. He not only failed to defend his title, but also missed the finals altogether. Barkley shook his head. 12 points, dead last. Richardson was completely lost today, crushed mentally by Chun's 26. Three-point contest preliminary rankings. 1. Chun Feng, 26 points, record-breaking. 2. Ray Allen, 19 points. 3. Dirk Nowitzki, 14 points. 4. Carmelo Anthony, 13 points. 5. Jason Terry, 13 points. 6. Quentin Richardson, 12 points. Chun Feng, Ray Allen, and Nowitzki advanced to the finals. During the brief intermission, Chun Feng returned to the Lakers' side. Kobe looked at him, his expression complex, as though utterly unable to comprehend his mindset. Are you sure you want to proceed this way in the finals? Chun Feng nodded. Yes. I have already broken the record in the preliminaries, so winning or losing the championship means little to me. Kobe shrugged. Though he did not understand, he agreed. Chun Feng looked at the task panel on his system. Task name: wild shooting. Task description: shoot with eyes closed throughout the three-point contest finals. Reward: joy points 1,000. There were 4 additional tasks for the All-Star game proper: impressive opening, Dance King Championship, horse stance legion, and gluteal strike soaring. Wade squeezed over from beside him and threw an arm around Chun Feng. Brother, you are incredible. 26 points. The greatest in history. Thank you. My drives and speed combined with your playmaking and shooting. We have something special ahead. Wade said eagerly. Chun Feng thought to himself, bro, are you trying to get me in trouble? Can you not say that out loud? The three-point contest continued, and the first competitor in the final round was the German tank, Dirk Nowitzki. As the core of the Mavericks and the symbol of Dallas, he had only scored 14 points in the preliminary round. Nowitzki grew increasingly confident in the final, making 8 of his first 10 shots. Dirk's touch is scorching hot in the final. Kenny Smith exclaimed from the TNT commentary desk. He only had 14 points in the preliminaries, but in the final he's on pace to hit 20. Dirk finished his final rack with 18 points. 18 points in the final. In previous years that score would have been enough to win the championship. But today, with Ray Allen's 19 points in the preliminaries and especially Chun Feng's record-breaking 26 points, 18 points is simply not enough. Smith leaned back in his seat, spreading his hands as he spoke. Barkley nodded. To be blunt, Dirk's 18 points might have been competitive in other years, but today he can only be the backdrop. Unless Ray Allen and Chun Feng both choke at the same time. Smith, that probability is lower than you kissing a donkey's rear. Barkley shut up. The second to take the stage was Ray Allen. The gentleman and icon from beyond the arc, one of the NBA's all-time leaders in three-pointers made. He had 19 points in the preliminaries. First rack 4 of 5. Second rack 3 of 5. Third rack 2 of 5, missing the money ball. Kenny Smith frowned. He started so steady, but then his shots started drifting. Fourth rack 3 of 5. Final rack 0 of 5. The big screen showed 15 points. The whole arena gasped. Ray Allen only got 15. That's unbelievable. Did he come out after drinking some bad liquor? Chen Feng was the last to take the stage. The entire audience rose to their feet in unison. Chen Feng, Chen Feng, Chen Feng, Feng God, Feng God, forever supreme. The wave of cheers grew louder and louder. Then in the next moment the entire arena fell silent for a beat. Just as Chen Feng walked to the first shooting spot on the right baseline, Kobe Bryant followed him, holding a black blindfold in his hand and offering it to him. What's happening? A blindfold. Is Chen Feng going to shoot three-pointers with a blindfold? He's going to shoot blind? Has he lost his mind? This is the three-point contest, not a show. Doesn't he want the championship? At the commentary desk, Kenny Smith stood up abruptly. Charles, did you see that? Kobe handed Chen Feng a blindfold. Barkley was also stunned. I saw it. I'm wondering if he's really going to shoot with it on. I think so. Oh my. Is this kid crazy? Dwayne Wade's cheeks puffed up instantly, shooting with a blindfold in the three-point contest. Chris Paul laughed breathlessly. Does he think 26 points is too easy? Carmelo Anthony shook his head. No, he thinks the championship is too boring. LeBron James looked at the man who had just passed him in disbelief. In Naruto, he would be on Kakashi's team. After handing the blindfold to Chen Feng, Kobe did not return to the audience. He stood 2 steps behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded to the referee, who glanced at him to confirm he wasn't joking, then blew the whistle. Chen Feng put on the blindfold and the world turned to darkness. First shot, swoosh. An airball. Second shot, clang. A miss. Third shot, clang. Another miss. Fourth shot, swish. Clean net. Fifth shot, clang. Another miss. First rack, 1 of 5, only 1 point. Kobe stood 2 steps behind him, and after each rack, he stepped forward, guiding Chen Feng's elbow to quickly move to the next shooting spot, almost without pause. Though blindfolded, Chen Feng shot with great focus, but luck was clearly not on his side. The system panel had shown the iron oxide trigger prompt several times, but the proportion of airballs was too high. Many shots missed the rim by half a meter, unable to trigger the guaranteed make effect. All 5 racks were finished. The arena fell silent for 2 seconds, then the big screen displayed a number, 5 points. At the commentary desk, Barkley held his head in his hands, unsure if he was shocked or holding back laughter. 5 points. He broke the record with 26 points in the preliminaries and got 5 points in the final. What kind of gap is that? Smith took over. If I remember correctly, the lowest score in the three-point contest by the basketball god Michael Jordan was 5 points. Chen Feng has tied Jordan's record in a very unique way tonight. He holds both the highest and lowest scores. Barkley shook his head. It will be hard for anyone to break both records in the future. Final results: Dirk Nowitzki, 18 points; Ray Allen, 15 points; Chen Feng, 5 points. Nowitzki, who placed third in the preliminaries, came from behind to win the championship. No one cared about Nowitzki receiving the trophy. Although he won, the reporters almost immediately turned to surround Chen Feng, who had only scored 5 points. Chen Feng, 5 points. You've tied Michael Jordan for the lowest score in the three-point contest. What do you have to say? A reporter asked. Chen Feng thought for a moment. I can get 5 points by shooting blindly with my eyes closed. I wonder how Michael managed to get 5 points with his eyes open. The reporter's eyes lit up. Chen, are you saying Michael's shooting was worse than blind shots? I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. You hold both the highest and lowest score records. Do you think anyone can break them in the future? Another reporter asked. The highest score will definitely be broken someday. As for the lowest, Chen Feng paused. I think it will take another comeback from Michael Jordan. I've done all I can. The reporters sent the interview back to their headquarters immediately with headlines already in mind: blindfolded shooting. Lakers rookie stunts in three-point contest. Nowitzki wins title by default. Chen Feng says only Michael Jordan's return can break the lowest score record. Not winning the three-point contest didn't dampen Chen Feng's spirits. He sat courtside chatting with Kobe about Kobe's 1997 slam dunk contest victory, which fans called the weakest contest ever, and asked what Kobe thought about that. Kobe couldn't stand the young man's sharp tongue and almost went elsewhere for fresh air. After the three-point contest, the highly anticipated slam dunk contest finally began. The 4 invited participants were last year's champion Josh Smith, Hakeem Warwick, Andre Iguodala, and the 175-meter little potato Nate Robinson. Tonight's judges were all Rockets legends: Rudy Tomjanovich, the 2-time championship coach, Clyde the Glide Drexler, Moses Malone, and Elvin Hayes, and Kenny Smith, who had just come down from the commentary desk. Chen Feng's gaze paused on the judges' panel for 2 seconds. How did Kenny come down here? Wasn't he commentating just now? Kobe had just returned from the restroom, his brow still furrowed. He takes on both jobs. What about the salary? 2 jobs, 2 paychecks. He can do that. He's Kenny Smith. He can do whatever he wants. First dunk of the night, Memphis's Warwick jumped over a teammate for a powerful slam. The move was solid but lacked flair, earning 44 points. After the first round, the highest score belonged to Nate Robinson, who stood only 175 centimeters tall. He dribbled, bounced the ball off the floor, leaped, spun 180 degrees in the air, and slammed the ball through the hoop with both hands. A 175-meter player executing such a move created a visual impact like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The crowd erupted with shouts of, "Oh my God!" He received 49 points. In the second round, Iguodala delivered a masterpiece. He tossed the ball, jumped, switched hands behind his back in midair, and slammed the ball forcefully into the hoop. The whole sequence was fluid and seamless. Chun Fong watched the replay with his mouth wide open. How did he switch hands? The ball didn't even drop during the transfer. Kobe nodded briefly. That kind of dunk is hard to replicate. On the judges' panel, 5 scorecards went up simultaneously, 10 points each. Perfect 50. 50 points. Iguodala gets a perfect score. Kenny Smith shouted from below, then remembered he was sitting on the judges' panel and quickly put down his microphone. After 2 rounds, Iguodala had 95 points, Robinson 93, Warwick 86, and Josh Smith 81 were eliminated, leaving the final between Iguodala and Robinson. This was also widely regarded as the most controversial slam dunk contest in NBA history. In the final round of the slam dunk contest, Robinson unleashed his ultimate move. He brought out the 1986 dunk contest champion, another spud, Webb. Webb stood half a head shorter than him, looking like a middle school student who had wandered onto the wrong court. Robinson stepped back beyond the three-point line, took his run-up, leaped, and soared over Webb's head, slamming the ball into the hoop. A blend of nostalgia and technique, a flawless performance. 5 perfect 10s lit up the judges' panel. Yet what truly electrified the crowd was not the dunk itself. It was the sight of a 175-meter man flying over a 1.7-meter predecessor and driving the ball through the net. This image itself was a powerful statement against the notion that dunking is a game for giants. The ordinary spectators watching Robinson thought, if he can dunk, maybe with enough effort, I could fly too. Then came Iguodala, who executed a between-the-legs reverse jam. The movement was fluid with maximum extension. In terms of pure aesthetics, it was clearly superior to Robinson's dunk. But Iguodala's dunk had no Webb, no nostalgia, no miracle of the common man. It was more like a freak of nature displaying his talent. The judges raised their scores 3 10s, 2 9s, for a total of 48. This set the tone for the entire evening. Robinson, at 175 meters, an ordinary height, had reached the finals of the dunk contest. The audience naturally identified with him because he embodied the fantasy. If I try a little harder, I could do it too. The 5 Rockets legends on the judging panel understood this clearly. Giving Robinson high scores was giving the fans a perfect story of the little guy's triumph. As for Iguodala's more technically polished and cleaner execution, in the face of the nostalgia filter, that didn't matter. In the tiebreaker round, Robinson took over a dozen attempts to complete his dunk, yet still scored 47. Iguodala's clean, crisp dunk earned 46. After the contest, no one remembered the scores, but everyone remembered who the true champion was that night, the one wearing the Knicks' No. 4 jersey. Chun Fong sat courtside watching Iguodala's figure disappear into the tunnel. He nudged Kobe beside him with his elbow. "Old Kobe, if I participate in the dunk contest next year, and all the judges are on my side, how many points do you think I'd get?" Kobe rubbed his chin with his fingertips. 40 at most. Chun Fong raised an eyebrow slightly. "Who would dare not give me a 10? Kobe leaned in his body, tilting closer, and lowered his voice. "Next year I'll apply to be a judge for the dunk contest. Then you'll get at most 40 points. Chun Fong froze for a moment, recalling that Kobe indeed was a judge for the next year's dunk contest. The second day's events of the All-Star weekend came to a close. Anthony continued to invite everyone to party, but Chun Fong didn't go because of Kobe. Instead, Chun Fong pulled Kobe along and found the Western Conference starters, leading them to his room. He still had a mission. Stunning entrance, bring a little shock to the All-Star audience. The more impressive the entrance, the more joy points you earn. 1,000 to 300. When it came to stunning All-Star entrances, the one that left the deepest impression on Chun Fong was definitely Shaq with the Jabberwockies in 2009. Since he hadn't used it yet, he'd take it first. He decided to borrow Shaq's masked dance crew idea, because borrowed ideas are always the sweetest. He had already prepared white masks, white gloves, and even a white pair of briefs for each person. The 5 of them would wear white masks and white gloves, rising on a platform, striking robot dance poses. Finally, they would surround Chun Fong in the center, bend down simultaneously, pull out a white brief from underneath, and raise it high above their heads, waving it. As if waving a championship banner. Tisk tisk tsk. That image would surely earn 3,000 joy points. The only concern was whether the 5 large and extra large white briefs bought online were truly brand new and unused. He also had to ensure that Kobe, Duncan, and the others wouldn't turn around and run away mid-performance. So far, Chun Fong had only told them about wearing masks and gloves and doing robot dance moves. If they found out about the white briefs, they would probably just walk out. Headache. A real headache. Why couldn't they just cooperate with him on his mission? Pulling out a brief and waving it in the air. How hard was that? Chun Fong decided to break them one by one, starting with the easiest, Yao Ming. He called Yao Ming into the bedroom alone. "Yao, there's a world championship in August this year, right?" "Yes," Yao Ming nodded. "Countless people in China are looking forward to seeing our teamwork. Especially you, they have high expectations. Cough. Yao, you know that in basketball having a clear mind is most important, right? Yao Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, but brother, right now my mind isn't clear. Chen Feng sighed. I can only use about 30 to 50% of my strength. If I go to the world championship like this, I'm afraid I'll mess up big time. Yao Ming frowned. What's bothering you? Does basketball have anything to do with this? Of course it's deeply connected. Chen Feng said seriously. I've always felt our robot dance was not perfect. Just last night I finally figured out what was missing, and I have a solution. Yao Ming became interested. What solution? It's that the ending after the dance lacked something. Chen Feng continued. I think we should add one more step. Everyone gathers around me in a circle, then bends down, pulls out briefs, and waves them. Yao Ming was stunned. What did you say? He confirmed he hadn't misheard. Pull out and wave, Chen Feng repeated. White briefs, wave them. Like waving a championship banner. There was a long silence. Yao, Chen Feng called tentatively. Yao Ming turned and walked away. Hey, Yao, don't go. Chen Feng grabbed his sleeve. Let me finish. There's nothing to say. Yao Ming's voice carried clear annoyance. I'm not doing it. Yao, if you refuse. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. My mind won't be clear, and I won't be able to give my full strength at the World Championship. Don't blame me. Yao Ming stared at Chen Feng for 10 seconds. Wave briefs. Yes. At the beginning of the All-Star game. Yes. Yao Ming took a deep breath. He took another deep breath. And another. Are you sure your mind won't be unclear at the World Championship? As long as Yao follows my instructions, I guarantee I'll perform at 120%. The extra 20% is the bonus of our friendship. Chen Feng patted his chest. Yao Ming closed his eyes. He felt his basketball career was heading into an unpredictable abyss. Fine. Yao Ming's voice seemed to be squeezed out between his teeth. I agree. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Here, take this. It's brand new. Yao Ming nodded, took the extra-large white brief, and turned to leave. At the door he stopped. Chen Feng. What's up, Yao? Yao Ming turned back, his expression complicated. This brief has a zipper. Yes. Chen Feng quickly said. I specifically bought the zipper type to make it easy to pull out tomorrow. Yao Ming looked at the white strip in his hand, thought of the national team, the World Championship, and the 2008 Beijing Olympics. He held back. Next, Kobe. What last step? Chen Feng coughed. It's just a new addition to the dance, a small extra move. What did you say? Waving briefs. You think I'll agree, yeah? Chen Feng went straight for the throat. If you don't, I'll request a trade to Miami. I'll team up with Shaq and beat you. I'll join forces with Wade, destroy you, and take your title as the best shooting guard in the league. Are you just relying on being a scoundrel to get by? Kobe felt his temples throbbing. If he had a weapon, he'd be tempted to fire. Fine. I agree. Kobe clenched his back teeth. But if you dare go to Miami, I'll personally destroy you. Miami? What Miami? Only a bastard would go to Miami. Chen Feng, with a brotherly air, pulled out a large brief. Here, old Kobe, this is tomorrow's prop. Remember to wear it underneath. Kobe snorted coldly, took the brief, and turned away. Second one done. Tracy, countless Rockets fans have come to the arena hoping to see you win the All-Star MVP. You wouldn't disappoint the fans who love and support you, would you? I only have one question, is this brief new? Of course it's new. I bought it from a big brand. How much did it cost? $9.95 for 5, with free shipping. With only Tim Duncan left among the Western starters, Chen Feng said casually, Tim, you wouldn't want to be the odd one out, would you? And it was settled. The next day, the All-Star game was about to begin. Over 200 countries and regions around the world were watching this game, a grand celebration for basketball fans everywhere. After warm-ups, time swiftly moved to 6 p.m., with only about an hour left before the All-Star game began. Of course, the league would not let the fans feel bored during that hour. Before the game, the venue would feature a variety of rap music, dance, and other performances. After all, the All-Star game was a grand spectacle. This was also why many people who were not even basketball fans were willing to come watch an All-Star game. They could treat it like a concert or show, knowing they would enjoy the evening. As the various performances unfolded, one after another, time quickly reached 7 p.m. And the Eastern and Western All-Star players were finally ready to begin their entrance. Detroit Pistons head coach Flip Saunders led the coaching staff as they crossed the court first. Then the Eastern reserves stood in 2 rows on the step platform as the on-site DJ announced, each name: Carter, Bosh, Pierce, Billups, Hamilton, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace. The players waved to the crowd, and the fans responded with cheers. The stage slowly rose, revealing the Eastern starting 5: James, Jermaine, O'Neal, Shaquille O'Neal, Wade, and Iverson. They moved to the rap beat, with O'Neal swaying his large frame with great enthusiasm, even mimicking Michael Jackson's hand-over-heart pose. His exaggerated and comical movements drew laughter from the entire audience. For the West, the head coach was Avery Johnson of the Mavericks. The reserves, Nowitzki, Garnett, Pau Gasol, Marion, Nash, Ray Allen, Brand, stood in rows on the stepped platform waiting for the starters to appear. The lights in the Toyota Center suddenly dimmed, leaving only a few spotlights on the central stage. Under the beams, the stage slowly rose, revealing 5 figures standing side by side, followed by an energetic burst of music. All wore white masks and white gloves. The five, varying in height, moved out of sync, their robotic limb movements lacking any regularity. They resembled not newly activated robots, but a group of zombies released from a cage. Yet no one cared, neither the fans nor the commentators. Houston was the home of the Rockets, and both McGrady and Yao Ming were Western starters. The audience rose to their feet, cheering and exclaiming. Fans in the front rows waved their jerseys while those in the back leaned forward, murmuring in amazement. Is this the All-Star opening? What is this, a sci-fi movie? My goodness, it looks like a zombie invasion. This is absolutely incredible. The commentary booth erupted. The TNT commentators pounded the desk in astonishment. Even other All-Star players and coaching staff from both sides stared wide-eyed at the stage, muttering to themselves, completely unprepared for such a spectacular opening. Look, is that Duncan on the far left? His robot dance looks like he's fixing a car. Never mind the car. Look at the one in the middle. He moves like a real Terminator. That figure, Chen Feng. It's definitely Chen Feng. His energy shines through even the mask. The camera rapidly scanned across the masks. Each mechanical pause and each unsynchronized move hit a different beat. The five seemed to be dancing five different dances. Out of sync, uncoordinated, yet the visual impact was overwhelming. An incredible sense of wonder swept through the Toyota Center, waves of cheers rising and falling, impossible to suppress. Finally, the five gathered in a circle, surrounding the shortest among them. Wait. Smith's voice changed. What are they going to do? That pose doesn't look right. The audience was still immersed in the dance's shock when in the next moment the five simultaneously bent down and reached toward their own crotches. Before anyone could react, they pulled out white briefs from beneath their shorts. Oh my, what is that? Smith stood up abruptly. What the heck? Barkley also jumped from his seat. What are they doing? The five briefs were raised high above their heads, waving under the spotlight. They kept waving while moving their bodies. The scene, the image, it was simply one word: dazzling. What am I seeing? Are those briefs? Is this really the All-Star opening? Are you sure it's not an adult show? Best opening ever. No contest. Barkley covered his eyes with both hands. I'm blind. I'm blind. I just saw the Western All-Star starters waving white briefs in front of the entire world. My eyes are ruined. On the other side, the Eastern All-Star team was in complete chaos. Shaquille O'Neal lay on the floor laughing, unable to get up for a long time. He slapped the floor. Ha ha ha, I want to wear a mask next year too. I want to wear a mask next year. Wade doubled over with laughter, patted James on the shoulder, unable to speak clearly. LeBron, did you see that? James covered his face with a complex expression. I saw it. I'm thinking about whether to wear a mask and join them next year, but I don't want to pull out briefs. Anthony shouted toward Chen Feng. Chun, you're a genius. The on-site DJ went wild. What an opening. Barkley, I apologize to the entire league. I once thought this year's All-Star opening was just a regular player entrance. Now I declare this the greatest, most absurd, and most unrepeatable opening in NBA history. The dance ended. Chen Feng took off his mask and prepared to throw it into the stands. He turned around and saw the other four standing still, none of them removing their masks. Take them off. Chen Feng raised his own mask. We agreed. Then he flung it toward the stands. Kobe didn't move. McGrady didn't move. Yao Ming didn't move. Duncan, the big fundamental, was not playing along. Chen Feng had to put his mask back on. He knew that the masks were their last shred of pride and dignity. As long as their faces were hidden, even if everyone knew who they were, they could still comfort themselves. Like in adult films, the blurring was for the sake of art. Like in life, as long as something was concealed, one could pretend it never happened. The entrance ceremony concluded. The five, still wearing masks and clutching briefs, bypassed the Western bench and dashed straight into the player tunnel, disappearing. They left the entire audience at the Toyota Center in a frenzy of excitement. Moments later, Yao Ming, Duncan, McGrady, and Kobe emerged from the tunnel in their regular uniforms without masks or gloves, chatting and laughing as if they had never danced or waved briefs. A cheerful chime announced the completion of a mission, earning 3,000 joy points. Chen Feng hummed a cheerful tune, swaying his head as he returned to the court. Enthusiastic voices called out for another performance, expressing admiration and excitement. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause spontaneously, creating a wave of celebration. The ovation from the Toyota Center fans for Chen Feng was even more prolonged and spirited than that for the other stars. Chen Feng playfully cupped his hands behind his ears, encouraging the lively cheers to continue. Perhaps inspired by the earlier dance, LeBron James moved to center court, initiating a playful dance that drew cheers from the fans. Shaquille O'Neal's energetic moves soon had the crowd joyfully engaged, with LeBron gracefully conceding the floor. Chen Feng considered his remaining tasks, which included a dance contest, to earn joy points. Removing his jacket, Chen Feng stepped onto the court, ready for the challenge. As LeBron was being entertained by Shaq's dance, Chen Feng approached and gently suggested he take a rest. With a light touch on his shoulder, Chen Feng turned to Shaq and proposed a friendly dance-off. Chen Feng began to move his body, and Shaq responded with his own signature dance moves. After a few moves, Chen Feng playfully relaxed onto the floor, wriggling in a humorous worm-like fashion that drew laughter. Shaq, an experienced performer, was taken aback by this unexpected and amusing style. The sight of a man wriggling on the floor with a playful expression prompted Shaq to consider ending the contest. Shaq good-naturedly conceded, saying Chun Feng's dance was too amusing to compete with. Some spectators joked about the playful, eye-catching nature of the performance. The system confirmed Chun Feng's victory in the dance contest, granting him joy points. Hearing the task was complete, Chun Feng stood up calmly and returned to the Western Conference bench sitting beside Kobe Bryant. He casually put an arm around Kobe's shoulder and mentioned the plan for the upcoming game. He then turned to the other starters, suggesting they try a unique formation for the opening. The system presented a new task. The team would start with a horse stance using defensive stairs to earn joy points. The coach encouraged everyone to relax and enjoy the All-Star game, playing their natural game. The coach, smiling, told the team to have fun and let Chun Feng direct the plays as point guard. He invited anyone with preferences about playing time to speak with him, then told them to go enjoy the game. With these relaxed instructions, the 10 starting players finally took their positions on the court. The highly anticipated NBA All-Star Game officially began with the Chinese broadcast team lively again. The commentator expressed anticipation for the performance of the two Chinese players. The analyst noted that having two Chinese players start in the All-Star Game was a great honor. He explained that the starters were voted by fans worldwide, with Chun Feng receiving the most votes and Yao Ming second. The commentators praised the popularity of the two Chinese players in the NBA. Chun Feng approached the scorer's table and gently gestured to LeBron James. He pointed to the chalk box, suggesting LeBron could be the first to throw chalk powder in an All-Star game. The idea of being the first in All-Star history appealed to LeBron. However, a memory of a previous prank involving the chalk box made him hesitate. LeBron graciously declined, saying the honor should belong to the top vote getter. Chun Feng accepted the refusal and moved on, deciding to take the opportunity himself. The lights dimmed, a spotlight focused on Chun Feng, and the crowd's attention shifted to him. He took a handful of fine white powder from the chalk box, standing tall and composed. In a smooth motion, he flung the powder high into the air, creating a cloud of white particles. The powder scattered under the lights, shimmering like a cascade of stars. Standing in the center of the luminous mist, Chun Feng appeared calm and striking. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, cameras capturing the historic moment. For the first time in NBA All-Star history, a player performed a chalk toss ceremony created by the rookie Chun Feng. The commentators exclaimed with excitement, celebrating the new classic image. LeBron James watched the scene, clearly impressed and feeling a subtle sense of missed opportunity. The chalk box was not tampered with. Chun Feng had performed a genuine historic first toss. LeBron realized the honor he had passed up, and a quiet regret settled in his heart. Standing amidst the falling powder, Chun Feng cast a brief, calm glance toward LeBron. The referee's whistle blew, and Chun Feng and Shaquille O'Neal stood at the center circle for the jump ball. Chun Feng dropped back to the arc while the Western players took their positions ready. They all lowered into a horse stance, a unique pose that drew curious comments from the broadcast booth. The Eastern team's point guard advanced with the ball, puzzled by the defensive formation. Chun Feng chanted a playful slogan, but only Yao Ming joined in, others feeling shy. The Eastern player drove to the basket and scored easily, while the Western team continued their stance. After the quick score, the Western players asked if they could play normally now. Chun Feng, having earned his joy points, urged his team to play hard and helped Tracy McGrady win the MVP. The Western team's steady stance and Allen Iverson's spinning dunk drew cheers from the entire arena. Meanwhile, Chun Feng dribbled the ball to the frontcourt, raised one hand, and gestured as if to calm the pace, signaling for a slower, composed play. Then in the blink of an eye, Chun Feng suddenly thrust his left hand forward. The ball sailed directly over the defenders' heads, flying into the Eastern team's interior. A thunderous roar followed. Tracy McGrady, having cut inside, caught Chun Feng's pass and completed an alley-oop dunk. Too fast. The speed of this pass too fast. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. In a flash of lightning, it pierced the Eastern team's defense and shattered their entire line. This is Chun Feng. His elusive technique, lightning-fast passes like an incredibly sharp spear that can pierce through any defense. T-Mac, T-Mac, T-Mac. Unlike the Chinese commentary booth, the fans at the Houston home court were jubilantly cheering for McGrady's alley-oop dunk, waves of sound sweeping through the arena. The Eastern team did not emulate the Westerners' fast-break style of offense. Instead, they passed the ball to Shaquille O'Neal. Although the NBA All-Star Game is exhibition in nature, it has its own unspoken rules. The first half of the All-Star Game is usually a very relaxed showcase, while the second half sees an increase in intensity as the game nears its end. After all, victory matters, and the All-Star MVP is still an MVP. At the start of the game, defenses were naturally at their loosest, and the primary defensive assignment had been set from the opening tip. Yao Ming made a symbolic reach, and O'Neal displayed his signature shark dance, shaking off Yao for an easy dunk. On the next possession, Chun Feng found no fast break opportunity. Instead, he signaled for Yao to set a screen at the top of the arc. After a pick and pop, both dashed toward the basket simultaneously. The Eastern team's defender hesitated, and Chun Feng had already lofted the ball high, tossing it toward the opposite side of the rim. Another earth-shattering boom. This time Yao Ming descended from the sky once again viciously slamming an alley-oop through the hoop. Within the first minute of the game the Rockets' dual cores from the West each contributed an alley-oop. This was precisely the scene Rockets fans longed to see. Chunfeng's 2 opening passes ignited the fervor of the live audience. Beautiful pass. Beautiful dunk. What a play. Yu Jia roared with renewed excitement. This connection between Chunfeng and Yao Ming illuminated the entire arena. It also thrilled Chinese fans. Watching the others repeatedly hammer the rim, LeBron James could no longer sit still. He drove the ball in a full-court dash burst into the paint and executed his signature tomahawk slam, firing back with a vengeance, making the scene even more lively. The West quickly inbound the ball. Chunfeng received it, dribbled twice, and before even crossing half-court hurled it forward. Players on both sides felt only a breeze brushing past their ears, utterly unable to react. All they could do was turn their heads to look back. Kobe Bryant, having already sprinted down court near the Eastern team's free-throw line, caught the ball, rose up, and executed a one-handed slam. Such offensive plays had been executed multiple times by the Lakers during the regular season. 3 consecutive possessions ended with the West blasting dunks, each more spectacular than the last, and Chunfeng's passes grew increasingly unpredictable. Chunfeng's passes were brilliant, but on the sidelines Western team head coach, Little General Johnson, furrowed his brow. Chunfeng's shooting accuracy was no secret. His record-breaking 26 points in the three-point contest spoke volumes. Combined with his ball handling and passing paired with Kobe, his combat prowess was terrifyingly strong. Given the current Western Conference standings, the Mavericks would face the Lakers in the second round of the playoffs. This duo was bound to be a thorn in their side. The more he thought about it, the more it troubled him. While the Little General was still fretting over the playoffs, the players on the court grew increasingly carefree and fluid. A dazzling array of spectacular moments and breathtaking offensive sequences appeared one after another, leaving fans utterly captivated and roaring with delight. The game was becoming more and more exciting. By now 5 minutes had elapsed in the first quarter. The Little General glanced at the clock and then waved his hand decisively, making 4 substitutions at once. When the head coach asked at the start who wanted more playing time, Chunfeng had already volunteered for Tracy McGrady. In 5 minutes Chunfeng had not scored a single point, but his assists were piling up. He had 6. Yao Ming and Kobe each received 1, while the remaining 4 assists all went to McGrady. Among the starters, only Tim Duncan had not received an assist from Chunfeng. Chunfeng had attempted to feed the big fundamental, but Duncan simply did not jump, watching the ball sail over his head and out of bounds. With 2 minutes left in the first quarter, the Little General waved his hand, sending the 3 players who had not yet played onto the court along with the All-Star vote leader Chunfeng. Chunfeng is back. As soon as Chunfeng stepped onto the court, Yu Jia perked up, his voice noticeably rising in pitch. Back on the floor, Chunfeng continued his outstanding performance. Immediately upon entering, he connected with Sean Marion. A high lofted pass directly to the rim as Marion cut inside, leaped up, caught the ball with both hands, and executed another alley-oop dunk. As the final 2 minutes of the first quarter concluded, the referee blew the whistle. Chunfeng advanced down the court with the ball, with Pierce from Truth guarding him. "Boy, are you strolling through a market." Watching Chunfeng's leisurely demeanor, Pierce could no longer contain himself and jeered, "Tell me, how many votes did you rack up as king of votes?" Chunfeng protected the ball and shot back without restraint. "Paul, so you made it to the All-Star game too. How come I never saw you in the first 2 times I played? Were you sitting by the water cooler? How's the view from there? Want me to adjust the angle for you so you can see more clearly?" Pierce snorted coldly. "Back in our day, we made it to the All-Star game through skill, fame, and dominance. You rely on population size. Your vote king title is worth less than my McDonald's All-Star game back in the day." He paused and added another jab. "By the way, where was your McDonald's All-Star game? Oh, seems like you weren't even selected." Just as he was about to say more, Chunfeng finally moved. Holding the basketball in his left hand, he passed it behind his back toward the right side. On Chunfeng's right stood Kobe, cutting in. "Kid, I figured this out early." Pierce grinned smugfully and lunged toward Chunfeng's right side. But to his disappointment, there was no basketball on the right. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Pierce turned his head and saw McGrady still hanging from the rim. The play deceived not only Pierce, but also the camera lenses. Fortunately, the arena's big screen immediately flashed a slow-motion replay of that very play. Chunfeng tucked the ball behind his left arm, and in a flash used his elbow to pop the ball, using his body rotation to send a diagonal pass from his waist to McGrady on the left. McGrady caught the ball, soared through the air, and unleashed a powerful 2-handed slam. Commentator Yu Jia on CCTV, having seen it, clearly began to roar an elbow pass. A feint to the east and strike to the west. What imagination. Absolutely incredible. An unbelievable pass. Chunfeng's imaginative elbow pass drew cheers from the entire arena. The excitement was not limited to the fans. In the front row of the stand sat several players who had participated in various individual events and the rookie game over the past 2 days. "Whoa, how did that pass get through?" Anthony leaped from his seat, clutching his head, shouting toward the court, "Chun, I could watch this pass 100 times. You're a reincarnated magician, aren't you? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. He then exclaimed to Chris Paul beside him, "Did you see that? Did you see that? That pass. That angle. Who else could make that pass? It's simply unbelievable." Paul stood up as well, applauding and shaking his head. "I'd have to practice that for a month. No, half a year." As a point guard, he understood the language of point guards best. Chun Feng's pass, though seemingly simple, involved a subtle flick of the wrist to change in direction and impeccable timing. A fraction off in any direction, and it wouldn't have worked. The cheers from the crowd grew louder and louder, and the big screen replayed Chun Feng's pass over and over. Only Pierce was unhappy. He stood still, his face grim. He had just said, "I saw that coming," only to be proven wrong. The ball went left while he lunged right. All eyes were on him, and faint laughter from the fans reached his ears. On the big screen, he became the perfect background. After this play, Pierce actively sought to guard Chin Feng. On every offensive possession, Pierce clung to Chin Feng like a relentless shadow, muttering incessantly, "Kid, that pass was luck. Don't get too cocky. Who do you think you are? An undrafted player who became the All-Star vote leader through ballot stuffing. What right do you have to act arrogant in the All-Star game?" Chin Feng, equally combative, retorted, "You're one to talk with your measly 400,000 votes. Is it that you don't like votes, or no one voted for you? You're just a nobody. People from the East only know cheap tricks. If you've got the guts, try to drive past me. You're not even an Eastern Conference starter, so you're not worthy of me driving past you." Chin Feng recalled the final mission of his All-Star experience, but to make an assist reward 1,000 joy points. His mind raced, thinking of ways to complete this task. But assist? How? Tuck the ball between his cheeks and pass it. Or something else. Are you even a man? Look at you. You're dodging while dribbling. Don't you dare drive straight at me. Pierce's voice persisted, his hands nearly grabbing Chun Feng's shoulders. "Seriously, you're the last substitute in the East with the lowest vote count. Where do you get all this drama?" Chin Feng couldn't understand why Pierce was so fixated on him. And so Chin Feng listened to Pierce's taunts and pondered how to complete the but assist mission. At halftime, the West led 77-70. During the break, Chin Feng sat in the locker room and quietly asked Yao Ming beside him, "Yao, if I pass with my but would that count as an assist?" Yao Ming glanced at him, said nothing, and simply covered his face with a towel, letting out a heavy sigh. "I knew you wouldn't let it go." Yao Ming's voice came from beneath the towel, filled with resignation and weariness. The second half began. Chin Feng waited for his opportunity. Finally, the chance came. On a fast break, Chin Feng dribbled at full speed. The Lakers had a 3-on-1 with only Pierce ahead. Pierce spread his arms, his gaze fierce, waiting. Chin Feng didn't slow down. He drove into the paint, jumped, and then tossed the ball onto his own butt. Swoosh. The ball bounced off Chin Feng's bottom and flew up. At the same time, Chin Feng thrust his rear backward. Smack. The ball was deflected, tracing a bizarre arc, and landed perfectly in Kobe's hands. "Don't dribble. Don't dribble," Chin Feng shouted even before his feet touched the ground. Kobe rose and slammed the ball home with one hand. Boom. "Oh my." He assisted with his butt. Yuji's laughter was barely contained. The TNT commentators were in hysterics. Chin Feng passed the ball to his own butt, then used his butt to pass to Kobe. What kind of move is that? In all my years of playing, I've never seen such a pass. A butt pass. Is this kid serious? He must be serious, because he actually pulled it off. That's Chin Feng for you. Nothing is impossible with him. Pierce was completely enraged. He felt both his intelligence and dignity had been insulted. A butt pass. What was this? An insult. A blatant insult. He had been humiliated by a rookie using his butt. At that moment, his anger exploded. Pierce rushed over and shoved Chin Feng hard in the back. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You pass with your butt. What do you take me for? Are you messing with me?" Chin Feng stumbled forward a step. "Paul, this is called an assist. Understand? A butt assist, also known as butt strike through the sky. It's a very advanced technique. You wouldn't get it. Get lost with your technique." Pierce swung a punch. Chin Feng ducked back, evading it. "You want to fight, huh? You punk, if you've got the guts, step into the octagon with me, and I'll knock you out." Chin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. After the shove-a-punch, players from both sides crowded around. Wade saw the altercation and immediately wrapped his arms around Pierce. "Paul, calm down, let's talk this out. Talk my foot. This rookie dares to humiliate me. I've been stabbed 11 times, and no one has ever humiliated me like this." Pierce struggled to break free, and Wade, finding it hard to hold him, called out to LeBron. Reluctantly, James came over and held Pierce, finally calming him down. Anthony, who was about to charge onto the court, was also restrained by Chris Paul, and seeing Pierce subdued, held back. On the west side, Kobe, McGrady, Yao, and Duncan all gathered around, shielding Chin Feng. Kobe looked at Pierce coldly and said, "Paul, what do you think you're doing?" Pierce gritted his teeth. "This rookie insulted me." Seeing that Pierce was now held by his good friends Wade and James, Chin Feng stepped forward. "Paul, how many floors does a bag of rice have to be carried?" Chin Feng suddenly asked. Pierce was stunned. "What?" Chin Feng didn't explain further. He clasped his hands together. His left hand below, right hand above, fingers interlaced and rapidly shifting, forming the 4 hand seals of Zichoin Mao. In quick succession, his palms turning and fingers moving so fast they became a blur. Finally, he brought his hands together and lowered them to his waist, index and middle fingers extended and pressed together, the other 3 fingers curled into his palm, his wrists tensed with power. He took a deep breath. This breath was incredibly deep and long, as if he were drawing all the air from the arena into his lungs. His chest swelled, his shoulders rose high, and his entire body became like a drawn bow. Then, a roar burst forth. Feel the pain. This roar erupted from Chun Feng's chest. It was not an ordinary shout. It was a force unleashed from the depths of his dantian, a cry that could shatter the heavens. The sound pierced through the entire Toyota Center, through the arena's dome, and soared into the sky. All the fans in the arena covered their ears. At the commentary desk, Kenny Smith's coffee sprayed out directly. Barkley jumped from his chair, nearly knocking over the desk. Chun Feng crouched down, his gaze burning. His eyes locked onto Pierce, a hint of a wild curve at the corner of his mouth. His throat moved, his eyes sharpened, his pupils slightly dilated, his nostrils flared with rapid breathing, the veins on his forehead subtly bulging, his face beginning to contort. Everyone who saw him instinctively recoiled, because what he was about to do was evident from his eyes. It was no joke. It was serious. It was life or death. His mouth opened, air rushed from his lungs, his vocal cords vibrated violently. One bag of rice. The first cry was like a thunderclap. The entire arena trembled. The fans' hearts skipped a beat. How many floors? The second cry was like a tsunami. The sound wave swept across the arena, and everyone felt their eardrums buzzing. Wade instinctively covered Pierce's ears. But it was too late. Chun Feng lunged forward, his arm thrusting out, his fingertips aimed at Pierce's lower region. Shit. Burst. Heaven star. The last 4 words were shouted with all his might. The sound was like 10,000 beasts roaring. Like the fury before a volcanic eruption. Like it would tear the world apart. The moment the sound exploded, even the arena lights seemed to dim for an instant. Pierce felt as if he had been hit by an invisible shockwave. It was not just his body, even his spirit was shaken. In that instant his soul trembled. His pupils contracted sharply, his mouth formed an O, and his face turned deathly pale. He wanted to dodge, but he was pinned between Wade and James, unable to move. He could only watch as those 2 fingers approached him. Closer, closer, closer. Arg! A scream tore from Pierce's throat. The sound, mixed with pain, anger, shame, and despair, was so piercing that the entire arena fell silent for a moment. Then the Toyota Center erupted. Barkley hugged Kenny Smith. Kenny, did you hear that? Did you hear that? What was that? What was that sound? Kenny Smith's face was pale. I heard it. I feel like my soul has been shattered. Barkley, 1 bag of rice, how many floors? Shit, burst heaven star. What kind of move is this? This is a move from hell. Coach Zhang, who had just taken a sip of water, hadn't even swallowed yet. Damn. Cut to commercial. Cut to commercial. Quick. As he shouted, water sprayed from his mouth, his roar even louder than Chun Feng's. A system notification chimed. The host completed the season mission, Rain in the Rear Area, 910. Remaining completions 1. Reward 4,000 joy points. A skill drop triggered. Truth 11 Flash Advanced. Upgrade costs 200 joy points. Truth 11 Flash. In a past incident at a nightclub, the practitioner was ambushed and sustained 11 strikes. On the brink of death, the memory of blades and killing intent took root in flesh and blood. Due to combat restrictions, the cutting force of the 11 wounds was channeled into the fists, transforming lethal blades into a rapid sequence of punches. Skill effects: beginner, 5-fold shadow puncture, 5 punches sec, faint blade intent on straight punches. Intermediate, 7-fold pursuit strike, 7 punches sec, close range high frequency blows replicating dodging and counterattacks. Advanced, 9-fold breakthrough, 9 punches sec, dense punch wind locks opponent's movements. Peak, 11-fold tribulation barrage, 11 punches sec, condensed life and death tribulation, ultimate attack speed. Chun Feng had no time to check the system. His fingers were still in an awkward position, not yet withdrawn. The opponent's star player Pierce suddenly froze. In that instant the world went silent for Pierce. The sensation from behind was overwhelming, like a foreign object pressing against his most vulnerable area. His mind went blank, all thoughts shattered by the shock. Then an uncontrollable warmth spread. As Chun Feng's fingers withdrew, a warm liquid followed, trickling down Pierce's leg and forming a small puddle on the floor. Chun Feng looked at his fingers and the stain. He froze. Wasn't it just a prop? How could it cause real consequences? He felt a wave of nausea. He turned and ran, sprinting toward the player tunnel. The referee tried to stop him, but Chun Feng bolted away too quickly. He rushed into the locker room, turned on the faucet, and frantically scrubbed his fingers. Muttering to himself, he wondered how many washes it would take. The butter hands prop was supposed to be harmless. Back at the Toyota Center, Pierce stood frozen. He felt something dripping down his leg. Drip, drip, drip. He looked down at the spreading puddle on the floor, then at the dark patch on his pants. Pierce's mind went blank. The other players noticed. James froze. Wade froze. Everyone was stunned. Wade and James let go, and Pierce collapsed onto the floor. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Then laughter erupted from the crowd. Spectators shouted in disbelief. What happened? Is this a joke? In the commentary booth, Barkley rolled off his chair, laughing uncontrollably until tears streamed down his face. He exclaimed, "What kind of crazy scene is this? A pass gone wrong, an accidental jab, and now this. Who is this guy? A physical magician of the NBA." Kenny Smith spat coffee across the screen. "I've played for years, but I've never seen anything like this." The fans were roaring. Only Pierce stared at the floor, his face burning with embarrassment. He felt a lingering discomfort, but the shame far outweighed it. He opened his mouth, but couldn't find words. Wade and James exchanged glances, trying to suppress their smiles out of professionalism. Pierce glared at them angrily. "Whose side are you on? I'm the one who got hurt. And you just held me down. Boat brothers, huh? I'll remember this. Wade, James, you wait." James wanted to explain, but before he could speak, Wade let out a small laugh that grew louder. Pierce grew more furious. "What are you laughing at?" A staff member approached cautiously. "Mr. Pierce, would you like to clean up first?" It's only the beginning of the third quarter. Pierce's face darkened. Without a word, he clamped his legs together and walked stiffly toward the locker room. In the Western Conference locker room, Chun Fong was still washing his hands. 10 washes, and there's still a smell. "Maybe I should take a sick leave tomorrow. My career is over." The door burst open. Chun Fong looked up, his hands still in the water, wary. It was Melo and Paul. Anthony looked concerned. "Bro, you okay?" Chun Fong replied, "Fine, just my hands are a bit dirty." Paul asked, "Why so long?" Chun Fong shook his hands. "Where's Pierce?" Anthony sneered. "He went back to the East locker room. His pants were wet." Chun Fong said, "That's just water." "Do you think I believe that, eh?" "Believe what you want." Anthony's anger lingered. "Bro, we can't let this slide. He threw a punch at you." Chun Feng's expression changed. "What do you suggest, eh? Let's go confront him in his locker room." Chun Fong grabbed some masks from a corner, handed one to Anthony and Paul, and put one on himself. His voice came through the mask. "Let's go to the East locker room." In the East locker room, Pierce sat alone, his head in his hands. The humiliation was overwhelming. Live on national television, millions had seen the accident. He wanted to disappear. Suddenly, the door swung open. 3 masked figures entered. The leader spoke. "Mr. Pierce, someone sent us to deliver a message." "Who?" "Someone you once mocked." Pierce's eyes widened. In the next moment, the 3 moved. Chun Fong grabbed Pierce's shoulder from the left, Anthony covered his mouth from the right, and Paul locked his arms from behind. They worked in perfect coordination. Pierce struggled, but 3 against 1 was futile. Together, they carefully removed Pierce's jersey, protective gear, and undergarments, leaving him vulnerable. They held their breath. Pierce finally freed his mouth. "What are you doing?" Then Anthony tapped him gently on the temple. Pierce's vision went dark, and he slumped. Chun Fong and Paul each took an arm and dragged him to the bathroom at the far end. "Place him on the toilet seat," Chun Fong instructed. "Position him face down, rear elevated." They adjusted his posture until he was bent over the toilet, his backside exposed. Anyone entering would see that first. Chun Fong admired their handiwork. "Perfect." The 3 quickly left, leaving the room in disarray, and Pierce draped over the toilet. By the time Chun Fong, Tianghua, and Paul slipped back onto the court wearing masks, the third quarter had already come to an end. The Western team led by 7 points, 118 to 111. Thanks to Chun Feng's passing throughout the first half, Tracy McGrady had accumulated 34 points and 7 rebounds across 3 quarters, with 27 of those points coming in the opening half alone. Before leaving the court, Chun Fong contributed 7 points and 15 assists, distributing the ball with remarkable ease. With only 1 quarter remaining, a victory for the Western team would secure the MVP award for McGrady, who played before his home crowd, without serious competition. The Eastern All-Stars suddenly found their rhythm. James drove to the basket for consecutive scores, and Wade drained a 3-pointer. LeBron is going all out on those drives now. Carmelo, wearing his mask, pointed at James on the court and said to his 2 masked companions beside him, "Does he really want the All-Star MVP?" I heard everyone chatting. They seemed willing to hand it to Tracy. Paul shared the news he had gathered. Only Chun Fong seemed completely unsurprised. Don't underestimate the allure of the All-Star MVP for a chosen one. His only crown right now is Rookie of the Year. On the defensive end, the Eastern All-Stars also raised their intensity somewhat under James's reminder. The Western team was caught off guard, but Kobe quickly stepped up, shadowing James the entire time. Whenever James touched the ball, Kobe pressed right onto him. 5 minutes remained in the fourth quarter, the score 133 to 131, with the West leading by 2. The game entered an official timeout. Eastern head coach Saunders surveyed his players. "Hasn't Pierce come back yet? Change his pants, and he's gone. He lost face and just went straight back to Boston. If I were him, I'd have left too. What's he coming back for? To be laughed at?" "Exactly, coach. I can still play without Pierce." The young emperor stood up, declaring that with him at small forward, the East didn't need Pierce. James currently had the team-high 31 points. If the East could stage a comeback, he would have the strongest case for MVP. When the timeout ended, the East sent out the lineup of Iverson, Wade, James O'Neal, and Ben Wallace. The West countered with Duncan, Garnett, T-Mac, Kobe, and Nash. Play resumed. Nash crossed half court and passed to T-Mac. Facing James, T-Mac opened his narrowed eyes slightly, the lazy expression on his face vanishing in an instant. T-Mac was awake and serious. Even Shin Feng would avoid crossing paths with him in this state. T-Mac handled the ball with a feint and a series of silky smooth crossovers. James bit on the fake, but managed to recover his position. T-Mac rose gracefully for a jump shot and James, just regaining his balance, could do nothing about it. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. Clean through the net. So elegant and effortless. Many questioned T-Mac's ability to lead a team, but no one had ever doubted how beautiful he played. 135-131. The West extended their lead to 4. Eastern possession. Iverson brought the ball past half-court and immediately passed to James, moving to the wing to create space. He didn't want to interfere in the MVP rivalry between James and T-Mac, but he wouldn't slack off either. If James wanted it, he would have to earn it himself. James caught the ball and Kobe closed out immediately. At 1.98 meters tall, Kobe weighed 107 kilograms, while James stood at 2.04 meters, but only weighed 108 kilograms. James found himself frustrated by Kobe's defense. With that frame, he couldn't gain any advantage. Many people had a misconception about Kobe, believing his 9 first-team all-defensive selections came solely from guarding opposing guards. In truth, Kobe had directly matched up against and held his own against heavy forwards. Anthony Pierce and Marion were all on his defensive record. James, realizing he couldn't isolate, called for a screen from O'Neal. O'Neal set a solid screen. Bam! Kobe was blocked. James drove into the paint only to be met by the Wolf King Garnett. KG's defensive range was enormous and the young Emperor quickly hit an obstacle. Normally James would have passed it up, but today he decided to take a risk. His powerful legs drove him upward, and he rose into the air facing Garnett, another player who had entered the league straight out of high school. I'm the #1 high school pick, so what are you? James, having achieved a fuller takeoff, had the edge. He muscled past Garnett. The rim was within reach. James was already thinking about what pose to strike after his powerful dunk over Garnett when the crowd erupted. LeBron, watch out. Wade's voice came from behind. Watch out. For what? This old wolf is completely overwhelmed by the great chosen one. Just watch me work. James heard Wade's warning, but paid it no mind. Smack. A tremendous force slammed into him, and the ball slipped from his fingers. James turned in disbelief to see Kobe, who had somehow slipped around O'Neal, deliver a chase-down block that swatted the ball away and literally pinned the airborne James back down. Kobe's chase-down block ignited the Western team's momentum. On the fast break, T-Mac finished with a thunderous dunk, capping the sequence. The arena exploded. 137-131. Wow, that is insane. Kobe's blocked T-Mac's fast break dunk. Who wouldn't lose their mind watching that? Unbelievable. James actually got blocked. On the sideline, Shin Feng was so excited, he almost tore off his mask and waved it around, but Carmelo and Paul held him down. You're currently ejected. If they catch you lingering in the arena, you'll get a suspension added. But they had forgotten. Shin Feng had already slipped away before the referees could formally eject him. Next possession. James's mid-range jumper was directly rejected by Garnett. Roar. After landing, Garnett pounded his chest and bellowed. 2 consecutive blocks combined with Garnett's intimidating presence left James mentally shaken. The Western team, having been briefed by Chun Feng in advance, played with full seriousness and held their own against the East on both ends of the floor. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle. 149-138. The Western team defeated the Eastern team. T-Mac finished with 44 points and 10 rebounds. Though the result wasn't officially announced, everyone knew who the MVP was. Inside the CCTV studio, without Chun Feng, the passion was already halved. Yao Ming, lacking performative flair and still sitting on the bench, cut the energy in half again. Congratulations to the Western team for winning the 2006 Houston All-Star Game. The final few possessions were absolutely heated. Commentator Zhang reflected. Absolutely. But the West was ultimately the better team, controlling the game on both ends and shutting down the East's rally. T-Mac grabbed the game-high 44 points along with 10 rebounds in a double-double. He's almost certainly the MVP. Yu Jia flipped through the stats. Quite likely. Zhang nodded. It's a shame Shin Feng left so early. Otherwise he would have had a real chance at this MVP. In my opinion, Shin Feng's first-half performance clearly stood above everyone else. He organized the entire team. It would have been great if he could have played the full game. I completely agree with you, Director Zhang. Yu Jia nodded vigorously. But there's one thing. Expecting Shin Feng to behave himself in a spotlight this huge is nearly impossible. Yu Jia took a sip of water and continued. During the three-point contest, he pulled off a blindfolded shot and threw away the championship. Clearly, just here to play. And then the All-Star Game itself. Have you seen his entrance, that dance, and then that behind-the-back pass followed by Pierce? Oh my. Alright, we can see the official results are in. As expected, T-Mac has been named All-Star MVP. Stern is preparing to present the award. T-Mac has taken the trophy. Congratulations to him. His performance today truly deserves it. Wait, who's that masked figure standing behind T-Mac? Director Zhang, doesn't that build look familiar? Hold on, let me see. That silhouette is very familiar. Isn't that the— damn it. Cut to commercial. Watching the Western All-Stars defeat the Eastern All-Stars without much surprise, Shin Feng standing on the sidelines, let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that if they played seriously, the prime Duncan Garnett, Kobe McGrady, and Nash would be invincible in this era. Even Chen Feng with his enlightened perspective couldn't assemble a lineup to compete against the West. Moreover, if the East had won, the MVP would have been James, but Chen Feng had already used his special move on him earlier, so all that effort would have been wasted. Fortunately, the West won. The one who deserved the MVP firmly grasped the trophy. McGrady received the award from Stern. The ceremony reached its climax. He stood at the center of the court holding the silver MVP trophy high. Tracy, 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 MVP, MVP, MVP. You are the hero of Houston. The fans in the arena delivered the most frenzied and passionate applause and cheers to McGrady. Thank you, Houston. Thank you to my teammates and to everyone who contributed to the Western All-Stars victory tonight. This is the most wonderful night of my career. I will forever remember this night and the love Houston has given me. McGrady's words touched countless fans both at the scene and in front of televisions. Some Rockets fans secretly wiped away tears. Did you feel it, eh? Just as McGrady finished his speech and was about to kiss his MVP trophy, a whisper sounded in his ear. He could even feel the breath of the speaker so close. What? The essence of the little universe. McGrady was completely bewildered. What little universe? What essence? What was this person talking about? What are you saying? McGrady turned around to see a masked figure who had somehow appeared behind him. The mask was the same kind they had worn during the opening dance performance. The audience also noticed the commotion and began whispering. Who was that? That figure looks somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that the mask from the dance troupe? Could it be? Not again. At the commentary desk, the TNT announcers also noticed the anomaly. Who was that? How did he get onto the awards stage? That mask. Oh my. He wouldn't be thinking of. David Stern, who had just presented the award to McGrady, was originally standing at the sidelines clapping with a smile. But when he saw the figure behind McGrady, his expression began to change. From confusion to recognition, from recognition to disbelief, and from disbelief to a surge of blood pressure. During the rookie challenge, the other's assurance still echoed in his ears. President, rest assured those were just accidents. They won't happen again. And then, in the All-Star game, he first caused Paul Pierce to lose his composure. Now at the MVP award ceremony, he was less than half a step away from McGrady. If he dares to. Stern gritted his teeth, feeling his blood pressure spike beyond what medication could control. Regardless of the other's reactions, Chen Feng had already assumed his stance. Left hand above, right hand below, fingers interlaced, palms facing the ground. He sank his chi into his dantian, bent his legs slightly, and straightened his back. With a loud shout, Chen Feng cried, Foshan Poison Dragon Drill. His hands suddenly parted, the left hand supporting the right elbow from below, while the right hand thrust diagonally upward. Like a coiled poison dragon, he leaped from the ground. Air currents swirled and rose around him like an invisible tornado, propelling him forward. That was the rising dragon. The fans in the arena only saw a figure rising from behind McGrady, carrying an unstoppable momentum, with an arm like a poison dragon's fang thrusting straight toward its target. Though it was a small movement, it seemed as if a spiral of rising energy exploded from his fingertips like a rotating dragon surging upward. With a soft sound, it struck precisely. McGrady, caught off guard, felt a sudden impact, as if a fire dragon had pierced through his core, traveling along his spine straight to his head. The MVP trophy slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the seasonal mission Rain in the Backyard 1010. All missions completed. Reward 5,000 joy points have been credited. Skill drop triggered. Passive talent Peerless Beauty Effect significantly enhances the visual appeal of all ball handling, shooting, and driving movements. Body movement fluidity maximized, automatically attracting camera and audience attention. The higher the coordination attribute, the greater the enhancement. Exclusive tag: the world may question your records or abilities, but it can never deny your grace on the court. As soon as the mission was completed, Chen Feng immediately got up and ran, spreading his arms as he dashed away, shouting, "Here comes the little flying stick." He ran into the tunnel and disappeared into the depths. The fans in the arena first fell silent. Ha ha ha. McGrady got it too. What did he just shout? Here comes the little flying stick. I've never seen such a ridiculous award ceremony. At the commentary desk, the TNT announcers went wild. He did it. He used his signature move on the MVP award stage in front of the whole world. Huh. Does he think wearing a mask will hide his identity? Stern's illusion shattered. His face turned pale, then red, his chest heaving violently. That bastard. Bastard. He actually dared. How could he? Melo and Paul stood on the sidelines, their eyes wide behind two masks. Melo turned to Paul and whispered, "Should we run? Is it too late to run now? Maybe we can try." "No, if we run now, we'll immediately be caught as accomplices." The two masked figures stood side by side, hands in their pockets, gazing blankly at the big screen above the court as if nothing had happened. Back in China, viewers in front of their TVs were also frustrated. What's this? Watching the All-Star game, and they keep cutting to commercials. We miss the live action. Every time it gets to the crucial moment, there's an ad. Cut, cut, cut. Cut it off. Chen Feng ran straight back to the hotel, not waiting for anyone. Not his teammates, let alone his brothers Melo and Paul. Teammates? What teammates? Brothers? What kind of brothers? The moment the hotel room door clicked shut, he slumped against it, gasping for breath, before his breathing gradually steadied. The seasonal quest regional reign had been completed, 10 out of 10. 10 times. A full 10 times. Chen Feng stared at those words for a full half-minute, his eyes growing slightly red. It had not been easy. Surviving to complete this quest was truly something. From Nash to Parker, from James to Pierce, each attempt had been like walking a tightrope. And now it was finally all done. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the skill that had dropped last. Beautiful Radiance passive talent. This did not enhance combat effectiveness. This skill adds nothing to offense or defense. Then what is it for? It makes your play more visually appealing. Well said. That is exactly right. Strength is fleeting, but handsome is forever. Just then Chen Feng remembered something. System, this beautiful Radiance skill. The higher the coordination, the greater the boost. What exactly does coordination primarily enhance? Coordination primarily enhances the synergy between all body parts. It is the foundation of all graceful movements. Jordan's iconic three-layer layup at his peak, McGrady's fadeaway jumper. They all relied not only on core strength, jump, and flexibility, but also on exceptionally high coordination. I see. So it is that style of play where you look like you are dancing right. The host's understanding is correct. Just as he was happily planning his future, the system suddenly sent another notification. Congratulations, host, on completing all seasonal quests. You have earned a special reward. Chen Feng sat up abruptly. A special reward? Yes, host. You have completed all tasks for the regional reign quest. Congratulations, host, on receiving an item. A pair of golden suspender pants. The reward has been sent to your inventory. Chen Feng wore a puzzled expression. What are golden suspender pants? Open your inventory. Opened. Chen Feng stared at the inventory interface where an icon shimmering with golden light appeared at the center. Item name: golden suspenders pants. Item description: these magical pants significantly enhance your singing and dancing abilities, making you the most striking presence on the court. They also grant you mastery of a fist technique, Koan fist. Chen Feng was completely stunned. System, you little schemer, he said through clenched teeth. Hiding all this time, only now revealing your true colors, is that it? Host may choose to forfeit the reward. All is voluntary. Forfeit. Chen Feng let out a cold laugh. Look at what you were saying. Once it is in my inventory, it is mine. Not a single grain will escape. And it is golden, for heaven's sake. The item has been stored in your inventory and can be equipped at any time. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and began calculating his gains from the All-Star period. Joy Points Income Summary. Blind Shooting 1,000. Stunning Opening 3,000. Dance King Competition 1,000. Horse Stance Legion 1,000. Glut Strike to the Sky 1,000. Pierce Contribution 4,000. McGrady Contribution 5,000. Total 16,000 Joy Points. Regarding skills: Truths 11 Flashes, and Beautiful Radiance. Let us upgrade Steel Rebar Iron Bones first, Chen Feng decided. Steel Rebar Iron Bones has been upgraded successfully. Steel Rebar Iron Bones Intermediate reduces damage taken by 30%, increases injury recovery speed by 30%. Upgrade to Advanced requires 10,000 Joy Points. 5,000 Joy Points for 30% damage reduction and faster recovery. A wonderful deal. Chen Feng looked at the 10,000 point upgrade fee, his heart aching, so he decided to set it aside for now. Add 5 points to stamina from 85 to 90. He continued operating. The All-Star break is over. Now comes the second half of the season. I need to prepare for the playoffs. That old man Phil likes to heavily rely on his starters in the postseason. Without enough stamina, they would be drained in no time. Stamina plus 5 current stamina 90. Cost 4,000 Joy Points. 7,000 Joy Points remaining. I will put them all into ball handling. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. Bumping ball handling from 85 to 93. Breaking through and passing, dribbling past opponents, these are essential. Ball handling plus 8 current ball handling 93. Cost 6,400 Joy Points. Add 1 point to coordination from 78 to 79. Coordination plus 1 current coordination 79. Remaining Joy Points 200. Chen Feng looked at that meager 200 and sighed. I will keep it. Something is better than nothing. After the upgrades, he opened the full panel to review. Player information. Name: Chen Feng. Age: 22. Position: PG. Team: Lakers. No. 35. Height: 191 centimeters. Weight: 88 kilograms. Wingspan: 203 centimeters. Current Joy Points 200. Season Quest Regional Reign completed. Skill list. All-around defense master, all stats plus 5, offense plus 9%, defense plus 9%. Wind rhythm master, ball handling and passing plus 9%, ball advancement speed and fast break ability plus 9%. Gary Payton's glove master, steals plus 9%, release speed plus 9%. Iron Foundation, each missed shot increases defense by 1%, stacking up to 9 layers per game, resetting after the match. Ferric Oxide, after 3 consecutive missed shots, the 4th shot has 100% accuracy. Free throws do not count. Truth's 11 flashes advanced 9 punches per second upgrade requires 2.0 joy points. Beautiful Radiance significantly enhances the visual appeal of all ball handling, shooting, and driving moves. The higher the coordination, the greater the boost. 8 Dragon Steps beginner driving plus 3%, stepping the 3.5 step on a layup, can avoid traveling calls upgrade requires. Offensive attributes. Shooting 95 ball handling 93 passing 85 driving 85 fast break 75 post play 65. Physical attributes. Speed 85 explosiveness 85 vertical 85 strength 85 coordination 79 stamina 90. Defensive attributes. Steals 75 blocks 55 on-ball defense 80 help defense 76 rebounds 65 positioning 73. Overall rating 92. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. 92. It had gone up since before the All-Star game. He remembered when he first entered the league it was only 76. He closed the system interface, laid back on the bed, and stared at the ceiling lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Toyota Center, the excitement was just beginning. At the Toyota Center, the Eastern Conference players filed into the visiting team's locker room. They had lost the game, but everyone remained relatively calm. After all, it was just the All-Star game. For most, victory or defeat mattered little. Reporters carrying cameras followed them in as post-game locker room interviews were customary, and they had prepared their questions. Rasheed Wallace, who was the first to enter, decided to use the restroom. He had already lowered his pants when he noticed a muscular, rounded, and elegantly curved figure facing him. Ben Wallace peered in from behind, and then froze. Pierce. What is he? Rasheed, if you're not in a hurry, let me go first. Ben then prepared to enter the restroom. The reporters who had come in for routine interviews also noticed Pierce's presence. The sound of camera shutters filled the air. Click, click, click. Don't move. Don't move. Hold that pose. The angle is perfect. Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce. Can you hear me? Is this your planned post-game celebration pose? Quick. Take more pictures. This story will keep us going for a year. Ben Wallace quickly moved to block the reporters. Stop. Block the cameras. The next day's headlines were more outrageous than the last. Eastern Conference All-Stars lose, Pierce celebrates naked in locker room. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? Pierce kneels naked to greet teammates. The wildest All-Star weekend ever. Magic Johnson said, is this kid here to play basketball or to commit an assassination? Chen Feng stabs 2 All-Stars, announces he is no longer a normal player. Eastern Conference locker room reveals indecent photos. Celtics management refuses to comment. All-Star Chen Feng goes on a rampage, scene turns chaotic. What is Chen Feng's little flying stick? Stern holds urgent press conference, Lakers player Chen Feng may face severe penalties. The internet exploded. Chen Feng's name became famous in a bizarre way. Basketball fans discussed how he managed to do it. The entertainment industry wondered if he could appear on variety shows. Meanwhile, players, coaches, and management in the sports world all asked the same question: which mental institution did this guy named Chen Feng escape from? At the NBA headquarters, Stern sat at the head of the conference table, facing a group of suited executives. Let's talk. How should we handle this? His voice was calm, but unsettling. The room fell into silence. After a while, the vice president cautiously spoke. Sir, from a rules perspective, he didn't violate any basketball rules during the All-Star weekend. Nonsense, Stern interrupted coldly. I asked how to handle it, not whether it's a violation. Another silence followed. The security chief raised his hand. We investigated. Pierce fainted after slipping in the shower. Stern's eyes narrowed. We checked the surveillance, but the camera outside the Eastern Conference locker room was under maintenance, so. The security chief nodded reluctantly. It's likely that Pierce fainted on his own. The PR director suddenly spoke. I have a suggestion. Everyone looked at her. Should we consider going with the flow? Stern raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The discussion online has exploded in the past few days, the PR director said excitedly. Chen Feng's popularity is higher than any active player. If we handle it right, this could be the most successful cross-industry marketing campaign in NBA history. She opened a tablet and showed data. TNT's post-game highlights broke viewership records. ESPN's related articles reached over 100 million reads, and 7 of the top 10 trending topics are related to him. This kid is the key to traffic, she said excitedly. Instead of punishing him, we should promote him. Stern fell into deep thought. Punish him. One All-Star weekend had boosted the NBA's popularity by 3 levels. Promote him. But what he did was indeed a bit too outrageous. Especially the 1,000-year kill on McGrady. Stern recalled witnessing that shocking move at the awards ceremony, and his blood pressure began to rise again. Let me think about it, he finally said. First, have the PR department issue a statement saying the league is investigating this matter. Yes. After communicating with the Lakers management, and Stern, Chen Feng held a press conference in Los Angeles. At the press conference, camera shutters clicked continuously, flashbulbs flickered endlessly. Chen Feng sat in front of a row of microphones with David Stern and Lakers management executives seated beside him. Dear friends from the media, Mr. David and the Lakers management, hello. I deeply apologize for some of my previous actions. I hereby publicly guarantee that I will never use the 1,000-year kill on other players again. If I break this promise, I will voluntarily accept the full maximum penalties of the league's new special clause. From now on, I will focus on playing basketball and respect every opponent through my performance on the court. At the same time, the league announced the 1,000-year kill special ban. Anyone who deliberately performs a 1,000-year kill or other humiliating physical actions such as hitting or poking the buttocks, whether on the court during warm-ups at the All-Star game or at any league public event, will be severely punished. Of course, none of this satisfied Pierce. McGrady and the Rockets didn't pursue the matter, but Pierce would not let it go. He claimed he fell on his own. Nonsense. He planned to unite all those who had been subjected to the 1,000-year kill to pressure the league into severely punishing the rookie. Kobe and James were out of the question. One was his teammate, and the other was part of some banana boat brotherhood. He first called Nash. "Hey, Steve. What? You've already forgiven him. How can you forgive something like this?" Hey. The line went dead. Nash hung up before Pierce could finish. Pierce wasn't discouraged. Nash was old and soft. That was normal. He dialed Peyton's number. Gary Payton, the glove, a defensive stalwart, a tough guy among tough guys. There was no way he would forgive Chin Fong. "Hey, Gary. It's Paul." "Oh, Paul. I want to talk about Chin Fong." "Paul, I've thought it over. I was the one who said inappropriate things first. Even my son understands that. I can't keep making the same mistake. I recognize my error and want to apologize to him." "What? You realize your error? You want to apologize to him? Have you lost your mind?" "Hey, Gary." The call was cut off again. Pierce stared at his phone, trembling. Useless, all of them are cowards. After the All-Star break, the NBA entered its second half. The Lakers traveled to San Antonio to face the Western Conference leading Spurs. As defending champions, the Spurs maintained their strong competitiveness this season with the GDP trio and key players all retained. They also signed former Mavericks core forward Michael Finley and veteran point guard Nick Van Exel, showing their determination to repeat as champions. The Spurs currently hold a 38-12 record, while the Lakers stand at 30-19. This season marks the 40th year of the Spurs franchise. Before selecting Duncan, the team had never won a championship or even reached the finals. But Duncan's arrival changed the franchise's destiny. While numerous teams tanked that season, fate smiled upon San Antonio. The Celtics set a franchise-worst record only to end up with nothing. In the 8 years since Duncan joined the Spurs, they made 3 finals appearances and won 3 championships. Tony Parker and Ginobili fully developed into stars, and the Spurs remained one of the league's most dominant teams. And tonight, the Lakers' new OK combo would go head-to-head with the Spurs' GDP. After the opening ceremony, both starting lineups remained on the court. Lakers starters Chin Fong, Kobe Odom, Kwame Mlem. Kwame returned to the starting lineup, pairing with Mlem to anchor the interior against the Spurs. This was Chin Feng's first matchup against the Spurs. Previous suspensions had caused him to miss several games against them. Spurs starters Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and Radoslav Nestorovic. With the referees whistled, Duncan and Mlem battled for the tip-off. Though Duncan barely jumped during All-Star Weekend, it was by choice. When he first entered the league, his nickname was the Flying Demon. Across the league, talented athletes abound, but only a handful earned the Fly moniker. The Air Jordan Flying Pig, Barkley Little Flying Hero, Kobe, Canadian Flyer Carter, and Flying Demon Duncan. The value of the Fly designation is clear. Duncan won the tip, tapping the ball to Ginobili. After crossing half-court, Ginobili passed to Parker. Parker excelled at orchestrating pick-and-roll breaks. The French runaway was nearly unstoppable once he gained momentum. Parker initiated a screen at the top of the key and cleanly found Duncan in the paint. Boom. The Iron Buddha caught the ball and finished with authority. Mlem had no answer. On the Lakers' possession, Chin Fong brought the ball up steadily with Tony Parker guarding him. After bringing the ball across half-court, Chin Fong passed to Kobe. Bruce Bowen was assigned to lock down the Lakers' primary scorer, sticking to him like glue. Bowen was a defensive specialist with solid fundamentals, but he was equally infamous for his subtle tactics. Those infamous black feet had echoed throughout the league. His most notorious incident involved 3 separate trips that sent Carter falling, eventually forcing the aerial athlete to chase him down the court and pushing his technical foul record to new heights. Kobe used a crossover to create slight separation, then backed into Bowen. If there were black feet, there were also hidden elbows. Kobe lowered his stance, backing inside, and drove his elbow firmly into Bowen's chest with a solid thud. Bowen staggered, his chest going numb. He gritted his teeth and rubbed the area, cursing inwardly. Despite being shoved and elbowed, Bowen maintained his positioning with disciplined defense. He quickly regained balance and closed the gap. Seeing no opening, Kobe didn't force the issue as he might have in years past. He passed back to Chin Fong. Chin Fong used his strength advantage to push past Parker and buried a one-handed floater. The game continued. The Lakers relied on the dual engines of Chin Fong and Kobe constantly probing for scoring opportunities. The Spurs played as a cohesive unit with Duncan as their offensive and defensive anchor. Through his screens and playmaking, they generated plenty of easy looks. In crucial moments, Duncan could also isolate and punish Kwame and Mlem one-on-one. The Spurs controlled the tempo, but the Lakers tenaciously stayed within striking distance. 5 minutes into the game, an official timeout was called. The score stood at 11-12, with the Lakers trailing by 1. For the first 5 minutes, the Lakers matched the Spurs blow for blow. The question is whether the bench can maintain that competitiveness. The Spurs bench featured seasoned veterans like Finley Barry and Van Exel. Director Zhang analyzed Duncan gives the Spurs a decisive advantage in the paint. The Lakers cannot match them step for step inside. Their strength lies on the perimeter. As for the bench, everyone knows the Lakers' situation. When play resumed after the timeout, the Spurs substituted Finley in for Ginobili. Ginobili typically played 20 to 25 minutes per game. That was his peak efficiency window. Beyond that, his impact diminished. This was precisely why he earned the nickname Half-Court Jordan. On the Spurs possession, Parker and Duncan ran another pick and roll at the top of the key. Parker passed to Duncan. After drawing Odom's help defense, Duncan kicked it out to the newly inserted Finley. Finley drained the three-pointer instantly. 11 to 15, the Lakers trail by 4. Shin Fong pushed the pace up court, increasing the Lakers' tempo. At the top of the key, he set a screen with Mlem. Shin Fong exploded toward the paint, drawing Duncan's attention. With a clever bounce pass, the ball arrived comfortably in Kwame's hands. With Duncan occupied, Kwame converted a close-range two-pointer. On the Spurs' next possession, Parker brought the ball up court where Shin Fong was waiting. Parker's drives were devastating. He possessed an array of unexpected moves, his signature spinning crossover capable of leaving defenders completely disoriented. Shin Fong chose to give Parker a half-step of breathing room, buying himself extra reaction time. Parker's shot was mediocre, his preference clearly leaning toward attacking the rim. Shin Feng's read proved correct. With a speed rating of 85 and that extra cushion, he successfully tracked Parker's acceleration. Shin Feng's defense held up well, but Parker still spun twice and kicked his way past on the right side. Shin Fong immediately applied contact, driving his shoulder into Parker's path and causing a momentary hesitation. Parker was internally surprised. He hadn't expected Shin Fong to keep up. That crucial hesitation allowed Shin Fong to recover position, and Kobe arrived to provide help defense. With no clean look available, Parker settled for a contested floater. The ball rimmed out, and Mlem secured the rebound over Nestorovic. Fast break. Mlem immediately looked to advance the ball after securing the rebound. He fed Shin Fong, and the Lakers' transition offense ignited. Kobe led the charge down the floor. Despite Bowen's efforts to impede him with contact, the little flying hero was too fast. Odom sprinted alongside. The only Spur capable of keeping pace with the Lakers' break was the French runaway, Parker, with Ginobili still seated on the bench. A 3-on-2 scenario up the floor. As Shin Fong crossed mid-court, Bowen positioned himself in front, attempting to impede. Without hesitation, Shin Fong swung the pass to Kobe. Kobe and Odom faced Parker in a 2-on-1. With Kobe driving and Odom trailing, Parker found himself in a dilemma. He knew even without Odom, he couldn't stop the on-rushing Kobe. Yet Parker held his ground in the passing lane. Kobe could have taken the shot himself, but chose to kick it to Odom. Odom, a key contributor for the Lakers, maintained his transition intensity. Catching the ball with the rim open, he took one step off the free throw line, elevated, and delivered a one-handed tomahawk jam, driving the ball through the hoop. Nice finish. Odom turned and high-fived Kobe in celebration. On the way back on defense, he exchanged a fist bump with Shin Fong as well. Shin Fong and Kobe exchanged a series of passes followed by Odom's dunk as the Lakers moved with perfect rhythm. He played like a natural commander, possessing a compelling presence that even Kobe was willing to adapt around. On defense, Shin Fong pressured Parker, disrupting his offensive rhythm. Shin Fong used his body to apply pressure, leaving Parker with speed as his only advantage. Parker accelerated and drove past Shin Fong on the right, but Shin Fong recovered quickly to stay in front, though Parker's explosive first step made it difficult to contain. By the time Shin Fong repositioned himself, Parker had already released a floater that kissed the backboard and dropped through the net. The Lakers switched to offense with Shin Fong bringing the ball up court to respond. Shin Fong signaled, and his teammates spread out. Even Kobe moved to the corner. Parker guarded him closely as Shin Fong lowered his stance, controlling the ball. Shin Fong executed two quick crossovers, and Parker stayed close on his heels. Suddenly, Shin Fong stepped forward with his right foot, prompting Parker to take a half step back instinctively. In that moment, Shin Fong pulled the ball behind his back, stepped back beyond the three-point line, and rose for a jump shot. The ball left his hand. His body fully extended in the air, legs straight, wrists snapping through with the grace of a painter's brushstroke. Swish. The ball passed through the net cleanly. The shooting motion was fluid and elegant, drawing the attention of the entire arena, the commentators and players from both teams. What a release from Shin Fong, what a three-pointer. The form was beautiful, smooth, and incredibly watchable, observed Yu Jia on the CCTV broadcast, eyes wide with surprise. Coach Zhang tapped his thigh. What a shot, a step-back three. He took it with conviction. Across the sideline, Popovich watched with visible concern. Previously, when Shin Fong had missed games due to suspension, Popovich had only seen reports about the young player across various platforms. At the time, he had considered him merely a rookie, wondering how impactful a newcomer could truly be. Now, through direct competition, he realized this young man was far more complex. He could orchestrate offense with the ball in his hands and also create his own shots when needed, much like Kobe. Popovich's greatest concern was an offensive weapon like Kobe who could dismantle a defense at will. However, Kobe was only one player, and the Spurs could plan specifically to limit him. Now the Lakers had Chen Fong as another sharp offensive threat, and he presented an even more difficult challenge than Kobe because of his capable passing ability. In Popovich's assessment, the Lakers had joined the Mavericks and Suns as the Spurs' most formidable opponents for a championship. He called out to the court, signaling for Parker to advance the ball to Duncan. Duncan caught the ball in the low post backed against Kwame, lowered his shoulder, and turned for a bank shot that went in. On the next possession from the same position, Duncan faked a move drawing Kwame into the air, then stepped through for a dunk. A masterclass in fundamentals. What an efficient performer, Coach Zhang remarked with a shake of his head. Kwame simply has no answer for him. After 8 minutes in the first quarter, Kobe had scored 10 points on 4 of 6 shooting and 2 of 3 from the free throw line despite Bowen's persistent defensive pressure. However, Kobe's performance still fell short of Duncan's dominance. Against Kwame's defense, Duncan posted 6 of 5 shooting 2 of 2 from the line and 12 points in the opening period. The disparity became evident from the moment they stepped onto the court. For the Spurs, Michael Finley and Robert Horry, both seasoned veterans with numerous accolades, could handle the ball and knock down three-pointers with ease. With Brent Barry and Nick Van Exel joining them, the Spurs bench dominated the Lakers' reserves decisively. On the Lakers side, aside from Brian Cook, who could hit a couple of threes, Andrew Bynum was still a raw rookie. Luke Walton and Sasha Vujasic both lacked the ability to create their own shots. Once the starters left the floor, the offensive firepower plummeted. By the end of the first quarter, in just over 3 minutes, the score had shifted from 20-20 before the starters sat to 23-30. The bench lost 7 points in 3 minutes. Early in the second quarter, Kobe Bryant came back on the floor to boost the Lakers' offense, but the Spurs countered by sending Bruce Bowen to guard him. Kobe received the ball and continued to attack Bowen aggressively, but this time, without Chen Fong drawing defensive attention, Kobe found himself contained by Bowen's defense. Bowen, having taken an elbow from Kobe at the start, focused on shadowing Kobe's landing foot, a tactic he was notoriously skilled at. Having faced Bowen many times before, Kobe was well aware of his playing style and moved with caution, evading danger when necessary. However, as the physical intensity increased, Kobe's shooting efficiency began to decline. Over 3 minutes, he made only 1 of 6 shots. Not only did the deficit fail to shrink, but it widened to 11 points. Had he not earned 2 free throws and converted both, his performance in that stretch would have drawn harsh criticism. Seeing that sending Kobe alone wasn't enough to solve the problem, Phil Jackson called a timeout. Chen, when you go in, don't rush to give the ball to Kobe. Try to take Tony Parker one-on-one more often. With Kobe locked down by Bowen, Jackson placed his hopes on Chen Fong, a player he regarded with both fondness and frustration. Taking on Parker shouldn't be a problem, right? Jackson looked at Chen Fong, his expression complex. The young man had undeniable talent, but his off-court troubles were far too many. He hoped this time things would stay quiet for a while. No problem. Chen Fong replied with an okay gesture as he stood up. The timeout ended, and all the starters returned to the court. Chen Fong stepped up, catching the Spurs off guard with a sudden pull-up three-pointer. No ordinary point guard would attempt such a shot. But Chen Fong was bold and confident. He pulled up from beyond the arc without hesitation and nailed it. Then he took the ball at the top of the key facing Parker. He took a quick step forward with his right foot, causing Parker to backpedal. Seizing the moment, Chen Fong stopped abruptly and rose for a pull-up jumper. The release was smooth, fluid, and graceful. Swish! The ball caressed the net. On the Spurs end, Parker drove and dished to Manu Ginobili, whose three-pointer missed. Chris Mim grabbed the rebound. Lakers possession. Chen Fong initiated his triple threat stance, used a jab step to shift Parker's weight, then slid sideways for a mid-range pull-up. The ball sailed just past Parker's fingertips and banked in. Chen Fong scored in a flurry: a three-pointer, a mid-range jumper, and a drive to the basket. 3 different spots, 3 distinct scoring methods. He proved to everyone that he could not only pass, but also create his own shot with ease. Accentuated by his striking good looks, every shot he took carried an indescribable aesthetic appeal. The pull-ups, the fadeaways, the stop and pops. Each movement seemed like a dance. The halftime buzzer sounded. Lakers 55, Spurs 57. The Lakers trailed by just 2 points. Chen Fong had scored 20 points and 4 assists on 8 of 11 shooting, 2 of 3 from 3 and 2 of 2 from the line. Kobe Bryant had 20 points and 3 rebounds on 8 of 18 shooting, with 4 of 5 from the free throw line. Meanwhile, the league's ban on the nutshot move and Chen Feng's public declaration had spread throughout the basketball and sports world. Yahoo Sports dubbed the day of the fallen god. The nutshot god falls. The New York Times ran a more sensational headline: the eye-opening madman brought to justice. No more of his kind in the league. NBA players across the league jokingly called it Liberation Day. The news traveled to Asia, reaching China Chen Feng's hometown. A street-side tabloid in Foshan, Guangdong, titled Foshan Gong, ran the headline: "Our city's player Chen Fong pledges no first use of the nutshot." Beside it was a photo of Chen Fong with a serious expression captioned, "Chen Fong stated that this is his solemn commitment to world peace." Foshan Wenny's headline was even more exaggerated: "Our city's famous General Chen Fong conquers America, unbeaten enemies, forced to impose rule restrictions." The subheading read, Foshan Martial Arts, shakes the NBA Americans tremble in fear. Next to it was a Photoshop poster of Chen Feng, wearing a Wulin Feng jacket. The halftime break ended, and Chen Feng strolled toward the court humming a light tune. With 8 makes out of 11 attempts and 20 points in the first half, his shooting that day had been both accurate and elegant, putting him in exceptionally high spirits. Kobe stood nearby observing his proud expression. We're down by 2 points, and you're this cheerful. There's still the second half ahead, isn't there? Chen Feng chuckled softly. Old Kobe, you played well today. 8 shots made out of 18-20 points. Your efficiency was only slightly behind mine, still above par. As Chen Feng's teammate, Kobe understood him better than anyone on the Lakers, and he immediately recognized the teasing undertone in those words. Kobe didn't let Chen Feng's comment go unanswered. With a light nudge of his elbow, he brushed past him before striding toward the court. Chen Feng drew a quick breath, pressed a hand to his side, and followed with nimble steps. The second half began with the Lakers taking possession. The Spurs deployed Bowen to guard Chen Feng. Looks like they're bringing out a serious defender, Chen Feng murmured. Popovich had clearly made adjustments for the second half. In the first half, the French speedster had been thoroughly outplayed by Chen Feng, who scored 20 points. For the second half, the Spurs made a substitution, sending Bowen to handle the assignment. Bowen pressed in close, extending his arm to contest the shot. Chen Feng drove hard to his left, stopped abruptly, and pulled back for a mid-range jumper. As the ball left his hands and hung in the air, Chen Feng knew exactly what he was doing. Upon landing, he spread his legs wide in the signature crab stance, a defensive measure against footing. But Bowen made no move, and because Chen Feng was uncomfortable with his own shooting form, the ball clanged off the rim. From the commentary desk, Yu Jia noticed the unusual landing technique. What's that landing posture Chen Feng just used? Is this a newly developed move? Zhang, with 40 years of basketball expertise, understood immediately. Chen Feng was well aware of Bowen's reputation for underhanded play. Had Bowen shown any intention of targeting him, Chen Feng would have been ready with an elaborate counter. But over several possessions, Bowen made no such move. Hey, Chen Feng called out. What is it? Bowen frowned. Why aren't you trying to trip me up? What are you talking about? Why won't you step on my feet? Chen Feng asked with a straight face, locking eyes with Bowen. I'd never do something like that. I play clean. How dare you accuse me of that? Bowen had no intention of admitting anything. Chen Feng didn't let up. Are you looking down on me? You've stepped on Carter, Kobe, McGrady, and Iverson without hesitation. Why stop with me? Do you think I'm easy prey? Do you think I'm not worth your effort? I never did. Then do it now. Chen Feng pointed to his foot. Go ahead, step on it. Bowen was completely bewildered by Chen Feng's behavior. He'd played in the NBA for years and seen everything, but this was unprecedented. Someone actually asking him to trip them. This guy was clearly not thinking straight. He remembered what Pierce had said about Chen Feng and the others knocking him unconscious in the locker room after the game. That was insane behavior. Was Chen Feng waiting for him to step on his foot so he could lose his composure right then and there? Bowen swallowed hard and instinctively stepped back half a pace. Seizing the opening, Chen Feng executed a fadeaway jumper reminiscent of McGrady's style, and the ball swished cleanly through the net. On the next possession, Chen Feng found himself again guarding Bowen near the free throw line. Hey Bowen, please don't come over, Bowen pleaded, feeling the unease return as the instability came again. That foot you put out on Kobe in the first half, that was intentional, wasn't it? That was just normal defense. Normal defense doesn't take someone's leg out like that. Don't pretend you don't understand the game. Chen Feng dribbled while speaking. You're a player who specializes in underhanded tactics. Why aren't you going after me? Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. Then why did you step back? Chen Feng pointed to Bowen's half-step retreat. I saw your leg tremble. Are you afraid I'll retaliate? Relax, I value sportsmanship. Even if you take a shot at me, I won't hurt you on the spot. Shut up. You want me to be quiet. How can I be quiet? Chen Feng raised the ball and faked a shot. Bowen instinctively jumped, and Chen Feng settled into his shooting form, effortlessly sinking the two-pointer. You fell for that fake so easily. You're genuinely afraid of me. Bowen's face flushed with frustration, and he resolved to shut down this erratic opponent. On the next possession, Chen Feng brought the ball up again. Bowen, what now? Does your wife know you're a coward? Are you done yet? What's with the language? Chen Feng tilted his head. If you're brave enough to go after my feet, I'll respect you. But if you're too scared, just admit it. I'll consider you a coward for life. Bowen was completely undone, tempted to respond physically. But remembering what happened to Pierce, he forced himself to stay composed. There's a saying, the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about consequences. And this was exactly that situation. While Bowen was lost in thought, Chen Feng executed a crisp crossover and blew past him. Facing Duncan's help defense, he launched a floating jumper that found the mark. What a play! Zhang Weiping tapped the table excitedly. Chen Feng played this intelligently. Bowen stood like a tree, and Chen Feng just crossed him over and finished with a floater. Yu Jia chuckled beside him. Coach Zhang, did you notice? Bowen's defensive intensity was clearly lacking. He seemed hesitant to get close. Not afraid. Zhang Weiping paused. What's Bowen afraid of? Look at this replay. Yu Jia pointed to the screen. Bowen seemed to hesitate there, holding back his steps. Against Kobe, he would have been right on him. Zhang Weiping stroked his chin. You're right. Bowen's defense against Chen Feng tonight felt restrained. Popovich stood on the sideline, his expression growing increasingly grim. He called a timeout and pulled Bowen aside. What are you doing? I told you to guard him, not give him space. Bowen rarely spoke up. Coach, that kid has issues. He's been provoking me the whole time, asking me to trip him. He's insane. Fans in the Spurs home crowd were also discussing the situation. Bowen isn't guarding well at all. Chen Feng got past him in one step. It's not that Bowen's bad, it's that the Chinese player is too tricky. He's definitely skilled and plays an attractive style. He looks good playing, but something feels off. Look at his expression. That smile looks unhinged. After the timeout, Chen Feng brought the ball across half court again. This time Bowen guarded him aggressively, keeping his mind focused and free from distractions. Bowen, your wife. I don't have a wife. Oh, that's even worse. No wife at all. Chen Feng sighed. No wonder he's so twisted, resorting to tripping people just to feel something. You. Alright, I won't mention your wife. Chen Feng shrugged. Besides, you've got nobody to talk to anyway. Can you just shut up? No. Chen Feng shook his head. The more my opponent tells me not to do something, the more I want to do it. Chen Feng lifted the ball, and this time Bowen stayed balanced, not biting on the fake. Chen Feng glanced at him, raised his arm to chest level, and swayed it side to side. It looked like he was going to elbow, but he was just trying to rattle him before making the pass. Kobe caught the ball facing Parker. After a three-threat stance, he went straight up for a jump shot. Swish. Nothing but net. Nice shot. Chen Feng applauded. Parker can't handle old Kobe after all. The Spurs brought the ball up with Parker driving and attempting a floater against Chen Feng's defense, but it rimmed out. Mims secured the rebound and passed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng pushed the ball up court and once again found Kobe. Facing Parker, Kobe hit another mid-range jumper. Swish. Another bucket. The Lakers led 74-70. Popovich stood on the sideline, his face dark with frustration. Timeout. Within 3 minutes, the Spurs had been forced to call consecutive timeouts. Popovich couldn't simply watch Kobe exploit Parker in isolation over and over. Bruce, you take over guarding Kobe. Tony. Popovich turned to Parker. Don't let Chen Feng get easy shots. If you can't stop him, let him drive. The interior has Tim. The timeout ended and the game resumed. As time ticked away, both Bowen and Parker found their focus tested by Chen Feng's persistent psychological pressure, their composure gradually tested with each possession. Popovich stood on the sidelines instructing his key defender Bowen, don't give them an easy shot. Apply physical pressure and impose contact. The Spurs' defensive intensity ratcheted up to maximum. Bowen stayed glued to Kobe while Ginobili began to double-team Chen Feng. This level of aggression was remarkable. Chen Feng dribbled across half court and noticed an extra defender waiting for him. Are you guys in playoff mode? He remarked. Despite his excellent ball handling combined with wind rhythm, Parker managed to steal the ball once. On the Spurs' offensive possession, Duncan established himself in the post with his signature low block game, using his strength to carve out position before executing a smooth turnaround hook shot that dropped cleanly through the net. For the Lakers' next possession, Chen Feng calmly brought the ball up the court and found Kobe waiting on the perimeter. Kobe faced Bowen's tight defense, hit his stop-and-pop rhythm, and launched a jump shot. The ball clanged off the rim. Duncan snatched the rebound, and the Spurs pushed the break. Parker fed the ball into Duncan in the post against Moon's defense. Duncan backed down, found his spot, and executed his signature bank shot. The ball swished through the net as Duncan finished with 4 straight points. Kwame and Moon took turns trying to contain him, but Duncan's methodical approach made him nearly impossible to stop. The Spurs cut the deficit to 1 point at 80-79. Stone Buddha remains reliable, the analyst nodded. Duncan's execution on those possessions was fundamental and unbreakable. The Lakers' frontcourt simply couldn't match his positioning. Yu Jia sighed, noting that the Lakers needed Kobe and Chen Feng to answer from beyond the arc, but San Antonio's defensive pressure limited their options. Kobe looked to answer offensively, but Bowen's defense grew increasingly aggressive, testing the boundaries of legal contact. When Kobe landed after a jump shot, Bowen's foot crept forward just enough to gain an advantage. What Bowen didn't account for was Kobe's heightened court awareness, his ability to sense danger instinctively. Kobe adjusted his landing position by a fraction, staying protected. Bowen's foot grazed Kobe's ankle with minimal contact, but it was enough to disrupt Kobe's balance as he landed. Chen Feng recognized the illegal contact immediately and reacted with visible frustration. He made contact with your leg. Chen Feng surged forward toward Bowen, but Kobe quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back, urging him to stay composed since he was unharmed. He targeted your foot. It wasn't quite contact, stay calm. Kobe held onto Chen Feng's arm firmly. Could this really be worth escalating? Could he afford to let this go? The Lakers were in an excellent position, leading the first-place Spurs in the fourth quarter. Since the championship lineup broke up, this was the richest opportunity he'd had in a long time. Now was not the moment to let something derail their chances. Bowen spotted Chen Feng charging and immediately retreated to the bench area. The referee finally blew the whistle after reviewing the play, calling a standard foul. Phil Jackson called a timeout and approached Kobe, asking how he was feeling. I'm fine. Kobe rotated his ankle to test it. Jackson felt relieved. The playoffs were approaching, and an injury now would be disastrous. Meanwhile, Chen Feng glanced between Bynum and Duncan on the opposite side. Bynum, the center, had just finished distributing towels and responded to his teammate's voice. Feng Ji, over here. Bynum jogged over. Chen Feng beckoned Bynum closer and whispered his instructions, telling the young center it was time to contribute to the team's plan by targeting Duncan once he entered the game. When the Spurs make a move against one of ours, we focus all our attention on one person, Duncan. What do you mean? Bynum was only 18 and still learning the nuances of the game. Like this, like that, and then like this. Chen Feng explained in a low voice. Bynum understood the concept, though he harbored some anxiety about potential consequences. The team won't abandon anyone who contributes. And I've made arrangements for everyone. No matter what happens here, there are other opportunities waiting. I understand. Then go execute it. Phil Jackson watched the exchange from nearby, without saying anything, simply adjusting his glasses. After the timeout, the Lakers introduced rookie Bynum into the game. Kobe stepped to the free throw line and converted both shots. On the subsequent Spurs possession, Duncan positioned himself in the low post against Bynum. Parker delivered the ball into the post, while Bynum applied pressure from behind. Duncan used his strength to work into his preferred spot and prepared to shoot. As Duncan raised the ball overhead and leaped, two arms wrapped around his waist from behind, gripping him tightly. Then, with sudden force, Duncan was pulled from the air and brought down to the floor with considerable impact. The ball rolled out of bounds as the entire arena fell silent for a moment. Audible gasps filled the arena. The intensity of the play left spectators stunned, with some wondering about the level of physicality being displayed. Popovich sprang from the bench and rushed to the sideline, visibly agitated. He expressed strong concerns about the safety of his player. The referee blew the whistle and jogged over, his expression flickering with uncertainty as he assessed the situation. Bynum spread his arms wide, wearing an innocent expression as he looked at the official. That particular look and gesture mirrored someone who had practiced this sequence extensively. The officials huddled briefly, considering that Bowen's earlier infraction had only been called as a standard foul. Ultimately, they ruled it a regular foul. The crowd erupted in protest, with fans rising to their feet and expressing their dissatisfaction with the call. Duncan slowly rose from the court, visibly shaken. At the free throw line, still recovering from the impact, he managed to convert only one of two attempts. The score tied at 80-80. Chen Feng stood on the court, silently acknowledging the complexity of the situation. He caught Popovich's eye and signaled his intent to continue. Popovich studied Chen Feng's expression and finally understood something. This player operated without conventional boundaries. Bynum's actions were precisely orchestrated by Chen Feng, and the calculated nature of the play confirmed that he was operating beyond normal limits. The game continued with the Lakers possessing the ball. The Spurs had noticeably held back their defensive intensity, returning to normal levels, while Bowen remained on the bench, reluctant to step back onto the court. Chen Feng spotted Odom cutting to the basket and delivered a bounce pass, which Odom converted into a layup. Now it was the Spurs' turn to attack. Parker pushed the ball up the floor and handed it off to Duncan. This time, when Duncan received the ball in the low post, he instinctively glanced back at Bynum. Bynum responded with a warm, good-natured smile. Duncan decided it was best to pass the ball out instead. He kicked it out to Ginobili, who attempted a tough shot, but missed. On the other end, Chen Feng drove and dished the ball to Kobe, who faced off against Ginobili and launched a jump shot. Swish! Ginobili watched helplessly as the basketball sailed cleanly through the net. Bowen returned to the court, and the Spurs found it difficult to play without their perimeter defensive anchor. In the final 3 minutes, that man for San Antonio stepped up. Manu Ginobili, known in basketball circles as the Knife. He first drove with a snake-like crossover and finished at the rim, his body twisting through an impossible angle to slide the ball into the basket. 95-91. On the Lakers' side, Odom received a pass from Chen Feng and attempted a two-point jumper, but it clanged off the rim. Then it was San Antonio's turn. From the same spot with the same drive, Ginobili scored and drew the foul for a three-point play. The free throw was good. 95-94. The Lakers responded with Kobe facing a tighter defense from Bowen. He created space with a fadeaway jumper and buried it. 97-94. Ginobili received the ball on the perimeter, faked a drive that made Kobe reach out, then stepped back and released a three-point shot. Swish! The ball went through the net like a rope. 97-97, the game was tied. The entire arena erupted. Oh my heavens! Coach Zhang held his head in disbelief, as if his national team had just been defeated at the buzzer. That Ginobili shot was simply unreasonable. A divine basketball. Indeed, a wonderful shot. Ujia had to let out a roar. Kobe had him completely covered. What could you do when Ginobili just forces the three? In comfortable situations, watch Parker. In adversity, watch Duncan. In desperation, watch the Knife slay all demons. Ginobili, who had only played 15 minutes in the first 3 quarters, came alive with full energy at the crucial moment, revealing his killer instincts. 97-97, tied once again. On offense for the Lakers, Kobe received the ball on the right wing against Bowen's defense. He started with a triple threat stance, then exploded past him directly. Bowen was beaten and Duncan rotated over to help. Kobe stopped on a dime and rose up for a fadeaway jumper. Swish. Good. 99-97. Great shot. Chun Feng patted Kobe on the back twice to test the feel of the ball. Old Kobe remained steady. San Antonio brought the ball up. Ginobili held it guarded by Kobe. He pump faked, but Kobe was not fooled. Ginobili had no choice but to kick it out to Parker. Parker drove hard. Clap. Chun Feng stripped the ball from the side. Great steal. Coach Zhang yelled. Chun Feng immediately pushed the pace on a fast break racing the length of the court. The Spurs retreated quickly and Ginobili had already recovered near the paint. Chun Feng reached the three-point line, stopped on a dime, and dished to the trailing Kobe. Kobe caught the ball against Ginobili's defense faked once, and when Ginobili did not bite, he pulled up for a jumper. Swish. 3 points. The Lakers answered with style. 102-97, with just 1 minute remaining. The Lakers lead by 5. What a pass. That was absolutely beautiful from Chun Feng. Yu Jia howled with genuine excitement. San Antonio in possession. Ginobili drove in with a fancy Euro step into the paint. Kwame rotated over to help. Ginobili contorted in the air, bang. He could not finish it. Duncan grabbed the rebound and threw down a one-handed putback. Boom. 102-99. Chun Feng brought the ball to the top of the key against Parker, then suddenly accelerated and blew past him on the left side. With 90 stamina, he was essentially half a tank. He could still run and jump after playing so hard. Chun Feng drove into the paint, and when Duncan collapsed on him, he did not force it. Instead, he hit Kwame cutting to the basket, who caught and slammed it home with 2 hands. 104-99. Great shot. Coach Zhang grew excited. Chun Feng's pass was brilliant. Duncan's attention was entirely on him, leaving Kwame cutting freely to the rim for an easy dunk. 27 seconds left. San Antonio on offense. Parker drove and, facing Chun Feng's defense, kicked it out to Ginobili on the three-point line. Ginobili caught and immediately fired against Kobe's closing out. Kobe's fingers got right in his face. Dwang. The ball hit the rim and bounced out. Duncan fought through a screen and snatched the rebound, immediately pitching it back to Ginobili. Down 5, Ginobili did not hesitate and launched another 3. Swish. It dropped. 104-102, with 12 seconds remaining, just 2 points behind. Coach Phil was not one to call timeouts often. He preferred to let his players make decisions on the floor. San Antonio had no timeouts left. Popovich leaned against the sideline, shouting instructions. Full court press. Full court press. Draw a foul if you cannot steal it. Chun Feng ran a backdoor cut circling around San Antonio's players to receive the inbound pass. Parker and Ginobili closed out from both sides, swiping at the ball nonstop. Chun Feng alternate cross-off between his legs and behind his back with light, graceful footwork, shifting left and right. With a clever flick of the wrist, he threaded a pass to Kobe at midcourt. Seeing the clock winding down, Bowen grabbed Kobe's arm and drew a foul, sending him to the free throw line. In the clutch moment, Kobe withstood the deafening crowd noise and sank both free throws. 106-102, the Lakers up by 4 with 5 seconds left. San Antonio inbounding the ball. Parker caught it and drove quickly, then hit Ginobili as soon as he crossed half court. Ginobili faced Kobe with no hesitation and launched a 3. Bang. It hit the iron. Bounced out. Duncan got the rebound and put it back. Bang. It bounced out again. Buzzer. Buzzer. The final horn sounded. Lakers win a narrow road victory over the Western Conference first place, Spurs 106-102. Chun Feng finished with 23 points, 11 assists, and 2 steals. Kobe posted 36 points and 7 rebounds. Duncan exploded for 31 points and 18 rebounds. Ginobili contributed 25 points, including 14 in the fourth quarter. Post-game press conference. Reporter: Coach Popovich, how do you view this game? Popovich: we lost because of one foul call. Reporter: you mean Bynum's foul on Duncan? Popovich: that was not a foul. That was murder. Reporter: and what about Bowen's defense on Kobe? We all know it was unintentional. The next day, headlines across major outlets emerged. Los Angeles Times: Bowen nearly caused disaster with a cheap shot on Kobe. Bynum responded to Duncan's treatment. San Antonio Express News: Popovich questions officials after the game. Why was that hold not called a flagrant foul? ESPN: Lakers topple Western Conference leader on the road. Chun Feng records 23 points and 11 assists. Ginobili scores 14 in the fourth, but it is not enough. China Sports Daily: Chun Feng's 23 points and 11 assists lead Lakers to a narrow win over the Spurs. Unnamed tabloid: 18-year-old Bynum sends Stone Buddha to the ground. Fans stunned. Did he learn that from the madman? Netizen comment: the Spurs thought the Lakers only had one madman, but they did not expect Bynum to be even crazier. Indeed, after a series of chaotic plays during All-Star Weekend, Chun Feng had evolved from fan god in the eyes of supporters into mad god. Hoopoo hot comments: in comfort, watch Parker. In adversity, watch Duncan. In desperation, watch Manu. In true desperation, watch Bynum. Duncan: I thought everyone was friends during All-Star Weekend. Mad god friends are meant to be used. Spurs fans: what we fear is not Kobe. It is that madman. After defeating the Spurs, the Lakers team did not linger. They took a chartered flight back to Los Angeles that very day. Upon landing, Chun Feng did not return home. but took a taxi directly to the Four Seasons Hotel. Camila was already waiting for him in the room. Her new film had just been released, and she had been traveling through several cities for promotions and press tours while Chen Feng had attended the All-Star game in Houston. In total, they had not seen each other for a week. Chen Feng arrived at the room Camila had booked and handed her a lip balm he had bought on a whim. Congratulations on your new film topping the North American box office in its first week. A film he had never even heard of had managed to claim the weekly box office crown. This was something he had not anticipated. Though it was only a week's box office championship, the competition was fierce. The same period saw several major titles like Final Destination 3 and Underworld Evolution. Camila glanced at the item in his hand and asked with a hint of surprise, "How did you know I like this brand of lip balm?" "I didn't know." Chen Feng shook his head. "I bought it for you so that when I kiss you I'll feel more involved." "Dream on, I won't let you kiss me." Camila smiled as she accepted the lip balm, turned to the dressing mirror, opened it, applied a thin layer to her lips, and pressed them together. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Chen Feng standing not far away, gazing at her in a daze. "Is it nice?" Camila noticed the appreciation in his eyes, met his gaze, and asked softly, "It's beautiful." Chen Feng walked over, looked down at her lips soft as water, and asked, "Is the lip balm moisturizing?" "It's okay, it works well." Camila nodded in satisfaction. Chen Feng was clearly not content with such a vague answer. He placed his hand on her shoulder and decided to test the moisture himself. He leaned in close to Camila's lips and kissed her. He had only intended a brief taste of the lip balm, but to his surprise Camila closed her eyes and responded actively. Yet when Chen Feng became slightly more passionate and wanted to go further, Camila gently pushed him away. "Is it moist?" she asked him. "Very moist," Chen Feng affirmed with a nod. Having received his confirmation, Camila playfully punched him with her small fist. "You barely contacted me this whole week. Just a few phone calls. Are you starting to get tired of me? Has some other seductress wrapped around you?" Chen Feng nodded. "You know, as a young man out there I have to protect myself well. In the dead of night, faced with the temptations of all kinds of enchantresses, I have steadfastly guarded my Tao heart for you, lying in bed, and even crying out loud." "You're putting on an act," Camila said, cupping his face. "Let me hear you cry out loud." "No," Chen Feng refused, stubbornly shaking his head, then proposed a condition, "unless you let out an ah for me." "You scoundrel!" Camila's cheeks flushed slightly. After a soft scold, she returned to the previous topic. "You still haven't told me why you contacted me less before." Chen Feng looked at her. It was clear Camila was still concerned about this. "Have you forgotten? You were traveling back and forth for promotions, and I went to Houston for the All-Star game." Chen Feng cupped Camila's face and kissed her again. "And didn't I call you every day?" Hearing this, Camila recalled that during the All-Star days Chen Feng had indeed called every day. She couldn't help but smile, a touch of charming playfulness in her eyes. "Phone calls are not enough. I want more." "All right, it's all yours." Chen Feng stroked her head lovingly. "Has the second week box office come out?" "It's out." Camila's lips drooped slightly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "It dropped to 5th place in the second week." Suddenly remembering something, she left Chen Feng's embrace, walked to the laptop she had brought, and sat down. "Darling, come look." Camila opened the comments section of When a Stranger Calls. "I spent $20 just to watch a pretty girl walk around a mansion and answer creepy calls. This film is basically a real estate promo, occasionally blasting a sound to scare you. The villain moves slower than Duncan's defensive retreat. He's supposed to be a psychotic killer, but he's like an old man taking a weekend stroll. Why does she keep answering the phone? Why not just unplug the line? If the heroine pulled the phone cord, the whole movie would be over." Camila sat in front of the computer reading the comments over and over. The more she read, the funnier she found them. She covered her mouth with her fair hand, her shoulders trembling with laughter, bending over until she could barely straighten up. "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter." "Is it really that funny?" Chen Feng asked softly, standing behind her. "It's really hilarious, honey, don't you think?" "No," Chen Feng shook his head. "I just think you look beautiful when you laugh." "Ew, suddenly, it's so hot." "I think this comment is the most insightful," Chen Feng said, pointing at a comment that read, "The only highlight of the film, the female lead's looks." Camila stood up. The breeze from the balcony stirred her dress, and a few strands of slightly curly brown hair clung to her fair cheeks, looking both charming and mesmerizing. "What do you want to do?" Chen Feng looked at her. Camila reached out and placed her hand on his chest, leaning in. "I just used a super fragrant body wash. Smell it and tell me if it's nice." Chen Feng leaned in and smelled it. It was indeed very fragrant, a cool, sweet, and refreshing scent, like a lily penetrating the heart. "Baby, close your eyes," Chen Feng suddenly said. "Oh," Camila responded sweetly, obediently closing her eyes. Her long lashes trembled gently, making one want to kiss her. "Turn around," Chen Feng said. Camila turned around obediently, her hands quietly resting on the table, holding the laptop. Suddenly she felt a slight coolness at her chest, as if something had dropped into the hollow of her neckline, then moved up a little. "You can open your eyes now," Chen Feng's voice sounded in her ear. Camila had thought he had put some kind of ring around her neck, and her heart tightened with a little nervousness. When she opened her eyes, she saw a delicate chain lying on her chest with a mini matte white lily pendant. It was small and elegant, feeling refreshing against her skin. She looked down at it for a long time. "Do you like it?" It's a gift to celebrate your movie's release, Chen Feng asked softly. Wasn't the lip balm the gift? Camila turned around, hugged him, and kissed him again and again, saying happily, I love it. I love the necklace you gave me, I love the lip balm you gave me, but most of all I love you. I'm glad you like it, Chen Feng nodded. Come watch the view with me. He embraced Camila and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, closing the balcony door. The night of Los Angeles spread out beneath them. The high floor of the Four Seasons Hotel offered an excellent view, with thousands of lights scattered like diamonds against the dark curtain of night. No one outside can see us, the glass is one way. Are you really sure? Camila's voice carried a hint of tension. Then behind the floor-to-ceiling window of the Four Seasons Hotel suite in Los Angeles, Chen Feng bent over and practiced dribbling ball control and shooting. The basketball in his hands was sometimes one, sometimes two, and then a moment later it split into two halves. No matter what form the basketball took, Chen Feng was determined, ignoring Camila's defense, driving from beyond the three-point line all the way into the paint. Young people always have inexhaustible energy. Even drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he still displayed a spirit of hard work, persistent training, and unyielding determination, fighting to the end. The two of them were fully engaged in an intense match. Chen Feng backed Camila down, pushing her into the paint every time. She defended with all her might, but eventually her last line of defense was breached. Chen Feng executed a low-post shot. Swish! The ball went cleanly through the net. The nightscape outside the window blurred before their eyes, and the lights of Los Angeles became the perfect backdrop. With the final whistle, the battle concluded. Camila leaned against his chest, both of them trying to catch their breath. You just now. Camila's voice was slightly hoarse. How were you so fierce? It's called giving it my all. Chen Feng kissed her forehead. I take every game very seriously. Camila chuckled softly, leaning against his chest, listening to the wind outside the window and their heartbeats slowly intertwining. Darling. Next time I'll win a game against you. Dream on. The Los Angeles night remained quiet outside, with only two faint palm prints and two basketball prints below them left on the glass. Perhaps invigorated by their victory over the Western Conference leading Spurs, the Lakers carried strong momentum into their subsequent games. Over the remaining fixtures in February, they posted a 4-2 record, finishing the month at 35-21 and fourth in the Western Conference. The league also announced the Eastern and Western Conference Player and Rookie of the Month. Kobe's extraordinary average of 43.4 points last month earned him the Western Conference Player of the Month honors for the second time. This month's Western Conference Player of the Month award went to Marion of the Suns, who stood at an impressive 10-1 record. On the Eastern Conference side, Wade of the Heat took the honor. Chen Feng continued his dominance as Western Conference Rookie of the Month once again. In February, Chen Feng averaged 21.4 points and 10.6 assists per game, delivering all-star caliber numbers. Apart from his first month of the season, Chen Feng had now won Rookie of the Month for 3 consecutive months, making the season's top rookie award all but certain. Las Vegas casinos took the matter into their own hands, closing the line on the Most Valuable Rookie award entirely and no longer accepting any related bets. The first matchup of March saw the Lakers travel to the East Coast to face the Celtics. Aside from games, Chen Feng had been spending most of his time with Camila. Whenever he had free time, he would call Bing Bing and Tianxian to catch up and also check in with Shawa, who was competing in a tennis open tournament in Dubai. Chen Feng's place had gradually begun to resemble a shared living space. Traces of Camila were everywhere. Combs Cosmetics changed clothes, and even a half-used tube of lip balm. Dear, my mom helped me pick up a film similar to Scream called Silence, Camila said, resting her head against his chest in a voice as soft and drowsy as a kitten just waking up. Your mom helps you pick film roles. Chen Feng lifted Camila slightly and rested his chin atop her hair. Camila responded with a soft hum, her words slightly muffled. I started acting when I was 7, and my mom has always been my part-time agent. Until last year, when I graduated high school and left full-time schooling, she resigned from her job to become my full-time agent. Kenshin's manager was her mother, and it turned out Camila's was as well. Chen Feng wondered whether mothers of female entertainers in this industry commonly served as their own managers. There won't be anything unusual in the new movie, right? He asked. What kind of role, eh? Camila looked up, a knowing smile in her eyes, as though she had been waiting for him to ask. Have you never watched my earlier films? Before Chen Feng could respond, Camila seemed to grow more animated. Before I came of age, I only filmed family-friendly productions. And now that I've met you, I certainly wouldn't take anything like that. Besides, those kinds of scripts never reach me. My mom filters them out beforehand. You don't like the idea of me doing that kind of role, eh? Camila asked with a lingering, meaningful smile. Exactly. Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. Any script like that gets turned down immediately. Camila smiled, satisfied, and offered a gentle reminder. Your fame is growing every day, and with it come more temptations. You need to keep yourself focused. Chen Feng smiled warmly. Don't worry. With you by my side, no one else could ever sway my heart. Easy enough to say. Camila, clearly unconvinced, pouted. But if you ever let your feelings wander toward another girl, I won't let it go easily. Chen Feng chuckled without responding. She had said she wouldn't let it go easily, not that she would turn her back on him entirely or refuse to forgive. It seemed there would still be room to hold on to things should trouble arise. Whatever the case, a situation this carefully built must not be allowed to fall apart. Dear Moi, hold me close. Chen Feng wrapped his arms around her firmly. Camilla gently pressed kisses along his forehead, nose, cheeks, lips, and chin. A soft gasp escaped Chen Feng. Don't move, Camilla whispered in a sweet, tender voice. Moments later, a wave of warmth flowed through his entire body. From head to toe, every pore and every cell seemed to tingle with warmth. Meanwhile, far away in Boston, Paul Pierce faced the cameras and made his statement public. I am fully prepared. I am waiting for the Lakers, waiting for Chen Feng. I have been anticipating this moment for a very long time. Since the All-Star game, since the moment I woke up in that locker room, I have been looking forward to this day. It will be the moment I am most eager for in my career. I cannot wait to welcome that rookie from the Lakers. You think the All-Star game was the end? No. This is only the beginning. Pierce's eyes spoke volumes of determination. I will show him what the real NBA looks like. What true toughness means. He should consider getting extra insurance, because I cannot promise what might happen. Finally, I want to say one more thing to Chen. Boston welcomes you. Indeed, Pierce's words ignited a wave of enthusiasm across Boston's sports media. The Boston Globe ran headlines such as Pierce says he will make Chen Feng remember Boston nights, and we are ready. The Chinese player should prepare himself. The Boston Herald featured titles like The Truth's Revenge. Pierce vows to prove who is the real tough guy, and Pierce challenges Chen Feng, I will make him regret coming to Boston. ESPN Boston highlighted stories, including the All-Star game was not the end, this is only the beginning, and Pierce versus Chen Feng. All-Star tension carries into the regular season. Before the Lakers departed for Boston, Chen Feng had his agent Bob arrive early to prepare a few things on his behalf. When the Lakers arrived in Boston, more than a dozen media outlets were gathered outside the terminal. As Chen Feng stepped through the arrival corridor, reporters swarmed around him. Chen, Pierce says he is fully prepared. How do you respond? Chen Feng paused, looked directly into the camera with quiet confidence, and said, he says he's ready. That's great. I hope he truly is, because I am ready, and thoroughly so. Chen, are you afraid to play in Boston? Afraid? Where do you think I am right now? New York or Los Angeles? Chen Feng, will you apologize for what happened at the All-Star game? The one who should apologize is Pierce for attempting to make physical contact with me on the court. What do you think the result of this game will be? Result? Chen Feng tilted his head slightly. The result will be that he discovers what happened at the All-Star game was no accident. The reporters exchanged glances as camera flashes erupted around them. How do you plan to respond to him? Chen Feng considered the question for a moment. I will show Pierce, and I will show the world on game day, what true toughness really means. As Chen Feng's airport interview was broadcast from Boston to Los Angeles, from the East Coast to the West Coast, all of America fell into a frenzy. Lakers versus Celtics, Chen Feng versus Pierce, a long-standing rivalry finally comes to a head. What began as an ordinary regular season game has transformed into a match that has captured the entire nation's attention. A true clash of the century. Sports networks that had never planned to broadcast this game overnight shifted their schedules entirely, suddenly joining in on the nationwide celebration. ESPN, TNT, ABC, and Fox Sports. All the major networks scrambled to adjust their programming, pushing even their weather segments to 3 a.m. Even the adjacent baseball broadcasts were swept up in the excitement. Streets and neighborhoods across the country buzzed with conversation. A homeless man in New York shared with reporters, though I have no home, I hope Chen Feng wins. A taxi driver in Los Angeles gave a thumbs up to the camera and said, Chen Feng is one of us. Show Boston what we're made of. Fans in Chicago were more measured. I just want to see Pierce get hit with another millennium kill. I couldn't catch it clearly on replay last time. This unprecedented buzz has even been dubbed by Chinese students abroad as the American Spring Festival Gala. In Las Vegas, the betting companies responded with remarkable speed. While they had closed odds on the season's top rookie, a dedicated market for Chen Feng versus Pierce went live almost immediately. Who would stand tall at the end, and who would be carried out? The odds table was laid out plainly: Chen Feng to win at 1.8, Pierce to win at 2.2, and both being carried out at 5. To offer odds like this means the bookmakers are certain these two will collide, an ESPN analyst reflected on air. This isn't about who wins the game. It's about who falls first. TNT quickly followed suit, launching a public vote on their website. In this clash of the century, who will go down first? Chen Feng or Pierce? The moment the voting page went live, traffic surged and overwhelmed their servers. Shaq made his stance clear on the show. I'm backing Chen Feng. The kid plays with passion, but does it strategically. Pierce talks tough, but on the court, I think Chen Feng has the edge. Kenny Smith rolled his eyes. You're supporting Chen Feng. Then I guess I'll have to root for Pierce. Pierce has the height and size advantage. Chen Feng stands no chance. Let's make a wager. Shaq slammed the table and posted the bet. What are we gambling on? If you lose, you wear a Lakers No. 35 jersey on national television, dance for the camera, and shout into the lens, Chen Feng is my father. Are you seriously going this hard? Smith hesitated. And if you lose, I'll wear Pierce's jersey, dance in the studio, and say the same thing about Pierce. You're my father. Smith reluctantly agreed. When the votes came in, Pierce led with 53% to Chen Feng's 47%. But surprisingly, many Hollywood celebrities also weighed in. Dwayne Johnson posted a photo of himself holding up a Lakers No. 35 jersey. I've always been a fan of Chin Feng. I don't know what he'll do next, but I believe he'll win. Will Smith also chimed in, I voted for Chin Feng. He looks crazier than Pierce. Only Mark Wahlberg stood with Pierce. I'm from Boston, and I've been a Celtics fan my whole life. Boston's local media went all out building massive hype for Pierce. The front page of the Boston Herald declared, Truth has arrived. Pierce will teach the Chinese player the rules of the NBA at TD Garden. The Boston Post ran 3 consecutive previews, each more provocative than the last. Pierce versus Chin Feng, no mercy. The All-Star game was just the appetizer. Boston is the main event, and Chinese rookies come feel real fear at TD Garden. But it wasn't just North America firing up. The excitement in China was even greater. CCTV Sports made emergency changes to their broadcast plan and added 3 commentary teams. In the studio, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia arrived early and spoke to the camera for half an hour, both wearing worried expressions. This won't be an easy game, Coach Zhang said. Celtics are at home, and Pierce will surely be hungry to prove himself. Yu Jia nodded. The key issue is Pierce has publicly stated he wants Chin Feng to pay a price. For me, Chin Feng's safety matters more than the result. Honestly, I'm genuinely concerned. Yu Jia said, his brows deeply furrowed. Pierce plays rough and has a rough edge. No matter how skilled Chin Feng is, he's still human. What if things really go wrong? TCH. Coach Zhang interrupted immediately. Xiao Chen will be fine. Let's be clear. The All-Star incident started with Pierce. He made himself the victim. And as for the locker room situation, the officials ruled he slipped in the shower. That has nothing to do with our Xiao Chen. Coach Zhang, do you think Chin Feng can handle the pressure tonight? I think Phil Jackson should consider resting him. Yu Jia shook his head. Chin Feng has already publicly accepted the challenge. He won't sit this one out. Coach Zhang knew it too. Xiao Chen may not look for trouble, but he's never backed down from it either. This confrontation appears unavoidable. Every major portal homepage was flooded with Chin Feng and Pierce headlines. Lakers Celtics showdown looms. Fengshin responds boldly, I'll make Pierce understand true toughness. Fengshin leads the charge north to Boston. Pierce vows revenge. Fengshin versus Pierce, a battle for dignity. China's war god Chin Feng meets Pierce on the East Coast. Who is Pierce? I only know Fengshin. Give it to Pierce. Let him feel Chinese strength. Pierce still talking trash after what happened at the All-Star game. If Fengshin wins this game, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair on live TV. Save the drama for later. Let's watch the game first. The name Chin Feng commanded attention across other regions of Asia as well. The Japanese magazine Basketball Weekly published China's Dragon Chin Feng Journey to Boston. The article was filled with lavish praise, ending with a somewhat envious addition. Though reluctant to admit it, China has indeed produced a player of extraordinary caliber. A Korean sports media outlet titled their coverage, Chin Feng vs. Pierce, Light of Asia or American Power. Their tone carried a mix of admiration and envy. Another Korean tabloid went even further. Asian flying man falls laid to rest on the eastern coast of Boston. Chin Feng's companions naturally saw these reports and called him one after another. Tian Xian called first, her voice soft and concerned. Brother, are you going to have a fight again? Please don't get hurt. Chin Feng replied, don't worry, I'm a proper basketball player. I never fight. Bing Bing even expressed her desire to travel to Boston to watch him, but Chin Feng persuaded her to stay. Shawa called from Dubai, and Camilla, who had been apart from him for just one day, also called, urging him to stay calm and not come to harm. With careful words of comfort, Chin Feng gradually eased the worries of the women. On March 2nd at 7 p.m., 1 hour before the long-awaited match began, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. The TD Garden was already packed. A palpable excitement filled the arena like water nearing its boiling point, everyone waiting for the moment everything would unfold. At the TNT commentary desk, Barkley and Kenny Smith had taken their seats hours early to build anticipation for the showdown. Behind them, a large screen repeatedly played clips of Pierce's interview and Chin Feng's confident response at the airport. Kenny, are you nervous? Barkley asked. Nervous about what? I'm afraid you'll end up wearing a Lakers jersey and shouting that Chin Feng is your father on camera. You'll be embarrassed. Charles will see who calls whom father. I believe in Pierce. In the Lakers locker room, the mood was equally charged. Bynum was the first to stand, tapping his chest. Brother Chin, just say the word tonight, and I'll be the first to step up. Kwame followed suit. Same here. I've always wanted to face the Celtics. Odom patted Chin Feng's shoulder. Brother Chin, rest assured. If anything comes up, the security captain will lead the charge. Kobe, sitting in the corner, asked quietly, are you sure you can handle it alone? Chin Feng smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Good. Kobe stood, patting his stomach. If things go sideways, I'll be the first up. George McKee, Cook, Walton all spoke up and turned eager to show their loyalty. We face this together. Bring it to Pierce. Bring it to the Celtics. All right, brothers, let's go. Standing at the doorway, Phil Jackson watched the scene, a rare smile touching his lips. The lights at TD Garden dimmed suddenly, and Chin Feng emerged first from the tunnel. The crowd erupted. Everyone rose to their feet, a wall of loud boos and chants filling the arena. Chun, you won't last. Pierce will handle you. Chun Fong had expected this reception. It was actually slightly better than he'd imagined. Then Odom Kwame Brown Moon Kobe, and all the Lakers substitutes followed. Yet no eyes were on them. Because the Lakers players were carrying various items, some holding metal pipes, others dragging net frames, one carrying a screwdriver. Bynum even had a bulging small backpack slung over his shoulder, contents unknown. The entire crowd. At the commentary desk, Barkley paused. Wait, what are they carrying? Kenny Smith squinted. Looks like parts of something. What is this? Amid the bewildered gazes of the audience, commentators, and viewers at home, the Lakers players began assembling something at center court. Metal pipes connected one by one, net panels fitted together, screws turned rapidly. Rising from the polished floor of TD Garden was a modest octagonal cage. The crowd gasped in disbelief. An octagon cage. Chun Fong brought an MMA cage onto a basketball court. Is this a basketball game or a fighting ring? What is he doing? Going to fight Pierce inside it? At the TNT desk, Barkley shot up from his seat. An octagon. He brought an octagon to TD Garden. Is this a basketball game or a fighting tournament? Kenny Smith's voice rose with excitement. I've commentated NBA games for 20 years, and I've never seen anything like this. What on earth is he trying to prove? On CCTV, Zhang Jipeng's mouth hung open. What is Chun Fong doing? Has he decided not to play basketball anymore? Is he challenging Pierce to an MMA match? Yu Jia spoke with visible emotion. Director Zhang, that's an octagon, isn't it? Bringing an octagon to Boston. This has gone beyond provocation. It's a declaration of war. On the sidelines, Boston fans booed loudly. In the VIP suite, Bill Russell rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things correctly? Is that an octagon cage? Courtside journalists clicked their shutters, endlessly flashbulbs popping. This has never happened in NBA history, an ESPN reporter exclaimed into the camera. Chun Fong has brought an MMA octagon onto an NBA court. Chun Fong stood beside the cage looking around. All eyes were on him. Across the court, Pierce and his teammates exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. The roaring crowd faded into the background as Chun Fong walked toward Pierce. The entire arena fell silent. The two men stood half a step apart. Chun Fong's gaze calm and steady, Pierce's eyes burning with restrained emotion. Chun Fong gestured to Bynum, who jogged over. From his bag, Bynum produced a small paper bag and handed it to Chun Fong. Inside was a braised chicken foot, already bitten once. The chicken foot had been part of a larger batch Chun Fong had bought, which his teammates had mostly finished. This last one had been gently retrieved from Bynum's mouth. The entire arena held its breath. Chun Fong did not throw a punch. Instead, he performed an action no one expected. Facing Pierce in front of 18,000 spectators beneath the bright arena lights and television cameras, he placed the bitten chicken foot on the floor. The chicken foot rolled halfway and came to rest before Pierce's shoes. A murmur rippled through the crowd, but Chun Fong remained unmoved, his expression unreadable. Pierce stared down at the object, his jaw tightening as the arena seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, time itself appeared to still. As the chicken claw fell to the ground, TD Garden fell into silence. Pierce looked down at the chicken claw on the floor, disbelief written across his face, his pupils widening sharply. The fans also came to their senses, their emotions stirred. He threw a chicken claw in front of Pierce. Chun Fong is challenging Pierce. The octagon. The chicken claw. This is a challenge. Paul, face him. Pick it up, pick up the chicken claw. Accept his challenge. Paul, step into the octagon with him. If you back down, people will talk about it forever. Goodness. Barkley slammed his desk and shouted animatedly. He threw a chicken claw. He is challenging Pierce. Is this a Chinese tradition? Smith looked at it with utter disbelief. What is a chicken claw? What does it mean? Regardless of its meaning, this gesture has already said everything. He did it. He said he wanted to show the world what strength looked like, and this was the strongest proof. There was nothing bolder than this. Barkley's passionate commentary echoed through the TNT booth. A chicken claw. This speaks louder than any words. This game has changed completely. Smith also became enthusiastic. This is no longer just a basketball game. This is Chun Fong's personal challenge to Pierce. In the CCTV studio, Director Zhang clapped his desk. Excellent. What a move. Yu Jia said, Director Zhang, please calm down. Calm down. Chun Fong is telling Pierce, you want to face me. Come on. Step into the octagon and face me. On the TV screen, Chun Fong quietly watched Pierce, his lips moving slightly. The live audio spread clearly throughout the arena. This is your arena, Pierce. But it seems you weren't prepared. He pointed to the chicken claw at his feet. Look clearly. If you have the courage, pick it up and step into the octagon with me. The entire crowd went wild, cheers, boos, and screams blending together as if TD Garden's roof might be blown off. Pierce stared fixedly at Chun Fong, his eyes filled with intense emotion, veins visible. He hadn't sought trouble with this rookie, yet he dared to do this. Pierce bent down and cleanly picked up the chicken claw. Very good. Since you've set this up yourself, let's go. Pierce's voice carried suppressed anger. After speaking, Pierce raised the chicken claw and turned around, showing the crowd his determination. Great job. Paul, show him what you're made of. Paul, I won't allow you to lose. Boston won't allow you to lose. Fight for him. The Celtics fans erupted in cheers as they saw Pierce pick up the chicken claw rallying behind him. Chen Feng gestured to Bynum again. Bynum opened a small bag, took out a document, and a pen. Chen Feng took the pen and signed his name at the bottom. Chen Feng. He handed the document back to Bynum. Bynum held it and walked over to Pierce, handing it to him. This is... Pierce glanced at the cover of the document, his expression changing instantly. At the top of the document, 5 large characters were clearly printed: liability waiver. Sign it. Bynum said straightforwardly. Feng Ge said, since you want to challenge our leader so badly, just sign the agreement. It's voluntary and you accept the consequences. Pierce. His hand holding the pen trembled. The entire audience, viewers at home, commentators, media, and players were all watching him. At this point, Pierce had no choice. Being challenged by a rookie to this extent. If he didn't step into the octagon today, he would lose face in the NBA forever. Taking the pen, Pierce wrote his name beside Chen Feng's. Paul Pierce. Bynum held up the waiver for the audience and cameras to see. Paul, in 10 minutes, enter the octagon. Take care of any affairs now. After saying this, Chen Feng left him and returned to the Lakers bench. Of course, he didn't intend to harm Pierce, but speaking boldly wasn't a crime. Taking the backpack from Bynum, inside were his competition outfit and golden suspenders. Cohen fist 11 flickers and intermediate iron bone technique. He had nothing to fear. Pierce accepted the challenge. He signed the waiver. This was undoubtedly the most extraordinary moment in NBA history, something that couldn't be surpassed. The first octagon waiver in NBA history. Barkley was thoroughly excited, gesturing enthusiastically, unsure of what he was doing. Paul Pierce and Chen Feng tonight, they will face off in the octagon at TD Garden. Smith's voice revealed his excitement. Who would have thought this game would develop to this point? Who could have imagined it? Boston fans supported Pierce while China rallied behind Chen Feng, and other fans were equally captivated. Signing a waiver and setting up an octagon on an NBA court. This was unbelievable, extraordinary. In San Antonio, Bowen watched the live broadcast on TV, his face pale, very glad he hadn't challenged Chen Feng that day. Magic Johnson made a phone call to Pacers executive Bird. After all these years in the NBA, I've never seen anything like this. Is Chen Feng crazy or a genius? I can't tell. Bird was silent on the other end for a moment. He is a madman. But this madman has focused the world's attention on him today. Do you think the league will let them fight? No. Bird said firmly, absolutely not. At NBA headquarters, Stern was furious in his office. An octagon. A waiver. Staring at the live broadcast, Stern's face turned green, his fingers trembling. In his 60-plus years, he had never seen anyone set up an octagon on an NBA court and force an opponent to sign a liability waiver. This wasn't a basketball game, this was something else entirely. Notify TNT, cut the broadcast immediately. Call the Boston venue, stop the game. Tell both teams' management, whoever takes a step forward will be out of the NBA tomorrow. The league immediately notified TNT and other major networks to cut the broadcast signal. Under no circumstances should viewers see someone getting hurt on the court. Then a series of calls were made to the Lakers and Celtics management. Stern personally picked up the phone and called Celtics GM Danny Ainge. Danny, are you insane? I'm not. You just stood by and let someone set up a fighting ring on the court. Ainge also felt wronged. How were we supposed to know he was setting up a ring? Get out. All of you get out. Arena security was urgently deployed. 4 guards rushed into the octagon and began dismantling the steel pipes. Soon the octagon was completely dismantled. Parts piled up beside the scorer's table like a small mountain. The entire crowd erupted in uproar. In the TNT broadcast, Barkley was mid-sentence when the screen suddenly switched to the league logo. Viewers, due to unforeseen circumstances, this game will be suspended. On the commentator desk, Barkley and Smith looked at each other in confusion. In the CCTV studio, director Zhang and Yu Jia were also stunned. The game stopped. The league said there was an unauthorized structure on the court and ordered evacuation. What about Chen Feng and Pierce? They didn't fight. Director Zhang clapped his thigh. Good. Saved Xiao Chun from getting hurt. At TD Garden, the referee walked to center court and announced to the crowd, this game is cancelled. Celtics management also promised to refund ticket prices. The sudden cancellation drew thunderous boos from the entire arena. Why cancel it? They signed the waiver. Let them fight. You cowards. But the referee didn't respond, and security had already begun clearing the crowd from center court. This highly anticipated showdown came to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, the league held an emergency meeting overnight. Stern sat at the head of the long table looking at the reports submitted by both sides, his brows deeply furrowed. The final ruling: first, the Lakers forfeit this game against the Celtics. Second, Lakers player Chen Feng is fined $5,000 for intentionally disrupting game order, setting up fighting equipment during an official match, and inducing an opponent to sign a document of invalid legal effect. All octagon equipment is confiscated. Third, Pierce is fined $2,000 for voluntarily signing the liability waiver, effectively accepting participation in an unauthorized contest. Fourth, the league issues new regulations strictly prohibiting the construction of any fighting-related facilities on NBA courts, including, but not limited to, octagons, cages, rings, and arenas. Any violation results in immediate disqualification. The next day, major media outlets ran headlines on the story. ESPN, follow-up to Chun Feng's Octagon incident, league steps in both players penalized. Los Angeles Times. Chun Feng fined €5 League. NBA is not a fighting arena. Los Angeles Entertainment News, the toughest man Chun Feng. Hollywood needs him. Boston Herald, Pierce signed in vain. League stops the game most frustrating match in history. China Sports Daily. Chun Feng brings toughness to the NBA. League revises rules overnight. Netizen comments. Chun Feng, I successfully got the league to change the rules for me. What is class? This is class. Pierce, I already signed, and you're telling me it's not happening. Pierce signed the waiver but didn't fight. Is this considered dodging a bullet? Everyone knew this confrontation wasn't over. It was merely postponed. Chun Feng and Pierce's cage match did not take place, but the fervor surrounding it continued to simmer. Dana White, the president of the UFC, discerned an opportunity. The elements of the cage, the formal challenge, the chicken feet, the nationwide broadcast, global attention, and the insatiable audience converged into the very formula for the traffic he had always dreamed of. The level of interest generated by the confrontation between Chun Feng and Pierce was precisely what Dana White had yearned for. At this juncture, the UFC was starved for topics, traffic exposure, and a major event that could ignite the world. An NBA star stepping into the cage for a crossover bout was a premier promotional gimmick. Moreover, the fight had not yet occurred, leaving the audience with an unspent fervor. The next day, he directly contacted both agents, inviting Chun Feng and Pierce to Las Vegas during the summer offseason to engage in a genuine contest within the UFC's professional cage. Since the league did not permit them to settle matters on the basketball court, they could now do so at the most professional UFC venue. He offered Chun Feng $2 million, fully aware that Chun Feng's name in Asia was a veritable traffic magnet. Pierce's offer was considerably lower, at only $500,000. After presenting the figures, Dana White could not suppress a chuckle. An NBA player crossing over to the UFC. Chun Feng versus Pierce. The mere notion would cause PPV sales to skyrocket. Countless viewers across the nation and around the globe were eagerly awaiting this spectacle. Imagining the scene, if it actually happened, made Dana White's anticipation palpable. Chun Feng was studying how to pair his golden suspenders with shoes when he received Bob's call. $2 million. For one fight. Yes, and they said if you agree the contract will be drafted immediately. Tell him I agree. But with one condition: on the day of the match, I will wear my golden suspenders. Bob paused for a moment. Are you serious? I am serious. All right, I'll negotiate. Upon receiving the offer, Pierce also agreed without much hesitation. Having been humiliated by a rookie on national television, with chicken feet thrown, a formal challenge signed, and the cage already set up, only to have the league intervene, he found it difficult to let go of this frustration. He needed an opportunity to prove to everyone that he was the league's toughest player. Not everyone could return to the court after being stabbed 11 times. Dana White, too, looked forward eagerly to the arrival of the offseason. He began preparatory promotions in advance, dropping hints on social media. The official UFC account posted a tweet: this summer in Las Vegas, NBA star versus NBA star. Who is the true tough guy? Stay tuned. The accompanying image was a silhouette of a cage with 2 question marks below. Although the fight had not materialized, the games continued. After being directly forfeited in that game, the Lakers were filled with determination. A forfeit was a setback, but they would win it back. They secured the next 2 away games, their morale undiminished. Meanwhile, Chun Feng received a scolding from his parents over the phone, urging him to be more composed, focus on basketball, and not cause them worry. Back at home, the Lakers faced Yao Ming's Rockets. However, due to a back injury, McGrady was declared out for the season, leaving the Rockets significantly weakened. The Rockets were no match for the current Lakers, who secured a 3-game winning streak. In the remaining 13 games of March, the Lakers continued their impressive performance, with the team's chemistry improving, achieving a 9-4 record. For the entire month of March, they posted a 12-5 record, bringing their overall tally to 47 wins and 26 losses, just 2 games behind the third-place Suns in the West. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month for March was awarded to LeBron James, while the Western Conference honor went to Carmelo Anthony. The value of the 2003 Platinum Draft class continued to rise. Chun Feng called to congratulate him. Brother Melo, congratulations. Next time we meet, you're treating. Anthony laughed on the other end. You're the one winning Rookie of the Month hand over fist, and you're congratulating me. Rookie of the Month can't compare to Player of the Month. Yours is the award for a big shot. All right, I'll treat. Unsurprisingly, Chun Feng was named Western Conference Rookie of the Month. Winning Rookie of the Month for 4 consecutive months virtually secured the season's Rookie of the Year award. In the media's MVP ladder, Kobe and Nash ranked first and second, with James and Nowitzki in third and fourth. Although Chun Feng's name did not yet appear on the list, his buzz factor had already surpassed many on the MVP ladder. Tianxian released her self-titled debut album simultaneously in Japanese and Mandarin. Apart from the song Shui Mao Jiao, which attracted a young audience with its charming style, the other tracks failed to make a significant impact. Tianxian called Chun Feng with a hint of disappointment. Brother, it seems I've flopped. Chun Feng replied into the phone. Would you like to come to Los Angeles to relax? Yes. So Tianxian came. This time Sister Xiaoli did not accompany her. Tianxian mentioned that before returning to China last time, she had not gone back home, and Sister Xiaoli had guessed about their relationship. This time her visit to Los Angeles was clearly to see Chen Feng, so there was no need for an escort. When Chen Feng picked her up at the airport, Tianxian spotted him from a distance and ran into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoes, and gazed at him with bright eyes. I really, really like you. What do you like about me, eh? Chen Feng blinked, teasing her. Should I change? I like the way you play basketball seriously, Tianxian replied with a smile, then asked, will you change? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Well, playing basketball seriously is the greatest respect for your opponent. If I really changed, you wouldn't be happy. Tianxian stood on tiptoes and gave him a kiss. Am I sweet? Sweet. Chen Feng responded, cupping her face with both hands and grinning. Your sugar level is a bit too high. With that he leaned in and returned the kiss. Tianxian pouted, her eyes fixed on him with tender affection. Even a man of iron like Chen Feng was instantly softened. Young and passionate, they had not seen each other for 2 months. Chen Feng sighed deeply. I was planning to train hard and prepare for the final regular season games, but now my focus is wavering. Tianxian couldn't help but laugh when she heard him mention preparing for games. Brother, if you had given any other excuse I might have believed you. But your games are either about that mischievous move or the cage fight. It's all over Chinese media. The idea of you preparing for a game is just not convincing. So in your eyes I'm already so strong that I don't need to prepare for games? Chen Feng asked shamelessly. Tianxian's face flushed, and she looked at him with watery eyes. No need, brother. You are invincible on the battlefield, overcoming all obstacles. Oof. Chen Feng hadn't expected to be so moved by a young woman. In that case tonight, I'll teach you the 18 moves of informal combat. Will you teach me in the car? Tianxian blinked. Chen Feng's heart raced. The space might be a bit tight. I can manage. Tianxian bit her lip and whispered considerately in his ear. You've worked hard in the games, brother. Save your energy. Oh, by the time Chen Feng drove home with Tianxian, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. The time in the car could only be considered a warm-up before the main event. After entering Chen Feng's home, Tianxian took her suitcase directly into the bedroom and asked him to wait outside. Wait a moment. Why? I'm not telling you. Chen Feng could only wait outside, hearing the rustling sounds from the bedroom, his heart tingling with curiosity. After a while the bedroom door opened. Tianxian emerged. She wore a misty cyan gauze dress with a floral-patterned soft blouse underneath, paired with an openwork green vest and pink cords tied lightly at the cuffs. Multiple layers of white skirt with tender green ruffled edges unfolded gracefully, like tender leaves sprouting on Immortal Spirit Island, pure and delicate. Chen Feng paused for a moment. He realized Tianxian had brought the costume she wore in Chinese Paladin. Tianxian held her hands folded in front of her, bowed her head slightly, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Brother. Looking at her in light cyan green before him, Chen Feng felt as though he truly saw that girl from Immortal Spirit Island. She lifted her gaze with rippling eyes and asked playfully, I am Ling. Are you my Xiaoyao brother? Chen Feng's throat moved as he swallowed. I am, but I might need to review the script first, he said. That's all right. Tianxian stepped closer to him, her voice growing even softer. Linger will teach you. What happened next? There wasn't much proper conversation afterward. Only the girl from Immortal Spirit Island and her Xiaoyao brother found each other again in the night of Los Angeles. The lights outside the window shone brightly, while inside wind and flowers brushed through the willows. Clouds grew deep and mist heavy, as if even the moonlight knew to step aside. A single dream, each cherishing it gently. Tianxian lay lazily against Chen Feng's chest, her finger tracing circles on his skin as she idly chatted. Brother, do you know what people say about your games back in China? What do they say? They claim you practiced lightness skill, know the 18 dragon subduing palms, or served as a special forces soldier. Anyway, not many believe you're just a basketball player. Saying this, she couldn't help but laugh to herself. After laughing for a while, Tianxian asked, Brother, what do you plan to do after you retire? After I retire? Chen Feng thought about it. I'll take you around the world. We'll travel wherever we want and enjoy the sunshine by the sea when we're too tired to keep going. Chen Feng stroked her hair and asked, How have your songs been recently? Tianxian fell silent for a moment. Not bad, I guess. Only learning to meow got any attention, the rest flopped. What's there to worry about? You're still young, there are plenty of chances. Chen Feng said, Have you ever tried something more lyrical? Slow songs with simpler melodies and cleaner lyrics. Tianxian looked up at him. Can you write songs? I can't write songs. Chen Feng said, but I have an online friend who can write a bit. And you're doing well in acting now. If you want to sing later, I'll have my friend write a few songs for you. But I want to hear it now. Tianxian twisted in his arms playfully upon hearing he had a song. Now, Chen Feng thought for a moment and hummed a few lines casually. The me who's supposed to play along with your performance just turns a blind eye. Tianxian was stunned. What is this? Backup track. Chen Feng patted her head. I'll give you the full version when the time is right. Though she didn't fully understand, Tianxian somehow felt this song seemed quite impressive. You're so amazing, brother. That's obvious. The first game of April, the Lakers traveled to Toronto, Canada, to face the Raptors. Chen Feng brought Tianxian along. Each player received 2 away tickets, and Tianxian's seat was right beside the team bench close to the VIP entrance where she could easily catch a glimpse of him by looking up. Before the game started, the system prompt sounded on time. Ding. Triggered special quest. Dragon Slayer. Quest description: away game against the Raptors. Ride the Raptors mascot onto the court during your entrance. The more shocking the audience, the higher the reward. Quest reward: joy points 1,000 to 3,000. Bonus effect: your name will be forever linked with Dragon Slayer for tonight only. After reading the quest description, Chen Feng turned to Bynum. Andrew, do me a favor. Brother Feng, tell me. Help me buy a Raptors mascot costume. A Raptors mascot costume? Yes. Do you have connections? Bynum thought for a moment. The Raptors mascot is my relative. You have a relative who's a mascot for the Toronto Raptors. My distant cousin, her husband, is the Raptors mascot actor. Then it's even easier. By the way, Andrew, want to be a dragon for once? Bynum looked completely bewildered. What do you mean? Wear the Raptors mascot costume, then let me ride on you. Brother Feng, do you have some misunderstanding about your teammates? Extra pay. All right. Chen Feng found Odom again, handing him a note filled with words and a loud megaphone. Lamar, when I make my entrance, follow beside me, and shouted out using the megaphone. Odom glanced at the note, his expression complicated. Brother Feng, are you sure? Sure. At TD Canada Center Stadium Player Tunnel. Chen Feng walked over to the Raptors mascot, patted its shoulder, then climbed up and rode on the mascot's neck, holding a plastic dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Bynum steadily held Chen Feng's legs with both hands like a well-trained warhorse walking into the court. Chen Feng sat on top, one hand raising the dragon-slaying sword, the other waving to the audience. The entire audience fell silent for about 1.75 seconds. What is Chen Feng riding? He's riding the Raptors mascot like a horse. What the hell is this move? In the commentary booth, the Raptors commentator went completely wild. This is our mascot. That's our mascot. How dare he? But it wasn't over yet. Just as the entire audience was in shock, Odom walked out from the player tunnel holding a giant megaphone in his hand. The on-site DJ was about to announce who was coming next when Odom beat him to it. Odom raised the megaphone and roared with full force at this moment, treading across the arena, descending to the world with the dragon-slaying sword is the Lord of Dragon Bones. The entire arena erupted again. The creator of 10,000 Dragons elegy. The audience no longer knew what expression to use. The one who burns scales and shatters skulls. The calamity of all dragons. Odom took a deep breath and finally roared out one last phrase, the Dragon Slayer who resounds through the entire universe. Chen Feng. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Dragon Slayer. Task score 98 points. Joy points gained 3,000. Evaluation: riding the Raptors mascot onto the court using a loudspeaker for the Dragon Slayer declaration and stepping on the mascot's head. These 3 moves had a profound impact on the Toronto fans' morale. It is recommended that the host purchase life insurance as soon as possible. Chen Feng read the system evaluation, satisfied, and closed the panel. He withdrew his foot from the mascot's head, bent down, and pulled Bynum up. Bynum got up from the ground, dusted off the Raptors mascot costume, and said, Brother Feng, you need to pay me extra. You weren't stepping on the mascot, you were stepping on my face. Back home, I'll treat you to a big meal. I want the kind that costs $1,000 per person. You wish. At most 50. The two walked back to the bench with their arms around each other. Next to the bench, Tianxian was sitting there wearing a loose white hoodie with a section of her delicate wrist showing from the cuff. She had just watched the entire entrance ceremony, covering her mouth with her hand as she laughed, and now her eyes were still curved. Chen Feng sat down next to her, and Tianxian immediately leaned in, fanning herself with her hand. Babe, you're way too domineering. Riding the mascot, and stepping on its head. Just basic moves. That step you gave Bynum earlier, you almost hurt him badly, didn't you? It was scripted. Does the script say your girlfriend is watching you show off from the sidelines? Chen Feng turned his head to look at her and smiled. No, the script says you're watching your boyfriend and feeling dizzy from his charm. Tianxian jabbed him with her elbow, her face slightly flushed. Stop it. After saying that, she turned to glance at the Raptors fans behind, then brought her lips close to Chen Feng's ear. Just now, some people behind said you're the most arrogant rookie in NBA history. Some said you're a performance artist, and others said you're an undercover agent sent by UFC to play in the NBA. Which one is the most accurate? I think all of them are accurate. Chen Feng laughed out loud and naturally reached out to put his arm around her shoulder. Tianxian didn't avoid it, and she leaned softly into his arms. Kwame Brown, sitting nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Brother Feng, can you pay attention to the occasion? This is the bench, not your living room. Exactly. Bynum took over the conversation. When you stepped on my face earlier, you didn't think about me being your brother. Lamar Odom put down the bullhorn and leaned back in his chair. What do you know? Brother Feng is balancing love and career, stepping on the mascot while holding his girlfriend. He's the only one running this track in the whole league. The Lakers players' comments made Tian bury herself deeper in Chen Feng's arms, completely unable to lift her head. You don't understand. This is called pre-game psychological conditioning. Having a girlfriend watching from the sidelines doubles my combat power. Kobe Bryant sat at the other end of the bench watching Chen Feng, this rookie, who was even more flamboyant than himself, wondering when he would capsize. Not only did he have many girlfriends, but each one was also at the peak of beauty. If it weren't for worrying about affecting Chen Feng's basketball performance, Kobe would have wanted to report him and then watch the drama unfold. Chen Feng, holding Tian, closed his eyes and studied the system panel, preparing to use his joy points, including the 200 joy points left from before he had a total of 3,200 points. First, increase ball handling from 93 to 95, costing 1,600 joy points. With ball handling up to 95, his drives, dribbling, and all kinds of fancy moves could reach a higher level. The remaining 1,600 points, just enough to add 2 points to stamina, increasing stamina from 90 to 92. The higher the stamina, the stronger the physicality, whether on the court or off the court. Chen Feng wanted to be the strongest. Points allocated, joy points balance 0. He closed the panel with satisfaction and opened his eyes. The boos from the Air Canada Center hadn't stopped, but these trivial hardships could no longer affect Chen Feng. Raptors head coach Sam Mitchell stood on the sidelines, his face ashen. Over 2 months ago in Los Angeles, Kobe had scored 86 points on his team, thoroughly dominating the entire Raptors squad. That night, he had deployed the hack-a-snake tactic to prevent Kobe from scoring further, but in the end, Phil Jackson chickened out and didn't let Kobe play. Tonight was even more ridiculous. That Chinese rookie from the Lakers actually rode the Raptors mascot onto the court and even stepped on the mascot's head. That big guy Odom, holding a bullhorn and reciting the Dragon Slayer introduction, was a bold provocation right in his face. But looking at his own team's roster and their 4th worst record in the league, he lacked confidence. Whatever. We're not making the playoffs anyway. Winning or losing doesn't matter as long as it's not too embarrassing. The game began. Raptors starters James Peterson, Rose Bosch, Villanueva. Lakers starters Chen Feng, Bryant, Odom, Kwame Mim. Jump ball, Lakers got possession. Chen Feng advanced with the ball and James closed in. James was the Raptors' leading scorer, averaging 23 points and 5.8 assists per game. He looked at Chen Feng in front of him. Over 2 months ago, they had faced each other at the Lakers' home court. Back then, James just thought Chen Feng was a little unusual, but at least he was human. Who would have known that later he confronted the team leader in front of all the reporters, dominated the All-Star game, and even brought the octagon cage into the Celtics' home court? None of those were things a normal person would do. Chen Feng lowered his center of gravity, about to make a crossover drive, when he looked up and saw James spacing out. He took a half step back behind the three-point line. Swish. Nothing but net. 3-0. LeBron, are you sleepwalking while playing ball? Mike James snapped out of it, hearing this kid call him LeBron again. How many times do I have to tell you? My name is Mike James, not LeBron James. Got it, LeBron. Aren't you the point guard? Why aren't you going to get the ball? After saying that, Chen Feng stopped teasing James and returned to his own half. James brought the ball to the three-point line, made a tentative crossover, trying to drive from the right. Chen Feng's reaction speed was very fast. As soon as James started, Chen Feng had already slid to the spot blocking his driving lane. James refused to believe it and made another behind-the-back dribble, trying to go around from the left. Chen Feng slid again, staying with James. James was forced into a corner and had to settle for a step-back jumper. Clang! The ball hit the front rim and bounced out. Kwame grabbed the rebound and the Lakers countered. Chen Feng received the ball and advanced. James couldn't keep up, and Chen Feng went coast-to-coast for a layup, 5-0. Whoa, this is completely different from last time, shouted a commentator on the Raptors broadcast booth. Last time at the Lakers' home, Chen Feng had no offensive desire. In this game, he's really playing. The Raptors might be blown out tonight. The game continued. Raptors on offense. James had the ball on the perimeter. Chen Feng immediately applied tight pressure, giving no space to shoot. James tried to drive, but was blocked by Chen Feng, so he had to pass out. The ball circulated and eventually ended up in Bosch's hands. Bosch faced Kwame, turned, and hit a jump shot. 5-2. Lakers on offense. Kobe brought the ball across half court and directly passed it to Chen Feng. That's right, Kobe also played the role of a ball-handling guard because Chen Feng had followed and was engaged in a friendly conversation with James. Chen Feng received Kobe's pass and glanced at Mike James. James was bent over in a defensive stance, his eyes alert. Chen Feng smiled and said, LeBron, you're averaging 3,177. Impressive. How many points are you planning to drop on me today? Are you confident about winning MVP this season? Mike James had completely lost the desire to deal with this madman, only hoping that he would calm down after getting tired of talking. He was afraid that as soon as he said a few lines, the guy would throw a chicken foot at him and bring out the octagon cage. Facing James, who could no longer retort, Chen Feng had lost some of his interest. Chen Feng held the ball and called for Kwame to set a screen. Kwame stepped up to set the screen, cutting James off behind him and clearing out the defensive lane on one side. Chen Feng smoothly dribbled sideways, leaving only Raptors forward Chris Bosh in front of him. A classic small versus big matchup. Chen Feng lowered his center of gravity and executed 2 quick crossover dribbles, constantly shifting Bosch's defensive positioning. Bosch hurriedly shifted laterally to help defend, but his steps hesitated, exposing a gap in front of him. Chen Feng seized this half-step opening, suddenly gathering the ball and rising into the air. Using a slight hang time to avoid Bosch's long arms, he gently flicked his wrist, and the ball kissed the backboard before dropping through the net for 2 points. 7-2. Chen Feng had scored 7 consecutive points to start the game, his touch burning hot. Landing, he casually tapped Bosch on the back. "Chris, long time no see. You seem to have gotten darker since the All-Star break." "I was always this skin tone," Bosch replied. "Oh, I thought you hadn't been sleeping well lately." Bosch rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. While Bosch was the type who rarely fired back, reserved and unassertive, not fond of trash talk. He never demanded the ball or overshadowed the leader, yet adapted seamlessly to any system. A perfect secondary or tertiary option. On the other end, Mike James brought the ball up, looking to restore his pride and attempting to use his speed to attack Chen Feng. But Chen Feng pressed and closed, leaning his body to push James off his driving lane. The ball nearly slipped away, and off-balance James forced a mid-range jumper. Clang. Another miss. Minyu grabbed the defensive rebound and passed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng advanced the ball to the top of the key, facing James. He lowered his stance, the ball shifting between his hands. Suddenly, he accelerated and drove hard to the right. James gritted his teeth and stayed with him. Chen Feng hit a hard stop, then changed direction, transferring the ball from his right to his left hand. James also stopped, but couldn't break in time, sliding a couple of steps backward. Chen Feng exploded toward the basket. Villanueva rotated over from the interior, his 2.11-meter frame spreading his arms wide like a wall in Chen Feng's path. Chen Feng did not force the shot. In midair, he laid his body almost parallel to the floor and floated the ball underneath Villanueva's reach. Minyu caught the pass on the other side and finished with an easy layup. 9-2. "Nice pass," Minyu said, high-fiving Chen Feng on the return. Chen Feng clapped his hands toward Villanueva. "Rookie, solid defense." Villanueva paused, confused. "I didn't stop him, so how was that solid?" "Hey, rookie. Weren't you also a rookie? Stop acting like a veteran." Villanueva, like Chen Feng, was also a 2005 draft pick. Villanueva was selected 7th overall and averaged 13 points and 6.4 rebounds as a rookie, ranking 3rd on the rookie leaderboard behind Chen Feng and Paul, outperforming top pick Degot by a wide margin. The Raptors brought the ball up. James pushed the pace, clearly carrying frustration. He was this season's team leading scorer, and having a rookie dominate him twice in a row was hard to swallow. Since he could not swallow it, James made the most rational decision available. He called for a screen and decided to isolate against a different defender, but Chen Feng gave him no chance to escape. He fought through the screen, staying glued to James. "You cannot escape me. You are locked down." James accelerated to drive, and Chen Feng stayed right in front of him. Too slow. James executed 2 quick crossovers, barely creating half a step of separation. That's it. James's composure began to crack. Gritting his teeth, he drove to the free throw line and pulled up for a jump shot. Chen Feng's contest hung over the ball. The shot was not blocked, but the release angle was severely altered, and the ball bounced off the rim once more. "How many misses now, brother?" Chen Feng clapped his hands. "Shall I sing you a song?" Chen Feng's words stung James and inadvertently drew attention to his own teammate Kobe. What could Kobe do upon hearing it? Nothing, given that his shooting struggles were well known league-wide. He simply pretended not to hear, kept a serious expression, and sprinted down the court with renewed offensive energy. Odom secured the rebound and passed to Chen Feng, who was still applauding. The Raptors fans were growing restless, booing loudly, though an undertone of unease crept into the crowd. Their starting point guard and team leading scorer reduced to this state by a rookie. At the TNT commentary desk, Barkley was in high spirits. "I have to say, Chen's defense reminds me of someone." "Who?" Smith asked. "Gary Payton. You are comparing him to the glove." "I did not say he is the glove. I said he reminds me of the glove. He wraps around James like a glove. He cannot even grip the ball properly." Smith rolled his eyes. The glove made 9 all-defensive first teams and is the only point guard to win Defensive Player of the Year. Chen Feng had fully opened up now. No longer calling for screens, he faced James one-on-one. Beyond the three-point line, he mixed crossovers and in-between dribbles, shifting his rhythm unpredictably, leaving James unable to find his footing. Just when James thought Chen Feng was going to drive, Chen Feng hit his signature step back, creating a half step of separation, and rose for a mid-range jumper. Swish. Nothing but net. 12-2. In the first 2 minutes, Chen Feng had already scored 10 points, and the Raptors looked on the verge of unraveling. Raptors fans on the bench voiced their frustration. "Dragon-slaying warrior, he really is here to slay the dragon." Beep. The referee's whistle blew, and the Raptors called a timeout. Head coach Mitchell's expression was deeply strained, his tactical board visibly warped from his grip. Defense. I emphasize this before every game." Mitchell spoke with a low, urgent voice, raising his hand sharply to tap the tactical board. "I have stressed countless times that you must stay focused on the floor." "Focused." He tapped the board firmly, the sound echoing in the huddle. "Look at what you are doing out there. Walking. Dreamwalking. In just 2 minutes, the opponent has scored 12 points on you." Mitchell took a sharp step forward, his gaze sweeping across the team with intensity. His palm struck the board one final time. Crack. The rigid tactical board split down the middle. This is unacceptable. You are committing crimes on this court. If we continue like this, they will score 120 points in 20 minutes. Can you not play basketball at all? The entire team fell silent. Mike, when there is no open look past the ball. Do not dwell on one matchup. Move the ball, keep moving. Coach Mitchell, for the sake of his leading scorer's pride, held back the sharper words he might otherwise have said, choosing instead to address the team with measured restraint. After the timeout, LeBron James ceased his insistence on isolation plays, opting to drive and dish the ball to Chris Bosh. Although Bosh played the power forward position, his duties were those of a center, and he positioned himself closer to the basket than Villanueva. Bosh faced Mim and executed a near-basket turnaround jumper that found its mark. 12-4. The turnaround jumper and the pull-up shot were Bosh's primary scoring methods, accounting for 80 of his career points. On the Lakers' side, Chin Fong began to look for Kobe Bryant, realizing that after enjoying his own scoring, he should not forget his teammates. Kobe faced Jalen Rose without any unnecessary probing. With 2 rapid crossover dribbles and a shoulder feint to the left, Rose shifted his weight, instinctively moving laterally to block the path. The next moment, Kobe gathered the ball and changed direction, leaning his body into Jalen Rose. His solid shoulder made firm contact with Rose's chest. Due to Rose's age and the peak physical condition of Kobe, Rose was outmuscled and stumbled slightly. Kobe used the momentum to step back half a pace and released a mid-range shot. A perfectly textbook fadeaway jumper. The ball traced a clean arc and swished through the net. Swish. 2 points settled securely into the basket. 14-4. On the Raptors' side, James increased his off-ball movement and screening, allowing Peterson and Jalen Rose to share the offensive burden. The adjustment showed some effect. Peterson hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, and Rose managed an and-one play in the paint using his experience. Yet the Lakers' offense remained equally fluid. Kobe Bryant connected on consecutive mid-range jumpers, and instead of closing the gap, continued to widen. Chin Fong scored 14 points with 3 assists in a single quarter, while Kobe recorded 12 points and 2 rebounds. James shot 1 out of 5, finishing with 2 points and 2 turnovers. Tianxian handed over a bottle of water and a towel. Are you tired? Tired. The Raptors' fighting spirit isn't even as strong as yours. Tianxian couldn't help but push him. You're really quite insufferable. Insufferable in what way? Insufferable enough to be loved. Chin Fong paused for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. Cece, you're getting better and better at this charming act of yours. I learned it from you. Beside them, Bujashi tightly covered his ears. Can you two spare some consideration for those of us who are still single? Not a chance, Chin Fong and Tianxian answered in unison. On the court, the Lakers' second unit under Kobe's guidance continued to dominate the Raptors. Kobe was on fire tonight, sinking 2 consecutive mid-range jumpers right at the start of the second quarter. The Raptors attempted a comeback with Bosh powering his way past Mims in the post, but Chin Feng's return immediately set up Odom for a fast break layup, stabilizing the situation for the Lakers. At halftime, the Lakers led 63-47, ahead by 16 points. Chin Feng's half stats: 20.6 assists. Kobe 24 points. LeBron James 6 points, 3 turnovers. At halftime, a TNT reporter intercepted Chin Feng for a brief interview on the court. Chin, your first half defense has been impressive. Mike James couldn't find his rhythm against you at all. What is your secret? My secret is simply being faster than him, stronger than him, and more capable than him. I heard you're also scheduled to face Pierce in an MMA octagon this summer. Is tonight's performance a warning to him? Chin Feng smiled. Tonight I deal with the Raptors. This summer I deal with Pierce. You're that confident. It's not just confidence. It's ability. This interview spread rapidly across Chinese social media. Trending number 1, Chin Feng, halftime interview. Deal with the Raptors first, then Pierce. Trending number 3, Tianxian courtside watch. The second half began with the Raptors taking possession. Jalen Rose received a pass from James with Chin Feng positioned directly in front of him. Hey Derek, I'll be guarding you in the second half. James is too dull to even talk anymore. Jalen Rose wore a thoroughly exasperated expression. At Staples Center, I've told you exactly 100 times. My name is Jalen, not Derek. Derek Rose, the flower of the Wind City. Don't you even recognize yourself anymore? I know who you are. Could you stay a bit further away? Referee. Where's the referee? Which referee am I dealing with? Jalen Rose was thoroughly annoyed by Chin Feng and tried to use his experience to shake off the harassment. He performed 2 consecutive fake moves, but Chin Feng remained completely rooted in place. That crossover is far too slow. Chin Feng shook his head. Derek, what happened to your no deceleration change of pace? Why is every move full of deceleration? Rose ignored him and attempted to back down, Chin Feng pressing inward for 2 steps. Chin Feng was a few centimeters shorter, but the younger man held his own in pure strength. After pushing twice inside and finding no success, Rose turned and launched a jump shot. Swish. Kwame secured the rebound, and Chin Feng was already sprinting down the court at full speed. Kwame threw a full-court pass like a shot put, launching the ball toward the Raptors' half. Chin Feng sprinted to catch it and went up for a powerful dunk. Boom. 65-47, the Lakers extended their lead to 18 points. On his way back on defense, Chin Feng passed by Jalen Rose. Derek, after getting completely owned by me, do you go home and cry to mama? Jalen Rose had reached his breaking point. He grabbed the passing Kobe and pointed at Chin Feng. Kobe, can't you keep your little bro in check? Kobe raised an eyebrow in surprise. In check? Do you think I can control him? He's been calling me Derek this whole time. Kobe shrugged. Then call him Jalen. He doesn't listen to me at all. Kobe spread his hands. Then there's nothing I can do. Just bear with it. Jalen Rose pointed at his own head and shouted at Kobe, there's a problem right here. Take him for treatment. Stop letting him cause trouble on the basketball court. Kobe glanced back at Chin Feng, who was quietly suppressing a laugh, and shook his head, leaving the matter behind. On the Raptors' possession, Rose simply walked to the corner and stood there. He neither received the ball nor made any cuts, as if he had entirely checked out of the game. James had little answer against Kobe and was forced to work the ball inside, where the combo of Bosch and Villanueva provided solid interior presence. On the other end, Chin Feng faced James beyond the three-point line. After two between-the-legs dribbles, he suddenly changed direction, drove to near the free-throw line, and hit a pull-up fadeaway jumper. The ball went in. After his ball handling rating reached 95, getting past opponents felt as easy as walking across an empty street at dawn. James kept losing his balance time and again against Chin Feng's handles. Chin Feng had amassed 29 points with 8 assists and 3 steals through 3 quarters. Kobe countered with 33 points and 5 rebounds, but the contest had slipped past competitiveness into its final meaningless stretches. Coach Mitchell, seeing the point differential exceed 30, gave up resistance and substituted all bench players. Ultimately, the Lakers secured a 22-point road victory over the Raptors with a final score of 116-94. Neither Chin Feng nor Kobe participated in the fourth quarter, with their statistical records remaining unchanged since the third quarter. Following the conclusion of the match, Chin Feng approached the Raptors' bench area to exchange handshakes with Bosch. Bosch regarded him with a wry smile. You were overwhelming tonight. Your performance was commendable as well, Chris. Your interior plays in the second half demonstrated considerable resilience. Resilience alone proves insufficient when controlled by superior opposition throughout, Bosch observed, shaking his head. Your defensive execution against Mike was particularly exemplary, systematically dismantling our tactical structure. The offensive framework was completely neutralized, leading to the collapse of our strategic system. Collective defensive coordination represents shared responsibility rather than individual achievement. Your pre-game entrance ceremony constituted the decisive psychological advantage, Bosch noted, patting his shoulder. The mere presentation effectively diminished competitive momentum before active engagement commenced. This exemplifies strategic dominance through presence rather than confrontation, he remarked. The two exchanged respectful gestures. Tianxian awaited him in the corridor passage, approaching with a light jog to link arms as he emerged. Your performance tonight was exceptionally impressive. Your presence and attendance naturally motivated elevated execution. The aerial dunk sequence generated particular excitement and admiration. Shall we maintain that competitive intensity beyond the venue? Tianxian's expression manifested mild embarrassment as she gently redirected his attention. Please observe appropriate decorum within the facility premises. Understood. We shall preserve that spirited atmosphere for subsequent private occasions. After defeating the Raptors, the Lakers departed early the next morning. Coach Phil Jackson gave the team a day off, and Chin Feng told him he would like to explore Toronto. Kobe patted Chin Feng on the shoulder before leaving and said softly, "Take care of yourself. If you ever need anything, come find me." Kobe, what are you thinking? Why would I need anything? I'm still so young, don't misunderstand. Kobe shook his head, dragged his suitcase, and walked away. Bynum called out loudly, "Brother Feng, don't forget to bring back some local specialties." Toronto was completely different from Los Angeles. The people on the streets moved at a more leisurely pace, and the temperature was noticeably cooler. Tianxian pulled up the hood of her sweatshirt, half her face hidden beneath the brim, with only her eyes visible. "Brother, look at that person. He's speaking Chinese." Tianxian tugged Chin Feng's sleeve, her gaze falling on a middle-aged Chinese man talking on his phone. "Toronto has 500,000 Chinese residents," Chin Feng said, walking beside her. "You can hear Chinese anywhere. It's even more than in Los Angeles." "Really? 500,000? Then how many Chinese are there in the entire city?" "The second largest ethnic group, right after white residents." Tianxian blinked. "Are there a lot of Chinese restaurants here then?" "Yes, and bubble tea shops, hot pot restaurants, and barbecue stalls. Anything you can imagine." Chin Feng thought for a moment. "Want to find a nice place for dinner tonight?" "Yes." "Then let's stroll first and eat after." In 2006, Toronto's Chinatown was already quite developed. Chinese signs were everywhere, and Cantonese and Mandarin were spoken by most, second only to English. They strolled slowly down the main street of Chinatown, where shop signs featured a mix of traditional Chinese and English characters. Tianxian stopped in front of a small shop, gazing through the glass window at the various trinkets on display: wooden bookmarks, hand-embroidered cloth pouches, and strings of copper coins tied with red thread. "This looks nice." She pointed to an embroidered cloth pouch featuring 2 lotus flowers in pink on a blue-green background with delicate stitching. "If you like it, buy it." Chen Feng pushed the door open and purchased the small pouch for her. Tianxian took it, turning it over in her hands for a long moment before carefully placing it in her pocket. Tianxian walked on Chen Feng's left, her steps light and cheerful, occasionally stopping to look at flower shops or bookstalls along the way, while Chen Feng followed behind and paid. In the end, they had dinner at an old Cantonese restaurant in Chinatown. Shrimp dumplings, char siu buns, dry-fried beef noodles, and a steaming basket of xiaomai. Tianxian picked up a shrimp dumpling, blew gently on the steam, and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Then eat more. I'm dieting, I can't eat too much. What do you need to diet for? You're already as slim as a steamed bun. What more could you lose? Chen Feng glanced at Tianxian. So annoying. Tianxian picked up a shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into Chen Feng's mouth. On the way back to the hotel, they passed a clothing store, and Chen Feng pulled Tianxian inside. Tianxian, look at this. Chen Feng held up a sailor-style outfit against her, then picked up another piece. And this one, he said, holding up a school uniform-style skirt. Then look at this one. In his hands was a Japanese-style swimsuit, a competitive swimming suit commonly worn for school swim classes. Tianxian glanced at the pile of clothes in his arms and understood his intention. Her cheeks flushed. Why are you buying these? Chen Feng smiled brightly. I've been interested in Japanese lately and want you to tutor me. When studying, if the teacher wears these outfits, the student can focus better. And don't you think these styles suit you? So annoying. Pervert. Ruffian. Tianxian pushed him a few times, but ultimately bought the clothes anyway. That evening back at the hotel, Tianxian finished her shower. The bathroom door opened slightly, and she peeked out with half her face visible, her hair still damp. Brother, close your eyes. Chen Feng obeyed. The door closed again. After about a minute, or maybe two, she said, you can open them now. Chen Feng opened his eyes. Tianxian stood in the doorway of the bathroom, wearing the white sailor outfit, the navy blue pleated skirt, swaying gently in the light, the ribbon at her collar tied into a bow. She tilted her head slightly, as if a little shy, yet also observing his reaction. Do I look nice? Very nice. Chen Feng nodded enthusiastically. Really nice. Come sit. Teacher, please give the student a lesson. Then, how should I teach you Japanese? Tianxian approached him shyly. Let's start with the basics. How do you say no in Japanese? Dame. Dame. Close enough. And stop it. Yammy. Yammy. Your pronunciation is quite strange. Native Chinese speakers always learn Japanese this way. Chen Feng said seriously, I often hear Aiku in movies. What does Aiku mean? Tianxian paused, her cheeks beginning to redden. Why are you learning that? It might appear in songs. Iku. Tianxian whispered, it means arriving at a station. Arriving at a station. Got it. Dame Yammy Iku. He leaned close to Tianxian's ear and spoke in a low voice. Teacher, can you take your student to the station? Tianxian's entire face turned red and she pushed him lightly. You're terrible. What kind of nonsense are you learning? Aren't those basic vocabulary words? You taught me the meanings yourself. Tianxian grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. I'm not teaching you anymore. Don't do that, teacher. I haven't finished learning yet. Then, what else do you want to learn? Tianxian's ears were completely red and she kept her head bowed low. Chen Feng sat up with a serious expression. Teacher, I think I need a more immersive learning environment. What do you mean? I mean, practicing while studying. You. Before Tianxian could finish, Chen Feng gently pulled her into his arms. Outside the window, the Toronto nightscape was quiet and beautiful, with the CN Tower lights flickering in the distance. As for the Japanese lesson inside the room, it was going wonderfully. Tianxian personally demonstrated a few different ways to use the word iku. The next morning, Tianxian walked a little unsteadily, while Chen Feng was full of energy, humming a tune. Tianxian, last night's lesson was great. I learned several new words. Don't say it. Tianxian quickly covered Chen Feng's mouth with her hand, afraid he would continue saying anything embarrassing. Alright. I won't say it. Tonight I'll demonstrate several new words through actions. Chen Feng's muffled voice came through Tianxian's palm, and he gently kissed the back of her hand. You're unbelievable. As the regular season drew to a close, all 30 teams in the league began their final sprint and arrangements for their respective season goals. Those already secured in the top 8 with stable rankings that would not change began resting their key players. The Spurs, who had maintained almost full health throughout the entire season, suddenly suffered a collective injury in the last 20 days. Duncan had a tight hip muscle. Ginobili needed rest due to a hairline crisis. Parker felt dizzy from turning too much. Bowen had numbness in his legs, and veterans Finley and Horry saw their blood pressure spike. Popovich waved his hand, resting 2 today, 3 tomorrow, and 4 the day after. General managers of other teams marveled at this, as Popovich's art of rest had transcended basketball and entered the realm of medical miracles. Mavericks head coach Johnson had some dignity left and did not go as far as the Spurs, but he still reduced the starters' playing time. In the entire Western Conference, only the Lakers and the Suns were still fighting fiercely for the 3rd spot. That meant avoiding an early clash with that playoff machine. For instance, the Knicks had only won 20 games so far. The battle for the bottom 4 among these teams would be the most watchable and anticipated showdown in the lottery zone during the final 20 days. Who could lose more? Who could secure a higher draft pick? Who could find the true cornerstone of the team in this not-so-strong draft year? Every loss could change a team's destiny. Although it was an away game, at least 80 of the Staples Center crowd were Lakers fans, making the Clippers seem more like the visiting team. Camila sent a message. Who is that very pretty Asian girl who seems close to you? On April 16th, the Lakers played their final game of the 05-06 season, hosting the Golden State Warriors. The Lakers finished with 52 wins and 29 losses, unable to catch up to the Suns' 54-27 record, so the fight for third place lost its suspense. Three-point shooting was a key focus of his training. Mastering this skill early, he would be riding the wave when the league's trend shifted. The Joy system triggered a special task exclusive to the end of the regular season, the Purple and Gold Cheerleading Gratitude Show. Task rules: go to the cheerleading rest area to borrow a full set of purple and gold sequin top skirts and pom-poms, persuade Lakers players to change into the outfits, and perform a group cheerleading dance together, and calculate joy points based on the number of participants. 1. Gather 3 teammates to change and dance together. Reward 1,000 joy points. Chen Feng was taken aback, not expecting to trigger a task in the final game. The system's reply was as firm as ever, often telling him to give up or refuse. Chen Feng muttered to himself, "You always say it's not mandatory, but the rewards are there. What's the difference?" Chen Feng stopped shooting and walked to the sideline to find the supervisor in charge of the cheerleaders. She looked at the team's second leading scorer. "Chen, are you serious? There aren't any cheerleading outfits in your sizes." "No problem as long as they can fit. But the largest size might still be very tight." Having secured the outfits, the next core issue was how to convince his teammates. But Chen Feng was a master of pranks, known throughout the league for turning the impossible into reality. Starting with the easiest, he first approached the Twin Towers. The combined intelligence of these two might barely match that of a goldfish, but they were obedient. "What favor?" Kwame asked warily. "Just a little thing," Chen Feng said casually. "Yeah, just a dance, and I've already prepared the outfits." Kwame muttered, "You always pull this." But seeing Chen Feng's expression, Bynum surrendered in a second. "I'll dance." Chen Feng patted Bynum's shoulder firmly. "Andrew, I knew you were my best brother. Remember what you said, and if you back out, you know what happens." Bynum had already committed and could only see it through thumping his chest. "Everyone knows I'm the second toughest guy on the Lakers." Next to him, Kwame felt that things wouldn't be that simple, but since Bynum had already agreed, he could only nod, painfully hoping he was overthinking things. "Brother Feng, I'll dance too." After dealing with the two formidable teammates, Chen Feng turned his attention to Smush Parker. Parker was sitting on the other side, and when he saw Chen Feng approaching, he instinctively tensed up. "Brother Feng, I'm not feeling well today." "You are the death god. What could be wrong with you?" "There's something today that I need your full cooperation on." Chen Feng patted Parker on the shoulder and said calmly, "If you agree, everything will be good. If you don't, what if I don't? Believe me, the consequences are something you really don't want to bear." Chen Feng continued to apply pressure with his words. Parker looked at him, swallowed, and said, "Brother Feng, it seems I'm feeling better now. Tell me I'll agree." Next was Lamar Odom. Chen Feng leaned close to Odom's ear and whispered, "Lamar, if you agree, I'll take you to a club for some fun." Odom's eyes lit up. "Really? Absolutely. No problem." When McGee was found, he was practicing his hook shot. "McGee, you only have 1 year left on your contract, right?" "Yes, what's up?" Chen Feng didn't hesitate. "After your contract expires, I'll recommend you to play in the CBA for 2 more years. McGee almost dropped the basketball. "CBA? Are you sure my Chinese is good enough to communicate in the CBA?" "You don't need to communicate. Just think of yourself as Jordan. When Jordan played, did he need to talk to anyone? But how much money can I make in the CBA? More than you think. Don't you want to be like Jordan for your last 2 years?" "I agree. I agree. I agree." Next came Sasha Vujasic, Luke Walton, and Devin George. The 3 of them were usually obedient and docile in front of Chen Feng. "Sasha, Luke, Devin, if you agree." "Brother Feng, just tell us what you want. Just say it directly, Brother Feng. Who do we need to handle? Kobe or Phil?" Chen Feng was bewildered. "You guys aren't even going to resist. What's the point of resisting? The moment I refuse, I'd end up on the injured list the next second." Vujasic looked at Chen Feng with a plaintive gaze. Walton also sighed. "Brother Feng, there might be someone in the Lakers who can refuse you, but it's definitely not me. If I refuse now after the game, you'd probably have me thrown out of the arena." Devin George also resignedly said, "Brother Feng, I saw you talking to several people. Are you going after Kobe or Phil? Just tell us. If you were going after someone else, you wouldn't need to gather so many people." Chen Feng gave a thumbs up. "Smart. I had prepared a speech, but since you're all on board, that makes things easier. We're not having a confrontation today. Everyone come with me to get your outfits. We'll do a group dance at the start." Now there was only one person left, the toughest nut to crack, Kobe Bryant. As for Cook and Mim, he decided to let them off the hook this time. Chen Feng mentally commended himself for his kindness. "Kobe, not helping? Huh, I haven't even said what it is yet. Go away." Chen Feng was stunned into silence for a moment. It had been a long time since anyone spoke to him like that. He decided to try a polite approach first. "It's like this: I organized an activity where everyone needs to put on cheerleader uniforms and dance. It's the final game of the season, a way to thank the home fans. It'll only take a few minutes. I've already got 9 people just need you. Kobe looked up at him, his gaze like that of someone staring at an escaped mental patient. You want me to wear a cheerleader outfit and dance? Yes. Do you think I'll agree? Kobe, this can't work without you. You're the captain, the spiritual leader, the soul of the team. If you don't participate, the whole event loses its meaning. Scram. A clean refusal without a second's hesitation. Chun Feng felt a surge of annoyance. How dare Kobe speak to him like that? He had tried being polite, now it was time for a different approach. He leaned close to Kobe and lowered his voice, speaking just loud enough for the two of them to hear. If you don't agree, I'll have to resort to drastic measures to get you into that uniform. Kobe's eyes instantly turned cold. You want to try? Do you think I won't? Or do you think I don't dare? Chun Feng put his arm around Kobe's shoulders and smiled at him. Kobe, if you agree, it's good for everyone. I don't want to resort to force. Kobe's expression visibly changed several times. Confusion, anger, shock, then a resigned calm. 5 changes in a second, leaving Chun Feng stunned. If you lay a finger on me, I'll make you pay. Deal. Chun Feng turned and walked away satisfied. Kobe sat there, the basketball in his hands, squeezed, almost out of shape. In the Lakers' locker room, Chun Feng stood up, looked at his teammates scattered around, and clapped his hands. Some were looking down, some sighing, some staring at the ceiling in silence. He cleared his throat. Everyone change into your outfits. Let's try to run through the formation before the game starts. 15 minutes later, in the locker room of Staples Center, a scene appeared that was unprecedented in NBA history and likely never to be repeated. All 10 men had changed into purple sequin tops and gold sequin miniskirts, each holding a pair of golden pom-poms. Chun Feng stood in the center surveying his cheerleading squad with satisfaction. The effect was mixed. He was the only one who looked somewhat decent, even wearing a blonde wig on his head, making him the best dressed in the group. Kobe wore a dark expression. The purple sequin top and gold miniskirt on him created a bizarre contrast. Bynum's skirt was so short it looked like a tight belt. He worried about exposure with every step. Kwame Brown kept tugging at his hem, deeply regretting agreeing to Chun Feng's dance invitation. Smush Parker had a vacant stare like a captive who had given up. Odom surprisingly was quite at ease, even turning around in front of the mirror. Hey, I think I look pretty good in this. No one responded. Everyone. Chun Feng raised his pom-poms and stood in the center of the locker room. Purple and gold cheerleading, thank you show. Silence. Can you guys show some spirit? No one answered. Only Bynum muttered in the corner. Brother Feng, you didn't say the outfits were cheerleader uniforms. What's wrong with cheerleader uniforms? Cheerleader uniforms are the most professional. We're telling Lakers fans we are the most professional at playing basketball, and we are the most professional at dancing. Chun Feng explained loudly to his teammates, hoping to lift their spirits. A burst of music started. The cheerleading supervisor thoughtfully played an upbeat pop song. Chun Feng stood at the front and began to teach them a cheerleading dance that was as simple as it could be. The moves themselves were not difficult: reach out, kick, turn, raise the pom-poms. But for a group of NBA players, every move was filled with comedic effect. A bunch of muscular men danced stiffly in their cheerleading outfits. Odom was the most enthusiastic dancer on the team. He even tried to add a spin, but Chun Feng stopped him. Lamar, that's enough. No extra moves. When the music ended, Chun Feng raised his pom-poms high and shouted, "Thank you. Thank you, LA." No one responded. Chun Feng wasn't surprised. Seeing that it was almost time, he waved his hand. Brothers, let's go. To our 82 games of hard work. The Warriors' introductions continued. And next up, the cornerstone of the Lakers' three-peat dynasty, now the Golden State Warriors point guard number 2, Derek Fisher. The arena DJ's voice rose noticeably higher than for the previous Warriors players. After all, this was one of their own coming home. Applause and cheers resonated through Staples Center as Fisher emerged from the tunnel, smiling and waving to the stands. "Welcome home, old fish," a fan called out. Back when he was little fish, now he's become old fish. From the TNT broadcast booth, Barkley chimed in, "But that old fish, still I remember that 0-for-second buzzer beater against San Antonio in the playoffs. I'll never forget it." The Warriors' introductions concluded. Then the arena DJ's voice began to climb again, like someone who had been holding their breath for a long time and finally got the moment. And next up, he glanced down at the cue card in his hand, his expression one of disbelief, but his professionalism held. Next up, the soul dancer of Los Angeles, Chun Feng. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Fans and commentators alike froze. Fans exchanged bewildered glances. Soul dancer. What is that? At the TNT booth, Barkley removed his headphones and wiped his ears, certain he had misheard. What did he say? Smith also looked utterly confused. Soul dancer. He's talking about Chun Feng. Everyone's gaze fixed on the player tunnel entrance. Chun Feng walked out wearing a purple gold sequined cheerleading top and skirt, his long golden hair catching the lights, holding a pom-pom in each hand, striding confidently onto the court. Chun Feng smiled as he walked, waving to the audience along the way. He showed no hint of embarrassment. If anything, he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. All 18,000 spectators at Staples Center let out a collective gasp of astonishment. "Oh my goodness. What on earth is this? My eyes. This is painful to watch. He must have been forced into this, right?" At the TNT booth, Kenny Smith covered his eyes, his voice trembling. I have to say it. Last time you wore the pink lace outfit, I thought that was the limit. But tonight I declare pink lace ranks second. Chen Feng paid no mind to the reactions. He twirled in the center of the court, displaying his sequin skirt, and even blew a kiss in Sava's direction. The camera cut to where Chen Feng had gestured. Sava sat there. She had just lost again to Henin in the Dubai tennis final, then boarded a 12-hour flight straight to Los Angeles, just to watch Chen Feng play live. And then she saw this. Sava covered her face with her hands. She wasn't sure whether to keep watching. Chen Feng's introduction was complete. The arena DJ glanced down at his cue card once more. His expression had shifted from resignation to steely determination. He steadied himself and read out the next name. Next up, the Night Slayer solo dancer, Kobe Bryant. Kobe emerged from the tunnel. He too wore the cheerleading uniform, a purple sequin top, a gold mini skirt, and pom-poms in hand. But unlike Chen Feng, Kobe's face showed absolutely no smile. Staples Center erupted again. Laughter swept through the arena like a tidal wave. Fans leaned into the seats in front of them, overcome. Head coach Phil Jackson covered his face with his hands, as if reluctant to claim this team. Good heavens, Barkley said, eyes wide with disbelief. Kobe Bryant in a cheerleading outfit. No way. Absolutely not. This has to be a dream. The arena DJ's voice was already growing hoarse, but he pressed on. Third up, the late-night club dance king, Lamar Odom. Fans were nearly breathless from laughter. Fourth, the violent rhythm disco lord, Kwame Brown. Disco Lord. Disco Lord, someone led the chant. Fifth, the Los Angeles Red Sun kindergarten dance champion, Andrew Bynum. Kindergarten champion. Kindergarten champion. The fans were in stitches. Sixth, the Reaper dancer, Smush Parker. Seventh, the vintage disco legend, Aaron MCKY. Veteran Mackey had played his whole life, never imagining his final chapter would look like this. Still he waved to the crowd. A veteran. He'd seen everything right. Well, perhaps not quite this. Eighth, the golden-haired swinging romance god, VJ. Vujasic stepped out, running a hand through his hair. Ninth, the gentle waltz master, Luke Walton. 10th, the aerial spin legend, Devin George. 10 men stood in a line. Purple sequin tops, gold sequin mini skirts, each holding a pair of gold pom-poms. The music began. Every fan in the arena raised their phone. Flashbulbs from the media blazed like a field of stars covering Staples Center. Chen Feng stood at the front, leading the routine. Behind him, synchronization was non-existent. Some reached their arms, others kicked their legs, each doing their own thing. When it came time to spin, Odom turned the wrong way and bumped right into Walton. Kobe's movements were so minimal, they were nearly imperceptible. He simply stood in place, gently swaying his pom-poms. Chen Feng, meanwhile, danced with the most energy, the clearest form, and the brightest expression. He occasionally glanced over his shoulder and called out, "Keep up with the rhythm. Keep up." No one kept up. 18,000 spectators at Staples Center rose from their seats, applause and laughter blending together. Some laughed until tears came. At the TNT booth, Barkley covered his face. I have to say it. I've been commentating basketball my whole career, and I've never seen anything like this performance. You call this a performance? Smith laughed so hard, he rested his head on the desk. This is a public service announcement. Barkley pointed at the court. Look at Kobe, that little hip movement. Oh my, no, I'm watching Chun. He's dancing the hottest. Since Chun arrived this season, I've stopped caring about calling the game properly. I just want to see what Chun does next. That evening, the cheer dance video went viral across the internet. In 24 hours, views surpassed 50 million. Watching this performance alone makes the Lakers season ticket worth every penny. Kobe's expression in that cheerleading outfit is the best meme of 2006. I'm suggesting the NBA All-Star halftime show book the Lakers cheer squad next year. Chen Feng sat on the bench with his eyes closed, a contented smile on his face. Ding. Purple Gold Cheer Gratitude Show. 10 members completed. Reward 3000 joy points. Limited edition commemorative prop. Gilded pom-poms. Added to inventory. After the cheerleading dance concluded, the atmosphere at the Staples Center had reached a fever pitch. Yet the game still had to be played. This match no longer affected the rankings of either team. Coupled with the laughter brought by the earlier dance, the players from both sides stepped onto the court with noticeably lighter feet. Especially Derek Fisher, who had transferred from the Lakers to the Warriors. He had left the Lakers a year and a half ago, but Staples Center still felt like home to him. Only home had changed, and so had the people in it. If not for Kobe remaining the same, as always, he would have thought he had drunk spiked liquor. In his memory, Kobe always wore an icy expression, cold-faced during practice, cold-faced during games, and cold-faced even when winning. He had known Kobe for 10 years, yet he had never seen him in such a peculiar state. Let me first confirm whether I've walked into the wrong arena, Fisher muttered under his breath. Hey Kobe. Kobe turned around and saw Fisher. Old Fish, you're back. In the past, Kobe would have at most nodded and said good. When had he become so warm? Yeah, I'm back, Fisher said with a smile, then pointed at the training jersey Kobe was wearing. That thing you had on earlier. Was I seeing things? What thing? Kobe looked bewildered. I've been practicing my shots all this time. Fisher nearly choked on his own saliva. Practicing shots all the time. Kobe, you've changed, Fisher said seriously looking at him. You weren't like this when I left. It's only been a short while. Were you threatened with something? The past is the past, Kobe said, patting Fisher on the shoulder. Things are different now. How are they different? Kobe glanced at Chen Feng, who was chatting with the cheerleading coach by the sidelines. Ever since that wild guy arrived, the whole team has changed. Fisher also noticed Chen Feng. He was the rookie from China who had introduced horse stance defense, the 1,000-year kill, and the octagon cage. The entire league knew about him and was on guard against him. When the 3,000 happiness points were credited, Chen Feng immediately added 3 points to stamina, bringing it to 95, consuming 2,400 happiness points. He raised coordination from 79 to 80, using 400 happiness points, leaving 200. As for the gilded small colored ball, he had no time to deal with it now. Offensive attributes: shooting 95, ball handling 95, passing 85, breakthrough 85, fast break 75, a low post 65. Physical attributes: speed 85, explosiveness 85, jumping 85, strength 85, coordination 80, stamina 95. Defensive attributes: steals 75, blocks 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, a rebounding 65, positioning 73. He closed the panel. The game officially began. Lakers starters: Chen Feng, Kobe, Odom, Kwame Brown, Mim. Warriors starters: Derek Fisher, Jason Richardson, Mike Dunleavy, Troy Murphy, Adonal Foyle. Old Fish returned to Staples Center, and the Warriors let him start. Jump ball: the Lakers got possession. Both sides played very openly. Since the rankings were already settled, winning or losing didn't matter. They might as well play freely, put on a good show, and give the fans something to cheer about. The pace was fast, with both teams pushing for fast breaks, running plays, and shooting threes. The fans in the arena were thoroughly entertained, especially by Chen Feng of the Lakers. He played with an unrestrained style, his drives and passes flowing freely, full of spectacle. Of course, his turnovers were also abundant. The most interesting matchup on the court was Chen Feng versus Fisher. It wasn't that Fisher had chosen to guard Chen Feng, rather Chen Feng deliberately targeted him. Old Fish, come on, let me see if your horse stance defense is still there. Fisher lowered his center of gravity, trying to assume the defensive stance that had once made him famous. But he was no longer the Fisher of the Lakers. With a burst of speed from Chen Feng, Fisher lost his balance entirely. Hey! Before Fisher could react, Chen Feng had already flown past him and scored an easy layup. On the Warriors side, Old Fish chose to set up Richardson, the two-time slam dunk contest champion, who drove in one step and rose for a powerful dunk. Kobe simply stepped aside half a step. This game was more relaxed than the All-Star game. The defense was merely token, but the spectators were thrilled. If a defender succeeded, he would be criticized for being too serious. If he failed, it was worse. So creating space was the right choice. Richardson soared and threw down a windmill dunk for 2 points. On the Lakers' next possession, Chen Feng brought the ball up and immediately executed a flashy move, a no-look pass. His passing motion fooled everyone, including the camera. Odom on the left side was ready to receive the pass, but found himself empty-handed. The ball sailed over Kobe's head on the right side straight into the stands. Kobe and Odom both shrugged at Chen Feng, then clapped. Nice pass. The fans love it. They got a free basketball. Though Chen Feng's pass flew into the crowd, the exhibition of skill still excited the fans. Whoa, a no-look pass. Chen really knows how to have fun. Kobe's focus wasn't sharp enough. He wasted a brilliant pass from Chen. Odom looks confused. If you're not passing to me, why are you looking at me? The Warriors offense. Old Fish brought the ball up and faced Chen Feng, then passed to Murphy inside. Murphy was a typical stretch big man with a three-point shooting ability that ranked among the league's power forwards. He pulled up from beyond the arc and drained a three. Swish. The ball swished through the net. Next possession. Chen Feng faced Fisher with the ball. Old Fish, can you take a shot yourself this time? When you were with the Lakers, you were just a ball-handling guard. Now that you're with the Warriors, are you still only passing? Old Fish pressed up against Chen Feng, stealthily reaching his hand to Chen's waist, pinching the soft flesh with his thumb and forefinger, and twisting hard. Oop. Chen Feng let out a soft cry of pain, steadied the ball, and quickly passed it to Kobe. But Kobe seemed less than eager to attack today. A game with no implications failed to ignite the Black Mamba's spirit. He connected with Odom, and the nightclub dance king, who had been fooled by Chen Feng earlier, finally got to slam the ball through the hoop. On the Warriors' turn, Richardson, again receiving a pass from Old Fish, completed an alley-oop. After 6 minutes of the first quarter, both teams were playing very freely. The score was 22-20, with the Lakers leading by 2. The Warriors brought in Davis, and Old Fish went to rest. Davis, as one of the league's top point guards, displayed a dazzling array of streetball-style moves. His crossovers were wildly unpredictable, his rhythm shifting between fast and slow. Chen Feng guarded him for 2 possessions and was even shaken once. Beautiful, Chen Feng exclaimed sincerely. Of course, Davis replied with a confident grin. Then on the next possession, Chen Feng used the same crossover to shake Davis and easily drove to the basket for a score. You copied me. Davis looked back at Chen Feng. Mutual learning, Chen Feng replied. On the Warriors bench, Fisher's teammates were also making their way onto the court. Monta Ellis, a second-round pick from the same draft class as Chun Fong, was renowned for his blazing speed. The moment he stepped onto the floor, he played with an almost feverish intensity. On his first possession, he drove straight into the Lakers' painted area. "Hey kid, take it easy." Chun Fong spread his arms to block the path. "You're just a second-round selection. No need to play like your life depends on it." "I'm not a kid." Ellis shot him a sharp glance, but didn't break stride. With a sudden crossover, he slipped past Chun Fong and sank the layup. "Not bad. You've got talent," Chun Fong said, clapping his hands once. Daegu was next to come up, a first-round 9th pick out of the 2005 class, same year as Chun Fong. Meeting Chun Feng's gaze, Daegu's expression turned grave. "Chun, I'm not like you." "And how is that?" "I play this game with integrity." "And who doesn't?" Daegu didn't buy it for a second, but there was no arguing. He'd have to face the rookie the league deemed the least respectable. Chun Fong tallied 10 points and 5 assists in a single quarter. Fisher added 4 points and 2 assists, performing at his usual level. The Lakers bench unit took the floor: Vujasic, Luke Walton, Devin George, Smush Parker, and Bynum. This lineup was noticeably inferior to the starters, yet they played with surprising cohesion. On the Warriors' side, Monta Ellis grew increasingly animated with each possession. Though still a rookie, his speed was undeniable. Meanwhile, Bynum caught the ball at the free throw line and began executing a series of guard-style dribble moves. Between the legs, crossovers, sharp direction changes, even a spin move. It was a remarkably fluid sequence of moves, though no one could pinpoint exactly when the ball had slipped into a Warriors player's hands. Still, it hardly mattered. Without the ball, Bynum had far more freedom to showcase his moves. Actually handling the ball during such a routine was still a tall order for the little Shaq. Chun Fong laughed heartily from the sidelines. "Andrew, please stop showing off. I'm about to lose my point guard spot." On the other end, Ellis had just stolen the ball from Bynum and finished with a soaring one-handed dunk. The moment the Lakers inbounds from the baseline, Chun Fong couldn't sit still anymore. "Give it to Andrew. Feed the ball to Andrew. Let him bring it up." Parker saw one of the veterans call out the play and noticed the coach raised no objection, so he looked to find Bynum for the pass. But when he glanced around, where had Bynum gone? While Chun Fong was shouting for a pass, Bynum had already sprinted swiftly toward the Warriors' basket. He had zero interest in bringing the ball up the court himself. Chun Fong returned to the court. "Chun, you can't guard me." Ellis, seeing his fellow player step back onto the floor, grew animated once more. After driving past for a basket, he called out to Chun Fong. "You've only been on the court for a few minutes, and you're already getting ahead of yourself." Chun Fong shook his head with a smile. "Kid, your drives are too straightforward with no variety at all. Watch this then." On the next possession, Ellis indeed added a crossover. But after the move, he nearly lost control of the ball and stumbled, barely managing to heave it toward the basket. The shot missed. "Is that what you call a drive with changes?" Chun Fong spread his hands. Ellis stood there with a reddened face, looking nothing like players from the same generation, more like a seasoned veteran guiding a rookie. Fisher watched from the sideline and patted Ellis on the shoulder. "Kid, let me share some experience with you." "What experience?" "When you're guarding Chun Fong, don't let his words get to you. If you hear him talking, don't respond. And don't provoke him in the first place." "Huh?" Ellis stared at Fisher in confusion, completely unable to understand what he meant. At halftime, the Lakers led 66-60, ahead by 6 points. Chun Fong had 16 points, 8 assists, and 3 steals in the first half. Kobe had 14 points. Fisher had 6 points and 3 assists. Davis had 10 points and 4 assists. Richardson had 14 points. During halftime, the TNT commentators were still reminiscing about the cheerleading dance. "I have to say, after 30 years of commentating basketball, I have never seen Kobe perform in a cheerleader outfit." Barkley shook his head, his face full of amusement. "That impressed me more than any of his game winners." Smith laughed until he could barely catch his breath. "When I saw Kobe in that sequined outfit, I thought I had switched to the wrong channel. I checked the network logo at the bottom of the screen and confirmed it was TNT, not a variety show. Do you think he'll wear one again?" "I don't know, but I hope so. That scene was too beautiful." "Your expression when you said that was quite dangerous." "I merely believe the image of Kobe in a cheerleader outfit deserves to be displayed on the ceiling of the Staples Center." The second half began the third quarter. Boom. On the opening possession of the quarter, Chun Fong set up Odom for a powerful dunk. Fisher slowly brought the ball up the court, drove past Chun Fong, but instead of taking the shot himself, he threw a pass to the opposite side. Richardson planted his feet and took flight, catching the ball in midair before completing a spectacular dunk. The two-time slam dunk champion left the crowd amazed. The Lakers continued their high-intensity offense. Chun Fong seemed unstoppable on the court, excelling at driving, distributing, and shooting three-pointers alike. Davis refused to be outdone. He was the type of player who thrived in critical moments. With a quick acceleration, he crossed Chun Feng's first line of defense, then kicked it out to Petro on the perimeter, who knocked down a three. "Don't think this game is already in the bag," Davis called out to Chun Fong as he retreated on defense. "You're only ahead because I haven't been serious." "Then show me what serious looks like." Davis answered Chun Feng's challenge on the very next possession. He used 2 quick crossovers to shake free of Chun Feng's defense, drove to the rim, and scored with a high arcing floater. "Does that count as serious?" "It does," Chun Fong nodded. "But it's not enough. He then responded with a series of between-the-legs dribbles followed by a step-back three-pointer. When the ball went in, Chun Feng's striking appearance added to the elegance of his shooting motion, making it resemble a dance. At the moment of release, his body leaned slightly backward, the arc of his arm and the curve of his form perfectly composed like a painting. The female Lakers fans in the crowd erupted into screams. Sava watched with a flushed face, lost in her own thoughts. Is this boy playing basketball or performing an art show? Fisher muttered beside him, utterly stunned. After Chin Feng made the three, he turned towards Sava on the sideline and formed a heart gesture with his hands. The entire arena went wild once more. He pulled up for a mid-range jumper off the screen, his most trusted move. Throughout his career, Fisher's mid-range shot was his most dependable weapon, the foundation of his clutch composure. He caught the ball near the free-throw line, with Chun Feng hovering close. Fisher faked a shot. Chin Feng didn't bite. He faked again. Chin Feng stayed planted. Aren't you jumping? Fisher asked, slightly surprised. Your pump fake is too obvious, old fish, Chin Feng said with a smile. If I jump every time, people will think my IQ needs checking. Fisher went straight up and released. The ball swished through the net. Old, yes, but still accurate, Fisher said, a rare smile breaking across his face. Chin Feng nodded, and on the next possession from the same spot, and with the same motion, he responded with a smooth fadeaway jumper. His form was textbook perfect. The ball dropped cleanly. Fisher stared in disbelief. When did you steal my mid-range jumper? My what? I learned this from old science. Audiences both in the arena and at home were thoroughly enthralled by the match. From the Lakers' coordinated opening dance to the exciting back-and-forth scoring between both teams, every moment was a treat to watch. Post-game ratings from TNT revealed that viewership for this match surged by 40% compared to the game broadcast in the same time slot the previous week. Chin Feng's stats through 3 quarters: 26 points, 10 assists, 3 steals. Kobe scored 20 points. Fisher added 8 points and 4 assists. The Fish gave his all today, yet the opposing side had a player operating on another level entirely. The Lakers were playing with Chin Feng leading the 4 substitutes: Bynum, Cook, Walton, and Parker. Parker came on, and Chin Feng shifted to the shooting guard position. Ellis of the Warriors also came on. The future leader of the Warriors was still just a little substitute at this time. This time he played more seriously. After scoring on a drive, he no longer shouted at Chin Feng, perhaps because of that piece of advice from Fisher. On the Lakers' offense, Chin Feng held the ball, glanced at the defensive alignment, and passed the ball to Cook at the left 45-degree angle. Cook was naturally inclined to shoot. Although he was a power forward, he rarely used his body to forcefully post up inside. After catching the ball, he shot directly. The ball traced a rainbow arc through the air. Swish! The ball went through the net. Cook's shooting fundamentals were very solid. The arc of his shot already felt steady. In this era, this style of play easily earned one the label of being soft. If you told someone in 2006, I'm a power forward who doesn't stay in the paint, I float outside and shoot threes, people would think you were talking nonsense. The coach would criticize you harshly, teammates would keep you at a distance, and even fans would shout from the stands, go ahead and shoot. If you miss, you're a coward. It would take another 20 years before this kind of shooting big man would shine. Then such talents would be the league's hot commodity, everyone wanting them full value. Thus Cook was a man born in the wrong era, playing future basketball 20 years ahead of his time, a pioneer held back by his era. On the Warriors' possession, Bynum stayed inside the paint and rarely came out for the Lakers. Chun Feng stuck with Ellis, and the old Fisher looked at his matchup and decided to take it himself. Parker's defensive attitude was fine. He was very active, guarding Fisher closely with his long arms spread, completely enveloping Fisher. It's just that Parker's offensive and organizational abilities were too limited, otherwise he could have been a solid point guard. Fisher played smartly. He used his body to lean on Parker, pushing forward with his hefty frame, causing Parker to step back half a step. Although Fisher's speed was declining, his solid build still had some use. In that opening, Fisher raised his hand and shot. The ball banked off the glass and into the hoop. 2 points. Hey, Parker, has the Lakers' point guard really fallen to such a level? Fisher scored on Parker, and his mouth couldn't help running again. Of course, it was mainly because the matchup had changed. If Chin Feng were guarding him, he wouldn't dare open his mouth, because if he got caught, he might face humiliation. Parker also looked displeased. You, a former Lakers cast-off, dare to mock me, the current general. He gestured with his chin toward Chin Feng, who had already crossed half court. That one is the Lakers' starting point guard. Go say whatever you want to him. Fisher, I'll make you pay. Chun is clearly playing shooting guard. You're an incompetent weakling who won't admit it. Why don't you step aside and let me assist Kobe and Chun? I'm 10,000 times better than you. Parker, after hearing this, was also extremely unconvinced and looked at Fisher with disdain. I'm weak because I'm on the Lakers. If I were on the Warriors, I'd be a starter, understand? You assist Brother Feng. Can you really do it? Can you flatter him better than me? Do you know what it means when Brother Feng enters the locker room left foot first? If Brother Feng says to go against Kobe, would you dare? Fisher's face turned red and white. Parker grew more excited. Old Fish, you want me to step aside and let you take over? Can you handle it? You know the Zen master, you know Kobe, what's the use? Now the Lakers are under Brother Feng's rule. When Brother Feng speaks, even Kobe listens respectfully. Fisher was speechless for a moment, then finally spat out, "You little." "Fine. I'll go tell Kobe right now whether he has to listen to Chin's lecture with respect." Parker, upon hearing this, became anxious. "Hey, why are you taking it so seriously? Are you acting like a kid who tattles to parents?" Both sides had switched to pure reserves. The outcome was already decided, the remaining time was merely garbage time, and both teams tacitly sent their bench players up to experience the NBA atmosphere. Chen Feng sat on the bench watching the substitutes play on the court. Kobe sat beside him, both observing the game in silence. If a photographer had captured this scene, the headline could read Lakers duo sharing a peaceful moment. But the reality was that both were lost in their own thoughts. Kobe pondering something, Chen Feng simply enjoying the spectacle. After a while, Kobe spoke up. "What do you think of this game, eh?" "Pretty entertaining," Chen Feng replied. "Both sides are playing freely, and the fans seem happy." Kobe nodded. "In games like this, winning is enough. There's no need to push yourself. Old Ku, you're becoming more like the Zen master every day." "What do you mean, eh?" "Like you've seen through everything." Kobe glanced at him, his gaze carrying a world-weary fatigue. "I haven't seen through anything. I've just grown old." "You're only 27. What do you mean by old?" "My heart has grown old." Chen Feng turned to look at him, incredulous. "Your heart is old? You danced in the cheerleader outfit so energetically. I saw your splits, no different from many young people." "That's exactly why I realized my heart has grown old." Kobe's voice carried a desolate tone, as though he had seen through the worldly desires. "Do you know what I was thinking the moment I finished dancing? I asked myself, who am I? Am I Kobe Bryant? Yes, it is me." In that moment, my heart was no longer young. Chen Feng laughed until he leaned back and forth. With 10 seconds remaining, the Lakers went on offense. The ball found Parker's hands. He stood beyond the three-point arc with Old Fish guarding him. Parker did not shoot. Not that he didn't want to, but he knew his limits. He faked, causing Old Fish to jump. The instant Fisher left his feet, Parker calmly passed the ball to Vujasic in the corner. Vujasic was wide open. He caught the ball, rose up, and released. The motion was smooth and seamless. The ball swished through the net. 121-106. The final buzzer sounded. The Lakers defeated the Warriors 121-106, securing their last regular season victory. Their final record stood at 53 wins and 29 losses, fourth in the Western Conference. Chen Feng's final stats: 32 points, 12 assists, 4 steals. Kobe 26 points, 4 rebounds. Fisher 8 points, 4 assists. Davis 15 points, 7 assists. Richardson 20 points. Ellis 14 points. After the game, Fisher walked over to Chen Feng, and the two embraced. "Kid, you nearly took apart this old body of mine tonight." "Not at all. I only used 3/10 of my strength." 3/10, and I'm like this. If you went all out, I don't know if I could have handled it." Fisher shook his head. Fisher then walked over to Kobe, and the two embraced as well. "Old Fish play well with the Warriors." "Kobe, I prefer the current you." Kobe paused. "You don't need to like me." "No, I'm serious." Fisher released the hug and looked at Kobe earnestly. "You used to be like a robot. And now you're like a madman." Kobe fell silent, touched by Old Fish's words. After a long moment, a faint smile appeared. "At least being a madman is more interesting than being a robot, isn't it?" Fisher smiled as well. "Indeed. I find myself missing the Lakers a little." The game ended, and the post-match interview area was crowded with reporters. But tonight's questions were surprisingly uniform, all about the cheerleading dance. It seemed that every sports journalist in America had received the same directive: don't ask about the game, ask about the dance. "Chen, was that opening group cheerleading dance your idea?" "No, it was the whole team's idea," Chen Feng said with an upright face. "How did you convince your teammates to dress like that?" "I already said it was the whole team's idea. It wasn't my plan." The reporters clearly didn't believe it. Someone raised a microphone and continued, "What about KB? How did you convince KB? Was he coerced by you?" "No, he was voluntary," Chen Feng said seriously. "And everyone in this dance was voluntary. It was a collective decision." "I swear." The reporters let out a laugh of obvious disbelief. "Then who do you think danced the best tonight?" "KB," Chen Feng said without hesitation. "I was quite confident that I would be the Lakers' dance king. Of course, that was before I saw KB's hips sway. Those 2 hip movements of his almost made me feel sick, but at least it didn't finish me off." The reporters couldn't hold it in anymore, and the scene erupted in laughter. "What about the teammates? Who do you think was the most devoted?" "Aidomu," Chen Feng gave a thumbs up. "He danced with the most soul in the whole team. That kind of devotion, that self-forgetfulness, like a true cheerleading superstar. He even added a spinning move on his own during the dance. I recognize that professionalism." A reporter mustered up the courage to approach KB, pointing the microphone at him. "KB, what are your thoughts on dancing in a cheerleading uniform?" KB's expression remained unchanged. His lips moved. "ABA. ABA." The reporter. After saying ABA, KB turned and walked away. Another reporter persisted, circling to Chen Feng's other side and asking, "Do you think this video will become one of the most classic moments in NBA history?" "Not necessarily the most classic, but definitely the most eye-burning," Chen Feng said. "I thank everyone on behalf of Bakali. By the way, Bakali, why haven't I received your lace pink interview yet?" From afar came Bakali's roar, "You're dreaming." "One last question," the reporter pressed on. "Will there be a chance to do it again?" It depends. If old KB can still fit into it next year, Chen Feng said with a mysterious smile. And I'm already planning a new show. Next year we'll add props like colored balls and wreaths. That picture will be even more beautiful. The reporters excitedly crowded forward. What new show? You'll know next year. Spoilers are no fun, Chen Feng winked. But I promise next year's KB will be even more relaxed. After all, people are always shy the first time, but they get used to it the second time. From afar came KB's roar. Chen Feng. Just you wait. The very last question, the reporter struggled. What do you think is the biggest gain for the Lakers this regular season? Chen Feng turned serious. The biggest gain is that we found a way to win. And we proved one thing. What thing? We can not only win games, but also win the hearts of the audience. The interview ended. Chen Feng and Shawa walked out of Sitai Puzi Center together. Shawa was wearing a long black trench coat today, with a simple, white dress underneath and high heels. But even the long coat couldn't hide the legs extending from under the hem of the dress. Long straight with smooth lines carrying the unique strength of a tennis player. Most incredible of all, the skin tone was a cool white. How could a tennis player achieve this? What are you looking at? Shawa noticed Chen Feng's gaze and turned her head to look at him. Looking at your long legs, Chen Feng said truthfully. After carrying me so many times, still not enough. Not enough. Shawa's lips curled up and her steps became much lighter, pleased with Chen Feng's answer. Getting into the car, Chen Feng sat in the driver's seat and Shawa sat in the passenger seat, retracting her long legs and elegantly crossing them. Chen Feng didn't rush to start the car. He turned his head to look at Shawa's legs. What are you doing again? Shawa noticed his gaze. I'm suddenly a bit curious. Curious about what? How much force can you kick with one foot? Shawa raised an eyebrow. You want to try? Not that I want to try, but my hand is a bit curious. Shawa gave a cold smile, grabbed Chen Feng's hand, and gently placed it on her thigh. Just a light touch. But Chen Feng immediately felt the strength. A thigh capable of serving at 190 kmh. How is it? Shawa said with a half smile. The feeling isn't very obvious. Chen Feng withdrew his hand and started the car. You don't mind if I do a detailed strength test when we get home, do you? Shawa didn't reply, just shifted her legs to a different direction, crossing them in a more comfortable position. They arrived home. As soon as the door closed, Shawa stepped close to Chen Feng, her hand lightly touching his chest, and whispered near his ear, good performance today. Here's a reward for you. Before Chen Feng could answer, she took his hand and gently led him toward the bedroom. The tennis player's strength training was fully evident. Chen Feng was pulled along for several steps and couldn't break free. What kind of play is this? Net interception, Shawa said without looking back. You can't get used to it. Just adapt. Shawa directly guided him into the bedroom and started a tennis lesson. First set, Shawa serves. Her rhythm was very fast, switching between forehand and backhand without warning. Chen Feng tried to keep up, but was clearly unprepared. Chen Feng called for a timeout. Hold on, I need to warm up. The warm-up period is over. Shawa tapped the ball with her racket. Let's continue. In the second set, Chen Feng found his rhythm. He began using ground strokes to move Shawa around, drilling to one side, and then cutting across to the other, attempting to wear down her stamina. But Shawa was a professional tennis player. What athletes feared least was endurance. For every good shot Chen Feng hit, Shawa immediately answered with an even sharper angle. The two players raced across the court, exchanging points in a back-and-forth battle that neither could break away from. In the third set, they entered a tiebreak. Shawa's form had completely opened up. Her hair came loose, golden strands clinging to her slightly flushed cheeks as her breathing quickened, yet her eyes grew brighter. Chen Feng had also reached his limit. The most exhausting fourth quarter of his life couldn't compare to this. Are you still okay? Shawa looked down at him, her voice carrying a hint of breathlessness. A gentleman never says he cannot. Then show me what you have. Chen Feng gathered his remaining strength and struck a high-difficulty ace shot, breaking her serve. Shawa failed to return it. Game set match. Chen Feng lay on the bed, gasping for breath. Chen Feng wins. Shawa leaned over him, poking his chest with her finger. You're even the referee. Home court advantage, understand? Shawa was amused by Chen Feng's words. As she laughed, her demeanor shifted from composed elegance back to that of an ordinary young woman who had just finished exercising. She turned and lay beside Chen Feng, staring at the ceiling as her breathing gradually steadied. Chen Feng lay on the bed when something suddenly occurred to him. System reward. A gilded small colored ball. Chen Feng opened his system backpack and retrieved a pair of small table tennis-sized colorful orbs. Their crystalline base was adorned with delicate gilt patterns, and within the spheres fine purple gold flakes were sealed. When shaken, the specks shimmered with a gentle, warm radiance. Chen Feng examined them in his hands. Aside from their beauty, they held no practical use. Light and compact, they could be slipped into a pocket or hung from a necklace. What's this? Shawa had approached unnoticed, her eyes fixed on the pair of spheres. Just a little keepsake. How lovely. She reached out and took one, turning it over in her hands. May I have one? You shouldn't have asked. So it's for me, eh? Yes, it's yours. Shawa looked at the two orbs, then picked up one, examining it thoroughly. Can this little thing be worn as a necklace? It can. Chen Feng tied the small sphere around Shawa's neck like a tiny bell. The next day, in a Los Angeles hospital, Chen Feng brought Shawa to visit De Yao. De Yao had just undergone surgery, his left foot in a cast. He lay in bed watching television. Brother Yao. Chun Feng called out warmly as he entered. De Yao looked up startled. I'm just injured, not dead. So you're calling me Brother Yao now, eh? De Yao put down the remote, staring at Chun Feng. How did I go from Yao Gu to De Yao, then Xiao Yao, and now Brother Yao? It's just a term of endearment. Endearment. Next you'll be calling me Little Brother Yao. No. Da Yao shook his head, then his gaze drifted past Chun Feng to the figure standing behind him. Shava wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her blonde hair flowing over her shoulders. At 1.88 meters tall, she stood at the doorway, her presence elevating the entire room. De Yao looked at Shava, then back at Chun Feng, his expression complex. What's wrong? Chun Feng noticed the oddity. Nothing. De Yao averted his eyes. I was just thinking. How did you even manage to capture a woman from our northern neighbor country? Chun Feng replied. I just have a wide circle of friends. Shava didn't understand Chinese, but she sensed the shift in atmosphere. She smiled and greeted in English. Hello, I'm Maria. De Yao returned the greeting in English, then turned back to Chun Feng speaking in Chinese. You kid. Impressive. Thanks for the compliment. I wasn't complimenting you. De Yao sighed, leaning back against the headboard. Suddenly his tone shifted. The World Championships. You'll definitely come, won't you? Chun Feng was taken aback. De Yao rarely spoke with such hesitation, almost apprehensively. Of course. If I don't play, who will? I'm just afraid you might not come. Da Yao rubbed his hands together. With this injury, I can't play for at least 4 months. The doctors say I can resume training by August, but the World Championships start in August. So can you still play? I can play, but my form is uncertain. De Yao sighed. The Rockets finished 13th in the West this season, no playoffs. I'll just recover now. I'll make a comeback at the World Championships. Let me be clear, I'll play if I can, but not if I have to pay to play. I'm already exhausted leading a group of CBA players. If I have to pay on top of that, it's too much. Chun Feng shared his thoughts with De Yao. The Basketball Association has already talked to me, De Yao said with a smile. They panicked when I got injured. They said if I can't play and they don't recruit you, the World Championships are hopeless. Who would lead them to victory? Who would help them achieve their political goals? So they want me to join. Not just want, they desperately need you. De Yao's expression grew serious. It's not just them. I want you, and so do all the fans across the country. Truly, Chinese men's basketball needs you. Please. All right, I'll go. As long as there are no complications. Chun Feng had no objection to playing for the national team, as long as he wasn't treated unfairly. De Yao let out a sigh of relief. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he whispered, Feng Ge. Chun Feng stumbled, nearly spilling the water he had just poured. He looked at De Yao in disbelief. What's this? Brother Yao, have you come around? Acknowledging my seniority. A flicker of embarrassment crossed De Yao's face, but then he waved his hand dismissively. If you come to the World Championships, I'll call you whatever you want, brother anything. Then what if I ask you to call me Dad? That's not happening. See, you still have your limits. De Yao rolled his eyes. Feng Ge, please don't push your luck. Chun Feng burst into laughter. On April 19th, the 2005-2006 regular season officially concluded. The grueling 82-game battle had finally come to an end. Some rejoiced, others mourned. Some sprinted toward the playoffs, while others aimed for the draft. The New York Knicks achieved their desired last-place finish in the league. Whether they could secure the top pick in the draft lottery remained to be seen. The Portland Trail Blazers followed closely in second to last, with the Toronto Raptors in third. All 16 playoff teams were confirmed, and the top 8 rankings in both conferences were finalized. Western Conference won. Spurs 63-19-2. Mavericks 60-22-3. Suns 54-28-4. Lakers 53-29-5. Nuggets 49-33-6. Grizzlies 47-35-7. Clippers 45-37-8. Kings 44-38. The competition in the West was exceptionally fierce. All top 8 teams had winning percentages above 500. The 9th-place Utah Jazz missed the playoffs by 2 games. The Jazz fans were deeply disappointed. Eastern Conference won. Pistons 64-18-2. Heat 52-33. Nets 49-33-04. Cavaliers 50-32-5. Wizards 42-46. Pacers 41-41-7. Bulls 41-41-8. Bucks 40-42. Compared to the West, the East was more balanced. The records of teams ranked 5th to 8th wouldn't even reach the playoff threshold in the West. Such was the harshness of the West. With the top 8 in both conferences determined, 8 first-round playoff matchups were set. The playoffs would commence on April 24th. The Lakers would face the Denver Nuggets, led by Chun Feng's close friend Carmelo Anthony, in the first round. The Lakers held home court advantage, but that didn't guarantee an easy series. The Nuggets were no pushovers. Their roster depth, aside from the positions of Chun Feng and Kobe Bryant, nearly surpassed the Lakers in every other spot. Point guard Andre Miller averaging 14. 7 points, 8. 2 assists and 4 rebounds, a seasoned floor general. Shooting guard Ruben Patterson averaging 12. 1 points and 6 rebounds, who dubbed himself the Kobe Stopper. Small forward Carmelo Anthony averaging 26. 5 points and 6 rebounds. a versatile offensive weapon who had shed his rookie rust and become the Nuggets' undisputed core. Power forward Kenyon Martin, averaging 12, 9.6, 3 rebounds and 1, 4 assists, a high-flying forward efficient in cuts, pick-and-roll dunks, and finishing. Center Marcus Camby, averaging 12, 8 points 11, 9 rebounds 3 blocks and 1, 4 steals. The block champion, a historic rim protector and the anchor of the Nuggets defense. Camby not only led the league in blocks, but also ranked among the top 3 in rebounds and steals, making him the defensive cornerstone of Denver's interior. On the Nuggets bench were Earl Boykins, Nene Hilario, and Julius Hodge. The Lakers-Nuggets series was bound to be a tough battle. In the first game of the season, Kobe Bryant hit a game-winning three-pointer in overtime on the road against the Nuggets, while Chin Fong completed his first task on Carmelo's jersey. In the blink of an eye, the entire season had passed. With the regular season concluded, the statistical leaderboards were officially finalized. The scoring title went to Kobe Bryant, averaging 35, 6 points per game, the highest single-season average of the century. This season, Kobe recorded multiple 60-point games, including a historic 86-point performance. Allen Iverson ranked second with 33 points, followed by LeBron James with 31, 4 points. The assist title went to Steve Nash, averaging 10, 5 assists per game. Nash's Suns boasted the most dazzling offense in the league, and he repeated as assist champion. Chin Fong ranked second with 9, 1 assists per game, along with an average of 19, 4 points. Had it not been for his slow start in the first month, he could have achieved a 20-point 10-assist average in his rookie season. Kevin Garnett led the rebounding charts with 12, 7 boards per game. Despite the Timberwolves' poor record, Garnett's numbers remained astonishingly robust: 21, 8 points 12, 7 rebounds 4, 1 assist 1, 4 blocks and 1, 4 steals per game. An all-around display of versatility. That was KG, a one-man team. The steals leader was Gerald Wallace, averaging 2, 5 steals per game. Second place went to another of Chun Feng's close friends, Chris Paul, with 2 steals per game. Chin Fong ranked 6th with 6 steals per game. The playoffs started on the 24th, and coach Phil Jackson gave the team 2 days off. After an 82-game season, a break before the playoffs was well-deserved. However, some players found that resting only made them more exhausted. Lamar Odom was a prime example. He spent those 2 days living in a nightclub. April 19th, the final day of the regular season. Kami La took leave from the film crew and rushed back as today was Shawa's birthday. "Let's go, I've already made arrangements," Chin Fong said mysteriously. Shawa blinked, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "What have you arranged?" "You'll know when we get there." Kami La laughed meaningfully on the side. "I have a feeling it won't be anything good." "How can you say that?" Chin Fong looked hurt. "I've spent a lot of money." "How much?" "That's not important." The three of them drove to a small, cozy private cake shop in Los Angeles. The shop was not large, but the decor was very warm, and the air was filled with the aroma of cream and bread. The shop assistant greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Chin, your table is ready." "Thank you." Chin Fong led the two to a table by the window, and they sat down. "You brought us to a cake shop." Shawa was a bit confused. "What kind of arrangement is this?" "Don't rush." Chin Fong snapped his fingers. The shop assistant brought over an exquisite 2-layer cream cake. White cream, pink frosting, and a few fresh strawberries on top. "Wow." Shawa's eyes lit up. The shop assistant carefully inserted 19 candles into the cake and lit them one by one. Chin Fong picked up the small crown birthday hat and gently placed it on Shawa's head. "Come on, make a wish, birthday star." Shawa raised her hand to hold the hat, looked down at the flickering candle flames, folded her hands, and closed her eyes to make a wish earnestly. Chin Fong and Kami La exchanged a glance, smiled at each other, and then began to sing softly in chorus. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The shop owner and assistant also joined in softly. After the birthday song, Shawa opened her eyes and blew out the candles. "Yage." Kami La clapped. "What did you wish for?" Shawa pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes curved. "I won't tell, it won't come true if I say it." As she spoke, she reached out to get the utensils to cut the cake. The next moment, she saw Chin Fong pick up the cake and walk toward the counter. "Huh?" Shawa was stunned. "What are you doing?" Chin Fong placed the cake back on the counter and said to the owner, "Thank you, we're done singing." The owner took the cake and nodded with a smile. "You're welcome, come again next time." Shawa was completely dumbfounded. "Where's my cake?" Chin Fong then took off the birthday hat from Shawa's head and handed it to the owner, returning the hat to the owner. Okay. Shawa's eyes widened, looking at Chin Fong with a "who am I, where am I" expression. She glanced at Chin Fong, then at Kami La. "All right, birthday's over." Chin Fong clapped his hands. "Let's go, time to sleep." Kami La was already laughing so hard she couldn't stand straight. "You?" Shawa's voice trembled a little. "Wasn't the cake for me?" "No," Chin Fong said matter-of-factly. "It was rented." "Rented? You can rent a cake?" "Yes, rented." "Not just the cake, the birthday hat was rented too." "You guys." Shawa glared at Chin Fong. "You didn't even buy me a birthday cake." In the evening at Santa Monica Beach, Chin Fong booked a seaside restaurant with a window seat overlooking the entire Pacific Ocean. Shawa sat down, looked at the sunset outside the window, and suddenly felt a little teary, never imagining that a birthday could have a rented cake. "What's wrong?" Chin Fong asked. Nothing, Shawa shook her head. I just think today is very special. Because the cake was rented, eh? Shut up. Kamila laughed out loud. After dinner, Chen Feng drove them to an open area near Griffith Observatory, which had a wide view. They arrived just in time. The first fireworks soared into the sky, exploding in the night, scattering golden and purple specks of light, like a reverse meteor shower. One after another, colors shifted and spread across the night sky. Shawa looked up silent. The fireworks reflected in her eyes like shattered stars falling on a lake. The fireworks lasted about 10 minutes. When the last one faded, the night sky returned to calm. Happy birthday, Chen Feng said. Although the cake was rented, tonight's fireworks were paid in full by me. In the evening, Chen Feng drove Shawa and Kami La back to the hotel. Kami La and Shawa sat in the back seat, having played all day. Neither spoke much. The atmosphere in the car was a bit quiet. Shawa was still holding the birthday gifts from Kami La and Chen Feng. Chen Feng's gift was a Tiffany 2006 limited edition silver tennis racket pendant necklace, simple in design, suitable for everyday wear and during matches. On the back it was engraved with small letters, April 19th, 2006, stay bright. Kami La's gift was a vintage leather tennis schedule journal along with a fine silver pen. Today was really fun, Shawa suddenly said. That's good, Chen Feng replied. At the hotel, Chen Feng had one room, while Kami La and Shawa shared another. Lying in bed, Chen Feng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. One monk carries water, 2 monks share the burden, 3 monks have no water. With both Kami La and Shawa present, Chen Feng had to sleep alone. In the middle of the night, while Chen Feng was half asleep, Kami La and Shawa took turns coming in to see him, as if they had planned it. The next day, Kami La returned to the film set to continue shooting. Chen Feng's 2-day break quickly ended, and the Lakers began training for the playoffs. The playoffs started on April 23rd, with the Lakers playing at home. The Lakers' first-round opponent, the Nuggets, were not a weak team. Their roster had great depth. Apart from Chen Feng and Kobe, it could be said that the Lakers were inferior to the Nuggets in every other position. Before the first-round matchup between the Lakers and the Nuggets, the public opinion was heating up. The Banana Boat brothers battle. Who will have the last laugh? Anthony versus Chen Feng, who is the captain of the Banana Boat. The Nuggets are ready. They are confident in pulling off an upset. The Lakers are strong, but the Nuggets are not weak either. In particular, Nuggets point guard Andre Miller had a lot of opinions about Chen Feng. The regular season doesn't prove anything. I will prove that I am a better point guard than Chen. The intensity of the playoffs is completely different from the regular season. Experience matters here, and Chen is still a rookie. He even added at the end of the interview, when he sees real playoff defense on the court, he'll realize he's not ready yet. Miller's words were full of provocation. He indeed wanted a tough matchup with Chen Feng. He believed that a rookie like Chen Feng would be nervous and scared to the point of being unable to play in the playoffs. This was a common problem for many rookies. The leader of the Nuggets, Chen Feng's good buddy Carmelo, was a bit more low-key. He said, "We are the underdogs, but that won't affect us. You know, Chen is my brother. I know him well. He's not ready for the playoffs. He should consider coming back next year to face us. It's too early for him as a rookie." On the Lakers side, after training, Chen Feng proactively approached the reporters. "As everyone knows, Carmelo is my best brother," Chen Feng said sincerely. "We keep in touch often. I call him every day. He is one of the closest people to me in the league." The reporter nodded. "What do you think of his suggestion that you consider coming back next year to face him?" "Consider coming back next year?" Chen Feng smiled. "He's right, I am considering." The reporters were stunned. What kind of answer was that? Was he backing down? "But I'm not considering next year," Chen Feng continued to the camera. "I'm considering the next round's opponent." Kobe was even more direct when interviewed. "I don't think the Nuggets players have much playoff experience. When I won championships, where were they? Can anyone tell me?" Finally, Chen Feng left a statement. 4-0, I have nothing else to say. What the hell? Chinese and American basketball forums were all in an uproar. No, Chen is too bold. He's already thinking about the next round opponent. 4-0. Can he really say that? Chinese fans were especially excited. Yao Ming's Rockets didn't make the playoffs, leaving Chen Feng as the only hope for all of China. All the eyes, all the expectations, all the pressure fell on his shoulders. Someone posted on the forum, "The hope of Chinese basketball rests solely on Chen Feng's shoulders." On the evening of April 23rd, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the Lakers welcomed the first round of the playoffs, and Chen Feng made his playoff debut. The Staples Center sparkled with celebrity guests tonight, with Hollywood stars Leonardo DiCaprio and Gwyneth Paltrow seated in the front row courtside. Johnny Depp, fresh off filming Pirates of the Caribbean, was also in attendance. Sharapova, who had no recent matches, came to the venue to cheer on her partner. The entrance ceremony began. Chen Feng led the way, followed by Odom second, and Kobe closed the lineup. The crowd erupted in cheers for their team. Cheering voices filled the arena, and Chen Feng looked up to see a remarkable number of Chinese fans in attendance, primarily international students. After the entrance ceremony, both starting five remained on court as the game was about to begin. The Lakers kept their consistent starting lineup from the second half of the season: Chen Feng, Kobe, Odom, Kwame, and Mim. The Nuggets started with Miller, Patterson, Carmelo, Anthony Martin, and Campy. Denver's roster was impressive, featuring several well-known experienced players. Both teams held nearby Western Conference standings positions 4th and 5th, making their strength appear closely matched. Mim and Campy stepped to center circle for the tip-off. The referee's whistle blew and both men leaped skyward. Mim won the tip, securing possession for the Lakers. Chen Feng brought the ball up court, guarded by Miller, who had spoken boldly before the game. Miller held a size and weight advantage over Chen Feng. His physical style of play emphasized strong body contact and tight on-ball defense. At 30 years old, Miller had 10 seasons of experience under his belt and was now in the prime of his career. He intended to apply pressure from the opening moment, raising his defensive intensity immediately. The broadcast crew provided commentary as the game unfolded on screen. As the sole Chinese representative in the playoffs, Chen Feng drew national broadcast attention. Veteran commentators arrived at the venue to provide play-by-play coverage. They would remain in America through however far Chen Feng's playoff run progressed. The commentator's familiar voice signaled to viewers at home that the game had officially begun. Viewers watching the broadcast saw the player holding the ball, a young star from China named Chen Feng, still a rookie this season, having graduated with honors in aerospace engineering from the University of Oklahoma. As the camera shifted to live court action, the commentary focus remained on introducing Chen Feng's background and achievements. His academic background meant that even if his NBA career ended, he could return to contribute to China's aerospace development. But that scenario seemed unlikely given his current trajectory. Chen Feng currently serves as the point guard for the Lakers. In basketball, a team typically fields 2 backcourt players, 1 point guard and 1 shooting guard. This arrangement indicates Chen Feng shares core status with Kobe on this roster. The commentary continued focused on Chen Feng throughout the opening possessions, drawing attention to his role and impact on the court. Kobe received Chen Feng's pass and faced off one-on-one against Patterson, successfully scoring to give the Lakers an early 2-point lead. The pass had been perfectly placed. The senior analyst added his thoughts, praising the assist with evident appreciation. Following Chen Feng's record-breaking 3-point performance at the All-Star event, fewer teams now chose to double-team Kobe. When a teammate shoots as reliably as Chen Feng, attacking Kobe aggressively in pick-and-roll situations seemed unwise. On Denver's possession, Miller pushed the ball methodically, prioritizing control over speed, a habit from a decade-long career. Chen Feng tested aggressive on-ball pressure, attempting to force a turnover. His base steal rating of 75 presented a moderate challenge, but Miller withstood the disruption and reached the arc safely. Miller called for a screen, and Kenyon Martin stepped up, but it was a decoy action. Miller faked the screen setup and instead threw a bounce pass to Patterson, who had cut toward the basket. In the paint, Campy maintained strong position against Mim. Patterson finished easily at the rim, tying the score at 2 apiece. Chen Feng observed Kobe's defensive assignment on the play and offered some good-natured teasing about the defensive rotation. Kobe, accustomed to Chen Feng's playful banter, responded that the screening action had created the separation, suggesting the responsibility lay with the screener's positioning rather than the help defense. The commentary noted that Chen Feng had effectively neutralized the Nugget guard, forcing Denver to request a screen to create any separation. However, Kobe had been left exposed on the weak side. Chen Feng now understood why he enjoyed watching replay broadcasts so much. The analysis captured moments with delightful clarity. The Lakers' offense continued to flow through Chen Feng, who ran 3 primary actions, isolating against his defender, setting up Kobe for a one-on-one, or reading the defense and adjusting accordingly. With Kwame unable to stretch the floor on perimeter shots, Denver's interior remained crowded. This highlighted the value of Cook, whose shooting range pulled defenders outward and opened driving lanes. Chen Feng controlled the ball at the top of the key against Miller. At 6 feet 4 inches with a solid frame, Miller relied on physical positioning and relentless contact rather than lateral quickness. Miller's mouth moved continuously, delivering a steady stream of verbal competition. He reminded Chen Feng that playoff intensity differed significantly from regular season play. Chen Feng executed rapid crossover movements, shifting the ball left and right. Miller relied on experience to maintain horizontal positioning, staying between his opponent and the basket. Recognizing that direct penetration was difficult, Chen Feng planted his left foot and drove hard toward the right side in a hesitation move. Miller instinctively shifted his weight right to cut off the angle. Exploiting that split-second imbalance, Chen Feng pulled the ball back to his left hand and crossed over, creating enough space to drive past on the left flank. With a ball handling rating of 95, Chen Feng's moves carried an artistic quality. Reaching the free throw line, he gathered the ball and rose into the air, shifting his torso slightly to avoid Miller's contact and controlling his landing position. His wrist snapped softly, sending the ball on a smooth parabolic arc toward the basket. The net snapped cleanly. The Lakers took a 4-2 lead. After landing, Chen Feng turned toward Miller with an open palm gesture. He acknowledged the defensive effort with a respectful nod, appreciating the competitive spirit displayed throughout the possession. The Staples Center crowd chanted defensively, their energy building as they supported their team with unwavering enthusiasm. Moving upstream, Miller passed to Anthony, who faced Odom in the post. The big man held his ground, firmly maintaining position against the post-up attempt. Anthony kicked the ball back out to Miller, but his passing intention was readable. Kobe read the play and deflected the pass, immediately outletting the ball to Chun Fong for a transition opportunity. Chun Fong and Kobe spread across the floor on opposite wings. Miller could only trail one attacker at a time. Chun Fong slowed briefly, delivering a pass to Kobe trailing on the left side. Kobe caught the ball in stride and elevated. The crowd rose as he finished with a powerful one-handed alley-oop-style dunk, extending the Lakers' lead to 6-2. The home crowd erupted with excitement. The commentators praised the athleticism and timing of the finish, noting how cleanly Kobe had accepted the pass without breaking stride. Another highlight came from Chun Feng's vision and distribution, setting up the play with precision. The offensive sequence flowed smoothly from defense to finish. Before the playoffs began, questions had been raised about whether Chun Feng would adjust to the heightened pace. The opening minutes suggested those concerns were unfounded. The senior analyst agreed, noting that exceptional players often adapt more quickly to increased intensity. Natural talent combined with preparation created advantages that showed through immediately. Chun Feng demonstrated composure beyond his years, handling playoff-level defense with confidence and poise. The broadcast commentary reached an enthusiastic pitch as the Lakers' early dominance became clear to viewers at home. The arena atmosphere reflected the momentum, with fans embracing the team's energetic start and optimistic outlook for the series ahead. The Nuggets bring the ball up court as Miller dribbles toward the front court. The Lakers open with a 6-2 run, flexing a bit early. Miller's expression darkens, and this possession, he opts for the safest play available. Still running a pick and roll with Martin, Miller uses the screen to shake off Chun Feng and pulls up for a shot. The release comes fast and sudden. Chun Feng gets pinned behind Martin's screen and cannot contest in time. Miller gets a clean look and lets it fly. A solid opportunity, but just a bit short. The ball rattles around the rim and bounces out. Kwame secures the rebound. Hand it to Chun Feng, and the Nuggets are back in transition quickly. No fast break chance, so Chun Feng steadies the pace and waits for his teammates to get set. Both sides settle into half-court sets. Chun Feng hands off to Kobe on the wing. Half-court opportunities are scarce, and since Chun Feng is in no rush to isolate, he swings it wide to create a one-on-one for Kobe. Kobe catches and goes into a triple threat stance, then drops his hips and drives a shoulder into Patterson's chest. Creating space, he gathers, elevates, and releases a fadeaway jumper. Chun Feng could recite that entire sequence from memory. Swish. Nothing but net. 2 points. 8-2. On the sideline, Nuggets head coach George Karl's face darkens. He slaps his thighs hard and barks toward the floor. Timeout. George Karl strides onto the sideline, snatches the clipboard, and smacks it against his knee. His eyes cut across Miller, Patterson, and the rest of the roster. Look at what you were doing out there. Karl points at Andre Miller, forcing his frustration down. Andre, where is that playoff intensity and playoff experience you bragged about before the series? Some rookie is running through you. You should consider switching sports. Basketball may not be your game. I hear talking big gets you far in Siberia. That seems right up your alley. And you, Ruben. Karl's finger locks onto Patterson as his anger boils over. You call yourself Kobe's defender. He drops a shoulder, and you're moved. Fade away, ease in every time. What are you doing out there? Karl takes a deep breath and reaches into his pocket for his medication. The Nuggets head coach fires off instructions from the sideline, his voice carrying across the court all the way to the Lakers bench. The timeout is short, and play resumes quickly. Miller brings the ball past half court as Chun Feng steps right up to him. Chun Feng already knows Miller's physical tools are solid. Even with tight on-ball pressure, a steal is unlikely. Still, Chun Feng is more than happy to extract a physical toll. With stamina rated at 95, he is not worried about burning gas. Many point guards are regular season juggernauts and playoff ghosts. Their bodies simply cannot handle the postseason grind. When the physicality ramps up and referees allow more contact, those players fade. Miller, still fired up from Karl's timeout speech, dips his shoulder and flicks an elbow toward Chun Feng every time they square up. Chun Feng answers in kind. Hip to hip, hand on hip. The referees see every small move, but let it go. At this level of physical play, tonight's officials are calling a very narrow game. After all, fans come for this style. The harder the bodies collide, the more electric the arena becomes. Miller backs Chun Feng down, dribbling with one hand, while raising an elbow to clear a lane and working deeper into the paint. Near the free throw line, he fakes a high elbow. Chun Feng flinches instinctively, and Miller steps back for a mid-range jumper. The ball traces a smooth arc and drops through the net. Swish. 8-4. Miller grimaces afterward and rubs his lower back. He felt Chun Feng digging in hard on that last sequence. Lakers possession. Chun Feng carries the ball to the top of the key and calls for a screen. Kwame rolls up from the low post. Chun Feng reads the pick and roll. Martin rotates over to switch onto him. Chun Feng sees the Nuggets adjusting their scheme, trying to cut off his passing lanes. No hesitation. He accelerates and spins smoothly, shedding Martin in one motion. He rises at the edge of the paint and caresses a floater. Swish. Pure nothing but net. Chun Feng adds 2 easy points, and the Staples Center erupts. On the other end, Miller, still smarting from the earlier exchanges, pushes the ball to Anthony. Facing Odom, Anthony does not hesitate, catches and shoots. Swish. The 2 points are good. Transition. Chen Feng reads the DHO drives and draws both Anthony and Martin into a double team before kicking it out. Odom rises from the mid-range and converts. Nuggets' next possession. After a series of cuts and screens, Chen Feng is matched up against his buddy Anthony. Anthony turns his back, drops his hips, and leans his weight into Chen Feng. Here we go, Chen Feng thinks, a wry smile forming. Anthony drives step by step, pushing Chen Feng backward. How's this post position? Comfortable? Oh, absolutely. Best back in the league. Chen Feng braces his frame, planting his hips, and squeezes back subtly. Anthony jerks at the pressure and glances over his shoulder. Watch the hands, man. Hold on. I'm finishing this. He fakes left then right and spins toward the basket, rising from near the free throw line. Chen Feng closes out, instantly leaping to contest. But Anthony's release is high and the arc is pure. Swish. Nothing but net. 12-8. Chen Feng lands, shaking his head as Jintianjiajiu jog back on defense. That mid-range game is absolutely unsolvable. Lakers inbounds. Chen Feng pushes the pace up court. Miller waits about a step beyond the arc, immediately engaging Chen Feng with heavy contact. Chen Feng does not waste words. He uses the momentum of his advance, elbows clear, and meets Miller's charge with a firm forearm of his own. Miller, though 30 and seasoned, absorbs the hit and stumbles back only a half step. This era has not yet embraced the flop. Had Miller gone down, Chen Feng likely would have drawn the foul. Miller powers through the contact and rotates to help again. Anthony shows a soft blitz look. Chen Feng swings the ball to Odom on the wing, taps Miller once to create separation, and immediately cuts off the ball. Odom catches with Martin dropping off Kwame. Kamara holds the paint in a 2-on-1 shell, while Martin steps out to cover Odom with length. Against the length of Kamara, Odom has no clean driving lane and no comfortable shot. A pass to Kwame would be a stretch. Odom scans for Chen Feng. He spots Chen Feng slipping the screen and sprinting to the left corner. Without a beat, Odom throws it. Chen Feng catches and rises in one motion. The ball sails through the air in a beautiful arc. Miller closes out late and can only watch as it drops. Swish. 3 points. 15-8. My goodness. Director Zhang leaps to his feet. Chen Feng. Another one. Catch and shoot. No adjustment needed. The power, the arc, the angle. It is flawless. Unbelievable. Yu Jia cheers alongside. Is this really a rookie's playoff debut? This is unreasonable. Reasonable. When has Chen Feng ever played reasonable? He is a genius at making the unreasonable look natural. As Chen Feng drains the three, the arena and commentators alike surge with energy, roaring in celebration. Lakers fans were accustomed to Chen Feng handling the ball to organize attacks, driving into the paint to dish to Kobe and teammates. This style of off-ball movement and catch-and-shoot was something they saw less frequently. Tonight, Chen Feng quickly scored 7 points right from the start, including a three-pointer. What does this show? It shows he withstood the pressure of the playoffs, and his touch tonight is quite good. Kobe also started strong, going 2-4. 2 from the field, matching Chen Feng's hot shooting. Fans could finally relax about the Lakers' 2 core players' form. The remainder of the game would confirm everything they hoped to see. The Nuggets barely managed to work the pick and roll between Miller and Camby, who finished with a layup on the roll. Chen Feng quickly seized another transition opportunity from a fast inbound, receiving Odom's long pass, and releasing a three-pointer just beyond the arc. Swish. The pull-up 3 fell as he trailed the play. With elite shooting mechanics and two-way impact, Chen Feng could launch confidently whenever given even a sliver of space. Denver, particularly Carmelo Anthony, understood Chen Feng's three-point threat intimately. His record-tying 26 points at this year's All-Star game still circulated in tabloids. As the game progressed, Denver shifted their defensive focus from Kobe onto Chen Feng. In response, Chen Feng moved to the wing, clearing space for Kobe to isolate. Kobe caught the ball against Patterson, created separation with a series of fakes, and hit a fadeaway jumper. Swish. Denver answered by attacking the paint through Martin and Camby. Mim again revealed his chronic softness against Camby, who bullied him down the stretch. Camby first torqued in for a dunk, then demanded the ball low-powered through Mim into the paint, and finished with a hook shot. Mim got torn apart inside today, Yu Jia frowned. Interior defense is a vulnerability for the Lakers. Fortunately, Kwame's season with the Lakers had stabilized. With Chen Feng anchoring the locker room, Kwame's mentality stayed intact rather than fracturing under Kobe's demands. He traded blows with Martin and grabbed 2 crucial offensive boards. The first quarter ended. Despite the physical toll from Miller's persistent defense, Chen Feng's outstanding play produced 13 points and 3 assists. Kobe's isolation plays down the stretch netted 12 points, but Denver's interior advantage kept the margin manageable. The Lakers led 36-33 after 1. To open the second quarter, Phil Jackson sat Chen Feng, sending Kobe and Odom onto the floor with reserves. In the postseason, the Lakers deployed a 7- or 8-man rotation. Role players only saw meaningful minutes during garbage time. Without Chen Feng, the Lakers' offense simplified. Parker pushed the ball up court and handed it to Kobe. Simple. Yes. Effective. Moderately. Kobe faced Patterson, used consecutive crossovers to create separation and sank a mid-range jumper. On the next possession, he backed down in the post, turned, and hit another jumper. Kobe forced another three-pointer on the following possession. Clang. Parker winced. Meanwhile, Anthony had played 12 minutes in the first quarter and stayed in, carrying a handful of reserves alongside Kobe. The two scorers continued their duel through the second quarter. After 4 minutes, Phil Jackson subbed Kobe and Odom out, replacing them with Chun Fong, Kwame Mim Vujasic, and George. Without Kobe on the floor, Chun Fong shouldered the offensive load, taking more shots. Some spectacular attempts that defied logic yet fell. At the top of the key, one step beyond the arc, Chun Fong rose and released. Swish. On a fast break with no one ahead, he stopped 2 meters outside the three-point line and launched. Swish. Miller shook his head behind the play. Are you serious? Chun Fong shot 5, 4, 8 from the field, 2 for 4 from 3 and 4 for 4 from the line in the second quarter, scoring 16 points. Adding his 13 first quarter points, Chun Fong finished the half with 29 points and 4 assists. At halftime, the Lakers retreated to the locker room. McGee approached Chun Fong with a stat sheet, beaming. Brother Fong, your 29 points sit just 9 away from John Williamson's 38-point playoff debut record set in 1979. There's still a full half remaining. McGee lowered his voice conspiratorially. A debut record is a one-time opportunity. You have to go for it. Chun Fong wiped sweat and took a drink from his water bottle. 38 points. I'm at 29 with 9 more to go. Team victory comes first. Don't worry. I'll get the ball to everyone. His teammates saw through the earnest fakery. Kobe stepped up and smacked his head. Can't you hide that smirk when you're being sarcastic? Odom joined in. Brother Fong, go for it. 38 points. Aim for 40. 50 would be excessive, right? Breaking 38 is enough. Chun Fong launched into another act. What? Lamar, 50 isn't enough. You want me to drop 60? That's too much. But if you're insisting that hard, I'll do my best. The second half began. Chun Fong immediately faced Miller's defense and unleashed a signature move, the circular arm sweep. After his fadeaway jumper faltered, Chun Fong studied alternatives. This move came to him suddenly effective in clutch moments, especially at home. Chun Fong held the ball against Miller's tight defense, then exploded upwards, swinging his arm in an exaggerated shooting motion. Miller instinctively reached to contest. Bam! Chun Fong released the shot in a blur of motion, his arm connecting with Miller's at the exact moment of release. The ball sailed completely off target. Where it ended up, nobody knew. The referee blew the whistle decisively. Though Chun Fong's shot was wildly off, Miller had definitely touched his arm. The official signaled 3 free throws. Miller stared in disbelief, charging over to protest. He ran into me. Watching Miller debate with the ref, Chun Fong sneered, "You hit my arm. What's the problem?" Miller fired back, "I didn't hit you. You hit my arm, okay? Exactly. You admitted it." Chun Fong ignored Miller's protests entirely. The referee is standing right there. Do you think his eagle eyes would miss it? He gave the official a thumbs up. The referee thought to himself, when did I become, Your Honor? Speaking of the circular motion, James Harden immediately came to mind. Harden was unquestionably the grandmaster of this technique, operating at the ceiling level. Building on Dirk Nowitzki and Du Xiaoshui's foundations, he developed 5 variations: the arm clamp sweep, step back, half sweep, through the legs sweep, around the arm sweep, and the fake sweep reel shot. This mastery earned Harden multiple legendary titles: Grandmaster Yiding, son of Jing Dejun, and King of 1 Point. The player who pushed the circular sweep to its ultimate evolution was Chun Fong's brother Chris Paul. Under his own basket-facing pressure, he'd step into a full-court, 3-point charge, absolutely unstoppable. This earned Paul the reputation of king of backcourt circular sweeps. Chun Fong walked to the free throw line. Chun Fong currently has 29 points total. After these 3 free throws, he'll reach 32. Ujia's voice suddenly grew excited. Just 6 points away from John Williamson's playoff debut record of 38. The entire third quarter is still ahead. Coach Zhang spoke rapidly with excitement. 6 points. For Chun Fong on fire like this, 6 points is nothing. He only needs 2 threes. Besides, if 3 quarters aren't enough, there's always the 4th. Swish, swish, swish. All 3 free throws went in. The commentators and fans alike began to notice the milestone unfolding before them. 32 points now, just 6 shy of the record. Chun Fong is on the verge of breaking it. A 38-point debut. That record dated back to last century, and today it will be rewritten. Miller stepped in to defend, his expression growing tense. Can you stop drawing foul calls? Why not play the game normally? I have no intention of shooting free throws, Chun Fong replied with an open, guileless look. But you keep reaching for my arm. I reach for your arm. It was clearly you who shill. Chun Fong raised a finger to his lips. Let us not speak further, or the referee will keep awarding points to me. Miller stood rooted to the spot, his composure tested by the unfolding scene. In the subsequent game, Chun Fong did not solely go it alone. It would be laughable if he broke the record but lost the game. However, his teammates clearly did not think so. Their passes could accurately find Chun Fong. During a fast break, Kobe Bryant, with an open path ahead, suddenly passed the ball to Chun Fong, shouting, "Shoot. Lau Ku, you're open." I said shoot. Breaking the record is more important than making this shot. What kind of logic is that? Stop the nonsense, shoot. Chen Feng with no choice caught the ball and launched a three-pointer. Swish. 35 points. Odom grabbed the defensive rebound, and without waiting for Chen Feng to get into position fired a cross-court long pass. Catched. Chen Feng received the ball in the front court with only Miller in front of him. He did not opt for a forceful drive, but dribbled a couple of steps, and suddenly came to a stop near the free throw line. Miller lunged forward. Chen Feng faked a shot, and Miller flew past him. He shot again. Swish. 37 points. The entire arena erupted with excitement. 37 points. Only 1 point away. Yujia's voice was nearly cracking. Coach Zhang stood up directly and shouted into the microphone the last shot. If Chen Feng scores just one more point, he will break the 27-year-old record for the highest scoring debut in the playoffs. On the other side, the Nuggets were unwilling to merely be supporting players. Carmelo Anthony executed a spinning mid-range jumper to score 2 points. The Lakers attacked. Chen Feng held the ball, and the entire crowd rose to their feet. The screams and cheers at Staples Center blended into a deafening roar. Miller clung tightly to Chen Feng, determined not to let him have an easy shot. Chen Feng executed a series of crossovers, and Miller stayed closely on his trail. The seconds ticked away. Suddenly Chen Feng performed a between-the-legs dribble followed by a step back, creating half a body's worth of space. Chen Feng leaped into the air. His body leaned back, slightly releasing the ball with swift speed. Miller stretched out his hand desperately to block, but it was still half a palm length short. The basketball traced a high arc through the air. Over 10,000 eyes in the arena followed the movement of that ball. Swish. Nothing but net. 39 points. Coach Zhang was completely overwhelmed, his microphone buzzing from his pounding. Broken. Chen Feng has shattered the 27-year-old playoff debut scoring record held by John Williamson. 39 points. A rookie. In his debut. In the playoffs. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. Unrepeatable. Yujia used 3 undash words in succession. Chen Feng with an epic performance has shown the world what a playoff debut truly means. Yujia's voice trembled slightly from the commentary desk. 39 points. 39 points in a playoff debut. This is the most glorious moment for a Chinese player in NBA playoff history. Coach Zhang calmed his emotions. Not just for Chinese players. This is something no rookie in NBA playoff history has ever accomplished. The entire Staples Center rose to its feet with applause washing over like a tide. Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Chants of MVP resonated throughout the arena. Chen Feng stood on the court, lifted his head, and gazed at his name and the number on the scoreboard. 39 points. He smiled and clenched his fist. Kobe Bryant ran over and gave him a firm slap on the back. Not bad, you're starting to resemble me. Old Kobe, you're the man who scored 62 in 3 quarters and 86 in 4. So, I said starting to resemble me, not entirely like me. On the sidelines, Nuggets coach George Karl watched as Chen Feng was surrounded by his teammates in celebration. This man, Karl muttered to himself, will eventually break every record. An assistant coach beside him asked cautiously, should we adjust the tactics? Give the ball to Carmelo and let him play, Karl sighed. Although Chen Feng had broken the record, the Nuggets head coach did not dare to double-team him easily. If it were a point guard with average passing and ball handling like Smush Parker, they would double-team without hesitation. But Chen Feng was different. His ball handling was nothing like a rookie's. Double-teaming a point guard with elite ball handling and excellent passing carried too great a risk. Moreover, with a vigilant Kobe nearby, could you afford to double-team? Double-team both. Could the Nuggets field 10 players? Chinese fans were already ecstatic. 39 points. 39 points in a playoff debut. What does that mean? Michael Jordan scored only 29 in his debut, and Chen Feng directly dropped 39. Mad God is Mad God, treating the playoffs like the regular season. The hope of Chinese basketball, not just an empty name. Now I only want to ask one question: where exactly is Mad God's limit? Chen Feng added another 14 points in the quarter alone, bringing his personal score to 43. During the break between quarters, Chen Feng sat on the bench, his mind already working through plans. 43 points, now a 15-point lead. On the other side was his brother Melo. Surely he wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Besides, a 15-point lead was not enough to force a surrender. He could simply sit back, savor the record, watch his teammates secure the victory, and then tell the cameras, records don't matter, winning is what counts. That would be a fitting remark, but Chen Feng knew deep down that he was not the type to say records don't matter. Records mattered immensely. Breaking them was exhilarating, and the higher he pushed them, the better. While Chen Feng was still in deep contemplation, the Zen master approached him. Still want to play, eh? I'll follow the coach's arrangement. Records and points aren't important. The team's victory is everything. Chen Feng's words were impeccable. Then rest during the fourth quarter. You've played over 30 minutes in 3 quarters. You've done more than enough. The Zen master, following Chen Feng's lead, wore an expression that suggested he was thinking of nothing but Chen Feng's best interests. No, coach. I can still play. Oh, I don't want to rest. Chen Feng grew anxious. With only a 15-point lead, how could the Zen master bench him? Wasn't he afraid of a collapse? But the Zen master knew Chen Feng all too well. His gaze had already seen through every fiber of Chun Feng's being. "How's your stamina?" Chun Feng patted his thigh, brimming with confidence. "Coach, do I look like I'm tired? I've been training diligently, lately mastering my skills. Stamina is no longer an issue." The Zen master sized him up from head to toe. Indeed, there was no sign of exhaustion, heavy breathing, or hands on knees. "All right." The Zen master nodded and offered his suggestion. "Go back in at the start of the fourth quarter. The Nuggets won't give up just yet, and if you score, then no one will accuse you of stat padding." "Understood. Go ahead, push the record a little higher." The Zen master managed a rare smile. "But don't go too far, leave them some dignity." The fourth quarter began, and Chun Feng returned to the court. The Nuggets hadn't given up. Melo was still out there leading the charge. Chun Feng commenced his scoring exhibition. On the first possession, Chun Feng used a screen from Kwame to drive to the free throw line, where he pulled up for a jumper. Swish. 45 points. On the next play, Chun Feng buried a transition three-pointer. Swish. 48 points. On the third possession, Chun Feng drove to the basket, drew a foul, and sank both free throws. 50 points. The crowd at Staples Center had already begun celebrating prematurely. 50 points. 50 points. Chun Feng scored 50. Miller, gasping for air on the sidelines, stared vacantly as Chun Feng celebrated his 50-point milestone with his teammates. The words he had uttered before the game. "The playoffs are a different beast. Chun isn't ready. Experience matters," now felt like a series of slaps landing on his own face. Chun Feng then knocked down a mid-range jumper. In the 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, he had gone 5-4, 3 from the field, 2-4, 1 from 3 and 2-4, 2 from the line, scoring 9 points and bringing his total to 52. The Lakers led 107-87 at home, a 20-point advantage. With only 7 minutes remaining, the Nuggets made a 5-for-5 substitution, sending in their entire bench. Coach Carl had stopped struggling. The Zen master waved his hand, pulling Chun Feng and the rest of the starters, replacing them with the second unit to experience playoff intensity. The final score stood at 121-105. The Lakers defeated the Nuggets by 16 points. The game concluded. In his playoff debut, Chun Feng had delivered a perfect performance. In 38 minutes of playing time, he had erupted for 52 points and 10 assists. A debut with 50 points and 10 assists. Arguably the greatest debut in history. After the game outside Staples Center, the Lakers fans' celebrations were nothing short of whimsical. A Chinese international student wearing Chun Feng's No. 35 jersey held up a cardboard sign that read in marker, "Jordan, I am not as good as Chun Feng." Beside it was a crude drawing of Michael Jordan giving a thumbs up. Another fan took it even further, photoshopping a picture of Jordan in a Lakers No. 35 jersey with the caption, "I'm back." That image went viral on Chinese basketball forums, with the comments section flooded with "Mad God is awesome. Mad God is awesome. Mad God is awesome. Jordan, can't you guys be more creative? Every time someone plays well, it's me possessing them, right? Even if we were creative, the fact is Mad God scored 52. A local Los Angeles TV station interviewed a white fan after the game who was wearing a Chun Feng jersey with the Lakers logo painted on his face. The reporter asked, "What do you think of Chun Feng's performance tonight?" The fan, gesticulating excitedly, replied, 52 points. 52 points. I've watched basketball for 20 years, and I've never seen anything like this. He's only 22. He's a rookie. And he's from China. What are your expectations for him?" Expectations. The fan's eyes widened in astonishment. "My only expectation is, don't let him stop." A nearby Chinese fan chimed in with Chinese, "When Mad God goes to war, not a blade of grass grows." The fan gave a thumbs up and echoed, "Yes. Exactly. No grass. No survive." Chinese netizens commented, "When American fans start speaking Chinglish, you know how terrifying Chun Feng's influence is." The 52-point performance also triggered a surge in merchandise sales, especially jerseys. Within 24 hours of the first playoff game, the Lakers' official store had sold out of Chun Feng's No. 35 jerseys. Online inventory was depleted and long lines formed at physical stores. A Los Angeles sporting goods store owner said in an interview, "I've been selling jerseys for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like this. Not even during Kobe's peak was it this crazy. 300 Chun Feng jerseys in one night, gone." Some fans queued at 3 a.m. just to get a newly arrived jersey. A fan posted a photo online of a No. 35 jersey he had bought at double the price with the caption, "I've gone mad. But the moment I put it on, I felt like I could play in the NBA too." The Lakers management couldn't stop smiling. Chun Feng's annual salary was a mere $400,000. In just one night, jersey sales alone amounted to at least $3 million. And that was only one night. Of course, the Lakers couldn't keep all that revenue. Add to that the broadcast viewership, social media traffic, and the commercial value of the Chinese market. Someone made a rough estimate for the Lakers. Chun Feng could bring in at least $50 million in additional revenue per season. $50 million. An annual salary of $400,000, a return of $50 million. What kind of return on investment is that? It's 1,250 times. Even Warren Buffett would weep. The next morning, media outlets across the United States and China were almost universally reporting on the Lakers' big win over the Nuggets and Chun Feng's record-breaking playoff debut scoring performance. The Los Angeles Times headlined 52 points. Chen Feng's playoff debut for the ages, breaking a 27-year record. ESPN used an exaggerated title. Is he still adapting to the playoffs? No, the playoffs are adapting to him. Sports Illustrated directly quoted Chen Feng's post-game interview. As its headline, he said he just had a good shooting touch. In China, it was even more extravagant. China Sports Daily, crazy 52 points. Chen Feng single-handedly dominated the Nuggets. Sports Weekly had a more direct headline. Chen Feng, I came, I saw, I conquered. Chinese fans erupted in celebratory posts. 52 points. I can't even get that stat in a video game. Watching God Feng play makes my life worth living. Worth it. 52 points. If he had played a few more minutes, wouldn't he have gone for 60? God Feng, I haven't even tried, and you're already down. Yao Ming didn't make the playoffs, so the burden of Chinese basketball fell entirely on Chen Feng, and he just carried it on a sprint and kicked the record board out of the way. While everyone was focused on Chen Feng, and his record-breaking 52 points a game in the Eastern Conference went largely unnoticed. On the same day, the first game of the Eastern Conference first round, the Cleveland Cavaliers hosted the Washington Wizards at home. LeBron James, at 22, led his team to the playoffs for the first time in his career. Before the game, many sports media outlets were focused on the postseason debut of this prodigy. James did not disappoint anyone. He played the entire 48 minutes without a single moment of rest. His explosive athleticism and seemingly boundless stamina astonished everyone. He recorded a massive triple-double with 32 points, 11 assists, and 11 rebounds. He led the Cavaliers to a 97-86 victory over the Wizards, securing a triumphant playoff debut. At the final buzzer, James looked up and let out a roar of triumph, raising his fist in celebration. At 22 years old, first playoff appearance, played all 48 minutes, a triple-double, led his team to victory. This script was so perfect it could not have been any better. At the post-game press conference, James beamed with satisfaction. This is just the beginning. We didn't come here to go home after one round. Reporters below snapped photos furiously, a sea of flashing lights. At that moment, LeBron James felt he was the new king of the NBA. He even invited family and friends to a high-end restaurant in Cleveland for a celebration banquet for his successful playoff debut. At the banquet, only beverages were served, no alcohol. James took his first playoff journey very seriously. He would not allow any misstep. In the NBA, his self-discipline was legendary. He spent over $1.5 million a year on body maintenance, strictly controlled his diet, and almost never touched alcohol or junk food. This was why he could maintain peak form for so long. James raised his glass and clinked with everyone. To the first playoff win. To the triple-double. To LeBron. Everyone praised him. Each person told him he was the king, the chosen one, that his performance tonight was legendary. After the banquet, James went home with a heart full of joy. He slept soundly. In his dreams, he saw the next day's headlines. James. Triple-double in playoff debut. The king ascends. The chosen one. 22-year-old LeBron dominates the playoffs. The next morning, the first thing James did upon waking was turn on his computer to see how the national headlines would praise him. 32 points, 11 assists, 11 rebounds. A massive triple-double in his first playoff win. On any other day, this would have been the top national headline covered everywhere. He opened ESPN's website. The largest image on the homepage showed Chen Feng raising his arm with the Staples Center's purple and gold crowd in the background. The headline read, 52 points. Chen Feng breaks playoff debut record. Best friend Anthony becomes the background. James's smile froze. He then clicked on TNT's website. Headline, playoff debut, 52 points and 10 assists. Chen Feng shows the world what genius means. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He gritted his teeth and opened Yahoo Sports. Headline, Jordan's debut, 29 points. Kobe's debut, 31 points. Chen Feng's debut, 52 points. The new king of the playoffs ascends. No. Isn't the king supposed to be me? He suppressed the urge to express his frustration. He refused to believe it. He started scrolling. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He scrolled all the way to page 10 before he finally found a news item about him. The headline read, Eastern Conference Playoffs First Round Roundup. James triple-double leads team to victory. Roundup. A triple-double. Roundup. It didn't even deserve a separate headline. A triple-double was buried in a roundup squeezed together with the results of other games. James silently closed the computer, sank into the sofa, and stared at the ceiling for a long time. After a while, he murmured, 52 points. Is this guy insane? He stubbornly turned on the TV. On ESPN SportsCenter, the host was talking animatedly. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing is Chen Feng's celebration after hitting his fifth three-pointer tonight. This rookie from China scored 52 points and 10 assists in his playoff debut, breaking the 27-year-old record for the most points in a playoff debut. James turned off the TV, held his head in his hands, and leaned back on the sofa. The local Cleveland newspaper did give him some respect. The front page of the Cleveland Plain Dealer read, LeBron, triple-double in playoff debut. The king officially ascends. But how could Cleveland's small voice compare with that of Los Angeles? There was only one name across the nation, Chen Feng. A rookie from China. Playoff debut, 52 points, 10 assists. He had overshadowed 22-year-old LeBron James's epic triple-double, preventing it from even making the national headlines. The more James thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. He believed his performance was not inferior to Chen Feng's. Chen Feng scored 52 points and broke a record, while he also achieved an epic triple-double and led his team to victory. Chen Feng also had Kobe Bryant, who scored 30 points as a teammate. He, on the other hand, did not have a helper like Kobe, yet he still led his team to win. He was the one who faced greater difficulty. He deserved more praise. He could not understand why the entire national media was praising Chen Feng while ignoring his triple-double. James picked up the phone and called his best friend and business manager Rich Paul. "Brother, did you see today's news?" "I saw it, LeBron. I had 32 points, 11 assists, 11 rebounds. A triple-double. I led the team to win. He scored 52 points and broke a record, but I also achieved an epic triple-double." Why is his face on every national headline? Rich Paul, clearly prepared, said, "LeBron, you need to understand one thing." "What? Cleveland is not Los Angeles." "What do you mean?" "Los Angeles is the second largest city in the U.S. Hollywood celebrities spotlights media resources. Cleveland cannot compare." Rich analyzed with a very rational tone. Chen Feng plays in Los Angeles, backed by the Staples Center, Hollywood's entertainment industry and media matrix. He breaks a record at home, and the next day, every camera in the nation is pointed at him. "You're in Cleveland." Rich chose his words carefully. "Not that you played badly. Your performance was outstanding. But Cleveland's market is too small, and the city's media influence is limited. It can't compete with a metropolis like Los Angeles. That's the reality." James listened and suddenly saw the light. So that was it. It wasn't that he was inferior to Chen Feng. It was Cleveland that held him back. Once this idea took root, it began to grow in his mind. He called his agent Leon Rose. "Leon, about today's headlines. The whole nation is hyping Chen Feng. I got a triple-double, and no one cares." Leon Rose chuckled on the other end. "LeBron, this has nothing to do with your ability. Cleveland's market is too small, media resources are limited. Think about it. If you were in Los Angeles or New York, your triple-double today would be on the front page for at least 3 days. So the problem isn't me. It's not you." Leon Rose's tone was firm. "LeBron, imagine how many times your commercial value would multiply if you played in a big city. Your endorsements, your exposure, your influence. Cleveland gave you a runway to take off, but what truly allows you to soar is a larger sky." James said nothing, but he kept that thought in his heart. His agent and his best friend shared the same view. It wasn't that he was inferior to Chen Feng. It was that Cleveland, a small city, could not give him the same volume as Chen Feng. Cleveland was holding him back. From that day on, this thought planted itself deeply in LeBron James's mind. He was still young. He wanted to win championships and to stand under the national spotlight, not to be forgotten in a corner of Cleveland. This feeling was like giving one's all for a perfect performance, only to be completely overshadowed by someone equally brilliant. After Game 1 against the Nuggets, Chen Feng took some time to watch the Spurs game, keeping an eye on a potential matchup in the next round. Indeed, the season's Spurs dominated at home, defeating the Kings by a comfortable 34-point margin, 122-88. The Spurs controlled the game from the opening tip, giving the Kings no opportunity to breathe. Popovich sat calmly on the sidelines, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome. Tony Parker, the player Chen Feng was closely watching, scored 25 points in a near-perfect performance. With sharp drives and reliable mid-range shooting, the French point guard grew increasingly mature on the postseason stage. For the Kings, Mike Bibby led the team with 17 points, and Ron Artest contributed 16, 17, and 16, against the Spurs' 122 points. These two numbers side by side made it clear that the Kings and the Spurs were in completely different tiers. Unless something unexpected occurred, if the Lakers advanced to the second round, their opponent would be the Spurs. The date quickly arrived, the evening of April 26th, at the Staples Center. Game 2 of the Lakers' first-round playoff series against the Nuggets in the Western Conference kicked off once again. The Staples Center, with its 20,000 seats, was completely filled. Chen Feng's record-breaking 52 points in Game 1 had sent ticket prices tripling. On the black market, a courtside seat went for as much as $5,000. Yet tickets remained incredibly hard to come by. This evening, along with Lakers celebrities and Hollywood stars on the courtside, two particularly striking women drew widespread attention. Maria. She sat in her usual spot, but someone new had joined her. Jessica, the breakout star known as the Wonder Woman of the previous year, a Latina Hollywood actress, in the spotlight. Both were wearing Chen Feng's Lakers number 35 jersey, chatting and laughing together. Maria wore a fitted number 35 jersey paired with jeans, her blonde hair flowing over her shoulders, exuding a commanding presence. Jessica had knotted the bottom of her jersey to reveal her waistline, paired with a short skirt, her brown hair cascading down with a sweet smile. Two stunning women from different fields, both wearing the same man's jersey, sitting in the same seat. The broadcast cameras quickly found them. Maria and Jessica appeared side by side on the Jumbotron. The crowd responded with a wave of playful boos and whistles. Is that Maria over there? And Jessica beside her? Both wearing number 35. What's going on here? Is Chen Feng focused on basketball or on something else entirely? I'm genuinely envious. As the Nuggets starting five took the floor, the crowd offered polite applause. Then it was time for the Lakers. First up, the point guard from China, number 35, Chun Feng. The arena erupted into the loudest cheer of the night. His 52-point performance in Game 1 had made Chun Feng an overnight sensation in Los Angeles. Maria and Jessica cheered enthusiastically, rising to their feet, clapping hard, their faces beaming with pride. The camera focused on them once more. Yu Jia from the broadcast booth spotted the scene and introduced the two women to the audience. Friends, we can see two very beautiful ladies sitting courtside. One is tennis star Maria, and the other is Hollywood actress Jessica. Zhang Zhidao chuckled beside him. They're both wearing Chun Feng's jersey. Yu Jia continued. Yes, it seems Chun Feng's popularity off the court is equally impressive. More than impressive. Zhang Zhidao said, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Breaking the record in Game 1, and now two stunning ladies cheering him on. He's thriving both on and off the court. Yu Jia quickly shifted the topic. Alright, let's return to the game. But in his mind, he was already thinking this story would definitely draw a reprimand from management when they got back. The Lakers' starting five took the floor, one by one: Chin Feng, Odom, Kwame Mims, and Kobe. After their dominant victory in Game 1, everyone believed the Lakers would easily secure Game 2 at home as well. But George Karl didn't share that optimism. In the pre-game locker room, he had spent 15 minutes firing up the Nuggets. In Game 1, we lost on defense. Tonight, we must contain Chin Feng. Miller, you stick to him every possession, not an inch of space. Patterson, be ready to double team at any moment. Miller nodded, his expression resolute. Being torched for 52 points in Game 1 was a stain on his career. Tonight, he was determined to make amends. The game tipped off. True to the plan, Miller locked onto Chin Feng from the very first second. No space to receive the ball. No space to dribble. Not even room to breathe. For this quarter, Miller succeeded in limiting Chin Feng's scoring. But Chin Feng did not force the issue. He chose a different approach, passing. Kobe received the ball and, facing Patterson's defense, began his individual showcase. A series of crossovers followed by a fadeaway jumper. Swish. On the next possession, Kobe backed down his defender in the post and sank a turnaround jumper. Swish. And on the following play, Kobe pulled up from beyond the arc. Swish. It dropped. By halftime, Kobe had already amassed 33 points. The Lakers led 62-54, ahead by 8. During the break, Yu Jia remarked from the broadcast desk, Kobe is absolutely on fire tonight. 33 points at the half. This is the Kobe we know and love. Zhang Zhidao nodded in agreement. Chin Feng has been tightly defended, so Kobe stepped up. That's the Lakers' dual-core system. You shut down one, and the other takes over. Exactly, Yu Jia said. In Game 1, it was Chin Feng's 52 points. In Game 2, it's Kobe's explosion. The Nuggets' defense simply cannot cover both players at once. Zhang Zhidao added. And notice this, although Chin Feng isn't scoring heavily tonight, his ball movement has freed Kobe up completely. That is Chin Feng's true value. He doesn't need to score himself, he elevates his teammates. Precisely, Zhang Zhidao continued. Chin Feng has completely unlocked Kobe. Before, opponents could afford to double-team Kobe. But now they dare not. Double-team Kobe, and Chin Feng finds the open man. Double-team Chin Feng, and Kobe isolates for the score. This is the most dangerous backcourt pairing in the entire league, without a doubt. In the second half, the Nuggets attempted a comeback. They adjusted their defensive strategy. The Nuggets head coach realized that doubling Chin Feng alone could not secure a victory. So he made a decisive change for the second half tonight. Rather than letting Kobe score freely, they would focus on containing Chin Feng instead. The thinking was that Chin Feng, known for his team-first style and selflessness, would pass to role players with lower offensive efficiency, giving the Nuggets a slimmer chance to win. Of course, to make that plan work, the Nuggets needed to shut down the Lakers' other star. That meant aggressively double-teaming Kobe. Only by completely suffocating Kobe could the Nuggets hope to force the ball into Chin Feng's hands, trusting his generous playmaking to carry the team, and trusting that the rest of the Lakers couldn't beat them without Kobe's scoring prowess. 9 points might seem like a decent score, and in the playoffs, a single quarter with 9 points could even be considered quite high. However, compared to the 33 points he had scored in the first half, it suddenly appeared rather underwhelming. It was not that Kobe lacked the desire to score, instead the Nuggets had begun swarming him relentlessly. 2, sometimes 3 defenders closed in on him at once. Yet Kobe remained unfazed. You want to double-team me? Then let Chin Feng do the scoring. When Kobe felt the pressure of the trap, he suddenly passed the ball to Chin Feng. Chin Feng caught it, found himself wide open, and calmly sank a jump shot. Chin Feng did not have to take the shot himself. He could also choose to pass to a teammate. The Nuggets focusing their defense on Kobe would inevitably leave several Lakers players open. It only depended on whether Chin Feng's passes could reach them in time. Kobe scored 42 points. Chin Feng recorded 20 points and 8 assists. Kobe scored another 3 points to open the game, bringing his personal tally to 45 points. He was then substituted out for a rest. Chin Feng was also subbed off after contributing 2 points and 2 assists. The final score stood at 114-100. The Lakers secured a dominant 14-point victory over the Nuggets at home, taking a 2-0 series lead. Throughout the game, Miller tightly guarded Chin Feng without allowing any space. Shin Feng recorded 22 points and 10 assists. Kobe finished with 45 points and 6 rebounds. Shin Feng's statistics may not have been as staggering as his first game's 52 points and 10 assists, but his consecutive double-doubles in the playoffs, 22-10 and 52-10, showcased his potential as a superstar. In a post-game interview, Kobe said, "Shin Feng has made me play much more comfortably. He not only scores, but also passes well. With him on the court, I can focus more on scoring." George Karl sighed during the post-game press conference. "We didn't know how to stop them. Shin Feng and Kobe. You could only pick one to guard. But whichever one you chose, the other would kill us." "What about Game 3, a reporter asked. "Game 3. We'll figure something out. Back in Denver, everything will be different. A 0-2 deficit is not the end of the world, and this series won't end in Denver." Karl had been coaching in the league for 22 years and was a seasoned veteran who had seen multiple NBA finals. His experience was profound, and he would never publicly admit defeat. But deep down he knew that unless a miracle occurred, the Nuggets' playoff run was likely over. After Game 2, Shin Feng sat for an interview in the locker room. The reporter asked, "Shin Feng, two lovely ladies came to watch your game tonight, Sharapova and Jessica. Do you have anything to say?" Shin Feng replied, "I appreciate them coming to support me." The reporter pressed on, "They're both wearing your jersey. Is there something special between you?" Shin Feng paused and answered, "I'm their fan. Both of them. Both." The reporter froze for a moment, his hand holding the microphone stilling. "Shin Feng, you consider yourself their fan. They're wearing your jersey and you're their fan." "Exactly." After the interview, Shin Feng finished changing and was about to leave when Kobe walked over and patted his shoulder. "Rookie. Moi. Those two over there, are they both yours?" Shin Feng glanced back at him. "Old K, what do you mean both mine?" Kobe ground his teeth, his eyes filled with envy and frustration. "You know exactly what you did. You asked me for a VIP ticket saying it was for Sharapova's friend who wanted to watch the game. And the result? Jessica, the most beautiful celebrity fan in the entire league. You used my ticket to take my goddess out." Shin Feng suddenly recalled that Kobe had publicly expressed multiple times that Jessica was Hollywood's most beautiful woman in his eyes, and also the league's most beautiful female fan. Even during a live interview, a reporter had asked Kobe, setting aside marriage, which celebrity would you most like to date? Kobe had answered without hesitation, "Jessica. She's the most beautiful and perfect woman in the world, and the most stunning woman I've ever seen." Shin Feng looked bewildered, his expression innocent. "What Jessica? I don't even know her. Sharapova asked me for the ticket. She said she was her friend. How can you say you have no interest in her?" Kobe fixed his gaze on him, teeth clenched. "Don't I know you, rookie? You can hardly walk when you see a beautiful woman. Fairy Sharapova Camila, do you think I'm blind?" The more Kobe thought about it, the more frustrated he became. This rookie had taken the VIP ticket he provided, given the seat to Jessica, and made him an unwitting middleman for nothing. That rookie might even have told Jessica how much effort he went through to get the ticket, trying to earn favor. He surely never mentioned that Kobe Bryant was the one behind it. He felt more and more like a fool. Shin Feng wanted to say, "Old K, you read me correctly," but outwardly he refused to admit it. "Old K, you're wrong about me. I really don't know her." Kobe shot him a look and finally managed, "Only take care of yourself." "Take care of what?" "Young man, you need moderation." "Moderation?" Shin Feng looked completely puzzled. "Old K, when did you become a Riddler?" Kobe gave a cold snicker, unwilling to watch him play games any longer, and turned to leave. After 2 steps, he glanced back, his tone suddenly tinged with melancholy, as if trailing the Nuggets 0-2 meant nothing. "Shin, promise me be gentle when you play basketball with Jessica, alright? I worry she might get hurt." Without another word, he walked away. Odom wandered over. "Brother Feng, what did Kobe just say to you?" "He told me to take care of my body." Odom nodded in understanding. "Oh, he's reminding you that playoff intensity is intense, don't push yourself too hard. Is that so?" "Naturally. What else would it mean?" "Nothing." Shin Feng shook his head and headed toward the player tunnel. At the tunnel entrance, Sharapova and Jessica stood waiting for him. Seeing him, Sharapova jogged over and gave him a warm embrace. "Congratulations on another win." "Thank you." Jessica stood beside them, smiling at him. "Hello, Chin, I'm Jessica, Maria's friend." Jessica extended her hand. "Thank you for the VIP ticket. The seats were wonderful." "Hello." Shin Feng shook her hand. "Next time you come, let me know in advance, and I'll save you a seat." Jessica's hand was much smaller than his, soft and cool at the fingertips. In 2006, Jessica was at the absolute peak of her beauty. Her mixed heritage features were exquisitely refined, blending the radiant charm of an American sweetheart with the captivating allure of Latin passion. Shin Feng's heart skipped a beat at first glance, but having encountered many stunning women, he quickly steadied himself. No wonder she topped Askmen's list of the most desired women globally, and ranked among the top 10 most beautiful faces in the world. Shin Feng suddenly understood why Kobe treasured that VIP ticket so dearly. "Tonight's game was extraordinary," Jessica said. "You played brilliantly." "Thank you. You're even more beautiful than on screen." "Really?" Jessica smiled. "Maria told me you're not only talented on the court, but also very witty." "Is that so?" Shin Feng glanced at Sharapova. She smiled with a touch of quiet satisfaction, as though she had crafted something exquisite. "I told her many stories about you. Good things or bad? All the good ones. That's excellent. Jessica continued. May I have your contact information? I'd love to come watch your games in the future. Of course. They exchanged contacts. Before leaving, Jessica looked back and said, I'll come to the next game too. You're always welcome. After Jessica departed, Sharapova linked her arm with Chen Feng's and looked up at him. Is Jessica very beautiful? Very beautiful, Chen Feng replied, glancing down at her. But not as beautiful as you, and your figure is even more graceful. A trace of unmistakable pleasure softened Sharapova's eyes before she resumed her composed, confident demeanor. Smart answer. She knew perfectly well about Jessica's beauty. She topped every list of women most desired by men worldwide. The two returned home. That evening, Chen Feng was in extraordinary form. Perhaps it was because they were departing for the Denver Highlands the next day, and Sharapova would not be joining him. She was scheduled to compete in the Rome Masters in early May, followed by the French Open, one of the 4 Grand Slams. They would be apart for over a month. Chen Feng was especially devoted that night. In his own words, he wanted to make up for everything at once. Sharapova lay panting against his chest, her long hair spread across the pillow. Why are you so energetic tonight? Because we'll be apart for a month. I'm clearing out the reserves first. The way you say that makes it sound like you'd find someone else when I'm gone. I wouldn't, Chen Feng said. I'll wait for you to return. Sharapova tapped his chest gently. That's more like it. Though she knew his words were sweet fiction, she loved hearing them all the same. With his stamina reaching 95, Sharapova was no longer his match. After a brief 2-minute rest, Chen Feng rose once more, fully ready to continue. The next day, the entire Lakers team boarded a chartered flight to Denver. The Lakers were leading the Nuggets 2-0, and the whole team's morale was high. The Zen master stood at the front of the cabin with great experience. He reminded everyone, Denver is on a plateau 160 meters above sea level. Don't rush to party when we arrive, first get acclimated for 2 days. The third game is the real test. Don't get weak-legged then. Bynum sat in the corner quietly asking Kwame, what does plateau mean? Is it about climbing mountains? Kwame glanced at him and ignored him. Does the air become thinner when we reach the mountains? Bynum continued to press. So are we already acclimating on the plane? The plane flies higher than 1600 meters, right? Kobe, sitting in the front row, tossed back without turning his head. If your brain were as diligent as your mouth, you wouldn't still be guarding the water cooler. Bynum, shut up. After arriving in Denver, besides adapting to the court and environment, Chen Feng's contact with Jessica became more and more frequent. His phone kept buzzing. Jessica sent messages every now and then. Chen Feng also gradually began to take the initiative. After all, Jessica's current appearance was truly stunning, very alluring and attractive. Chen Feng decided to unleash his 3 cheesy pickup lines. First move. Chen Feng, I ate too much salt today. Jessica, why? Chen Feng, because I'm idle, always thinking of you. Jessica sent a rolling eyes emoji, but followed it with a smiley face. Effective. Second move. Chen Feng, I just had a bowl of noodles in Denver. It was so good it made me cry. Highly recommend. Jessica, what kind of noodles? Chen Feng, the kind of noodles that make me want to see you. Jessica replied with a crying laughing emoji. Do you say that to every girl? Chen Feng, no, I'm just interested in noodles. Jessica, what are you even talking about? Chen Feng, I'm saying I want to see you. This time Jessica didn't reply with a sticker. She answered with a single word, But after that, there was a shy emoji. Chen Feng knew it was working. Third move. Chen Feng, the clouds in Denver are beautiful, but you are even more beautiful than the clouds. Jessica replied with a smiley face. When did you learn to say such things? Chen Feng, learned from you. You speak nicely, I'm trying to keep up. Jessica, so sweet-tongued. Chen Feng, many people say I'm sweet-tongued. Would you like to give it a try? Jessica, Chen, you're dangerous. Chen Feng, dangerous is good. Safety is boring. Jessica sent a heart-racing emoji. My heart is racing. Chen Feng, that's because you're too far away from me. Come closer, and it won't. Jessica, then when will you let me come closer? Chen Feng, wait until I get back from Denver. Then I'll treat you to dinner. Jessica, okay, I'll wait for you. Then they talked about Chen Feng's upbringing, and Jessica asked him why he chose to play basketball. He said, because when I was a kid I watched Slam Dunk and thought Rukawa Kid was really cool, so I wanted to learn to play basketball like him. Jessica said, I thought you would say it's because of passion. Chen Feng said, passion is cultivated step by step. At first I thought it was cool, and later I realized it really is cool. Jessica sent a series of haha. Chen Feng then sent, what about you? Why did you become an actress? Jessica replied, because when I was little I watched Titanic and thought Leonardo DiCaprio was very handsome, so I wanted to be his leading lady. Did you get to play that role? No, but I think you're even more handsome than Leonardo when you play basketball. Chen Feng looked at the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Their chat grew increasingly heated, and they began discussing topics that only adults understand. Jessica sent a selfie, wearing a white spaghetti strap top, her collarbone lines perfect with a hint of lazy allure in her eyes. Although the image quality was not very clear, Chen Feng stared at that photo for a full 30 seconds. Then he replied, are you testing my self-control by wearing so little? Jessica, it's not a test, it's an invitation. Chen Feng felt that the oxygen deprivation of the Denver plateau was far less suffocating than the photo Jessica had sent him. 2 days quickly passed amid Chen Feng's heated chats with Jessica. On April 29th, Game 3 between the Lakers and the Nuggets was about to begin. Before the game, Chen Feng faced media interviews. An ESPN reporter asked first, "You scored 52 points in Game 1, but only 22 in Game 2. Have the Nuggets found a way to contain you?" Chen Feng replied without hesitation, "What's the use of them containing me? I'm just a rookie, completely insignificant on the Lakers. Did they win the game by containing me?" The reporter pressed, "Insignificant. Then what's your status on the Lakers?" Chen Feng counted on his fingers. The team's leader is scoring champion Kobe. Number 2 is left-handed magician Odom. Number 3 is the first high school number 1 pick Kwame. I'm negligible on the Lakers. It's completely useless for the Nuggets to contain me. They should think about how to contain my 4 big brothers. The entire press corps burst into laughter. A reporter raised his hand and asked, "Then among your 4 big brothers, who is the hardest to contain?" Chen Feng thought for a moment. All of them are hard. Kobe goes without saying. Odom's passing is even more magical than his scoring. Kwame. Well, Kwame is the hardest to contain because you can never guess whether he'll dunk or have butterfingers in the next play. The laughter grew louder. A local Denver media reporter squeezed in, clearly unconvinced. "Do you think the Nuggets can win one game back at home?" Chen Feng glanced at him. "They can win one game, but they can't win the series." The reporter's face immediately looked a bit embarrassed, and he wanted to ask further, but was already pushed aside by other reporters. When the reporters dispersed, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang walked over from the side. The 2 CCTV commentators had followed the team to Denver to commentate on Games 3 and 4. Yu Jia patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, smiling. "That was a bit cocky just now, but I really like it." Coach Zhang nodded repeatedly beside him. "Young people should have this spirit. The plateau has its difficulties. 1600 meters altitude does affect stamina. But we believe in you. This plateau is no problem for you." Yu Jia added, "By the way, Game 3 will be broadcast live on CCTV. Fans across the country are watching you." Coach Zhang patted his chest. "Don't worry, with me in the commentary booth supporting you, just go all out." Chen Feng smiled. "Then I'll count on you, Coach Zhang. If I don't play well, please help me smooth things over." Coach Zhang's eyes narrowed with laughter. "Easy, easy. Tonight I've prepared a new set of phrases specially prepared for you." Yu Jia quietly reminded him, "Coach Zhang, don't use those. Chen Feng is the Yao Ming of the NBA lines again. Last time the boss almost scolded me to death." Coach Zhang waved his hand. "What nonsense. Chen Feng is much better than Yao Ming. Yao Ming never scored 52 points in his first game in the NBA." Yu Jia sighed resigned. Game 3 was about to begin. The Pepsi Center in Denver with 1900 seats was packed to capacity. The Nuggets returned to their home court fighting with their backs against the wall. Down 0-2, one more loss would make it 0-3. In NBA history, the number of teams that have come back from 0-3 is 0. On the evening of April 29th, at the Pepsi Center in Denver, the first round of the playoffs between the Lakers and the Nuggets finally began in Game 3. The Nuggets stood at the edge of a cliff, trailing 0-2, with no room for retreat. On the Lakers side, coach Phil Jackson once again imparted his valuable wisdom to Chen Feng. As the saying goes, having an elder is like having a treasure. The wisdom of Phil Jackson, this treasure is something you can never fully learn. We are already leading the Denver Nuggets 2-0 in the series. Logically, there is a high probability of sweeping them. With his hands in his pockets, appearing calm and composed, Phil Jackson continued, "However, the NBA officials want higher ratings. To extend the series, they might favor the Nuggets in the officiating during the next 2 away games." He went on, "Denver is located on a plateau with thin air. The Pepsi Center is a daunting away venue for most players. If we give it our all here, although we still have a good chance of sweeping, there is also a considerable risk of players suffering injuries. To avoid accidents in the next 2 games, if we can win, we win. If not, we'll settle the outcome back at home." In the end, Phil Jackson was honest. You know, selling 1 or 2 more home game tickets is not a bad thing for the team. In essence, while the previous points were objective, they were just excuses. The NBA can have 1 or 2 more games, increasing ratings. The Lakers can also earn more playoff ticket revenue. Even stars like Chen Feng and Kobe Bryant can accumulate more playoff stats by playing 1 or 2 extra games. Tacit games have been a tradition since the early days of the playoffs, gradually evolving. After listening, Chen Feng understood Phil Jackson's meaning. The message was no need to push too hard, a win if possible, but don't force it if you can't. Avoid injuries and prioritize physical well-being. With the referees favoring the Nuggets and the league hoping for a Nuggets win, choosing to fight hard was not impossible, but it was unnecessary. Chen Feng thought it made sense and was willing to play a tacit game, padding his stats and letting a game go. After all, he was a rookie and no amount of stat padding was excessive. Soon the starting lineups were announced and remained on the court. Lakers, Chen Feng, Kobe Bryant, Lamar Odom, Kwame Brown, Chris Mim. Nuggets, Andre Miller, Ruben Patterson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. The lineups remained unchanged, with the focus on the coach's tactical adjustments and the players' on-court performance. Chen Feng knew it would be a tough battle. The Nuggets were sure to apply heavy physical pressure, and the referees might be on their side. Camby won the jump ball over Mim. Miller grabbed the ball and began advancing. The entire crowd erupted with thunderous cheers. The Nuggets fans knew their team had no way back, chanting, "Win or go home," from the very first second. Miller called for a screen from Martin at the front court. After the screen, Chin Fong was blocked by Martin. Miller drove to break the Lakers' defensive formation, and after drawing the defense's attention, he made a bounce pass. Martin, rolling to the basket, received the ball comfortably. Boom. The Nuggets opened the scoring. 2-0. On the TNT commentary desk, Barkley shouted, "Wow." The Nuggets played smart from the start. The screen and roll followed by a roll to the basket directly attacked the Lakers' interior. Smith nodded in agreement. Yes, the Lakers' interior can't stop Martin and Camby. Their strength lies in the backcourt duo. Lakers offense. Chin Fong also called for a screen. Kwame Brown set a pick and pop. Instead of driving inside, Chin Fong dribbled laterally and suddenly took a shot from beyond the three-point line. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. Nothing but net. 2-3. After scoring, Chin Fong raised an eyebrow at Miller. Miller did not respond, but the Denver fans answered for him. "Chun, Denver doesn't welcome you. You're a softie, go hang out with your Hollywood starlets. Carmelo will tear you apart." No one leaves the Pepsi Center unscathed. Chin Fong heard the last phrase and couldn't help but glance back. No one leaves the Pepsi Center unscathed. That sounded like the Pepsi Center was some kind of 1,000-year kill training camp. On the CCTV commentary desk, Yu Jia began his work. "Dear audience, we are now at the Denver Pepsi Center bringing you a live broadcast of Game 3. You can see the fans are very enthusiastic," Zhang Guide added with a chuckle. "Enthusiastic, yes, but their words aren't so pleasant." Yu Jia, indeed, Denver's altitude of 1600 meters is a challenge for the Lakers. Zhang Guide. "I was out of breath climbing the stairs to the commentary desk earlier. This place makes breathing difficult, let alone playing basketball." Yu Jia, "Coach Zhang, that's altitude sickness." Zhang Guide. "Not altitude sickness, it's age sickness." Nuggets possession. Again a screen, but this time Miller passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony after the screen. Anthony caught the ball, executed a pump fake to shake off Odom, and then hit a mid-range jumper. 4-3. Odom stood frozen, his expression blank, as if contemplating the meaning of life. Zhang Guide sighed. What was Odom thinking on that defense? He flew right past Anthony's fake. Yu Jia said helplessly. Maybe he was still savoring the previous possession. Zhang Guide. Odom has great talent, but his mind wanders sometimes. His nicknames include the artist of spacing out and soul on the court, mind on a journey outside. Yu Jia, Coach Zhang, where did you hear those nicknames? Zhang Guide, from the internet. Online fans are much harsher than me. Lakers offense. Chin Fong brought the ball up the court. This time the Nuggets immediately double-teamed. Miller's defense was very tight, and Patterson rushed over to try to steal the ball from Chin Fong. Chin Fong executed a smooth behind-the-back dribble to evade Patterson's steal, then lightly pushed the ball forward. The ball reached Kobe Bryant. Nuggets center Camby immediately shifted to block Kobe's driving lane, using his long arms to disrupt. Kobe didn't hold the ball, and passed to Chris Mim under the basket. Boom. Mim jumped and slammed it home. 4-5. That was beautiful. The consecutive passes from Chun and Kobe completely sliced through the Nuggets defense. Mim got the easy 2 points. Barkley applauded the play. Smith, did the Nuggets forget the lesson from last game by double-teaming Chin Fong? Nuggets offense. This time Anthony posted up low, backing down Odom. Anthony turned and hit a fadeaway jumper. Zhang Guide. Anthony is playing Odom like a fiddle today. Yu Jia. Indeed, Odom is struggling to guard Anthony. Zhang Guide. It's not struggling, he's not even guarding him. Look at Odom's expression. He's still savoring last night's nightlife. Yu Jia suppressed a laugh. Coach Zhang, focus on the game. Over the next few minutes, the Nuggets grew more excited at home. Their offensive efficiency was high, and they applied considerable pressure on the defensive end. The roar of the Denver fans rose wave after wave. Chen Feng's outside shooting was fine. He hit 3 three-pointers in the first quarter, making 2, and also made a mid-range shot. But his teammates couldn't hold up. First, the referee's whistles began to sound frequently. When Kwame Brown was grabbing a rebound inside, his hand barely touched Martin, and the whistle blew. Martin went to the free throw line and made both. Kobe drove to the basket, was slapped from behind by Camby, but the referee made no call. Yu Jia said softly on the commentary desk, the officiating today seems to favor the Nuggets. Zhang Guide understood and lowered his voice. You know it's the NBA. The Nuggets are down 0-2, and at home the league doesn't want the series to end too quickly. Chin Fong and the Lakers bring high ratings. More games mean more money for everyone. Yu Jia quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's continue watching the game. At the end of the first quarter, the Nuggets led 32-27 by 5 points. Anthony scored 12 points in the quarter, thoroughly outplaying Odom. Chin Fong had 10 points and 3 assists, maintaining his outside touch. Kobe had 9 points in the quarter, but 2 of his layups went uncalled for fouls. Their bench players exhibited greater vitality than in the previous 2 games, invigorated by the home crowd support, playing with spirited energy. The Lakers' substitutes, however, were clearly affected by the altitude, panting after just a few steps. After only 3 minutes on the court, Namu was panting heavily, bent over with hands on his knees, and was substituted by the Zen master. Back on the bench, he whispered to Kwame, I feel like I'm having a really tough time tonight. Kwame actually responded this time, you're not alone. By Namu was touched. Kwame, you finally spoke to me. Kwame, shut up and save your oxygen. At halftime, the Nuggets led 58-52 by 6 points. At the TNT commentary desk, Ba Cooley said, if the Lakers lose this game, the league's viewership and the Lakers' home ticket sales will both be saved. This game is being played with a great sense of the bigger picture. Shermy C. responded, having a sense of the bigger picture is a very advanced form of tacit understanding. During the halftime break, Coach Zhang analyzed from the commentary desk, the Nuggets are really playing well today. With their backs against the wall, their state is completely different. Coupled with the high-altitude home court and the referee's whistles, the Lakers are facing some challenges. Chen Feng reduced his drives to the basket, focusing primarily on perimeter shots. His three-point shooting remained precise, and he sank 2 more in the third quarter. Kobe Bryant also intensified his personal offense, hitting 2 consecutive mid-range jumpers. However, on the Nuggets side, Carmelo Anthony was in an unstoppable zone. Lamar Odom couldn't guard him, and even switching Kobe onto him proved futile. Coach Zhang, watching Anthony's performance, couldn't help but remark, Anthony is truly on fire today. Odom before him was like an unguarded door. Ujia responded, that's quite a metaphor. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had cut the deficit by 3 points, trailing 81-78 on the road. In a sense, a game that maintains such suspense is quite enjoyable. Since it wasn't a defensive slugfest, both teams could score, and the pace wasn't slow, making it even more thrilling to watch. Chen Feng finished the third quarter with 21 points and 8 assists, just 2 assists shy of another double-double. Anthony had 22 points on 9 of 14 shooting, and impressive efficiency. On the TNT broadcast, Charles Barkley summarized, the Nuggets are playing very aggressively. They're providing strong physical defense on the Lakers, who are clearly struggling with the altitude. Anthony is hot, scoring efficiently against Odom one-on-one. Kenny Smith added, Chen Feng's performance is also solid, 21 points and 8 assists with steady outside shooting. But his teammates are having an off night today. Barkley shook his head, recalling his own experience playing in the high altitude. Altitude is no joke. When I played in Denver, my legs felt like lead in the fourth quarter. With your weight, your legs felt like lead everywhere. Nonsense, I'm the flying pig. Do you know what that means? A pig that flies through the sky and burrows into the ground. Right, flying through the sky, thanks to a trampoline, burrowing into the ground, thanks to your weight. Chen Feng remained on the court. On the Nuggets side, Miller dribbled across half court, looking to continue organizing the offense. But Chen Feng had already anticipated his passing lane. The moment Miller passed toward Anthony, Chen Feng exploded forward. A steal. With the ball taken, Chen Feng drove straight into transition, one man racing the length of the floor. Before the Denver fans could even react, Chen Feng had already arrived at the Nuggets basket. One-handed slam dunk. Boom. 81-80. The Nuggets led by only 1 point now. An immediate steal and slam on the opening possession, closing the gap to a single point, sent a shiver through the Nuggets fans. Could they be losing their grip in the fourth quarter? Many spectators rose from their seats, staring dumbfounded at Chen Feng, afraid to even breathe. After the dunk, Chen Feng jogged back on defense and passed by Anthony. His right hand casually smacked Anthony on the backside. Smack. The crisp sound rang clearly across the court. Chen Feng smiled and said, how was that fast break, Melon brother? Anthony hadn't even had time to respond when the referee's whistle blew sharply. Technical foul. Chen Feng froze. Anthony froze. All 19,000 fans in the arena froze. Barkley nearly tumbled from his seat at the TNT booth. What? A technical for slapping his own teammate on the backside. What kind of technical is that? Smith was equally bewildered. The ref called it on Chen Feng. Slapping a butt is a foul. If that's a technical, the NBA would be calling at least 50 per game. Barkley stood up from his chair, looking out at the court. Back in the 90s, when I was playing, Rodman and Karl Malone could slap each other's backsides 60 times a minute. Coach Zhang at the CCTV booth was equally flustered. How is this a technical? Chen Feng was just greeting Anthony with a pat on the back. Between brothers, that's perfectly normal. Ujia sounded helpless too. The ref probably felt Chen Feng was provoking him. Provoking? Provoking what? They're banana boat brothers. Slapping backsides is how they say hello to each other. Ujia whispered, Coach Zhang, keep it down. The ref can hear you. Anthony helplessly shrugged at Chen Feng. Brother, this really isn't my fault. I don't mind you slapping my backside, but the ref does. Chen Feng looked at the referee, feeling that the thin mountain air in Denver was particularly suffocating at that moment. The Nuggets fans also caught on and shouted at Chen Feng, you hit the jackpot. One technical foul, and you got to experience the finest backside in the NBA. The Nuggets earned 2 free throws and possession. Anthony stepped up to the line himself. For a gift from his brother, how could he let someone else take the shots? He made both, and Denver continued with the inbound. Miller then assisted Campbell with an alley-oop for 2 points, a 4-point sequence in a single possession. The altitude advantage began to show. Lakers players grew heavier-legged, their speed noticeably declining. In the latter half of the fourth quarter, Kobe's layups started falling short, and Odom was bending over and gasping after just a couple of steps. Meanwhile, the Nuggets players had long adapted to the high-altitude climate and still had energy reserves in the fourth quarter, able to execute counterattacks and push the pace. Add in the officiating from the best sixth man on the court, and the final score settled. Nuggets 109, Lakers 105. A 4-point victory for Denver. The series stood at 2-1, with the Lakers still leading. The Nuggets had finally stolen a game. Pepsi Center fans erupted in celebration as if they had won the championship itself. Anthony scored a game-high 31 points. After the game, as he embraced Chen Feng, he whispered, "Next time, don't slap my backside." Chen Feng chuckled. "Next time you go first, and we'll see if the ref calls it." Anthony thought about it. Good idea. At the post-game press conference, Chen Feng was asked about the technical foul. "What are your thoughts on the referee's technical call?" Chen Feng did not complain. Instead, he joked, "I'll be more careful from now on. Sweetness's backside still needs to be slapped, but next time I'll choose a moment when the ref is not around. Just me and Sweetness alone." Wow. A wave of surprised exclamations rose from the reporters. Another journalist pressed immediately, "Chen, are you hinting at doing something to Sweetness?" "Stop. That question ends here. I am a normal person." "Then where would you rank Anthony's backside among all players in the league?" Chen Feng thought for a moment. "I need to conduct a more comprehensive survey on this question. Currently, the sample size is insufficient." The entire press room erupted in laughter. Another reporter asked, 29 points and 11 rebounds today, your third consecutive double-double in the playoffs. Any thoughts? Chen Feng glanced at the reporter. "Not really, just normal performance." On the Nuggets side, Anthony was also surrounded by reporters. "Carmelo, what do you think about Chen Feng slapping your backside?" Anthony shrugged. "I don't mind, he's my brother. As long as he's happy, that's all that matters." Both of their answers made headlines across all sports media the following day. ESPN's headline read, "The technical foul caused by a slap, Chen Feng and Anthony's chance encounter." Sports Illustrated's cover featured a high-definition photo of Chen Feng's hand on Anthony's backside with the caption, "When brotherhood transcends the boundaries of sport." And the entertainment gossip section declared NBA's finest backside contest. Chen Feng's endorsement crowns Anthony champion. Barkley stated on a TNT program, "I've played in the NBA for so many years. I've lost count of how many times someone slapped my backside." Jordan Malone, Peyton Olajuwon. "Anyone whose name you can name hasn't slapped my backside. But never once has a slap resulted in a technical foul." Chen Feng made history. That same night, the Spurs also fell to the Kings on the road. The series stood at 2-1 as well. It seemed that not only the Lakers but the Spurs had also chosen to lose one game away from home. The next game, Game 4, on May 1st. Still in Denver. On April 29th, the Lakers fell to the Nuggets on the road with the series score standing at 1-2. Chen Feng lay on the large bed in his Denver hotel room, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was not the defeat that troubled him. Before Game 3 began, Chen Feng had already prepared himself for the possibility of losing. What caught his attention was something he discovered while browsing the sports channel, a matter that had the entire NBA bewildered. In all 8 first-round playoff series, the scores were exactly 2-1. Every single one. Not a single exception. On the Western Conference side, the teams leading with home court advantage held the advantage. In the West, San Antonio led Sacramento 2-1, Dallas led Los Angeles Clippers 2-1, Phoenix led Memphis 2-1, and the Lakers led the Nuggets 2-1. In the East, Detroit led Milwaukee 2-1, Miami led Chicago 2-1, Brooklyn led Indiana 2-1, and Cleveland led Washington 2-1. They too held home court advantages. All 8 series stood at 2-1, with no team leading 3-0. Every team trailing 0-2 had claimed victory in Game 3 on their home court. What kind of script is this? Chen Feng sat up suddenly, nearly straining his lower back. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This was clearly a scripted arrangement by the league. Think about it. If any series ended 3-0, who would watch the 4th game? The home team would simply take a break, and to whom would they sell the tickets? Chen Feng rolled his eyes and returned to watching the sports programs on television, listening to various analysts offer their opinions. Stephen A. Smith on ESPN spoke animatedly, "This is the most perfect first round in NBA history. Every series is filled with suspense. Every series goes to a crucial moment. This is no coincidence. It is destiny." "Destiny, my foot," Chen Feng muttered to the television. "This is David Stern's design." Finding the TV program uninteresting, he turned to the statistics on his computer and discovered something even more remarkable. Wade averaged 45 minutes per game. 45 minutes. In a game lasting only 48 minutes, Wade played nearly the entire contest, missing just 3 minutes per game. This was not merely basketball. It was a full day's labor on the court. Even more extraordinary was James. In the first game, he played all 48 minutes without a break. In the second game, 45 minutes. In the third, another 48. His average across 3 playoff games reached 47 minutes. Then there was his teammate Kobe, another Ironman player. Across 3 games against the Nuggets, he also averaged 44 minutes per game. This was only possible because Chen Feng was on the roster, able to shoulder a considerable share of the offensive duties. Otherwise, he too might have been required to play every single minute. Watching these numbers, Chen Feng quietly remarked, "Goodness. They are all made of iron. Without proper conditioning, you simply cannot survive the playoffs." By comparison, he and Anthony appeared somewhat lacking in stamina. Over 3 playoff games, Anthony averaged 38. 6 minutes, far behind the others, and on an entirely different level. Chen Feng averaged 38 for minutes per game, slightly less than Anthony. However, this was partly due to the Lakers operating with two core players. When Chen Feng rested, Kobe could still lead the team. Chen Feng handled much of the offensive burden, which allowed Kobe, despite playing extensive minutes, to conserve energy and take on additional defensive responsibilities. Wade had Ray Allen and Peyton defending and distributing the ball, along with O'Neal anchoring the paint. With offensive and defensive duties shared, averaging 45 minutes per game was understandable. Chen Feng wondered how James managed to play full games, handling ball control, organization, rebounding, and scoring through driving attacks, the most physically demanding style. It was common to see James accelerating from half court with the ball, pushing through 2 or 3 defenders toward the basket. Most players would collapse long before completing such efforts. Reviewing the stamina records of other series, Chen Feng noticed a pattern: the tighter the series, the more extraordinary the star player's minutes became. This seemed directly tied to the 2-to-1 scenario. The league structure forced every team to rely on their stars to carry heavier burdens, increasing playing time, intensifying viewer engagement, and boosting ratings. Then the media praised their iron will and unyielding spirit. So the script was written by you and the admiration is crafted by you. You profit from everything. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Chen Feng answered. On the other end was Jessica's voice. Hey, I watched your game. You almost won. Her tone was careful, as though gauging his mood. There are no weak teams in the playoffs. A loss is natural. Besides, we still lead the series 2-1. Chen Feng leaned against the headboard, surprised that Jessica had actually watched his game. I just didn't want you to feel down after losing. Jessica's voice was gentle, almost soothing. Then how will you comfort me? I will when you return to Los Angeles. So there is no comfort at all. I said I would tell you when you return. Does that not count? It counts, but you could offer some words now. What kind of words? Chen Feng thought for a moment. Something pleasant that helps me sleep well tonight. Jessica paused, then spoke more softly. You look very handsome when you play. Chen Feng did not seem satisfied. Is that something only you can say? That hardly counts as encouragement. Jessica was momentarily speechless. You really are straightforward. She had considered saying something sharper, but decided to spare his pride. Chen Feng pressed further. That is not enough comfort. Is there something more meaningful? Jessica laughed softly. If it is insufficient, consider it owed. I will collect when you return to Los Angeles. Hearing this, Chen Feng suddenly felt wide awake. He wished he could finish Game 4 immediately and return to Los Angeles. Chen Feng and Jessica continued their evening conversation, drawing closer in understanding. Meanwhile, as the Lakers prepared for Game 4, Paul Pierce in Boston was also active. To be precise, he was training in boxing. ESPN captured footage of Pierce at a UFC training facility practicing jabs alongside a heavily tattooed coach. He wore a tight-fitting tank top, making sharp hissing sounds with each punch. Once the video was released, the internet erupted. The truth is preparing for the octagon. Chen Feng, watch out. Pierce's punches are no joke. Is that even a basketball player? He is the best fighter among basketball players. More remarkably, Pierce willingly accepted a reporter's interview. The reporter asked, Paul, are you preparing for an octagon match against Chen Feng? Pierce's expression was earnest. Yes. This is the most important thing I will do this summer. The reporter continued, do you believe you can win? We know Chen is still playing in the playoffs. Chen Feng. Pierce's eyes carried an unmistakable intensity. He is a fine player. I acknowledge that. But in the octagon, he will not last 2 rounds. The reporter asked, 2 rounds? Are you certain? 2.5, Pierce amended. I am giving him some respect. We know Chen Feng is still competing in the first round against the Nuggets. Who do you think will win that series? Pierce answered without hesitation. The Nuggets. The Lakers will be eliminated. I am waiting for him. I only hope he does not make me wait too long. After Pierce's interview was released, it captured widespread attention across the internet. Pierce has already entered his training camp, while Chen Feng is still busy with playoff games. Chen Feng is fighting in the playoffs while Pierce is preparing for a rematch. Pierce stated, I have had a month more of dedicated training. What does he have to face me with? The most anxious person was not among the fans, but Dana White, the UFC president. Not only was Pierce eager to see Chen Feng eliminated, but White himself was also waiting with anticipation. After reviewing Pierce's interview, Dana White immediately called his assistant, keep a close watch on things. Once the Lakers are eliminated, contact Chen right away. I want this fight to set a new record. Major media outlets quickly picked up the storyline. ESPN published a long-form article titled From the All-Star Game, Practical Joke, to the Octagon Showdown, the history between Chen Feng and Pierce. The piece detailed their rivalry from the infamous All-Star prank to the locker room incident and the challenge at TD Garden. The final sentence read, this contest is no longer just a personal grudge between 2 athletes. It has become a crossover collision between the NBA and UFC. Sports Illustrated took a more direct approach with the headline, Pierce is ready, Chen Feng is still playing playoffs. But can he survive 2 rounds? When Chinese fans saw Pierce claim Chen Feng would last less than 3 rounds, reactions were instantly heated. Some fans edited Pierce into a classic fighting game interface, labeling him with 3 rounds, and adding a subtitle underneath his character portrait referencing his earlier encounter with Chen Feng. Other fans expressed particular interest in Chun Feng's signature move, wondering whether even the most intense boxing training could defend against it, and questioning whether such techniques might be applicable inside the octagon given that the rules did not explicitly prohibit them. Yet none of these discussions or expectations reached Chun Feng and the Lakers. On the evening of May 1st, Game 4 tip-off began at the Pepsi Center in Denver. The Nuggets fans wanted to level the series at 2 games apiece, and today, they brought the energy to an intense level. Some attendees brought megaphones to amplify the crowd noise. Even more notably, one fan brought a stainless steel basin and tapped it continuously with his palm, producing a loud metallic resonance throughout the arena. The most unusual aspect was that security did not confiscate it. However, no amount of external noise can overcome a significant gap in pure skill. This time the Lakers players appeared noticeably more adapted to the high altitude. Chun Feng and Kobe combined their offensive firepower in the first quarter, and with improved defensive intensity, they quickly established a 5 to 6 point lead. Late in the first quarter, Chun Feng drove to the basket on 3 consecutive possessions, scoring 7 straight points and igniting a 7-0 run that pushed the lead to double digits. Nuggets head coach George Karl sat on the sidelines watching Chun Feng's continuous scoring, but he had no clear solution. His pre-game defensive strategy was to contain Kobe and force Chun Feng into isolated one-on-one battles. Karl's reasoning was straightforward: no matter how talented Chun Feng is, he is still a rookie and cannot sustain that level of production every game, let alone single-handedly overcome the Nuggets. But Chun Feng proved him wrong with every possession. And standing beside him was Kobe, ready to take over the game at any moment. The Nuggets' defensive strategy appeared full of holes against the 2 backcourt stars. The Lakers' renowned backcourt duo surged forward, and by the end of the third quarter, they had effectively taken control of the Pepsi Center in Denver. Denver Nuggets supporters still held hope. The high-altitude home court proved most challenging in the fourth quarter, with many teams seeing their 3-quarter lead slip away in Denver. Chun Feng and Kobe maintained their composed intensity on the court as the fourth quarter began, executing steady drives and measured shots that gradually tested the Nuggets' defensive structure. Kobe possessed remarkable durability, matching James in stamina. The previous regular season saw him averaging over 40 minutes per game, while this season, his playing time settled to 37.8 minutes following Chun Feng's arrival. With additional rest, he no longer bore the burden alone. Denver had not anticipated Chun Feng and Kobe sustaining such composure into the fourth quarter, preserving energy on both ends as the margin steadily expanded beyond 20 points. Denver found themselves without an effective response. Chun Feng began controlling the tempo after establishing a 20-point lead, waiting until only 3 to 5 seconds remained on the shot clock before initiating each possession. He chose not to pass to Kobe, opting instead to finish the play himself. While Kobe proved a reliable option, Chun Feng trusted his own shooting in these moments. After all, he carried a quiet assurance within himself, a reliability that made each attempt feel inevitable. This inner steadiness proved far more consistent in critical moments than any borrowed courage. A true leader handles the decisive moments himself rather than relying on others. By taking responsibility for the crucial baskets, Chun Feng established his role as the primary force on the court. Fortunately, Chun Feng possessed both the ability and the composure. Observers noted his steady presence on the court, remarking on how calmly he carried himself through the final quarter. No defender could disrupt Chun Feng's ball handling. His control remained unwavering, and his composure through each possession left opponents searching for answers. Another basket fell. The Nuggets found themselves unable to contain Chun Feng's steady offensive flow, questioning why single coverage had not been adjusted. Nuggets fans departed early, leaving behind only a steel basin beneath their seats. The final score stood at 114-96, with the Lakers securing Game 4 by an 18-point margin, taking a 3-1 series lead and standing just one victory away from advancing. Chun Feng shot 12-4, 20 from the field, converting 3 of 7 three-pointers and 5 of 6 free throws. He finished with 32 points and 12 assists, recording another double-double. His 3-4-7 performance from beyond the arc was modest, yet compared to his teammates it stood out remarkably. The three-point shooting percentages this season tell a tale. Wade managed only 26.7%, Paul 28%, and Anthony 31%. One after another, the numbers were unremarkable. Strangely enough, the highest three-point percentage belonged to LeBron James, who sits outside the Banana Boat crew at 33%. Chun Feng felt he could shoot 25% with his eyes closed, relying purely on the iron content in his blood, even without looking. It seemed players and coaches alike had yet to fully appreciate the importance of the three-point shot. Kobe also contributed a double-double with 30 points and 10 rebounds. Chun Feng's shot attempts had climbed steadily since the season began, stabilizing at approximately 25% of the team's total attempts after the All-Star break. Behind this shift, Kobe's usage rate dropped from 34% at the start of the season to 27%. Andrew Bynum's fell from 16% to 8%, and other role players saw their opportunities shrink to varying degrees. Kobe reduced his difficult shots, which improved his efficiency while maintaining his scoring output. So where did those decreased possessions go? The official explanation suggested that Chen Feng, as an undrafted player, could not possibly consume so many shot attempts. Andrew Bynum, the Lakers' first-round 10th pick center, was deemed the true franchise cornerstone. Thus, the shot attempts were naturally attributed to Bynum. Though he played less than 5 minutes per game, it hardly diminished his credited share. Upon reading the official explanation, Chen Feng simply asked, "Andrew, when did you quietly take over my shot attempts?" Bynum looked up in confusion. "Brother Feng, I can barely touch the ball. How could I possibly eat anything?" After playing 2 away games, the Lakers flew back to Los Angeles overnight. On the plane, Chen Feng sat by the window, staring outside, his foot tapping restlessly. Kobe sat diagonally across from him, observing everything. This rookie was unusually off today. Since the end of Game 4, he had been tapping his foot. On the plane, it became more pronounced. Checking his phone every 30 seconds, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. Kobe knew that expression all too well. It was the look of someone who had a date. Camila was filming. Sharapova was playing tennis in Rome. So who was it? A thought struck Kobe, and his expression darkened. Could it be Jessica? In just a few days. Kobe cursed under his breath. That kid claiming he didn't know her, but behind the scenes he was already at the stage of going straight to a hotel after landing. The more Kobe thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. His goddess was now being won over by a Chinese rookie. When the charter plane landed, Kobe watched Chen Feng be the first out of the cabin, as if rushing to his doom. He couldn't help but call out, "Rookie, why are you walking so fast? Heading to your doom." Chen Feng replied without turning back, "Going to rest early and prepare for Game 5. "You're preparing for Game 5 at the hotel." Chen Feng stopped and turned back surprised. "How do you know I'm going to the hotel? I've known you long enough to have seen this look at least 3 times. Kobe gritted his teeth. "Tell me, who are you meeting this time?" "Camila is filming. Sharapova is playing in Rome. Could it be Jessica?" Chen Feng neither admitted nor denied it. "Kobe, you're too nosy." "I'm too nosy." Kobe clenched his teeth, restraining the urge to throw a punch, mainly because he wasn't sure he could win against the kid. "I'm warning you. During the playoffs, don't let a woman weaken your legs. If you show up for Game 5 with shaky legs, I'll personally make sure you're sent to a place you won't enjoy." That harsh. Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't known Kobe had such connections, but fortunately his stamina was still fine. "Kobe, believe me. Even in that place, I'd be the top performer." "Top performer?" Kobe looked him up and down. "Are you sure? Don't tell me you only have the appearance and build." Chen Feng patted his chest, continuing his bold claims. "Don't worry, I also have far superior stamina. You'd know if you tried. I'll try your grandmother." Kobe left with a dark face, not wanting to stay another second. Odom caught up from behind. "Feng, what did Kobe say to you?" "Nothing much. Is he reminding you to take care of yourself again?" Odom wore an expression of understanding. "He always says that when he sees you with a beautiful woman." "By the way," Odom leaned in closer, "how about hitting the club tonight? We're back in LA. How can we not have some fun? I've arranged to study a script with Jessica. She's waiting at the hotel to start filming." Chen Feng politely declined Odom's invitation. "Jessica?" Odom's expression instantly changed, as if he had heard terrible news. "Studying a script?" "Yes, a script." "What kind of script are you studying?" Odom's voice rose with excitement. "Is it a Hollywood script or a nightclub script?" Both. "Damn, I'm so jealous." Odom clutched his chest, his face twisted in pain. "Feng, can you teach me a couple of moves?" "Just 2, really." Chen Feng patted his shoulder. "You stick to the nightclubs, they suit you better. You really know how to rub it in. You've already stabbed me deep enough." Chen Feng took a taxi to the hotel Jessica had booked. It was a resort hotel in Beverly Hills with a beautiful environment and excellent privacy. His phone buzzed. Jessica had sent a message, "Arrived." Chen Feng replied, "At the hotel. Waiting. I'm ready." Arriving at the room Jessica had booked, Chen Feng knocked and entered. Jessica stood in the room wearing a dark blue tight-fitting bodysuit, a blue skirt with white stars, a gold headband on her forehead, and silver armbands. A complete Wonder Woman costume. One hand on her hip, the other holding the golden lasso of truth, she tilted her chin slightly. "You're later than I expected, Mr. Superman." Chen Feng stood at the door, looking her over. "When did you prepare this?" "I started when you boarded the plane." Jessica shook the lasso of truth. "What, even Superman is late?" "Superman may be late, but he never misses." Chen Feng closed the door and walked in. "Where's the costume?" Jessica gestured toward the bed. On it lay a complete Superman suit. A blue tight-fitting bodysuit, a red cape, the prominent S emblem on the chest, and a pair of red boots. Chen Feng picked it up and noticed it was his size. "When did you measure me?" "I guess," Jessica said. "I've seen enough of your jersey to estimate." Chen Feng didn't press further and took the costume into the bathroom. When he came out, he had changed into the Superman suit. The blue fabric perfectly outlined his 191 centimeters height and athletic build, with a bright red S on his chest and a red cape flowing behind him. Jessica looked him over for a few seconds. "Not bad, but the cape is a bit short." "Short is good. If it were longer, I'd be afraid of stepping on it." Jessica raised the lasso of truth. "Since you're ready, let's begin. Tonight's script is Superman versus the fallen Wonder Woman. When did you fall, eh? That's what the script says." Jessica twirled the lasso in her hand. "Your job is to save me." Chen Feng stepped closer. "How do I save you?" Jessica didn't answer directly. Instead, she stepped back half a pace and entered character. She stood straight, chin lifted slightly, her voice taking on a solemn, heroic tone. I am Wonder Woman. I fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. She paused. If no one else will stand up to protect the world, then I will carry that burden. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned by her delivery. How long did you practice that line? I rehearsed it during filming. Jessica tilted her head. What, Mr. Superman, aren't you going to respond? Chen Feng lifted his head, his gaze steady on Jessica. I will fight for truth and justice, upholding the hero's creed in my heart. You don't sound confident enough. I haven't gotten into character yet. Jessica stepped forward, extending her right hand. The lasso of truth slipped from her waist and swayed gently in her hand. Superman, her voice turned languid and alluring. You're bound by my lasso of truth. Those caught by it cannot lie. I never lie. Really? Jessica took a step closer, almost touching him. Then tell me, how fast is your heart beating right now? Chen Feng looked into her eyes. In those deep brown irises, he saw his reflection in the Superman suit. Very fast. How fast? Faster than the Flash. Jessica smiled like a hunter who had finally caught her prey. Do you know, her voice was soft and enticing, that my bracelets can stop bullets? I know, but they can't stop your gaze. Chen Feng felt his breathing become uneven. Jessica reached out and gently traced the S emblem on his chest. This isn't the letter S, she whispered. In your homeland, what does it stand for? It stands for hope. And now her fingers rested on his chest, feeling his rapid heartbeat. Are you still saving the world? Not tonight. Then what are you going to do? Save you. A flicker passed through Jessica's eyes. Only love can save the world, she murmured the classic line. Then she closed her eyes. Chen Feng leaned in. Superman kissed Wonder Woman. The world could wait. Over the next few days, Chen Feng trained during the day and studied scripts with Jessica at night. The script was titled Superman vs. The Fallen Wonder Woman. First night, Superman saves the world. Second night, Wonder Woman fights back. Third night, the final battle, Wonder Woman defeated. Chen, I need a rest. What's wrong? I think the intensity of this script is too high. Jessica's voice was weary. I can't keep up. Which part is too intense? The whole script, especially the part where Superman saves Wonder Woman. You acted too seriously. I couldn't match it. Chen Feng thought for a moment. Should I tone it down? Can you control it? Jessica looked at him with a hint of doubt. You're Wonder Woman. Your steel-like body is harder than I imagined. Wonder Woman finally conceded. Let's take a break this time. Next time I'll prepare a new script. What script? Batman vs. Superman. Am I Superman or Batman? You guess. Chen Feng was in high spirits as he walked into the training facility, looking refreshed. Then he found Kobe and Odom already waiting for him. Morning, gentlemen. Kobe gave a cold laugh. What time did you sleep last night? 4. I was studying a script late. Kobe and Odom exchanged a glance. Fine. Kobe turned and walked to the court. Today's training will be extra. You're not leaving until it's done. Kobe used 3 times more force than usual during drills, bumping into Chen Feng's chest with every defensive move. Legs weak. Why are you so slow? Chen Feng was pushed back a few steps. Kobe, did you eat gunpowder today? I didn't eat gunpowder. I'm helping you prepare for the playoffs. If you let the Nuggets turn the series around because of weak legs, see how you explain it to the LA fans. Odom chimed in from the side. Feng, what script requires studying until 4 in the morning? Superman vs. Wonder Woman. Odom turned to Kobe. He says he's Superman. Kobe shot him a glare and walked away, leaving only a heartbroken silhouette. Time quickly arrived on May 4th. Game 5 of the Lakers vs. Nuggets series was set to tip off tonight at the Staples Center. With a 3-1 series lead, the Lakers were just 1 win away from advancing. During pre-game warm-ups, Chen Feng did not go straight to the court to shoot as usual. As he emerged from the locker room, he was carrying a large bag, a complete set of fishing gear. Fishing rods, hooks, and lines, a fish basket, a landing net, a fish bucket, a tackle box, and a rod holder. Everything was there. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Are you going fishing after the game tonight? Is this an early celebration of the series ending? Who is he preparing this for? This set of gear must cost over $1,000, right? Kobe saw him carrying these things out, and his expression was quite interesting. What are you doing? Delivering gear. To whom? Mello. You're giving Anthony fishing gear. I got a mission. What mission? You don't need to know. Kobe shook his head, feeling that he couldn't communicate with this rookie. Chen Feng carried the full set of gear and walked over to Anthony, who was warming up on the opposite half of the court. Anthony saw him carrying a large pile of things, and his brow was filled with confusion. What are you doing? Chen Feng placed the fishing gear on the ground. A gift for you. What? A fishing set. Anthony looked at the array of equipment on the ground, his expression shifting from confusion to wariness. What do you mean? Nothing special, just giving you something for fishing. Anthony narrowed his eyes and looked Chen Feng up and down. Are you scared? Scared of what? Scared that we'll take the game back to Denver and turn the series around. Anthony said, so you're here early to mess with my mind, sending these things to demoralize us. No, you've misunderstood. No need to explain. Anthony interrupted him. You're just trying to use this fishing set to break our morale, aren't you? What? I said. Anthony said slowly, emphasizing each word. You're giving me these things because you have no answer to my spin cycle move. You can't handle my bully ball back to the basket play either. So you have to resort to this underhanded way to mess with my mind. Chen Feng opened his mouth as if to say something. No need to explain. Anthony waved his hand. Your scheme won't succeed. I'll take the sugar coating and fire the artillery back at you. You're just afraid of me. Chen Feng gave up. Reasoning with Anthony was useless. This guy was completely immersed in his own logic. Alright, think whatever you want. Chen Feng handed the fishing rod over. Take it. Anthony took the rod, looked at it, then looked at the pile of equipment on the ground. You giving me a fishing rod, a fish basket, a landing net. I can understand all that. He picked up an item, turning it over in his hands. It was a helmet. A yellow hard hat, the kind used at construction sites. Anthony held the helmet up to Chen Feng. What's the meaning of this? Do you need to wear a helmet when fishing? Chen Feng looked at the helmet with a serious expression. How can you go fishing without a helmet? Why? Because you never know if a fish might suddenly jump out of the water and hit your head. Prevent fish. A fish will fly up and hit my head. You don't understand. The largemouth bass in Los Angeles have amazing jumping ability. Really? Chen Feng patted Anthony's shoulder. Fishing is a very dangerous sport. Someone once got hit on the head while fishing. Anthony bounced the helmet a couple of times, then put it on his head, testing the fit. Bro, do you think I'm easy to fool? I think you're a smart guy. You'll understand my good intentions. What good intentions? After Game 5, you can go to the lake and enjoy the happy time of a fishing enthusiast. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. I've already looked it up for you. Castaic Lake in Los Angeles, a classic fishing spot in Southern California with over 30 kilometers of shoreline. It's rich in largemouth bass, catfish, rainbow trout, and carp. You can use a pole float fishing or lure fishing. The lake is wide open, not too crowded, perfect for sitting and relaxing. Anthony looked at his face. You even looked up the fishing spot for me. Bro, I'm always thorough. Anthony looked at Chen Feng, the helmet fitting perfectly. Alright, I'll take it. But I'm still going to win Game 5. You won't. You don't get to decide. Then see you on the court. The two bumped fists. On the TNT commentary desk, Barkley was stunned by Chen Feng's actions. Chen gave Anthony a complete set of fishing gear and even threw in a helmet. Is he telling Anthony to go fishing with peace of mind? Giving him a helmet is really absurd. Only Chen would do something like that. The fans at Staples Center began to chant in unison, fishing, fishing, fishing. As Chen Feng walked back to the half-court, the system prompt sounded on time ding. Mission completed, the legacy of the fisherman. Hand-delivered the fishing gear to brother Anthony and successfully got him to accept it. Reward 1,000 joy points. Chen Feng glanced at the system panel. Adding the 200 joy points he had left, he now had 1,200 points in total. He opened the attribute panel and studied it carefully. Offensive attributes: shooting 95, ball handling 95, passing 85, driving 85, fast break 75, low post 65, physical attributes: speed 85, explosiveness 85, jumping 85, strength 85, coordination 80, stamina 95, defensive attributes: steal 75, block 55, on-ball defense 80, help defense 76, rebounding 65, post defense 73. He decided to ignore the low post attribute of 65 for now. He wanted to add to all physical attributes, but didn't have enough joy points. Chen Feng thought for a moment. It was the playoffs and defense wins championships. He decided to raise both steal and on-ball defense to above 85 first. He added 3 points to on-ball defense from 80 to 83, consuming 1,200 joy points, exactly emptying his balance. Chen Feng closed the panel and looked at the court. The Staples Center was packed with fans. With a 3-1 series lead, the home crowd was very enthusiastic. Let's go Lakers! Let's go Lakers! A deafening roar of cheers came from all directions. At the CCTV commentary desk, Yu Jia also began his work. Hello viewers, welcome to watch Game 5 of the first round of the NBA playoffs. Tonight the Lakers have a chance to end the series at home. Leading 3-1, one win will advance them to the second round. Coach Zhang was full of confidence in the Lakers and Chen Feng. It's 3-1 today is the match point. The Lakers are back home, morale is high, and the fans are supportive. I think the Lakers should be fine tonight, Yu Jia added. And Chen Feng also gave Anthony a set of fishing gear before the game. I wonder if that will have any impact on the game. Coach Zhang chuckled. There will definitely be an impact, but it's a psychological impact on Anthony. On the big screen, highlights of Chen Feng's season were playing. Every time a brilliant play appeared, the whole arena erupted with thunderous cheers. 3-1. One win. Advancement. The buzzer sounded. Game 5 between the Lakers and the Nuggets was underway. Tip-off. Kwame Brown outjumped Camby, tapping the ball to Chen Feng. Kwame's leaping ability was truly formidable. Replacing Mims at center tonight, he completely overpowered Denver's Camby on the opening tip. That perfect start ignited the home crowd in an instant. Cheering erupted wave after wave, filling every corner of the Staples Center. During pre-game warm-ups, Chen Feng had presented Anthony with a fishing gear set right in front of every camera in the arena. Lakers fans are among the most creative supporters in the world. They quickly found their chant for the evening. Fishing, 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 The roar swelled from all directions, each wave louder than the last. Anthony stood in the backcourt utterly stunned. He had heard it. 20,000 voices unified chanting fishing. Only then did he realize he had fallen into his good buddy's scheme. That gift was nothing more than a trap. By accepting it, the entire world now knew Anthony had accepted an invitation to fish. What does it mean when you receive fishing gear from an opponent? It means you have already surrendered psychologically. Before the game even begins, you are already thinking about where to fish afterward. At the same time, the voice of the court announcer carried across the arena, Anthony has accepted Chun Feng's fishing set, indicating he plans to enjoy some fishing time in Los Angeles. The Lakers' energy tonight was completely different from their road performance. Back on their home floor, they played at an entirely elevated level. Staples Center was their territory. Every inch of the hardwood was familiar beyond measure. Every cheer from the crowd fueled the Lakers' momentum. And every fishing chant chipped away at Denver's composure. Chun Feng went full throttle in the first quarter, executing drives, kicks, and shots with effortless precision. Kobe was no less formidable, backing down his defender on consecutive possessions. Once the Lakers' backcourt combination found its rhythm, Denver's defense began to fracture. Double-team Chun Feng, and Kobe would take over. Focus on Kobe, and Chun Feng would single-handedly unravel your defense. Game 4 in Denver had already proven this dynamic once. Drive layups, push jumpers, and pull-ups from just beyond the three-point arc. 3 methods, 3 ways to put opponents away. The Nuggets defenders found themselves questioning everything about their craft. On the final possession before the end of the first quarter, Chun Feng accelerated suddenly from 2 meters outside the three-point line, drove past Miller, and finished through Cammy's closeout with a curling layup. The ball spun around the rim and dropped through. The entire arena rose to its feet. Fishing, fishing, fishing. The decibels reached their peak. In the second quarter, the Nuggets tightened their defense, and Anthony adjusted accordingly, sinking 2 consecutive turnaround fadeaways off the post. He was, after all, one of the league's elite scorers and would not falter entirely from the crowd's chants. Yet there was a problem: his individual scoring could not match the firepower of 2 Lakers players. Kobe also ignited in the second quarter, scoring continuously with mid-range shots and a driving 2-and-1. 12 points in the period alone. On the final possession before halftime, Kobe received the ball at the right 45-degree angle facing Patterson's defense. A subtle fake created space, and he rose for a fadeaway jumper. The ball swished through the net. The buzzer sounded. Halftime. 66-50, with the Lakers ahead by 16 points at the break. Both Kobe and Chun Feng had surpassed 20 points. As the Nuggets players walked toward the tunnel, the crowd once again erupted in chorus. At the TNT broadcast desk, Barkley was overcome with laughter. "I've been in this league for many years, and I've never seen fans use fishing to send a message like this." Smith chuckled. "It's less an attack and more of a send-off." At the CCTV broadcast table, Yu Jia shared in the light mood. "Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on this fishing moment?" Zhang guided with a warm smile. "This young Chun is remarkably sharp-witted. Sending fishing gear on the surface seems like psychological warfare, but he is genuinely testing their mental strength. Do you think there's any chance for the Nuggets to come back in the second half?" Difficult. Director Zhang shook his head. Down 3-1 playing away from home, and with their momentum tested. Unless Anthony can deliver an extraordinary 50-point performance, the situation is quite challenging. The Nuggets wanted to mount a counterattack. Malone pumped up his players during halftime, demanding intensified defense to cut off the connection between Chun Feng and Kobe. For the first 5 minutes, the Nuggets did step up their defense. Anthony scored continuously, and Miller also made 2 3-pointers. The gap narrowed to 8 points. Just as the Nuggets' faithful fans in Staples Center were about to cheer, Chun Feng stepped up. He received the ball at the right 45-degree angle and launched a pull-up 3 against Miller's defense. The shot went in. On the next possession, Chun Feng dribbled at the top of the key, executed a sharp crossover to create space from Miller, and hit a stop-and-shoot 3. Another score. Before the Nuggets could recover, Chun Feng used Kobe's screen from the left baseline, rolled out, and caught the ball for another 3-pointer. Yet another make. 3 consecutive 3-pointers landed like 3 heavy punches, striking at the heart of the Nuggets. When the first shot fell, the Nuggets players managed to stay composed. But after 3 straight makes, Coach Malone called a timeout. It made no difference. After the break, Chun Feng drove and kicked it out to Kobe in the corner, who drained another 3. A 14-2 run. The lead swelled to 20 points. 87-67. The Lakers fans in the stands erupted in celebration. Fishing, fishing, fishing. Even Barkley joined in, saying, "I tell you, Staples Center tonight isn't a basketball court. It's a fishing pond. Chun Feng is the fisherman, and Anthony is the fish reeled in." Smith chimed in, "You know what? That analogy actually works perfectly." Anthony sat on the bench, his gaze fixed on the scoreboard with a vacant expression, then slowly scanned the stands filled with fans. Someone in the crowd held up a cardboard sign featuring a fishing rod with the words, "Mellow the fish is biting." In another corner, a different sign read, "Sweet mellow" or "Sweet fish." Anthony quickly pulled a towel over his face. Chun Feng and Kobe played for 5 minutes before being substituted off by Coach Phil Jackson. There was no need to play the full game with a comfortable lead. It was time to rest. The final score stood at 116-97, with both teams evenly matched in the fourth quarter. The Lakers secured the G5 victory with a dominant 19-point margin. The series score was 4-1. The Lakers advanced to the Western Conference semifinals. Chun Feng shot 13 of 24 from the field, 5 of 10 from three-point range, and 7 of 8 from the free throw line, finishing with 38 points and 9 assists. Kobe shot 11 of 22, scoring 28 points with 7 rebounds. Together the two contributed 66 points. Anthony of the Nuggets tallied 31 points, though his efficiency was modest at 11 of 26 shooting with a field goal percentage of just 42%. The impact on his concentration was plainly visible. After the game, the arena screen displayed the message "Congratulations to the Los Angeles Lakers on advancing to the Western Conference semifinals." The entire arena rose to their feet once again in celebration. Chun Feng stood at center court watching the screen and absorbing the joyful atmosphere. The Lakers had broken through the first round of the playoffs. He had finally achieved this milestone. The game was over and the two teams shook hands in the center of the court as usual. Chun Feng found Anthony. Sweet Melon's face showed only exhaustion and a hint of bitter smile. 3 consecutive playoff years, all eliminated in the first round 4-1. Congratulations. Anthony extended his hand proactively and embraced Chun Feng. Thanks, bro. Chun Feng hugged Sweet Melon back. Don't overthink it. Chun Feng patted his back. The season is over, take a good rest. You mean going fishing to relax? The fishing gear you gave me finally comes in handy. Sweet Melon's mindset was better than Chun Feng expected. If he were the one eliminated, he would definitely hide in a corner and shed tears secretly. But you eliminated me yourself. Shouldn't you accompany your brother fishing for a day? In Los Angeles, your territory. Maybe feeling that fishing alone was boring, Sweet Melon invited Chun Feng to go fishing. Chun Feng carefully looked into Sweet Melon's eyes, trying to confirm whether he really wanted to fish or was planning to ambush him. Are you inviting me fishing or trying to take me out? Take you out. Anthony remembered the helmet Chun Feng had given him and burst out laughing. Relax, I only want to fish now, not fight anyone. All right. After confirming Sweet Melon wouldn't ambush him, Chun Feng nodded. I'll go with you. That's more like it. I'll show you what a real fishing master looks like. Weren't you the one who got fished? Anthony's smile froze instantly. Get lost. When Chun Feng returned to the locker room, the Lakers players were celebrating their first-round breakthrough. Odom was holding a slipper, twisting his hips, and singing karaoke. Moon was secretly wiping tears in the corner. Why are you crying? Chun Feng walked over and sat beside Moon. I'm excited. Moon wiped his eyes. After all these years, I finally made it to the second round. Haven't you made it before? No. Then why are you crying? That's why I'm excited. Chun Feng didn't expect Moon to be so emotional about just breaking through the first round. For most star players, advancing to the second round of the playoffs is as easy as drinking water with no apparent difficulty. But for some players, breaking through the first round is as hard as climbing to heaven. Even someone as strong as McGrady stopped at the first round in his first 8 playoff appearances. And his good brother Sweet Melon had been eliminated in the first round for 5 consecutive years. This year was already his 3rd playoff trip, and who knew if he could change his fate in the next 2 years. If you say the team configuration is poor and blame your teammates, it's understandable. But the problem is, can you stay on a bad team every year? Always lacking in configuration. So is the problem with your teammates or with yourself? There's an old saying in the NBA, the strong don't complain about their environment. To reach the top, either you're tough enough to lead a group to charge upward, or you gather friends and form an all-star mahjong table. So some star players in the league spend every year trying to prove one thing: without you I can still win. While another group of stars proves something else every year: with whom can I win? Kobe sat in his own seat humming an unknown tune quite convincingly. As expected of a man who had released an album. Watching his teammates rowdy, a smile appeared on Kobe's face. But it quickly faded away, because he saw Chun Feng looking at something on his phone, his lips curling upward again. Kobe leaned over to look. On the phone screen was a message Chun Feng had just sent to Jessica. Congratulate me on advancing. Celebrate tonight. Kobe's face darkened. Can't you give it a rest for one day? I'm being quiet. You're asking her out right after the playoffs. I'm the winner. Winners have privileges. Kobe snorted coldly, turned around, and sat back in his seat, put on his headphones, and immersed himself in the world of music. There was no Chun Feng, no Jessica, and no sorrow here. Odom said sourly from the side. Brother Feng, you don't need to sleep tonight again. Not studying scripts tonight. Why? Wonder Woman said she needs rest. Then who did you ask out? Chun Feng smiled, but didn't answer. Odom felt like he had been critically hit. After defeating Denver, the Lakers began to pay attention to the results of other matchups. Western Conference: Spurs 3, Kings 2. Mavericks 3, Clippers 2. Suns 3, Grizzlies 2. Lakers 4, Nuggets 1. Eastern Conference: Pistons 3, Bucks 2. Heat 3, Bulls 2. Nets 3, Pacers 2. Cavaliers 3, Wizards 2. Chun Feng looked at this record sheet and couldn't help but complain again. Look, apart from our 4-1, all others are 3-2. So what? Kobe glanced at him. So Stern must be very satisfied with the first round. Chun Feng continued his grand speech. 8 matchups, 7 went 3-2, each reaching the 6th or even 7th game. Rating tickets advertising, all maximized. Brother Phone, what are you talking about? Bynum looked confused. I'm saying our next opponent is most likely the Spurs. Chen Feng didn't explain to Bynum and directly changed the topic. The Spurs are indeed tough to play against. Kobe's expression became serious. Parker, Ginobili, Duncan, the GDP combo. Their defensive system is top tier in the league, so we need to prepare in advance. Chen Feng said, the Spurs' playing style is completely different from Denver's. Denver relies on individual ability, the Spurs rely on system. To play against the Spurs, we need to be smarter on defense. We'll talk about this later. Phil will be ready. Kobe stood up. Let's wait for them to finish first. May 5th. The day after Game 5 ended, Chen Feng got up early. Not because of training. The Lakers had a day off after ending the first round early. It was because of Anthony. Sweet Melon called early in the morning. Going fishing today? You're not allowed to bail. Got it waiting for you. Okay, almost there. After hanging up, Chen Feng started packing. But he wasn't packing fishing rods. He was packing helmets. He opened his closet and pulled out a yellow construction safety helmet. The same style from the fishing gear set he had given Anthony. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to bring the helmet. Chen Feng worried that Anthony might make a move on him by the lake. Wearing a helmet wasn't 100% safe, but yesterday he had stubbornly convinced Kobe to stay home. Today fishing included him too. Kobe looked him up and down, his gaze finally landing on that yellow safety helmet. You're bringing a helmet fishing? Just in case. In case of what? In case Sweet Melon takes my head off. Kobe paused. What did you say? Movies say when you go fishing with your brother, remember to wear a helmet. Chen Feng looked at Kobe with extreme seriousness. Going fishing without a helmet is like voluntarily handing over your testicles. What the hell are you talking about? Are you having another psychotic episode? The three of them in one car headed to the Los Angeles fishing grounds. The atmosphere in the car was subtle. Kobe was driving, Sweet Melon sat in the passenger seat, and Chen Feng was in the back. Where's your helmet? Anthony suddenly asked Chen Feng. Brought it. You're really afraid I'll hit you? Not afraid. Did you bring your helmet? It's in the bag. Anthony's eyes met Chen Feng's in the rearview mirror. The three of them were seen fishing by Castaic Lake in Los Angeles, captured on camera by some paparazzi. That afternoon, the Los Angeles Times ran the headline, Lakers no. 35 and Nuggets no. 15 enjoy a heartwarming day out at Castaic Lake. ESPN quickly followed with their own coverage. The trio smiled brightly in their group photo, with Chen Feng wearing a yellow hard hat resembling a construction worker. Far away in Maryland, Du Xiaoshui, who had just graduated from high school, was struck by Chen Feng's look in the newspaper. He carefully clipped the page and pinned it to his bedside. Another cool style he had learned. The Chinese media reported more straightforwardly. Chen Feng accompanied Anthony, fishing with Kobe joining them. The three posed for a photo by the lake in warm camaraderie. The day after fishing on May 6th marked Chen Feng's 23rd birthday. His phone rang throughout the night. The first call was from Shakira, who was in Rome competing in a Masters tournament and felt sorry for missing his celebration. She promised to make it up to him once she returned to Los Angeles. Next came a call from Bing Bing saying her film shoot was wrapping up and she would give him a proper birthday celebration. Wonder Woman also sent a text, "Happy birthday, Superman." As for Camila, she had returned the night before on May 5th to spend time with Chen Feng. Tianxian also flew thousands of miles to deliver a special birthday gift. Indeed, the gift was herself. That evening, Chen Feng treated the entire team to dinner. He chose an upscale restaurant in Los Angeles and reserved a private dining room. The whole team, including the coaching staff, was present. When the dishes were served, Chen Feng raised his milk glass. All the milk tonight was sponsored by Mim from her own family's dairy farm. First, thank you all. Chen Feng looked around the room. This season without you, I would never have reached this point. I am just an undrafted player, but you made me believe I could reach this level. Save the sentiment, Kobe interrupted directly. I am not finished. Chen Feng glanced at him. Second, we defeated the Nuggets 4-1 and advanced to the second round. But this is only the beginning. Our next opponent is the Spurs, the defending champions, coached by Popovich, featuring the big three of Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili. The private room fell silent. The Spurs are one of the best teams in the league, Chen Feng continued. Their defensive system, teamwork, and playoff experience are all a tier above what we faced against the Nuggets. But we are not afraid. We have plenty of advantages. We have the best shooting guard in the league. He looked at Kobe, who gave a knowing nod. We have the league's #1 nightclub dancer, Lamar Odom. He looked at Odom, who smiled and raised his milk glass. We also have our finest water cooler guardian. He looked at Bynum. Bynum looked up. Coach, are you calling that a compliment? Take it as one. After all, your towel flicking skills are almost catching up to mine from the start of the season. Chen Feng recalled those early days when he would enthusiastically flick towels at old Kobe from the bench. So Chen Feng raised his milk glass. This meal is also to build momentum for the next round. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and drank deeply. The atmosphere reached its peak. Chen Feng's speech was short but effective. The way his teammates looked at him had changed. This 23-year-old undrafted player could not only score on the court, but also lift the team's spirit off it. Some people are born to lead. After the meal, Chen Feng called out Kobe and Odom. Let's have a small meeting. Small matters get big meetings, big matters get small ones, Chen Feng said directly. What's up? Kobe asked. The Spurs' Chin Fong replied. If we play San Antonio, I need both of you to help on defense. Help me with what? Parker and Ginobili. Chin Fong said seriously. Both players rely on speed and driving. Parker's mid-range game and floating shots are top tier in the league, while Ginobili's crossovers and European steps are nearly impossible to guard. My speed is not exceptional, simply above average. I can handle one-on-one defense, but help defense will depend on both of you. Odom sipped his coffee and looked at Chin Fong. Are you praising us or passing the burden to us beforehand? Both. And there is one more thing. Chin Fong said Duncan. What about Duncan? Duncan is the best power forward in the league without question. Chin Fong continued. Kwame will struggle to guard him one-on-one. Odom, you would not gain an advantage either. So against Duncan we need to double team. Double team Duncan. Kobe frowned. What about Parker and Ginobili? That is why we must choose our moments, Chin Fong explained. Double team Duncan when he operates in the low post, otherwise let him take mid-range shots. Duncan is less dangerous from mid-range. Letting him shoot from there is better than allowing him to attack the interior. Kobe considered this. It makes sense. Popovich must have thought of this already, but Duncan's playing style is set. He will not abandon his post-game to develop a mid-range shot. That is our opportunity. The three of them discussed for another half hour, reviewing the Spurs' offensive and defensive characteristics. Chin Fong found that having a private meeting with Kobe and Odom was far more useful than a full team dinner. Team dinner boosts morale, while small meetings address specific problems. One manages hearts, the other manages tactics. Neither can be lacking. After Game 6, the first-round picture finally became clear. In the Eastern Conference, all four series ended 4-2. Pistons defeated Bucks 4-2. Heat defeated Bulls 4-2. Nets defeated Pacers 4-2. Cavaliers defeated Wizards 4-2. The top four regular season teams all advanced with no upsets. In the West, the Spurs and Mavericks also concluded their series 4-2. The Spurs defeated the Kings 4-2. The Mavericks defeated the Clippers 4-2. Only the Suns and Grizzlies were tied 3-3, forcing a decisive Game 7. The Suns held home court advantage. The deciding game was in Phoenix. Ultimately, the Suns defeated the Grizzlies 112-103 at home to win the series 4-3. Nash scored 32 points and dished out 12 assists in Game 7, leading the Suns to the second round. This set the Western Conference semifinals. Lakers versus Spurs. Suns versus Mavericks. In a UFC training facility in Boston, Pierce, wearing a black tight tank top and drenched in sweat, threw continuous punches at a heavy bag. His coach stood by, timing with a stopwatch and calling out the rhythm. Pierce's punches grew heavier with each strike, causing the heavy bag to sway vigorously. Coach called out, "Paul, take a break." "All right." Pierce gasped, about to take off his gloves when a sports news segment appeared on the gym's big screen. The Lakers eliminated the Nuggets 4-1. Chin Fong averaged 34 points and 10.4 assists per game in the series, while Kobe averaged 32.4 points and 8.6 rebounds. The Lakers will face the defending champion Spurs in the Western Conference semifinals. Pierce slammed his fist into the heavy bag. "Coach," he said, "increase the intensity." The coach glanced at him. "Are you sure?" "I want to take on 10. 10 what?" 10 Chin Fongs. On May 9th, the NBA officially announced the 2005-06 All-Rookie team. First team: Chin Fong, Chris Paul, Charlie Villanueva, Andrew Bogut, Darren Williams. Second team: Channing Frye, Danny Granger, Raymond Felton, Luther Head, Marvin Williams. As soon as the news broke, ESPN immediately published an article. The three top point guards of the class of 2005, Chin Fong, Paul, and Darren, all made the first team. This might be the strongest rookie class of point guards in the past decade. But the article's real focus was not on the 3-point guards, but on one person. Among the 5 first-team members, only Chin Fong and Bogut with the Bucks made the playoffs. However, the Bucks were eliminated in the first round by the Pistons 4-2. Bogut averaged 8.3 points and 6.7 rebounds in the series, a solid but unremarkable performance. The only one still fighting in the playoffs was Chin Fong. On the second team, Granger played well for the Pacers, but the Pacers were also eliminated by the Nets 4-2. So out of the 10 players on the first and second teams, the only one still playing in the playoffs was Chin Fong. On TNT's basketball commentary show, Kenny Smith gave Chin Fong a high evaluation. The combined playoff performance of everyone on the first and second rookie teams is inferior to Chin Fong alone. Barkley chimed in, "That sounds exaggerated, but if you think about it, it's not too far off. This kid averaged 34 points and 10 assists in the first round, putting on a superstar performance against the Nuggets. The others, either they're fishing at home or already eliminated." Kenny Smith steered the topic toward a broader comparison, but come to think of it, the first round this year was truly a battle of titans. James averaged 35.7 points. Arenas averaged 34 points. The two went head-to-head in the East, a breathtaking display. Barkley nodded. Kobe averaged 32.4 points and 8.6 rebounds. Chin Fong averaged 34 points and 10.4 assists. But honestly, these numbers pale in comparison to the basketball god. Jordan once averaged 45 points in a first-round series. That's the historical ceiling, untouched to this day. But Chin Fong is still young. Kenny Smith concluded he still has time. The hottest topic among media and fans actually was not the all-rookie team, but the yet-to-be-announced Rookie of the Year. Although everyone's answer was the same. On May 10th, the NBA official website announced the 2005-06 Rookie of the Year winner, Chen Feng. There was no suspense. Regular season averages 19. 4 points 9. 1 assist 1. 6 steals. Together with Kobe, he led the Lakers from the lottery zone last season to the 4th seed in the West. Personal stats, team record, and buzz. All 3 dimensions maxed out. Chen Feng became the first Chinese player in NBA history to win Rookie of the Year, and also the first player to win it as an undrafted pick. The NBA website's comment read, Chen Feng has redefined the term undrafted player. He is not just an excellent player, he is a phenomenal presence. His arrival has brought the Lakers back into championship contention. David Stern said in an interview Chen Feng is one of the most successful cases of the NBA's globalization strategy. His performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. On May 10th, at the AT&T Center in San Antonio, the second round of the playoffs, the Lakers challenged the Spurs on the road. The rivalry between the Lakers and the Spurs is not something that can be summed up in a few games. In 1999, in the Western Conference semifinals. In the lockout-shortened season, the Spurs swept the Lakers 4-0 and eventually won the championship, with Popovich claiming his first coaching title. Afterwards, Phil Jackson publicly questioned the legitimacy of a lockout season championship, suggesting it should be marked with an asterisk. This remark created a deep rift between the coaches. Popovich could tolerate almost anything, but he could not bear anyone questioning his championship. In 2001, in the Western Conference Finals, the Lakers swept the Spurs 4-0 in revenge, securing a decisive victory. This was the Lakers' most satisfying triumph over the Spurs. In 2002, the Western Conference semifinals, the Lakers defeated the Spurs again 4-1, then completed a three-peat. In 2003, in the Western Conference semifinals, with the GDP trio fully formed, the Spurs ended the Lakers' three-peat dynasty with a 4-2 series win, then claimed the franchise's second championship. This was the Spurs' most satisfying revenge against the Lakers. In 2004, Fisher's 0-4 second buzzer beater against the Spurs remains one of the most incredible game winners in NBA history. However, the Lakers lost to the Pistons in the finals, failing to continue the dynasty. The brilliance of that 0-4 second shot became the final glimmer before the dynasty's decline. At the coaching level, it goes without saying. Phil Jackson's superstar triangle offense and Popovich's team defense system, two completely opposite philosophies, were constantly compared by the media. At the commentary desk, broadcasters from various sports channels were doing pre-game warm-up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AT&T Center in San Antonio. Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals, the Spurs host the Lakers. This is the 6th time the two teams have met in the playoffs in 8 years. And the Spurs starting lineup: point guard Tony Parker, shooting guard Manu Ginobili, small forward Bruce Bowen, power forward Tim Duncan, center Rasho Nestorovic. The Lakers: Chen Feng, Kobe, Odom, Kwame Brown, Chris Mim. The Spurs lineup is very balanced with both inside and outside threats, making them more well-rounded overall. The Lakers, on the other hand, boast stronger outside firepower. Today is the Spurs' home court, and the atmosphere at the AT&T Center needs no introduction. He didn't finish because the entire crowd erupted in deafening cheers. The two starting lineups stood on either side of the center circle. The referee walked to the center holding the basketball aloft. Kwame and Duncan crouched ready. The referee blew the whistle. The ball was tossed high into the air. Kwame and Duncan leaped simultaneously. The game began. For this matchup, in addition to the familiar duo of Yu Jia and Coach Zhang, sent by Huasher Television, the American network TNT also dispatched a live commentary team to provide a full broadcast for the fans. Today, TNT made a significant investment by inviting two heavyweight guests, Irvin Magic Johnson and David the Admiral Robinson. One is the greatest player in Lakers history, and the other is among the greatest in Spurs history. TNT's intention in inviting them as guest commentators was clear: to enhance the program's appeal. The appeal was indeed enhanced, though perhaps not in the direction TNT had anticipated. Charles Barkley spoke first. For today's game, could you two analyze it for the viewers at home? Magic Johnson adjusted his tie and said, I think the Spurs are in trouble today, especially on the perimeter. Chun and Kobe will dominate them. And also what? What? David Robinson interrupted him directly. A rookie like Parker will leave him utterly bewildered. Magic raised an eyebrow. Could you repeat that? Parker will leave your Chinese rookie completely lost. Robinson repeated, emphasizing his words. Oh my goodness, Magic said, slowly removing his headset and placing it on the table. What is Parker compared to Chun? What is Parker? Parker has won a championship. Robinson also removed his headset. So what about a championship? Chen Feng is the Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year. Ha ha ha. Robinson laughed heartily. Do you know who the last Rookie of the Year was? Emeka Okafor. What is he doing now? Watching TV at home. Oh my. Let your Lakers big men experience Tim Duncan's fundamental style of play. If you disagree, you can challenge me. Magic waved a hand. I don't engage in such debates. Who are you calling out? Robinson stood up and walked toward Magic. Seeing the two veterans growing more heated, Barkley quickly intervened to calm them down. Both the Lakers and the Spurs are strong contenders for the championship. The outcome is still uncertain. No one paid him any attention. The game began. With a tip-off, Duncan won the jump ball, and the Spurs secured the first possession. Parker dribbled forward, calmly advancing against Chun Feng's pressure without panic. Kobe kept a close watch on Parker's movements, his help defense crucial to the Lakers' perimeter. Kobe possessed top-tier defensive instincts and physical gifts, making him the most reliable anchor of the Lakers' entire defense. At the top of the arc, Duncan came up to set a screen. This was the Spurs' most stable and frequently used offensive initiation. After the screen, Ginobili moved to the three-point line, and Duncan, after setting the pick, immediately rolled to the basket. What choice would Parker make? Pass to the rolling Duncan, or to Ginobili beyond the arc? Parker chose neither A nor B. He used the screen to accelerate, drove into the lane, and pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Swish! The ball sank through the net. 2-0. Barkley quickly steered the conversation back to the game. Nice shot. Parker's mid-range pull-up is his signature move. See that? Robinson slapped the table. That's what a point guard looks like. His mid-range is as steady as a machine. Can your Chun Feng shoot 55? Parker's 55 is because he doesn't shoot threes. Magic said coolly, Chun Feng's three-point attempts account for nearly 50 of his shots, and he still ranks third among point guards in efficiency. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? It means that if Chun Feng also only took 2-pointers, his percentage would be around 60. That's not true. Robinson's face reddened. I'm stating a fact. You're not qualified to talk about facts. Barkley quickly interjected. Gentlemen, the game is still going on. The Lakers' turn. Parker used his body to pressure Chun Feng's dribbling space from the half-court line. Chun Feng advanced with the ball, keeping one hand in front to prevent a steal. Seeing no opportunity to strip the ball, Parker retreated 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Having faced the Lakers 4 times in the regular season, and with Popovich's late-night video study, Parker knew how to defend this young player. Parker turned his body sideways, not attempting to guard Chun Feng directly, but raising his hand to block Chen's vision and disrupt his dribbling rhythm before the shot. This defensive approach was extremely cunning. Since you're accurate with your shots, I won't let you get comfortable. If you want to shoot, you'll have to get past my hand first. But as the saying goes, for every stratagem, there is a countermeasure. Chun Feng was no longer a rookie fresh to the league. With a subtle flick of his finger, Kwame Brown came up to set a screen. Parker was blocked, and Chun Feng moved to the right. The moment Kwame set the screen, Bruce Bowen, abandoning Kobe, immediately rushed toward Chun Feng. On the other side, Duncan rotated to cover Kobe, while Rasho Nestorovic inside was momentarily guarding 2 players. Popovich had meticulously planned Chun Feng's defense. Parker would primarily guard the three-point shot. Once Parker was trapped by the screen, whether Chun Feng went left or right, Bowen and Ginobili were ready to double-team. But Chun Feng did not walk into the trap. He saw Bowen charging over and chose not to force a shot or follow the Spurs' script by driving into the paint. Instead, he passed the ball to Kobe. Parker didn't follow, and Bowen dared not leave Chun Feng, leaving Kobe facing only Duncan's help defense. Kobe caught the ball and squared up against Duncan. 2 old rivals. Kobe didn't hesitate. He lowered his center of gravity, made a crossover move, and slipped past Duncan on the left side. Duncan shifted laterally to recover, but Kobe's speed had already carried him through. Under the basket, Chris Mim sealed off Rasho's position. Kobe threw down a one-handed slam. Boom. The cheers at the ATT Center instantly turned into sighs. 2-2. The Lakers solved the Spurs' first layer of defense in the simplest way since they invited the drive they drove, but not Chun Feng. Kobe did. Kobe's physicality and finishing ability at the rim were superior to Chun Feng's. Barkley chuckled. The Spurs' plan was to leave Kobe to help on Chun, but that left Kobe with only one defender. And everyone in the league knows what Kobe Bryant can do against single coverage. Robinson retorted, that was help defense, not one-on-one. Help defense and isolation are 2 different concepts. The Spurs' offense began. Duncan sealed off Kwame in the low post, and Parker fed him the ball. Duncan, with his back to the basket and facing Kwame's pressure, executed a signature bank shot. Thump. The ball bounced off the glass and into the hoop. 4-2. Robinson finally seized his moment. See that? See that? Duncan's bank shot. That's fundamental basketball. That's the greatest power forward of all time. No one on your Lakers can stop him. Magic rolled his eyes. Duncan is indeed great, but you don't need to get excited every time he scores. I'm stating facts. You're praising him. What? Praising him, Magic said with a pointed calm. Duncan carried you to a championship, so you're still praising him even after retirement. Have you no shame? Robinson's face turned a deep red. Who are you saying is praising? You? Before Duncan arrived, what were your achievements? A perennial first-round exit. After Duncan came, you finally touched a championship. How could you not praise him? You'd treat him like a revered mentor. Robinson tried to compose himself, then said what he thought was a clever retort. Chun Feng hasn't led you to a championship, so why are you praising him? Magic smiled. It was a smile of ease and compassion, as one who had won 5 championships looking at a one-title holder. I don't need Chun Feng to win a championship for me, Magic said slowly. I can win them myself. 5 times. So I don't need to praise anyone. I only speak the truth. He paused, looking into Robinson's eyes. Unlike some people, without help they couldn't win a single championship. So naturally they have to treat that help like a revered mentor. The studio fell silent for 2 seconds. Barkley's expression resembled that of someone watching an out-of-control truck heading straight for him. "Oh, I can't stand it." Robinson stood up, his chair sliding back half a meter. "What are you doing?" Magic also stood. "Could you say that again?" "I can say it as many times as you like. Without help you couldn't win a championship. That's a fact, not my opinion. It's what history says." "Oh my goodness." Robinson gently tapped the desk, accidentally knocking over a drink that splashed onto Barkley. "Oh no." Barkley jumped up. "My suit. It's worth $3,000. No one paid him any attention." Robinson walked around the table toward Magic. Instead of retreating, Magic stepped forward to meet him. The two former NBA stars, both towering and robust, stood facing each other in the TNT broadcast booth, their gazes meeting with intensity. "Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this?" They spoke at the same time and stopped at the same time. Barkley rushed in, placing one hand on Robinson's chest and the other in front of Magic. "Brothers, gentlemen, stop. This is a live broadcast. The whole nation is watching. Oh, even the Peacemaker is getting hit. Smith, come help. I can't hold them." Barkley received an accidental bump to his face. Realizing he had hit the wrong person, Magic calmly stepped back 2 paces, saying, "David, please calm down. Remember the time you were knocked out on the court by an elbow?" Robinson's movement paused. Magic continued as he stepped back. "Karl Malone's elbow sent you straight to the floor. You were out for quite a while, I recall. Good sleep quality, wasn't it?" This was the most unpleasant memory of Robinson's career. In the 1998 playoffs, Karl Malone's elbow knocked him unconscious, and he was taken to the hospital immediately. Magic's remarks were not yet finished. "David, do you remember what the referee called? They said you ran into Malone's elbow, and even gave you a defensive foul. Was that really necessary?" Upon hearing Magic's words, Barkley had completely given up on playing Peacemaker. He turned around, looked hopelessly at the camera, and said to the national audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, TNT brings you the first game of the Western Conference semifinals. The current score is 4-2, Spurs lead. Our guest commentators are having a lively discussion. Please bear with us." The Magician and the Naval Admiral were engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the contest between the Lakers and the Spurs continued without pause. On this possession, Chin Fong called for another pick and roll. The Spurs rotated faster this time. Bowen and Ginobili moved almost simultaneously, sealing off Chin Feng's shooting lanes. Chin Fong did not force the shot. He kicked it out to Ron Artest at the corner. Artest had 2 clear steps of space, but he was not a reliable three-point shooter. After a brief hesitation, Artest passed to Kobe, who cut toward the basket. Kobe caught the ball, faced Bowen's tight perimeter defense, and rose for a mid-range jumper. The ball struck the rim and bounced out. Duncan secured the rebound. The Spurs pushed the break. Parker advanced the ball, while Ginobili sprinted down the wing, received a bounce pass, and finished with a fluid layup after weaving through traffic. Swish. The score read 6-2 in favor of San Antonio. Ginobili contorted his body mid-air in a way that seemed almost inhuman. Such flexibility defied conventional expectations. It was as if he were performing gymnastics, yet he still managed to convert. Barkley finally gestured for the commentators to refocus. "All right, back to the game." Ginobili's fast break layup made it 6-2. The problem on this Lakers possession was not Chin Fong, it was Artest. When you have 2 steps of daylight, you shoot. That is what defenses are designed to prevent. Magic Johnson nodded. His voice settled into its professional cadence. "Artest has the capability, but he hesitated. Hesitation loses games." Robinson composed himself, temporarily setting aside his earlier frustration with Magic. When it came to basketball, his professionalism re-emerged. "You are both right, but I must say it. Duncan's off-balance banker was truly beautiful." Robinson finished his thought and glanced sideways at Magic, his expression conveying quiet confidence. Barkley stepped in to smooth things over. "Very well, Duncan's banker was excellent, and Artest's hesitation is a fact. Let us return to the game. Gentlemen, please, TNT is counting on me here." On the other end, Chin Fong brought the ball across half court. The Spurs deployed the same defensive scheme, Parker on top applying pressure, Bowen and Ginobili lurking to trap. Parker maintained moderate physical contact, aiming to wear Chin Fong down over time. This time Chin Fong did not look to pass. He lowered his stance, handling the ball close to the floor, looking to attack Parker one-on-one. Against single coverage, if a point guard cannot cross half court without help, it raises questions about fundamental ball handling ability. Chin Fong dipped his shoulders, fingertips controlling the ball, and executed 2 wide between the legs dribbles to shift Parker's defensive balance. Then he exploded laterally with a sharp step, using the momentum of his dribble to accelerate past Parker on the left side. He squared his right shoulder, created separation, and drove forward with the ball. Parker accelerated to stay in front, trailing closely behind. Just as everyone expected him to attack the rim, Chin Fong abruptly stopped at the three-point line, gathered the ball, and rose with both arms extending above his head in a clean shooting motion. Parker, committed at full speed, could not stop in time and bumped into Chin Feng's back. Chin Fong used the momentum to lean forward and released the shot, falling away toward the floor. The ball clipped the front rim and bounced away. The whistle blew. Shooting foul on Tony Parker number 9 for San Antonio. 3 free throws for the Lakers. Chunfeng's stop-and-wait fouls technique was something he had learned from his good friend Chris Paul. Barkley laughed from the broadcast desk. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Parker was going at full speed. He simply could not halt. That is pure basketball IQ. Magic smiled as well. This move reminded me of someone who used it on me back in the day. Though I must say I did not fall for it. I simply ran too slowly to catch up. Chunfeng converted all 3 free throws. The score was now 6-5. The game settled into a grind from there. For San Antonio, Parker's mid-range pull-up remained dependable. Duncan anchored the post with steady positioning, and Ginobili occasionally burst from the wing with unexpected finishing moves. For the Lakers, Chunfeng began creating opportunities without the ball. He ceased dominating possession and instead relied on off-ball movement, cutting and relocating beyond the three-point arc with the aid of screens. He directed Artest to operate from the high post as a playmaker. Artest, known as the left-handed magician, possessed solid passing and ball-handling skills. Kobe and Artest shouldered the primary offensive responsibilities. Against Bowen's tight on-ball defense, they used a variety of footwork and pump fakes to create shooting room. The scoreboard ticked upward in alternating fashion. San Antonio maintained a slim edge throughout, never pulling away. The Lakers' perimeter shooting presence was too significant to ignore. Even though Chunfeng had not yet connected from deep, the Spurs dared not leave him open. His mere presence on the floor forced their defensive structure to concede spacing. As long as he stood beyond the arc, the defensive rotation had to account for him, creating openings elsewhere on the court. The tension remained palpable as both teams traded possessions, each basket answered in kind, neither side able to build meaningful separation. The Spurs-style game unfolded with its characteristic deliberate pace and tight defense, each possession moving like a well-oiled machine. Chunfeng walked to the bench and took a seat, accepting a towel from Bynum to wipe his brow. Just then his glance drifted toward the front row seats along the sideline. A Spurs fan held up a placard bearing the words, "Welcome to the hell, rookie." At the ATT Center, the crowd responded with amused laughter and light whistles. The burly man seemed quite pleased, waving the sign toward the Lakers bench with a cheerful grin. Chunfeng glanced at the sign, then turned to Bynum beside him and patted his shoulder. "Hey Andrew. Brother Feng." Bynum looked up. Chunfeng nodded toward the sign. "Did you see that? That one is for you." "Me, eh?" Bynum looked momentarily puzzled. "Exactly. Think about it. Welcome to the hell. This place, the ATT Center, is the hell. And rookie, you are the rookie here, fresh off the draft this year," Chunfeng explained with a calm smile. As the playoffs began, one of the two always remained on the court outside of garbage time. Even Kobe himself seemed to lose his touch after Chunfeng sat out. And the pace of tonight's game was destined to be exceptionally slow. Barkley sat dumbfounded at the commentary desk. What manner of contest was this? Robinson, rarely breaking into a smile, replied, "This is authentic Spurt basketball. Draw the opponent into their rhythm, then outwork them. That is the Spurt way." This persisted through the first minute of the second quarter, with both benches relying solely on free throws for their meager points each. This time it was the Zen master who reached his limit. Following another turnover that sent the ball out of bounds, he called timeout with immediate effect. The Spurs had long embraced their deliberate pace built on defensive fundamentals. But the Lakers' offensive struggles had crossed an unforgivable line. Phil called timeout. He has lost patience. Barkley turned to Magic. "What adjustments do you think the Lakers will make?" Magic understood the Lakers' core issue immediately. Phil needs Chunfeng back on the court. Without him, the Lakers' offense is like a sports car running on fumes, beautiful on the outside, but going nowhere. Robinson, the Lakers rely too heavily on a rookie. Parker can handle him. David Parker can manage most players. But he cannot handle Malone's trademark move. "You are at it again." Following the timeout, the Zen master once again put Chunfeng back on the court. The Lakers lineup returned to its starting five: Chunfeng, Kobe, Odom, Kwame, and Mim. Kobe would normally rest for 2 minutes at this point, but given today's offensive struggles, that luxury was not available. The Spurs countered with their starting lineup, with Finley replacing Ginobili. From the opening possession, Chunfeng nearly stripped the ball from Parker. Though he did not secure it, his quick hands deflected it out of bounds. The ATT Center crowd erupted with surprise at his speed. The Spurs inbound from the sideline. Parker struggled to get open against Chunfeng's tight defense. Bowen received the pass instead, though his ball handling skills were limited. Against Odom's defense, he opted not to take the three-point shot, instead holding position and waiting for a teammate to receive the ball. This play puts Bowen in an awkward spot, Magic observed. Asking a defensive specialist to initiate offense is like expecting Robinson to call a Spurs game objectively. "Robinson, how am I not being objective?" "Magic, you rank Duncan in the top 5 historically. That is not objective. He belongs in the top 5. Barker stepped in to restore calm, telling them to focus on the game. Finley moved to receive the ball and flipped it to Duncan, posting up. Duncan positioned himself shallow, unable to execute a direct post move. He backed down Kwame and discovered the young player, despite his raw technique, possessed remarkable physical strength. Just because Duncan was a number 1 pick did not mean Kwame was not one too. Even if Duncan ranked among the greatest power forwards in history, Kwame might have been the most understated top selection. But in terms of raw physical ability, Kwame Brown stood shoulder to shoulder with anyone. Duncan turned to face the basket and executed a hook shot, but Kwame defensive pressure caused it to rim out. Mims secured the rebound, creating a fast break opportunity for the Lakers. He immediately fed Chin Fong, who delivered a precise outlet pass to Kobe as he sprinted down court. Kobe accelerated down the floor, driving hard to the rim for a powerful slam. The crowd roared. 26-25. What a beautiful fast break. The key was Chin Fong's pass. He spotted Kobe immediately, and the Spurs had no time to recover. Magic turned directly to Robinson to break down the play. On the Spurs possession, Parker tried to attack Chin Fong again, using quick crossovers to create separation. But Chin Fong stayed with him, forcing Parker to kick it out to Finley. Finley had evolved from Dallas' primary ball handler into San Antonio's off-ball mover and spot-up shooter. Under Kobe's tight coverage, he found no clean look and passed back to Parker. The ball swung around and found Duncan in the post against Kwame. Odom immediately collapsed from Bowen to double team. It was a pre-planned read. Duncan saw the double team coming and fired an early shot. The ball kissed the rim twice before dropping through. 28-25. Chin Fong brought the ball up against Parker's on-ball defense. He initiated a screen, with Kwame forcing Duncan to switch. Facing Duncan on the switch, Chin Fong stepped back for three. It clanged off the rim. The Spurs grabbed the rebound. Robinson perked up. Another miss. Chin Fong has not even cracked his three-point shot yet today. That is the power of Spurs defense. San Antonio countered as Parker drove to the rim and finished with a European layup. Kobe recovered in time to contest the shot. It clanged off the rim again. Chin Fong grabbed the rebound and pushed the pace. He sprinted down court with Parker trailing. At the top of the key, Chin Fong rose for a step-back three without waiting for set. It clanged. Another brick. 2 consecutive misses now. Finley caught the kick out from Parker's drive and went up for a three. It rimmed out. On the other end, Chin Fong continued to torment Parker with relentless off-ball movement. Using a double screen from Kwame and Odom, he curled from the left corner to the right elbow, then spiraled back to the top of the key. Parker chased him through 2 full loops. Chin Fong found himself open in the right corner, receiving Odom's pass, while Parker was still navigating the screen. He rose for the shot. Swish. Finally in. No need to become a magnet after all. Halftime showed the Spurs leading 42-37. San Antonio held a 5-point advantage at the break. Chin Fong shot 3 for 8 from the field, adding 5 of 5 from the line for 12 points and 2 assists. Kobe managed 5 for 13 for 12 points and 4 rebounds. Odom contributed 2 points and 4 assists on 1 for 3 shooting. A classic matchup defined by missed shots. Spurs on offense. Parker and Duncan run a pick and roll. Duncan rolls to the basket, receives the pass, and over Kwame's defense, he sinks a half-hook shot for 2 points. 44-37. The gap has stretched to 7 points. In this exchange, Duncan gave Kwame a thorough lesson. Robinson on the commentary desk immediately began his performance. See that? See that? This is Tim Duncan. This is the big fundamental. No matter who stands across from him, no matter if it's regular season or playoffs, home or away, I will just keep driving in one basket after another. Robinson's voice grew more impassioned. Kwame Brown. What can you compare to Duncan? When Duncan won championships, what was Kwame doing? When Duncan made All-NBA first team, what was Kwame doing? Magic Johnson listened quietly, and after he finished said calmly, I just translated what you said. Duncan won me a championship, and I'm grateful, so I will praise him excessively like a devoted admirer. What admirer? I'm stating facts. Facts. You keep asking what Kwame was doing. What about you? When you were stunned by Malone's elbow, what were you doing? Waiting in your dreams for your savior to carry you. I am utterly speechless. Barkley had given up trying to mediate. He turned to the camera and said, Ladies and gentlemen, TNT deeply apologizes for tonight's commentary incident. But to be honest, viewership is up 47 compared to the same period. Lakers possession. Kobe calls for the ball and the post backs down against Bowen. Kobe makes a series of jab steps, but Bowen stands firm. This guy has studied Kobe too thoroughly. He's seen every fake. Kobe rises for a jump shot. Bowen's hand reaches near Kobe's face. Clang. Another miss. Duncan rebounds. Magic Johnson frowned. Kobe is trying too hard. He wants to beat Bowen with individual skill, but Bowen specializes in that. Kobe needs to be more patient, pass more, and involve his teammates. With his teammates struggling, Chin Fong began to take over the Lakers' offense. He holds the ball at the top of the arc, calls for a screen, and Kwame comes up. Duncan switches, and Chin Fong faces Duncan. He dribbles continuously, executes a crossover, then suddenly stops. Duncan thinks he will shoot, shifting his weight forward half an inch. Chin Fong seizes that half inch, accelerates past Duncan's right side. Reaching the free throw line, Bowen closes in from the side. Chin Fong stops and jumps for a mid-range shot. Swish. Clean and crisp. The passive effect of peerless beauty activates slightly at this moment. His driving moves are fluid and graceful. His jump shot form is stretched to perfection, and even the camera can't help but give a slow motion replay. The next possession, Chin Fong does the same. He calls for a screen, switches Duncan out, and this time before Duncan can set his feet, he accelerates straight into a drive. Duncan slides over to recover, and Chin Fong stops. Duncan doesn't fall for it. This time, he doesn't jump. But Chin Feng doesn't shoot either. He gathers the ball and delivers a bounce pass to the cutting Kwame. Kwame catches the ball, faces Rasho, and throws down a powerful dunk. Boom. 2 points slammed in. Chin Feng's off-ball movement exhausts Parker, and when he has the ball, his drives and kicks tear apart the Spurs defense. Spurs lineup: Parker, Ginobili, Bowen, Horry, Duncan. Popovich went with a 5-out lineup in the final quarter, replacing Nestorovic with Horry. The Lakers also adjusted, sending out Chun Feng, Bryant, Odom, Cook, and Brown. The Zen Master replaced the post-up center Mim with Cook, who has a 3-point shot, while Brown moved to the center. As soon as Chun Feng stepped onto the court in the fourth quarter, he began defending Parker at midcourt. He had missed enough shots in the first 3 quarters, and his kids' no attack had stacked to 9 layers. With a defensive rating of 83 and the attack and defense unity skill, Chin Feng had become a solid perimeter defender. He didn't crowd Parker, but always stayed half a step ahead, raising his arms and brushing against Parker, making him uncomfortable. French sports car? Is there any fuel left in the tank? Chin Feng kept talking while moving. Parker ignored him, attempting 2 consecutive accelerations and crossovers, but failed to get past. Chin Feng's lateral movement was faster than he expected. Helpless Parker was forced to call for Duncan's screen. No one could believe that the starting point guard of the championship team Parker was reduced to needing a screen just past half-court by a rookie. The Spurs fans, their pride wounded, began to jeer loudly. Hey rookie, Parker can get past you like crossing a street. Your shot is terrible. Go practice before you defend. Get out of the court, Iron Man. Chin Feng remained unfazed, chasing Parker all the way to the 3-point line, where Parker hurriedly passed to Ginobili. The Demon Blade drove into the paint, executed his signature serpentine drive, and forced a layup. Off balance, the ball clanked off the rim. Lakers fast break. Chin Feng received the ball, sprinted all the way into the Spurs paint, and pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Swish. 60-59. The Spurs regrouped, and after 2 passes the ball returned to Duncan. In the low post against Brown, he turned for a bank shot. Bang. 62-59. It's still Duncan. Coach Zhang shook his head. When the Spurs are stuck, they give him the ball. Popovich also noticed Parker's problem. Having been toyed with by Chun Feng for 3 quarters and constantly drained on defense, his stamina was clearly declining. The French sports car's tank was nearly empty. Finley replaced Parker. With Parker off the court, the Spurs offense slowed down, turning into Duncan's low post isolations. Duncan was steady, but one man couldn't beat the Lakers. Chun Feng advanced to the front court without calling for a screen. He faced Finley directly. He dribbled continuously, executed a crossover, and Finley was a step slow. Chun Feng accelerated past him. Finley reached out to steal, but grabbed only air. Chun Feng pulled up again for a mid-range jumper, and it went in. 62-61. The Spurs' Duncan was double-teamed in the low post and missed the shot. On the other end, Chun Feng hit the same spot again. Finley couldn't keep up. Same crossover, same acceleration, same pull-up. The 34-year-old Finley was left bewildered. Swish. 62-63. The Lakers took a 1-point lead. Popovich's brow twitched, and he quickly called a timeout. Finley's footwork couldn't contain Chin Feng, so he replaced him with Parker, having to let the Frenchman endure the hardship. After the timeout, the Spurs attacked. Parker used Duncan's screen, and Chin Feng chased around it, but this time Duncan's screen was solid, completely blocking Chin Feng. Parker pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Swish. 2 points in. 64-63. Oh, Parker hits the mid-range. The Spurs regained the lead by 1. Ujia didn't expect the Spurs to retake the lead so quickly. Coach Zhang offered an explanation. Chun Feng was completely blocked by Duncan's screen. It's not his fault. Duncan's screen quality is the best in the league. It's not Chin Feng's issue. Lakers possession. Bryant faced Bowen. Tonight Bowen had put away his dirty moves. Using only normal defensive movements to contain Bryant, the effect was naturally diminished. Bryant posted up, faked repeatedly, and this time Bowen bit on the fake, shifting his weight forward. Without his dirty tricks, Bowen was ultimately a step behind. Bryant leaned back and shot. Swish. 64-65. Seeing this, Popovich stood on the sideline, his face dark. Under normal circumstances, he would have instructed Bowen to use some tactics. An injury to Bryant could change the entire series. Popovich had done such things before. But Popovich glanced at Chin Feng, who had just high-fived Bryant, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately said nothing to Bowen. Lakers possession. Chin Feng brought the ball at the top of the key, calling for a pick and roll. Duncan switched out to guard him. Chin Feng faced Duncan, executing a front crossover, a behind-the-backhand swap, then a sudden stop. Duncan didn't jump. He was too intelligent, knowing that Chun Feng's hesitation could be followed by a step-back jumper. But this time it was not a step back. He gathered the ball and threw a bounce pass to Kwame, rolling to the rim. Kwame leaped into the air, preparing for a dunk, when Duncan behind him swiftly rotated to help, his long arms blotting out the sky, delivering a powerful slap that sent the ball flying. A blockade of the century. The ball bounced free and was recovered by Horry. The Admiral seemed to resurrect on the spot, saying loudly, "See that? That is Tim Duncan. I just want to ask who can match him." David, the game is not over yet. Magic Johnson interrupted him. Spurs offense. Ginobili drove into the paint with a European-style layup. Swish. 74-70. 33 seconds remaining. The Demon Blade in desperate times grows even more formidable. I declare the game over, the Spurs win. With Duncan on the floor, no upsets will happen. Robinson showed no courtesy to Magic Johnson, prematurely announcing a Spurs victory. ATT Center erupted with the cheers of 20,000 fans like a volcano exploding. Chen Feng pushed the ball up the court. Parker awaited him at the three-point line. After playing so long, Parker had actually stopped pressuring him tightly. Chen Feng stood about a meter beyond the three-point arc. This time there were no extra moves, no opportunity for Parker to close out. He rose straight up for a three-pointer. Swish. Clean through the net. 74-73. You just stood up directly, Chen Feng. He made the ultra-long three-pointer. The margin is only 1 point. Coach Zhang clapped his thighs excitedly. Brilliant shot. Parker gave him 2 paces beyond the arc, and just those 2 paces led to a pull-up three. This is a big game, Hart. This is a superstar. ATT Center fell silent for a moment, then erupted with even fiercer boos. 20,000 people tried to stop this Chinese youngster's momentum with noise. Spurs possession. Duncan post up against Kwame turned and hit a bank shot. The Lakers' double team was half a second too slow. 76-73. Duncan is simply Duncan. No matter what happens elsewhere on the court, once he receives the ball in the post, he is steady. Lakers possession. This time Chen Feng did not take the shot himself. Seeing Bowen and Ginobili poised to double team, he passed to Kobe. Kobe received the ball facing Bowen. He drove. Bowen took a step back. Kobe stopped on a dime and launched a jumper. Bowen's hand failed to retract in time and brushed against Kobe's arm. Whistle. The ref blew the whistle, but Kobe had already released the ball. Swish. The ball went in. And one. ATT Center erupted with deafening boos. 20,000 people let out a collective "oh." Kobe made the free throw. 76-76. Tied. Spurs possession. Parker used a Duncan screen to drive inside, glided past Kwame, and sank a floater near the basket. Swish. 78-76. 38 seconds remaining. After hitting the shot, Parker shouted something in French toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng could not understand it, but guessed it was not something pleasant. Chen Feng brought the ball to the front court, passed to Odom, and began moving without the ball. Chen Feng's off-ball movement was mediocre, nothing like the elite work of Curry or Ray Allen. But Parker's stamina was nearly depleted, gasping for breath as he chased. Odom used a slight body block to seal Parker and delivered a handoff pass to Chen Feng. Chen Feng curled off the screen to the three-point line and shot. Swish. 78-79. Lakers took the lead by 1. 18 seconds remaining. ATT Center fell completely silent. Ujia's voice trembled. Chen Feng. A three-pointer to take the lead. 78-79. The Lakers are ahead by 1 with 18 seconds left. Coach Zhang had jumped out of his chair, fists clenched. Chen Feng. Chen Feng. This is a big game, Hart. This is a superstar. This is the god of basketball. On the TNT side, Magic Johnson also went wild. Chen Feng. Another clutch three-pointer. He took the lead. The Spurs home crowd has been silenced. Still not satisfied, Magic Johnson turned to Robinson and bellowed, "Who else? Who else?" Spurs called timeout. At this point, Popovich's tactic was simple: give the ball to Duncan. Phil Jackson knew this tactic well and used it frequently. The closer to the critical moment, the simpler the tactical plans of experienced coaches become, giving the ball to Jordan. After the timeout, Duncan received the ball in the post facing Kwame. He turned and hit a bank shot. Simple and unadorned. Thud. 80-79. The Spurs took the lead by 1. 6 seconds remaining. This time Robinson was the one jumping up in the broadcast booth, but before he could say anything, Magic Johnson pressed down on his shoulder. "David, wait until the game ends before you celebrate." "No, I have to celebrate first. I celebrate when winning and lie low when losing. That is my motto. Let me go, I need to jump." The Lakers called their final timeout. 6 seconds left, trailing by 1. Coach Phil looked at Chen Feng and Kobe, who takes the shot. A tactic as simple as who, yet one, envied by countless coaches. When your only tactic is 2 simple words, it already means your team has at least 2 Jordans. Well, even a budget Jordan is still a Jordan. On the other side, Popovich's defensive strategy was clear: clog the 2-point lane and play tight defense on Kobe. The Spurs only led by 1, so the Lakers only needed a 2-pointer to win. He was betting that the Lakers would not dare to shoot a 3-pointer and would choose the safer 2-point option. The timeout ended and the Lakers inbound from the sideline. Kobe immediately moved to create space, instantly drawing the majority of the Spurs' defensive attention. Everyone expected Kobe to receive the ball and hit the game-winning 2-pointer, leaving Chen Feng open at the top of the key. The pass arrived directly to Chen Feng, who rose and pulled up. In the fourth quarter, he had already made 2 consecutive 3-pointers. Duncan was too deep in the paint to close out, and other help defenders were half a step slow. Swish. The 3-pointer fell cleanly through the net. 80-82. The Lakers took the lead by 2 with 3.2 seconds remaining. Ujia's voice finally broke. A game winner from beyond the arc. How big is Chen Feng's heart? Only 3.2 seconds left. Do not give the Spurs any chance. The Spurs had one final possession and no timeouts remaining. Parker received the ball and pushed it up court, sprinting full speed. He pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Clang. Missed. The final buzzer sounded. The game was over. The Lakers defeated the Spurs 82-80 on the road. The moment the final buzzer sounded, the 20,000 Spurs fans appeared to have their mute button pressed simultaneously. Unable to believe they had been stunned at home by a rookie, the Lakers bench began to stir. Bynum was the first to charge onto the court, bouncing 3 feet high, waving a towel like a madman as he sprinted over. Kobe walked over and exchanged a high five with Chin Fong. Nothing was said. Nothing needed to be said. At the TNT broadcast desk, the post-game summary was wrapping up. Barkley was reading the stats. An incredible game. The Lakers defeated the Spurs 82-80 on the road, taking a 1-0 series lead. Chin Fong finished with 29.6 assists and 3 steals, scoring 14 of those in the fourth quarter alone. Kobe added 27 points and 9 rebounds. Duncan led all scorers with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Parker had 14 points and 6 assists. Ginobili contributed 18 points. Magic Johnson said, "The Lakers completed the comeback in the fourth quarter. Chin Fong locked down Parker on defense and hit the clutch three-pointer along with all of his free throws on offense. This is an all-star caliber performance." Not forgetting to poke at Robinson. Magic continued, "David, did you think the Spurs gave it their all tonight? Losing at home does not look like a team that tried their hardest." Robinson remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "The Spurs' effort as a team is visible to all and should not be overlooked. They simply had a bit of bad luck. It is like how I strive to be a good broadcaster, but you all know I favor the Spurs. I spent my entire career with the Spurs. They are everything to me." "What do you mean, eh?" Barkley did not quite follow. "I mean, so what if I favor the Spurs? I was never objective to begin with. You all knew it from the start. I do not broadcast games, I broadcast my heart." Magic Johnson asked, "So what color is your heart right now?" "Silver and black. Always silver and black." Chin Fong, congratulations on securing your first Western Conference semifinals victory of your career. As you know, many NBA players spend years in the league without ever reaching the second round of the playoffs. Yet in your rookie season, you have already stepped onto this grand stage, facing the defending champion Spurs in such high-intensity competition and emerging victorious. What are your thoughts on this achievement? Following the conclusion of Game 1 between the Lakers and the Spurs in the Western Conference semifinals, Chin Fong was quickly approached by reporters on the court. Chin Fong glanced around and noticed the Los Angeles media had traveled to San Antonio. Major outlets, including the Los Angeles Times, Los Angeles Daily News, and Orange County Register, were all present. From China beyond, CCTV, Guangdong Sports, Sina Sohu, along with Sports Weekly and Basketball Pioneer, had sent their reporters. There were more Chinese journalists than American ones. Chin Fong handled press interactions with seasoned ease. Tonight was a great victory. He thanked his teammates for their support and the fans for their encouragement. Following the standard opening remarks, Chin Fong adopted a humble tone. As a rookie, he acknowledged his limited playoff experience. He credited Kobe and Phil Jackson for guiding him to this stage, emphasizing that he had simply fulfilled his role within the team framework. Victory belonged to every member of the team, he said, maintaining his characteristic modesty even in moments of individual brilliance. Before his words faded, a reporter from Sina raised her hand, immediately her voice carrying unmistakable excitement as she requested details about his performance. In the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, he made 3 consecutive three-pointers, including the game winner with 3.2 seconds remaining. He scored 14 points in the fourth quarter and finished with 29.6 assists and 3 steals. Chin Fong responded with characteristic calm, saying he had simply made some shots during practice and his teammates could confirm his preparation. Across the interview area, Popovich and Phil Jackson exchanged the customary post-game handshake. Popovich acknowledged the thorough preparation that still fell short against Chin. Phil smiled knowing. Popovich shook his head, noting that Chin's fourth-quarter performance exceeded normal expectations. Phil shrugged lightly, remarking that the result was what mattered. The Lakers had won. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, it was still daytime. Countless basketball fans erupted in celebration. In a classroom, a high school student leapt from his desk, holding his phone, his voice filled with joy at the remarkable shooting performance. On his phone, a friend provided live text updates of the Lakers-Spurs matchup. A teacher tossed a piece of chalk in gentle reminder of the setting. In a restaurant, a table of middle-aged men rose together, raising their glasses in a toast to the outstanding player. In a shopping mall, a group of young people gathered around a large screen watching sports news. When the decisive moment appeared, the atrium filled with enthusiastic cheers. A security guard approached, asking them to be mindful of the public space. In a restroom, a man was so absorbed in the moment that he momentarily lost track of his surroundings. The surprise caused him to forget where he was, a brief, comical moment of distraction. China's internet became dominated by discussions of Chin Feng's performance. Trending topics included his clutch shooting and fourth-quarter dominance, with fans expressing their admiration. Online comments reflected the widespread enthusiasm, with fans praising the balanced performance on both offense and defense. Some remarked on the extraordinary scoring output in the fourth quarter and the dramatic final seconds. Others expressed deep appreciation for the player's impact. One fan described Chin Fong as a source of inspiration in basketball, expressing hope to follow his career for years to come. At NBA headquarters in Manhattan, New York, Commissioner David Stern sat at his desk. His assistant entered with viewing figures that exceeded expectations. The Western Conference semifinals game 1 drew over 13.4 million, average viewers peaking at 14.26 million, surpassing the average viewership of the previous season's championship series. Stern looked up in surprise. The assistant repeated the numbers, confirming the ratings had exceeded the previous year's finals average. Stern reviewed the report, carefully nodding with satisfaction. He dismissed his assistant and leaned back in his chair, pleased with the developments. The strong ratings for the Western Conference semifinals were within Stern's expectations. The combination of the Lakers and Chun Feng represented a reliable draw for the league. What surprised him was exceeding the previous year's finals average. The prior championship series between the Spurs and Pistons had been a defensive struggle with notably low scoring. The 2003 finals between San Antonio and New Jersey had also set a low mark for championship series viewership. Both the 2003 and 2005 championships featured Spurs victories, with surprisingly low ratings. Since the Magic Johnson and Larry Bird rivalry of the 1980s sparked a ratings boom, championship series averages had rarely fallen below 15 million viewers. The 2003 Spurs-Net series, criticized for its slow pace, had driven audiences away. The previous year's defensive battle had similarly tested viewer patience. This year was different. The Lakers had welcomed a Chinese rookie, and Kobe had entered his prime, drawing back longtime fans of the championship era. The addition had brought countless new fans from China to the league. The Lakers' Chinese fanbase had grown larger than the Rockets since the Rockets missed the playoffs, while Chun Feng delivered remarkable performances in the postseason. Observing the substantial Chinese media presence at the Spurs arena, larger than the American contingent, Stern felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. The phenomenon extended across Asia, particularly in East Asia. Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and several Middle Eastern nations had media representatives requesting credentials. Stern naturally hoped the Lakers would advance further toward the championship. However, he maintained the appearance of neutrality as the league needed to preserve its impartial image. The second game of the series remained at the Spurs' home court on May 12. Lakers vs. Spurs Game 2 was underway. The previous game's buzzer-beater defeat had not affected the Spurs. This team had weathered countless storms. In 2003, they ended the Lakers' three-peat, and in 2004 they suffered Fisher's 0-4 second buzzer-beater. Every setback made them more resilient. They were one of the toughest teams in the league and would not crumble from a single buzzer-beater. In the stands, Spurs fans were still passionately loud, showering Chun Feng with deafening boos during warm-ups. This time Chun Feng did not ignore them. He made a shush gesture toward the sideline, placing his index finger against his lips. Boos and cheers were both indicators of a player's popularity. After all, who would bother booing a nobody? The Spurs fans welcomed him with their most cordial greetings. Chun Feng smiled and turned to Kobe, saying, "They don't seem to like me very much." Kobe rolled his eyes and replied, "When have you ever been liked?" The game began shortly after, with neither team making any lineup changes from the starting five. The Spurs won the tip-off. Like in Game 1, Chun Feng immediately pressured Parker at midcourt. Facing Chun Feng's pressure, Parker this time did not call for a screen. He protected the ball, using his body to block Chun Feng's stealing path, and slowly advanced to the frontcourt. Yu Jia and Coach Zhang from CCTV were commentating on-site. "Hello dear viewers, welcome back to Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals. The Lakers are visiting the Spurs for Game 2. Let the games begin." Coach Zhang nodded and said, "Chun Feng's buzzer beater at the end of last game was absolutely brilliant. Today the Spurs will certainly make adjustments." Parker passed the ball to Duncan at the top of the key and began moving without the ball. This was one of the Spurs' most classic offensive initiations. Duncan operated from the high post while Parker and Ginobili made off-ball movements to create opportunities. Parker cut from the right side, while Ginobili curled around from the left. Bowen came off the baseline to receive a handoff from Duncan. The Spurs offense was patient, every pass stretching the Lakers' defense. Finally, Ginobili found a sliver of space in the corner and released a shot. Swish. Three-pointer made. 3-0. Nice shot. Yu Jia praised. The Spurs offense is clearly more decisive today. Last game they lost in crucial moments. Today they strengthened their perimeter shooting from the opening tip. Now it was the Lakers' turn. Chun Feng brought the ball up, but Parker applied full body pressure as soon as he crossed half court, denying Chun Feng comfortable dribbling space. But Chun Feng was not rattled. He executed a crossover, creating half a step of separation from Parker, then accelerated to drive baseline. Ginobili immediately rotated over to help. Chun Feng did not force the shot, but instead kicked it out to Odom on the left wing. Odom caught the ball and faced returning Ginobili, setting up for a mid-range jumper. Clang. The shot missed. Duncan secured the rebound. The Spurs countered quickly. Parker pushed the pace and passed to the trailing Ginobili. Ginobili twisted through the defense, using multiple crossovers to attack the paint, finishing with a floater that drew a foul from Kwame. Both free throws made. 5-0. Ginobili had scored 5 quick points to open the game, showing how fast the Spurs found their rhythm. The crowd at the AT&T Center erupted with thunderous cheers. The Spurs have jumped out to a 5-0 lead on the Lakers right from the start. Yu Jia commented, "It seems Popovich has prepared thoroughly." The Spurs held a significant advantage in the paint. On the Lakers' side, Mum and Kwame could defend adequately, but could not apply enough pressure offensively. This meant Chin Fong and Kobe's elite backcourt combo was being heavily contested. The Spurs' rotational help defense was far superior to any other team, limiting the Lakers' two core players significantly. Most teams found it difficult to single-target a low-tier Jordan, let alone a combination of low-tier Curry and low-tier Paul. What did low-tier Curry mean? It meant no off-ball movement, poor contested shooting ability, and lacking deep-range shooting. Speaking of open threes, Curry was only average. What did low-tier Paul mean? It meant weaker half-court organization and playmaking and imprecise pick-and-roll initiation. After setting screens, Chin Fong usually prioritized finding his own shooting space. Only when his own chances were slim would he pass to the rolling big or weak side teammates. On this possession, the Lakers ran an offensive set. Chin Fong dumped a pass to the #1 draft pick Kwame, testing whether Kwame could establish himself inside tonight. Kwame caught the ball with his back to the basket, lowered his center of gravity, and pressed his back firmly against Duncan's chest, intending to use his body weight to bull his way into space. But after one push, Duncan's base remained immovable. He even leaned in closer to seek contact. After all, he was a man who had matched with peak Shaq and held his own. Kwame lacked finesse post moves and could only power through. Duncan understood this style too well. Seeing he could not move Duncan, Kwame pivoted and stepped up for a layup, but Duncan swatted it down cleanly and recovered the ball. Spurs offense. Duncan called for the ball in the low post and isolated Kwame. A turn of bank shot. Swish. 7-0. Right from the opening tip, the Spurs gave the Lakers a wake-up call. The defensive intensity tonight was indeed a notch above last game. Parker glued himself to Chin Fong like gum, denying him any easy shotting look. Bowen and Ginobili were ready to help defend at all times, and once Chin Fong drove, double teams formed immediately. By halftime, the Spurs led 50-42, 8 points ahead. The Lakers' shooting percentage was low across the board, with every player missing more than hitting. Chin Fong did not shoot much in the first half, going 4 for 9 for 10 points and 4 assists. Kobe was 5 for 13 from the field, 5 for 5 from the line, finishing with 15 points. Odom went 1 for 5, Kwame 2 for 6. At halftime, the CCTV commentary desk began assigning blame to the Lakers players, naturally not to themselves. Ujia spoke first. Halftime, the Spurs lead 50-42, up by 8. Coach Zhang, what do you see as the problem for the Lakers today? Coach Zhang took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Let's look at Chin Fong first. 10 points and 4 assists in the half, perfect. Nothing to criticize. For a rookie to perform like this, the Lakers should be counting their blessings. After praising Chin Fong, Coach Zhang slapped the table, his voice raising considerably. Now let's find the culprit, I mean the problem. We need to find the issue. He accidentally let his true thoughts slip. The top offender part in the top problem, Odom. 1 for 5, and that one was lucky. He must have been at the nightclub last night again, completely drained. Offense is poor, and his defense tonight was also a sieve. Ujia sighed. Chin Fong really tried his best tonight. Even Shaq could not carry this performance from Odom. Coach Zhang continued his judgment. Now look at Kwame, 2 for 6, blocked 3 times by Duncan. It hurts just watching. Every time he secures the ball without turning it over, he looks up, and Duncan is already airborne waiting for him. The #1 pick's only contribution tonight might be giving Duncan some block shot statistics. Ujia remarked, still fixated on Kwame's triple whiff. And Kobe 5 for 13, returning to his blacksmith workshop tonight. 8 iron pieces forged in the first half alone. That output would earn him an award at a steel factory. Coach Zhang suddenly remembered his own nickname, Wei Ping Bryant. But Kobe's iron is different from the others. The other's iron is genuine incompetence, while Kobe's iron says, I may be cold, but I can still score 15 points. Ujia summarized Coach Zhang's judgment. So the blame distribution: Odom 4 shares, Kwame 4 shares, Kobe 1 share, other players 1 share, and Chin Fong has no blame. Quite the opposite, he's carrying everyone. Coach Zhang nodded. Exactly. Chin Fong's performance tonight is fine. It's his teammates who are dragging him down. In the Lakers locker room, Coach Jackson stood before the tactical board, his gaze calm as he slowly surveyed the team. He did not raise his voice, nor did he strike the board in frustration. We are down 8 at halftime. It is not the end of the world. But if we continue like this, we will be down 18 by the end of the third quarter. Kobe sat in the corner, picking at his toes without looking up. Give me the ball in the second half. Chin Fong leaned back in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. I can give you the ball, but if you miss 8 shots again in the second half, I am passing to Odom. Odom was taken aback. Brother Fong, no. I am not feeling it today. Kobe finally glanced up at him. Then you want it. I will. Chin Fong rose to his feet and brushed his trousers. I am the primary option in the third quarter. Spread the floor for me. When I draw the double team, you read the defense and get open. If you cannot hit the open looks. He cast a glance at Kwame. I am passing the blame to you. Kwame wore a deeply miserable expression. Brother Fong, I am already struggling tonight. Duncan has been blocking my shots. If you throw this pot at me again, it will be larger than Duncan's head. Coach Jackson listened to their exchange with quiet satisfaction. The young men were beginning to absorb the game plan. All right, that is enough. Chin Fong is the primary option, Kobe the secondary. The rest of you, do not attack. The second half began and the Lakers adjusted their strategy. Chen Feng no longer content with mere playmaking or off-ball movement. He took control of the ball and began attacking the rim directly. He drew 2 consecutive fouls driving to the basket, converting all 4 free throws, and added a smooth mid-range jumper to cut the deficit to 4 points. The Spurs were called to a timeout. Yu Jia spoke with rising excitement. Chen Feng, 6 straight points to open the second half. This is what a true star looks like. Coach Zhang, ever the enthusiastic analyst, followed instantly. What did I say? When Chen Feng cannot carry his teammates, he takes matters into his own hands. After the timeout, the Spurs resumed their double team on Chen Feng. He drew both defenders and kicked the ball out to Kobe, who drove and scored in succession. Chen Feng occasionally added a 3-point shot from the perimeter. The contest intensified to a fever pitch with both sides exchanging blows. The Spurs still prioritized feeding Duncan, and Kwame felt his confidence beginning to waver once more. Fortunately, the Lakers possessed a deep bench stockpiling 7 orthodox centers who took turns wearing down Duncan. The Zen master indicated that they could not allow Duncan to score easily. If necessary, they would foul him and send him to the free throw line. Starting from the latter part of the fourth quarter, the Lakers repeatedly sent Duncan to the free throw line. Duncan no longer wished to score, yet he was incessantly subjected to the hack-a-Duncan tactic. As a result, his arms grew weary from the free throws, and his shooting percentage dipped below half. In truth, Duncan's free throw ability was quite respectable. However, due to the constant physical contact from the Lakers' interior players, his condition declined markedly. In the fourth quarter, Chen Feng tallied 11 points through a combination of drives and jump shots. On the Lakers' side, Bynum and Mim fouled out, and Duncan made only 7 of 15 free throws in the fourth quarter. The hack-a-Duncan strategy severely hampered the Spurs' offensive rhythm. With 14 seconds remaining in the game, the Spurs led 9,795 by 2 points. The Lakers had possession for the final play. If anyone were watching at the Staples Center, their palms would be sweaty with tension. But this was the ATT Center, the Spurs' home court, where 20,000 Spurs fans rose to their feet, their boisterous jeers filling the air. Chen Feng held the ball, not rushing to drive, but slowly consuming the clock, unwilling to leave any time for the Spurs. Yu Jia lowered his voice. Chen Feng is consuming time. He doesn't intend to leave any chance for the Spurs. Zhang Weiping tapped his sweaty forehead. Smart. In Game 1, he hit the buzzer beater with 2 seconds left. The Spurs are now most afraid of Chen Feng's three-pointer. Parker pressed tightly against Chen Feng, not daring to give him any space to shoot. Bowen also lurked nearby, ready to provide help defense at any moment. The Spurs' defensive strategy was clear. They would rather let Chen Feng drive than allow him to take a three-pointer. The shadow of the buzzer beater with 2 seconds left in Game 1 still hung over every Spurs player's heart. 7 seconds. Chen Feng suddenly executed a crossover, gaining half a step on Parker, then accelerated into the drive. Chen Feng is moving. Yu Jia's voice trembled, though he himself did not notice. Bowen immediately came over from the other side to double team. Chen Feng was trapped between the 2 defenders with almost no room to release the ball. Double team. A double team. Zhang Weiping exclaimed. 5 seconds. Chen Feng did not panic. Facing the double team from Parker and Bowen, he passed the ball to Kobe, who was positioned at 45 degrees on the right wing. Kobe caught the ball 2 steps away from any defender. An open shot, a wide open look for Kobe. For seconds. He passed. Kobe is wide open. Yu Jia also grew excited. This shot is in. The instant Kobe received the ball, Parker and Bowen abandoned Chen Feng, and both charged toward Kobe. And Chen Feng. Chen Feng had already turned around, his hands raised above his head, fingers spread wide, beginning to celebrate. In his mind, he was already contemplating overtime. Kobe was the kind of man who never missed an open shot. This play was certain, but Kobe did not shoot. He saw Parker and Bowen both charging toward him, while Chen Feng stood wide open beyond the three-point line. This was an even better opportunity, wasn't it? And no need for overtime. Kobe flicked his wrist and passed the ball back to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was still turning to celebrate, his back to Kobe, his hands raised in the air, a victorious smile already spreading across his face. Thumped. The basketball struck Chen Feng square on the back. Chen Feng paused, startled. Something had hit him from behind. He turned and looked down to see the ball bouncing twice on the floor. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Parker and Bowen were already diving toward him. Oh my goodness. Chen Feng scrambled to bend down and pick up the ball, but Parker's hand was already on it, and Bowen was closing in on his face. Chen Feng attempted to pass the ball to Kobe, but in his fluster he failed to secure it and sent it flying out of bounds. Kobe watched helplessly as the ball sailed over his head and out of play. The buzzer sounded. The game was over. The Lakers lost 95-97 to the Spurs by 2 points. The series was tied 11. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous laughter. The Spurs fans at the ATT Center were laughing so hard they could have embraced Chen Feng and planted a kiss on him. On the Lakers bench, confusion reigned. No one understood what had just happened on the final play. Kobe covered his face, bewildered, helpless, and lost. This, Zhang Weiping stammered, 3 times unsure how to continue the commentary. At the TNT commentary desk, Barkley laughed until tears streamed down his face. I've seen players celebrate a dunk before the ball goes in, and I've seen them celebrate a three-pointer early, but celebrating a teammate's shot before it's taken. That's a first. Kenny Smith was also laughing uncontrollably, and the ball hit him in the back. This is a new interpretation of scapegoat in the basketball world. Chen Feng stood on the court dumbfounded. He had been ready for overtime, and now this. Kobe walked over and patted him on the head. What the hell were you doing? Chen Feng turned, his eyes still dazed. I was celebrating. Celebrating. I hadn't shot yet. You were open, I thought you would shoot. I intended to pass it to you. Why pass to me? Can't I pass to you? After Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals, the Spurs players joyfully remained on the court for interviews, the bliss of victory pervading the entire AT&T Center. Meanwhile, the defeated Lakers players filed out through the player tunnel, leaving only Kobe, who had posted a double-double of 33 points and 11 rebounds, to cooperate with the media. Interestingly, ever since Chen Feng joined the Lakers, Kobe had been rebounding with more vigor. The energy saved on offense was now fully invested in defense and rebounding. In 7 playoff games, this was already his second double-double in rebounds. The reporters naturally wouldn't let him off. Kobe, why didn't you take the final shot yourself? Was it a lack of confidence, or because you were actually a coward at heart? Kobe, did you pass the final ball to Chen Feng because you were afraid to take the blame? So you chose to pass the burden. Kobe, originally you had the chance to return home with a 2-0 lead. Chen Feng's premature celebration cost you the great situation. Will the Lakers consider trading him? How about I trade you first? Kobe finally responded, but not about himself. In the locker room, Chen Feng, of course, had no idea what his old teammate Kobe was facing outside. He was leisurely taking out his phone from his locker. The screen displayed several text messages, all from his women. They had apparently watched the live broadcast and knew he had just lost the game. There were also 2 missed calls. Chen Feng delightedly began returning calls one by one. He called Camila first. Hey Camila, it's fine, it's fine. A 1-1 tie on the road is already a satisfactory result, Chen Feng said in a voice as gentle as dripping water. Baby, focus on your filming. Anyway, love you. Camila said something on the other end, and Chen Feng smiled even more happily. You can compensate me however you like. I'm all for it. When Bynum heard the name, Camila, he seemed to have his soul drained away. He plopped down on his chair, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Camila was his childhood idol. Every time he heard her name from Chen Feng, Bynum would enter a 30-second trance. Why 30 seconds? Because Bynum's memory only lasted that long. Baby, I miss you too. Good night. Chen Feng finally hung up, still wearing a smile. Then he made the second call. Hey Maria, I'm fine. It's just one game. Focus on your match. What? Your next opponent is your compatriot Safina. You'll do great. Come on. Love you. Sharapova said something sweet on the other end, and Chen Feng's smile broadened. When you come back, we'll have a good try. Then Chen Feng called Jessica, and Bing Bing back, naturally exchanging sweet words. His teammates watched him make one call after another, all to women, and their faces wore sour expressions, listless. Finally, Chen Feng called Tianxian, who was still in Los Angeles. Hey Cece. Brother, I saw you lost. Are you okay? Tianxian's voice was soft like a piece of melting cotton candy. I'm fine. A 1-1 tie on the road is a good result. But brother, losing the game must make you unhappy, right? Her voice carried a hint of pleading. When you return to Los Angeles, I want to comfort you properly. How will you comfort me? However you want to be comforted. Tianxian's voice was soft and sweet. Anyway, I'm all ready. Although the teammates didn't understand Chinese, judging by his smug expression, they knew it wasn't about anything good. Chen Feng put down the phone and noticed his teammates all looked dejected. Odom, Kwame, and Bynum sat glumly motionless. The others also had vacant eyes, as if struck by a great blow. What's wrong with you guys? Chen Feng looked first at Odom, Kwame, and Bynum. Nothing, just lost the game. My shot wasn't falling tonight. I'm in a bad mood. The 3 spoke in turns, completely lacking energy. Chen Feng was a bit puzzled. What was going on? A 1-1 tie on the road was so hard to take. Wasn't this a good start? It wasn't 0-2. And that last play was a miscommunication between him and Kobe, so what did it have to do with these guys? Don't worry. A 1-1 tie against the Spurs on the road means we've accomplished our mission. It won't be a problem. At worst, the series is extended. Back in Los Angeles, we'll take both home games. We'll definitely make it to the Western Conference Finals. Chen Feng patted the 3 on the shoulders, offering rare comfort. Got it. We're not worried. They still seemed distracted. Chen Feng was even more confused. These 3 must be troubled because his miscommunication with Kobe on the final play had put the team in a 1-1 hole. It's okay, it's just a tie. We have home games next. This series is definitely fine. Chen Feng offered comfort again. But these guys still looked half dead. What was up? Was their mental resilience so poor? They were acting like this over one loss. Chen Feng was about to use his verbal skills to cheer everyone up. Just then Kobe walked in after his interview. Kobe was already irritated by the reporters. Seeing the lifeless locker room, he lashed out. I don't care about your performance tonight, or why we lost, but this expression of yours is infuriating. Lamar, Chris, both of you are battle-hardened veterans. What kind of attitude is this? Odom and Mim were stunned by Kobe's outburst. Or are you blaming yourselves? Thinking the loss is your fault. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? Huh? Do you think you can decide the team's win or loss? Listen, tonight's loss has nothing to do with you. Tonight it's all on me, understand? All on me. Kobe pointed at his chest. We lost today because I had a bad game and poor shot. It's not because the Spurs guys are great nor because you played poorly. It has nothing to do with you. When we get back to Staples, I'll show them. I'll make sure we win both home games. After delivering his unique, inspiring speech, Kobe cursed a few more times and walked straight to the showers. Chen Feng, seeing that Kobe had already handled the morale boost, followed him into the showers. Entering the showers was an art or required course for many rookies. The team leader usually went in first or last, rarely sharing the shower with others. There was also the protocol for handing towels. Left hand then right hand for a high five. First to the big brother, then to the regular starters. The order was absolute. Also, carrying bags before and after games. Knowing who to carry for was crucial. One had to pay respects to the right clique. As for the rest, running errands for donuts, coffee, and little balloons was routine. Of course, Chen Feng had never learned any of this, and no one on the Lakers had taught him. After getting ready, the Lakers team flew back to Los Angeles that night, since Chen Feng's Tianxian was waiting for him. Kobe also learned from Odom that right after the game, several women had called to comfort Chen Feng, including his own goddess Jessica. That night, Kobe was somewhat disheartened. He regretted having defended Chen Feng during the interview. He, along with Odom, Kwame Bynum, and other Lakers players, formed a group of the disheartened. That night, Kobe repeatedly muttered one sentence: "Am I not handsome? Don't I have charm?" Odom whispered in reply, "You are handsome, but Feng's quantity. You can't match." Kobe fell silent for a moment, his eyes reddening. He stared at Odom and asked, "I have 3 championships. He has 6 phone numbers." Bynum chimed in, "1 phone number means 1 goddess." Odom, hearing this, could only repeat one sentence to hypnotize himself: "Quality doesn't matter. What matters is quantity." Upon returning to his home in Los Angeles, Tianxian was already waiting there. She had been studying music at Sony Music Studio in Los Angeles recently, still pursuing her musical dream. Tianxian wore a loose white sweater, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Seeing him enter, she put down her phone, stood up, and trotted over to embrace him. "Brother, you're back." "I'm back." Chen Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, lowered his head to smell her hair. "Did you just take a bath?" "I took it while waiting for you." Tianxian looked up at him, her voice soft. "You lost the game. You must be unhappy, right?" "Not unhappy, just a bit frustrated." "That last shot." Chen Feng paused, thinking of the moment. He turned to celebrate, only to be hit on the back by the ball. Feeling too embarrassed to mention it, he said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it." Tianxian seemed to read his mind. She smiled lightly, then let go of him, turned, and ran into the bedroom, calling out, "Brother, close your eyes first, no peeking." Chen Feng stood in the living room, hearing the rustling sound of changing clothes from the bedroom. After a while, Tianxian's voice came from the bedroom doorway. "You can open your eyes now." Tianxian had changed into a white ancient-style gown tied with a light-colored sash at the waist. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features carried an ethereal quality that was hard to describe. Chen Feng opened his eyes and felt a moment of daze. There are some people who, when they stand there, seem to command the beauty of the world to make way for them. It wasn't that others weren't beautiful, but she was too stunning. An 18-year-old maiden, with flowing hair, bright eyes, and porcelain-like skin. "Gugu." Chen Feng blurted out naturally. Tianxian smiled shyly, her voice soft and gentle. "Guo." Chen Feng walked over, looked her up and down, and already understood what today's scenario was. "Gugu, 16 years haven't seen you, and you're still as beautiful. 16 years haven't seen you, and you're still as glib-tongued." Tianxian rolled her eyes at him, then her cheeks flushed slightly. You changed clothes first." Yang Hua's costume was already prepared in the wardrobe. After Chen Feng changed, Tianxian grew even more shy. "Guo, you finally returned." Tianxian looked at him with affectionate eyes. "Gugu has been waiting for you in Juecheng Valley for so long. Gugu, I'm here to rescue you now." Chen Feng wrapped his arms around her. "I heard you were poisoned by the Qinghua flower in Juecheng Valley." Tianxian lowered her head. "There is no cure." "Who says there's no cure?" Chen Feng chuckled. "Guo has a unique remedy." "What remedy?" "To dissolve the poison with heartfelt warmth." Tianxian blushed and pushed him gently. "You're being so unserious, Guo." Chen Feng took her hand naturally. "Gugu, I'm just trying to heal you, please don't misunderstand." She was too flustered to speak, lowering her head, her ears red, as if about to drip blood. Chen Feng, seeing her like this, felt a warmth in his heart. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Gugu, how about we ease the poison first, then go find Brother Jiao to catch up?" Tianxian looked up, a hint of playful reproach in her eyes. "Are you Yang Guo, or a rogue?" "Gugu, I am your Guo. A rogue is Tian Buoguang. Well, I am a proper gentleman." Chen Feng put on a serious expression, trying to look deeply affectionate, but his acting skills were limited. All Tianxian saw was a mischievous grin on Chen Feng's face. "Where are you proper?" "I am upright and honorable, as clear as the sun and moon." You're naughty." "Gugu, to save you I have to make a little sacrifice." Tianxian blushed, nestling into his arms. "Then, be gentle when you treat me." "Don't worry, Gugu. I am always gentle in my ways." After the treatment in Jueching Valley, Tianxian lay limp in Chun Feng's arms. You went too far. Is Gugu satisfied? Annoying. Tianxian lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, and planted a kiss on Chun Feng's lips. Or has Gugu's poison been cured? Chun Feng answered without thinking, not fully cured yet. Might need a few more sessions. Tianxian turned over facing away from him. You're not Yanghua, you're a charlatan. Chun Feng wrapped his arms around her from behind. And would Gugu be willing to be deceived by me? Tianxian was silent for a moment, then replied softly, Still not fully content. Chun Feng thought of a new idea. Gugu, let me play another role for you. What? This time I won't be Yanghua, I'll be the Divine Eagle. The Divine Eagle? Yes, a new script. I just thought of a story of the Dragon Maiden and the Divine Eagle. What Dragon Maiden? The story of Little Dragon Girl and the Divine Eagle. Chun Feng grinned. I heard the Divine Eagle is also very skilled. Gugu, shall we play the tale of the Divine Eagle? Tianxian's face turned as red as an apple. You're so mischievous. Gugu, just play along just once. No, just once, okay? Tianxian, worn down by Chun Feng's persistence, nodded shyly, her entire face flushed as if about to steam. Then brother, Jiao, be gentle. That night Chun Feng deeply understood the meaning of the return of the Condor heroes. Tianxian was utterly defeated. You're not human. I am an eagle. You're a beast. Chun Feng was lost in the warmth of the roleplay, indulging in the tender atmosphere. Meanwhile, American media continued discussing Game 2. The Lakers detractors had finally found their chance. Someone posted an article titled, The Two Culprits, Kobe and Chun Feng. The real reasons the Lakers lost Game 2. Kobe and Chun Feng, the biggest duo of culprits for the Lakers' loss in Game 2. Chun Feng's premature celebration cost the game, and Kobe passed instead of taking an open shot. Both of them have issues. I suggest the Lakers trade Chun Feng, and Kobe should retire. Of course, this was a minority voice among Lakers fans. Most fans engaged in rational analysis. In China, the tone was completely different. On Hupu, popular posts were full of sympathy for Chun Feng. Fengshen did his best. Kobe couldn't carry the team. If Kobe had taken that shot, it would be 2-0 now. But he didn't, which shows he trusts Chun Feng more. That's brotherhood basketball, even if the trust was expressed in an abstract way. Chinese fans created memes in the comments section. Someone turned the scene of Chun Feng turning to celebrate and getting hit on the back by the ball into a GIF captioned, when you think your teammate will make an open shot, but he passes the ball to your back. Another GIF was captioned, there are many ways to catch a ball. Chun Feng chose the hardest, back catch. The Spurs also began their moves. Losing home court in Game 1 put them in a tough spot. San Antonio local media started hyping Chun Feng's salary issue. Chun Feng does the most work, but gets the least pay. Kobe makes $16 million, Odom $12 million, even Kwame Brown with his Butterfingers gets $7 million. And Chun Feng only gets $4,000. The Lakers can't keep Chun Feng, he'll leave eventually. Tony Parker, who was torched by Chun Feng, signed 6 years for $66 million. Chun Feng has 2 years for $8,000. This wave of public opinion was clearly not just for the fans, but aimed at the Lakers locker room. Other teams' general managers and head coaches also joined in. An Eastern Conference GM said in an interview, Chun Feng performing like this for $4,000. That's absurd. If the Lakers aren't willing to offer a max contract, we can consider a trade. A Western Conference coach directly stated, Chun Feng is already the core of the Lakers. Kobe is just the second option. This salary structure will inevitably cause problems. Popovich also chimed in, Chun Feng is a genius. He's wasted on the Lakers. He should be treated the same as Kobe. These news reports made the Lakers management uneasy. Jeannie Buss personally called Chun Feng. On the phone, she was sincere and made a promise the team would not exercise the rookie team option for the next year, and after the season, they would restructure a contract matching his value, offering a satisfactory proposal. Chun Feng naturally expressed that he got along well with Kobe and wanted to build a dynasty with him, showing his loyalty. Although Chun Feng hadn't fully decided on his future, he knew how to stabilize the team. As for the contract, he would discuss it after the season. His contract was 2 years for $8,000 with a team option for the second year. That meant the Lakers could choose to use Chun Feng for another year at $4,000. The next day, Chun Feng told reporters, I'm very happy playing in Los Angeles. Phil is the coach who understands me best, and Kobe is the teammate who understands me best. All my other teammates are also very reliable. Right now, all my focus is on helping the Lakers win the championship. In fact, the NBA's off-court tricks go far beyond media warfare. Changing a few floorboards to affect the visiting team's shooting touch. Adjusting the rim height to influence shooting accuracy. Damaging the visiting team's locker room air conditioning to disrupt their rest. Adding something to the food to make visiting players have diarrhea. Placing a snake in the visiting team's locker room to create psychological trauma. Some even suggested playing heavy metal music at the visiting team's hotel to keep them awake. All kinds of tactics, no holds barred. So what makes the NBA exciting isn't just what happens on the court, the off-court drama is equally thrilling. The date was May 15th, and Game 3 of the second-round playoff series between the Lakers and the Spurs was set to tip off as scheduled. Welcome back to Los Angeles. Lakers. 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 bring the championship back to LA. Having secured an away victory in Game 2, the Lakers fans felt a renewed sense of hope for this season. Chen Fong, stay with the Lakers. Build with Kobe. We need you. The Lakers starting lineup: Chen Fong, Kobe, Odom, Kwame, and Mim. The Spurs starting lineup: Parker, Finley, Bowen, Duncan, and Rosso. Ginobili did not start tonight, remaining ready on the bench as a surprise weapon. The jump ball between Rosso and Kwame. Duncan was not involved in the tip tonight, perhaps still recovering from the previous game. Kwame won the tip for the Lakers. On the first possession, Chen Fong steadily brought the ball up the court. Once in the front court, he passed to Kobe. In the previous game, he had been named one of the two scapegoats by critics along with Chen Fong. Kobe received the ball with a cold stare. He took one step and powered past Bowen, driving hard toward the basket. Facing Rosso coming to help on defense, Kobe rose into the air and slammed the ball directly through the hoop with authority. Kobe opened the scoring for the Lakers with a powerful dunk on his first offensive possession, a play worthy of being remembered as one of the season's highlights. The entire ceiling of Staples Center seemed ready to be lifted by the roar of the fans. Kobe, what a spectacular play. This is what we love to see. After landing, Kobe casually shrugged his shoulders, then spread his arms wide, as if to say more, before satisfiedly jogging back on defense. Kobe, can I borrow your body for a moment? Chen Fong ran over and patted him. That was incredible. Getting dunked on like that would leave a lasting impression. Kobe didn't even look back. I could give you one too if you want. Chen Fong quickly waved his hands. No, enjoy it yourself. That's not something I'd want. This is the real Kobe. Game 2 was just a fluke. One fan jumped to his feet shouting. Kobe turned Bowen into breakfast. I bet Bowen is still looking for his teeth on the floor. See, this is what a two-core system looks like. Who's calling them scapegoats now? Parker brought the ball up the court, and Chen Fong stayed close on defense. Tonight, besides physical contact, Chen Fong added some subtle moves against Parker. Playing at home, he wanted to test the referee's whistles. The result surprised him greatly. The referees tonight seemed to favor him. As long as Chen Feng's defensive moves were not too exaggerated, no call was made. Even when Chen Fong was on offense, Parker and Bowen's defensive actions appeared risky and were more likely to be whistled. On his home court, Chen Fong had earned star treatment from the officials. For a rookie, this was almost unbelievable. So the one controlling the referees tonight is me. Chen Fong thought to himself, pleased. While guarding Parker, Chen Fong kept talking. Is that your $11 million salary? I'm making $400K and I'm still destroying you. Parker dribbled as Chen Fong stayed tight. Defending you like you make $40K. Parker drove, Chen Fong followed. $11 million, and this is all you've got. Parker shot and missed. Do you even deserve $11 million? Why don't you give the money back to the Spurs? Parker's face turned green. Shut up. Not shutting up. $11 million, and this is all you've got. Parker was furious, but held back, knowing the referees were watching closely. For the next several possessions, every time Parker touched the ball, Chen Fong repeated the same line. $11 million, and this is all you've got. $11 million, and this is all you've got. $11 million, and this is all you've got. At this moment, Parker had no idea that these words would echo in his ears all night long like a persistent sound. On offense, Parker faced double pressure from both Chen Fong and the referees, finding no solution. The Lakers led 22-16 against the Spurs, ahead by 6 points. Both Chen Fong and Kobe were shooting with precision. Chen Fong recorded 7 points and 2 assists, while Kobe contributed 9 points and 3 rebounds. Chen Fong walked toward the bench and spoke to Kobe, noting that Parker had not managed a response throughout the quarter. The Spurs found themselves with limited options, and their pre-game psychological tactics had not affected the Lakers. Popovich, though skeptical of its effectiveness, saw no harm in attempting it. He paced along the sidelines, still considering how to contain Kobe and Chen Fong, as the Spurs held a particular apprehension toward teams built around elite superstars. They did not fear well-organized, balanced teams. Instead, they harbored a deep wariness of unstoppable singular superstars, particularly isolation scorers like Kobe, who could disregard defensive schemes and force their way through rotations. Their concern extended beyond mere star power to players who could dominate ball handling and consistently generate their own scoring opportunities. The Lakers currently possessed 2 such players in Kobe and Chen Fong. Regardless of Popovich's strategic acumen, countering 2 superstars who could alternately dismantle defenses proved exceedingly difficult. Neutralizing one player often allowed the other to take control, illustrating the Lakers' formidable advantage. Following the timeout, the Lakers initiated their offensive set. Chen Fong directed a pick and roll at the top of the key with Kwame, setting a screen before rolling toward the basket. Chen Feng's drive drawn defensive attention, while Kobe positioned himself on the perimeter to create spacing. An opening emerged for Kwame. Chen Fong delivered a bounce pass, timing it perfectly for Kwame's arrival. Kwame caught the ball and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The score advanced to 2,416. Chen Feng's pick-and-roll actions prioritized his own scoring, though he demonstrated readiness to distribute when necessary. Yu Jia, commenting from the booth, observed that even a top draft selection could experience productive moments. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, noting Kwame's solid performance and hoping for consistency. Throughout the game, Chen Feng effectively read the referee's tendencies, attacking the paint frequently to draw 13 free throw attempts. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Chen Feng drew Duncan's 6th personal foul, removing the Spurs' most impactful interior defender from the contest. Duncan fouled out, significantly weakening the Spurs' interior defense. Chen Feng's persistent drives had forced Duncan into early foul trouble. Without Duncan's presence, the Spurs lacked a reliable defensive anchor. Chen Feng finished with 35 points and 9 assists, having played 45 minutes. He shot 11 for 21 from the field, 2 for 5 from three-point range, and 11 for 13 from the free throw line. Kobe added 37 points and 9 rebounds, bringing the duo's combined total to 72 points. They narrowly missed achieving the rare distinction of both scoring 30 points and recording double-doubles in the same game. With Chen Feng and Kobe performing at such an elevated level, the Lakers posed a challenge that no opponent could easily overcome. The Lakers secured a 10,795 victory, winning by 12 points on their home court. This result gave them a 21-series lead. From the opening tip, the Lakers controlled the game at home, maintaining a steady lead and denying the Spurs any significant momentum. At Staples Center, Lakers fans reflected on the series progression, recognizing that the earlier loss had been an exception rather than the norm. Kobe's impactful dunks and Chen Feng's clutch scoring underscored the team's championship potential. A Chinese fan wearing jersey number 35 expressed enthusiastic support from the stands, while an American fan nearby joined in with appreciative remarks. The fans' chant, though delivered with imperfect pronunciation, conveyed genuine admiration for Chen Feng's performance. After the Lakers' decisive Game 3 victory, Chen Feng returned home and wanted to check the results of the other 3 matchups first. As soon as he turned on the computer, Tianxian coiled around him like a serpent, settling directly onto his lap with her arms wrapped around his neck, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Brother, please write me another song, just one." "Wait, let me check the game results first." "Brother." Tianxian swayed his arm, her body moving gently along. "I've been practicing singing so hard lately, but I have no good songs. If all else fails, something in the style of Meow Meow would work too." Before, Chen Feng had written Meow Meow for her, and the response had been quite good. Of course, Chen Feng claimed it was written by an online friend. He couldn't very well admit that a basketball player could also compose songs. That would make him seem far too versatile. With Tianxian swaying like that, Chen Feng found his gaze unable to stay focused on the screen. He simply closed the laptop and pulled her waist toward him in one smooth motion. "Stop swaying now, or I won't be able to do anything." Tianxian giggled. "Then will you write it or not?" I'll write it. Chen Feng surrendered. "But not something like Meow Meow this time. I'll write you a proper song. One that could make you a singing star." "Really?" Tianxian's eyes sparkled as she leaned close to his face. "You're the best, brother. You can do anything." After saying that, Tianxian started swaying again on Chen Feng's lap, moving with rhythm and bounce. The swaying nearly overwhelmed him. "But I have a condition." "What condition?" "From now on, when I come to you in the middle of the night to work on new scripts, you're not allowed to refuse." Tianxian blushed. "Oh, brother, your scripts are never appropriate. Weren't you having fun acting last time?" That's different." Tianxian buried her face in his shoulder, her voice growing quieter. "All right, then you have to write me a good song." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and began humming softly. "I was once unable to extricate myself from the vastness of this world, also lost in its dreams." Tianxian fell quiet, listening intently, blinking her watery eyes. "In the past, when I first encountered this world, I lingered over everything, willingly facing any trial. Brother, this song is written so well. It sounds amazing. Stop flattering me, learn to sing it first. Come follow me line by line." Chen Feng taught her a few times. Tianxian learned quickly, and the melody came naturally, but the high notes always floated a bit. "For this line, I still marvel at the vastness of the world. You need to support it with breath, don't force it." "I'll try. I was once unable to extricate myself from the vastness of this world." "That's right, that's the feeling. After this playoff series is done, I'll accompany you to the recording studio to record the full version." "Really?" Tianxian was so happy she kissed him directly on the face, her eyes full of stars. "You're the best, brother. Wait, I have another condition." Tianxian looked at him warily. "What condition?" "I've thought of a few new scripts." Chen Feng counted on his fingers, listing them off one by one. The despair of an incompetent husband, the young wife next door, the afternoon when the wife is absent, the faucet that never gets fixed, the soup growing cold on the dining table. Tianxian's face grew redder and redder as she listened. "How can you come up with so many ideas, brother? When inspiration strikes, you can't stop it." Chen Feng said with a straight face. "Take your pick, which one interests you. Let's start with one tonight." "That. Can we not act tonight?" "No, but I'm so tired." "Then you can choose the soup growing cold on the dining table." Tianxian lowered her head and thought for a moment, her eyes rolling around, then suddenly she looked up. "Brother, how about we act out that one? I've also thought of a script." "What script?" "Ling Hu Chong and Ren Yingying." "That's not as good as Tian Bo Guang and Dongfang Bubi." "What about Guijing and Huang Rong?" "Even worse. Guijing is too dull, not suitable for me." "Yang Gua and Xiao Long Nu. Didn't we just act that out?" "But I want to do it again." Tianxian started acting coquettish once more. This time I'll be more committed to it. What do you mean by more committed? It means more relaxed. Tianxian's face flushed again. For example, not wearing clothes. Chen Feng completely blushed. Looking down at the flushed little face in his arms, he felt his body temperature rising at an unhealthy pace. Using his last bit of willpower, he spoke. Let me write out the lyrics for The Wind Rises first, then you go play with Brother Jiao for a while. Annoying. Tianxian obediently slid down, but her movements were slow and deliberate. Chen Feng watched her slide down bit by bit, and noticed his memory seemed to have suddenly deteriorated. When writing lyrics, he couldn't focus his mind at all, and each note grew blurry as if soaked in water. His thoughts kept drifting to the sequel of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. After finishing with great difficulty, he put away the paper and finally remembered he was supposed to check the game results. In the West's other matchup, the Mavericks led the Suns 2-1. Dirk Nowitzki had been putting up 30-plus points and 15 rebounds in consecutive games. This season the driver was absolutely dominant, matching up perfectly with the Suns without any disadvantage. Meanwhile, in the East, the Heat led the Nets 2-1 with Wade consistently scoring 30-plus points and defeating Carter, one of the 4 great shooting guards, in head-to-head matchups. Miami's media had gone wild, constantly proclaiming Wade as the Eastern Conference's top shooting guard. Back home, the Cavaliers narrowly defeated the Pistons 74-72, leveling the series at 2-1 with the Pistons ahead. 74-72 marked the lowest scoring game of the season so far. The reason for saying so far is that Chen Feng remembered there was an even lower scoring game coming up later in this Cavaliers-Pistons series. In Game 7A, the Pistons defense held the Cavaliers to just 61 points for the entire game, shattering the record for the lowest score in a Game 7. It wasn't hard to understand why Stern disliked the playing styles of both the Pistons and the Spurs. Fans came to watch basketball for star players dunking and high-scoring offensive battles, not for a full 48 minutes of defensive grinds capped at 60 points. But that was yet to come. Right now, he needed to focus on handling the Spurs in front of him. Hiss. Chen Feng felt as though Shun Jiao had been gently bitten. Easy now, don't bite, Brother Jiao. Tianxian's muffled voice came from below MMMM. On May 17th, in Game 4 of the Western Conference semifinals, the Lakers continued to host the Spurs at home. The Staples Center was packed to capacity with Lakers fans in high spirits. 1-0, 2-1. Next is 3-1. Send the Spurs back to San Antonio. Chen Feng, Kobe, Chen Feng, Kobe. The player introduction ceremony began. Amid the DJ's electrifying introduction, Chen Feng was the first to run out from the player tunnel. The Staples Center erupted in thunderous cheers. In just one season, Chen Feng had won over all Lakers fans with his performances. At the live commentary desk of CCTV, as always, were Zhang and Yu Jia, the Golden Duo. Due to their relentless praise of Chen Feng, netizens had dubbed them Crazy Fan No. 1 foot and Crazy Fan No. 2 foot. Zhang took it lightly. During commentary, he candidly said he truly admired Chen Feng, not just praising him. Only when you come to Los Angeles to the Lakers' home court do you realize how popular Chen Feng really is. Yu Jia nodded. Chen Feng is now a top-tier NBA point guard, strong on both offense and defense, with an exceptionally accurate three-point shot. The Spurs' Parker has been completely suppressed by him. Indeed, Zhang responded. He can shoot, pass, and play off the ball. Chen Feng is phenomenal. Before the game began, both coaches were making final tactical arrangements. For the Spurs, Popovich gathered the players together. He looked at Parker first. Tony, you don't have to hold the ball all night tonight. I know his trash talk bothers you, but you're our starting point guard, our brain. You can't let his words affect you anymore. Then Popovich turned to Ginobili. Manu, when you're on the court, you'll handle the playmaking. Look for opportunities to isolate Chen Feng. Whether through pick and roll or off-ball movement, create mismatches, and use your height advantage to go one-on-one against him. Ginobili felt a jolt inside. Is he asking me to carry the load? Bruce. Popovich turned to Bowen. Tonight you'll stick to Kobe the entire game. Don't help double-team Chen Feng, understand? Bowen nodded. Tim, Popovich continued, control your fouls tonight. Especially against Chen Feng, don't let him draw fouls on you. Do you all understand? Popovich scanned the group. If we lose, it's 3-1. We're already on the edge of the cliff. Tonight there's no turning back. On the Lakers' side, the atmosphere was completely different. Phil Jackson leaned back in his chair, raised one finger, first pointed at Chen Feng. Then at Kobe. He clapped his hands once. Go. That was it. Chen Feng stood frozen. That's it. Kobe had already stood up and walked out without looking back. What he means is you pass, I score. Is that a tactic? Chen Feng stared at Kobe's receding figure, bewildered. That's the philosophical version of the triangle offense. Odom patted his shoulder. It means trust your talent. Chen Feng was speechless. Phil Jackson truly lives up to his reputation, making such complex tactical arrangements with just a gesture. Lakers starting lineup: Chen Feng, Kobe, Odom, Kwame Mim. Spurs starting lineup: Parker, Bowen, Finley, Duncan, Nestorovic. Ginobili remained on the bench. Tip-off: Kwame won the ball for the Lakers again. The Spurs set up quickly. Chen Feng dribbled past half court and surveyed the court. Kobe raised his hand for the ball on the right side at 45 degrees. In the past, the Lakers' first possession always went to Kobe for an isolation, a symbol of his status and a team tradition. But since Chun Feng arrived, this tradition had faded. Now Kobe would still call for the ball to start the game, but whether he got it was another matter. In good spirits today, Chun Feng passed the ball to him. Kobe faced Bowen at his favorite spot. He initiated a triple threat jab step, bumped his shoulder, then turned to post up. He cleared Bowen with his elbow spun and executed a fadeaway jumper. Swish. 2-0. Truly picturesque. The entire sequence was silky smooth, worthy of a tutorial video. Chun Feng. Another pass from Chun Feng. Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Kobe receives Chun Feng's brilliant pass and scores on Bowen. Yu Jia nodded yes. Without Chun Feng's pass, Kobe wouldn't have had that isolation. What a pass. Look at the spin and the force. It landed perfectly in Kobe's hands, no adjustment needed, ready to attack Bowen. Zhang grew more animated. That's the value of a top-tier point guard. Meanwhile, basketball fans in China were bewildered watching on TV. Wait, isn't that just an ordinary pass? How is it being hyped like this? Am I misunderstanding basketball? Is Zhang's habit flaring up again? In his eyes, even Chun Feng's breathing is a tactical move. The game continued. Spurs offense. Parker struggled against Chun Feng's defense. He passed to Duncan, who posted up Kwame. Turnaround hook shot. Swish. 2-2. Lakers' turn. Chun Feng's pick and roll with Kwame didn't yield a good opportunity. He sensed the Spurs' defensive strategy had shifted. The double teams from Game 3 were gone, replaced by tighter rotations and quicker help. Chun Feng passed to Odom. First possession to Kobe, second to the third option. Balanced distribution. Chun Feng's playmaking left no room for criticism. Odom faked several times, drove, and pulled up for a jumper. Beautiful form, but it missed. Duncan grabbed the rebound. Parker brought the ball up. Duncan set a screen. The Spurs started with a pick and roll. Parker and Duncan were tightly covered by the Lakers, leaving Finley open in the corner. Parker quickly passed to him, and Finley calmly rose for a three-pointer. Swish. 2-5. Lakers trailed by 3. Veterans like Finley with rich playoff experience never hesitate when the opportunity arises. Lakers offense. Before Chun Feng crossed half-court, Parker attempted to poke the ball away, going for the ball or the body, whichever came first. Who would have thought the French Flash had such a move? It was relentless. Fortunately, Chun Feng's ball handling was steady, or Parker might have succeeded after repeated attempts. Chun Feng held off Parker and advanced to the frontcourt, pass to Kobe, and began moving off the ball. Traditionally, once the ball went to Kobe, it rarely came back. Unless he faced a triple team, passing was not an option. Of course, Chun Feng understood completely. In Kobe's mind, being guarded by one defender was a free shot, by 2 was a good opportunity, and by 3 was a chance to pass. This explained Kobe's high scoring, but sometimes average field goal percentage in the past. This season, by reducing unnecessary shots, his overall field goal percentage had risen to 48.3, surpassing the 46.9 of the 2001-2002 season, reaching a career high. Kobe's touch was good today. Since the Spurs weren't double-teaming, he opted for isolation. Kobe lowered his center of gravity, faked with his shoulder to shake Bowen, then burst toward the basket. Bowen chased closely behind, and Duncan, sensing danger, rotated to help, trapping Kobe from both sides. Just as a block seemed imminent, Kobe pulled the ball back in midair, executed a reverse layup to evade Duncan's reach, and softly flicked his wrist. The ball kissed the glass and rolled into the hoop. 4-5. Beautiful. Chun Feng was the first to rush over, hands on his hips, shouting at Kobe. Old Kobe, what kind of move was that? Aerial stroll. That shot should be on the top 10, Yu Jia exclaimed. Kobe evaded Duncan's block in midair. That reverse layup was incredible. Zhang nodded repeatedly. That's Kobe. When you think he can't make it, he does. When you think he'll be blocked, he evades. That's the ability of a superstar. The Staples Center fans erupted in excitement. My God. That reverse layup was so cool. Kobe's core strength is inhuman. Chun Feng is truly fortunate. Kobe. 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 MVP. MVP. Transition. Parker and Duncan ran a pick and roll at the top, but this time Chun Feng quickly went over the screen, denying Parker any driving room. Parker passed to the rolling Duncan, who battled Kwame in the post. After holding his ground, Duncan passed to center Nestorovic. Nestorovic caught the ball and rose for a two-handed jam, but Odom quickly elevated from the side, recovering to block the shot against the backboard. Great block. Chun Feng shouted. Mim grabbed the rebound and immediately found Chun Feng. Chun Feng pushed the ball in transition. His long pass found Kobe sprinting ahead, who easily caught it and slammed it home with one hand. 6-5. The Lakers took a 1-point lead. Kobe had scored 6 points in a row to start the game. This season, Kobe catching Chun Feng's long passes in transition had become a regular Lakers tactic. The Lakers surged with home court momentum. Chun Feng and Kobe alternated scoring, and the Spurs couldn't stop them. Chun Feng's touch was remarkably good today. His drives, kickouts, outside shooting, and rhythm control were all smooth and fluid. The Lakers led 16-11, ahead by 5 points. Chun Feng scored 4 points with 1 assist in the quarter, while Kobe had 12. The two brothers accounted for all of LA's scoring. Chun Feng glanced at the Jumbotron, eyeing his meager single assist, thinking to himself, when feeding Kobe, you should pass with only 2 seconds left. After the timeout, the Spurs brought in Ginobili hoping he would spark a run. Ginobili hit the floor and immediately showcased his signature flair. In the pick and roll, he gave Odom a telling pump fake, sending the big man off balance, then cut straight to the rim. Though his layup was disrupted by Moon's contest and didn't fall the way he put Odom on the deck was undeniably elegant. Manu is too tricky over there. At the CCTV broadcast desk, Zhang guided the commentary with a smile. After all, the basket didn't count. Odom's ankle might want to file a workers' comp claim. Odom rose to his feet, shook his head, and looked helplessly at Shin Feng. Brother Feng, this guy is too unpredictable. No worries, Shin Feng said, patting him. He's tricky, but your job is to use your body to cut off his driving lane. Don't bite on his fakes next time. Just hold your ground, and he'll run right into you. Brother Feng, just stand still. Are you sure I won't get blown past like a wooden stake? Odom's concern lingered as he settled back on defense, watching the Spurs bring the ball up the floor once more.